I never dreamed that I would be accidentally stabbed to death during a robbery on the road, and when I opened my eyes again, I had actually traveled to a parallel world. In this world, there is an ultra-realistic online game called World Dominator. The original owner went bankrupt buying a gaming pod but suddenly died at home. As for me, I unexpectedly gained the reverse godly talent of absolute probability. Entering the game, I chose the Mage class. I originally thought the chance of ordinary wild monsters dropping equipment was extremely low, but after killing 2 wild boars, both of them dropped items with a 100% rate. The magical power bonus of that new staff is directly 5 times that of my beginner wooden staff. Chapter 1, Special Talent. SHH. Attention all viewers, the groundbreaking online game World Dominator, planned and developed by hundreds of countries under the World United Nations, will officially open for public beta testing at midnight tonight. At that time, all viewers with the game launcher will be able to log into World Dominator fairly and directly. This is the first ultra-realistic, groundbreaking online game in human history, not only with a realism level of 9,999 but also containing infinite opportunities. Join World Dominator, countless opportunities are waiting for you. What is going on? Yi Yang groggily opened his eyes, a somewhat dazzling light shining through, and all he saw was a completely unfamiliar scene. Where is this? He patted his own head and looked around again. This place seems to be just an ordinary rental apartment, and even the arrangement of the furniture is similar to his own home. However, in his memory, he seemed to have been accidentally stabbed to death during a robbery on the street. Could it be that I have traveled through time? Sitting on the sofa beneath him, Yi Yang thought seriously. Sizzle. Attention, everyone, please. The television replayed the news once again. No matter how the channel was changed, the screen always showed this news. A groundbreaking online game? Yi Yang was stunned. While pondering, a flood of images surged into his mind like a tide. These are the memories of the original body. Only after receiving these memories did he come to realize. It turned out that this blue star, parallel to the Earthworld, had developed this ultra-realistic online game called World Dominator. The only non-insider information known to the general public about this game was that the origin of World Dominator was an extraterrestrial meteorite. On the basis of this meteorite, hundreds of scientists discovered its secrets. After years of dedicated effort, they finally developed World Dominator on this meteorite. The only regret, or perhaps something to be thankful for, is that scientists can only connect to the online game through the game launcher. No one can alter any data within the online game. It's like discovering a new continent. I see. Yi Yang didn't have many questions either. Following the original owner's memories, he found a game pod in another tidy room. This must be the game login device. In his memories, the original owner had spent everything to gather 99,999 yuan to buy this game pod, staying up late and queuing for several days in a row. The moment he bought the game pod, he suddenly died at home. But this coincidentally overlapped with Yi Yang's soul, allowing him to travel through. You really have worked hard. Yi Yang silently sighed for his original self. On the game pod, there was a small countdown screen showing 2 hours 55 minutes and 12 seconds. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Yi Yang realized it was only around 21:05. If he wasn't mistaken, the timer on the game pod was probably the countdown to the start of World Dominator. Better check the information first. Yi Yang found his phone and, while there was still some time, started searching online for some information about World Dominator. Unconsciously, it was already 11:56 p.m. In a few minutes, World Dominator would go directly into open beta. Taking a break was just right to get in. At that moment, he heard a system sound in his mind, similar to a phone notification. Congratulations! With your royal luck fate, you have gained absolute probability. No matter how low the challenge's odds are, you will absolutely succeed. No need to worry anymore, go ahead boldly and confidently. Absolute probability? No matter how small the chance, it will absolutely succeed. Hearing the question in his mind, Yi Yang frowned. Could it be that I got a golden finger? After that, no matter how many questions Yi Yang asked, the voice in his mind still gave no response, as if it had disappeared. Absolute probability. Through the introduction from the voice just now in his mind, Yi Yang understood a bit. It means that whenever he encounters something related to probability, he will succeed. Perhaps this means that if he wants to enhance equipment, whether the success rate is 100 or 1, he will absolutely succeed once. Absolute probability is undeniably powerful. After all, it's an online game. Setting other things aside, monster drops and equipment are definitely related to probability. Moreover, Yi Yang just learned from the official game website that the drop rate for ordinary monsters is only 0.001, which is a 1 in 10,000 chance. If this absolute probability is true, that means each monster will drop all of its items. Monster materials, equipment, rare items. Anyway, just try entering the game. Seeing the countdown on the game pod had reached 11 seconds, with only 11 seconds left, Yi Yang lay down inside the game pod, waiting to enter the game. A few seconds later, As the countdown ended, the world before Yi Yang's eyes suddenly changed. After a long moment, he realized he had arrived in a vast and solemn hall. In front of him, a transparent blue light screen appeared, displaying a character image clearly his current appearance. Ding! Welcome to World Dominator. Please confirm your game name. Beacon Fire. Thinking slightly, Yi Yang confirmed his own name. He originally wanted to use his real name, but that would be too conspicuous. Who uses their real name to play games? B. Creation successful, please now choose your profession. The system prompt finished, and in front of Yi Yang appeared 4 extremely realistic holographic images. From left to right, a total of 4 images. Chapter 2 locked. 100% success rate. A warrior holding a greatsword, head held high. A mage dressed in robes, holding a dazzling and magnificent staff. An archer with a stern gaze, carrying a longbow slung over the shoulder. And an assassin clad entirely in black, as if hidden within the darkness. Needless to say, these are definitely the 4 basic classes in World Dominator. Warrior, Mage, Archer, Assassin. Before entering the game, Yi Yang focused on researching the introduction and characteristics of the classes. The warrior has a sturdy body and impressive output capabilities. In gaming terms, it means a balance between offense and defense without any weaknesses. He naturally has no outstanding strengths either. Mages possess extraordinary long-range attacks and astonishing single-target and area of effect spell bursts, but despite their high damage, they have worrying agility and a fragile physique. In other words, constitution and agility are major weaknesses for mages. Especially agility. In addition, the mage's base damage far exceeds that of the other 3 major classes. According to the official website, the mage also has a shared talent that is quite impressive. It has a base damage calculation ratio 15 times higher than the other 3 classes, and an absolute hit chance, but spell skills cannot trigger critical hits. In other words, warriors, archers, and assassins, the 3 major classes can deal 100 damage with 100 attack points, and a critical hit deals 200 damage. With the same 100 attack points, a mage can directly deal 150 damage. But spell skills will never trigger critical hits. This is indeed a trap, but it is also a setting that takes care of non-lucky players. However, what mages have always pursued is stable and extremely high base damage, not exciting critical hits. Just like wizards in the Western fantasy world. Proud and stern in appearance, yet hiding an extraordinary control over their own spirit. Absolutely no room for error is the pursuit and aspiration of a mage. Therefore, mages possess absolute accuracy and have cancelled spell critical hits. It must be said that without the support of certain equipment and skills, no matter how strong a mage's conscious operation is, they cannot fully exert their power. Even a clever housewife can't cook without rice. The archer stands out quite prominently. With excellent attack speed, high critical hit rate, and critical damage bonuses, the skills also include numerous controls like slow, bonds, and stun. Highly skilled players can even eliminate enemies through flexible and varied guerrilla movements. However, just like the mage, although the archer doesn't have an agility weakness, his physique is equally concerning. Even more fragile than the mage. However, compared to the mage, the archer has a weakness that isn't exactly a weakness, which is the skill range. The casting range of a mage is far greater than that of an archer, but the mage's lack of extreme burst damage also theoretically gives the archer a chance to get close. Therefore, this is truly a profession that people both love and hate. A highly skilled archer can even kill you right in front of you without you being able to touch them at all. And the assassin's advantage is very obvious. Assassins have an extremely high skill burst mechanism. For example, at the same skill level, warriors or archers might deal 100 points of damage. In assassin skills, the bonus could be as high as 200, 300, or even more. Therefore, at the same skill level, assassins can deal damage several times higher than other classes. But the drawback is that assassins rarely have area of effect skills, or basically none at all. In other words, assassins basically cannot deal AoE damage. After using a full combo of skills, if they cannot kill the enemy instantly, during the skill cooldown period, they are basically a sitting target. It is obvious that this class is specifically designed to counter mages and archers. Moreover, without a large amount of money to support their equipment and skills, an assassin without gear finds it extremely difficult to achieve an instant kill. Not to mention dealing several times the damage of others. Looking at the 4 major classes in front of him, Yi Yang fell into a brief contemplation. If it weren't for the talent called absolute probability in his mind just seconds before entering the game, he might have chosen to be an archer based on his excellent gaming skills. After all, in his previous life, he was a LOL game streamer with formidable skills. Reaction time below a second is basically a piece of cake. But now, I choose to be a mage. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yang confirmed his profession. So far, Yi Yang still doesn't know whether his so-called absolute probability is real or not. But no matter what, he has to give it a try. Under the absolute probability, although mages don't have spell critical hits, with a high base damage, once his equipped skills far surpass others, he can take on 10, 100, or even 10,000 by himself. To truly hold the gate alone against thousands, only a mage can achieve this. In the mid to late stages, with ultra-wide skill effects and ultra-long-range casting, mages can completely annihilate all enemies while standing still. Theoretically, archers can do this too, but their area of effect skills have limited range, nowhere near the vast area of mages. Moreover, the later the stage, as the mage's mana attribute continuously strengthens, the casting range will also keep expanding. As skill levels increase, damage and the area of effective skills will also gradually expand. With equipment and skill formation far surpassing others, a mage can casually cast a low-level firewall skill to block hundreds or even thousands of people from getting close. Mages may need some protection in the early stages. However, as long as there is absolute equipment dominance, except for extremely decisive and delicate assassins, no matter how many come, they are no match for the mage even without protection. The archer can only rely on flexible and varied movement skills to shoot and kill enemies. This is the only and biggest difference between mages and archers. After confirming the profession, a sacred white light descended in the solemn hall. A few seconds later, the white light disappeared, and when Yi Yang sought his body, he already had a simple gray robe added. A wooden staff suddenly appeared in my hand, though I had no idea when it got there. Novice robe. Health points, 10. Description: the novice robe gifted to you by the world's sovereign emperor after successfully creating your game character. Beginner's wooden staff. Magic power, 1. Description: the beginner's wooden staff gifted to you by the great emperor, the ruler of the world, after successfully creating your game character. Since it's beginner equipment, Yi Yang didn't have much hope for it. This thing at most serves as a decoration or a means to cover up. Relying on such an item to boost attributes is undoubtedly foolish. At the very least, it should be a novice weapon dropped by monsters in the beginner village to be handy enough to use. What he wants to see most right now is his own attribute panel. Name manhwa. Level 0. Experience 050. Status HP 110, MP 110. Attribute Strength 5, Magic 6, Constitution 5, Agility 5. Talent Absolute Probability. Skill Fireball. Absolute probability: with your lucky fate, no matter how low the chance of the challenge is, you will absolutely succeed. No need to fear the so-called probabilities, go ahead boldly. Effect: all probabilities are locked at 100%. There really is. After excitedly finishing reading his attribute list, Yi Yang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If the voice in his mind hadn't clearly explained the meaning of absolute probability, then this talent effect perfectly illustrated its function. All probabilities are locked at 100. In other words, his current drop rate is 100, the enhancement success rate is 100, and it's even possible that the chance to trigger those hidden special missions is also 100. Yi Yang doesn't care about hidden missions. Just the 100 drop rate for equipment and items is enough to support his mage profession to rise quickly, achieving complete dominance in equipment and skills. Your character has been successfully created. Do you want to officially enter the game? Just as Yi Yang was thinking about his infinitely bright future, the system prompt sounded. Enter. Chapter 3, Extremely High Damage Bonus. The scenery before his eyes gradually became vague and faded. When his vision cleared again, Yi Yang found himself in a picturesque village. You have been transported to Novice Village number 888, Xingshui Village. The village lives up to its name. Upon arriving at this village, Yi Yang saw green mountains and clear water all around, and even the air was extremely fresh. It was far from comparable to the smog and exhaust fumes in the city. Ha, newbie village number 888, what an awesome number. Is there any luck bonus? I have many years of online gaming experience, warrior specialization, can tank and deal damage, looking for a professional team. Does anyone know where to get newbie quests? I couldn't find them on the official website. Looking for a cool guy to guide me, send photos in private chat. 300 gold to buy beginner weapons, 200 gold to buy beginner equipment, as many as you want. Recruiting at Juxianzhuang, forming teams to farm monsters and fight bosses. Beginner quests, anyone up for doing 10 together? The map area channel in the beginner village is filled with requests for team-ups and help. There are even merchants, or wealthy players, collecting goods and gold coin messages. Alright, I'll go take on the beginner quest. I have to say, having researched some official website information in advance has been a huge help to Yi Yang now. At first glance, I saw a man sitting on a wooden stake next to the entrance of the beginner village, wearing tattered clothes. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Friend, I am indeed facing some difficulties right now. The crops in the village have recently been disturbed by a group of wild boars. Could you help me clear out some wild boars? Ding, do you accept the task to kill 10 wild boars? Task reward, 100 experience, 10 silver coins. Confirmed acceptance. Although Yi Yang was eager to try out his 100% critical hit rate, even a mosquito is still meat. Accepting a task doesn't take much time and there are extra rewards. Arriving at the outskirts of the newbie village, Yi Yang indeed saw a group of wild boars damaging the crops in the fields. Wild boar. Level 1. Health 10. Attack 2. Possible drops: beginner weapon, pork. Yi Yang glanced at the wild boar's attributes. A standard level 1 wild monster. Although the wild boar can drop pork and beginner weapons, Yi Yang had already checked this on the official website. For ordinary wild monsters to drop equipment, if your luck is average, it's only 0.01%, that is, 1 in 10,000. Elite wild monsters are approximately at 0.01, which is 1 in 1,000. Boss monsters are around 1, and unique domain bosses are about 3,050. Domain level bosses are stronger than regular boss monsters, usually commanding the entire monster map they are in, and they are unique. For example, in the beginner outskirts, there is a super strong level 10 domain boss called the venomous crocodile. However, no matter how strong the boss is, there will be a day when it is killed by players. Although players do not have intuitive attributes like monsters, such as attack power, defense, or attack speed, players still have the 4 basic attributes: strength, magic, constitution, agility. In addition to the 5 attribute points rewarded at each level up for the 4 main attributes, equipment also provides a huge boost. For example, Yi Yang's novice wooden staff has a boost of 1 point in the magic power attribute. Strength is related to physical damage. Magic power is related to spell damage and mana. Constitution is related to health points. As for defense, after being attacked, the constitution attribute itself becomes the defense attribute. In theory, the higher the constitution, the higher the defense, but it is not as directly reflected in defense as health points are. For example, if Yi Yang takes 100 points of damage and has 50 points of constitution, the final damage received will only be 50. Agility, related to attack speed and movement speed. Special attributes such as critical hit rate, critical hit effect, physical and magical penetration, etc., can only be increased later when equipment can be inlaid with specific gems. For example, the Crimson Jade gem for critical hits, the Flame gem for physical penetration, and the Moonlight gem for magical penetration. Of course, there are also various gems that increase physical damage, magical damage, or defense. Fireball. Skill description: lock onto a target and release a fireball, dealing damage equal to x1 magic power. Cooldown, 0 seconds. Casting range, 100. Skill cost, 5 mana. Skill level, 1. Skill experience, 0-1. Fireball is an innate ranged skill of the mage. Warrior, assassin, and archer are the 3 main classes, naturally equipped only with basic attacks. When upgrading skills, Yi Yang only knows that skill points are needed, and skill points can only be obtained with a chance from elite monsters, bosses, and domain-level boss monsters. Elite monsters reward 1 skill point for every 10 defeated. Boss monsters reward 5 skill points each. The only domain-level boss, with a 0.01% chance, rewards 10 skill points. There aren't many elite-level monsters to begin with, and such a touching drop rate makes every single skill point even more precious. And a casting range of 100 is equivalent to 100 meters. At this distance, archers simply cannot compare. They only have a basic attack range of 20 meters. In other words, from over 100 meters away, Yi Yang is fully capable of launching effective attacks before the archers get close to him. By the time they approach him, they are basically all dead. However, the mage's drawback is also very obvious. Without equipment support, once caught by archers, assassins, or warriors in close combat, there is no doubt that serious trouble will occur. Fireball. A fist-sized fireball condensed on the staff in Yi Yang's hand. With a gentle swing, the fireball rushed toward the wild boar. 9. Single-digit damage floated above the wild boar's head. Mages have a natural 15 times damage multiplier, so what should have been 6 points of damage became 9 points. If it were another class, it would definitely have been only 6 points of damage. Sensing danger, the wild boar turned its head with a murderous aura. But when it turned its head, it saw another fireball. 9. 2 fireball spells cleanly and decisively killed the wild boar. Yi Yang stepped forward to take a look and sure enough, 2 items were dropped. Ding, you gained 5x experience. Ding, you obtained 1x pork. Ding, you obtained 1x staff. Pork is just a junk material, worth 5 silver coins when sold to the beginner village, nothing special. In World Dominator, the exchange rate between gold, silver, and copper coins is 110, and the exchange rate with real currency is 1 gold coin for 1 unit of real currency. That is to say, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1 unit of currency. Staff. Level 1. Magic power 5. Description: an ordinary staff with a small amount of magic power bonus. A 5-point magic power bonus is 5 times that of my current accessory. Yi Yang took out the staff and equipped it in his equipment slot. The original magic attribute of only 6 points immediately became 10 points. Isn't this drop rate just too awesome? With 10 points of magic, and considering the mage's 15x damage multiplier, Yi Yang can now directly deal 15 points of damage. The wild boar only has 10 health points, so it can be instantly killed. Fireball. 15. A flash of firelight, and another wild boar falls to the ground. Ding, you gained 5 experience points. Ding, you obtained 1 pork. Ding, you have obtained Iron Sword X1. This time, Yi Yang's luck wasn't that good, he got an iron sword instead of a staff. But it doesn't matter, he already has the weapon he needs. This basic weapon can be sold to others, which is also a source of income. At this stage, World Dominator has just launched, and with an extremely low drop rate of 1 in 10,000, a beginner's weapon, even if it doesn't cost thousands, is at least worth 3 to 400 gold coins. 3 to 400 gold coins, converted to RMB, is about 3 to 400 yuan. Just casually casting a fireball, in a matter of seconds, brings in 3 to 400 yuan. If others saw this, wouldn't they be insanely jealous? 15. 15. 15. Without hesitation, Yi Yang stood still and unleashed the fireball spell endlessly at the wild boars ravaging the crops. Wild boars fell to the ground one after another, dozens of novice weapons floating in mid-air, shimmering with the glow of a 1-hour item protection mechanism. Ding, you have obtained Iron Sword X1. Ding, you have obtained Staff X1. Ding, you have obtained Dagger X1. Ding, you have obtained. Tirelessly picking up the novice equipment on the ground, Yi Yang finally realized that he had already exceeded the requirements of the first novice task. Task progress, kill 3110 wild boars. Task status, completed. A 100% drop rate is really awesome. After a long time, Yi Yang realized he had already killed more than 30 wild boars. If it weren't for the 50-slot backpack almost being full, Yi Yang might have been able to kill 50 wild boars without even noticing. It's time to turn in the quest and clean up these weapons on the way. This should bring in tens of thousands of gold coins, right? 31 wild boars, Yi Yang uncovered 31 weapons. There are also other scattered pork materials. Not only that, each wild boar gives 5 experience points, which has already raised Yi Yang from level 0 to level 2. Name manhwa. Level 2. Experience 10200. Free attributes 10. Boom. 15. Another fireball was thrown, and Yi Yang gained 5 more experience points. However, the wild boar had already become boring to Yi Yang. Now, he could completely try out higher level monsters. But with 10 free attribute points available now, he needed to use them first. Later, he would also deal with the weapons in his backpack that were useless to him. Without further ado, Yi Yang directly put all the points into magic power. At this moment, Yi Yang's attributes had greatly changed. Name manhwa. Level 2. Experience 20200. Status HP 120, MP 250. Attribute Strength 7, Magic 22, Constitution 7, Agility 7. Weapon Wooden Staff. Equipment none. Talent Absolute Probability. Skill Fireball. 1 point of Constitution adds 10 points of health, 1 point of magic adds 10 points of mana, and with each level up, every attribute increases by 1 point. All 10 free attribute points are added to the magic attribute, and the beginner weapon also has a 5-point magic attribute boost, bringing his magic attribute directly to 22 points. A high amount of magic power made Yi Yang's magic points far exceed twice his health points. However, as a spellcaster, he no longer had to worry about running out of mana. On the contrary, for archers, if magic power is added, their magic points become extremely scarce. Since magic damage is useless to archers, adding magic power becomes very redundant. Does anyone know where to pick up the newbie quest? I couldn't find it on the official website. I have many years of experience in online games, specializing in warrior, able to tank and fight, looking for a professional team. Looking for a skilled guy to guide me, send photos in private chat. Buying beginner weapons for 300 gold, beginner equipment for 200 gold, as many as you have. Is there anyone who can give me something? Just returned to the beginner village, Yi Yang once again saw the lively activity on the map channel. However, he did find some useful information. The merchant who was buying beginner weapons and equipment earlier is still broadcasting. His level is still 1, which shows he hasn't gone out to fight monsters at all. But these have nothing to do with Yi Yang. He currently has 31 useless weapons. Just in time to sell all these items in his backpack before handing in the newbie quest. Wait. Yi Yang suddenly thought of something. Right now, beginner weapons and equipment are in high demand. If I just buy them directly, wouldn't that be a loss? Moreover, it's not only the merchants who are buying, casual players also need weapons to arm themselves. In fact, even the big guilds are willing to pay high prices to buy them. Thinking of this, Yi Yang smirked and immediately set up a stall on the ground. A large quantity of beginner weapons for all classes, 350 gold coins each. Yi Yang only shouted once in the map channel. A large number of weapons? What a joke! With such a low drop rate in World Dominator, and the server only being open for a few minutes, even if you're lucky, getting one weapon is already impressive. Forget it, let us go check it out first. As expected, this line about a large number of weapons really attracted a lot of people to gather around Yi Yang's stall. Over 30 weapons, and there are even warrior ones. Damn, I'm still carrying that dagger with 1 strength from the starter pack, 350 gold each isn't expensive at all, I'll buy it. So jealous, this one stall must be worth nearly 10,000 bucks, right? Exactly, I'm so jealous. Friend, 350 gold coins is a bit expensive, isn't it? How about 300 gold coins? Many people gathered around Yi Yang, including quite a few merchants wanting to discuss the price. 350 gold coins isn't expensive, right? I've already sold several weapons at this price. If you change the price now, won't that make me look bad in front of others? Yi Yang shrugged. Just kidding, although the beginner weapon doesn't last long, 350 gold coins really isn't expensive, okay? Besides, how could Yi Yang not know that if he bought it for 300 gold coins, he would turn around and sell it for how much? The one who offered 300, with the game nickname by Yue, the merchant gritted his teeth. Yi Yang was right, it had only been a minute or two since setting up the stall, and already 6 or 7 weapons were gone. 5 clearing miscellaneous goods, earning over 10,000 in half an hour. Bai Yue bit her lip in hesitation. Each weapon is worth 50 more gold coins, with more than 20 of them, that's over 1,000 gold coins extra. But there was no way around it after all, Yi Yang had a lot of goods. Besides, she wasn't buying for herself, but for the people in the guild. The Bai Yue guild was where she belonged. The guild leader gave her 100,000 gold coins, asking her to collect as many beginner weapons and equipment as possible. But she had been shouting in the newbie village for almost half an hour. There were still 23 weapons left on Yi Yang's stall in front of her. If she bought them all and quickly armed her guild members, she could strengthen her people faster and suppress other guilds. Stomping her foot in frustration, she had no other choice. Time is experience and level. Alright, 350 gold coins it is. I'll take all the remaining 23 weapons you have at this stall. Oh, thank you. I didn't expect you to offer 700 gold coins. I really appreciate it. Yi Yang said with a smile, not agreeing to sell directly but saying something so strange. 700 gold coins? Are you kidding me? Bai Yue also got anxious. When did I ever say I would pay 700 gold coins for a weapon? I'm not joking with you, you said it yourself. Yi Yang smiled slightly. You just said it, 350 gold coins is 350 gold coins, right? Yeah, so what? Bai Yue thought for a moment and nodded. See, that's right. These 350 gold coins, plus these 350 gold coins, isn't that 700 gold coins? Yi Yang said with a mischievous smile. Put. How can you be like this? Bai Yue angrily started stomping her feet again. Yi Yang also began to feel a bit strange. Why is Bai Yue so effeminate? Could she actually be a woman? But she was wearing a set of novice armor, and the initial novice outfit had no gender distinction, so it was impossible to tell from her physique. However, her game name and the 2 big eyes peeking out from the helmet were quite lively. Forget it. Bai Yue bit her silver teeth. 700 gold coins it is. Just as she was about to say the next words, she stopped herself from speaking. Oh my god, almost made a slip of the tongue and said 1,400 gold coins instead. Alright, I agree to your 700 gold coins, but I have a condition. Bai Yue said. Go ahead. Yi Yang shrugged indifferently. Where did you get all this equipment? You have to tell me. Bai Yue asked. Gat? Yi Yang was a bit surprised. All of this was dropped, you know. I'm not like you, I have no interest in being a merchant. You got them all that quickly? Bai Yue was a bit shocked. What a joke, the server has only been open for half an hour, and you've gotten over 30 pieces of equipment. Who are you trying to fool? Besides, during this half hour, he even chatted with me for more than 10 minutes. If you don't believe me, fine. I still have a task to complete. Bye. Yi Yang was too lazy to bother with her and walked straight towards the task NPC. No. Bai Yue hurriedly chased after him. Okay, I'll believe you this once. Let us just say you really did get it. But can you promise me that you'll sell me any equipment you get from now on? If you agree, I'll pay 700 gold coins to buy all the equipment you have left. Yi Yang thought for a moment. Sure, I sell to whoever I want. Indeed, he would sell to anyone, and if he could get a high price from Bai Yue, why not? Alright. After saying that, Bai Yue sent a trade request to Yi Yang. Yi Yang put all his equipment up, and Bai Yue did not go back on her word. For 24 weapons, at 700 each, totaling 16,800 gold coins, she directly put up 17,000. Ding, you have successfully traded with player Bai Yue. You lost Iron Sword X8. You lost Dagger X3. You lost Wooden Bow X6. You have received 17,000 gold coins. Thanks a lot. Seeing the credit in his account, Yi Yang felt happy. Bai Yue, also carrying more than 20 weapons, went to find her guild leader Bai Yufuku. President, look. Opening the private chat window with Bai Yue directly sent over the more than 20 weapons she had just received. Wow, is this for real? Bai Yufu couldn't quite believe it, staring intently with her big eyes at the weapon attributes in the private chat window. Without a doubt, all these more than 20 weapons are genuine. That's amazing, she actually managed to receive so much equipment in such a short time, and all of it are the most important weapons. Of course it's true. Bai Yue's face showed a trace of pride, but it quickly faded. It was just that she spent a bit more money and got ripped off by a dishonest merchant who charged me 700 gold coins for a single weapon. It's okay, it's okay. Bai Yufu kept shaking her head. At this stage, receiving weapons is already great news. For Bai Yue to get so many weapons, it's practically a miracle. Don't say 700 gold coins, even 1000 gold coins, she would be willing. Now the sisters in our guild can level up faster. By the way, have you added that merchant as a friend? Bai Yufu suddenly asked. Hee, guild leader sister, I know what you're thinking. I've already made an agreement with him that he will sell us his future equipment, as long as he still has such good character. Bai Yue chuckled secretly. You're so naughty. Bai Yufuki scolded with a smile, but there was no real blame in her tone. The members of the Bai Yuga guild were all girls. Compared to those men who were naturally talented in online games, their girls' progress in was naturally a bit slower than other guilds. For example, on the guild leaderboard, the guild rank 7 is clearly ahead of them. They are only ranked 8, so they have to desperately spend money to quickly improve their strength, so that the sisters won't be suppressed by high-ranking guilds like. If there is such a large and stable supplier, even if it really costs 1000 gold coins for a single weapon, she would be willing. 6 group damage skill, explosive fireball. Completed 10 novice tasks of wild boars, Yi Yang's level 4 experience directly reached halfway. Although dozens of pork are worthless, there is also an income of dozens of gold coins. Even a mosquito is meat. Friend, you are really amazing. The man sitting on the wooden stake had a hint of excitement on his face, as if he had something to say. Because of the wild boar strangling outside the village, many villagers were injured. But fortunately, now you just need to help me collect some dog skins and herbs, and we can make the medicine ourselves. Friend, can you help us collect some dog skins and herbs? Ding, accept task, collect dog skins x30, herbs x10. Task reward, 800 experience points, 100 gold coins. Confirmed acceptance. Yi Yang nodded. Mad dogs are level 3 monsters, definitely smaller in size compared to wild boars. But their fearless madness and pack behavior make the mad dog's attack power much higher. Moreover, most novice players simply do not dare to solo fight mad dogs, especially melee classes like assassins and warriors. Because mad dogs live in groups of 3 to 5, once one is attacked, it will trigger the aggro of the other mad dogs. A slight mistake can cost a large amount of health and mana potions, or even result in death in this area. Mad dog. Level 3. Health 30. Attack 10. Skill, bite. Droppable items, skill books, beginner equipment, dog skin. There are even skill books? Seeing the drops from the level 3 dog, Yi Yang got a bit excited. After all, a mage still needs many skills to truly be considered a real mage. Although Ye Yang's current fireball skill is quite powerful, having more skills would surely further enhance his strength. Moreover, the drop rate of skill books is even lower than that of equipment. After all, a skill can accompany a player for a lifetime, but equipment can only be replaced as levels increase. A level 1 novice set made of gold is no better than a level 10 basic set of equipment. That's the principle. Precisely because of this, the value of a skill book is almost 2 to 3 times, or even higher, the price of an equipment of the same level. Fireball. 33. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly cast Fireball at a mad dog. 22 points of mana plus 15 times damage bonus, 33 points of damage, just enough to instantly kill a mad dog with 30 health. 33. 33. 33. 3 or 4 fireballs trailing tails were thrown out by Yang Yu almost simultaneously. The pack of 4 mad dogs hadn't even reacted before they were all instantly killed by Yi Yang. However, even if they could react, with a casting distance of 100 meters, Yi Yang could easily eliminate them before they reached him. Moreover, the fireball spell has no cooldown time theoretically. As long as his hand speed is fast enough, he can unleash multiple fireballs within a second. As for Yi Yang, in his previous life he was a highly skilled LOL pro streamer, with reaction speeds under a second being just an everyday occurrence. Ding, you have gained 20 experience points. Ding, you have gained 20 experience points. Ding, you have gained 20 experience points. For mad dogs also provided Yi Yang with 80 experience points, just 10 points short of reaching level 3. However, many items dropped on the ground. Ding, you have obtained dog skin x4. The 4 dog skins were just quest items, and Yi Yang picked them up directly. Ding, you have obtained headscarf x1. Ding, you have obtained iron armor x1. Hemp headscarf. Level 1. Life 20. Except for a headscarf that is a cloth armor usable by mages, the rest are heavy armor for warriors or equipment for other classes. A base bonus of 20 health points can make Yi Yang's presence a bit more solid. Without hesitation, put it on directly. There are still a few skill books on the ground. Ding, you have obtained the warrior skill book, Horizontal Sword Strike. Ding, you have obtained the assassin skill book, Backstab. Ding, you have obtained the Mage skill book, Exploding Fireball. Ding, you have obtained the Assassin skill book, Backstab. The 100% drop rate effect of absolute probability is not limited to equipment and materials. Any droppable item from monsters will be locked at a 100% drop rate. High-value skill books are, of course, included as well. Fortunately, among the 4 monsters, one finally dropped a Mage skill. As for the others, Yi Yang didn't pay much attention to them. Explosive Fireball. Skill description: lock onto a target and release an explosive fireball, dealing damage equal to 13 times the magic power to an area within 10 meters around the target. Cooldown time, 2 seconds. Casting range, 102. Skill cost, 10 mana. Skill level, 1. Skill experience, 0-1. After learning the skill, Yi Yang took a look at the description of the explosive fireball. Very powerful. This is actually an area of effect skill. Although it has a 2-second cooldown, its high damage makes up for it. With damage equal to 13 times the magic power, it can increase his original 33 points of damage to 43 points. Moreover, the 10-meter explosion radius is just enough to instantly kill a pack of rabid dogs living together. Placed within the 102-meter casting range. Yi Yang had previously learned from the official website that a mage's casting distance increases with the increase of the magic power attribute. Every 10 points of magic power increases the casting range by 1 meter. Yi Yang now has 22 points in the magic power attribute, so the casting range naturally increased from the base 100 to 102. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Yang was determined to choose the mage profession. By the late game, or even the very late game, a mage with tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 points in the magic power attribute, combined with auxiliary skills like Eagle Eye or Radiant Light, can easily strike down enemies from tens of thousands of meters away. Moreover, with the huge skill effect range of late-game mages, taking on thousands of enemies single-handedly is not just empty talk. However, Yi Yang is only level 2 now, so the effect is not that obvious yet. However, the newly acquired area attack skill, Explosive Fireball, has already begun to show the rudimentary form of a mage. For example, right now in front of Yi Yang, there is a pack of 6 feral dogs living together. 7 elite monsters, Furious Dogs. Explosive Fireball. 43, 42, 43, 44. Explosive Fireball. 43, 45, 44, 41. Ding, you killed a rabid dog and gained 20 experience. Ding, you killed a rabid dog and gained 20 experience. Ding, you killed a rabid dog and gained 20 experience. In less than half an hour, Yi Yang found 4 or 5 packs of rabid dogs. The skill books were still the same skill books, but the equipment had become much more substantial. With a 100% item drop rate, Yi Yang's 9 pieces of equipment were only missing 1 piece, the hemp leggings, to complete the full set. If this were an ordinary player, let alone completing the set, just getting a weapon or a piece of equipment before leaving the newbie village would be enough to get excited. 001. To be able to drop equipment with a 1 in 10,000 drop rate, if word got out, it would be something to brag about for a whole year. Even Yi Yang himself, if he did not have. Hemp cloth jacket. Level 1. Health 30. Constitution 1. Hemp cloth lower garment. Level 1. Health 30. Constitution 2. Hemp gloves. Level 1. Health 20. Hemp shoes. Level 1. Health 20. Grass ring. Level 1. Magic power 2. Grass chain. Level 1. Magic power 3. It wasn't until Yi Yang, almost out of magic points, reluctantly sat down to recover mana that he noticed he had actually obtained 2 green quality pieces of equipment. A dual attribute, hemp shirt, and hemp pants. Including the previous, hemp headscarf, and wooden staff, these 8 pieces of equipment allowed Yi Yang's attributes to rise without limit. Name Beacon Fire. Level 4. Experience 9202000. Status Health 270, Mana 320. Attribute Strength 9, Magic 29, Constitution 12, Agility 9. Weapon Wooden Staff. Equipment Linen Headscarf, Linen Shirt, Linen Pants, Linen Gloves, Linen Shoes. Accessories Grass Ring, Grass Necklace. Talent Absolute Probability. Skills Fireball, Exploding Fireball. Free Attribute 10. The attribute panel is finally not so empty anymore. Seeing the attribute panel filled with equipment skills, Yi Yang felt a small sense of satisfaction in his heart. After clearing 4 groups of mad dog monsters, Yi Yang's level directly jumped to level 4, gaining 10 attribute points. Without hesitation, he still chose to add them to the magic power attribute. In this way, Yi Yang's magic value increased to 420, and his mana also reached 39 points. If he uses Exploding Fireball again now, his damage will increase from the original 43 to 76 points. That's almost double the amount. He only needs a few more of the 30 required dog skin materials for the quest to have enough. However, Yi Yang didn't care too much about these. Because he was still missing a piece of hemp leggings, he just needed to find 1 or 2 packs of mad dogs, and while completing the task requirements, he could also get a hemp leggings of his own. Continuing forward, after passing a small hill covered in green grass, Yi Yang finally spotted a den of pack-living mad dogs. But when he was about 70 or 80 meters away from the mad dogs, Yi Yang suddenly noticed that something seemed off about this pack. In terms of number, there were nearly 10 of these mad dogs. Among them, there was also a mad dog monster with dark purple fur all over its body, and its size was much larger than the average mad dog. Fury dog. Rank, elite level. Level, 5. Health, 100. Attack, 30. Skills, Frenzy, Rage, Bite. Droppable items, Level 5 skill book, novice weapon, novice equipment, dog skin, canine tooth. Description: a mutated breed of the Mad Dog clan, the frenzied dog possesses higher damage and speed. It has injured many villagers in Qingshui village, but no one has been able to deal with it. If someone could kill it and bring its canine tooth to the village chief, there might be some kind of reward. Elite level monster. Just seeing the monster's name, Yi Yang couldn't take his eyes off it. Elite level monsters not only drop more equipment and items, but they also represent skill points. According to the official website introduction of World Dominator, skill points are only dropped by monsters of elite level and above. Skill points are the only way to upgrade skills. They can make skills more powerful. Now Yi Yang already has 2 skills. Undoubtedly, if he can get some skill points from the frenzied dog and use them to upgrade his AoE skill, Explosive Fireball, it will definitely greatly enhance his monster farming ability and speed. Moreover, the frenzied dog is a level 5 monster. It is very likely to drop level 5 equipment. If it can really drop, that would be awesome. No hesitation. Yi Yang chose to step back a few paces. When the distance was nearly stretched to the 100-meter casting range edge, intense flames directly condensed on his wooden staff. Exploding Fireball. The main target was directly locked onto the elite monster, the frenzied dog. Boom! A large number of damage figures popped up. 63, 79, 75, 77, 78, 76. Except for the frenzied dog, all 9 mad dogs surrounding it were killed. And it, although having some defense, only has less than 40 health points left. 8 level 2 skill, Explosive Fireball. The furious dog didn't even know what was going on and had already lost more than half of its health. Moreover, its comrades around it were mysteriously dying, which made it even angrier. Fireball. Before it could react, another fist-sized fireball flew at it from 100 meters away. Frenzied Assault. No longer hesitating, the Ragehound unleashed his active state skill. Movement speed 10 for 3 seconds. With a faint dark purple glow, the Ragehound hurriedly dodged to the side. However, 43. The Mage's skills all have absolute accuracy. Not to mention it can react in time, it can also move. Even if it dodges to the ends of the earth, the fireball will keep following it, like a modern version of a homing missile, until it hits. Unless the defense of the furious dog has greatly exceeded Yi Yang's spell damage, able to completely negate the damage it receives, it can only obediently accept its death. Ding! You have killed an elite monster, Furious Dog. Gain 300 experience points, 50 gold coins, 1 skill point. As the system notification sounded, the furious dog finally fell to the ground, turning into a pile of equipment and items. Ding! You have obtained the furious dog's fong. Ding! You have obtained dog skin. Ding! You have obtained burlap leggings. Ding! You have obtained pine staff. Ding! You have obtained Mage skill book Flame Technique. Hemp leggings. Level 1. Health 20. Yi Yang just glanced at it and directly equipped the last piece of this hemp outfit. Green pine staff. Level 5. Mana 13. Description: a wooden staff carefully crafted from green pine wood, providing a small boost to mana. 13 points of magic attribute bonus. Seeing the 13 points of magic attribute on the level 5 green pine staff, Yi Yang was excited. This piece of equipment has 8 more points of magic than his wooden staff. Now, his output capability can become even higher. After equipping the green pine staff, Yi Yang's magic power increased from 39 points to 47 points. Next, there is a level 5 skill book. Flame Technique. Skill description: passive skill. With this skill, you can increase your magic attribute by 0.2 times. Learning level 5. Skill level 1. Skill experience 0.1. 2x, which means it can increase by 20, but you need to be level 5 to learn it. Although an increase of 20 is not much, it should be noted that Flame Technique is a passive skill. It has no cost at all. Once you reach level 5 and learn it, you can permanently increase your magic attribute by 20 without any expense. This basically equates to increasing the damage of all your skills by 20. Moreover, Flame Technique can be upgraded, and as the level rises, the enhancement ratio will likely increase gradually. A little skill for mages in the early game. Glanced at my current experience points, which have already reached 14,002,000. Only 600 experience points away from leveling up to level 5. Not only can I equip the green pine staff, but I can also learn this little skill for mages. Thinking of this, Yi Yang felt a surge of excitement. However, he still had a few things to take care of now. Skill points available, 1. Seeing the lonely 1 skill point, Yi Yang felt a bit pitiful. Elite level monsters are not so easy to encounter. Even for Yi Yang, every skill point is precious and must not be wasted lightly. Add the skill point to the explosive fireball skill. After some consideration, Yi Yang still decided to add this first skill point to the explosive fireball. Firstly, the explosive fireball is currently his only area of effect damage skill. Enhancing it, whether it allows your AoE damage to increase again or the skill's effect range to expand, undoubtedly can quickly improve your efficiency in farming monsters. Ding, the explosive fireball has met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Just as you were thinking, the system prompt arrived. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Yi Yang confirmed directly. Ding, explosive fireball upgrade successful, current level, 2. The next second, the level 2 skill description of explosive fireball appeared directly in front of Yi Yang. Explosive fireball. Skill description: lock onto a target and release an explosive fireball, dealing spell damage equal to magic power 15 to all enemies within 20 meters around the target. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Casting range, 103. Skill cost, 10 mana. Skill level, 2. Skill experience, 0.5. The explosion radius of 10 meters has become 20 meters, doubling in size. Moreover, the spell damage, which was originally 13 times the magic power, has become 15 times. An upgrade in level not only increases the skill's effect range but also enhances its output capability. Awesome! Yi Yang originally thought that skill upgrades could only improve damage or effect range. He didn't expect both to be improved simultaneously. And the casting range increasing from 102 to 103 was something Yi Yang had anticipated long ago. Because his magic attribute had already reached 39 points, as long as he leveled up again and raised the magic attribute above 40 points, the casting range would continue to increase. These were all inevitable, and information Yi Yang had known for a long time, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But the upgrade of the exploding fireball still made him a bit eager to try out the skill-less effect. Not only that. Having killed more than 30 rabid dogs, Yi Yang also gained 33 skill books from other professions. Mage skill books, exploding fireball, a total of 4 books. Warrior skill books, horizontal sword strike, a total of 11 books. Assassin skill books, backstab, a total of 10 copies. Archery skill books, triple arrows, a total of 8 copies. There are also more than 30 pieces of beginner defensive equipment for the 4 classes, making this haul quite fruitful. Each skill book sells for at least 1,000 gold coins, and can even be higher. As for those level 1 defense equipment, Yi Yang probably had a rough idea in his mind. They were basically just over 200 gold coins, not quite 300 gold coins per piece. In other words, the skill books and equipment in Yi Yang's backpack now combined to bring in an income of 40,000 gold coins. It had been less than an hour since leaving the beginner village, and Yi Yang could already earn 40,000 gold coins. Even those big bosses probably wouldn't make much more than this, right? Required for the task, Dogskin 3430, Herb 010. Task status, incomplete. Glancing at the task just received, Yi Yang found that 10 more herbs needed to be collected. Herb. Level 3. Description: an ordinary medicinal herb grown by the elders outside Qingshui village. If you search carefully, you can definitely find it around the walls of Qingshui village. It was originally near the beginner village. Yi Yang gave a bitter smile. It seems that to complete this task, I need to backtrack and search around the beginner village. However, gathering tasks are not without experience. Each time you gather a herb or other item, you gain the same amount of experience as defeating a monster of that level. In other words, gathering level 3 herbs grants the same 20 experience points as killing a level 3 mad dog. After organizing his gains, Yi Yang headed towards the beginner village. 9 female archer with 100 favorability. Gathering herbs. 135-7298. Collection successful, obtained herb X1, experience X20. Arrived near the beginner village. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Yang had already collected 8 herbs. Only 2 more to go to complete the task. I have to say, gathering tasks are definitely much less troublesome than fighting monsters. Although mages might not feel it as much, especially melee classes would definitely prefer gathering tasks over dealing with monsters. Not only do they not consume health or mana, but they also gain the same amount of experience as fighting monsters of the same level. It's just that items like herbs are much scarcer than monsters, and they are not as concentrated when searching for them. Collecting herbs. 135. The 9th herb, Ye Yang continued to collect it with unwavering focus. However, just as he was about to finish, he suddenly heard a pleasant female voice from behind him. Not much, hello great master. Standing behind Yi Yang, a female archer wearing the basic tight leather armor said somewhat shyly. What's wrong? After successfully gathering the 9th herb, Yi Yang stood up and asked. However, upon seeing this female archer, Yi Yang inadvertently took a glance at her. Her long black hair reached her waist, cascading down like a waterfall behind her, fluttering in the wind. She wore a tight leather armor that highlighted her perfect figure. Perhaps in this era of face scanning, the seemingly delicate yet slightly agile female archer naturally carried an aura of 100% likability. The character images in World Dominator are almost 100% aligned with reality. Yi Yang had personally experienced this when he first created his character. However, it was also possible to make deliberate modifications. Well, if it's a girl, she might want to modify the parts of her body she's not satisfied with, right? Yi Yang thought to himself. Can I ask you for a favor? Help me kill a wild boar. As soon as she said that, the female archer shyly bent down, as if making a request. Wild boars? Yi Yang's gaze involuntarily shifted toward the nearby farmland. That group of level 1 wild boars ravaging the crops, some had already turned into white light, while others were still rampaging. With a slight smile, Yi Yang didn't hesitate much. It's just a simple favor. Being able to help such a beautiful girl is a responsibility every man should have. Moreover, it's just a wild boar. For Yi Yang, it's merely a matter of waving his magic staff. As for the consumption of magic, it's not really consumption at all. As long as the magic points are out of attack mode, they can recover 5 points per minute. In other words, after killing these few wild boars, he can gather herbs and then complete tasks to restore all the lost mana. Additionally, Yi Yang actually has a bit of a personal agenda. Unlike other typical large-scale online games, World Dominator is a hyper-realistic online game that affects the entire world. Not only in the Huaxia region, but across the whole world, from high-ranking officials and nobles to ordinary civilians, a massive number of people have joined it. The fact that 100 million game pods prepared before the launch of World Dominator were sold out in less than half a month is the best proof. Being able to show off in this game, that's the real showing off. So Yi Yang came mainly to test the newly upgraded skill effect of the explosive fireball, but more importantly, he wanted to quietly show off a bit to satisfy his own vanity. Men, after all, why do they work so hard? Isn't it just to show off? Moreover, being able to show off in front of a beautiful girl, anyone else wouldn't just give up such a great opportunity for nothing. But on the other hand, there is a reason why this female archer was able to find Yi Yang. Because, apart from Yi Yang, everyone else around her was busy killing monsters, either forming groups to slaughter wild boars or gathering a dozen people to form a squad to jointly attack the mad dog. Only Yi Yang was quietly gathering herbs here by himself. Intuitively, no matter which girl it was, she would inexplicably develop a liking for this kind of man. Moreover, everyone else was still wearing the initial clothes and weapons similar to hers, except for Yi Yang alone, who was equipped differently from the others. Powerful people always possess extraordinary charm. This is an eternal truth. After much thought, and also to complete the wild boar quest, the female archer decided to step forward and start a conversation with Yi Yang. Explosive fireball. Boom. 88, 87, 90, 89, 88. After forming the team, Yi Yang immediately unleashed an explosive fireball with one move, bombing the field of crops. Immediately, at least a dozen wild boars lay on the ground at the same time, turning into experience points for Yi Yang and that female archer. However, for some unknown reason, the dozen wild boars that Yi Yang instantly killed this time did not drop a single piece of equipment? Could it be because they were in a team? Yi Yang didn't think much about it, because the damage dealt by his explosive fireball almost scared the other players who were still fighting monsters in the farmland. Scared me to death. Who the hell is this, such high damage? Damn, luckily I have nearly 200 health, otherwise I would have almost died. Damn, I just got hit by a wild boar down to 80 health, didn't he even have time to heal, and then died. The players were all complaining. Yi Yang smiled awkwardly, then turned to the female archer and said, "Alright, I remember the newbie quest only requires 10 wild boars, right? Now it's all done." What are you thinking about? Yi Yang noticed that the female archer was still staring blankly at the patch of crops he had just bombarded. With no other choice, he called out to her again. Thank you, great God. The female archer bowed repeatedly, blinking apologetically as she expressed her apologies to Yi Yang. "These are the only 10 gold coins I have left. I don't know if it's enough. Master, please, you must accept them." As she spoke, she took out the 10 initial gold coins that came with the account from her backpack and gave them to Yi Yang. Yi Yang glanced at them and refused. "I don't need them. You keep them to buy some potions for yourself. I still have to continue doing quests." With that, Yi Yang stopped paying attention to her and continued searching for the next herb. "Great expert, you must add me as a friend. If you ever need my help next time, I will do my best to assist you." The female archer's face was very tense, clearly showing her determined attitude. She had helped him complete this beginner task, and in her heart, it felt like she owed Yi Yang a favor. Moreover, she even sent Yi Yang a friend request. "Alright then." Yi Yang shrugged and joked, "If I need help next time, I will definitely reach out to you. MMHM. The female archer nodded vigorously, her long black hair swaying with her little head. Ding, you have accepted Banri Chushia's friend request. Seeing the female archer's name, Yi Yang smiled faintly. The name sounds quite girlish. Without thinking too much about her name, Yi Yang found the last herb. Collecting herbs. 135-7298. Collection successful, obtained herb X1, experience X20. Invitation with a monthly salary of 200,000 in October. After collecting 10 herbs, his task was considered completely finished. The little incident with the female archer was quickly forgotten by Yi Yang. At this time, his experience had already reached 1,600 points, only 400 short of the 2,000 experience cap. With the items required for the quest, Yi Yang found the man sitting on the wooden stake in the novice village. Oh, my friend. The man sitting on the wooden stake held the dog skin and herbs that Yi Yang had brought, his face filled with excitement. You actually brought back these things, thank you so much. This is a reward for you, please be sure to accept it. Ding. You have gained 800 experience points. Ding. You have received 100 gold coins. Bang. The moment he received the task reward, a golden light shone down, and Yi Yang rose to level 5. As before, he once again allocated the 5 attribute points into magic. Moreover, he could now equip the green pine staff and learn the flame technique. This level up brought Yi Yang a power boost far beyond that of a typical upgrade. Name manhwa. Status Life 280, Magic 560. Attribute Strength 10, Magic 5320, Constitution 13, Agility 10. The green pine staff has 13 magic points, 8 points higher than the previous wooden staff. The upgrade automatically grants 1 inherent magic point and 5 free attribute points, allowing Yi Yang's original 39 magic points to soar directly to 53. Although the 20 magic power added by flame technique is not directly calculated into the panel attributes, if it were included, Yi Yang's magic power could even reach 64 points. In other words, if Yi Yang uses explosive fireball again now, hitting a wild boar with no defense, his damage can directly exceed 100, fluctuating around 140 points. Compared to the previous damage of less than 100 points, this is a direct increase of 50%. Because of this, his magic value has also exaggeratedly reached 560 points. Next, naturally, he would have to deal with the many equipment and skill books he now had in his hands. The player's initial backpack only had 50 compartments. Yi Yang's current equipment and skill books, if counted uniformly, were more than 60 pieces. The extra dozen or so pieces were in the player's temporary backpack. Once it was not dealt with, after going offline and coming back online again, the items in the temporary backpack would all disappear. Big sister, even if I beg you, just tell me where exactly Beacon God is, okay? I've told you several times, I really don't know. He just told me that he's going to sell me his equipment in the future. Besides, who am I to tell you where he is? If I don't ask for some information, the president of our Gathering of Virtues guild will kick me out of the guild. This is none of my business. Your Gathering of Virtues is still always against our White Rain Pavilion. I just know, I won't tell you. Just as Yi Yang was about to go to Bayuyu to sell his equipment skills, not far away from his side, some quarrel occurred. Originally Yi Yang did not want to bother. The game has just opened, some big guilds will fight for some leveling area friction. However, Yi Yang heard his name. Yi Yang heard his name, and the reason for the quarrel seemed to be because someone wanted to find him? With a little doubt, Yi Yang walked towards them. Ha! Bayuyu, so it's you? Walking up to the female player, Yi Yang realized that she was exactly the person he was looking for. This saved the day as well. Beacon God? Seeing Yi Yang, Bayuyu's eyes instantly lit up, like a group of pirates seeing treasure. Her eyes flashed with golden light. Are you here to find me to sell your equipment this time? Bayuyu inquired intimately. Of course. Yi Yang nodded, but what were you guys arguing about just now? It sounded like I was looking for me? Ignore him. Bayuyu's small mouth pouted, and she said with some unhappiness, he is a person from the Gathering of Virtues Villa, and our Bayou Pavilion can't get along with him. Moreover, he must also know that you have a good character and can often burst out equipment, so he came to find you. Bayuyu glanced at that person again in a bad mood. Don't even have to think about it, he must be robbing the equipment with our White Rain Pavilion. Oh. Yi Yang smiled faintly, since I promised you guys, I definitely won't go back on my word. Thank you, great God Beacon. Bayuyu smiled sweetly, you really are a man of honor. That's for sure. Yi Yang had just finished speaking when he felt a straight gaze. Beacon Fire? You are the Beacon God? The eyes of the warrior player named King of the North Sea from the Gathering of Virtues Guild stared blankly, looking up and down at this mage who had just appeared in front of his eyes. What, it doesn't look like it? Yi Yang blandly said. Although the White Rain Pavilion and the Gathering of Virtues had a grudge, Yi Yang was not a member of the White Rain Pavilion, so his feeling towards this North Sea King was only average. At level 3, he was holding a level 1 novice weapon in his hand and wearing an initial armor. It could be seen that he was slightly stronger than the average player. After all, ordinary people, nowadays, usually still had their initial weapons and equipment with them, while the North Sea King already had his novice weapon with him. What a way to get here. Beihai King sighed, Beacon God, I heard that you have good character and can explode a lot of equipment. The president of our Gathering of Virtues said that as long as you can join our guild, we will give you a salary of at least $200,000 every month. A monthly salary of $200,000 would be at least over $2 million a year. This did sound like a tantalizing position. However, Yi Yang wasn't very interested. He didn't have the idea of joining a guild or creating a guild right now. Not to mention, $200,000 a month? Yi Yang had already earned $170,000 in less than 2 hours of playing the game now, plus the goods he was holding now. If he sold them, it would add up to at least $60,000 or $70,000. This is only less than 2 hours. If this day comes to an end, I'm afraid that it will exceed the monthly salary of $200,000 offered by their Gathering of Virtues, right? On the side, hearing the North Sea King's words of wanting to poach people so directly and simply, Bai Yue almost became angry. Beihai King, what do you mean? You think our White Rain Pavilion can't afford this 20, right? Without waiting for Yi Yang to start, Bai Yue blocked in front of him and said angrily. This does not matter to you, right? Okay, you guys stop talking. Yi Yang pushed away Bai Yue who was in front of him. Sorry, friend. I really don't have the idea of joining a guild right now, as I prefer to play loose by myself. 111,000 gold coins a skill book? Some people were happy and some people were sad. Yi Yang's words repelled the North Sea King's thoughts of trying to pull Yi Yang in, but Bai Yue was happy. But being happy was only temporary. Yi Yang didn't want to join the guild, that is to say, it wasn't that he didn't want to join the Gathering of Virtues, Bai Yue he just as much didn't want to join. Having just been reminded of this thought by the King of the North Sea, Bai Yue suppressed it in her own mind again. Ding, your trade with player Bai Yue was successful. You lost the armor of pig iron X4. You lost the leather undercoat X3. You lost the hemp turban X6. You have gained gold coins X14000. Without further nonsense, Yi Yang directly traded the extra equipment he had with Bai Yue. A weapon 700 gold coins, a defense price. Yi Yang did not ask for more, the unit price of 433 pieces of equipment, a total of 13,200 gold coins. Bai Yue naturally is not a stingy person, directly gave Yi Yang 14,000 gold coins. Beacon God, I didn't expect your character to be so good. Bai Yue looked at the more than 30 pieces of defense equipment in her backpack and said with incomparable gratitude. However, the Beihai King on the side could only look on with bated breath. Janhu moral righteousness first, not to mention, he this all garbage equipment, also dare not provoke Yi Yang unhappy. It's nothing, we're just exchanging interests with each other. Yi Yang to Bai Yue said flatly. Because, he still has the main event in the back, just hope that Bai Yue do not turn from happiness to sadness only good. However, even if he fought, Yi Yang was not afraid of anything. As he was thinking, he took out a few skill books from his backpack. I've finished selling my equipment, now I still have a few skill books here, which one of you wants them? Holding 7 or 8 skill books in his hand, Yi Yang's mouth lifted up and said smugly. Skill books are the big head. The money that those equipments were sold for could only be considered as an appetizer at best. Skill books. Now, Bai Yue and Beihai King screamed together. Skills and equipment were different, equipment still needed to be replaced at the back, while skills could be much more useful than equipment. Even when leveling up, low-level skills had a huge value of low consumption and high return, and they were perfect for clearing up small monsters. Moreover, Yi Yang had 7 or 8 skill books in his hand. The practical value of these skill books alone had far exceeded the equipment that was just there. Beacon God, we have an agreement, anything you pop out in the future, you have to sell it to our White Rain Pavilion. Bai Yue jumped the gun and said, fearing that these skills would be snatched up by the North Sea King. No. Yi Yang shook his head, our agreement is that the equipment I popped out will be sold to you, not all of it. Beacon God, you. Bai Yue's big eyes were filled with aggression, but there was nothing she could do. Indeed, as Yi Yang said, his agreement with Bai Yue was only to sell them equipment, not skills, or anything else. This time, it wasn't Yi Yang who was cheating. Ha ha. North Sea King saw the opportunity, laughed out loud, Beacon God, this time do not say anything, outside the first level of skill books are almost 1,000,1300 gold coins a book, we gathering Zhuang do not haggle, how about 2,000 a book? The North Sea King waved with a bold smile, 2,000 gold coins a book, these 7 skills, that is 140,000 gold coins. We, White Rain Pavilion, will offer 3,000, Bai Yue grit her teeth. The president of the White Rain Pavilion, White Rain Infinite gave her 100,000 gold coins. Putting aside the first time, and the price she just paid for Yi Yang's equipment, she still had less than 70,000 gold coins left. But no matter what, she had to grab this batch of skill books. The Gathering of Virtues had been suppressing them all along, and even if it was for the sake of fighting for the White Rain Pavilion, she couldn't let go. However, 3,000 gold coins for a level 1 skill book was already 2 to 3 times the market price. Forget it. 3,500 gold coins. Beacon God, we at the Gathering of Virtues would like to make friends with you. Although the North Sea King's expression was a bit embarrassed, if he could take 7 skill books at once, even if he spent more money, I'm sure the chairman wouldn't blame him. What's more, he had inquired about the beacon fire great god, so maybe the chairman would not only be impunity, but would also reward himself. 5,000. Bai Yuyue was furious. Her 2 big watery eyes looked like they were about to spit out fire as she stared at the North Sea King. It had to be said that women were really unreasonable if they shopped. Even though men are really more flexible and knowledgeable than women in terms of online gaming talent, this is really not something to be complimented when it comes to shopping. 5,000 gold coins for a level 1 skill book. Even Yi Yang didn't expect that Bai Yuyue would actually offer such a high price. 5,000? Bai Yuyue, are you crazy? The king of the North Sea was also shocked by Bai Yuyue's billion-mouth price. It's too scary. I can't afford to mess with you. 5,000 gold coins for a level 1 skill book, that's 4 or 5 times the market price, right? The White Rain Pavilion women are all rich women. Buying up things are so desperate? Angry cough a few times, the North Sea King also grey left. Hey, 5,000 gold coins a book, are you serious? After the king of the North Sea left, Yi Yang patted Bai Yuyue's shoulder in disbelief. Humph. Of course it's true. Bai Yuyue's little face turned red, glared at the back of the Beihai King's departure, and said with a small mouth, not to mention 5,000, even if it is 10,000, our Bayou Pavilion can't be suppressed by the gathering of virtues. Who? Yi Yang was sweating coldly. Being missed by a woman's hateful heart is really not a good thing. Sighed and said, Yi Yang said in a serious tone, well, 10,000 on 10,000, I don't want more from you. 12 profiteering. A wild profit of 150,000 gold coins. Bai Yuyue's mouth opened into an O shape, with a few tears in her eyes. She said bitterly, beacon greatly, I just 10,000 gold coins is a joke. Well, of course I know you are joking, I am also joking with you. Joking, a level 1 skill book 10,000 gold coins, even if Bai Yuyue dares to offer such a high price, Yi Yang will not sell. This is no longer black-hearted, this is simply robbing money. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money, and there is a way to take it. Although Yi Yang is not afraid of things, but also do not want to cause trouble for no reason. What's more, if you were being written down by such a group of women who hate the king of the North Sea just now, it is the best way to end up. However, since you are so forthcoming, I still have a surprise for you. Yi Yang smiled, then from his backpack, he took out all the skill books. A total of 33 skill books. 1, 2, 3 my god, there are actually more than 30 books? Bai Yuyue was completely shocked this time. This is not a surprise, this is a complete shock, right? Even if there were 5,000 gold coins per book, it would still take 10 to several tens of thousands of gold coins to be able to eat them. Right now, she herself only had 70,000 gold coins left, so I'm afraid she could barely pay a fraction of that. Beacon god, wait, I'll ask the chairman to give me some gold coins. Bai Yuyue secretly made a swallowing motion, somewhat unable to bear it. This was too scary, she hadn't expected Yi Yang to have so many skill books at all. President Infinite, help! Before Yi Yang could agree, Bai Yu hurriedly sent a private message to Bai Yu Infinite. What's going on? Bai Yu Infinite questioned. I need 200,000 gold coins right now, President, can you send me an email directly? 200,000? White Rain Infinite was stunned. Xiaoya, why do you need so many gold coins? Infinite sister, I'll explain it to you later. Hurry up and give it to me now. The members of the White Rain Pavilion were all as close as sisters, and even though Bai Yuyue's attitude was a bit aggressive, Bai Yu Infinite did not care. On the contrary, she was curious as to what she wanted so many gold coins for. Alright, I'm sending it over to you, a total of 200,000. Ding, White Rain Infinite has sent you an attached email. Just after saying that, Bai Yu heard a system prompt. Ding, you received the attachment within the email and gained gold coins x 200,000. Few long live President's sister Bai Yu let out a long breath. With this 200,000 gold coins, she could safely and boldly buy all of Yi Yang's skill books. What did you just do? It was at this time that Yi Yang asked with some curiosity. But even if Bai Yuyue didn't say it, Yi Yang had more or less guessed how much. Bai Yuyue should be out of money. It's fine. Bai Yuyue smiled sweetly at Yi Yang, beacon fire greatly, we are trading now, 5,000 gold coins a book, your 33 skill books, I want all of them. Who knows, Yi Yang shook his head. 5,000 gold coins is indeed too expensive, although I make money, but also not black to this extent. Yi Yang smiled, then continued, before, the price of the weapon I sold you was already very high, this time the skill books will be cheaper for you, 4,000 gold coins will do. Yi Yang's smile was full of warmth, as if a spring breeze blew into Bai Yuyu's heart. Any girl would not be able to stand this sudden warmth. 4,000 gold coins? Beacon God, are you telling the truth? A difference of 1,000 gold coins, more than 30 skill books, all of a sudden, Bai Yuyue could save more than 30,000 gold coins. That's $30,000. Of course it's true. Yi Yang's smile remained the same. Thanks. Bai Yuyue was inwardly thrilled, suddenly feeling the tip of her nose sour. Really thank you, Beacon great. Gritting her teeth and not crying, Bai Yuyue endured the sourness in her heart and completed the transaction with Yi Yang. Ding, your trade with player Bai Yuyue was successful. You lost Explosive Fireball X4. You lost Cross Sword Strike X11. You lost Backstab X10. You gained gold coins X140,000. In one transaction, counting the 140,000 gold coins gained from selling Bai Yuyue's equipment just now, Yi Yang had earned more than 150,000 gold coins from this wave. In just a few hours, Yi Yang had earned 170,000 gold coins before and after. What did that Beihai king from the Gathering of Virtues say just now? He asked himself to join their guild for 200,000 per month? Are you kidding me? This 200,000 is just a few hours of Yi Yang's time. Looking at Bai Yu's happy childlike expression, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Are the girls in this Bai pavilion all stupid and rich? Although he had given her 1,000 gold coins cheaper on top of the 5,000 gold coins unit price. However, one must know that the market price of this level 1 skill book was only 1,000,1300 gold coins. He bought it for her for 4,000 and actually felt that he had made a big profit? So who actually made a big profit? Yi Yang shook his head helplessly. Being able to use a mere tens of thousands of gold coins in exchange for a guild's goodwill was a more cost-effective deal for him. Furious Canine Teeth. Grade 5. Description: sharp teeth pulled from the mouth of the Dog of Rage. Using it to craft some weapons might have strange effects. However, if you give it to the village headman, you might get some rewards. Of the loot obtained from the Hound of Rage, there is now only one canine tooth left to be dealt with. If it was as described, this thing could only be used for NPCs if it was actually used to make weapons without a doubt. This was because for players to craft equipment, they first had to level up to level 10. After level 10, the player's equipment really needed to use specific materials to craft more powerful equipment. Of course, players could also choose to continue popping on monsters, provided that if none of them minded that the equipment's popping rate was too low. Yi Yang naturally had no such concerns. But right now, the description of this material, it was obvious that he could only go to the village chief and use it to exchange for some rewards. With this thought in his mind, he had already arrived in front of the village head of Qing Shui. Village chief, I exploded one such item in the wild. Saying that, Yi Yang handed the canine teeth to the village chief. Ding, you delivered the special material Raging Canine Tooth to the village chief, gaining 100 experience points and 10 gold coins. Receiving the canine tooth, the village chief looked at it carefully, then his eyebrows suddenly knitted together. Is it hard to believe that this canine tooth is demonized? 13 Quest, Poisonous Gas Forest. Demonized? Yi Yang frowned and asked. The village chief pondered for a little while, then came to a sudden realization and said, I see, the Mad Dog Pack is indeed demonized. After a short pause, the village chief sighed, Friend, thank you for discovering it. Originally, I thought that those villagers who were bitten by the mad dogs were just suffering from rabies, that's why they would be crazy and abnormal from time to time, but it turns out that they were demonized. Demonized. Yi Yang slightly contemplated, feeling that he should be triggering the mission. Then, how can I lift this demonization? The only thing is, the poison that is tainted with demonic qi. The village chief put down the canine teeth and said to Yi Yang with a straight face, outside of Qing Shui village, there is a poisonous gas forest, where these many giant wasps reside. They are a swarming animal, and they are extremely aggressive. Warrior, if you can find out some information from where, I will thank you on behalf of the entire novice village. Ding, you've triggered a hidden quest, spy on the poisonous gas forest. Quest requirement, find 5 giant wasp nests. Quest reward, 2,000 experience, 1,000 gold coins. Do you accept? Accept. Yi Yang forced himself to calm down, but his was still inwardly excited. The giant wasp was an authentic swarming animal. Unlike the mad dogs that swarmed in groups of 3 or 5 before, a swarm of bees, there were at least a dozen or even more than 20 swarming together. Although their attacks were strong, and their actions were swift and uniform, their body plates still didn't work. In other words, if Yi Yang's damage was powerful enough, he could kill all the giant bees in a hive with a single burst fireball. And then gain a huge amount of experience and equipment props. Giant Wasp Hive. Level 7. Blood 100. Description: a nest inhabited by giant bees that can be used for some medicinal herbs, but it seems to be tainted with something else and needs to be used with care. Giant Wasp. Level 5. Blood 120. Attack 20. Skills: Poison Needle, Vengeance. Droppable items: Level 5 equipment, Bee Needle. With an excited mood, Yi Yang directly arrived at the poisonous gas forest that the village chief had mentioned. As the name suggests, the poisonous gas forest is densely covered with trees, making it extremely difficult to walk on the road. Moreover, it was filled with dark purple poisonous fog, the same color as the hair of the raging dog that he had encountered before. Not only that, the deeper he walked in the forest, the thicker the fog became. Inside the hive, the attributes of the giant wasp Yi Yang also took a general look. A single giant bee may not be able to see any properties, but don't forget, the giant bee has more than 10 to 20 giant bee with such properties. Not only that, since entering the realm of the poisonous forest, Yi Yang also realized that he had an additional negative status on him. Poisoning, reduced benefit. Description: by walking into the poisonous gas forest, you were forced to endure the poisonous gas within the forest. Leave quickly. Do not underestimate this poisonous gas or you will be slowly poisoned to death. Description: reduces blood by 5 points per minute. It seems that there is no way for me to stay within the poisonous gas forest for a longer period of time. Thinking slightly, Yi Yang knew that he had to fight quickly. Reducing 5 points of blood per minute, with his 280 points of blood, he can only stay for 56 minutes. Moreover, there was also the time needed to leave the poisonous gas forest after completing his mission. If one went too deep into leaving the place, the longer it would definitely be. No longer hesitating, Yi Yang stared at the giant wasp nest he had just discovered. Explosive fireball. The explosive fireball, as big as a human head, detached from the staff and whistled as it bombarded towards the wasp nest. It might have sensed the temperature of the fireball. When the fireball was only a dozen meters away from the hive, a dozen grayish-purple giant bees emerged from the hive along with a buzzing sound. However, it was already too late. The upgraded explosive fireball had a range of 20 meters, and even if the giant bees moved faster, they couldn't be faster than the explosive fireball. Boom! 150, 151, 154, 148, 153. After a flash of fire, a dozen giant bees fell to the ground and turned into a mass of corpses. Ding, you have killed the giant wasp, gained experience x30. Ding, you have killed the giant wasp and gained experience x30. Ding, you have killed the giant wasp and gained experience x30. Ding, you have killed the giant wasp and gained experience x30. Ding, you have killed. Explosive fireballs level up. Hidden magic bonus of flame skill. A 15x damage bonus for mages. Under the heavy damage bonus, Yi Yang's damage had indeed increased by a level. Even, it had been able to manage to directly kill the giant wasps in seconds. A dozen or so giant wasps, at the cost of just one explosive fireball, had brought Yi Yang over 500 points of experience. Moreover, a dozen pieces of level 5 equipment were scattered on the ground. Bombing the hive, this kind of swooping down on swarming animals brought Yi Yang rewards that were simply too good to be true. With a sigh of relief, Yi Yang was ready to go and collect those equipment scattered on the ground. Buzz. It was at this time, within the hive on the ground that had already dried up and turned black, a giant wasp of an even larger size suddenly appeared. Its eyes still flickered with a hint of black and purple light. Giant Bee King. Rank, Elite. Level, 7. Blood, 350. Attack, 80. Skills, Vibrancy, Poison Needle, Vengeance, Low-Level Frenzy Attack. Droppable items, Level 5 Green Weapon, Level 5 Skill Book, Level 5 Equipment, Bee Needle. Description: the King Bee of the Giant Bee clan has a strong attack and breathtaking speed, and rules the entire hive. The King Bee? 14 Deceleration Skill, Red Flame Explosion. Even Yi Yang's spontaneous personality couldn't help but want to explode at this moment. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that there is a king bee inside every hive. It was also because of the existence of the queen bee that the swarm of bees were able to act in unity, with a militarized and unified management that the general swarming animals did not have. Compared to a mad dog swarm, they already have a simple social system. Once mobilized, a well-trained giant swarm of bees was able to instantly wipe out a squad of 5 or 6 people. Unless one used more than 10 or even 20 people and was organized and prepared to challenge the swarm, there was a chance of winning. However, even then, after clearing a wave of hives, they would definitely need to resupply. If it wasn't for Yi Yang's damage ability being strong enough to manage to directly kill ordinary giant wasps in seconds. Otherwise, I'm afraid that they would also have to be killed by the swarm of giant wasps bursting into their side. The swarm of giant wasps could not be described as not powerful. Perhaps it was a momentary negligence, or perhaps it was because of the poisonous gas that made Yi Yang's actions a bit hasty, and he actually forgot this bit of common sense. The giant bee king's 2 eyes emitted a grayish-purple light. Hatred skill. 20 damage to target. Obviously, Yi Yang, who had destroyed the hive and killed all the giant bees, had filled the giant bee king with hatred towards him, and even his eyes were glittering. However, the light in Yi Yang's eyes was even no less than the giant bee king. Not to mention the other dropped items, an elite-level giant bee king could be a precious skill point. Subconsciously, Yi Yang directly used his fastest speed to move backward and put some distance between him and the giant bee king. He was now too close to the giant bee, and if he was not careful, he would be stabbed by the bee needles. 80 points of attack, 20 damage from hatred. Even more frightening, the giant bee king also had a low-level frenzy attack that increased its own movement speed by 20. With a short distance of less than 10 meters, once the giant bee king unleashed its berserk attack and surged towards itself, Yi Yang would inevitably have to suffer great damage. Although being attacked once or twice wouldn't kill Yi Yang directly, but it also indirectly reduced the amount of time Yi Yang was able to stay in the poisonous gas forest. Only now did he realize the importance of the agility attribute. While retreating, Yi Yang tapped his staff, a firelight condensed and was directly released. Explosive Fireball. 135. A move of Explosive Fireball directly knocked out a small half of the Giant Bee King's blood. Together with the skill from the previous bombardment of the hive, the Giant Bee King was left with just over 70, less than 80 points of blood. Low-level Frenzy Attack. Taking 1 damage, the Giant Bee King unleashed its own berserk attack skill, swiftly and fiercely surging towards Yi Yang. 25 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Within Yi Yang's pupils, the Giant Bee King's figure abruptly grew larger. Fireball. 81. The Giant Bee King only saw a ball of fire coming at him, and before he could dodge, he was directly killed. Ding! You have killed an elite-level monster, the Giant Bee King. Gained experience value x 450, gold coins x 80, skill points x 1. Phew, scared me to death, damn it. Yi Yang let out a deep breath and finally relaxed. The speed of the Giant Bee King was just too fast. After launching the low-level frenzy attack, in less than 2 seconds, it instantly surged a dozen meters away. It was impossible to flash through. Yi Yang himself was a mage, and his agility value and movement speed were worryingly low. Fortunately, Yi Yang immediately threw a CD-less fireball, otherwise, he would have lost at least 80 to 90 points of blood. As expected, the Giant Bee King could not be underestimated. However, although it was rather difficult to deal with, the good thing was that the rewards after killing it were quite generous. Ding, you've obtained the hive tainted with poisonous gas X1. Quest progress, Hive 15. The first hive is in hand and the quest progress has reached 15. As long as we go bombard for more hives, we'll be able to complete this quest. Ding, you have acquired the Green Pine Staff X1. Ding, you have acquired the Mage Staff X1. Ding, you have obtained the Mage Level 5 Skill Book, Red Flame Explosion. Ding, you have obtained the Bronze Clothing Armor X1. Ding, you have obtained the Bee Needle X1. With an explosion rate of 100, Yi Yang obtained everything on the Giant Bee King. The only pity was that the level 5 clothing armor that exploded out was the warrior's heavy armor. However, Yi Yang no longer cared. The dozen or so giant bees in front of him had already provided a large amount of level 5 equipment, of which the mage's equipment alone was a mage's cloth armor. If it was a normal player who had managed to kill an elite level monster with great difficulty, wouldn't he be pissed off if he only ended up with some experience and gold coins? Green Pine Staff, Green. Level 5. Magic Power, 18. Description: a staff carefully forged from green pine wood, with a small amount of magic attribute bonus. It was 5 points of magic power higher than the previous white plate green pine staff. Yi Yang directly chose to wear it. Red Flame Explosion. Learning Level 5. Skill description: lock onto a target, causing a flame explosion that deals x2 damage to the magic value, and has a 10 chance to cause the target to enter a slowdown state, weakening the target's speed by 30 for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Casting distance, 105. Skill consumption, 30 magic. Skill level, 1. Skill experience, 01. Deceleration skill. After Yi Yang took a look at it, his heart was endlessly relieved. This was simply his own life-saving medicine. Although it was only a single skill, its damage was even higher than Explosive Fireball. Explosive Fireball only had magic value x 15 times the damage, while Red Flame Explosion had 2 times the damage. With one skill, Yi Yang's damage could directly break through 200 points. Moreover, Red Flame Explosion also had a 30 deceleration effect. After slowing down, throwing an explosive fireball, it was almost just enough to kill the Giant Bee King in seconds. Even if it couldn't kill it in seconds, a complementary fireball spell or two would be perfectly fine. Although the 10-second cooldown was slightly long, he only needed to use it once per Giant Bee King. The Giant Bee King also gave Yi Yang a skill point. Upgrade skill, Flame Skill. Without much hesitation, Yi Yang directly chose to boost this passive skill. After the investment of 1 skill point, Flame Knack reached the upgrade requirement at the same time. Ding, Flame Knack has reached the upgrade requirement, is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Flame Knack has been successfully upgraded, current level, 2. A system prompt came, and the attributes of the level 2 Flame Knack were also presented in front of Yi Yang. Flame Knack. Skill description: passive skill. With this skill you can boost your magic attribute by 0.5 times. Skill level, 2. Skill experience, 0.5. It actually boosted by 30. Overjoyed, Yi Yang never thought that the upgrade increase of Flame Knack would actually be this huge. Worthy of a mage. The exaggerated to the extreme damage increase really lived up to the expectations. Moreover, the damage bonus of this one skill, Flame Knack, was equal to increasing the damage of all 3 of his Fireball, Exploding Fireball and Red Flame Explosion skills. A superb increase of 15 levels of Flame Knack. Ding, you have obtained a Poison Hive X1. Quest progress, Hive 65. Quest status, completed. Putting the hive into his backpack, Yi Yang finally completed this quest. Cleaning up 6 hives, he had only spent more than 40 minutes and had not suffered any damage. Except for the poison gas damage, of course. Status, life value 470680, magic value 230760. The nearly depleted magic was caused by Yi Yang's bombing of the hive without pause. And in 42 minutes, Yi Yang had lost 210 life points due to the poison gas. But fortunately, after bombing 6 hives, the constant stream of equipment replacements had caused Yi Yang's attribute value to have increased dramatically. Name, Beacon. Level, 6. Experience, 260100000. Status, Life 630, Magic 760. Attributes, Strength 11, Magic 7150, Physique 22, Agility 11. Weapon, Green Pine Staff Green. Equipment, Cotton Hood, Cotton Top, Hemp Bottom, Cotton Leg Warmers, Hemp Gloves, Cotton Shoes. Jewelry, Grass Ring, Cloud Mantle Necklace. Talent, Absolute Chance. Skills, Fireball, Explosive Fireball 2, Flame Skill 2, Red Flame Explosion. The huge experience value reward obtained from clearing the hive allowed Yi Yang to climb directly from level 5 to level 6. As before, 5 points of free attributes were once again added to magic. Hood, top, leg guards, and shoes were all replaced from level 1 equipment to level 5 equipment. On the 4 pieces of defense equipment, Yi Yang luckily exploded 3 pieces of green grade defense equipment. Carrying 12 points of physique attribute and a whopping 460 points of life value bonus, Yi Yang's blood became extremely terrifying, directly soaring to 630 points. This was still the case that Yi Yang hadn't added a single free attribute to his physique at all. Because there was no need for it at all. Now, even a warrior with 5 body additions would hardly be able to surpass Yi Yang in terms of blood quantity. Besides, he still had a terrifying output ability. In addition, the level 5 Cloud Mantle Necklace carried a whopping 10 magic attribute bonus, and also replaced the 3 magic grass chain he once had. It was a pity that the level 5 Cloud Mantle ring hadn't popped up, or else one's magic attribute would have increased even more. The 7 points of magic from the necklace, the total of 6 points of magic from the upgrade, and the 5 points of magic attribute raised by the green pine staff had raised Yi Yang's original magic power of only 53 points to 71 points. With his current strength, bombing a hive was almost as easy as it was. As long as the giant bee king appeared, a round of red flame explosion would go up first to slow it down, followed by a few ordinary fireballs thrown up, and he would be able to do it to easily exterminate the giant bee king. Skill points, 5. With a burst rate of 100, he had finally managed to gather 5 skill points after clearing out the 5 hives. To be honest, he did want to raise his explosive fireball or flame skill once more, which was why he cleared a total of 6 hives instead of stopping after completing the quest. He wanted to make his output even stronger. However, these 2 skills had put Yi Yang in a tangle. Explosive Fireball could boost the skill's casting effect range and damage. The Flame Knack, however, could boost the damage of all skills. Enhancement skill, Flame Knack. Thinking slightly, Yi Yang chose this passive skill. Flame Knack was a passive skill after all, and Explosive Fireball was only a rudimentary ranged damage skill. Afterwards, if Yi Yang got an advanced group damage skill, the number of times he used Explosive Fireball would plummet even if he didn't discard it. The Flame skill would not. Even if Yi Yang got an advanced skill in the future, the Flame Secret could still have a huge increase on the new skill. After investing all 5 skill points into Flame Knack, the skill also reached the upgrade requirement. Ding, Flame Knack has reached the upgrade requirement. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Flame Knack has been successfully upgraded, current level, 3. A system prompt came, and the attributes of the level 3 Flame Knack appeared in front of him. Flame Skill. Skill description, passive skill. With this skill you can boost your magic attribute by 100. Skill level, 3. Skill experience, 0-10. So exaggerated. It actually boosted by 50? After carefully reading the introduction of the skill attributes, Yi Yang was thrilled. Level 2 Flame Skill was only raised from 20 to 50, a mere increase of 30. The Level 3 Flame Skill, however, was directly raised to 100. A direct increase of 50. It was too terrifying. This magnitude of increase allowed his output ability to be all but raised to a new level. The magic attribute could be directly increased from 71 points to 142 points, and the group damage of the explosive fireball could also be wildly increased from 200 points of damage to around 320 points. Not to mention, he also had the red flame explosion that was able to slow down and the CD-less fireball technique. It could be said that this skill upgrade had ushered in a qualitative change for Yi Yang. At this stage, the average level 5 or so warrior, even with 5 body points, only had around 30 body mass and around 400 blood. Not everyone had the absolute chance talent. Therefore, for them to burst out of their equipment would be like climbing up to the sky. And there wouldn't be any cuties. Really put their 5 body plus points to be a pure meat shield. Warriors also want to save face, not to mention that after level 10, you can also transfer. So the general warrior, that is, 2 force 3 body, acting as a half meat half output. 3 body points, level 5 warrior only about 300 blood, Yi Yang can do a burst fireball, a piece of their warrior into silk blood, or even killed in seconds. As for those brittle archers, assassins, or mages of the same profession as himself, they are even more dead. It's great. 5 skill points were not wasted. It had to be said that the level 3 flame skill had given Yi Yang a huge surprise and gave him the motivation to continue upgrading his flame skill in the future. As for the rest of the harvest, it was some level 5 equipment that had exploded from the giant bee. 16 counterintuitive props, dual profession transfer scroll. With 6 hives, relying on the strong, absolute chance, talent, all the ordinary giant bees provided Yi Yang with a piece of level 5 equipment. Of course, each giant bee king was also additionally popped out a skill book by Yi Yang. There were a total of 108 pieces of level 5 white plate defenses, of which there were also 12 pieces of green defenses. Of course, if you counted the ones that Yi Yang had already worn on his body ahead of time, there were a total of 112 pieces. The 6 giant bee kings additionally provided 5 green product weapons and 5 level 5 skill books. Because the red flame explosion and the green product green pine staff that the first giant bee king had exploded had already been worn by Yi Yang. Therefore, there were only 5 pieces left now. According to the market price, the price of a level 5 white plate defense was about 800,1000 gold coins apiece, and the green item was going to be a bit more expensive at around 1500,2000 gold coins. The level 5 skill book was really going for 10,000 gold coins this time. Unlike level 1 skills, level 5 skills have gradually begun to enter the core of the player's early stage. For example, as a mage, Yi Yang had now learned the flame skill, red flame explosion and so on, which were all very strong skills. Especially the passive skill of Flame Knack, after ascending to level 3, 100 magic attribute increase, has been called a divine skill. Assassin's Shadow Attack, Sneak. Warrior's Slam, Strong. The Archer's Splitting Arrow and Surge skills. These skills, no matter which one, were all quite important skills in the early stages. A level 5 weapon with a green item was around 5,000 gold coins, and a white plate one would only cost around 300,3500 gold coins. On the way back to the novice village, Yi Yang roughly calculated. His own harvest this time in just half an hour had actually exceeded 180,000 gold coins. This could all be calculated according to the market price. After all, the skill books that Yi Yang had sold to Bai Yuyue last time, the price of 4,000 a book had exceeded the market price by about 3 times. It was indeed a bit darker. However, even so, the harvest last time was just over 150,000 gold coins, plus the original gold coins from before, it was just 1.72 million. This time around, he had harvested 180,000 gold coins, simply earning a fortune. Ding, service-wide announcement, Guild White Rain Pavilion was brutally invaded by Gathering of Virtues, and under the vow of counterattack, White Rain Pavilion managed to defeat it. The guild's ranking has risen to 7th place, and they've been rewarded with a large amount of prizes. Ding, service-wide announcement, Guild Gathering of Virtues failed to invade White Rain Pavilion, guild ranking dropped to 8th place. Why is White Rain Pavilion fighting with Gathering of Virtues? The sudden service-wide announcement caused Yi Yang to freeze. Even though he didn't have too many interactions with these two guilds, he couldn't help but take a second look. Although he had dealings with Baiyu Pavilion, it was only through Baiyu who was a forwarder in the middle. White Rain Pavilion's group of beauties really weren't something to be messed with, originally ranked 7, with a certain strength of the Gathering of Virtues, were all brought down by them. Alas, he also no longer think more, as if it is to see a hilarious without a cause. Returning to the novice village, Yi Yang directly found the village chief. Intuition told him that the quest to explore the poisonous forest was most likely a chain quest. After delivering this section, the next quest would inevitably be triggered. And with 2,000 experience points, it was a rather generous reward. He had fought the hive for half a day, only to be given just over 4,000 experience, and now that he could easily get 2,000 experience by handing in a single quest, why not? Moreover, upgrading had become more and more difficult now. As strong as Yi Yang, he also felt a bit of difficulty. Upgrading to level 7 surprisingly required a whole 10,000 experience points, which was definitely not something that could be done casually in a short period of time. Ding, you have completed the quest, explore the poisonous forest. Ding, you have been rewarded with 2,000 experience points and 1,000 gold coins. The village chief's hand held a few beehives, and in no time at all, his eyebrows had twisted into a pimple. Sure enough, the poison from that great battle was still affecting that once vibrant forest and swamp. Sighing slightly, the village chief packed up the hive, then turned his head to Yi Yang again and said, "Warrior, I now have an extremely difficult task, do you want to accept it?" Perhaps doubting Yi Yang's strength, the village chief did not directly say the requirements of the mission. Is it difficult to be some horrible mission? Yi Yang frowned. Exploring the poisonous gas forest, such a mission that was somewhat slightly overwhelming even for Yi Yang, the village chief did not even hesitate to open his mouth. This time. Village chief, why don't you just say what you want? Okay. The village chief's gaze suddenly became grave, then, in a serious tone, he said. Tens of thousands of years ago, on this originally peaceful continent of Anreal, two tit-for-tat powerhouses, Goddess Helena and demonized Lord Tias, appeared. The war that lasted for thousands of years, although it made the Anrur continent broken and chaotic, it was good that Goddess Helena still won, destroying the demonized sovereign Tia's divine soul, and even his body, which was turned into scattered fragments, was scattered all over the world. Thousands of years later, the Anreal continent gradually recovered its original vitality. However, after the body of the demonized juggernaut was broken, the fragments of his body gradually turned into a strong and incomparable poisonous gas with the passage of time, which did not dissipate for a long time on the continent of Anrur. Creatures that were tainted with the poison of the demonic gas would all become manic and angry as a result of being demonized. Saying this, the village chief glanced at the dark purple dust left by the hive in his hand in a somewhat disheveled manner. If he wasn't wrong, this should be the result of the poisonous mist infesting the hive. The long-term infestation of the poisonous mist had turned the originally vibrant forest into a poisonous forest, and the giant bees that lived within the forest had become manic. So that's how it was. Yi Yang nodded heavily. Warrior, you really helped us to find out very important information. The village chief's attitude had obviously become much more affable. However, to dispel those demonic chi, only the most sacred profession in the world could do it. Holy Spirit Immortal Magic. Holy Spirit Immortal Art was one of the advanced professions of mages, and only their purest spirit-clearing art could purify the damned demonic chi. Yi Yang frowned. Hearing the words Holy Spirit Immortal Art, he was ready to give up on this quest. Indeed, as the village headman said, after level 10, mages could make advancements put in the game's terminology, it was called transmutation. Blazing refinement of yin and yang. Holy Spirit Immortal Art. As a mage's two major progression professions, one was a fierce and unrivaled flame manipulator, and the other was indeed a milkmaid with a heart for the world. That's right, although Holy Spirit Immortal technique sounded good, in other words it was just a nurse in the game. What was Yi Yang's original reason for choosing a mage? Wasn't it for the pursuit of amazing burst output? If he was asked to choose a nurse who could only add blood for the sake of a quest, he wouldn't do it. However, while Yi Yang was wondering, the village chief spoke. Young man, I know that it's a sin to force someone to do something they don't want to do. If you can help Qingshui village clear the poisonous mist within the forest and kill the crocodile herd infected by the demonic chi, you can use this precious Holy Spirit Immortal Art Experience scroll to clear the demonic chi. Moreover, if you can really accomplish this arduous task, this dual profession transfer scroll, which I have treasured for a long time, is an additional reward exclusively for you. Because by that time, you will already possess the absolute qualifications as a Holy Spirit Immortal technique. Ding, do you accept the quest to rectify the poisonous swamp? Quest requirements: purify 5 copies of Tia's residual demonic gas, kill fierce poisonous crocodile x20, fierce poisonous crocodile lord x5, fierce poisonous king of crocodiles x1. Quest reward, 30,000 experience, 10,000 gold coins, Holy Spirit Immortal Technique 24 hours experience scroll x1, dual profession transfer scroll x1. Do you accept? Holy Spirit Immortal Technique experience scroll, unique. Level 5. Duration, 24 hours. Description: a scroll of experience of the advanced profession, Holy Spirit Immortal Art, treasured by the village head of Qingshui village. After using it, you will gain an additional 3 skills below level 20 skills of Holy Spirit Immortal Art without changing your origin profession. Dual Profession Transfer Scroll, unique. Level 10. Description: after completing the task of rectifying the poisonous gas swamp, you already possess the absolute qualification of being a Holy Spirit Immortal technique, and when leveled up to 10, after using this scroll, you will be able to disregard your original profession and Holy Spirit Immortal technique's advancement test, and will automatically possess the mage's advanced profession, Holy Spirit Immortal technique, as well as gain the opportunity to advance in another profession. 17 Me. The only dual profession player in the entire service. Dual Profession Transfer Scroll? Even Yi Yang couldn't remain calm now. Unique quests, rewarding unique props. In other words, looking at the entire service, Yi Yang was the first and only person who could obtain a dual profession. A blazing refinement Yin Yang with the ability to bombard with super long-range spells, and a Holy Spirit Immortal Art with an amazing amount of milk hidden in his body. What kind of concept was this? Holy Spirit Immortal Technique wasn't just a milkmaid, but also possessed this odd number of active status skills. Acceleration, shield, short-lived damage, defense, agility and so on. These perverted status skills could make Yi Yang's weak body and worrying agility have a qualitative leap all of a sudden. Now, he also had a Holy Spirit Immortal Art Experience scroll. Yi Yang guessed that this was bound to be a weakened version of the Holy Spirit Immortal technique. After all, the prop description had already said that he could only choose 3 of the level 20 skills down. Using the idea of the game world's aborigines NPCs is that his current physique can't withstand the full version of the Holy Spirit Immortal technique profession. 3 skills was already the limit of what Yi Yang's body could withstand in its current state. And if he wanted to complete the Rectify Poisonous Gas Swamp quest in order to purify the 5 copies of demonic gas, Yi Yang also had to choose a skill that possessed a purifying effect. So in theory, the number of skills Yi Yang was able to choose for himself became 2. However, it didn't matter, as long as there was a blood boosting skill and a skill that increased spell damage, it was enough. As for body and agility, that wasn't something Yi Yang needed to consider right now. In terms of usage time, although there was only 24 hours of experience time, it was also completely enough. Prepare the money and come to the village chief, I have some surprises for you. Opening a private message, Yi Yang sent a message to Bai Yue. In his backpack and temporary backpack, there were still over 100 pieces of equipment lying around right now, and a few green weapons and level 5 skills. If he didn't hurry up and get rid of them, they would disappear offline. Because of this, Yi Yang also had the idea of wanting to go and upgrade his backpack space. But for now, it was better to dispose of the equipment first. Into the bag, what Yi Yang liked was still money. These equipments were no longer of much use to him at all. The only use left was to sell it for money. Surprise? Hearing Yi Yang's words, Bai Yue's eyebrows frowned and her heart was vaguely excited. Last time, Yi Yang's surprise, although it cost more than 100,000 gold coins, it also gave the guild a generous return. More than 30 skill books and more than 30 pieces of novice equipment had greatly increased their battle power. And this time, Beacon God, wait a moment, I'll be right there. Bai Yue didn't dare to hesitate. Besides, she was right in the novice village, and it wasn't far from the village head's location. A few minutes later, she arrived not far from the village chief. Beacon God. Across the distance, Bai Yue greeted Yi Yang. Come so fast, I thought I had to wait for you for half an hour. Yi Yang said jokingly. Women, there is no concept of time. Therefore, Yi Yang has long been prepared for a little psychological preparation. It's actually Infinite's sister. Bai Yue smiled coyly, she let me just stay in the novice village and wait for you to come back, because, looking for others cannot collect equipment. Indeed. At this stage, not to mention the fact that the average casual player can barely explode equipment, even if they do, they have to use it themselves. Ordinary monsters with a mere 001 burst rate, not a Euro Emperor player, extremely difficult to burst out a piece of equipment. However, although the explosion rate is low, it is better than many players. The first batch of logins for world domination exceeded 100 million, and with a probability of 1 in 10,000, there would always be someone who popped out equipment. Bai Yue wasn't lying either. Her current level was the same as when she first met her, still level 1. It was evident that she hadn't even bothered to fight a single monster and had been waiting for herself to return to the novice village. Wait, how can this be said to feel like a wife waiting for her husband to come home? Yi Yang secretly laughed at himself. Although the rich women in the White Rain Pavilion were young and pretty, it was best to mess with them less. Thank you, Chairman, for your concern. Should I say thank you? No need. Bai Yue shook her head back and forth. We also have to thank Beacon God. If it wasn't for all the equipment you provided, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Gathering of Virtues. These words made Yi Yang suddenly think of the service-wide announcement he saw when he returned to the novice village just now. The White Rain Pavilion had successfully countered the invasion of the Gathering of Virtues Guild, and the guild ranking had been raised from 8th to 7th. So, there's still a part of me in this? Yi Yang said with a bad smile. That's for sure. Bai Yue said in a serious manner, Beacon God's equipment has allowed half of our White Rain Pavilion's core sisters to get a boost. It is also your huge amount of equipment and skills provided, so that our White Rain Pavilion's core sisters battle power soared, and have the capital to defeat the Gathering of Virtues. The soaring battle power that Bai Yue was talking about was a person with no skills who gained a book of level 1 skills. Or a person who still had their initial equipment, acquired 3 or 2 pieces of novice equipment. It was not at all the same concept as the battle power surge that Yi Yang understood. He had thought that it was the equipment that was completely used to arm a small portion of people, so that they could be used as the core of the guild to fight in guild wars. However, which of the top 10 guilds on the list were not guilds with thousands and thousands of people? Even an all-beautiful guild like White Rain Pavilion had a lineup of over 3,000 people. Its core sisters, too, had hundreds of people. Therefore, the more than 60 weapons and equipment and more than 30 skill books that Yi Yang provided before and after were only enough to arm a small half of the core staff. Not everyone had Yi Yang's 100 burst rate. As Bai Yue said, if it wasn't for his massive supply, Bai Yu Pavilion would already be powerful if one person could own a weapon or a piece of novice equipment, even if it was the core main force. It could be seen that after being called by Yi Yang's initiative, Bai Yue's little face was permeated with strong anticipation. After all, Yi Yang had said before that he would give her a surprise. 18 coming. Retaliation from the Gathering of Virtues. What? Over 100 pieces of equipment? And they were all level 5s? Bai Yue's exaggerated little mouth couldn't hide her inner surprise and excitement as her little heart puffed and puffed. Yes. On the contrary, Yi Yang was not as excited, as if it was all a matter of course, and, among the defenses, there were 12 pieces that were of green quality, and 5 green weapons. Oh yeah, there were also 5 skill books, which were also level 5. 5. Bai Yue was shocked. She was truly shocked. The series of level 5s made her scalp numb for a moment. Players at this stage, not to mention popping out level 5 weapons and equipment, it was already a blessing to be able to bring along a piece of level 1 novice equipment. And he actually had 5 level 5 skill books? Gosh, Yi Yang, what kind of monster is he? After leaving the village for more than an hour, Yi Yang had popped out so many precious things. Okay, you also keep your voice down. Yi Yang kindly advised, you have just defeated the Gathering of Virtues, even if they lost, I'm afraid that their hearts will not be convinced, maybe they are now where to stare at you. Don't wait for the equipment to be sent to the president, they will be intercepted halfway to be very unhappy. Yes, Great God Beacon is right. Bai Yue nodded her head repeatedly. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe Yi Yang sensed some kind of danger. Just as he had just expected. Behind a small mound not far from the village chief's location, there were really a few silhouettes furtively hiding. Gathering of Virtues Manor, Blazing Sword Wound Chairman. Gathering of Virtues, King of the North Sea. Gathering of Virtues, Mu Yubai. The occupations of the crowd varied, and behind that small mound, there were a total of 7 or 8 figures scurrying about. Among them, there was also the only one within the Gathering of Virtues villa, the North Sea King, who had seen Yi Yang. Not only that, in the novice village can be hidden in various locations, are ambushed by the members of the village of the Gathering of Virtues, each location together, at least 30 to 50 people. And all of them are the elite members of Gathering Virtue Village. Boss, did you just hear that? More than 100 pieces of equipment. Yi Yang's words just now were heard clearly by the North Sea King. Even though he was hiding behind the mound, he could no longer hold back his restless heart, wanting to rush up now and slash Yi Yang 10,000 times. Beihai King was a level 5 warrior player. Unlike Bai Yue, a merchant number, he was a solid super main member in the Gathering of Virtues. This was because he was one of the 3 vice presidents of the Gathering of Virtues. Relying on King of the North Sea's Ouyang Fate, he now possessed a whopping 3 pieces of level 1 defense and a level 1 weapon. Moreover, he also had a level 5 skill. A warrior level 1 passive skill with a 10 increase in both physique and strength attributes, strong. Corresponding to the level 5 passive that Yi Yang had learned, the level 1 flame skill that increased the magic attribute by 20. The characteristic of a warrior is to have a balance between offense and defense, so level 1 strong also increases both physique and strength by 10. Only. Yi Yang's flame skill had been raised to level 3, and the increase to the magic attribute had long since gone beyond a measly 20. Rather, it was 100. A whole 5 times the increase of the level 1 flame skill. Anyhow, the strength of the King of the North Sea was also strong enough to be placed amongst ordinary players. Previously, when they had played the go to Bai Yue, they had only hoped that they would be able to get some news about Yi Yang out of her mouth. However, now, their dreams were shattered. Yi Yang had sold all his equipment skills to Bai Yue. Gathering Virtue Villa also started a guild war to invade White Rain Pavilion because they were red-eyed, and moreover, they were afraid that White Rain Pavilion would become even stronger in the future because of Yi Yang's favoritism. But the operation failed. Gathering Virtuous Villa's ranking was lowered, and White Rain Pavilion used the war to raise its ranking. Not only did their guild rankings increase, but they also received a large amount of rewards and war compensation after winning the guild war. Compared to them, Gathering Virtue Villa was somewhat miserable. As if they had taken the initiative to invade other guilds, after losing the guild war, Gathering Virtue Villa was not only punished by zeroing out the experience of all players at that level, but also gained a 24-hour-long mitigated status. Invader Punishment. Benefit Reduction, Immunity to Purification. Level 1. Duration, 24 hours. Description: your guild initiated a war of aggression, but due to the failure of the war, you have suffered a severe punishment from the World Master's Great Emperor. Your experience will be reduced by 10, and all your attributes will be weakened by 10. This effect can be stacked without limit. A single reduction of 10 might not affect anything. However, this aggressor punishment status was applied to all players of the losing guild. This punishment was quite terrifying. Even more terrifying, it also had the characteristic of being immune to purification. In other words, aggressor discipline could not be dispelled and could only wait for the end of time. As the president, Blazing Sword Wound's intestines were now green with remorse. But luckily, now they had met Yi Yang. Those who had gathered here were all the ultra-elite players of the Gathering of Virtues. And they had also heard something extremely exciting. On Yi Yang's current body, he actually had over 100 pieces of equipment. And all of them were ING level 5 equipment. Not bad for the legendary beacon OD, this wave was worth it. It was. Although Yi Yang had no knowledge of this, the fact that he was the emperor of the O Huangs, and could be called the O Emperor, had been circulating amongst the major guilds and casual players since the last time he refused to trade with the King of the North Sea. Countless people envy Yi Yang's Emperor of Europe destiny, as well as countless people envy Yi Yang's peach blossom luck of being able to climb up to White Rain Pavilion, a beautiful guild. Yi Yang's luck alone could even match the luck of hundreds of thousands, millions of people combined. If he wasn't called OD, who else would dare to be called OD? Enduring the excitement inside, Blazing Sword Wound seemed to have seen the feeling of those 100 pieces of equipment already being held in the palm of his hand. Warrior Team 1, prepare for battle. Assassin Team 2, wait for the opportunity to go around the back. Mage 3 teams began to gather chi, Archers 4 teams are ready for me. After explaining to the guild's elite members, Blazing Sword Wound turned his head to the North Sea King and Moon Knight White and said, "This operation must be foolproof, got it?" "I know." Beihai King and fellow Vice President Muyubai clenched their teeth and had already begun to move. More than 30 of the most elite members of the Gathering of Virtues, the 2 vice presidents and President Lai Jianxian participated in the battle at the same time. In order to deal with Yi Yang, and of course the biggest reason was for this operation to be foolproof, they had already taken out their strongest lineup. The other vice president, who was an assassin, Sorrowful Endless Happiness, crouched in the vicinity of the White Rain Pavilion Guild, keeping an eye on White Rain Infinite and White Rain Pavilion's movements. This was because, if Bai Yuyue was killed in this battle with physical injuries, White Rain Infinite, who was the president, would be the first to receive a system alert about the player who killed Bai Yuyue, as well as the time and location. This was a privilege of being the head of a family, and it was also convenient for a president to support his guild's players as soon as possible. That was why Blazing Sword Wound had made up his mind to send a vice president level assassin who already possessed sneaking and was capable of stealthy ambushes. For this operation, there absolutely could not be any mistakes. The war, it begins. 19-player first battle. The Mage's Might. Bai Yuyue, did you feel any movement? Perhaps it was because of the perception that comes with the mage profession, or maybe it was because of something else. Yi Yang's heart inexplicably had a kind of pressure that wasn't really pressure. At best, it was a sense of tension, or it could be said to be a sense of war. What's the commotion? Bai Yuyue turned her head and looked around. There was nothing. Beacon, what is he up to? Great God, Beacon, isn't this nothing? Bai Yuyue's face was puzzled for a moment, but then it turned into a touch of cunning. Great God, you don't think my price is low and don't want to buy my equipment, do you? No, there is definitely something. Yi Yang frowned. However, just as he wanted to continue to speak, 4 or 5 swift figures steeply appeared in mid-air. All of them were warrior players holding huge swords, and their targets were unified. All of them were rushing towards themselves. The Gathering of Virtues, they were all the elites of the Gathering of Virtues. At the sudden scene, Bai Yuyue's pupils suddenly contracted and she was so frightened that she hurriedly shouted out. Ding, Gathering Virtue Villa Guild leader Lai Jianxian is so brutal that he has forced a guild war against you personally on the scale of a guild. Ding, if you can achieve victory in the guild war, you will be rewarded with 1000 experience points x number of guild members and 500 gold points x number of guild members. Minimum 100 rewards. Ding, when you lose, you will gain the reduced status, underdog. And all experience at that level is zeroed out. Underhanded defeat, benefit reduction, immunity to purification. Level 1. Duration, 24 hours. Effect, when a guild loses a war, you and the members of your guild become their defeated generals, and when you meet the members of that guild again, the damage you inflict on them will be reduced by 30. At the same time, that guild will not be able to wage war against you or your guild again for the duration of the effect. Upon seeing this series of system prompts, before he could say anything, Yi Yang heard a mournful sound in mid-air. The giant sword roared. Horizontal sword strike. The 5 giant swords formed an absolutely deadly sword formation in mid-air. The 5-man squad of warriors from the Gathering of Virtues burst out at the same time, slashing towards Yi Yang. It was impossible to dodge. Yi Yang was a mage. Right now there was only a short distance of 5 or 6 meters. If he had to think of a way to pull back a large distance now before casting a spell, this was definitely a stupid choice. Explosive Fireball. 298, 295, 299, 292, 294. Decisive. Yi Yang raised his staff, and it was a direct release of Explosive Fireball. The brilliant fire exploded only in front of his eyes, and the warriors' 5-man squad, also 3 ninjas, were killed directly. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtues Elite, MO beginning of the year. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtues Elite, Wu Wei Lu. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtuous Villa Elite, Big Devil. 3 consecutive system prompts came. Yi Yang's expression was calm as usual. The remaining 2 had turned into skins with less than 10 points of blood left. This was a warrior. They had a strong body and a certain amount of defense, but they were actually killed by Yi Yang in a single move? The 2 warriors who were lucky not to die were already panicked in mid-air, their hands shook, and their huge swords that were stabbing at Yi Yang were deflected by a few points. With a sideways movement, Yi Yang dodged the attack without any danger. Without waiting for them to change their moves, 2 fireballs were thrown out decisively. The damage of the fist-sized fireballs was also extremely terrifying. Right next to Yi Yang, this time it was them who lost the space to dodge. 190. 188. Until their deaths, those 2 warriors had unbelievable expressions on their faces. It was too terrifying. A move of explosive fireball hit nearly 300 face damage, instantly killing 3 people. 2 people turned into silk blood. 2 normal fireball shots also had nearly 200 damage. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtues Elite, Blood Lipid Summoning. Ding, you have killed Gathering of Virtues Elite, Rhapsody. After instantly killing 5 people, Yi Yang didn't wait to rest for a moment before several fireball spells with trailing flames appeared in front of him. There were at least 10 of them. In other words, behind this group of warriors, there were more than 10 mages ambushing Yi Yang. This time, he really couldn't hide, and he didn't need to hide anymore. The mage's skill possessed Absolute Hit, which Yi Yang naturally understood more than other mages. If it wasn't Absolute Hit, at that time when he launched his attack on the Raging Hound and the Giant Bee King, they were fully capable of dodging it with their Berserk attack skill. However, 5, 4, 13, 6, 8. A dozen seemingly incoming fireball spells bombarded Yi Yang's body, and single-digit damage floated above his head. This damage couldn't even kill a level 1 boar with only 10 drops of blood, let alone being able to do any damage to Yi Yang. Although there were occasionally a few that were able to break through double-digit damage. However, with over 600 points of life value, Yi Yang's life value had only decreased by 1/10. In other words, even if he stood still, he was fully capable of withstanding another 10 waves of this level of spell bombardment. Holy, what kind of weird defense is this? I'm dealing a dozen points of damage from a level 5 ING weapon? I at least have 20 magic and 15x damage bonus, how come I only hit single-digit damage? Is it hard for Beacon to have 20 plus body points? What the hell kind of mage attribute is that? It was able to kill our elite warriors in seconds again, and still had such a ING high defense. The mage squad couldn't believe the damage they had dealt. One by one, they stayed in place in surprise, forgetting to even prepare for the next wave of fireball spells. Looks like you guys are ready to die. With a cold smile, Yi Yang raised the staff in his hand. After the release of that wave of fireball spell just now, by virtue of the release position, Yi Yang had already guessed the position of that group of long-range mages hiding in the shadows. Intense firelight burst out, and a fireball the size of a human head instantly condensed. Explosive fireball. 308, 309, 308, 310, 307, 311, 308. Chilling damage numbers floated out in a sheet. Compared to the warrior body plates of the previous wave, the mage's defense and blood volume were worse. The damage that broke 300 left the mage squad dead. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtues Elite, MO beginning of the year. Ding, you've killed Ghostly Gothic, a Gathering of Virtues Elite. Ding, you've killed the Gathering of the Magi Elite, Deadly Battle Maniac. Ding, you have killed. It seems that the Gathering of Virtues has really come to ambush us. After ending the sudden battle, Yi Yang remained calm. After the short battle, he also figured out that the Gathering of Virtues villas was bound to be afraid of White Rain Pavilion's rise at that time because of the constant supply of equipment to replenish it, which was why they suddenly invaded the guild. 20 shock. Terrifying guild massacre battle. Only what he didn't expect was that the invasion war actually failed. Undoubtedly, the punishment for failing the war was quite severe. Not only did it leave them with 10 less experience over the course of a whole day, they were also weakened by 10 in their full attributes. This was the game's just open time. One day was enough time to do a lot of things and level up to a lot of levels. With this kind of punishment, they, whose strength had originally been greatly reduced, needed to be replenished even more. Therefore, the helpless blazing sword wound also shifted the target to his side once again. The legendary OD Beacon Great God. Having a character that was so good that it made one's scalp numb, although a wave of going out to kill monsters could result in a harvest of dozens of pieces of equipment. What's more, one person was better than a guild to deal with anyways, right? However, despite the fact that he had been forced to start a guild war by the Gathering of Virtues, when Yi Yang saw the rewards, he decided to take him on in a big way. Not to mention anything else, the reward of up to 100,000 experience points already made Yi Yang fade away. This wave, it was worth doing. On the contrary, Bai Yuyue was not the same, frozen in place with a stunned expression, not even turning back to her senses until now. The moment that warrior squad from the Gathering of Virtues appeared, she had already thought that she was dead. The situation was too sudden, and a woman's guts are always a little smaller. Even more so, it was Yi Yang who had ended up with 5 of their warriors in a single move. Warriors. These weren't brittle archers and mages. They were still the elite warrior members of the Gathering of Virtues. They were actually killed by Yi Yang's single shot of explosive fireball? It was still at such a short distance, which was not the best output space for a mage at all. From the time those 5 warriors appeared to the time they were all killed in action, Yi Yang's lightning-like reflexes and calm decisiveness made Bai Yuyue's scalp tingle whenever she thought back to that moment. Moreover, the damage dealt by the mage squad on Yi Yang afterwards was even more outrageous. Hitting his body was only a single digit. It was important to know that the elite mage squad of the Gathering of Virtues, each of them had a level 1 novice weapon, and there were even individuals who already had level 5 weapons. With this level of damage, it was surprising that Yi Yang only lost a little bit of skinned blood. Beacon deserved to be called a great god. Infinite sister, the gathering of virtues is in the newbie village. Support. Guild message, 100,000 emergency, gathering virtuous villa sneak attack, newbie village come quickly. After forcing herself to stabilize, Baiyu didn't have time to chat with Yi Yang. Instead, she sent a private message to President Baiyu Infinite in the first instance, and also called for support in the guild's all message. Players were not monsters. The people of the Gathering of Virtues were even more not cuties. The ones who had just died were the elite players of the Gathering of Virtues villa. In other words, their elites were here. Would the main members be far behind? Even though Yi Yang's strength was amazing, Baiyu Yue didn't think that he would be able to slaughter the entire Gathering of Virtues guild by himself. White Rain Infinite, coming right up. Guild message. White Rain Misty, hold on Xiaoye, we'll be right there. White Rain Misty, hold on. Baiyu Huan, Xiaoye, hold on. Almost, less than 2 or 3 seconds after Baiyu sent the message, President Baiyu Infinite and dozens of members within the guild appeared as if they were swiping the screen. All the members of the White Rain Pavilion knew that Baiyu Yue was merely only level 1. The person who stole the attack was still the shameless Gathering of Virtues. They were like sisters. How could they tolerate Baiyu being bullied? How could they tolerate Baiyu Yue being bullied by this underdog of the Gathering of Virtues? What's more, if Baiyu Yue was just a single person, she would never have reacted so violently. Why had Baiyu Yue been in the novice village all this time? It wasn't to wait for the Beacon god and trade with him for precious props such as equipment and skills. Beacon. Equipment. At the thought of all this, Baiyu Infinite's heart was in her throat, and a feeling of fear immediately spread throughout her body. If something really happened to Great God Beacon Fire because of their White Rain Pavilion, allowing a large amount of equipment to be taken away, her death 10,000 times would not be enough to atone for her sins. However, everything was already too late. The elite assassin squad and archer squad of the Gathering Villa, a total of less than 15 people, appeared in front of Baiyu Yue and Yi Yang in just a split second. Even if the entire warrior and mage squads were killed in battle, they would continue to carry out Blazing Sword Wound's supreme instructions. Archers? The warrior squad that appeared before Yi Yang was in a state of complete unpreparedness. But now, he had gone on alert and distanced himself from the danger zone after blasting the warrior squad. As long as it was a safe distance to cast spells, Yi Yang had no psychological burden, and naturally, he could give them a taste of the real spell bombardment. Surge! An archer with a level 5 passive skill realized the distance problem. With his spell casting distance, he couldn't reach Yi Yang. But it didn't matter, he still had the archer's level 5 passive skill, Surge. Relying on the archer's 2 minutes and 2 power bonus speed attack balance, as well as his high agility value and the 20 agility attribute added by Surge, he became faster. 60 meters. 55 meters. 50 meters. Even though the archer with the Surge skill was extremely fast, it was still not enough in Yi Yang's eyes. The movement was quick, only it was too late. Cold smile. A mere archer. What's the point of being fast? As long as they were within a safe spell casting distance, appearing in front of a mage was looking for death. What's more, he encountered Yi Yang whose equipment and skills were already extraordinary. The flames of the staff in his hand quickly condensed. Red Flame Explosion, the slowing down skill that specializes in dealing with high sensitivity players, has already been prepared. Red Flame Explosion. 410. As the flames exploded, Yi Yang's original idea of slowing down that archer fell through with tears. Because he was already dead. The archer only had 170 points of weak blood, and the Red Flame Explosion's horrific damage of over 400 points was enough to kill him 2 or 3 times. Ding, you have killed the Gathering Village elite, Wandering Man. It was too shocking. Yi Yang's reflexes and awareness stunned Baiyu Yue. Not only that, because of the bombardment of skills, around the battlefield there were already countless players from the novice village who would stop to watch this battle with a huge difference in strength and numbers. While Yi Yang's extraordinary damage almost scared their jaws off. OD. Wasn't that the legendary OD? It's really him, my god, the Beacon OD that I can actually meet. Even if it was the Beacon god, this damage was too unscientific, wasn't it? Where is the damage of a level 6 mage? It's too strong, over 400 damage. The Beacon god is afraid he's going to have to put together a level 1 newbie outfit, isn't he? I'm only doing less than 40 damage right now. Am I playing the same game as Beacon god? If this damage is on me, I'm afraid I can die several times. The players on the sidelines all marveled. However, if they knew that Yi Yang was even on the verge of getting his level 5 equipment together, what would their expressions be? The horrifying damage values not only shocked the onlookers, but also dazzled the group of archers at the same time. Without hesitation, Yi Yang's next skill locked onto the remaining group of archers that were waiting to fire. A fireball the size of a man's head whistled out, and before the group of archers could react from the shock they had just experienced, they had already seen the huge fireball come before their eyes. 21 The war was over, Yi Yang was victorious. Explosive fireball. 309, 308, 310, 307, 311, 308. The damage value of breaking 300 was almost more than twice their blood limit. Without a doubt, the remaining 6 elite archers of the Gathering Villa were all killed in battle before they could release a single skill. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtuous Villa Elite, Piercing Cloud Arrow. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtues Villa Elite, White Mighty Wolf. Ding, you have killed the Gathering of Virtues Elite, Marksman. Ding, you have killed. The assassin squad, who hadn't yet had the chance to go into battle, was shocked by the scene in front of them. What the hell is this? A level 6 mage, single-handedly taking on more than 20 people? Moreover, those 20 plus people were actually all killed. They were all elite members of the Gathering of Virtues. But no matter if they were warriors, mages, or archers, in front of that level 6 mage, they were all like paper mache and were easily killed in seconds. The warrior squad with thick blood, only 2 of them survived with some face. Although they resisted 2 more fireballs, they couldn't avoid the fate of death. The archers with high agility and the surge skill were as slow as a snail in front of him. They seemed to have forgotten. The mage's skill, however, had the characteristic of absolute hit. Not to mention that he was highly sensitive. Even if he could move instantly, he wouldn't be able to run at all. As for the mage, once he was close to the body, he definitely couldn't escape the fate of death. What's more, the enemy they encountered this time was also a mage. Beacon, he didn't need to get close at all. As long as the target was exposed, they would be instantly killed within his range. Bai Yu froze in place, her body shaking like chaff due to her overexcitement and excitement. The way she looked at Yi Yang also changed from admiration to worship, and then from worship to fervor. Handsome. Too handsome. And it was also too cool. Shock and awe continued to well up inside Bai Yu. This is what a mage is called. The beacon god is only level 6 now, and he was able to single-handedly take on more than 30 of them, all of them being the most elite players of the Gathering of Virtues Villa. If the chairman of Gathering Virtue Villa saw the scene, he would be scared to death, right? Chairman Blazing Sword Wound? I didn't call you by the wrong name, did I? After waiting for some time and seeing that no one was charging up again, Yi Yang blandly said into the air. Almost all of the main forces of the Gathering of Virtues had appeared. He knew that Lai Jianxian, who was the president, must be nearby. If you still want to continue fighting, I don't mind moving my muscles again. Fight? What the else is there to fight for, to go give Yi Yang a head start? Lai Jianxian, who was hiding behind the grassy knoll, was completely dumbfounded. Many horrific scenes switched back and forth in his mind like a movie. The warrior squad was instantly killed. The archer squad was even more dead. The mage squad was bombarded with several fireballs that only dealt 1/10 of Yi Yang's blood damage. Assassin squad. Luckily, they had sensibly paused their actions. Otherwise, their damage would not have been much higher than the mage squad. Although assassins had a terrifying damage bonus that surpassed the other 3 professions, it was only the early stages. Their damage, at best, was about 2x or 25x that of the mage squad. In other words, even if the assassin's squad of 7 attacked, the most they could do was to suppress Yi Yang's blood level to half. It definitely couldn't do anything to directly kill Yi Yang in seconds. Instead, after the skills fell into cooldown and exposed themselves, they would be directly started to counter-kill by Yi Yang. Blazing Sword Wound had even seen his next death. First, where he was in the White Rain Pavilion, he had already suffered a painful blow. Now on Yi Yang's side, he had given him an incomparably heavy bludgeoning damage. It was too terrifying. Aggressor Punishment. Benefit Reduction, Immunity to Purification. Level 1. Duration, 24 hours. Description: your guild initiated a war of aggression, but due to the failure of the war, you have suffered a severe punishment from the World Master's Great Emperor. The experience you gain will be forcibly reduced by 10, and all your attributes will be forcibly weakened by 10. This effect can be stacked without limit. Until now. He hadn't noticed that at the end of this attenuation status, there was actually a description that the effect could be stacked without limit. Come on, the next time you introduce a skill, can you write it more clearly? What a ing day for the snarling dog. Yi Yang's strength couldn't allow him to continue fighting. If he continued to fight, their Gathering of Virtues would definitely be the result of a total annihilation. There were only 2 ways for Lai Jianxian to go now. First, to be killed by Yi Yang until the entire army was wiped out, and then face the unknown stacking of Aggressor Punishment. Secondly, actively surrender and then face the unknown stacking of Aggressor Discipline. In fact, the end result was pretty much the same. Only that he was still able to salvage some of his losses. Letting his 2 vice presidents and himself be spared from death once. The death penalties in world domination were quite interesting. There were 3 types of death rulings. First, death in the wild, monster copies in special areas. This kind of death has no punishment, directly choose to resume, live back to the nearest resurrection point can be. Second, village, town and field PK death. White name players will receive a reduced status, death weakness, which reduces their attributes by 30 for 24 hours. Red name players will have 30 minutes to turn into a corpse, and the experience of the level is 0, and, also, will get the death weakness status. Corpse status: all the equipment and props on his body, except for the exclusive props of unique characteristics, will become pickable. Commonly known as touching the corpse. Only this kind of touching the corpse is very convenient. Do not have to go to spell the character to burst what you want, you can take away what he is. As long as the backpack is big enough, strong enough. You can slaughter thousands of red name players who deliberately provoke you, and then take away everything they have. The previous White Rain Infinite was also afraid of this very situation with Yi Yang. Third, death in guild wars, city wars, national wars, and other wars. After death, the experience value is zeroed out and cannot be resurrected for 10 minutes. Moreover, the higher the level and the larger the scale of the war, the longer the inability to resurrect. For the second and subsequent deaths, the rank is reduced by 1 and the experience value is locked at 1 point for 2 hours. Then, it continues to clear the 1 point of experience for promotion and continues to drop levels, and so on. At the end of the war, players on the losing side would become red. In other words, those players who died and couldn't be resurrected in time would be used by the victor as trophies after cleaning up the battlefield. It could be said that the greatest punishment for death was the second one. Once the red name death. If you have experience, you can turn your grief and anger into strength and make an effort to rush up. But the rare equipment and props once lost, maybe in the effort cannot get back. In the late stage, those rare equipment and props, even if you go to buy, the expensive prices by no means the average person can afford. There is no market for them. This is something that is too easy to see. Can use money to buy, are not precious, if you cannot buy that can only cry to go. Secondly, there was the war death penalty. Blazing Sword Wound didn't have any experience now, and if he died again, he would inevitably just drop levels. Moreover, those elite players who had already died could not be undone. If he and the 2 vice presidents died again and were ruled as red name deaths, that kind of loss. Blazing Sword Wound didn't dare to think any further. I surrender. After hiding behind the mound and contemplating for a long time, Sword Wound finally chose to walk out as if he had lost his soul. As the president of the Gathering of Virtues. Lai Jianxian's word of surrender also represented the complete end of this guild war. Yi Yang, on the other hand, had gained a complete victory in this war. 22 Super Torture, Thunder Prison. Ding, you have won the guild war, gaining 1000 experience and 500 gold coins. Since you are the individual player that was attacked, the guaranteed rewards will be obtained by you in full. Ding, you have won the guild war, gaining 100,000 experience and 50,000 gold coins. Ding, you have gained the gain status, Underhanded Defeat. Underhanded Defeat, gain status. Level 1. Duration, 24 hours. Description: you suffered a fierce attack from the Guild Gathering of Virtues, but under your full counterattack, you won the guild war, and all the players of the Gathering of Virtues became your defeated generals. For the duration of this status, your damage to the guild members of the Gathering of Virtues increased by 30, and the Gathering of Virtues was unable to start the guild war against you personally again. Gaining the status of Underdog status? Yi Yang was overjoyed. He had not expected that he would obtain a bonus status like this after the guild war ended. On the contrary, all the members of the Gathering Sword Wound and other members of the Gathering Sword Villa had similarly gained a Underdog status. However, they were mitigated. Ding, service-wide announcement: player Beacon Fire was brutally attacked by the Gathering of Virtuous Villa, and under the vow of fighting back, player Beacon Fire successfully defeated them. Gain a large amount of rewards. Ding, service-wide announcement: Guild Gathering of Virtues failed in its attack on player Beacon, and the guild will be relegated to the initial guild in 10 minutes, and will be severely punished. It was like being struck by lightning. However, the outcome of all of this was also taken for granted. Blazing Sword Wound was not a person who couldn't afford to take it or put it down, only that he had still underestimated Yi Yang's strength. Even though he had called on more than 30 of the most elite members of the Gathering of Virtues, he was defeated by Yi Yang alone. If there was any other way to truly defeat Yi Yang, it would only be the Sea of Men tactic. No matter what, the Gathering of Virtues was a large guild with up to 5,000 people. Yi Yang is powerful. Thousands of people jumped up to be a meat shield to drain his magic value, jumped up to a few thousand people crazy siege, not to mention his level 6, even if it is a change of occupation after the level 10 cannot stand. However, this kind of victory method is disgraceful. Moreover, a war that could easily involve thousands of people could not even start in the small novice village. Instead, the commotion was too great, and it was very likely that Yi Yang and Bai Yuyue would directly slip away. In that case, they wouldn't even have a chance to make a move, let alone grab equipment. Ding, map announcement: the brutal and unkind Gathering of Virtues guild leader, Blazing Swordwound, has started a guild war in Qingshui village. After losing the war, he will enter the World Master's Great Emperor's Thunder Prison in 10 minutes. Ding, you will be entering the Thunder Prison for 1 hour and 10 minutes, please get ready. After a systems map announcement, Blazing Sword Wound personally heard the systems message as well. Thunder Prison. One of the harshest punishments in world domination. Prison of Thunder. Level? Duration, 1 hour. Description: when a large-scale war is initiated in the name of an individual in neutral cities, villages, towns, and other maps, and is lost, they will be subjected to the Thunder Prison Penal Code for 1 hour. During the duration, the player's basic attributes will be stripped away and he will receive a cruel blow from 10,000 booming thunderbolts under the gaze of the World Master's Great Emperor. When the offender is released, he will fall into absolute weakness. For 10 days, all 4 attributes will be forcibly weakened to 1 point, and cannot be raised. After the effect ends, the attributes will gradually recover. Super torture. If it is placed in the late stages, okay, 10 days time to loot up, level and other will not fall much. But now the game has just started. 10 days cannot come online, his consequences have no choice but to delete the number. President. The North Sea King, Mo Knight White, and a few other members of the Gathering of Virtues who had survived the war surrounded Lai Sword Injury's side, their faces full of disbelief. The hell knew that World Mastery still had such harsh punishments. This had already forced people to delete their numbers. However, Lai Sword Wound countered as if he had seen through the red dust, and with a hint of a smile on his face, he patted the shoulders of the 2 vice presidents, King of the North Sea and Mo Knight White. Then with a long sigh, he slowly walked out of the clustered crowd. Beacon God. This time, I lost with conviction. Despite this ending, Lai Sword Wound had no choice. The loopholes that could be thought of, the compensations that could be made, Blazing Sword Wound had done it all. Complete equipment suppression, absolute skill crushing, as well as possessing superior sparring skills and superior awareness. Such a person was not something that they, a Gathering of Virtues, could afford to mess with. Lai Sword Wound has even seen, in the near future, in front of their eyes, this Beacon God can even do to crush the whole service. At that time, he might also be able to boast, I Lai Jianxian is the first person who has fought with Beacon God. I hope we can meet again. As Lai Jianxian's words fell, around his body, dozens of incomparably tall iron pillar shadows suddenly stood up. These iron pillars shadow, the length of almost 3 or 4 people's height. There are 2 people embrace the thickness. More daunting, is those iron column shadow, also hazy flashes of thousands of tiny lightning. With time, the tiny lightning gradually filled with the sense of oppression. The huge iron pillar shadow, also from virtual to real, will be Lai Sword Injury surrounded by it. See you later. Yi Yang smiled faintly and watched Lai Jianxian's departure. When a person was hungry to the point of starvation, he could only go for robbery if he wanted to live. The blow suffered in White Rain Pavilion, Gathering of Virtues naturally wanted to look for it back in their own place. If a man doesn't do it for himself, the heavens and the earth will destroy him. If he himself was the president of a guild, he might have chosen to think the same way as Lai Jianxian when he wanted to maintain his strength. This was one of the reasons of why Yi Yang had never created or joined a guild. They were not helpers to Yi Yang, and in a sense, they were even a drag. They were a drag on themselves and others at the same time. However, there is an old saying. The fittest survives. Only by becoming stronger could you survive in this hyper-real world of World Master. No one cares what tricks you've used in between, all they care about is your ultimate strength. This war, at the same time, woke up Yi Yang that he was still not strong enough. If Lai Jianxian really didn't want Bai Lian to use the entire guild scale to launch a siege against Yi Yang, no matter what, it was impossible for him to defeat it. A district of a few hundred points of magic value cap, bring thousands of people as a meat shield. Even if he stood still, he could drain his magic value. Then naturally there was no more. However, Blazing Sword Injury was also a person who wanted a face in the end. Although he suffered such a severe punishment, it also made him recognize the gap between himself and the truly strong. Anyway, it's the early stage now. The big deal is just deleting the number and rushing in. Become stronger. Must become stronger. Yi Yang secretly swore to himself, and for the first time, an incomparable gravity also appeared on that seedling handsome face. Next time, if he meets someone with the size of the guild who wants to forcefully fight himself, the number of people will not be a concern. A few seconds later, Thunder Prison exploded into a brilliant stream of thunder in front of everyone's eyes. When the onlooker player's sight was restored again, Lai Sword Wound and Thunder Prison had already disappeared from the novice village. There was no need to think that Lai Sword Wound must have already gone to where he was supposed to go now. Up to this point, this guild war with a huge difference in numbers and strength came to a complete end. Was it like Beacon God had completely won this guild war? For a long time, an onlooker player who had turned back from his shock said with a stiff expression in his mind, 23 beautiful President, White Rain Infinite. Nyobi ah. One person single-handedly taking on a guild. I feel like I'm going to fall in love with Beacon God. This is too handsome, isn't it? Delicate operation and advanced awareness, this is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Beacon God, is it too late for me to become your fan? I'm your true fan, Beacon God, give me an autograph. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. When the onlookers completely reacted, they gathered around Yi Yang. Some wanted to be his followers, some wanted an autograph, and there were even those who wanted to take a picture with him. In the crowd, there was also a beautiful-looking female archer standing far away, her face filled with incomparable admiration and a look of perseverance. She wanted to become as powerful as Beacon God. Vaguely, this female archer whose game name was Half-Day Early Summer treated Yi Yang as the only idol in her heart and the target she wanted to catch up with. Seeing dozens, or even hundreds of players surrounding their idol, Half-Sun Hatsumum's heart felt a little bad, but there was nothing she could do about it. A great god, especially a great god who was held up like a star, would not allow ordinary people to get close. Only by becoming stronger could one have the opportunity to get close to this idol of one's heart. Just like a student who adored her teacher, only if her grades became even better would she have more chances to get close to her elegant and handsome teacher. After making such a determination, Half-Sun Hatsumomo lifted the longbow on her shoulder and walked towards the outside of the novice village. Oh my god, finally squeezed out. Yi Yang, who had managed to squeeze out of the crowd, sighed lightly. The group of players were not hostile to Yi Yang, and he naturally couldn't be ruthless enough to blast open a bloody path with his spell skills. However, just as Yi Yang was struggling to escape from the crowd, another important member of the Gathering of Virtues, the assassin squatting at the headquarters of the White Rain Pavilion, the vice president of the Sorrowful End, also came to the novice village. He had wanted to come here to report a message to Lai's sword wound. As early as less than 10 minutes ago, White Rain Pavilion had a massive number of people approaching the novice village in a hurry. Its ordinary members, too, had a great tendency to surround the entire novice village. Sorrowful End sent countless private messages to his president, but they all sank without a single reply. It was only with no choice that he decided to come over in person. However, before he even arrived at the novice village, he had already heard the news that the guild war had failed. Failure? Sorrowful Endless Happiness was unable to believe such news. How could the Gathering of Virtuous Villa fail with all of its elite just to kill one person? However, when he arrived at the novice village and saw the mess that had been made after the war, his scalp tingled and even ached as if he had been electrocuted. He then saw the North Sea King and Ammonite White and the others, and after getting 100 accurate news, he also left the place. Beacon greatly, I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. Standing not far from Yi Yang's side, Bai Yuyue was bent over with her hands propped up on her knees, constantly gasping for air. Moreover, her small face was reddened and she had obviously just squeezed out from the crowd. However, her face carried an undisguised pleasure, and at this moment, she also made a little joke with Yi Yang. The victory of the guild war was not just Yi Yang's victory alone. The impact of this war was quite far-reaching. Having repelled all the elite of the Gathering of Virtues, even Lai's sword wound had entered the Thunder Prison. Yi Yang had not only proved his strength, but also completely sent the Gathering of Virtues Villa into the 18 layers of hell. Objectively, he kept his equipment, and could continue to trade with White Rain Pavilion in buying and selling equipment and skills. And White Rain Pavilion, as a result, will also rapidly develop and grow. Of course, this was all based on the premise that Yi Yang would still have such a strong character in the future, and would be able to explode dozens of pieces of equipment at the drop of a hat. Because Bai Yuyue didn't know that Yi Yang had such a horrible own talent as absolute chance. But these were all afterthoughts. After struggling to squeeze out of the crowd, Bai Yuyue's joke also made Yi Yang's heart relax for a moment. The saying that a mischievous and cute girl was a mediator for a man's mood was indeed true. Looking at Bai Yuyue's flushed little face, Yi Yang also detached himself from the tension of the guild war and joked with Bai Yuyue as well. You have to know that I'm a mage, strength is my weak point. If I were a warrior, or other professions, I'm afraid that I would have come out long ago. 2 hands a stall, Yi Yang's face is written full of helplessness. He, not joking with you. While Bai Yuyue was trying to say something, not far from them, a dense and light footsteps came. The people from the White Rain Pavilion had arrived. Just came a little too late. It's Sister Infinite. Bai Yuyu's eyes instantly lit up. White Rain Infinite was the president of the White Rain Pavilion and the spiritual pillar of all the members of the White Rain Pavilion. At the slightly mature age of 25, she was a bit older than all the other sisters, so the others would call her Sister Infinite, or President's Sister. Of course. As the president of a beautiful guild, White Rain Infinite's face value was also unquestionable. Even Yi Yang couldn't help but be stunned after seeing Bai Yu Infinite at first glance. Her long black hair fell behind her like a waterfall, and her elegant mage's robe was hitched to her body, as if she had her own wisp of lightness and spirit entwined around her body. Perhaps it was the long distance running that made her face also flutter up a touch of scarlet. After getting close to Yi Yang, White Rain Infinite's face also revealed a hint of surprise and awe. It was hard to imagine. This man in front of him, he was actually able to manage to slaughter the entire elite of the Gathering of Virtues Villa all by himself. How strong of a strength did he have to possess to be able to do such a thing? Hello, great God Beacon, thank you for the help you've been giving us White Rain Pavilion sisters. Born from a noble family, the real-life White Rain Infinite had an extremely strict tutelage since she was a child. Stretching out her small fair white hand, she expressed her ceremonial greetings and heartfelt thanks to Yi Yang. It's okay, I've gotten a lot of benefits from you guys too. As a ceremonial greeting in return, Yi Yang also extended his own hand. Softness and a hint of warmth came through. It was hard to imagine that the skin of a 25 or 26-year-old woman could actually be maintained as tender as a baby. Bayou Infinite's heart was also warm. Usually those boys who called themselves big gods were either extremely high and cold, or they were like scum trying to get close to you. On the contrary, the first feeling Yi Yang gave her was very cordial. It was like one of those sunny big boys that people couldn't help but want to get close to. 24 double the market price? A wild profit of 400,000 gold coins. Beacon God is really joking. If it wasn't for those equipments you provided, our White Rain Pavilion's current fate would not be any better than the gathering of virtues that you have now defeated. While saying that, White Rain Infinite's eyes swept over the corpses of the members of the Gathering of Virtuous Villa. Oh no, I should say the former Gathering of Virtuous Villa guild members, within the novice village. Speaking of equipment, Yi Yang suddenly thought of something and then continued, I just prepared a little surprise for Bayou Yu, or rather for you Bayou Pavilion. However, in the middle of this, the people from the Gathering of Virtue Village came out to mess up. Surprise? Bayou Infinite looked at Bayou Yue in surprise. It was like this. Bayou Yue told Bayou Infinite about Yi Yang's current backpack, which still had more than 100 pieces of level 5 equipment hidden in it, as well as dozens of level 5 green equipment and level 5 skill books. Oh my god. Bayou Infinite looked at Yi Yang dumbfounded, her cute little face filled with a surprised expression. It could be seen that the 100 pieces of equipment had given Bayou Infinite quite a shock. I don't know how much more equipment I'll be able to pop out after this time, so no need to say it. Before Yi Yang could finish, Bayou Infinite directly shook his head. Great God Beacon, the goods in your hand, no matter what they are, no matter how many there are, we will all take them from you at twice the market price. In order to show respect. White Rain Infinite took a step back and said with a slight bow to Yi Yang. Oh my god, Infinite sister, you don't have to be like this, right? Yes, President's sister, you. Even the sisters of the White Rain Pavilion Guild had never seen White Rain Infinite give such manners to anyone. At least in the game, they had never seen it before. Yi Yang, he, was the first person to receive her bowing etiquette. You don't have to be like this, I didn't say I won't sell it to you guys. Any Yi Yang was also a bit flattered. White Rain Infinite should have misunderstood his meaning. He originally wanted to say that he was now level 9, and after completing the Rectify Poisonous Gas Swamp quest again, he would most likely rise to level 10 and leave the novice village. In other words, the agreement between them to buy and sell equipment would probably come to an end. After leveling up to 10, once they left the novice village, they would never be able to return to the novice village again, nor could they have any contact with the people within the novice village. It was as if they were separated from the yin and yang. Unless they also leveled up and came to the main city just like themselves. Undoubtedly, this was a kind of protection for the novice players, so that the weaker ones wouldn't be bullied by the higher leveled players. After explaining all of this to Bayou Infinite, the latter also took a deep breath as if she was relieved, and then finally straightened up as well. Of course, Yi Yang didn't tell them that he had a hidden quest or anything like that. Because there was no need to. So, let's start trading now. Okay. Without too much nonsense, the two of them opened the trading interface, and Yi Yang put up all his extra equipment, skills, and so on. White Rain Infinite roughly scanned it, then gave a price. 96 pieces of white plate level 5 defense gear, the market price probably topped out at 96,000 gold coins. 12 pieces of green grade defense, 14,400 gold coins. 5 pieces of green grade 5 weapons, 25,000 gold coins. 5 level 5 skill books, about 50,000 gold coins. The total was about 1.85 million gold coins. According to the double market price purchase that she had just opened her mouth to assure Yi Yang, she needed to pay 370,000 gold coins. Great God Beacon, in the future, White Rain Pavilion will still need more support from you. This 400,000 gold coins will be taken as making friends with you. White Rain Infinite smiled politely, then filled in the huge amount of 400,000 gold coins in the gold coins column of the transaction panel. Ding, your trade with player White Rain Infinite is successful. You lost the Pig Iron Heavy Armor X21. You lost the Multiple Arrows X1. You lost Green Flash Spike X1. You lost Tough Leather Armor X18. You gained Gold Coins X400000. After the transaction was successful, a brush-like system prompt came. White Rain Infinite really wasn't a stingy person, double the market price, plus 30,000 gold coins to make up the zero, just to make a friend like Yi Yang. Making friends with you beauties, even if it's not for money, I'm still happy. Yi Yang laughed pleasantly, and by the way, he also turned his head and swept a glance at the beautiful members behind Bayou Feline. Wow, Beacon God, he's looking at me. So handsome, he's almost like a male god. Such a manly man, I love him to death. The beautiful sisters of the White Rain Pavilion Guild were distracted by one of Yi Yang's glances, and their hearts were in a frenzy. Even, there were already people who started talking to each other about how to get Yi Yang to like them. If there is nothing else, then I will leave. As for these corpses of the Gathering of Virtues, I will leave them to you. Yi Yang smiled. Even the 20 or so elites of the Gathering of Virtues villa, they didn't have much valuable equipment on them. Yi Yang naturally did not need it. As a courtesy, he could just repay the favor debt of 30,000 gold coins that Bayou Infinite had given him more just now. Moreover, after the transaction was completed, Yi Yang naturally had no reason to stay here, so he bid farewell to Bayou Fulin. Beacon God, take care. White Rain Infinite had no reason to retain him and could only stand in place to see him off. Looking at Yi Yang's dashing and uninhibited back, a trace of reluctance also showed on the faces of the beauties of the White Rain Pavilion. This was the first time they had seen Beacon God, and they didn't think that they would have to part so soon, did they? They hadn't seen enough. Alright, you guys have love in your eyes, the Beacon God has already gone far away, so you guys should quickly clean up the battlefield. Yi Yang didn't go far, he just came to another part of the newbie village. Only because of the cover of the buildings, he had long disappeared from the sight of Bayou Fulin. Grocery Merchant Bray. Level 5. Description: a grocer within the novice village. You can buy some essential medicines from him before a battle, and of course, Blay has some special skills. Mr. Blay, I want to upgrade my backpack space. Yi Yang had already deeply felt the insufficiency of his backpack space, so it was necessary to upgrade it this time. Upgrade backpack space, is it? You need to pay me a certain amount of gold coins to do so. Ding, is it confirmed? To upgrade backpack space X5, you need to pay 1,000 gold coins. Blay's so-called special skill was to upgrade the player's backpack space. This was a little bit of knowledge Yi Yang had learned on the official website. Confirm. Now that he already had more than 600,000 gold coins, this 1,000 gold coins was already insignificant to him. Ding, upgrading your backpack is successful, your backpack space has been raised to 55 compartments. 1,000 gold coins for 5 compartments of space, this seemed like a good deal. But one must realize that this 1,000 gold coins was equivalent to $1,000. Continue upgrading. Although the price was indeed a bit expensive, Yi Yang didn't care. He had earned 600,000 gold coins in a few hours, this 1,000 gold coins was really insignificant to him. Ding, upgrading your backpack is successful, your backpack space has been increased to 60 compartments. Continue upgrading. Ding, upgrading the backpack was successful, your backpack space has been raised to 65 compartments. Continue. 25.1 million experience, 3 levels in a row. I don't know how many times I boosted, and it was only when I saw that I had almost used up all the change in my gold coins that I decided to call it quits. Player, Yi Yang's backpack. Level 1. Space, 500 compartments. Description: a backpack used to hold things, not much else. Upgraded tenfold. Although it cost 90,000 gold coins, Yi Yang was not at all distressed right now. Gold coins, 5,360,000. After winning the Guild War, Yi Yang received a Guild War guaranteed reward of 500,100 times gold coins. The income of 50,000 gold coins also made him go from the original 5,760,000 gold coins to 6,260,000, and the 90,000 that he had spent on upgrading his backpack had now turned into more than 500,000 again. Moreover, not only the reward of gold coins, the Guild War could also bring Yi Yang as much as 1,000 by 100 experience reward. That is, a whole 100,000 experience value reward. Name, Beacon. Rank, 9. Experience, 322,007,000. Status, Life 660, Magic 790. Attributes, Strength 14, Magic 74 100, Physique 25, Agility 14. Free attributes, 15. The reward of 100,000 experience points brought about Yi Yang's streak of 3 levels. The attribute points alone that were automatically rewarded after every upgrade gave Yi Yang a small enhancement. Adding 15 free attributes to magic. With a thought, the 15 free attributes brought by Yi Yang's upgrades also turned into magic power attributes. The original magic power of only 74 points had directly soared to 89 points. If under the 100 increase of the flame skill, it could already reach a terrifying 178 points of magic attribute. In other words, Yi Yang, who used the group damage skill again, his damage could directly soar from around 320 points to over 400 points. With 3 levels in a row, this kind of boost was already very high. It's just a pity that it's so close to reaching 90. Although there is no OCD, but looking at this 89 points of magic attribute, the heart is still a little bit suffocated. To rise to level 10, 70,000 experience was needed. The quest of Rectify the Poisonous Swamp, however, had a whole 30,000 experience points rewarded after completing it. It was almost half the experience one would need to ascend to level 10 right now. The rewards of the hidden quests could not be described as less than generous. With this 30,000 experience, he didn't know how many monsters he would have to fight before he could accumulate enough. It was important to know that once Yi Yang had cleared the giant wasp's lair for more than half an hour before he had only gained a mere 4,000 plus experience. In other words, in the poisonous forest, he had to brush the wasp nests for 7.5 hours before Yi Yang could gain enough experience to make up for the 30,000 experience that the quest had given him for nothing. However, behind the generous rewards was an extremely difficult quest level. Within the quest requirements of rectify the poisonous swamp, Tia's demonic gas was just a quest material, just like the herbs collected before. Yi Yang only needed to use the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique's skill this time. After purifying the demonic gas, there wasn't any difficulty in doing so. As for the strength of the mighty poison crocodile and the mighty poison crocodile lord, Yi Yang wasn't too sure. After all, he hadn't gone to the poisonous gas swamp yet, so he couldn't check their attribute status. However, no matter how strong they were definitely not as strong as this up to level 10 domain level boss monster mighty poisonous crocodile lord. It was unique and the first domain level boss that players had encountered. If you kill it, you will be rewarded with additional attribute values, as well as a large amount of equipment, skills, and other props. Just before the service started, Yi Yang had already seen the information about this monster on the official website. Although the attributes of the fierce poison crocodile king were not published on the official website, the mere title of domain level boss already made him unable to underestimate it. The monsters in world domination were roughly divided into 4 types. Ordinary level monsters that were as numerous as the stars. Elite level monsters that had a certain level of strength. Boss level monsters that were superior to the elite level and already had super strength. There was also the domain level boss that had unique characteristics and ruled the current monster map. Without a doubt, the fierce poison crocodile king was such a domain level boss. To defeat it, especially if Yi Yang wanted to defeat it in single combat, it undoubtedly required a certain amount of preparation. Glancing at the grocer beside him, Yi Yang had wanted to buy some potions from him. The profession of Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, even if it was weakened, was still quite terrifying. Having medicines for lasting recovery of blood and blue would also provide Yi Yang with some protection. Forget about it. After hesitating for a while, Yi Yang gave up the idea of buying medicine. It wasn't that he was overly arrogant, but there were other reasons. In a battle, especially in a battle like this one where there couldn't be a single mistake, once Yi Yang was caught up in it, he was bound to focus all of his energy on the fierce poison crocodile king. If he felt that he could slack off just because he had a recovery potion, that was undoubtedly a big mistake. The level of medicines in the novice village was undoubtedly very low. Yi Yang took a look at the highest quality potion, which could only restore 20 points of blood per second and lasted for 10 seconds. 200 drops of blood. Although he didn't know how many attacks the fierce poisonous crocodile king had right now, just the level 7 elite giant bee king was already up to 80 points of damage. This domain level boss that had surpassed the boss level and had reached level 10 must have at least 200 to 300 attacks, right? If in the middle of a battle, Yi Yang was distracted to refill a potion that was so bad, and was careless enough to be attacked by it once, then it would definitely be a sign that the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, he still chose not to buy it. Taking a look at the novice village, Yi Yang prepared to go offline and take a rest. The guild war this time had made him consume too much energy, and even though the outbreak was short, it had made Yi Yang a little tired. What's more, having just crossed over to this parallel world, he hadn't gotten a full night's sleep yet, and had to play the game all night, at midnight in the middle of the night. With all the reasons, Yi Yang already felt that his body may indeed need a good rest. If he didn't have enough spirit, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to exert his full strength when facing the king of the poisonous crocodile. With a thought, Yi Yang chose to exit the game. Then his eyes went black, and when he opened them again, he had returned to the real world. 26 Tracing the footsteps of the beacon idol, the struggle of the female archer. Inside the game world. After leaving the bustling novice village, Half-Sun Hatsumomo encountered an elite-level monster in the Mad Dog area, the Raging Dog. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps the heavens were already biased towards those who worked hard. Unlike Yi Yang's simple and brutal spell bombardment, after a 10-minute-long fight, Half-Sun Hatsumomo finally defeated the Dog of Rage. Ding, you have killed an elite-level monster for the first time, Hound of Rage, gaining skill points x1, as well as experience value x300 and gold coins x50. Skill points. Wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead, Half-Day's early summer's face was a bit tired, but more than that, she was excited. Unexpectedly, there was this kind of reward for killing an elite monster for the first time. Skill points were an extremely precious reward that could be used to improve one's skills. This meant that she was one step closer to her idol. Not only skill points, she had also obtained other rewards. Ding, you have obtained the Archer skill book, Surge. Ding, you have obtained Dog Skin. Gosh. There was also a skill book. Holding that precious skill book in her hand, Half-Sun Hatsumomo trembled a little with excitement. The hard-fought battle hadn't been in vain, the rewards were indeed quite generous. Moreover, this was also a passive skill that could increase one's agility by a large amount, allowing one to move faster. This way, if one were to use kite action to fight these elite-level monsters in the future, it would be a bit easier. After organizing her harvest, she didn't make any stops and started searching for another pack of mad dogs. Endeavor. Get stronger. Although it was a bit of hard work. But if next time, when she was able to qualify herself to help that beacon god, any more hard work would be worth it. She was originally that kind of strong character. However, she was too weak, and at that time, when she was at level 1, the monsters in the boar area were also rounded up by other great gods who were stronger than her. It was only with no other choice that she found Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang's burst fireball with a damage explosion deeply shook her heart. Moreover, he refused his reward and admonished himself to take these few gold coins and work hard to become stronger. And because of this, Yi Yang's figure was deeply engraved in her heart. And also made that one seemingly insignificant promise. Big God, then you must add me a friend. If there is a need for me next time, I will do my best to help you. Real world. Coordinates, Baizhou City, Dongshan Province. Yi Yang naturally didn't know that his one unintentional move at that time had caused a girl to have such a deep hangover. All he knew right now was that he was very hungry himself. And the service at McDonald's was poor. It's been half an hour since he ordered his food, why isn't it served yet? Sitting in a window seat in the McDonald's store, Yi Yang was bored waiting for his meal to be served. 2 burgers, a large bag of fries, and a Coke. Sir, sorry, your order is here. A waitress with an apologetic face carried the plate in her hand and placed it in front of Yi Yang. It's okay. Yi Yang smiled against his will, he was not in a position to fight with a waiter. After going offline, he realized that he was already hungry. Moreover, he also discovered something not too important. The time ratio between the game and reality was 11's time. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. It was dawn, yet the McDonald's store was still packed. Which brings us to the reason why. Many people were just as hungry as Yi Yang after staying up all night playing World Master, but they didn't want to cook. What to do? Fast food So, this was what caused almost all the McDonald's, KFC, Pizza Hut and other fast food restaurants to be full. Luckily, they were open 24 hours a day, or else they would really starve to death. Moreover, after Yi Yang went offline, some very strange things happened. This was also something Yi Yang found out while eating a burger and playing with his cell phone while brushing the official website forums. The Beacon Fan Pavilion Guild was established. Fans who are Beacon gods come quickly. Beacon, Mage exclusive paradise. Want to know why your Mage and Beacon gods Mage are different? Speed plus. Only 500 people. Beacon, Warrior exclusive paradise, was established. Come on. Just upgraded the guild, now there are more than 100 places. If you're late, they're gone. Put. Yi Yang almost sprayed a mouthful of cola on his cell phone screen. My mama, what the hell is this? What fan pavilion, and what Mage, Warrior exclusive paradise? Out of curiosity, Yi Yang opened the official website, clicked on the guild ranking, and searched according to the name. However, do not know without searching, a search is really shocked. The earliest established Beacon Fan Pavilion now had a size of more than 300 people. Its president could be an elite player even when placed in the top 10 guilds. There were also Beacon, Mage exclusive paradise, Beacon, Warrior exclusive paradise, and other oddball guilds that were created a little later in time, and the number of people had also reached more than 200. Not only that, Yi Yang also saw other forum posts about himself. Beacon God angrily chopped all elite members of Gathering of Virtues. Quick look. With video. Legendary Beacon OD's first time out, defeated Gathering Virtuous Villa, President Blazing Swordwound was imprisoned in Thunder Prison. With pictures. Terrifying as it is, Beacon alone singles out more than 30 people. There were countless posts like this, and there were even players who used the game's own video recording function to put up the video and numerous pictures of Yi Yang's battle against the Gathering of Virtues, causing quite a stir. Oh my god, this is too scary, isn't it? A brittle mage single-handedly took on more than 30 elite members. This is from that novice village? What level is he? Level 6. I'm from Novice Village 888. I'm from the same Novice Village as Beacon God, and I witnessed it with my own eyes. I just watched the video. That Beacon is really tough, with great control over the details of the battle, and his equipment attributes are horribly strong. He doesn't look like a level 6 player at all. You don't know, Beacon God's equipment is scary as hell. Roughly swept a glance at the comments underneath these posts, there were shocked, there were questioned, and there was also a newbie village with himself, out to prove it. However, it seemed that with the prompting of these posts, Yi Yang even in this noisy McDonald's store, he heard countless people talking. 27 reactions in the real world. Yi Yang caused a stir. Have you heard about the matter of which Beacon God in our newbie village? What is it? I've been fighting monsters since I left the newbie village. You don't know now? That Beacon God slaughtered all the elite members of the Gathering of Virtues by himself. Is that so awesome? I heard there's a big deal going on in the 888th newbie village. I know, the official forum is full of his posts. The 888th newbie village has a lot of fierce people, the one called Beacon Fire, it's too much to hang, isn't it? Indeed enough fierce, level 6 has broken 400 damage, I'm envious of the death, I'm also a mage feel like playing or not a game. I'm a mage too, I feel like I'm not playing the same game. It's so awesome, when I watch the video, it's like I'm hot. Alas and alack, what were you guys talking about just now, were you talking about Beacon God? I'm from the 888th newbie village. If you guys have any questions, you can ask me. You can ask me if you have any questions. Tell us how Beacon and Gathering of Virtues fought. These discussions were not just one table or two. In half of the McDonald's store, from almost all of them were discussing Yi Yang, discussing that bullish Beacon god. There were men and women, as well as old and young. Even Yi Yang could see the wonderful expressions on their faces from the tables that were closer to him. From skepticism to shock, and from shock to admiration, to finally fervent worship. It was as if they had already taken that Beacon god as their idol. Unbeknownst to them, the Beacon god they admired was in the same McDonald's store as his door. After finishing his meal, Yi Yang hurriedly left that horrible McDonald's store. Just kidding, if you don't leave, you're going to be anally challenged. He had just seen a news story about a man who had drunk too much and was taken turns by 10 men in a hotel. Ahem, unspeakable. Woke up with a start. Yi Yang realized that it was now 11 a.m. After a wash, Yi Yang morning run, forget about it. In fact, now this time, at best, just some morning exercise. Excessive game is bound to be a burden on the body, if in the absence of exercise, really will be something. Half an hour later, Yi Yang returned home and prepared to log into the game. The Rectify Poisonous Swamp quest was still waiting for him, and the domain level boss was also waiting for him. Of course, what Yi Yang was most looking forward to was the transfer to level 10 after completing these. The only dual profession player in the entire service. There was no way for him not to be excited. Ding, entering the game. 137-7998. Entering successfully. With a light in front of his eyes, Yi Yang once again came to the novice village, where he had gotten offline. It was by the side of that grocer Carlyle. Quest description: you have accepted the request of the village chief and decided to purify the demonic chi left in time by the demonized juggernaut, TIAs, and liquidate those brutal fierce poisonous crocodiles. Quest progress: Tia's residual demonic aura 05, slaying of the fierce poison crocodiles 020, fierce poison crocodile lord 05, fierce poison of the crocodile king 01. Mission status, uncompleted. Taking another look at the Rectify the Poisonous Gas Swamp quest, Yi Yang took out that Holy Spirit Immortal Art Experience scroll. Before going to the Poisonous Gas Swamp, this heaven-defying prop was naturally still necessary. Without it, one wouldn't be able to complete this quest yet. Use the scroll. With a thought, the scroll in Yi Yang's hand suddenly emitted a shimmering light. Immediately, Yi Yang heard a system prompt. Ding, you have used the prop Holy Spirit Immortal Technique Experience scroll. You have obtained the opportunity to choose 3 skills below the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique level 20 skills, duration, 24 hours. Rejuvenation Technique. Learning level, 10 unlimited in experience version. Skill description: select a target or yourself, and after releasing this skill, you can restore x2 of your magic value of blood to it. Magic consumption, 50. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Skill level, not upgradable. Art of Clearing Spirit. Learning level, 10 unlimited in experience version. Skill description: select a target or yourself. After releasing this skill, you can purify the target of all negative statuses and have a 1 chance to make the target immune to any control for 30 seconds. Magic consumption, 50. Cooldown, 1 minute. Skill level, not upgradable. Shen Ice Shield. Learning level, 15 unlimited in experience version. Duration, 1 minute. Skill description: select a target or yourself. After releasing this skill, you can add a Shen Ice Shield status to the target that lasts for 1 minute, which will increase the target's physique attribute by 50. Magic consumption, 150. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill level, not upgradable. Magic power. Learning level, 15 unlimited in experience version. Duration, 1 minute. Skill description: select a target or yourself. After releasing this skill, you can add a Power of Royal Magic status to the target, which will increase the target's magic attribute by 50. Magic consumption, 150. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Skill level, not upgradable. Heavenly Rain. Learning level, 15 unlimited in experience version. Skill description: select a target or yourself, and after releasing this skill, you can restore magic value x25 blood to all members of your party within 50 meters around the target. Magic consumption, 200. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill level, non-upgradable. There were a total of 5 skills, and Yi Yang could choose 3. It made sense that it wouldn't have an option for level 20 skills below, which meant it wouldn't have an option for level 20 skills. Since it was an experiential version, the learning level on the other hand was unlimited, and the skill level could not be upgraded. Kidding aside, even if it could be raised, Yi Yang wouldn't raise it now, in case the skill points were used up and the skills completely disappeared once the experience time was over. Wouldn't he lose out? As for the choice of skills, the Art of Cleansing Spirit that had a purifying effect was a must. Because this was the skill necessary to fulfill the basic requirement of completion, to purify Tia's demonic aura. There were still 2 options left. Yi Yang's Heartseed, in fact, had already had an idea. Power of the Imperial Demon, and Rejuvenation Technique. One possessed an increase in spell damage, and the other possessed a huge amount of milk. Anyhow, when he first saw the other 4 remaining Holy Spirit Immortal Technique skills, Yi Yang actually wanted them all. No matter which one it was almost a divine skill. 28 boss level, Fierce Poisonous Crocodile Lord. The Xian Ice Shield possessed a terrifying physique attribute bonus. Although Yi Yang's physique attribute wasn't high right now, the 50 boost was a qualitative leap for his body plate. Heavenly Rainfall, this skill was undoubtedly terrifying if it was a guild member player. Having a group effect range of 50 meters, it was several times higher than his current level 2 explosive fireball. And there was also a high skill bonus of 25 times the magic value. After all, it was a level 15 skill, and it was only natural that it had a higher bonus than the rejuvenation technique. Of course, if it was Yi Yang's choice, it was naturally more important to have a single blood return. The 50 milk volume bonus was dispensable for Yi Yang, because the magic X2 bonus, relying on this Yi Yang's own magic attribute of up to 89 points, the flame skill's magic attribute increase of 100, and the mage's original 15x skill bonus, had already allowed the healing volume to reach a terrifying 534 points. If you add the magic attribute increase of the royal magic power, the healing amount of this skill has arrived at 669 points. Yi Yang's blood limit was only 660 points, no matter if it was 534 points or 669 points, this amount of healing was completely sufficient. On the contrary, although Heavenly Rain had the bonus of magic value x25, his healing amount had already reached 667 points, and after the increase of Power of the Royal Devil, it even reached 836 points. The high amount of healing, although it seemed wonderful, it was completely unnecessary. What's more, the extra 10 seconds of CD was also a point he couldn't accept. In the middle of a battle, things could change rapidly, not to mention 10 seconds, earth-shattering changes could occur within 1 second, so a longer CD was not conducive to his performance in battle. What's more, the magic consumption of up to 200 points was not something Yi Yang could afford right now. Although he liked it, he had to choose rationally. Anyway, after reaching level 10 transfer, these couldn't run away and were going to become his skills. It's just a matter of time. Select skills: Art of Clearing the Spirit, Power of the Imperial Demon, Rejuvenation Art. Ding, skill selection is complete. You have obtained the 3 skills of the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, Art of Clearing the Spirit, Power of the Devil, and Spring Recovery Technique. Ding, the prop, Holy Spirit Immortal Art Experience Scroll was successfully used, the prop will disappear. After resolving everything, Yi Yang had made all the preparations. Poisonous Gas Swamp, depart. Fierce Poisonous Crocodile. Rank, Elite. Rank, 8. Blood, 700. Attack, 120. Skills: Low-level Fearless, Low-level Water Battle, Fierce Poison Bite, Strong. Droppable items: Level 5 Green Equipment, Level 5 Skill Book, Crocodile Skin. Description: Compared to normal crocodiles, the Fierce Poison Crocodile possesses stronger killing power and movement speed. And the most important thing to note is its horrific biting power, and its bite also carries a certain chance of poisoning effect. Poisonous Crocodile Lord. Rank, Boss. Level, 9. Blood, 1500. Attack, 150. Skills: Low-level Fearless, Low-level Water Warfare, Fierce Poison Bite, Low-level Strong. Droppable items: Level 9 Blue Product Weapon, Level 9 Blue Product Equipment, Level 5 Skill Book, Crocodile Skin, Crocodile Eye. Description: The Fierce Poison Crocodile Lord possesses a stronger killing power and movement speed than the average Fierce Poison Crocodile, which possesses a much stronger body than the average Fierce Poison Crocodile. After passing through the poisonous forest, relying on the Art of Clearing the Spirit, Yi Yang easily collected 5 copies of the residual magic chi of the purified TIAs. After all, in the end, this was considered a gathering quest, and it also brought Yi Yang a total of 200 experience points. However, when he actually came to the poisonous gas swamp and saw the mighty poison crocodile's attributes, Yi Yang was taken aback. Even though he had searched the crocodile's habits before when he was playing with his cell phone at McDonald's. Because he had a previous experience of losing a giant bee swarm to a giant bee king, he guessed that even monsters were no different from living creatures in terms of their habits. All crocodiles in general were herd animals. Unlike the militarized management of giant bee swarms, crocodile swarms were more interesting family systems. Usually, a male crocodile leads a group of female crocodiles, either hunting or mating. And each male crocodile, too, possessed a certain territory of its own. The gas swamp is big enough for hundreds of crocodiles to divide up their territory. Moreover, each group of crocodiles probably commanded about 3 or 4 female crocodiles, and naturally, in terms of numbers, they couldn't be compared to a swarm of giant bees. However, the terrifying thing was that the mighty venomous crocodiles possessed a terrifying body and bite force, which caused them, which were just 1 level higher than the giant bee king, to possess a terrifying amount of blood and damage bonus, but they were slightly lacking in terms of speed. However, the high blood quantity of the mighty poison crocodiles was actually not a problem at all for Yi Yang. After once again obtaining a short-lived magic attribute increased skill, power of the Imperial Demon, his damage would then metamorphose once again. The beginner's fireball technique had been raised from the original 297 points of damage to 372 points. The increase in explosive fireball was even greater, with the damage having reached 558 points. As for the single slowdown, and his current highest damage skill, Red Flame Explosion, it had reached a terrifying 744 points of damage. Of course, these were without counting defense. The fierce venomous crocodile possessed the strong and low-level strong passive skills, which could have damage reductions of 10 and 20. For each type of tri-amphibious monster, there are also innate passive skills that World Domination possesses. Fearless for land-based monsters. Aquatic monsters have water battle. Flying monsters have air attack. These three skills were all passive skills that increased the monster's damage and movement speed. However, this crocodile was an amphibious monster, so not only did he have water battle, but he also had the bonus of the fearless passive skill. As for the mighty poison crocodile's rank, Yi Yang also figured it out after a slight contemplation. Even the ordinary mighty poison crocodiles, they were able to suppress a certain area even if they were injured and fell alone, just in the area of the novice village. Elite level monsters perfectly fit the positioning for them. Moreover, each elite level represented a skill point to Yi Yang. Not to mention the mighty poison crocodile lord, who was a level 9 boss. Not only did he represent 5 skill points, he also had level 9 equipment that was the ultimate equipment for a novice. Moreover, it was still a blue item weapon and equipment that was more powerful than a green item. After being able to replace his level 9 blue product weapon, his magic power value would definitely increase again, and when he challenged that level 10 domain level boss, it would naturally be much easier. Overall, this was considered mixed news. Although after coming to the poison gas swamp, his poison state was twice as damaging as it was in the poison gas forest. It reduced his blood by 10 points per minute. But fortunately, having learned the rejuvenation technique, he didn't have to worry about blood now. As for the art of clearing the zero, that possessed a purifying effect, that 30-second immune control effect was of no use at all. At best, poisoning was only a mitigating state, not quite a control skill. Even if he could be purified once, he would still be poisoned after a long time in the poisonous gas, so there was no need for it. Smiling indifferently, Yi Yang didn't blame anything. Who let him not rise to level 10 yet? I only hope that the level 9 blue quality weaponry won't let me down. 29 blue quality. Terrifying attribute bonus. Inside the deep purple poisonous swamp, a group of 5 or 6 fierce poisonous crocodiles, which had just finished a hunt, slowly approached the area before burrowing into the deep, bottomless swamp one after another. As the rulers of this area, they could freely take a mud bath here. The male fierce poisonous crocodile lord was not far away from those female crocodiles, guarding its concubines. For him, this could have been a more ordinary and peaceful day, eating, drinking, and watching his concubines bathe. However, as it was preparing to find a patch of grass and lie down on the ground to rest, it suddenly detected a fierce heat flow behind it. Explosive fireball. 403, 450, 451, 455, 449, 453. A piece of damage that broke 400 floated out. With the exception of the manticore crocodile lord, who possessed low-level strength, which reduced damage by 20, all the other manticore crocodiles suffered over 400 points of damage. The mighty poison crocodiles, all of a sudden, became bloodless. Even the crocodile lord only had about 2/3 of his blood left. Roar! The roar of the mighty poison crocodile lord caused the swampy muddy water near it to start fluctuating in bursts. It was alerting its concubines to the fact that there were enemies coming from nearby. Turning its head, it brought its concubines and charged in the direction from which the fireball had come. Avalanche! 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 A group of crocodiles disembarked, looking for the enemy in that direction without any fear. However, Yi Yang, who was 100 meters away, calmly and unperturbedly watched the group of crocodiles coming towards him in that direction. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the crocodile group charged a distance of 20 meters. This speed, amongst the large reptiles, could not be said to be fast. However, Yi Yang's explosive fireball 2-second CD had now passed. Raising his staff again, the super long-range Yi Yang calmly launched his skill. Explosive fireball. 405, 451, 450, 455, 447, 452. The fireball exploded. 6 crocodiles, all but the crocodile lord, were killed in action. Ding! You have killed an elite level monster, the fierce poison crocodile. You have gained x 760 experience points, x 200 gold coins, and x 1 skill points. Ding! You have killed the elite level monster, poisonous crocodile. You have gained x 760 experience, x 200 gold coins, and x 1 skill point. Ding! You have killed an elite level monster. 5 elite fierce poisonous crocodiles died, bringing Yi Yang 5 skill points and 3,800 experience points at once. A piece of equipment and skills also exploded on the ground. Yi Yang seemed to have been able to guess that after completing this quest, the experience of the monsters plus the 30,000 experience rewarded by the quest could poke and prod his way up to level 10. Level 10. This represented that Yi Yang could switch to a dual professional player. The motivation from leveling up made Yi Yang's desire to fight stronger and stronger. Seeing that this fierce poison crocodile lord had already come within 50 meters of him, there was no sense of crisis for him. With a tap of his staff, the light of the flames became bigger and bigger in no time. Red Inferno Explosion. 535. As a ball of flame exploded, the crocodile lord seemed to receive a violent shock. The attached slowing effect also took effect, causing his speed to slow down without limit. But all of this didn't matter anymore. The 800 damage from the 2 bursts of fireballs, coupled with the less than 600 points of damage from this red flame explosion, had already brought the crocodile lord's blood level to the point where it was merely at a stump. Without hesitation, a fist-sized fireball was thrown out, completely ending the crocodile lord's life. Ding! You have killed the boss level monster, Lord Poisonous Crocodile. You have gained x 1600 experience points, x 500 gold coins, and x 5 skill points. Although there was a 100 chance of getting a skill point reward once for the first time you killed an elite level and above, Yi Yang obviously couldn't experience the thrill of this first time. Because he could always have a 100 burst rate. It's not the same, we're not the same. Ding, you have obtained pig iron heavy armor. Ding, you have acquired cotton undercoat. Ding, you have acquired the splinter arrow. Ding, you gained the blue-black bamboo staff. Ding, you gained crocodile skin x4. Ding, you gained blue-black bamboo staff. Ding, you gained the blue-purple jade ring. Killing this group of fierce poisonous crocodiles had likewise brought Yi Yang a large amount of equipment and skills. The 2 level 5 mage skills, Yi Yang had already learned them, so popping skill books could only be sold for money for him. Instead, there were a few pieces of equipment that he could just use. Cotton undercoat. Level 5. Life 100. Physique 3. Black bamboo staff, blue. Grade 9. Magic power 39. Description: a kind of magic wound with aura made of black bamboo, very handy. Purple jade ring, blue. Grade 9. Magic power 30. Other than these 3 pieces of equipment, the rest of Yi Yang was the equipment of the other 3 professions. Undoubtedly, the ones that increased Yi Yang the most were the blue items grade 9 black bamboo staff and purple jade ring. The weapon had 39 points of magic and the ring had 30 points of magic. Looking at the super high attribute increase of these 2 pieces of blue item equipment, even Yi Yang did not expect that a level 9 blue item equipment would actually have such a terrifying increase. The combined total of 62 points of magic power increase, compared to the previous equipment, it was a whole 49 points higher in magic power attribute. It made his magic attribute, directly from 89 points, reach 138 points. This time, the equipment's attribute increase, Yi Yang did not even think that it would actually be that horrible. At the same time, the substantial increase in magic power also made his magic value on line breakthrough to 1430, which was already more than twice as much as 660 life points. In addition, that cotton undershirt, which also had 100 blood and 3 points of constitution, was also a kind of icing on the cake of the attribute increase. Existing skill points, 10. 5 elite crocodiles and a boss-level crocodile lord had allowed him to gather enough 10 skill points for this number. The exactly 10 skill points he now possessed allowed him to continue upgrading the flame skill. Undoubtedly, this passive skill had the greatest damage boost for him. At level 3 alone, Flame Knack had already reached an increase of 100 magical attributes. If he upgraded to level 4, how much would the increase of Flame Knack become? 160? 180? Or? Yi Yang was a little afraid to think about it. However, he had another skill, Explosive Fireball. With the experience of the first time, Yi Yang already knew that boosting Explosive Fireball would not only make his damage higher, but also boost his damage range. This was undoubtedly a very strong boost. However, forget it, continue to boost the passive skill, Flame Skill. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yang decided to use all of his skill points to raise Flame Knack once again, raising it to level 4. 30 level 4 Flame Knack, 200 magic increase. After investing all 5 skill points into Flame Knack, the skill also reached the upgrade requirement. Ding, Flame Knack has reached the upgrade requirement, is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Flame Skill upgraded successfully, current level, 3. The system prompt came, and the attributes of the level 4 Flame Knack appeared in front of him. Holding back his excitement, Yi Yang somewhat childishly blocked the attribute panel of Flame Knack with his hand and moved down a little bit. Just like the gambling god in his previous life, in the last moment of the poker opening, destined to win or lose like the same nervousness. Flame Skill. Skill description, passive skill. With this skill, you can increase your magic attribute by 200. Skill level 4. Skill experience, 0-20. 100% 200% increase? Even Yi Yang, who had a strong heart, could not help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. It was like the feeling of an ordinary person who suddenly won $5 million. It was too strong. It never occurred to me that a level 4 flame skill actually had a 200 magic power bonus. What kind of concept was this? This was equivalent to, after the power of the Royal Devil skill was used, when one skill damage was maximized, Yi Yang, with the current 138 points of magic power, even a most secondary fireball spell had a whopping 724 points of damage. The most terrifying, naturally, was still the explosive fireball that possessed face damage. Under the dual support of flame skill and royal magic power, the damage of explosive fireball could be 1087 points. Even if those elite crocodiles had the strong passive, which could exempt them from 10 damage, he could still deal a broken 978 points of damage. It was completely possible to do a second kill of the 700 points of blood of the mighty poison crocodile. Now there was no need for a fireball spell, a single burst of fireballs would send all the damn mighty poison crocodiles to hell. If it was only for this mission, for the mighty poison crocodile, Yi Yang's improvement this time could be said to be a qualitative change from not being able to kill in seconds, to being able to directly kill elite level mighty poison crocodiles in seconds. The boss level mighty poison crocodile lord only need to add another red flame explosion, the crocodile lord can die beyond death. It could be said that with this small set of moves from explosive fireball and red flame explosion, Yi Yang could directly instantly second a wave of crocodile groups. LOL. It seemed like it was time to let that group of crocodiles taste the real spell bombardment. Inside Yi Yang's heart, he was now impatient to try this set of moves. Boom! Like a modern version of a giant cannon roaring. The last burst of fireballs roared out, and before the crocodile lord could react, the original group of crocodiles had already turned into its lone fish. The next instant, without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yang's red flame explosion followed. In an instant, a brilliant flame instantly exploded. 1354. Under the increase of Imperial Demon Power, the red flame explosion already had a terrifying damage of breaking 1,000. Combined with the 1,000 plus points of damage dealt to him by the previous explosive fireball, it caused this fierce poison crocodile lord boss to fall to the ground with a loud crash. Ding! You have killed a boss level monster, the fierce poison crocodile lord. Gained experience value x 1600, gold coins x 500, and skill points x 5. Picking up all the equipment and props on the ground, Yi Yang clapped his hands and checked the current quest status of Rectify Poisonous Swamp. In the past less than 3 hours, Yi Yang had cleared a total of 5 waves of crocodile swarms, countless elite level crocodiles and a total of 5 boss level. As for why it took 3 hours? There was only one reason. That was that the poisonous swamp area was really too big. The vast majority of the time, he used to be in a rush, which was why it took almost 3 hours. However, in this way, he relied on the 5 points per minute increase in his magic value to complete the task with almost no exertion. Every time he bombarded the crocodile swarm, he also received an increase in power of imperial magic. Relatively speaking, it was a good thing in turn. Quest progress: Tiaza's residual demonic energy 55, killed fierce poison crocodile 2120, fierce poison crocodile lord 55, fierce poisons crocodile king 01. Mission status: uncompleted. The mighty poison crocodile king, now only this domain level boss is left. However, my strength had also increased quite a bit from before, so going to face it now was definitely not a problem anymore. The 4 boss level crocodile lords that he had killed, as well as the 21 elite mighty poison crocodiles, allowed Yi Yang to be rewarded with a generous amount of equipment and skills. Battle by battle. The current him was very different compared to when he had just entered the poisonous swamp. Name: Beacon. Level: 9. Experience: 561, 607, 0000. Status: Life 710, Magic 1660. Attributes: Strength 16, Magic 161 200, Physique 27, Agility 20. Weapon: Blue and Black Bamboo Staff. Equipment: Green Cotton Hood, Green Cotton Top, Cotton Bottom, Cotton Leg Warmers, Green Cotton Gloves, Green Cotton Shoes. Jewelry: Blue Purple Jade Ring, Blue Purple Jade Necklace. Talents: Absolute Chance, Absolute Hit. Skills: Fireball, Explosive Fireball, Flame Skill, Red Flame Explosion. Free attributes: 0. Skill points: 36. Calling out his attribute panel, Yi Yang roughly perused it himself. In the subsequent waves of crocodile swarms, Yi Yang had only popped out a total of 2 pieces of equipment that he could use. The green item cotton gloves and the blue item ring that had exploded from the lord. The life value had increased to 710, and the magic value had gone from to the current 1660. This was still thanks to a substantial increase in magic power. The Blue Pin's Purple Jade Necklace, once again, provided him with a 33 magic power bonus, which was a full 23 points higher than the previous Cloud Mantle Necklace, which was a full 23 points higher than the previous Cloud Mantle Necklace. This was undoubtedly a terrifying boost to his damage as well. With 1660 magic power, there was also little need to worry about magic power depletion. With 36 skill points, it would also allow him to give a big increase to his skills. However, it's better to forget about it and ascend to level 10 and wait until after the transfer. I'd better upgrade the advanced skills. Yi Yang let out a long breath. It was also sensible for him to do so. After all, although he had a 100 burst rate and could burst out attribute points in every monster of elite and above rank, he had to know that he was the only dual profession player in the future. More so, he could use dual profession skills, with skill points, to enhance his dual profession skills. This was also a great amount of consumption. Yi Yang was secretly glad. This dual profession transfer scroll, fortunately it was given to himself. If it was given to someone else, even if it was given to them, they would not be able to carry the consumption brought about by these two professions. Future. The equipment could also be strengthened by up to 10 levels, as well as the colorful gem setting function for the equipment. If a warrior player used this scroll, if in order to boost the amount of milk from the Holy Spirit Immortal technique, he would also have to go ahead and accumulate the magic attribute. So, he would also need to go with a set of gems based on the skills of the two professions, and also go for the constant upgrading of gems. He even had to add some magic attributes. This kind of consumption was undoubtedly quite huge, and the input and income were completely disproportionate. In the end, this warrior player would most likely go off the deep end playing, or even collapse. Unless he was painfully determined to give up a profession, only then could he slowly get back on track. But Yi Yang was different. His origin profession was a mage, and even if he advanced, he would still choose Blazing Refinement Yin Yang. Spell damage and spell healing were connected, both were based on the magic power attribute, adding or increasing damage or healing. Therefore, in the future he wouldn't need to specially match another set of gems. Inwardly, he smiled in relief. Perhaps, this dual profession transfer scroll was precisely a gift from the heavens. After finishing organizing all the harvest, Yi Yang stepped on the final step of this arduous task. The core of the poisonous swamp was the territory of the mighty Poison Crocodile King. Crocodile King of Poison. Rank, Domain Boss. Level, 10. Life value, 5000. Attack power, 450. Skills, Intermediate Fearless, Intermediate Water Battle, Proficient Fierce Poison Bite, Advanced Strong. Droppable items, Grade 9 Purple Weapon, Grade 9 Purple Equipment, Grade 5 Skill Book, Strengthening Stone Fragment, Core of Magic Chi, Crocodile Skin. Description: the Crocodile King of Fierce Poison, below Monolithic City, it is the absolute overlord, ruling over the entire poisonous breath field. It also rules over the monsters in the entire novice village. 31 Strength Stones. Spell Strike from scratch. Finally seeing the attributes of the Fierce Poison's Crocodile King, Yi Yang also changed from his initial anticipation to excitement. As for the purple item's weaponry, although Yi Yang liked it, it could only have a modest increase for him now. He saw another thing. Strengthening Stone Fragment. That's not right, don't I remember that strengthening stones are something that can only be used after level 10? Yi Yang suddenly fell into a second of doubt, but in an instant, he understood. Because the Fierce Poison Crocodile King, it was already a level 10 boss. Whether the Crocodile King was level 10 or not did not affect Yi Yang's heart of anticipation that it could pop out pieces of stronghold stones from its body. Strengthening Stone. Anyone who has played an online game must know about this prop to the point of not being able to understand it. It can enhance the attributes of the equipment substantially. It can be said that a piece of equipment that has been strengthened to the top, and a piece of equipment that has not been strengthened, can be said to be a world of difference. This is especially true for world domination. World Masters' strengthening stones are also more powerful and have a lower chance of being strengthened. Luckily, the burst rate of strengthening stone fragments wasn't low, and there were many ways to reward them. But the pit is that his chances, which can be called not to praise. Even a player, even a top player, a consortium level player, could hardly say that he could accomplish a top tier strengthening effect once in his lifetime. According to the official website, 3 pieces of strengthening stone fragments could synthesize a level 1 strengthening stone. The odds are 100. However, it focuses on the official start of the strengthening. In order to make the first strengthening experience pleasurable for the player, the chance of strengthening 1 is 100. Absolute success. However, from the second time onwards, the chance of strengthening 2 became 50, directly cutting it in half. Reinforcement 3, 10 success rate. Reinforcement 4, 1 success rate. Reinforcement 5, 0-1 success rate. Reinforcement 6, 0-0-1 success rate. Starting from reinforcement 3, it goes all the way up to reinforcement 10, which is the top reinforcement. Every time it raises the enhancement level, the success rate decreases by 10. There's no need to do the math, the success rate of top tier reinforcement little cutie. All know what it is. 0-0-0-0-0-0-1. A staggering 1 in a billion probability. Luckily, the strengthening effect is transferable to equipment. That is to say, every time you replace the equipment with stronger attributes, you only need to spend 100,000 gold coins and buy a strengthening stone transfer scroll to 100 transfer the strengthening level to another piece of equipment. This is naturally to take care of those non-collective players. However, the appearance of the reinforcement effect was also the beginning of officially opening up the gap between Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 players. The consortium-level Big Brother players of the Super Tier 1 players could top the 1 in 100,000 chance and a large amount of money to strengthen their equipment to level 7. If there was this Emperor of the Yoop's destiny, it might be possible to achieve the occasional few pieces of equipment to reach reinforcement level 8. As for reinforcement 9, it was no longer a field accessible to humans. It would only be an Oh God player. Even though the chance of strengthening was so low, Yi Yang knew that those players would not give up. Every time an equipment was strengthened, it could increase the basic attributes of the equipment by 50. It could be said that every time an equipment was strengthened, it was a super boost in strength. At the highest, the equipment could receive a 500 attribute increase. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Yang expected that even if the reinforcement setting was really pitiful, players would not give up. If you can't be a first-tier player, you can be a second-tier player. If you can't be a second or third-tier player, you can be a casual player. However, it is also because this road seems to have no end that it attracts top players to chase each other. A reinforcement 6 is enough to blow 10 years. With a reinforcement 7, you can even enter the realm of first-tier players. What's more, after the equipment reaches a certain level of reinforcement, there will also be the appearance of the reinforcement set of special effects. Full body enhancement level 1, 10% increase in defense. Level 5, 50% increase in damage. And then, there was the most anticipated special effect, and the most desirable enhancement special effect. Full body strengthening level 10, final domain. Final domain, spell aura. Level 10. Description: when your whole body reinforcement increase level arrives at level 10, you have arrived at the final domain of reinforcement, and with this skill, you will gain a permanent phalanx aura. Warrior, defense increase 100, damage increase 100. Mage, spell strike 1. Bow and arrow, blast damage 200. Assassin, skill damage 200. The three major professions all had a superb 200 increase depending on their characteristics, or damage, or defense, or bludgeoning damage, roughly. In favor of only mages, only a pitiful 1. But don't forget, no matter warrior, assassin, or archer, their increase, all just from less to more. And the mage, there was only the mage. He is an extremely special increase from nothing. The three major physical professions inherently possessed a 10 probability of bludgeoning, and the base value of bludgeoning damage was also an ordinary 200. The mages, on the other hand, in order to pursue stable damage, cancelled the spell blitz mechanism. In order to be relatively balanced, the same talent and pseudo-talent of absolute hit and 15x spell damage bonus were also given to mages. Especially Yi Yang. When he hadn't yet obtained absolute chance, he was already teetering on the edge of mages and archers. Having absolute chance and seeing the hope of being able to have spell blast, he no longer hesitated. Mage. An existence capable of destroying everything with a single raise of the hand. Having a super long casting distance, a super wide damage range, and a super terrifying damage bonus. All of these were what Yi Yang aspired to. But, a profession without blitz was an imperfect profession. Even though the initial blitz only had twice the damage bonus, it didn't affect the perfection that blitz brought to a mage. Who said that spells couldn't be blitzed? Yi Yang would just have to prove it to them. When a mage with a 100 blitz chance appeared before the eyes of the world. When a mage could hit the whole line of red. That was a true mage. Moreover, the archer's bludgeon damage bonus also allowed Yi Yang to see another hope. The damage of a blitz was more than 200, it was only the initial 200. Blast damage could be increased. It could be 300, 400, or even higher. However, the source of all of this had to start with this novice village's domain-level boss, the Crocodile King of Mighty Poison. Since this is the case, looking at this terrifyingly strong domain boss in front of him, Yi Yang was not only not afraid, but instead, he was extremely excited. Because, starting from this domain boss, he had embarked on a path that would allow him to metamorphose himself from a crippled mage into a true mage's path of strength. 32 domain-level boss, Crocodile King of Fierce Poison. Crocodile King of Poison. Rank, Domain Boss. Level, 10. Life value, 5000. Attack power, 450. Skills, Intermediate Fearless, Intermediate Water Battle, Proficient Fierce Poison Bite, Advanced Strong. Droppable items, Grade 9 Purple Weapon, Grade 9 Purple Equipment, Grade 5 Skill Book, Strengthening Stone Fragment, Core of Magical Chi, Crocodile Skin. Description: the Crocodile King of Fierce Poison, below Monolithic City, it is the absolute overlord, ruling over the entire poisonous breath field. It also rules over the monsters in the entire novice village. Taking another look at the attributes and description of the Crocodile King, every hair on Yi Yang's body went into battle mode. With a high life value limit of 5000, it was something Yi Yang couldn't do a second kill no matter what. And with 450 points of damage, he could only take it once. He only had 710 points of blood right now, and one time would drop him to half blood for a bit. What's more, once he got close, he would be in a situation where he couldn't counter it, and he would be attacked continuously by the Crocodile King. Moreover, the Crocodile King even had skills that were even stronger than the Crocodile Lord. Intermediate passive, fearless, water warfare. Each of these could increase damage and speed by 20, and together, that was an increase of 40 to both, for a total of 80 terrifying increases. There was also Advanced Strong, which had a damage reduction of 40. The Strong skill was only top tier at its highest, with 50 damage reduction. It was only a level 10 domain boss, and it already possessed such terrifying skills. It was worthy of being an absolute monster overlord under the main city. With chilling damage and speed bonuses, as well as high damage reduction, this fierce poison Crocodile King was already ridiculously strong, okay? However, it was useless to complain anymore. Only by having fronted up and worked hard could one be worthy of this journey. As the overlord of the poisonous gas field, the Crocodile King was naturally the leader of the fierce poison crocodile clan. Discovering a mouth-watering hot spring venom swamp, the Crocodile King led a group of female crocodiles to rush down. Inside the venom swamp hot springs, the Crocodile King led those female fierce poison crocodiles, rolling their bodies back and forth. Favorite venom swamp, with a few beautiful crocodiles by his side. The Crocodile King felt as if he had reached the peak of fish life. Power of the Royal Demon. Explosive Fireball. Seeing the right moment, when the Crocodile King's spirit was at its most relaxed, Yi Yang suddenly appeared from behind a tree 100 meters away. After instantly using the royal magic power, a burst of fireballs followed. Not for any other reason, to first clear out the mighty poison crocodile mini-monsters around it. 1142, 1149, 1150, 768, 1138, 1140. A piece of damage that broke 1,000 points floated out, and the elite-level mighty poison crocodiles directly died, all collapsing on the ground and turning into Yi Yang's experience value. Ding! You have killed the elite-level monster, fierce poisonous crocodile. Gained experience value x760, gold coins x200, skill points x1. Ding! You have killed the elite-level monster, the fierce poisonous crocodile. You have gained x760 experience, x200 gold coins, and x1 skill point. Ding! You have killed an elite-level monster. The 7 elite crocodiles brought Yi Yang more than 5,300 experience points, and 7 skill points as well. However, the defense of the Crocodile King was too high. Advanced Strong was really not a pose. The 40 damage reduction made its damage, and that of the other elite crocodiles, almost 400 points different. But it was okay. After clearing the other elite crocodiles, Yi Yang had nothing else to worry about. It was only necessary to focus all of his energy on this Crocodile King. Roar! The sudden death of the female crocodile beside him sent the Crocodile King into a rage. In other words, when you are warming up to your little girlfriend, suddenly bang, kick open the door, and in comes a man. A heavenly roar. If not for the fact that the Crocodile King didn't have a similar roar-like skill, Yi Yang even felt that he, himself, had already received countless points of damage. Scary. Now it was a line between life and death, he didn't have time to hesitate. Red Flame Explosion. 1015. With a tap of his staff, the Crocodile King's body directly burst into a fierce and unrivaled flame. The power was so great that even the surrounding trees were instantly burned and died. Yi Yang directly took out his highest damage skill. Now is not the time to save magic. In addition, the CD of Red Flame Explosion is still very long, early to use, early good. If Yi Yang couldn't take the Crocodile King's life in the shortest possible time, then the furious Crocodile King would take his life. However, even in the face of 40 damage reduction, Red Flame Explosion still had a broken 1,000 points of damage. For him, this was the only surprise left. Boom! Having received 2 horrific damages, the Crocodile King, even if he didn't have a spirit, knew that this enemy at hand couldn't be underestimated. Furthermore, this detestable enemy had murdered its concubine. That was the most beautiful fierce poison crocodile in the poisonous gas forest. Following the trajectory of the previous burst fireball, the Crocodile King launched its fiercest charge. The 4 seemingly short legs pounded away as fast as they could. The ground underneath his feet also emitted a muffled roar. 110 meters. 95 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. Very quickly. It seemed like it took less than 2 or 3 seconds for the Crocodile King to charge a distance of over 40 meters. So fast? Even though Yi Yang and it had already drawn a distance of 100 meters away, the sense of crisis in his heart leisurely arose. Worthy of being an amphibious monster, the Crocodile King with intermediate fearless and intermediate water battle, its speed was no longer something that an ordinary fierce venomous crocodile could be compared to. Fireball spell. Fireball. 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 502, 508, 771, 503. There was no time for hesitation. Yi Yang used his fastest speed to fire 4 skills in a row. Several fireballs, long trailing flames whistled past, dealing over 2,000 points of damage. The Crocodile King still had 933 drops of blood left. However, it was too late. The Crocodile King's speed was simply too fast. In less than 5 seconds, the Crocodile King rushed to his side at the same time he released these 4 skills. There was almost no way for him with his mage body plate to dodge. Yi Yang once again experienced the disadvantage that came with low agility. Fierce Poison Bite. 421. No matter what, Yi Yang also had 27 points of physique, which still offset some of the damage for him. The CD of Red Flame Explosion still had 2 seconds left, but the Crocodile King was right next to him. 2 seconds. It seemed short, but it was incredibly long. 2 seconds was enough time for the Crocodile King to use another Fierce Poison Tear to completely tear Yi Yang into pieces. However, Rejuvenation Technique. 1692. Don't forget, Yi Yang wasn't a mage now. He was a mage plus a combination of a weakened version of Holy Spirit Immortal Art. A rejuvenation spell instantly brought Yi Yang back to full blood. Even if he resisted another Fierce Poison Tear, he wasn't afraid. However, after the Spring Return technique was used, Yi Yang saw a thin layer of light blue shield on his body. Excessive Healing Shield, gain status. Level 10. Duration 5 seconds. Description: when your healing exceeds the target's maximum blood limit, you will form an overheal. At the same time, excessive healing will form a shield that can counteract the damage of excessive healing value x1 for the duration, and at the end of the duration, or if you have taken excessive damage, the shield will simply rupture. And this shield can only be ruptured before the next shield is formed. Excess Healing Shield. When he saw this gain status, Yi Yang was really overjoyed. In his previous life, as one of the biggest fans of WoW World of Warcraft, he naturally knew what this excess healing meant. Newbie. A rookie. Couldn't even control the amount of healing he had. It could be said that the lower the overhealing stats and the higher the effective healing, then this priest, who was a milkmaid, the tougher his skills were and the more he knew about his skills. However, the game is constantly being updated after that. Within the runes of LOL League of Legends, some modifications were made to the setting of overhealing, relatively simplifying it a lot. Like Yi Yang's current state, excess healing could form a shield that was able to counteract a large amount of damage. Cool. It was also at this time that the Crocodile King, who was right next to Yi Yang, also launched its second attack. Fierce Poison Bite. 0. The Fierce Poison Bite was so aggressive that when it hit Yi Yang's body, it actually dealt no damage at all. 0 points of damage. Yi Yang almost didn't laugh out loud. Then, the next step is your death. Coldly smile. Looking at the Crocodile King who was close at hand, Yi Yang seemed to see the fragments of his strong fossil, and saw that he had gained the Spell Strike special effect in the future, and had become a truly complete profession. Red Flame Explosion. 1012. 33 killed the strongest boss, the whole service shook. Ding! You have killed the only domain level boss monster, the Crocodile King of Fierce Poison. You have gained x 3000 experience, x 1000 gold, x 10 skill points, and opened the monster's icon, rewarding you with 10 points of all 4 attributes. Ding! Service-wide announcement: player Beacon Fire has killed the only domain-level boss in the Novice Village and has been rewarded with prestige value x 1000 points. Ding! Service-wide announcement: all players in the Novice Village can find any NPC in the Novice Village you belong to celebrate with the Aborigines for Beacon Warriors' hard-won victory. And receive a large reward of experience value. Duration, 1 hour. The explosion of rewards left him a bit overwhelmed. But just as the own system prompts finished, he saw 2 other service-wide announcements from the system. Now, not just Rookie Village 888, but all the Rookie Village players, all of them saw this news. Beacon? Is this the same Beacon Fire that killed the Gathering of Virtues? Yes, it is. It must be that Beacon. World Master's name doesn't allow duplicates. My god, he's too strong, isn't he? Look at the announcement, he's soloing the domain boss? How did he do that? This anchor is heading to the scene of the crime, you babies, take it easy. The bull then a bull then, in the end is our idol. Beacon God is also too grisly, actually singled out the field level boss. I can't believe that I just killed the Gathering of Virtues, and now I'm soloing the Crocodile King. The Beacon Fire Fan Pavilion Guild was founded. Fans of the Beacon God come quickly. I want to add. I'm a fan of the Beacon God. Wait for me, I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Take me one. This wave of service-wide announcements raised the heat of the word beacon to a new level once again. Even that Beacon Fan Pavilion Guild had several hundred applicants in an instant. If it wasn't for the guild's maximum number of people not being enough, I'm afraid that within just a few minutes, it would have broken through the thousands. It had jumped from a trash guild to a second-rate guild. Moreover, the so-called subordinate guilds of Beacon, Fan Pavilion, Mage, Warrior, Archer, and other exclusive Paradise guilds had also reached their initial cap of 500 people in an instant. Fundraising was still underway to raise the numerical capacity. It was hard to imagine that the word beacon alone had so much energy that it almost drove the players crazy. Not only that, even Yi Yang himself had been severely harassed. Player Parting Mage requesting to be added as a friend, with the message, "Please teach me to play as a mage." Player Blood Battle requested to be added as a friend, with the message, Big God begs to be brought. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for you, but I'm sure I'm the right person for you. Player King of Hidden Killers requesting to be added as a friend. The system prompted like a brush screen, countless people requesting to be added as their friend. I didn't realize that Great God Beacon had even killed a domain-level boss. White Rain Infinite and the other 30-odd person squad wandered around the edge of the Poisonous Gas Forest and Poisonous Gas Swamp. Although White Rain Pavilion's leveling progress was a bit slower, they were already close to killing the Poisonous Swamp. However, the lowest elite level mighty poison crocodiles were really putting too much pressure on them. Moreover, the quest they received was naturally different from Yi Yang's. It was just an ordinary quest and only had a modest experience and gold reward. Beacon or Beacon. Bai Yu's mind suddenly flashed through Yi Yang's sunny and handsome, yet filled with a hint of unruly appearance. Especially those moments when he invaded the Gathering of Virtues and decimated all their elite players. It wasn't known whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. He had been standing in front of Bai Yu's body as he stood in place and frantically output. A great sense of security leisurely emerged, instantly breaking Bai Yu's teenage heart. Moreover, after the last time Bai Yu Infinite and Yi Yang completed the deal, Bai Yu also officially joined the guild's leveling team. Thanks to the great work she indirectly did for the guild to find this beacon god. She also managed to mix into the guild's first-tier leveling squad and gradually reached the height of level 5, while Bai Yu Infinite also reached level 7. Alright, let's work hard and cheer. Strive to catch up with Beacon God's footsteps. Like a big sister, White Rain Infinite encouraged her guild sisters. Okay, yeah. Work hard to upgrade. To be honest, I still want to meet Great God Beacon, he's really handsome. I wanted to, I didn't see enough last time. Let's level up. Only when we reach level 10 and go to the main city can we meet the Beacon God. Aha! It was as if the Beacon God had become the main motivation for White Rain Pavilion to upgrade. There were even sisters who desperately rushed to the front in order to see Beacon fire again, opening up and pulling monsters for the guild's practicing squad. Worthy of being Beacon OD, it was truly extraordinary. The Gathering of Virtues headquarters. North Sea King and the other 3 vice presidents stood respectfully by the side of a level 3 trumpet. After the battle in the novice village, Gathering Virtue Villa had turned into an initial 500-member guild. The others were forced to be kicked out according to their strength. And no matter who was kicked out, that level 3 number that was the weakest player, no matter how you looked at it, was standing in the middle of the 3 vice presidents. It was just like the appearance of a former flaming sword wound. That's right. He was none other than Lai Sword Wound. After Thunder Prison, when he saw the absolute weakness that lasted up to 10 days, he had already decided decisively to delete his number. After the agonizing removal of intent, Lai Sword Wound had recreated a character, still named after Lai Sword Wound. President, we want to report. Before Sorrowful Endless Happiness could finish the last word of revenge, the North Sea King and Moon Knight White, who were also vice presidents on the side, glared at him fiercely. Just kidding. At that time, Gathering Virtue Villa took out its strongest lineup and couldn't even beat Beacon Fire OD, and now Gathering Virtue Villa had fallen to the bottom of the guild rankings. What was there to avenge now? Being able to single-handedly challenge a domain-level boss, the current Beacon, even if Gathering Virtuous Villa pressed up the old capital of these last 500 people, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be a match. However, they didn't have the intention of blaming Sorrowful Endless Happiness too much. After all, he wasn't present when the tragedy happened at that time. So he simply couldn't appreciate the horror of Beacon Flame OD. Beacon OD is still the same Beacon OD, Sorrowful Juan, you bring your brothers to develop well, we can't afford to toss now. Lifting the level 5 essence with longbow on his back, Half-Sun Early Summer had just finished fighting a swarm of giant bees. A true battle of speed and velocity. After half an hour of intense fighting, she finally ended the battle by completely finishing off the giant Wasp King. Not enough damage. Not enough magic value. If it wasn't for the IQ suppression between players and monsters, she and the giant bee king were not even close in speed. Every time she attacked, she was straining her nerves and fighting the swarm of giant bee kings with all her might. Luckily, the effort did pay off. The current Half-Sun Hatsumomo was no longer the superficially cute little girl she was at that time, but now, she had a rank 5 weapon, the 13 strength essence with longbow. On her body, she was also wearing 2 tight white plate leather armor defenses and an exquisite lake stone ring. Looking at the big guilds, with this kind of equipment, she also had enough strength to serve as a first-tier elite player. If she had a few more powerful skills, she would even have the strength to serve as vice president in the former Gathering of Virtues. A female archer who was both cute and cool. On a normal day, she was like a cute and harmless little sister. Once she entered combat, she was like a cold female assassin. Moreover, the current her was almost able to instantly kill a brittle mage of the same level within seconds. Raising her small hand and wiping the fragrant sweat on her forehead, Half-Sun Hatsumomo saw the service-wide system announcement that she had just almost ignored. Yi Yang was too strong. Until now, he himself was still fighting the giant bee king desperately. The beacon god had actually killed the domain-level boss already. Beacon God. I'll listen to you and try to become stronger. 34 World Master, a world that really exists. It had to be said that if Yi Yang really saw this equipment of his, he would have to wonder if she was the protagonist in the novel. Compared to her own, absolute chance, this was a genuine OD destiny. Naturally. This is also absolutely inseparable from half-son Hatsumomo's boldness and carefulness, and the superb willpower and exquisite combat skills that she has honed after gradually adapting to fighting alone and independently. Daring to face the giant swarm of bees single-handedly, which in the place of Yi Yang who had just stepped into the poisonous gas forest before, there was a little bit of pressure. Mission progress, Tiaza's residual demonic energy 55, killed Mighty Poison Crocodile 2820, Mighty Poison Crocodile Lord 55, Mighty Poisons Crocodile King 11. Mission status, completed. Ignoring those messages like adding friends, asking for a belt, etc., Yi Yang directly opened his quest panel. The clear and bright 3 words completed made his mood so much better. Moreover, there was no need to deliver the quest, since the moment the fierce poisonous Crocodile King fell to the ground, he had already risen to level 10. Name, Beacon. Level, 10. Experience, 720100000. Status, Life 810, Magic 1830. Attributes, Strength 21, Magic 178-200, Physique 38, Agility 21. Free attributes 5. Killing the fierce poisonous Crocodile King and opening the domain-level monster illustration of Yi Yang also brought him an attribute point reward of 10 for all 4 attributes. It gave his originally weak body a nice boost. Moreover, the purple grade 9 staff that he had replaced earlier had also boosted his magic value by 6 points, and now it had reached 178 magic points. After adding 5 points of free attributes to the magic attribute, his magic power had also reached 183 points, and the magic value, too, had increased to 1,880 points. With more than twice the life value of magic, the current Yi Yang almost didn't have to worry about casting spells that would bring about the problem of depletion of magic value. Then, naturally, there were the props that Yi Yang was most looking forward to being able to use. Dual Profession Transfer Scroll, Unique. Grade, 10. Description: upon completing the quest to rectify the poisonous gas swamp, you will already possess the absolute qualification of being a Holy Spirit Immortal technique. When leveled up to level 10, after using this scroll, you will be able to disregard your original profession and Holy Spirit Immortal technique's advancement test, and will automatically possess the Mage's advanced profession, Holy Spirit Immortal technique, as well as gain the opportunity to advance in another profession. Taking another look at this quest reward prop, Yi Yang's excitement couldn't be suppressed anymore. The only dual profession player in the entire service was about to be born. I'm afraid. This thing couldn't even be imagined by the official Blue Star United Nations, right? Unlike other general online games. The origin of world domination was an extraterrestrial meteorite. Originally, it was thought that it was just an ordinary outer space meteorite, so earlier, it was stored in the World Museum. However, as time passed, more and more people began to notice the difference in this meteorite. With that, the meteorite gradually began to be handed over to the world's scientific research institutes. In the end, the scientists at the institute came to the conclusion that there was another amazing real world on the other side of this meteorite. In other words, it was easier to understand, this meteorite was a link to another real world. Not to be doubted. The blue planet, which was 10 times larger than the area and population of the Earth in the previous life, had technology that had, at least, surpassed it by many years. After learning the news, at the same time, the talent was out in full force. Crazy scientists, human biologists, as well as the big cold super experts in the spiritual world and so on, all walks of life elite talents come out. Hundreds of countries involved, top experts from all walks of life, took years of time to attack, only to open the channel linking another world. GamePod, the inventor of this thing, gave it another name, called Soul Stripper. Strictly speaking, it is called Idea Stripper. The meaning is simple: it can help you safely and painlessly strip your mind from your own body, and then the GamePod will take you into the passageway linking to that world. Of course, also because of the existence of the idea, the player in this world's pain, touch and other physical sensations are also realistic 100. When the pain reaches a kind of limit life value to 0, the player's idea will break, and then the idea will be reorganized, that is, resurrected. As for the death penalty, that's not something scientists can defy. That was a matter for the World Master's Great Emperor, so the scientists couldn't wait in to modify it. They naturally hoped that the people of the Blue Star who were their fellow countrymen did not suffer any losses, but once they entered this world, the rules, on the other hand, were not in the hands of their so-called science and technology. Luckily though, they were at least able to ensure that. Blue Star currency for gold, yes, money is needed wherever you go. When the scientists explored about gold coins as a currency, they also officially began to spend a lot of manpower and resources to start opening up the channels for exchanging with the Blue Star currency. Eventually, those scientists determined about the value of gold coins. The same as the Chinese currency, the two have an exchange value of 11. Also from then on, the Huaxia coin officially replaced the American knife and became the world's common currency. Reason, easy to exchange with that gold coin. It is from this that a large number of world-class tycoons, Bill Gates, Li Jiaqing, the Rothschild family, the Morgan family, etc., began to transfer their wealth to the 5 major banks in China. Commonly known as industry, agriculture, traffic, construction, China's 5 major banks. The scientists moved so fast that, even, the presidents of these 5 major banks in China did not react. After huaxia was officially adopted as the world's common currency, the presidents of these 5 major banks hadn't tasted home for at least a few months. It was busy. As for those pre-opening guilds? Just kidding. In this case, no matter how imperialistic the United States of America is, no matter how militaristic Fusan is, and no matter how good the old Maoists are at fighting and winning, no one dares to make any more of a splash in the choice between one world and another. Power, then, is the theorem of everything. Of course, for ordinary citizens of the country like Yi Yang, these were not known at all. Ordinary people only knew one thing: the origin of world domination was based on a game made from a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite. Even the official United Nations couldn't modify any of the data, and there wouldn't be any plugins. And for those natives NPCs within world domination, it is a complete and real world that exists. Because he is a real world. Several years of constant attacks, the full force of hundreds of countries' scientists could only bring about a mere 001 unreality to this world. So-called data panel. Add a data panel to all the props, equipment, or personal strength of the Blue Star people, or the players, for the Blue Star people to better view the improvement of their strength. Therefore, the official United Nations website of world domination had extremely limited information about this online game. Take for example, the one super torture that the president of the Gathering of Virtues, Lai Jiansan, had once triggered, the Thunder Prison. That was a rule set by the world sovereign's great emperor, something that the scientists of Blue Star could not change. Of course. You could also wait until you had enough strength to rush up and kill him, and naturally you could change everything. So that was all the scientists could do. At this time, Yi Yang's excitement had calmed down a lot. Keeping his sanity was the only way to make himself better able to face what was coming next. His thoughts were clear now: return to the novice village to turn in his quests, organize his harvest, and then trade with the White Rain Pavilion. Finally, head to the City of Monoliths. 35 Yi Yang, unattainable. Black bamboo staff, purple. Grade, 9. Magic power, 45. Description: a kind of mana wound with aura made of black bamboo, very handy. Steel ring, purple. Level, 9. Strength, 32. From the body of the fierce crocodile king, Yi Yang exploded a level 9 staff. Without much ado, he directly wore it. There was still a fine steel ring left, but it was an equipment that only warriors could carry. Well, although it couldn't be worn, at least it could be sold. Purple equipment, in the novice stage, could only be found on domain-level bosses, so this thing was absolutely priceless. You can't even buy it with money. As the saying goes, goods that can be bought are not good goods. Yi Yang estimated that this collector's edition equipment alone would start at 100,000 gold coins. If it was also a weapon, it could even reach 200,000 gold coins. No matter who it was. After all, the weapon was the one with the highest damage bonus within the 3 major damage equipments: weapon, ring, and necklace, followed by the necklace, and finally the ring. So weapons, naturally, were the most expensive. As for the other gains, there were of course many more. There were a total of 34 level 5 skill books, a total of 28 level 5 green items of defense, 5 level 9 blue items of defense, and 5 level 9 blue items of weapons. It had to be said that after Yi Yang raised his backpack to 500 compartments, he no longer had any worries about organizing his harvest. These were only 70 to 80 pieces of equipment skills, wanting to fill up his backpack? Impossible. Smiling smugly, Yi Yang looked at the batch of equipment and skill books in his hand. Yi Yang roughly estimated their value. The 34 level 5 skill books were almost 340,000 gold coins, while the 28 level 5 green items of defense equipment also had a value of about less than 60,000 gold coins. The market price of a grade 9 blue product defense tool had already been speculated to 120,000 gold coins. Although there were only 5 pieces, it was still 60,000 gold coins. The price of the weapons, which was already double that of the defenses, was as high as 240,000 gold coins. The 5 pieces of grade 9 blue weapons alone had already generated 120,000 in revenue. Moreover, at this stage, very few players had been able to attack the poisonous gas swamp. At least Yi Yang had not seen a single player after completing the quest. Or maybe it was because the poisonous gas swamp was really too big? However, after clearing the value, Yi Yang had a mental estimate of the value of this batch of skill equipment he was currently holding. Almost, a total of 680,000 gold coins. Even if he sold it at the market price, together with the gold coins in his hand now, he had already exceeded the 1 million gold coins mark. Moreover, what else had White Rain Infinite said? It seems that she wanted to double the market price to buy the goods she was holding? If that's the case, the goods he's holding right now would amount to more than 1.3 million Chinese coins? If you add the existing ones in your hand, it's already almost 1.8 million, almost 2 million gold coins. After finishing organizing the equipment and other receipts, Yi Yang still had one last item, the props that exploded from the fierce poison Crocodile King. Magic Chi Core. Grade? Description: in the ancient battle, the defeated demonized juggernaut TIAs, his body turned into bits and pieces, and after the polishing of time, the pieces of his body turned into the nucleus of demonic chi filled with demonic chi. You may be able to devour it, and contribute your own soul to the demonized juggernaut TIAs, and contribute to his resurrection cause. Kernel of demonic chi, body fragment of demonized Lord TIAs. Looking at this piece of props in his hand that had a history of tens of thousands of years, Yi Yang's heart seemed to be filled with infinite emotions. Successful king defeated the enemy. The article of history was never written by the victor. If the tens of thousands of years of that battle of the ages had been won by TIAs, then the world would surely have changed dramatically by now. A battle that lasted for thousands of years. It must be that whether it was Goddess Helena, or the demonized sovereign TIAs, both had already spelled out all their cards and brought out 100% of their strength. In Yi Yang's mind, he could not help but fantasize about that battle for the ages. That war, even if one could be treated as a pawn under him, it must be a great honor. Goddess Helena. Silently reciting her name, an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. However, the most important thing for him at the moment was naturally to deliver this, rectify the poisonous gas swamp quest and then obtain that unique characteristic, dual profession transfer scroll. Arriving at the entrance of the novice village, Yi Yang saw many players crowding inside. Except for the time when the service just opened, he had never seen the novice village this lively. Beacon God was awesome. I didn't expect this wave of celebration to be rewarded with 1000 experience. Yes, Great God Beacon is benefiting all of us. Newbie, this experience reward is too good to be true. I've upgraded. Yi Yang suddenly thought that he had triggered a celebration quest at the same time when he was announced by the entire service. Ding! Service-wide announcement: all players within the novice village can find any NPC within the novice village you belong to celebrate together, and together with them, celebrate the Beacon Warriors' hard-won victory. And receive a large reward of experience value. Duration, 1 hour. Scrolling upwards through that service-wide announcement from the system, Yi Yang smiled slightly. I didn't expect there to be experience rewards for nothing. Quickly look, Beacon God. It's Beacon God. Wow, it's really him. Too handsome. I didn't think a mage could be so handsome. Before he could get himself to an NPC to get a bit of the 1000 experience reward, he was surrounded by a group of beautiful women who suddenly ran over. Are you guys from White Rain Pavilion? Yi Yang swept a glance. These beauties really do have some familiar feeling. If not guessed wrong, it should be the White Rain Infinite girls. Yes, Sister Infinite is over there. She is too embarrassed to come over, eh? Infinite sister? I didn't mean to talk about you. A little sister named Bayuya had just finished speaking when she realized that Infinite was standing behind her with a black face. Naturally, White Rain Infinite didn't try to deliberately blame Bayuya, and just gave her an expression of being at her disposal. Congratulations, Beacon God, for actually being able to manage to single-handedly challenge a domain-level boss. If it was said that coming to the novice village to do the celebration quest was just to gain experience, then Bayufu Infinite's sentence was a genuine admiration. An expression of admiration also filled his eyes. The unattainable Beacon God. Soloing a domain-level boss, what kind of concept was that? Their White Rain Pavilion's current 30-member squad would have to put in some effort to clear a wave of mighty poison crocodile swarms. I'm kidding, but speaking of which, you guys happen to be here, so I don't have to go looking for them. After saying that, Yi Yang smiled faintly and took out that collector's edition level 9 purple equipment, the fine steel ring. 36 stunned. Shock from the beautiful ladies. A grade 9 purple product ring? My god. This was exploded from that domain level boss? It should be. Beacon God's nickname really lives up to its name. OD is OD, really powerful. Purple ring, oh my god, it's as good as 2 or 3 of my current level 5 weapons, right? I want it. When the collector's edition of the purple ring was taken out by Yi Yang, the sisters of the White Rain Pavilion immediately went crazy. The highest level and highest quality equipment during the novice period. White Rain Infinite also froze. Level 9, purple product, or a ring that added strength. These, no matter which word, could deeply impact her little heart. Beacon, Great God Beacon, are you going to prepare to sell this to me? White Rain Infinite bit her lower lip and said with some excitement. Of course, this is a ring for a warrior, I can't use it at all as a mage. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. 300,000. 300,000? Yi Yang was surprised. No, 500,000. White Rain Infinite thought that Yi Yang was not satisfied, and at that moment, he directly changed the price. 500,000? Even Yi Yang was now a bit shocked. Is White Rain Infinite crazy? A grade 9 purple ring for 500,000 gold coins? You have a lot of money to burn? Yes, I'll offer $500,000. 500,000 was indeed a bit high, but she was willing to give it up. You have to know that this equipment is unique. And they didn't have Yi Yang's horrible leveling speed. Well, actually Yi Yang and them were leveling at about the same speed. The only thing that opened up the gap between them was that guild war with the Gathering of Virtues. In one battle, Yi Yang singled out 20 to 30 people, and the reward of 100,000 experience also allowed him to directly level up 3 levels in a row, completely opening the gap with them. Therefore, these equipment could still be used for a long time for them. However, even if they didn't use it after that, they could naturally sell it to other novice villages. It was true that they would lose some money, but as long as they were able to buy this equipment, it was already a big profit. Well, thousands of gold can't buy you liking it. Yi Yang laughed bitterly, then continued to pull out his pile of equipment. Level 5 skill books? Clear level 5 green item equipment? Level 9 blue product equipment? Wait, what am I seeing? There's actually a level 9 blue item weapon? Exaggerated. This was simply too exaggerated. The successive appearances of equipment caused those White Rain Pavilion sisters to close their little mouths in shock. This was really too exaggerated. All of them were quite strong equipment. Even the few level 9 blue item equipment and weapons were as many as 10 in total. Gosh, Beacon God, how did you explode all of this? Beacon God, Beacon husband, will you take my little girl? Oh, I want to cry when I see what kind of perverted character this is. It seems like marrying Beacon God, even if I give him as a concubine I feel worth it. Mr. Beacon, do you have a shortage of floor sweepers? I'm 19 years old, I know how to dress up as a maid, and I'll be calling. The beauties in the White Rain Pavilion are almost going crazy, okay? And they're not kidding. As long as Yi Yang agrees, it's worth it to be his maid for the rest of his life, not to mention being a concubine. Alright, you guys stop messing around. White Rain Infinite's heart was also thumping. To be honest, the impact that these equipments gave her was no less than that level 9 purple product ring. No matter how strong a purple product ring was, it could only arm one person. But these equipments were able to allow her to arm a large number of people. It wasn't impossible to even challenge the top 3 ranked guilds with tens of thousands of people. Beacon God, look, for these equipments, I'll pay 1.5 million plus that purple ring, a total of 2 million? How about that? White Rain Infinite's tone was weak, afraid of upsetting Yi Yang. It could be seen that these equipments were extremely important to her. Yi Yang's original valuation according to the market price, this batch of equipment was only less than 700,000 gold coins, and this was still counting the price of that purple grade ring. Even if the market price was double, the total value was less than 1.4 million gold coins. However, as soon as Bayou Infinite opened her mouth, the ring became 500,000 gold coins. What was even more frightening was that this batch of relatively ordinary equipment was directly wrapped up by Bayou Fulin for 1.5 million gold coins. What was there to hesitate about? Of course it was a trade. Ding, your trade with player White Rain Infinite is successful. You have lost blue steel armor lower X1. You lost blue shadow attack X9. You lost green leather gloves X1. You lost blue black bamboo staff X1. You gained gold coins X20000000. After the transaction was successful, a brush-like system alert came. A whole 2 million gold coins were credited. These were a whole 2 million Chinese coins. It can buy a BMW M5, right? I can't imagine that I've already earned a BMW in just one day or so, just half a day? Taking a long breath, Yi Yang calmed down his heart. He naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to go and put these more than 2 million gold coins to mindlessly buy a car to pretend. Obviously, during the novice period, there was almost no consumption of gold coins. But after reaching level 10 and traveling to the main city, that was not necessarily the case. After resolving everything, Yi Yang should also leave. Well, I should go turn in my quest now. See you after level 10. See you after level 10, Beacon God. Beacon God is still Beacon God. OD is still OD. White Rain Infinite smiled warmly, looking forward to meeting Yi Yang again. Village Chief, I have completed this task. This is the demonized Lord TIAs, the 5 portions of demonic energy that I purified. After leaving those beauties in the White Rain Pavilion, Yi Yang came to the village chief and prepared to deliver this rewarding quest. From his backpack, he took out those 5 clusters of mist that had now changed from a dark purple color to one that emitted a light blue glow, and then handed it over to the village chief. You actually, really completed this quest. The village chief was so excited that he couldn't even speak fully. Warrior, this is the reward you deserve. Please make sure you take it. Ding, you have gained 30,000 experience, 10,000 gold coins, and dual profession transfer scroll X1. 37 automatic advancement, full version of Holy Spirit immortal technique. Dual profession transfer scroll. Finally getting this reward, Yi Yang couldn't wait to use it now. By the way, village chief, I have another item here. Yi Yang took out the last item that exploded from the Crocodile King, the core of magic chi, and handed it over to the village chief. This was. The village head held the core of demonic chi that was merely the size of a section of finger in his hand, and his expression changed from one of delight at the beginning to one of gravity. Warrior, was this obtained from the body of that fierce poison crocodile king? After a long time, the village chief raised his head and asked. Yes. Yi Yang nodded, and immediately, the village chief also stretched his brows and sighed. If I am not wrong, this should be the body fragment of the demonized Lord Tia's. Put. Yi Yang was so thunderstruck by the village head that he spat out blood. So, did you damn well tell me something that I already knew? This information, wasn't it written clearly and unambiguously on the description? And he also knew that by contributing his soul, he could become one with Tia's. But he wouldn't do something that stupid. Selling his soul would also mean submitting to Tia's, the demonized lord who had been dead for tens of thousands of years. From then on, he would turn into a demonic species and be forced to go on a mission based on the information given to you by the core of demonic chi. Relatively, he would also gain the power of demonization. Yi Yang could easily guess that if others, those greedy players who were addicted with power, perhaps it was very likely that they would degenerate into a demon seed for the power within the nucleus of demonic chi. Could this be the camp division? Was this the gradual division between the camp of goddess Helena and the camp of demonized Lord Tia's within World Master? Wait a minute. Camp differentiation? Yi Yang felt like he had discovered a huge secret. Demonized juggernaut Tia's. When the many players had collected all of his body fragments, the hidden soul power within the core of demonic chi would most likely allow the long-lasting him to be resurrected once again. Then, once again, a world-class war would be waged. A snowball's worth of previous shame. However, demonized Lord Tia's ambition, after tens of thousands of years, had he not changed? Core of demonic chi, is this the so-called opportunity or disaster? Yi Yang shook his head and sighed slightly for those players in the future who sold their souls and fell into the demonized camp. The thing of selling his soul was something he would never do. Pies don't fall from the sky, only what is earned by one's own efforts is the most real. At this time, the village chief also spoke. Within the core of demonic chi, there is a huge amount of power hidden. But it is not something that can be explored by relying on my strength. It seems that you must go to the city of monoliths and find Sylvie, the administrator of Helena's shrine, in order to analyze this core of magic chi. The city of monoliths. Hearing the name of the city, Yi Yang was already looking forward to it. As the most powerful Pharaohland empire on the Unreal continent, Monolithic City was one of its core main cities. However, once you stepped into the Monolithic City, it also represented a complete farewell to the thousands of newbie villages. Players in the main city would never be able to return to the novice villages again, nor would they be able to send private messages to players in the novice villages. It could be said that it was like two isolated worlds. I know, village chief. I'll keep your words in mind. Silently writing down the village chief's words, Yi Yang learned that this nucleus of magic chi would have to be analyzed by finding this person, Sylvie. Moreover, it could also trigger a new quest. Most likely, this was also a chain of hidden quests. Thinking about this, Yi Yang felt a sense of relief in his heart. The 100 explosion rate brought him more than just a quick turnover and replacement of equipment and skills. It also allowed him to get props that could trigger many hidden quests. For example, at the very beginning of the Raging Dog's tooth, that was popped out. And now this, core of magic chi. Very cool. Yi Yang secretly rejoiced for a moment, then took out the prop with that unique characteristic. Dual Profession Transfer Scroll. Grade 10. It was finally ready to be used. Looking at his level reaching 10, and the scroll's usage level, Yi Yang's heart leisurely rose with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Then it was tasteless. Use prop, Dual Profession Transfer Scroll. Ding, you have used the prop, Dual Profession Transfer Scroll. You have ignored the advancement test of your origin profession and Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, automatically possessing the Mage's advancement profession, Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, and have gained the opportunity to advance to another profession. Ding, you have gained the level 10 basic skills of Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, Water Ball Technique, Spring Return Technique, Art of Clearing the Spirit. Water Mage, a mage with a unique healing system. In other words, Holy Spirit Immortal Technique was a mutated version of a Water Mage. Water Ball Spell and Fireball Spell, the damage is generally the same, both are magic value x1 damage bonus. Only Yi Yang now, because he had not yet become a mage's other advanced profession, Blazing Refinement Yin and Yang, so now Yi Yang's basic skill, Fireball Art, was directly replaced with the seemingly mild Water Ball Art. When he advanced to become a dual profession player later, he might be able to do the free switch between water and fire. Or perhaps there would be other functions? Rejuvenation Technique, and Art of Clearing the Spirit, Yi Yang had seen their power a long time ago. Unlike before, the skills of the full version of the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique could be upgraded, and the skill points required for upgrading were the same as normal skills. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 would only cost 1 skill point. However, purification type skills were all born at full level and did not need to be upgraded. This was because it had no other practical upgrading value other than purification. Speaking of skills, the next step, naturally, was to deal with the skill points he currently possessed. Existing skill points, 53. The wave of fierce poison crocodiles that he had purged had brought Yi Yang a huge amount of skill points. Even after subtracting the skill points used to enhance the flame skill before, Yi Yang was now left with 53 skill points. These were afraid that an ordinary player would hardly be able to gather them in a month, right? Sweeping through the skills that he had in his skill bar, he now had a whopping 7 skills. In addition to the spirit cleansing technique, which could not be upgraded, he was now able to upgrade. There were still 6 skills. 38 upgrading skills, strength skyrocketed. As for skill enhancement, Yi Yang endured the feeling of flesh pain and spent a whole 20 skill points to continue upgrading the Flame Knack. Upgrade skill, Flame Knack. Ding, Flame Knack has reached the upgrade requirement. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Flame Knack upgraded successfully, current level 5. Flame skill. Skill description, passive skill. With this skill you can boost your magic attribute by 350. Skill level 5. Skill experience, 050. After raising it once, the next time the flame skill was raised, it would cost a full 50 skill points. Even Yi Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. However, when he saw the level 5 flame skill's 350 increase in magic attributes, he felt that it was all worth it. Compared to level 4, he had raised the increase by a whole 150 this time. With the 183 points of magic power Yi Yang had now, he could be directly increased to 641 points of magic power by flame skill. It was terrifying. These magic power, but it was a whole 76 levels of increase to bring about the magic attribute. Moreover, the Flame Knack could actually be upgraded? This was quite terrifying. There were still 33 skill points left. Yi Yang glanced at it and then started to upgrade his explosive fireball a bit. Although he would definitely get more ranged damage later on in the blazing refining yin yang, an advanced profession, Yi Yang really needed to upgrade his explosive fireball a bit now. Not to mention, the damage range of 20 meters was slightly insufficient when it came to the crocodile group. If Yi Yang hadn't used the sneak attack mode for all of his first attacks, once they were allowed to spread out, the 20-meter range could be dispersed in an instant. Moreover, the advanced profession examination was not a simple matter, and he really needed to improve his skills. Don't fail the advancement test due to a small mistake at that time, that would be disastrous. Upgrade skill, Explosive Fireball. The investment of 5 skill points raised burst to level 3. Explosive Fireball. Skill description, lock onto a target and unleash a burst fireball, dealing magic value x 200 spell damage to a distance of 50 meters around the target. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Casting distance, 105. Skill consumption, 10 magic. Skill level, 3. Skill experience, 0-10. With 10 skill points, it was a little less worth it. After glancing at the skill introduction, Yi Yang decided to call it quits. The 20-meter range of effect became 50 meters, and the original 150 magic damage bonus became 200. The increase could not be said to be large. But on balance, the consumption of 10 skill points was really not worth Yi Yang's continued enhancement. There were more and stronger skills waiting for him in the future, and there was no need to invest too much in these low-level skills right now. What's more, those ordinary players who didn't possess the absolute chance, talent, but every skill point was precious. Not to mention any level 1 skills. Even at the novice stage, a small divine skill like the flame skill would only be raised to level 2 at most. If someone else Yi Yang squandered precious skill points like this, he was afraid that they would all die of anger. Equipment can still be replaced, not used can at least be sold, and then return a little capital. Skill points if used that can really is used, impossible to get back. Yi Yang didn't care what other people thought. There was no way, skill points were just too many, arbitrary Taking a look at the last rejuvenation technique that was worth upgrading, Yi Yang pondered for a while and had no desire to upgrade it. After all, the healing bonus of 200 magic points alone would already allow the spring return technique to reach a terrifying 2,472 healing points. Yi Yang only had more than 800 blood, these were already more than 3 times the amount of healing. The excess healing would turn into a high shield that lasted for 5 seconds. With a high shield of over 2,000 points, it could be said that on top of Yi Yang's physique at this stage, even if there were really hundreds of people waging a skirmish against him, he would be able to completely counteract the excessive amount of skill damage. Moreover, after the skill, it was estimated that it wouldn't need to be upgraded for a long time. Even if Yi Yang's blood volume really had a large increase, it was thought that by that time, he himself would have a more advanced skill. The spring return technique, in the end, was just a transitional skill. Then, Yi Yang stared at a single burst skill he possessed, Red Flame Explosion. With a higher damage bonus than all his skills, Red Flame Explosion had a terrifying single burst. Moreover, it also had a slowing effect. Upgrade Red Flame Explosion. With the investment of 1 skill point, Red Flame Explosion became level 2. The damage went from 200 to 300, and the slowing effect of 30 became 40. Continue to upgrade. With the investment of 5 skill points, the damage of Red Flame Explosion, from 300, once again soared wildly to a terrifying 500. The deceleration effect, also from 40, became 50. It directly reduced the speed of the opponent's target by half. And there is also a horrifying output of 500. Now Yi Yang's 183 points of magic alone, in the heavy skill damage bonus, directly has a horrifying 6,180 points of damage. And what about explosive fireball? It should almost be 2,472 points of damage. Of course, explosive fireball was a face damage skill, and in terms of a single burst, it naturally couldn't be compared to red flame explosion. But after that, if Yi Yang encountered a certain powerful monster again in the monster map of the monolithic city, he could absolutely do a direct shot of red flame explosion to kill it in seconds. After taking a final glance at the other skills and determining that there was no more value in upgrading them, Yi Yang also nodded with satisfaction. The enhancement of the three main combat skills, Flame Skill, Explosive Fireball and Red Flame Explosion, allowed Yi Yang's damage to once again rise by several times. Up to this point, Yi Yang's skill enhancement this time had also come to an end for the time being. Satisfied in looking at his damage multiplying skills, Yi Yang's gaze shifted back to that tiny core of magic chi. You must go to the city of monoliths and look for Sylvie, the administrator of Helena's shrine, in order to analyze this core of magic chi. The village headman's words were memorized by Yi Yang. Next, he would really have to completely end his trip to the novice village and head to one of the main cities of the Fairyland Empire, the city of Boulders. Then, going to Helena's goddess temple, he sought out the person Sylvie and asked her to help parse this core of magical chi. Only Sylvie? Why is this name so familiar? Yi Yang suddenly thought of a game he had the honor of encountering in his previous life. If I remember correctly, it seemed to be called Slave Girl Sylvie? 39. Is there such a young administrator? It was different from ordinary online games. At least no amount of realistic graphics could depict the magnificence and prosperity of the city of monoliths. A majestic building stood in front of them. Even when standing on the ground paved with boulders, one could feel the incomparable shock and oppression. People came and went on the green stone streets. Yi Yang seemed to see a real magic world. Several warriors in armor stood on both sides of the city gates of the city of monoliths, their expressions serious and inviolable. A huge bow was carried on their backs, a bit bulky, but they were carefully looking at a middle-aged archer who had groceries in the stalls on both sides of the road, as if they were looking for something. The middle-aged archer's expression was despondent, and it seemed as if he had made a great determination before coming over to make a purchase. Finally, he stopped at a stall. "Excuse me, do you have any sun gem fragments? I need 2 pieces. I'm sorry, you can check out the stall next to you. I remember that Sachi had picked up this gemstone fragment when he went out hunting. Thank you, you are really a good person." Yi Yang seemed to have heard the conversation between that middle-aged archer and the stall owner. Turning his head to look, there were even jugglers performing on the street. Drinking a large mouthful of spirits, he sprayed it fiercely into the pillar of fire in his hand. Poof! A violent flame erupted from his mouth. The crowd of spectators kept shouting. There were even people who took out a dozen gold coins and threw them into the juggler's copper basin. "Poor! You are truly the best juggling master in our Boulder City. Quickly! Hurry! I can't help but look forward to the next show. I think it's the Ring of Fire, isn't it?" Yi Yang took a few steps earlier and walked straight out of the crowd. After looking around at everything around him that was so real that it couldn't be any more real, Yi Yang was really shocked. Where is this a game? This is clearly a most real world. See that building? It was the Great Hall of Goddess Helena. A tall old man clad in heavy burlap pointed out the direction of Goddess Helena's hall to Yi Yang. That was the tallest building in the city of monoliths. At the top of the building, there was a strikingly huge water balloon floating. Under the reflection of the sunlight, that water sphere seemed to be able to shower every corner of the monolithic city with gentle sunlight. "Thank you." Yi Yang smiled faintly without counting, and directly took out more than 20 gold coins from his backpack to thank the old man who set up the stall. "Young man, you are really too polite." The old man held the gold coins in his hand and was a little excited. He usually earned less than 30 gold coins at most in a day from his stall. This young man casually waved his hand and just gave himself so much. A day's income of only $20 to $30. If placed on the blue planet or Earth, only old farmers who diligently farmed would earn only this much. But on the contrary, these old farmers were indeed the most powerless people in society. Saying goodbye to the old man, Yi Yang came all the way to Helena's goddess temple. It was like a church, but it was countless times more grand and tall than those churches. With only 2 doors, it was at least 20 to 30 meters high. "May I ask, where can I find the administrator of the goddess temple?" After walking into the goddess temple, Yi Yang spotted a young girl at first glance. Possessing gem-like penetrating eyes, a lovely face, a straight watery blue hair draped behind her head like a waterfall, she was also wearing a mage's robe. If this mage robe was replaced with a tight archer's leather armor, it made Yi Yang suddenly remember someone. That female archer named Half-Day Early Summer. At that time, she looked so delicate that she felt very shy to even say a few words to herself. I don't know, how is she doing, but he had cautioned himself that she should take the few gold coins she had to work hard to upgrade. May I ask what you are looking for her for? Being called by Yi Yang, that girl slightly raised her head questioningly. I want to show her something. After saying that, Yi Yang added that it was a very important thing, it might have information about the demonized Lord TIAs. TIAs? That girl instantly got energized when she heard that name, and that was exactly the expression Yi Yang wanted to see. Demonized Lord TIAs. A powerful person who had once fought with goddess Helena for thousands of years. He knew that anyone who could stay in the goddess temple would naturally not be unfamiliar with this name. Please show me, I am the administrator of the goddess temple you are looking for, Sylvie. That girl stretched out her all-time showy hand from her loose mage robes and spread it out in front of Yi Yang. However, there was clearly some sense of urgency on her face now. You are Sylvie? Yi Yang was a little surprised. This girl looked only 18 or 19 years old. How was it possible to be the administrator of such a solemn shrine of the goddess? To be honest, in Yi Yang's impression, even if it wasn't an old man, it should be a female elder. Even if it was able to be eternally youthful, then it should look like it was about the same age as himself, 24 or 25 years old. In fact, as long as one reached the age of 15 and was recognized by Helena's Pearl, one could be an administrator. Sylvie smiled faintly at Yi Yang. Moreover, according to the regulations, each administrator is not allowed to be over 30 years old, and only females can do it. I also just succeeded not a few years' time. I see. Yi Yang felt that he had been overly concerned. He originally thought that this administrator could only have people with strong strength to qualify. Immediately, he took out the core of magic chi from his backpack. The core of magic chi? Sylvie held the core of demonic chi carefully in her hands, enchanted. The old man from the city of monoliths once said that when the core of demonic chi reappeared, the power of the demonized sovereign TIAs would once again appear in the world. Therefore, we must stop him. Sylvie spoke with a mouthful of silver teeth clenched as if she had made some great decision. Then, what should we do to stop it? Yi Yang was half happy and half worried in his heart. Worried because this TIAs really wasn't a good person, it had been tens of thousands of years and he actually wanted to resurrect? Joyous because this hidden mission is really still continue, he can also get a lot of rewards from it. TIAs had once prepared a huge spell formation for his own resurrection, which was a combination of 3 small spell formations. Chi King City Phalanx. The first thing we need to destroy is to take out this phalanx. Ding, whether to accept the mission to destroy the Chi King City Phalanx. Quest reward, 20,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, Spirit of the Phalanx X1. Accept. Yi Yang was naturally aiming for this, so naturally he would not refuse. But accepting the quest was accepting the quest, he still had a more important thing to do. The Blazing Refining Yin and Yang's Advanced Profession Test. Warrior, be careful, every single phalanx possesses a large number of guards that have been demonized. Accompanied by Sylvie's concerned voice, Yi Yang also left Helena's goddess temple at the same time. 40 Beacon God, are you there? After leaving the goddess temple, Yi Yang glanced at his quest list. Task 1, Destroy Chi King City Phalanx 01, Task Status, Unfinished. Task 2, Advancement Profession Examination, Task Status, Not Accepted. When level 10 was reached and you came to the City of Monoliths, the Advancement Profession Assessment task would automatically appear on your quest list. As long as you don't accept it, it will keep showing this unaccepted status. Accept the quest, Advanced Profession Examination. Ding, you have successfully accepted the Advanced Profession Examination task. You will be transported to the Hall of Examination in 1 minute, please get ready. Yi Yang had long been ready. After a minute passed, a white light flashed before his eyes, and his body felt like it was vacating, and like it was plunged into another bewildering space. A blank space. By the time his sight was restored, Yi Yang came to a. What the is this place? Yi Yang looked around, it was still a white world. The feet, the sky, or the surroundings of the body were all filled with a white mist. Only in front of him stood a solemn and incomparable gate. Ding, you have arrived at the Hall of Examinations, please choose the profession you want to advance into. Blazing Refining Yin and Yang. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yang suddenly relaxed. Ding, you have chosen Blazing Refinement Yin Yang. When you push open this door in front of you, you will enter the first step in advancing as a mage to Blazing Refinement Yin Yang, Meditation. Meditation quest description. As a blazing yin yang controlling the manic fire element, you need to have better control over your mental power, and now you need to undergo a 24-hour meditation test. After passing the test, you will proceed to the second step of the examination. Note, during the meditation, you cannot make any movement or distraction. Once you have any action or other thoughts, the test will automatically fail, re-enter, or exit the test. 24 hours of meditation time. Without a doubt, this test was not difficult to say the least, and not simple to say the least. As a living modern man, Yi Yang, not just Yi Yang, all the Earthlings or the Blue Star people in this parallel world, their hearts were restless. Not being able to move for a whole day was indeed an extremely difficult test. Pushing open the door with force, Yi Yang resolutely stepped in. Ding, you have confirmed that you have accepted the meditation test, duration, 235-957-5655. Time was passing a little by. Yi Yang let out a long breath and sat on the ground as if there was nothing in heaven and earth but him. It was also because of this that Yi Yang seemed to really feel the fire elements that were pulsating in the air. Fire element? It was really lively. Ding, your thinking has changed, the test has failed. You can choose to retest in 10 minutes, or end the test. Yi Yang couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. I didn't expect that I would trigger an assessment failure even if I just sighed in my heart. Not simple this meditation assessment. There is no way. Giving up was not going to give up. Yi Yang chose to continue the examination. Re-stepping into the door, Yi Yang sat on the ground that didn't exist at all, throwing away all distractions. This time, must persevere. Ding, you have reconfirmed that you have accepted the meditation test, duration, 235-957-5655. Accepting the lesson from the last time, Yi Yang no longer sighed at the magic of the spell power, much less the fire elemental's irritability. Concentrate and meditate. Tranquility leads to tranquility. After Yi Yang truly fell into a meditative state, time passed by fast. Soon, it was a few hours that had passed. However, during these few hours, the world was not static. Within the novice village, a player named Liver Emperor finally arrived at level 10 after relying on the time-honored program of brushing quests and monsters. The Liver Emperor who lived up to his name, after midnight, the moment World Mastery was launched, the Liver Emperor had not stopped his fighting for a moment. If Yi Yang wasn't rewarded with 100,000 experience from that wave of Guild War victory, he should have been the one to take the lead in stepping into the city of monoliths and become the first level 10 player. Heaven doesn't take a vacation. Everyone's opportunities were different. Beacon was known as an OD player. But Liver Emperor he could liver, which was really quite impressive. Fighting for up to 10 hours without eating or drinking, this was definitely not something that an average person could hold on to. However, he wasn't the only player who stepped into level 10 and came to the city of monoliths. One after another. Relying on their own efforts, Half Sun Early Summer also managed to come to the realm of level 10. Then, it was those Grand Guild players. The number 1 ranked, Sacred Monarch, Guild had dozens of people stepping into Monolithic City. The 5th ranked, Imperial Sky, Guild Master, Empyrean, stepped into level 10 with hundreds of his own members. Then there was the 7th ranked, White Rain Pavilion, the 3rd ranked, Night Gothic, Guild, and the Beacon Fan Pavilion that had made a clean sweep into the top 30 of the guild list. Time passed. When the time came to Yi Yang meditation had been 10 hours, the players in the Monolithic City had been as high as hundreds of thousands. At 17 or 18 hours, the players were already as high as hundreds of thousands, or even millions. The player base was growing. After 20 hours, it was enough for most of the players to rise to level 10 one after another and walk into their new world of Monolithic City. After White Rain Infinite arrived at Monolithic City, her first thought was to contact Beacon God. I don't know why, but ever since Beacon Fire had angrily killed more than 30 elites from the gathering of Virtuous Villa, White Rain Infinite felt that being by his side gave her a surprisingly inexplicable sense of security. It was that feeling of wanting to rely on him. Even if she didn't stay by his side, as long as she knew that he was only on the novice map, not far away from herself, she felt comfortable with the feeling that she could be protected at any time. However, after Beacon was the first to reach level 10, this feeling of hers disappeared completely. It wasn't just the sisters in the guild who wanted to see Yi Yang quickly, she herself also felt that if she didn't quickly rise to level 10, she might be suffocating. When fighting monsters, she wanted to meet Beacon God. When doing quests, she wanted to see Beacon God. Even sometimes when she sees Baiyu, she can't help but think of Beacon's handsome face. The sisters of Baiyu Pavilion had no choice but to call her lovesick. After opening the private message list, White Rain Infinite took the initiative to send a message to Yi Yang. 41 the second level of the examination, how come it's not as interesting as the first level? Beacon God, are you there? I'm Infinite. After hesitating for a long time, White Rain Infinite finally clicked send. However, Yi Yang, who was in the meditation test, had long since completely fallen into a meditative state. There is no self and no one, heaven and earth are united, hell is not empty, the oath is not made, etc. It seemed like he was in the wrong movie. In short, in his current state, he couldn't even feel the most basic 5 senses of his body. There was only meditation layer by layer into a higher realm. There were less than 3 hours left. But after thoroughly entering meditation, Jixia the passage of time, making Yi Yang even feel that the previous 20 hours or so was just like an instant. No wonder those Buddhist disciples in the previous life, once they meditated, they could do it for several years and decades. This is the city of boulders, isn't it? It's too spectacular. Marveled. World domination is really awesome, it's not worth the trip, it's really worth the trip. Holy, the Shield Armor Heroes transfer quest is so hard, it actually makes me lift a 200 kg sword and shield for 24 ing hours? Is this something that can be accomplished? Older brother, you don't have to say, I'm now entering the meditation test for the 11th time, and even if I'm not allowed to move, I'm still not allowed to think about things inside my head? Who can withstand this? I'm a flying ranger, and he's actually letting me go into the air? Are you kidding me? If I was able to take to the air, I would have been in the ing sky already. Our shadow stream assassin, but also to learn to peel their own shadow out of the body, I'm ing proud of it? Bullet looks like my Bladestorm Swordsman's transfer quest is still relatively simple. The first group of players to set foot in Monolithic City were complaining about the difficulty of the transfer quest. The shield armor magnate had to lift weights, the shadow stream assassin had to split, the flying plume ranger even had to learn to take to the air, and other strange and unbelievable skills. If Yi Yang saw all this, he would inevitably sigh. It seems that not only mages, but all professions advancement is not an easy task. Some people failed, and naturally, some people persevered. Liver Emperor, as a warrior player who stood out as an overachiever, he was also truly unusual. After resolving to switch to Blizzard Sword Servant, he accepted that he had to train his sword swinging skills for 24 hours, and the speed of his next swing could not be slower than the previous one. After failing 3 times, he probably consumed less than 5 hours before stepping through that gate once more, and has been doing so ever since. Half-Sun Hatsumomo also failed several times, then finally learned some skills. The profession she wanted to switch to was Flying Plume Ranger, which specialized in speed compared to archers. Fast. This was the interpretation of the Flying Plume Ranger, a lifelong pursuit. However, if you want to be fast, you naturally need to have certain skills. Simply fast is useless. That's why the first level of the Fei Ling Ranger's advancement is the ultimate expression of being fast, vacating the air. In fact, as long as you stepped on the ground or air multiple times in a short period of time to gain propulsion for levitation and movement, you would be able to achieve a long-lasting vacating effect. If you had to add a comparison, it would be more similar to the Chinese martial art ladder cloud zone, or the moonstep skill from the King of Thieves. If you don't step on the ground fast enough, then you will naturally sink, and then fail the mission. That's why you can't slack off, not even for half a second. Only if you wanted to do this thing, there was an equally large amount of consumption of strength, and sticking to it for 24 hours was definitely not a simple task. After Bayou Infinite didn't receive a reply from Yi Yang for a long time, she also led the people to take the advancement test. Although there were some doubts, but the most important thing in the end was to improve their strength most importantly. Great God Beacon might be doing some urgent task right now, or challenging some boss. In short, it was impossible to guess the Great God's routines. Saint Sovereign, Nightshade, Emperor Sky, and several other major guilds had also had their members begin their advancement tests one after another, and many of them had also mastered certain techniques. After all, they were all superior to the average casual player in terms of equipment. Strength, agility, and so on and so forth. A large number of equipment on the attribute increase also let them better complete this task. However, as fast as they were, they couldn't be faster than Yi Yang. Your meditation examination duration, 000-045-4443. 272,625. 131,211. 543,210. Ding! The time is over. Congratulations for completing the first test, meditation. When the time came to 0 seconds, Yi Yang slowly opened his eyes in this void. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had changed for him. He seemed to have reached the extreme meditation realm. Even if he was no longer meditating, he could even feel the manic fire elements in heaven and earth approaching him. Then it was used for him. Ding, congratulations on completing the first step of the advancement test. Next, you can choose to withdraw from the assessment, or proceed to the second step, Flame Lord. Flame Lord Assessment Description. The Flame Lord was once just a small fire elemental. After continuous evolution, it has already possessed superb fighting ability and commanded countless fire elementals that have evolved into monsters. If you have the strength to defeat them, you already have the qualification to advance into a blazing refinement yin yang. Fire Elemental. Level 10. Blood 800. Attack 80. Defense 10. Skills Fireball. Description: he was once just a tiny fire elemental, but after countless evolutions, he has become a monster with combat abilities. A fire elemental? So it was just killing monsters? Yi Yang glanced at the monsters that appeared in front of him one after another. There were about 10 or so fire elementals. Their looks were quite peculiar. If you didn't look carefully, they really looked like a ball of flame floating in mid-air. There was also a Flame Lord, and unlike the fire elementals, the Flame Lords at least extended what looked like arm-like limbs from that massive flame. However, Explosive Fireball. 42 Dual Professional Player, Born. Explosive Fireball. 2450, 2472, 2488, 2480, 2461. A large swathe of terrifying damage emerged, and the bodies of those fire elementals and flame lords who hadn't yet been able to make a move were directly knocked out of their minds by a single shot of explosive fireball. Instantaneous kills. Just kidding. With up to 183 points of magic power base attribute, 350 magic power increase of flame skill, 200 skill bonus of explosive fireball and 150 damage bonus of mage, if Yi Yang still couldn't do it to kill them in seconds, that would also be too inferior. Compared to killing monsters, Yi Yang even felt that the challenge of meditation might be a bit more difficult. However, if anyone else encountered these monsters, it was necessary to think that there was no way to get past them without extraordinary combat skills. However, Yi Yang also noticed something else. After meditating, his mental state seemed to be very different from before. I don't know if it was an illusion or something else. When he had just released the explosive fireball, he had almost reached the level of instantaneous release. There was absolutely no need to wait for those fire elements to focus on the staff, or rather, those fire elements in the air had been right by his side at all times. The speed of casting spells became faster, allowing Yi Yang to release his skills with greater ease. Was this the benefit of meditation? Yi Yang sighed with emotion. Perhaps, the first level of this advancement's test might be honing the player's willpower, or combat skills. By the way, wasn't it said that there were flame lords? Why do we only see fire elementals? It's hard to tell. While Yi Yang was thinking about it, he saw another wave of fire elementals refreshing once again. There were even more than the last time, and the blood level of the fire elementals mini-monsters had, surprisingly, increased to 1000 points, which was about 200 higher than the previous wave. Moreover, their damage had also increased slightly. Explosive Fireball. 2451, 2472, 2422, 2480, 2468. Without hesitation, another head-sized fireball was released, instantly killing them. However, another wave appeared. Explosive Fireball. 2451, 2472, 2422, 2480, 2468. Terrifying damage popped up again, and the third wave of fire elementals were strangled. Fourth wave. Fifth wave. By the time the fifth wave of fire elementals appeared, their blood level had already reached 1800, the damage had also reached almost 150 or so. Moreover, the Flame Lord that Yi Yang had been thinking about had also appeared behind those fire elementals. Flame Lord. Rank, Elite. Level, 12. Blood, 3000. Attack, 230. Defense, 200. Skills, Fireball, Flame Spit. Description: he was once just a tiny fire elemental, but after countless evolutions, he has become a monster with fighting ability and rules over many fire elemental monsters. I see, the second level of the test, is it getting stronger? Seeing the Flame Lord, Yi Yang lightly laughed. Just kidding, 3000 blood is nothing more than a red flame explosion. 6020. The result of an instantaneous second kill was just that. A round of red flame explosion with up to 6000 damage directly knocked the Flame Lord into a prototype. The remaining fire elementals were even more worthless. The archetype of an elemental monster was a mage. Similarly, their worrying agility and body plate, 1800 blood, 150 defense, to Yi Yang was nothing more than a burst of fireballs. Ding, congratulations, you have killed all the elemental monsters, and have completely completed all the tests of Blazing Refinement Yin Yang. You have the qualification to advance to become a Blazing Refinement Yin Yang. You can choose to give up this qualification and choose another advancement profession. You can also choose to become a Blazing Refinement Yin Yang and acquire the basic skills of the Blazing Refinement Yin Yang. After killing the fifth wave of fire elementals in seconds, Yi Yang also saw the system's prompt. However, he couldn't help but LOL a little when he saw what abandonment qualification. Little cutie. Only then would you choose to give up, right? Even Yi Yang, despite the fact that the monster killing quest was a breeze for him, he didn't want to meditate again. I choose to become a Blazing Refining Yin Yang. Ding. You choose to become a Blazing Refining Yin Yang. You have gained the level 10 basic skills of the Blazing Refinement Yin Yang: Star Firefall, Flame Shock, Star Flame Drop. Learning level, 10. Skill description: lock onto a target and summon a flame meteorite to fall, dealing magic attribute X 180 spells of damage to a range of 80 meters around the target. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Casting distance, 183. Skill consumption, 100 magic. Skill level, 1. Skill experience, 01. Flame Blast. Learning level, 10. Skill description: lock onto a target and release a flame pillar with a diameter of 1 meter, and you can slowly change the direction of its release. It lasts for 10 seconds, has a spell damage of magic value X 150, the length of the flame pillar is 100 of your casting distance, and during the casting time, no other skills can be used. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Casting distance, 183. Skill consumption, 50 magic. Skill level, 1. Skill experience, 01. After a little bit of looking at the skills he had just obtained, Yi Yang's heart was extremely happy. Because he had another group damage skill. Just a level 1 star fire drop had a damage bonus of up to 180, which was directly comparable to the level 3 explosive fireball. Yi Yang already felt that this star fire drop might directly replace explosive fireball as his main combat skill. Although the cooldown time was a bit longer, it didn't affect anything. As long as the damage was high enough to achieve a direct second kill, then the cooldown time, too, could be directly ignored. What's more, 10 seconds wasn't too long, it was completely within the acceptable range. As for Flame Shock, Yi Yang temporarily understood him as a skill to compensate for Mage melee combat. Even though he had a damage range of 1,183 meters, but, compared to Starfire Drop, it was somewhat slightly less damaging and not quite flexible enough. Because, once someone rated himself while he was releasing this skill, there was no doubt that he was bound to take a huge amount of damage. Flying Plume Ranger's speed was extremely fast, wanting to break in, a distance of 100 meters away could even be said to be instantaneous. Even now Yi Yang's casting distance has been fast 200, but if you can't do it in seconds, then the one who dies is definitely himself. Fortunately, mages have the absolute hit talent. Even the fastest Flying Plume Ranger couldn't escape his skills. At this point, Yi Yang had completely become a dual profession mage. With a berserk output ability, his body also hit a Holy Spirit immortal technique with an amazing amount of milk. However, at this time, Yi Yang suddenly saw a message. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Beacon for becoming the only dual professional player in the entire service. You can select the system message to worship him and receive a reward of X 200 gold coins. 43 Great God Beacon, it's too strong, isn't it? Ding! Announcement. Congratulations to player Beacon Fire for becoming the only dual professional player in the entire service, and receiving a reward of X 10 points for all attributes. You can also select the system message to worship him and receive a reward of X 200 gold coins. Ding! Announcement. Congratulations to player Beacon Fire for becoming the only dual professional player in the entire service, receiving a reward of X 10 points for full attributes. You can also select the system message to worship him and receive a reward of X 200 gold coins. Ding! Service-wide announcement. Congratulations! An even more eye-catching service-wide announcement than the previous killing of the Crocodile King was pulled apart in front of all eyes after Yi Yang finished selecting his skills. Beacon. The only one in the whole service. Dual profession player. With just one service-wide announcement, the players who had already entered the monolithic city one after another were completely unable to take their eyes off this service-wide announcement. Dual profession? The only one in the whole service? Are you kidding me? It's this Beacon again? He's too good, isn't he? I'm not dreaming. So it's our Beacon idol. The only dual professional in the whole service, the Beacon God is really strong. My eyes are red with envy. Forget about it. Anyway, there are free 200 gold coins, but also $200, by the way, thanks to a wave of Beacon God. Thank you Beacon God. Let me get $200 for nothing. Same thanks. It's this Beacon again? Empyrean Guild's president, Empyrean, was dumbfounded by these 3 consecutive service-wide announcements. He was at least the 5th largest guild in the rankings, but he had never even gotten a map announcement, let alone a service-wide announcement. Not to mention himself, Sacred Monarch Guild leader Broken Army, who was ranked number 1 in the guild rankings, had only gotten 1 map announcement. Not to mention announcements, let's talk about this advancement test. As the 3rd strongest guild on the guild list, guild leader Knight Elegy was also a mage, and coincidentally, he also wanted to switch to Blazing Refinement Yin Yang. But he had already failed the first level of the assessment countless times, and in a fit of pique, he was prepared to temporarily give up the advancement assessment. Just after coming out of the assessment hall, he saw the service-wide announcement that could exasperate people to death. What a joke! When did 24 hours of meditation become such a simple task? Even if this called Beacon, even after killing the level 10 domain boss came to level 10, came to the city of boulders, this is only 26 or 7 hours of time to put? There was only a 2-hour gap in between. Could it be that this Beacon Fire passed the meditation test in one go? Wait a minute. Night Sorrow suddenly thought of something else. This ING meditation is only the first level of the advancement test, right? Is this NM Beacon a pervert? White Rain Pavilion's beautiful ladies, naturally some of them also saw the whole service announcement. Wow, this whole service announcement is to be Beacon God package? Awesome, not bad for the one who made our Infinite Sister suffer from lovesickness. Pfft. Let's not talk about it. Infinite Sister has already entered the examination for the 13th time. Compared to Beacon God, this is really a heaven and a hell. Alas, let's not talk about this. Finally I can meet Beacon God soon. I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what will change after he becomes a dual professional player. I guess, it must have become handsome. I feel like it should become temperamental. Alas, it seems like I'm meeting Beacon Great God. Sister Infinite has come out again? A group of people surrounded the person who had just walked out of the examination hall, White Rain Infinite. Infinite Sister, what happened this time? Yes, it's only been half an hour this time. The last time was 2 hours. White Rain infinitely waved her slender hand helplessly. After I saw the whole service announcement, it goes without saying. They all knew that Bayou Infinite was the person who cared about Great God Beacon the most. Seeing this service-wide announcement, she naturally could no longer maintain her mental composure. A single movement of the mind represented a failure of the meditation test. The 3 consecutive service-wide announcements once again made the players of the entire service remember this name. And Yi Yang was somewhat more distressed. Ding, player T on you applied to add you as a friend. Ding, player indifferent has applied to add you as a friend. Ding, player one leaf with the wind invites you to join the guild. Ding, player. With the experience of the last service-wide announcement, Yi Yang managed to get harassed by those strangers again. It couldn't be helped. If he had to be treated like this after every service-wide announcement, it would be better to be out of sight, out of mind. Without hesitation, he directly chose to reject all strangers to add as friends. And all those thousands of strange friend messages from before were also rejected directly along with them. Afterwards, he returned his attention to his quest list. Mission description: the terrifying demonized juggernaut TIAs intends to resurrect, and the only way to stop him is to destroy the 3 major spells he's preparing to resurrect. Mission requirement: destroy Chi King City's Phalanx 01. Mission reward: 20,000 points of experience, 2,000 gold coins, Spirit of the Phalanx X1. Mission status: Stage 1, incomplete. Now that the advancement test had been completed by him, only this task of destroying the spell formation remained. Opened the system map, Yi Yang searched for Chi King City. This place, where exactly? It was also fortunate that on the player map, everything was clearly labeled and understood. Otherwise, the first time into the huge city of boulders, alone want to go out from here, I'm afraid that all need to turn a few days and nights. After a few minutes, Yi Yang finally found the location of Chi King City. However, unlike the prosperity of the city of monoliths, Chi King City was a city that had been deserted for a long time. After crossing the grassland around the city of monoliths, one would find that it was filled with a large number of monsters. But now, of course, we have to leave the Temple of Examination, this ghost place. Leaving the Temple of Examination. 44 Go to Chi King City. With a thought, Yi Yang just went into a mental trance for a while and found himself once again in the vicinity of the Temple of the Goddess. Noisy voices rang out on the streets, and it seemed that at a distance of a few hundred meters away, Yi Yang was able to clearly hear what they were saying. Could this also be the effect brought about by meditation? Feeling his 5 senses as if they were metamorphosed, Yi Yang gratefully enjoyed it. However, at this time, he also suddenly realized that his good private message bar seemed to have an unread message. White Rain Infinite, Beacon God, are you there? I'm Infinite. Yi Yang glanced at the message and did not expect that it was actually from the president of White Rain Pavilion. It seemed like she had never taken the initiative to send a message to herself, right? With a slight smile, Yi Yang sent one back. In awe, what's wrong? On the other side, White Rain Infinite, who had just walked out of the assessment hall, was disappointed and tired as she bent over, resting with her hands supporting her knees. Although meditation wouldn't cost physical strength, the consumption of mental energy was incomparably huge. But just as she felt her body was about to collapse, she suddenly saw an unread message appear in the private message bar. Beacon, yeah, what's up? Great God Beacon, he replied to me. Bai Yufulin's exhausted demeanor was swept away, and she was so excited that she couldn't even speak a little. What did he say? Yes, did he confess to Infinite's sister? He, looking at Infinite's sister's appearance, it must be. Hearing her sister's questions, White Rain Infinite said sympathetically, he just said to me that he is in. A burst of speechlessness. The sisters rolled their eyes. He just said he was there, why did you react so strongly? It made it seem like everyone else thought that Great God Beacon had confessed to you. White Rain Infinite didn't care that much, just opened the private message list and carefully replied, it's okay, Great God Beacon, I just suddenly wanted to see if you were there. What the hell? Yi Yang was confused by Baiyu Infinite's sentence. What do you mean you want to see if you are still there? Can I not die? Well, since it's fine then forget it, I'm going on a mission now. Seeing the message, Baiyu Infinite didn't know what to say, and could only say a concerned sentence for him to pay attention to safety on his way to fight monsters. However, she regretted it to death after saying it. He was the famous Beacon OD. Did he have monsters he couldn't defeat? Even if he did, it wasn't his turn to be concerned, right? The good image he had before was all ruined. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders, and after seeing that concerned question-seeking, he just smiled gently. How can I put it? It felt like a wife's greeting before parting when a man goes out. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Yang glanced at his task list. After finishing the advancement test, he naturally had to start going to complete the task of destroy Chi King City spell formation. This quest, just the first stage alone, had a reward of 20,000 experience points. Now that he needed as much as 100,000 experience points to ascend to level 11, the first stage of the Chi King City Phalanx mission was able to reward 20,000, which was already quite lucrative. What's more, right now, not to mention ordinary people, even those Grand Guild members were still trapped in the advancement test. They don't even talk about going out to kill monsters and upgrading, they can't even pass the advancement quests. Without saying anything else, Yi Yang searched for the system map and walked out of the monolithic city. Skeleton Soldier. Level 11. Blood 1700. Attack 120. Defense 50. Dropped items, level 10 weapons, stronghold fragments, level 10 weapon spirit, dead bones. Description: They were once the most loyal and brave warriors of Chi King City, but after dying in battle, they had been manipulated by the undead master of Maganda City, turning them into a withered bone that has no consciousness and only fights. After passing through the calm and peaceful grasslands of the city of monoliths, Yi Yang came to a dark place that looked like a mass grave. This was the edge of Chi King City, and it was still early for Yi Yang to reach his destination. Chi King City because of the perennial war, so that the city's stragglers, all with their city's specialty products, came to the city of boulders to make a living. For example, Yi Yang previously encountered that stall old man. He is the Chi King City escaped one of the stragglers. Naturally, Yi Yang also noticed the skeleton soldiers dropped items. Strengthening stone fragment and spirit of weapon. The burst rate of the strengthening stone fragment was very high, almost as high as 60-70. The level 10 weapon spirit, on the other hand, was one of the essential materials for crafting level 10 sets. Level 10, or even level 10 plus equipment, needed to have all three materials together before they could start crafting. For each piece of equipment, you need 3 spirits of equipment, 1 equipment manufacturing drawing, and 1 spirit of refinement. To put together a piece of equipment, you would need to have 27 spirits of equipment, 9 manufacturing drawings, and 9 refining souls. Yi Yang had no such worries at all. He had the absolute chance, talent. As long as he could find monsters that could drop such materials, he could easily brush dozens, even hundreds of them. Taking a look at the skeleton soldier, its attributes were also really vain enough. Yi Yang didn't even think about it and directly threw a round of starfire pendant on it. From the sky, a huge fireball that was like a real meteorite came whistling above their heads. Dazzling flames, fierce heat waves, in an instant, illuminated this dark land brightly. Even the earth beneath their feet became hot. Starfire falls. 2171, 2185, 2161, 2178, 2156. The damage that broke 2000 directly killed 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers. Moreover, the skeleton soldiers were standing too spread out, with a range of 80 meters, it only allowed Yi Yang to kill 7 or 8 monsters in seconds. However, if he replaced it with the explosive fireball, I'm afraid that there would only be 3 or 4 monsters left that could be affected. The starfire pendant was really powerful. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 150 points of experience. You have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 150 experience points. You have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 150 experience points. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier. The system prompt came. The 8 skeleton soldiers had brought a total of 1,200 experience points to Yi Yang. Moreover, ever since the mighty poison crocodile lord, Yi Yang hadn't tasted a second kill in a long time. Now, he had gone through the dual profession advancement examination and obtained the strong skill of blazing refining yin and yang. Moreover, his damage had also been strengthened and enhanced several times, and he could completely kill these level 10 monsters in seconds at will. Killing in seconds was a momentary pleasure. Killing in seconds all the time was a straight pleasure. 45 Terror, the might of the level 4 Starfire Pendant. However, it seems that the damage of the Starfire drop is still not high enough now, and the range is also slightly smaller. After picking up the materials and equipment on the ground, Yi Yang took a look at the level 10 Whiteplate Wild Monster weapon, which was even worse than his level 9 purple item, so he directly threw it in his backpack. Then, took a look at his skill Starfire drop. With a 10-second cooldown, the damage of the level 1 Starfire drop was now only a little lower than the level 3 Explosive Fireball. Although it was harmless and could do the same thing to kill monsters in seconds, those damage numbers made Yi Yang's heart unhappy. Moreover, the skeleton soldiers were standing too scattered. Even with a damage range of 80 meters, it seemed a bit stretched. Upgrade skill, Starfire drop. Now that he was sitting on 22 skill points, there was absolutely no need to hesitate. The investment of 1 skill point turned Starfire fall into a level 2. The original base damage of up to 180 had directly become 260, and the damage range, too, had changed from 80 meters to 130 meters. Continue. The investment of 5 skill points made Starfire drop become level 3. First of all, the damage range changed from 130 meters to 200 meters. The damage bonus of the magic attribute also skyrocketed from 260 to 370. With a range of 200 meters, it was already 4 times that of explosive fireball. And the damage bonus of up to 370 was also terrifyingly desperate. Yi Yang somewhat did not hold back, and just after reading the skill introduction, he directly turned to those skeleton soldiers and tested the power of Starfire fall now. A flaming meteorite once again fell from the sky. Starfire drop. 4502, 4595, 4581, 4531, 4556, 4572. The immense meteorite stirred up a wave of hot streaming air, blasting those skeleton soldiers in the face with no crumbs left. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldiers and gained 150 experience points. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 150 points of experience. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier. Because Yi Yang was against a relatively dense group of skeleton soldiers, this wave directly killed almost 30 skeleton soldiers. His experience directly skyrocketed by over 8,000 points. As expected, after ascending to level 3, Starfire Pendant was indeed a lot more powerful. The 8,000 plus points of experience did not bring much surprise to Yi Yang. Instead, it was the excitement after using the Starfire Pendant for the first time that made Yi Yang last for a long time before it subsided. Compared to the previous Starfire drop, at level 3, it had skyrocketed more than twice the damage. Already have skill points, 16. Looking at the 16 skill points left, Yi Yang was slightly hesitant, not knowing whether to raise it or not. If he upgraded the Starfire Pendant again, he would need 10 skill points. However, if he were to learn the skill again, it would have to be a level 15 skill. Right now, Yi Yang needed a whopping 100,000 experience points to go from level 10 to level 11, and to go to level 15, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, for a longer period of time in the future, Starfire Drop would definitely become one of his main combat skills. Continue leveling up, Starfire Drop. Having made up his mind, Yi Yang did not hesitate and put 10 skill points directly into Starfire Drop. Ding, Starfire Pendant has reached the upgrade requirement. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Starfire Pendant has been successfully upgraded, current level 4. A system prompt came, and the attributes of the level 4 Starfire Pendant appeared in front of him. Starfire Pendant. Learning level 10. Skill description: lock onto a target and summon a flame meteorite to fall, inflicting magic attribute x 500 spells of damage to a range of 300 meters around the target. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Casting distance 118. Skill consumption 50 magic. Skill level 4. Skill experience 020. 5,500? Yi Yang stared blankly at the damage increase of Starfire Drop for half a minute before slowing down. 500 increase in magic attribute? This was already completely equal to his single highest damage Red Flame Explosion skill. If it wasn't for the fact that Red Flame Explosion also had a super high slowdown of 50 and a level of only 3, he would have thought that he was looking at the wrong skill. It was too terrifying. It wasn't thanks to the level 10 advancement skill of Blazing Yin Yang, the group damage had such an appalling increase. Moreover, the 300-meter casting range allowed Yi Yang to truly transform into a large range output mage today. Thinking back to when he was fighting against Gathering of Virtues, he had only used a burst fireball with a damage range of 20 meters. If he had a level 4 Starfire Drop, not to mention more than 30 elites, even if it was 300 elites from the Gathering of Virtues, Yi Yang would be able to directly put them down. Taking a long breath, Yi Yang felt that his 10 skill points consumption was really worth it. Although there were only 6 skill points left now. But fortunately, at the very least, the next time he acquired skills, he would still be able to directly upgrade one of them to level 3, or every skill to level 2. Of course, these were still under the premise that after that, he hadn't acquired a single skill point. After smoothing out his mind, Yi Yang began to organize his gains from this wave. Ding, you have obtained the Phoenix Spirit Staff X6. Ding, you have obtained Strengthening Stone Fragment X33. Ding, you obtained the Spirit of Weapon X17. Ding, you gained Withered Bone. 46 weapon, strengthen 10. After picking everything up, Yi Yang thought of something. The monsters after level 10 were different from the monsters during Novice. The monsters in the Novice village, almost all of them had all of the dropped items, while the monsters after level 10 only had a portion of them, and rarely all of them. It wasn't that Yi Yang's absolute chance failed, but rather, people simply didn't have this kind of thing on their monsters, so where was he going to explode it? This kind of small matter, he naturally didn't care, because he saw another kind of thing. Strengthening Stone Fragments. With 3 Strengthening Stone Fragments, one could synthesize a finished Strengthening Stone. Then, start your own equipment strengthening journey. Synthesize all of the Strengthening Stone Fragments into a Strengthening Stone. With a thought, almost all of the fragments in Yi Yang's backpack disappeared, and in just less than a second, 33 fragments turned into 11 enhanced stones. 11 enhanced stones? Not bad at all. Yi Yang smiled faintly, then officially started strengthening. Whether it was bursting equipment or bursting skills, for Yi Yang, it was not as cool as strengthening right now. The thought of a 0.0000001 chance of being able to casually strengthen yourself successfully, that feeling was really cool. Moreover, after strengthening, regardless of that piece of equipment, you can transfer the strengthening afterwards. Although it cost 100,000 gold coins to purchase a strengthening transfer scroll, 100,000 gold coins were not worth mentioning to Yi Yang right now. He was, now, a big owner of 25.46 million gold coins. Strengthened weapon, Black Bamboo Staff. The first time it was strengthened, no matter who it was all 100. Ding, reinforcement successful. Your purple Black Bamboo Staff strengthening level is, level 1, success rate for another enhancement, 100. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yang took a look at his level 9 Black Bamboo Staff and it became Black Bamboo Staff, 1 purple. Grade, 9. Magic power, 4550. Description: a magic wound made of black bamboo with aura, very handy. Continue strengthening. Ding, reinforcement successful. Your purple black bamboo staff's reinforcement level is level 2, the success rate for another enhancement, 100. Strengthening to level 2, Yi Yang's odds remained at 100. Continue. Ding, reinforcement successful. Your purple black bamboo staff's reinforcement level is level 3, success rate of raising it again, 100. Continue. Ding, reinforcement success. Your purple black bamboo staff's strengthening level is 4, success rate for another boost, 100. Ding, enhancement success. Your purple black bamboo staff's enhancement level is 9, success rate of raising it again, 100. Continue strengthening. Ding, reinforcement successful. Your purple black bamboo staff's reinforcement level is 10, and your purple black bamboo staff's reinforcement level is full. No need to continue strengthening. A clear 100 success rate allowed Yi Yang to strengthen his first weapon to level 10 without any hindrance. There was not a single failure. Obviously, under the 0.0000001 odds in Yi Yang's absolute odds talent, it was still absolute odds that was slightly better. Because these chances had been forced to be locked to 100 triggers in Yi Yang's case. After the first successful reinforcement, the top of the level 9 black bamboo staff emitted this faint shimmering light. After the reinforcement level reached level 5, the entire black bamboo staff was surrounded by a layer of faint shimmering light, which appeared extremely splendid. However, after the enhancement level reached level 10, which was the top level, the black bamboo staff of level 9 blossomed with light, and when viewed from afar, it looked like the descent of a divine artifact staff. And now, the attributes of the black bamboo staff had also become extremely magnificent. Black bamboo staff, 10 purple. Grade, 9. Magic power, 45,500. Description: a kind of mana wound with aura made of black bamboo, very handy. Enhanced 10. With an attribute increase of up to 500, even Yi Yang himself could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he looked at it. Now, a mere level 9 black bamboo staff, after 10 top-level enhancements, had reached a 270 magic power attribute increase. 270 points of magic power. This was a magic attribute that one would have to be born at level 45 in its entirety to be able to pick up. After the weapon strengthening was over, Yi Yang casually added the last remaining strengthening stone to his blue-grade purple jade necklace. Purple jade ring, 1 blue. Grade, 9. Magic power, 3350. After one successful reinforcement, the level 9 blue item ring also managed to add 17 points of magic power to him. Although it wasn't as good as the black bamboo staff, a mosquito was still meat, and an increase of a dozen points of magic power was a considerable increase. Name, Beacon. Level, 10. Status, Life 810, Magic 4400. Attributes, Strength 31, Magic 435 350, Physique 48, Agility 31. Weapon, Purple and Black Bamboo Staff 10. Equipment: cotton hood, cotton top, cotton bottom, cotton leg warmers, cotton gloves, cotton shoes. Jewelry, Purple Jade Ring, Purple Jade Necklace 1. Talent, Absolute Chance, Absolute Hit. Skills, Fireball, Explosive Fireball 3, Flame Skill 5, Red Flame Explosion 3. Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, Rejuvenation Technique, Spirit Cleansing Technique. Blazing Refinement of Yin and Yang Starfire Fall 4, Flame Impact. After looking at his attribute panel bit by bit, Yi Yang's heart was greatly satisfied. He had long since stopped being a mage with a brittle body and low movement speed in the eyes of those ordinary people. Beacon OD. It had never disappointed anyone. The weapon had been strengthened 10 times, and the necklace had been strengthened 1 time. At a mere level 10, he already possessed a panel that made people terrified just by looking at it. The main panel of the character filled with superb equipment, the magic attribute of up to 435 points, and those magnificent skill levels. No matter which one, if you put it on an ordinary player's body, it would be able to make his strength increase dramatically. At this stage, those players who were able to put together a set of equipment were already complacent. Yi Yang, on the other hand, had a sprinkling of blue items and even had purple equipment. At this stage, those players were able to have 3 or 4 skills, and they were already laughing, and this still included the 2 skills that were directly gifted after the completion of career advancement. Yi Yang, not only does he have all the skills, but they have also been upgraded to level 3, level 4, and even a level 5 flame skill. Don't forget, he was also the only dual profession player in the entire service. 47 Undead General. After completing the enhancement of his skills and equipment, Yi Yang began to unleash a massacre on Chi King City. Starfire Fall. 14265, 14356, 14245, 14376, 14457, 14375. Ding, you killed the skeleton soldier and gained 150 experience points. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 150 experience points. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier. 3 steps to a kill. When a flame-stained meteorite fell from the sky, tens of thousands of points of damage cascaded out. What kind of terrifying power is this? It was already almost more than 8 times the upper limit of the skeleton soldier's blood limit. Expanding to a 300-meter damage range, the Starfire drop had become a big killer for Yi Yang. There was no need to use explosive fireball. After a flame meteorite, with a 10-second cooldown, Yi Yang couldn't even walk out of the damage range of Starfire drop. It wasn't just the skeleton soldiers. When Yi Yang arrived at the foot of the walls of Chi King City, he also found another type of higher-level monster. Skeleton Warrior. Level 13. Blood 3,500. Attack 200. Defense 100. Dropped items: Grade 10 Green Defense, Strengthened Stone Fragment, Grade 10 Spirit of Defense, Dead Bones. Description: They were once the most loyal and brave warriors of Chi King City, but after dying in battle, they had been manipulated by the undead master of Morganda City, turning them into a withered bone that has no consciousness and only fights. Skeleton Mage. Level 13. Blood 2,800. Attack 300. Defense 70. Dropped items: Grade 10 Green Defense, Strengthened Stone Fragment, Grade 10 Spirit of Defense, Dead Bones. Description: They were once the elite mages of Chi King City, but after dying in battle, they had been manipulated by the undead lord of Morganda City, turning them into a withered bone that has no consciousness and only fights. At the foot of the city wall, hundreds of skeleton warriors for the crowd with this. On top of the city wall, there were also a dozen or so skeleton mages with strangely high damage converging, forming an extremely strong force. With this force alone, if ordinary players wanted to challenge it, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to attack it without thousands of people. However, Yi Yang only saw pieces of strong fossil fragments and the spirit of defense. The level 10 wild monster defense suit, Yi Yang already didn't bother to bring it. As long as he killed all the monsters in Chi King City this time, and after destroying the Chi King City phalanx, he would have the spirit of defense and the spirit of weapon needed to build level 10 equipment. Next, there would be 9 pieces of equipment building drawings, and 9 spirits of refinement would be enough. As for the equipment building drawings, Yi Yang knew that there were many ways to obtain them. It could be purchased from specific NPCs or from players. Moreover, after encountering a certain monster carrying a drawing, one could also obtain a precious equipment crafting drawing. There was still a difference between drawings and drawings, though. For the spirit of equipment, there was only the difference between the spirit of weapons and the spirit of defense. The drawings were different. He had weapon drawings, head drawings, gauntlet drawings, upper garment drawings, lower garment drawings, and so on, 9 drawings for body parts. At first, it was naturally good to get them together, but later on, there might be more duplicates. As for the last material of the equipment building, refined soul, Yi Yang is still a little unclear. He doesn't know exactly where to get this kind of material now, and there is no information on the official website. Perhaps, when the fate arrives, it may be natural. Right now, Yi Yang naturally still had to collect enough spirits of defense and weapons first. As for those defective level 10 equipment, Yi Yang did not even have the interest to take a look at them. However, just as Yi Yang was thinking about these refined spirits, the walls of Chi King City suddenly resounded with the clanging sound of iron weapons. It was a figure wearing heavy armor that looked like a general. Undead General. Rank Elite. Level 15. Blood 6,200. Attack 400. Defense 380. Skills: Fearless Sword, Storm Attack. Dropped items: Level 10 equipment drawings, Level 10 weapons, Strengthening Stone Fragments, the spirit of Level 10 weapons, Withered Bones. Description: The undead general had made a lot of achievements in Chi King City, but after his death in battle, he was manipulated by the undead master of Morganda City and turned into a withered bone with a weak consciousness and strong fighting strength. A viewing spell swept through. The undead general's attributes appeared in front of Yi Yang. There was no doubt that his attributes were quite strong, but this was only for ordinary players. To Yi Yang, he was not threatening enough at all. On the city wall. The undead general stood on the city wall, his thick armor seemingly unabated. A pair of eye holes that had long since lost their eyeballs stared at the incoming Yi Yang in death. Kill. The undead general's cheeks moved slightly before he burst out from the city wall. Storm surprise attack. The undead general clutched his giant sword in his hand, and his speed was as fast as a wild wind sweeping through. The target was pointed straight at Yi Yang. The moment the undead general moved, those skeleton warriors under the city wall also started to attack Yi Yang. You guys, aren't you looking for death? Although Yi Yang did not expect the undead general to drive the skeleton warriors to initiate the attack. However, no matter what he did, under the absolute suppression of strength, it was already too late. A meteorite fell from the sky, and before the undead general could use its own not-so-fast speed to rush to Yi Yang's side, he sensed a fierce heat flow surging in mid-air. 48 seconds to kill, see seconds to kill again. The meteorite summoned down by Starfire drop landed extremely fast. But even so, the undead general didn't retreat a step despite sensing the fierce heat flow. 150 meters. 130 meters. 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, just a few seconds after leaping down from the city wall, the undead general instantly crossed a distance of several dozen meters. This speed, in the case of a high defense and high offense warrior stream general, could not be said to be fast. However, it was too late to be any faster. Starfire Fall. 13985, 14356, 14245, 14376, 14457, 14375. Despite having a high damage of 380 points, it was nothing more than a small damage fluctuation to Yi Yang. The only damage below 14,000 points was, perhaps, a tribute for the undead general's such a deep obsession. As for those skeleton warriors, and the skeleton mages on the walls, under the 300-meter wide-range bombardment of the Starfire drop, they naturally died. Ding! You have killed an elite-level monster, the undead general. Gained experience value x 1000, gold coins x 300, and skill points x 1. Ding! You have gained a level 10 weapon drawing. Ding! You gained strengthening stone fragments. Ding! Apart from the level 10 weapon drawing and the strengthening stone fragment, Yi Yang threw the other things into his backpack without even looking at them. Not bad, it was actually weapon drawings, which was a good start. Equipment drawings had no use other than making equipment. So Yi Yang also threw it directly into his backpack and then shifted his gaze to another thing. Chi King City Wall. Level 10. Blood 20,000. Defense 1,000. Description: Chi King City Wall was once very fragile. It was the late General Carla who led the warriors and reinforced it up countless times. The late General Carla, could it be the undead general who had just died? Yi Yang snorted. The king had become a defeated king. General Carla might have had a good reputation in Chi King City during his lifetime, but now that the city was destroyed, time would wash away everything about him. A round of Starfire drop blasted down, and a large portion of the city wall's blood level directly dropped, leaving just around 7,000 blood. Then, a red flame explosion that possessed equal damage directly broke the city. The city wall with a mere 20,000 blood, despite the description of being sturdy, was still unbeatable in front of Yi Yang. Chi King City Phalanx. Level? Blood level? Attack? Defense? Yi Yang? What the hell is this? How come I can't even see my blood level? Playing with me? However, immediately afterward, Yi Yang did see the description of the Chi King City Phalanx. Chi King City Phalanx. Description 1. It is one of the three major resurrection phalanxes laid down by the demonized Lord Tias. Only after destroying the three major phalanxes can Tia's resurrection plan be completely stopped. Description 2. If you want to destroy the phalanx, you have to turn it into your opposing camp, otherwise, all your skills will never be able to deal damage to him. Opposing sides? Wasn't I born to be on Tia's opposing camp? Yi Yang approached the spell formation, frowning slightly as he pondered. After attempting to release a fireball spell, Yi Yang realized that the spell formation seemed to have a magical ability, and when that fireball touched the edge of the spell formation, it simply disappeared. It could also be said that it was absorbed. Because, after the fireball was released against the spell formation, it was as if it was subjected to an invisible suction force, making the flight speed of the fireball become more than several times faster. Then after a wave suddenly rippled around the spell formation, the fireball disappeared. With nothing else to do, Yi Yang carefully read the description of the spell formation several times. Wait. All the skills? Yi Yang suddenly thought of something. Since skills couldn't cause damage, let's try another approach. Yi Yang gently stretched out his hand and probed into the range where the fireball spell had just disappeared. Wah! Sure enough, in the center of Yi Yang's palm, a wave once again rippled around the spell. At the same time, he also heard a sound. It was not a system prompt. That voice, it seemed to appear in his heart. The breath of a human. That voice seemed to be extremely faint, and if he didn't listen carefully, I'm afraid he wouldn't really be able to hear it. However, after the meditation test, Yi Yang's perception had become extremely powerful. What's more, the voice did appear in his heart. TIAs or Helena. Fallen friends. Rejected enemy. Is this letting me choose a camp? Undoubtedly, this voice echoed in Yi Yang's heart for a long time. If Yi Yang chose the demonized Lord TIAs, he would have fallen into a member of the demonized race. But I refuse. What a joke. Let's not talk about what would actually happen after falling into the demonized race. He had come here to destroy the spell so that he could complete his mission and get the reward he deserved. Also, after Yi Yang had finalized his thoughts, a system prompt rang out until, "Ding, you rejected the invitation to become a demonized race and chose to make enemies with TIAs." Immediately after that, the attributes of the Chi King City Phalanx also appeared in front of Yi Yang. 49. The terrifying Chi King City Phalanx. Chi King City Phalanx. Level? Blood 50,000. Attack 500. Defense 100. Description 1. It is one of the three major resurrection phalanxes laid down by the demonized Lord TIAs, and only after destroying it can Tia's resurrection plan be completely stopped. Description 2. If you want to destroy the spell formation, you have to turn it into your opposing camp, otherwise, all your skills will never be able to deal damage to him. Description 3. You have become its opposing camp. 50,000 blood? Is this a ing joke? Yi Yang was almost stunned by the amount of blood in the phalanx. A whole 50,000 blood. This was fortunate that he was the one to fight it. If it was a normal player, I'm afraid that even if a group of people surrounded the place and chopped it, they would have to chop it for half a day, right? And there were 500 attacks, 100. Wait a minute. 500 attack? How can this spell still have an attack? Yi Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. But at this time, Chi King City's large array suddenly emitted a dark, dense light, extremely bizarre. Just a few seconds later, the thick light gradually dissipated, replaced by a slowly rising, but also in the high-speed rotation of the dark purple hexagram array. Hexagram 500 attack. Wait a minute. Not good. When Yi Yang realized that the formation had a certain attack power, he suddenly woke up, and then while staring at the rising hexagram formation in mid-air, he retreated backward in a hurry. That's right. He was just backing up instead of turning around and running wildly. However, just as the spell formation rose into the air, just less than 100 meters in height, it suddenly stopped. At the same time, all the light from the hexagram slowly flowed towards its 6 horns. The light on the 6 horns gradually intensified, and was even extremely oppressive. Fierce demon sanction. In the next instant, the light on the hexagons was like dense dark purple light bullets, and the hexagram rotated while pouring those dark purple light bullets. Boom! The 6 glowing horns of the hexagram formation instantly condensed into a dense bombardment of light bullets that blasted down, leaving Yi Yang with absolutely no piece of land where he could stand. Since the radius of the dark purple 6 main star, almost the surrounding area of 300 to 400 meters was undergoing the wild bombardment of thousands of light bullets a second. Calm down. Calm down. There's a gap to the left. Rejuvenation. Left dodge. Can't panic, can't panic. Get in position. Get into position. Yi Yang was instantly startled by the frenzied and intensive attacks of the phalanx. But probably out of the most basic and strongest human desire for survival, Yi Yang, in a split second, forced himself to calm down, and then stared dead at those dense dark purple light bullets, and then searched for a ray of life among the gaps. The mage's agility value itself was low enough that running a distance of 1 mile in a few seconds was basically impossible. But after the meditation test, Yi Yang's mental strength was already beyond normal. In the face of hundreds of light bullets with 500 points of damage a second, he didn't panic at all. Nor could he panic. 5 seconds. Thousands of light bullets brushed by Yi Yang's side. 10 seconds. Tens of thousands of light bullets were dodged by Yi Yang. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Up to dozens of seconds of intense mental concentration. Tens of thousands of light bullets. Yi Yang had only withstood 3 or 2 attacks. But in between the silken slits to catch his breath, he instantly added up again with a rejuvenation technique. It looks like a springback art can add more than 2,000 points of blood to Yi Yang, but Yi Yang as long as the slightest negligence, not to mention 2,000, instantaneous damage, even if he has 20,000 points of blood cannot be eaten. If, right now, someone saw Yi Yang's appearance, they would definitely be surprised beyond words. Right now, it was like he was doing special training. Passing through 100 flowers, not touching a single leaf. Yi Yang had truly reached this extremely high realm now. How the hell can a mage do this? Even a 5-minute archer can't do this. Without the ultimate calmness of mind, in the face of this seemingly gapless death bombardment, not to mention dodging, even if you see this kind of skill, you should be scared to death, right? 50 seconds. 55 seconds. 60 seconds. After a minute-long bombardment, the fierce magic formation finally slowed down its attack. The rotation speed of the hexagram array in mid-air gradually slowed down, and the number of light bullets being poured out also decreased drastically. Then, after the hexagram array completely stopped rotating, the light gradually dimmed and then slowly descended again, seemingly as if it was back within the main body of the Chi King City main array. However, after the minute-long bombardment of dark purple light bullets, Yi Yang realized that the ground around his body was like a trap with countless sharp bamboos inserted into it. No, they looked even more terrifying than those sharp bamboo. Chi King City spell formation, right? Fierce demon sanction, right? Light bullets pouring down, death bombardment, huh? A minute of intense mental concentration made him look a little tired. But it ends here. Although he didn't know if the Chi King City phalanx had any other means, at least not yet. 50,000 blood? Ha! Red flame explosion. Starfire drop. Fireball explosion. Fireball. Flame blast. Yi Yang was crazy and incomparable as he poured his skills into the Chi King City phalanx. In the sky, flame meteorites fell, aiming straight at the Chi King City spell formation. At the top of the staff, several human head-sized, fist-sized, and so on fireballs poured out one after another. A ball of flame was directly detonated in Chi King City phalanx. Brilliant firelight suddenly rises in the sky. There is no reservation at all. Up to the damage of the most powerful, red flame explosion, starfire fall. Down to the damage is slightly lower, fireball art. Even, in the end, Yi Yang even released the completely unused flame shock. Vinegar-sized pillars of fire shot out from in front of Yi Yang's body. Crazy output against the Chi King City phalanx. The damage had actually overflowed a long time ago. With a mere 50,000 blood, at best, it was just a round of red flame explosion and a starfire drop. However, Yi Yang had been bombing the Chi King City phalanx for a full 2 to 3 minutes in order to vent. God knows how many skills Yi Yang could pour out in 2 minutes? 10 skills? 20 skills? Yi Yang didn't know, and he hadn't counted. But when he finished venting, he took a deep breath of rough air. Ding, you destroyed the Chi King City phalanx, completing stage 1 of the mission, gaining 20,000 points of experience, 2,000 gold coins, and the spirit of the phalanx. Ding, the second stage of this quest opens, destroying the Doran City phalanx. After hearing the system prompt, Yi Yang's mind gradually smoothed out. 50 Alliance Guild? After ending the quest, Yi Yang sat on the ground and rested a little. Seeing the Chi King City phalanx that had already been destroyed by himself, he conversely felt that it wasn't that impressive. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this fierce demon sanction skill released by the Chi King City phalanx, it is just a defensive dissuasion skill. As long as you don't step into its damage range, that up to a minute-long continuous bombardment, it won't hurt you. But the terror was in the fact that as long as you were trapped in it, it had almost no room to survive, and as long as you were in range, it could be said to be certain death. The 500 points of damage didn't seem high, but it was thanks to the large number of light bullets. As long as one was distracted at the time, taking dozens or hundreds of light bullets within a second was no joke. There were tens of thousands of points of damage in a second. This is not to say 10 level is the second advancement, 30 level full set of equipment players in this murderous demon sanction inside is the result of seconds to die. Ending the task of Chi King City phalanx, Yi Yang is really a little tired. Not to mention that just now that up to a minute long time of high mental concentration, not the average person can stand. Even if it was the previous meditation test, there were 24 hours without eating or drinking it. Even though Yi Yang had almost lost all his intuition while he was inside, but now that he had suddenly loosened up, hunger and exhaustion, too, came flooding in all of a sudden. However, the main thing was also mental exhaustion. As for hunger, Yi Yang did not feel much. Now Yi Yang had to go and take a rest, or else he would have to play himself to death. Exit the game. With a thought, a flash of white light surrounded Yi Yang, and when his sight was restored again, he had appeared in his room. Real world. Coordinates, Baizhou City, Dongshan Province. Someone's kitchen. Snort. In the kitchen, the sound of stir-frying was constantly heard. Not long after, a plate of kung pao chicken and a plate of egg-fried rice were brought out by Yi Yang himself. After returning to the real world, Yi Yang instantly relaxed. After lying on the bed and resting for a few hours to sweep away his exhaustion, he came to his kitchen and washed the dishes, then casually made 1 or 2 home-cooked dishes. In his previous life, he was still an independent game master after all. Although her routine was disorganized, the good thing was that under the long period of independence, picking up a cooking spoon and making a few dishes was still very simple. Unexpectedly, crossing over, his cooking skills have not changed much. Yi Yang smelled the 2 dishes that were still full of aroma, and a faint sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. 10 minutes later, Yi Yang finished eating and took a stool to sit on the balcony to take a break. The afternoon sunlight gradually made Yi Yang feel sleepy again. After crossing over, it seemed like he had never been so relaxed. Picking up his cell phone, Yi Yang looked at the news in boredom, then habitually looked at WeChat and Penguin. Because he had accepted the memories of his original body, he easily unlocked the password of this cell phone screen. Then, he saw a rather dismal scene. WeChat balance, 732 yuan. QQ wallet, 185 yuan. Bank balance, 2,604 yuan. This whole body's belongings added up to less than $50. WeChat had less than $100 before, but it was used up by Yi Yang's last McDonald's meal. When he was thinking of exchanging the gold coins in the game, he suddenly saw a different message on his QQ. It was a message from a group. Group name, World Mastery White State Gathering. June number. After scanning the group name, Yi Yang got a message in his mind. This was a discussion group for the players of Baizhou City who were preparing to move into World Mastery, so if they were stuck or something like that in the future, they could all help each other out. According to his own memories, it seemed that this group was only accessible to people who owned game pods. Luckily, Yi Yang's original body dumped his family's money to put together 99,999 yuan, so naturally, he was qualified to become a member of it. Idle and bored, Yi Yang clicked on it to take a look. Xingyan, do you guys know? Night Gothic Guild, Imperial Sky Pavilion Guild and Chaotic Wind Guild have joined forces. Born Power, united? No way. I know an elite bigwig in the Night Gothic Guild, why didn't he tell me about this? Songhai smile, I haven't heard such information either, huh? Sui Phone, ditto, where did Big Brother Qingyan learn about this? Qingyan, Che, do I have to lie to you guys? You guys forgot that I'm from the Sacred Monarch Guild? The Sacred Monarch Guild is ranked number 1 on the guild list. The people in it, not to mention the elites, even if they were just an ordinary member, they were all high enough. Obviously, after Yi Yang saw that the one called Qing Yan said that he was from the Holy Monarch, the others' attitudes were instantly lowered. However, seeing the Sacred Monarch Guild, Yi Yang also suddenly became interested. After all, it was a big guild that had been at the top of the guild list for a long time, and it was one of the few guilds with 10,000 people. Moreover, the president Broken Army was also a very low-key person. In addition to the title of number 1 on the guild list, Yi Yang had never seen this person show his face. It just so happened that he was also idle right now, so why not watch them talk? Xing Yan, I'm not going to lie to you guys, and the Night Gothic Guild is very ambitious. Not only did they go to the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion, the Chaotic Wind Guild, but they also contacted the 9th rank Supreme Guild and our Sacred Monarch Guild. However, our boss, Broken Army, said that no matter whether it's himself or the members underneath us, we can't participate in this kind of evil alliance, so I will just know about it. Born Power, so geeky? What does Night Gothic Guild want to do? Sunhai, I have a feeling that the Night Gothic Guild's boss is going to make a big wave. Random Wind, Broken Armor Big Brother can be really overbearing. Ranked 3rd Night Elegy, 5th Imperial Heavenly Pavilion, 6th Chaotic Wind, and 9th Supreme, and actually said they are a garbage guild? I can't afford to mess with them. Seeing this, Yi Yang gently smiled. The Broken Army is really crazy enough. Night Elegy is at least the 3rd guild, even if they don't give face, they are actually still burying people like this. However, just as Yi Yang continued to want to look down, he suddenly frowned. Xing Yan, it's not that our Broken Army boss is crazy, it's that Night Elegy that has nothing to do. Do you guys know what he's up to? Born Power, what's it going to be? Go to heaven? Sun Sai, Sui Feng, sure, is that you? Xing Yan. Don't interrupt, this is just getting to the point. 51 sharpening the knife and preparing to kill. Xing Yan was furious, but didn't hesitate much and continued to start talking. The reason why Knight Eleanor is making such a big show is that she is preparing to mess with the one called Beacon. I don't know about anything else, but you guys always know about Beacon, right? Born to be strong, Beacon? 888 novice village out of the Beacon god? Shanghai Xian, Beacon Oda, of course I know. Random Wind, I'm not going to lie, I'm the one who came out of the 888th newbie village. Born Power, you're from the 888th novice village? Is Beacon god bullish? I've heard that he can pop out 7 or 8 pieces of godly clothes from a single monster. Shanghai Xian, no? I've heard others say that the Beacon god can brush thousands of pieces of equipment in an hour. Wind, don't listen to others blindly, but Beacon god is really a big god. When he was level 6, I was level 4. Beacon god in the newbie village, a person cut over the gathering of virtue manor thousands of people. Born to be a force, bull batch. Shanghai Xian, hang on. Seeing this, Yi Yang almost burst out laughing. He had thought that this Sui Feng was a decent person, but he didn't expect that he could blow more than them. Subsequently, probably seeing their emotions rising high, Xing Yan also finally opened his mouth again. Xing Yan, ahem, let me tell you guys, Night Elegy has united several major guilds this time, just to prepare to do this beacon. Born Power, uniting several major guilds, this isn't a joke, right? Xing Yan, of course not. Night Zen came to us to find a joint, said, if we can pickpocket all the things on Yi Yang, even a few big guilds will be enough to share. Born Force, Bull Batch, looks like this time it's for real. San Haishing, I don't understand the world of the Big Brother, I've just risen to level 8 now. Wind, I now have 10 levels, just cannot pass that meditation test, but wait until the guild war began, or go to watch it. Beacon God against several large guilds, this is too fierce. If you shoot into the video, I feel that this a video can be sold hundreds of fast. Born Power, yeah, why didn't I think of that? Sun Haishian, remember, say with the wind how you have so much business sense. Born Force, 666. Sun Haishian, 666. Night Elephant is going to sneak up on himself? Yi Yang frowned deeply when he saw this. People were afraid of being famous, and pigs were afraid of being strong. It was true that if a person was too strong, it was also a burden. Knight Eleanor, he must also have known about the last time he had maniacally abused the gathering of virtues, which was why he was making a big deal out of it, preparing to unite with a few major guilds and pounce on himself. After all, just like that Sui Feng said just now, if he could think of making a video and selling it for money, there were naturally others who could think of it. But then again, ever since the blazing sword wound, Yi Yang really hadn't made a move on another player. He mainly didn't want to cause trouble and didn't want to create many inexplicable enemies for no reason. However, since those people took the initiative to provoke themselves, Yi Yang didn't mind giving them a little color. Even, he didn't hesitate to launch a guild-level war of aggression against a few of their guilds in his personal name. Individual players, too, could similarly wage a guild war against a guild. As for the consequences? Yi Yang had never thought about that. Once at the Gathering of Virtues, Yi Yang had also given Lai Jianxian the utmost respect. As for the thunder prison that Lai Jianxian ended up suffering, Yi Yang couldn't care less. On the contrary, Nightjin. If he didn't let Nightjin and the others feel fear this time, he would definitely suffer from the harassment of various foolish people afterwards. God knows what those people would do for the sake of the equipment they were carrying? Therefore, Yi Yang only needed to make them taste death in the most ferocious way possible. Since those self-righteous presidents didn't give themselves a way to live, they had no choice but to kill their way out. Since those people were forcing themselves to be their enemies, then they would kill them. Top 10 guilds? The strongest guild alliance? After several damage boosts, skill upgrades, and equipment replacements, the current Yi Yang had long since ceased to be the little mage who feared the numbers. Slaughtering thousands of people at level 6? This might indeed be bragging. But the current Yi Yang, even if thousands of people really came, he was not afraid at all. A single star fire drop with a 300-meter damage range was enough to make people scared. He also had a magic value of more than 7,000 points, which allowed Yi Yang to release his skills without any limitations. How many will come? How many will be killed? He wanted to see. Whether it was Nightsong and their sea of men tactics that were powerful, or whether his own super wide range of skills were more powerful. 52 full body 10, attribute surge. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly chose to log into the game. In the game cabin with a thought, Yi Yang found himself back in the dilapidated and panicked Chi King City. Surrounded by skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, allowing Yi Yang to directly choose to clear the field with a starfire drop plus a few explosive fireballs. The monsters as far as the eye could see were almost all cleared. Moreover, from the edge of Chi King City, kill to the interior of Chi King City, there is also the experience reward of the first stage of the mission, so that Yi Yang has come to level 11 more than 20,000 points of experience value. However, the experience needed to ascend to level 12 was even more. It didn't matter. Yi Yang's focus wasn't here, he went online this time to straighten out his equipment. The previous level 5 equipment was replaced by Yi Yang a long time ago, and although he was still in a wild monster outfit, the good thing was that among the skeleton soldiers, there was still level 10 equipment that could be exploded. Thousands of skeleton soldiers brushed down, Yi Yang now has more than 200 pieces of equipment in his backpack. If you wanted to put together a set of Mage level 10 wild monster equipment from it, it was simply not too easy. And this time, Yi Yang was prepared to strengthen all of his equipment by 10. If you wanted to exterminate the several guilds that had joined forces, it simply wouldn't work without a certain defense and blood base. Although Yi Yang had an almost inexhaustible amount of magic value, his current life value was only a mere 1,800 points. 10 people couldn't kill himself, 100 couldn't kill thousands, and thousands, as long as they could break defense, something would always happen to them. If he didn't have enough blood to support himself, he was afraid that he would be dreaming if he wanted to teach the several major guilds a lesson. Therefore, he had to start strengthening his defense equipment now. Then get a damage special effect spell strike that mages simply couldn't have. When everything was completed, he did not say that he had tens of thousands of blood, at least 5,000 blood, was certainly possible. Moreover, he still has a blue grade 9 necklace, ring, not strengthened. Wait a moment, his magic attribute will also be further enhanced. Strengthening stone fragment X452. Taking a look at his backpack, he was now sitting on a total of a few hundred strengthening stone fragments. If it was anyone else, thousands of monsters down the line, the number might not be much less even though it was less than Yi Yang. However, these several hundred pieces of strengthening stone fragments would only be able to synthesize more than 100 strengthening stones. With such a horrible chance of strengthening equipment, apart from being able to strengthen all of the equipment to 1 or 2, it was feared that it would be hard to even succeed in strengthening 3 for 1 or 2 pieces. However, these 100 plus strengthening stones had a different meaning to Yi Yang. All of them were synthesized into strengthening stones. With a thought, almost all of the fragments in Yi Yang's backpack disappeared, and in just less than a second, more than 400 fragments turned into 11 strengthening stones. Ding! The synthesis of strengthening stone fragments was successful. You lost 450 strengthening stone fragments and gained 150 strengthening stones. Took a look. A total of 150 strengthening stones. Yi Yang didn't even have to think about it and directly started strengthening. Strengthen, Silk Turban. The previous level 5 Cotton Novice set was replaced with a level 10 Silk set, and when Yi Yang confirmed the reinforcement, the system prompt came alone. Ding! Silk Hijab reinforcement successful, your equipment base blood increased by 50, reinforcement level 1. It turns out that you can only strengthen the base blood quantity? Yi Yang frowned slightly. The green equipment that he currently possessed had the ability to increase the physical attributes and the base blood quantity. The white plate equipment only had an increase to the base blood quantity. However, this was fine, although strengthening could only add to the base blood volume. After strengthening 10, there was also a 500 bonus. 5 times the base blood quantity, this was already quite terrifying. Continue strengthening, Silk Turban. Ding! The Silk Turban has been successfully strengthened, your equipment's base blood quantity has been increased by 50, strengthening level 2. Continue strengthening. Ding! Silk Turban reinforcement is successful, your equipment's base blood quantity increased by 50, reinforcement level 3. Continue. Ding, Silk Turban reinforcement is successful, your equipment base blood quantity increased by 50, reinforcement level 10, Silk Turban has reached the reinforcement level, no need to reinforce it. Cool. Every time he saw the surge in attributes, Yi Yang couldn't stop a wave of excitement in his heart. Absolute odds, give me a break. 1 in 10 million? 1 in a billion? In front of Yi Yang is just a sprinkle of water only, in the absolute odds, what millions, 1 in 10 million, all are 100. Soon, Yi Yang's second piece of equipment strengthened to the 10th level. Silk Turban 10. Level 10. Blood 200-500. Physique 8. A top-tier reinforcement allowed Yi Yang to directly raise his blood quantity by almost a whole 1,000 points. From the previous 1,800, it directly became 2,800. The terrifying attribute boost made Yi Yang incomparably excited. Without any ink, he took out the next piece of equipment and continued to strengthen it. Reinforcement, Silk Blouse. Ding, the silk blouse has been successfully strengthened, your equipment's base blood volume has increased by 50, strengthening level 10, the silk turban has reached the strengthening level, no need to strengthen it. After 10 reinforcements, the blouse part has successfully reached level 10. Silk tunic 10. Level 10. Blood 200-500. Physique 10. The top level reinforcement allowed Yi Yang's blood quantity to increase by a full 1,000 points once again. What was the concept of increasing 2,000 points of blood in just a few minutes before and after this? Converted into physique, it was a full 200 points of physique. Converted into the increase in attributes brought about by leveling, it would also take at least 33 levels of upgrading, and it would also have to be a 5 physique point increase in order to have such an increase. And all of this was just Yi Yang slightly moving his mind to strengthen his equipment within these few minutes. What's more, there was this kind of speed of strengthening level rise, if an ordinary person saw it, he was afraid that he would be envious and vomit blood and die. 0.00001 chance. 0.00001 chance. The odds of 0.0000001, in Yi Yang's case, it was as if it didn't exist at all. Tap it, and the reinforcement succeeded. Tap it, and it's successful again. Tap a few more times, oops, the reinforcement is full. Damn, if strengthening was really that easy, wouldn't the streets be full of top-tier strengthening 10s? Enhancement, silk undercoat. Reinforcement, silk leggings. Enhanced, silk gloves. Enhanced, alabaster ring. Enhanced, silk necklace. Reinforcement. Without hesitation, Yi Yang took out his remaining equipment and continued to start his path of strengthening. Dozens of successful reinforcement of golden light flash, the remaining 6 pieces of defense, and the ring necklace, all strengthened. Looking at his attributes, Yi Yang couldn't help but be completely stunned. This was ushering in an unprecedented surge. 53 Final Domain, Spell Strike. Name, Beacon. Level, 11. Status, Life 7500, Magic 7240. Attributes, Strength 3150, Magic 719 400, Physique 7710, Agility 31. Weapon, Purple and Black Bamboo Staff 10. Equipment Silk Hood 10, Silk Top 10, Silk Bottom 10, Silk Leg Warmers 10, Silk Gloves 10, Silk Shoes 10. Jewelry, Blue Purple Jade Ring 10, Blue Purple Jade Necklace 10. Talents, Absolute Chance, Absolute Hit. Skills, Fireball, Explosive Fireball 3, Flame Skill 5, Red Flame Explosion 3. Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, Rejuvenation Technique, Spirit Cleansing Technique. Blazing Refinement of Yin and Yang, Star Fire Drop 4, Flame Impact. Equipment Effect, Damage 50, Defense 10, Final Domain. Looking at his current gorgeous and incomparable attribute panel, Yi Yang felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. The blood volume had soared from 1800 directly to 7500. Because of the strengthening of the ring and necklace, the magic attribute also increased from 435 to 719 points, and the magic value also had as many as 7,240 points. After strengthening 10, Yi Yang's body exuded a dazzling light, which was the strengthening light effect. No matter who it was, as long as he could challenge the whole body to 10, then he could have the same. Equipment Strengthening Special Effect. Whole Body Strengthening 1 has a Defense 10 special effect. Whole Body Strengthening 5 has a Damage 50 special effect. Damage 50, its meaning is equivalent to the Strength attribute, and Magic Power Base attribute 50. The same as the Flame skill, it was an increase of 350 in the Magic Power Base attribute. After overlapping with the Flame technique, the two naturally became 400. Defense 10 is also the same, except that it is an increase to the Physical attribute. Now Yi Yang already had a whopping 77 points of Physique attribute after the strong Physique addition of his entire body's level 10 green equipment. Even if it was only an addition of 10, there were still 8 points. Only, they were also like the Flame skill in general, they would not be displayed directly in the attribute panel, but rather in the suffix. Finally, there was this Final Domain. In passing, Yi Yang glanced at the bottom of his feet, and sure enough, a fire-red spell formation aura appeared. Final Domain, Spell Formation Halo. Grade, 10. Effect, Spell Strike 100. Description: when your whole body reinforcement increase level arrives at level 10, you have come to the final domain of reinforcement, and those of you who possess this skill will obtain a permanent spell formation aura. All equipment enhancements are complete. Spell Strike 100. Seeing the special effect of Final Domain, Yi Yang coldly laughed. He possessed absolute chance, so what was originally a spell blast of 1 was also locked to a chance of 100. However, even if it was a 1 spell blast, when a mage came to the mid or late stage, not to mention himself, even after other people possessed that 1 chance of mana blast, it was extremely terrifying. At any time, as a few thousand meters of large damage range, under this kind of range, can almost certainly trigger the storm. Of course, first of all, they also had to have strong enough character against the 0.0000001 chance to strengthen all the equipment to level 10 to be able to do so. However, when a mage had 100 spell blasts and countless gorgeous and incomparable equipment and skills to back it up, it was obvious that he became a superb killer. Even though it was only the early stages and he was only a mere level 10. But it also possessed the capital to challenge the 4 joint guilds. Since you guys don't want to give me a way to live, then I'll kill my way to live. Since those people are forcing themselves to be their enemies, then I will kill them. After finishing organizing everything, Yi Yang walked out of Chi King City. First, he had now completed the first stage of destroying the 3 major spells, and then Chi King City no longer had any value. Secondly, he is also going to take the initiative to go and find those so-called alliance guilds to settle the score. The task could be put aside for a while. What's more, the task of destroying the spell formation was now quite simple for Yi Yang. Before, with more than 400 points of magic attribute, Yi Yang was able to deal nearly 150,000 damage. Then, after the reinforcement was completed, what was the concept of nearly doubling the magic attribute, which was already as high as 700 plus points? Moreover, don't forget that the current him was different again from before. Spell Strike. A special effect that had been created from scratch and that other ordinary mages could barely pick up. A spell strike plus a doubled magic attribute. Enduring the excitement in his heart, Yi Yang arrived outside Chi King City and found a group of merely level 11 skeleton soldiers. The fire element was condensed and released by Yi Yang almost instantly. In the next moment, half of the sky suddenly turned into the color of flaming clouds. Starfire Fall. 43140, 43064, 43461, 43343, 43432, 43106. More than 40,000 damage. This is too perverted, isn't it? Even if Yi Yang had prepared his heart, at this moment, he did not think that the damage of his Starfire drop would be perverted to such an extent. However, the higher his damage was, the happier he was naturally. If this was seen by an onlooker, he would definitely think that this was a few damage overlapping to become like this. The current Yi Yang didn't just have these super high damages. Breaking 7,000 points of life value and up to 77 points of physique turned him into the meat shield of meat shields at this stage. With this kind of physique and blood, not to mention the highly sensitive archers, even those assassins would find it extremely difficult to deal much damage to him. 3150 strength, although it does not seem much, but at this stage of the warrior players, generally is 70 or 80 points of strength. The 70 to 80 points of power, or with at least 4 power points, or even 5 power points of high damage assassins or some alternative warrior players. But Yi Yang, he was a mage. After equipping the set of special effects, he could even match the strength of those 5 power points warrior players. This damage looks good. With a final glance at all his equipment, a cold light flashed in Yi Yang's eyes. Night Gothic Guild? Turbulent Wind Guild? Empyrean Pavilion? His heart already couldn't help but want to try out what it was like to be 1 against 1,000 after he had once again upgraded his equipment. 54 seconds to kill the Imperial Sky Pavilion elites. The edge of Chi Wang City. A dozen or so players with Imperial Sky Pavilion prefixes looked like they were constantly searching for something here. I heard that the one called Beacon Fire came to this side of the region to brush the monsters? How the hell did they find it after half a day of searching? An assassin member of the Empyrean Pavilion named Cutthroat without blinking launched his sneak skill while looking around for a figure. Right now, this time period was around the time when Yi Yang had passed the advancement test for almost 10 hours, and there were already quite a few people who had passed the test one after another, and then came here in groups to start practicing. Naturally, those who were able to pass the examination in this time period were basically elite level players. I don't know, Boss Empyrean has already sent a lot of people here to look for it, and there are people looking for it in the north, west, and south of Monolithic City, so let's just be honest and take our time. God knows where this beacon in the end, hurry to die out, save also so much effort to find him. Oh, I hope we can not find. Another player called Frontier Chaos shrugged his shoulders and said with a hopeless face. How? You afraid of him a bird? Ah, we 2 elite assassins, there are hundreds of warriors behind the archers and a pile of mages, afraid of him a level 10 garbage? Not to mention that he is a dual profession, now this time period, that is, the body frame with 100 professions he does not see to be strong to wear. What's more, we're afraid that we can't kill a single person out of hundreds of people. The cutthroat does not blink to say is the heart of the matter. In the eyes of ordinary people, dual professional players, or the only level of the whole service players is certainly very dazzling. Just like those geniuses with superhuman talent in metaphysical novels. But Yi Yang's genius was obviously still in the cradle. Talent? In the absence of development, these can only blow powerful just. Oh, you're afraid to forget that he beat more than 30 super elite members of the Gathering of Virtues when he was at level 6. Level 6? What's wrong with level 6? If we were in the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion, not to mention a beacon, or 10 beacons combined is not enough to beat, that is, the Lai sword wound that little cute. He actually started a war in the novice village. Ha! Frontier Chaos has no way to argue but can only absent-mindedly looking. Because he simply did not want to run into that person called Beacon. A horrific battle of carnage and Gathering of Virtues had already scared the hell out of many people who had seen the video. Instantaneous second mages. Instantaneous second archers. Even instant second warriors. The damage of over 400 plus points made everyone look down on him. The damage that others inflicted on him, even if it could reach double digits, was an extravagant hope. Looking at his attributes, Feng Chaos Heart was really in a mess. God knows what this perverted beacon would become again after this day or two had passed. Hey, look, what is that thing? While Feng Chaos was thinking about it, he suddenly saw the dark sky in front of him. A part of it turned into a fiery red color, a brilliant and eye-catching firelight, which even made him froze a little bit where he was for a moment. Blazing refining Yin Yang's 10th level skill, Starfire Fall? Cutthroat without blinking was a bit confused, but it seems that Starfire Drop doesn't have such a large range, right? I remember it's only a few dozen meters? Go and take a look, there might be movement. Striker Chaos was just about to move when he suddenly felt a fierce heat stream coming towards his face. Although it didn't do any harm, it still baked him to death. Grass. After a long time, the heat wave gradually receded, and Cutthroat unblinking reached up and wiped the dust that had been raised all over his face, cursing. What the hell is this? Let's get over there and take a look. Can't afford to be angry. If it was a skill released by some special field boss, then they had earned a lot. From a distance away, they felt the blazing heat of the earth, and the scenes in front of them, all of which were baked by the heat wave, became distorted. Moreover, they also saw a silhouette at the center of the heat flow. The damage, it looked good. The silhouette nodded, then slowly walked out from the heatwave step by step. Cutthroat unblinking couldn't stand it anymore a long time ago. Damn it, what the hell is your kid? Just screwing? Who? Before Cutthroat could finish, several fireballs rushed out from the twisted heatwave. Cutthroat unblinking pupils suddenly contracted. Want to dodge has been completely too late. 8,628. 8,672. 8,616. Several horrifying damages popped up on his head one after another, and the frontier chaos beside him, in that instant, turned white with fear. What the hell? Over 8,000 damage? Are you kidding me? Cutthroat had less than 500 points of blood in total, so you're telling me that someone can deal more than 8,000 points of blood? No. Frontier Chaos shook his head vigorously to calm himself down. There must have been an overlap of damage just now to make himself look at it wrong. After all, those fireballs were just too fast. If it was some kind of powerful loose mage, it might be possible to reach more than 800 points of damage, which wasn't incomprehensible. Yes, that must be it. While Frontier Chaos was explaining for himself in a confused mind, the figure had slowly walked out from the heatwave. Yes, I'm sorry. We really didn't mean it. Seeing that silhouette walking towards him, Frontier Chaos tensed up a batch and hurriedly apologized. Several fireballs are all designated to slit the throat. If he was mistakenly injured, whether it is more than 8,000 damage, or more than 800 damage, his body of a few hundred points of blood can be said to be rubbing the edge of the death. It was at this time that the silhouette completely emerged from the heat wave and slowly walked to his side. It was also at this moment that Frontier Chaos completely saw the true face of that silhouette. In an instant, Foam Chaos was so shocked that he crouched down on the ground, his legs stomping violently on the ground as he retreated dozens of steps in succession. You are Beacon OD. Seeing the person who came, Frontal Chaos hissed out in fear, his face suddenly turning white. At first, Frontal Chaos had watched the video of Beacon God fighting Gathering of Virtues literally hundreds of times. Explosive damage. Unsolvable awareness. Exquisite skills. It could be said that battle was a battle that could not be picked apart. Even, it was almost a textbook-level battle video. Sure enough, Beacon OD was still the same Beacon OD. In the past 1 or 2 days, he was actually able to raise his damage from over 400 points to over 800 points. If we gave him a little more time, he would have pushed the sky down. But now, that person actually appeared in front of himself? That's right, I'm Beacon, but forget about OD, I don't really like this nickname. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders, then looked down at that player's name. Emperor Heavenly Pavilion, Frontier Chaos. 55 Chi King City Guild War broke out. Empyrean Pavilion? Did you know? The Nightshade Guild, the Imperial Court Guild and the Winds of Chaos Guild have joined forces. The one with the deepest impression was naturally the Nightsong Guild. Because this time, he's the one who's taking the lead in organizing an alliance of guilds to surround and kill themselves. Empyrean Pavilion? Wasn't that also a member of those 4 alliance guilds? I didn't expect them to move quite fast, they were already looking for themselves. Thinking of this, Yi Yan laughed. Looking for? Would he be afraid? However, wasn't there a member of the Empyrean Pavilion in front of him? So, you are a member of the Emperor Heavenly Pavilion. Yi Yang's laughter gradually turned cold, making Phone Chaos sound a little bit oozy. You, what do you mean? Phone Chaos narrowed his eyes nervously, trying to see something from Yi Yang's eyes. But he couldn't see anything. Yi Yang's expression was still the same salty-looking smile. It looked affable and incomparable, but in reality, it made people look at it with a hairy heart. What do you mean? Do you think that I would be unaware of the fact that Night Elegy has united several major guilds such as your Imperial Sky Pavilion and others to try and rob me? What are you saying? How did you know about this matter? Phone Chaos was directly confused by Yi Yang's sentence. Beacon, how did he know about the Alliance Guild's plan? How do I know? Don't need to tell you. Yi Yan laughed. However, it was also at this time that after Frontal Chaos snapped at Yi Yang's smile, the staff in his hand had quickly coalesced into a brilliant ball of fire. However, you happen to run into me now as well, so I'll give you a free return to the city, and then you can tell your president that I, Beacon Fire, am here waiting for him to come. By the way, tell him, when the Gathering of Virtues had 30 elites I could kill, now he's coming with 300, I'll still be there. After saying that, Yi Yang prepared to release a fireball spell. It's over. Frontier Chaos said in his heart. Then, before the last scream could be uttered, it was accompanied by a fist-sized fireball and returned to the monolithic city. After watching Frontier Chaos choose to resurrect his corpse after it lasted only a few seconds, Yi Yang's heart was a cold smile. Instead of going to find them themselves, it was better to let them come to find themselves. Empyrean Pavilion Guild Resident Headquarters. What did you say? Emperor Celestial was astonished after hearing the news from Frontier Chaos. Boss, Beacon said he is now in Chi King City waiting for you, but also said that when you and the original Gathering of Virtues is almost the same, come 30 he can kill, 300 he can also kill as usual. 300 still kill? This Beacon are crazy D-Shir Tian gritted his teeth and hated, did not think he had not taken the initiative to find Beacon Fire Door, he actually hit his own doorstep? But it's good, no matter what, this Beacon Fire person has finally shown up and is too lazy to let himself go to him. 300 people can be killed, right? Then, I want to see if you can kill 3,000 people. In how to say, the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion is also the 5th largest guild in Huaxia area, is also up to 7,000 people size of the General Assembly, by Beacon Fire a person can be defied, that he later how to mix? Go, notify the guild everyone, all go to Chi King City, I want to see, this Beacon in the end how crazy. Yes. Frontier Chaos just wanted to go out, and then remembered something, turned his head and said, Boss, are we going to notify Night Zen and a few other major guilds? Notify my ass. Empyrean didn't say much and rejected his idea directly with a single sentence. Just kidding, even if he stripped Beacon Fire clean all over, it wouldn't be enough for his own guild members to drink soup. If they were to give Nightshade and their guilds another share, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Be nice. Frontier Chaos lowered his head and coyly promised before exiting the guild house. Soon, all of the people in the Emperor's Heavenly Pavilion knew the location of Beacon Fire, and after receiving the order from Emperor's Heavenly Pavilion, they all rushed towards Chi Wang City. Under the dark sky, the desolate and broken Chi King City's west gate gradually began to gather many players. Soon, several hundred people had gathered. Then thousands and thousands of people. Even though the map of Chi King City is huge, but Emperor Heavenly Pavilion more than 4,000 members, also all in the shortest possible time, all cohesion in the Chi King City's west gate location. Beacon Fire, he is not crazy? Didn't he say that all 300 people could be killed at will? Empyrean laughed. He had gathered over 4,000 people here now. Even if one person could deal a little bit of damage, it would definitely be enough to kill him a few hundred times. Moreover, it was also because of the previous experience of the Gathering of Virtues that made D-Shir Tian realize that using an elite backbone against Beacon Fire was completely useless. Beacon Fire's kind of exquisite combat skills were definitely something that ordinary people couldn't imitate anymore. Moreover, he had grown up too quickly. At that time, he had the strength to pick off dozens of elites in a single fight, and God knows what he would have become now. But then again, although there were upwards of 4,000 people gathered here, most of them were here to watch the show. Especially the elite backbone. Empyrean wasn't that stupid to throw his elite up there to die. Even if it was an ordinary member, the size of a few thousand people, even if you thought about it with your toes, you would know that it was impossible for Beacon to win. So using cannon fodder to go up and crush him was enough. Beacon OD. At this moment, in their eyes, Beacon was like an ATM that didn't need a password. Moreover, he was the first to discover Beacon, and now Nightshade and the others didn't know about this news. As for what Alliance Guild? Those were all just farts. God knows that if Knight Eleanor found out about Beacon Fire now, she would just go up and rob him. If a man doesn't act for himself, the heavens and the earth will destroy him. Empyrean didn't think about any so-called alliance guilds. At most, it was only in times of crisis that they would also embrace the group. Taking a step forward, Empyrean stared tightly at Yi Yang and said arrogantly, "Beacon OD, right?" Yi Yang nodded slightly. "That's right, I am Beacon Flame. But OD or forget it, I don't really like this nickname." Yi Yang repeated his words again. Because he really didn't like the nickname OD very much. "Oh, hubris." Empyrean let out a sardonic laugh. "I heard that, you can kill any 300 people at will?" "Indeed." Yi Yang laughed lightly, "Not to mention 300 people, even 3,000 people, I am the same. Because in front of the mage, there is no such thing as the number of people." You. Sure Weather's teeth were itching. There is no such thing as how many in front of a mage. This is indeed a big ing truth. However, this is for the late stage, or the big late stage, and it's for those super big mages who have top equipment and top skills. You are now at most a dozen levels, saying this is also a little too early to put? Forget about it. Empyrean didn't want to say any more nonsense with Yi Yang. Anyway, he's going to die, so just let him be as wild as he wants. After all of his things are stripped by himself, let's see how he can still be arrogant. Mages prepare to chant. Assassins, turn on your sneaks. Fighters, archers, all get ready for me. With the determination of an almost certain victory, Empyrean moved with his mind and launched a guild-level war against Yi Yang. At the same time, Yi Yang also heard a familiar system beat. Ding, Empyrean Pavilion Guild Leader Empyrean is so brutal that he has forcibly launched a guild war against you personally on a guild scale. Ding, if you can achieve victory in the guild war, you will be rewarded with 2,000 experience points x the number of people in the guild and 800 gold points x the number of people in the guild. Minimum 100 rewards. Ding, when you lose, you will receive the reduced status, underdog. And all experience at that level is zeroed out. However, it was at this time that a few members of the Empyrean Pavilion suddenly shrieked. What is that thing in the sky? 56 Starfire drop, when did it become so perverted? Right after all the members of Empyrean Pavilion heard that their boss had started a guild war against Beacon Fire, the front row warriors who were just about to charge suddenly felt as if the sky had changed color. What's going on? What was that? For a moment, after being reminded by a warrior player, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads to look upwards. Meteorite? Flame meteorite? Holy, Starfire fall? Is there a ing Starfire pendant that strong? Such a big flame meteorite? It's true that when you level up your skill, the flame meteorite does get bigger, but I've never seen a flame meteorite that big before. This has to be a level 3 Starfire pendant? Who released the skill early? The members of the Empyrean Pavilion looked at me, I looked at you, all of them were confused. Wait, that Starfire drop seems to be targeting our Empyrean Pavilion members. Finally, someone realized this rather frightening problem. The flame meteorite wasn't smashing into Beacon, and it was coming at them. What a joke! That meteorite is coming towards us? It's too late. That meteorite is indeed coming towards us. Run! The flaming meteorite fell swiftly from the sky, and the members of the Empyrean Pavilion only reacted after it was only 100 meters from the ground. Emperor Celestial was also confused. He was also a mage, and like Yi Yang, he was also a converted blazing refinement yin yang. Therefore, he was more familiar with the skill Starfire drop than the average person. But why did it look a bit different from his own skill? Why was this flame meteorite so ing big? If this smashed down, I'm afraid it would have a damage range of at least 200 meters, right? From a long distance away, Disher Tian consciously glanced at Yi Yang. He was calm and unperturbed. What's the matter? It's hard to believe that the Starfire pendant just now was released by Yi Yang? Just as Disher Tian was about to scream out in shock, that flame meteorite descended from the sky and smashed down towards them. Boom! The fierce and unrivaled impact swept over the members of the Empyrean Pavilion like a wave. Starflame fall. 43140, 43064, 43461, 43343, 43432, 43106. Terrifying damage numbers overlapped, and they could no longer see exactly how much damage was being dealt. God knows if the damage numbers were 700 or 7,000, or yet some other strange damage. But ever since that flaming meteorite smashed down towards them, those who were affected by the heat wave died when they grazed the edge. None of them survived. All of them were killed in seconds. Ding, you have killed a member of the Imperial Sky Pavilion, the Imperial City Winds and Clouds. Ding, you've killed Imperial Sky Pavilion member, Nanchang Daigo. Ding, you've killed Imperial Court member, Big Dare to Go. Ding, you have killed. In an instant, hundreds of system prompts were refreshed, and the damage range of the Starfire drop of up to 300 meters was just right for this kind of large-scale and densely populated war. Yi Yang even felt that if other wars such as monster wars, national wars, and other wars were opened in the future, one of his own mages would even be able to withstand a guild. What's going on? What the hell is this? Is this confirmed to be the basic skill of level 10 of Blazing Refinement of Yin and Yang, Starfire Drop? Are you mage players sure you're reading this right? It's horrible. The damage range is like 300 meters. Wait, didn't you guys notice that skill was released by Beacon Fire? Beacon? Beacon? After hearing a voice, a group of members of the Empyrean Pavilion, in unison, looked at Beacon Fire with that extremely exaggerated expression. Still calm. It was as if he hadn't released that skill at all. More than 4,000 players, in one shot, just one skill, there were almost several hundred people lying on the ground. This level of loss was not something that anyone could withstand. Moreover, this was because they were standing relatively spread out. If they were crowded like this, wouldn't a single skill be able to kill thousands of them in seconds? Let's go! Don't give Yi Yang any room to maneuver. Even the Starfire Drop has a cooldown time. Charge up. Kill him. D-Shur Tian was the first to react. After all, he naturally knew that a mage's AoE skill was unrecognizable. In order to avoid this kind of shameless skill, he retreated to the back with several hundred of his most elite Empyrean Pavilion members at the start of the battle. Only those second-tier, or cannon fodder members were allowed to participate in the war. But despite being prepared in his heart, he hadn't expected Yi Yang's skills to be perverted to such an extent. A random skill had such a terrifying damage range. And without exception, as long as the members were within the damage range, almost all of them were killed in seconds, and seconds again. None of them could survive for more than an instant. As long as they were within the range of the skill, those members of the Empyrean Pavilion all died a clean death. Charge! Get in close. As long as we can get close to him, we're dead for sure. Archers, follow me. We fighters resist, archers and mages output. Mages throw skills. Mages have absolute hits. Throw your skills. Being reminded by D-Shur Tian like this, the players of Emperor Heavenly Pavilion reacted instantly. No matter how strong Yi Yang was, he was only one person. That skill just now was definitely one of his strongest skills. Opening King Bomb. He must have wanted to use this method to shock himself. Luckily, the boss was wise enough to react in time. After being inspired by Empyrean, all those guild members reacted and went to stick to Yi Yang like crazy. Oh, so what if your skills are strong, in front of the numbers? It's useless if you were strong alone. Seeing the members of his Empyrean Pavilion surging towards Beacon like a wave, Empyrean's heart, which was originally a bit flustered, gradually relaxed. So what if a few hundred people died? He had called in more than 4,000 people to deal with Yi Yang. Empyrean wanted to laugh. It was as if he had already seen the scene of Yi Yang being hacked to death on the ground by his own guild members. Then he himself would be able to wear the very best equipment on Yi Yang. Therefore, the stronger he saw Yi Yang, the more excited his heart became. Because after taking over the equipment on him, he could then be as strong as him. Then he would be able to defeat the guilds that were stepping on his head and become the number one guild in the guild list. However, in the next second, Empyrean's smile came to an abrupt end. I've said it all, numbers are useless to me. Looking at the members of the Empyrean Pavilion who were madly surging towards him, Yi Yang was like seeing a bunch of ants waiting to die. Taking out his own staff, Yi Yang didn't have any panic at all. Joking aside, with the fierce demon sanctions released by the previous Chi King City spell formation, there were very few things that could affect Yi Yang's mindset now. Flame Impact. 57 who said that a mage can't fight 1,000 with one? Right at the moment Yi Yang raised his staff, the ferocious fire element in the air instantly condensed at the top of the staff. There was almost no time at all to gather chi, and in that short instant, a pillar of flame shot out from the tip of Yi Yang's staff. In the next instant, a pillar of flame almost 200 meters long and 1 meter in diameter burst out. Flame Impact. 12942, 12874, 12624, 12719, 12798. Although there was a huge difference between the damage and Starfire Drop, the victory was that Flame Shock was a continuous type of skill. Every second, it could deal this kind of terrifying damage. Moreover, with a damage of up to 10,000 points, Flame Shock could do an equally easy second kill. With a duration of up to 10 seconds, and the ability to autonomously change the direction of the pillar of flame jet. Yi Yang had only thought of it as a melee defense skill before, but he didn't expect it to have this kind of wonderful use in this kind of war-level battle. What is the concept of a 1 meter diameter? This diameter alone could destroy the upper half of a person's body in diameter. With Yi Yang's magic attribute of up to 719 points, the casting distance was close to 200 meters, and naturally, the length of the flame impact became larger. With a radius of 200 meters, if Yi Yang dragged the huge long flame column around, it would be a full 400 meters of damage range. Even though the damage was not as good as the Starfire Drop, its damage range was even more terrifying than the Starfire Drop. Ding, you've killed a member of the Emperor's Heavenly Pavilion, Yu Shang Lang Zi. Ding, you've killed Imperial Court member, Zhang Ziapain. You've killed the current member of the Empyrean Pavilion. Ding, you've killed. This time, system messages that broke into the thousands were frantically refreshed in Yi Yang's system channel. It was even fiercer than Starfire Drop. Before those people could react, thousands of people had died once again. Even before Yi Yang himself got serious, he had only released 2 skills, and almost half of those people from Empyrean Pavilion had already died. Who the hell said that a mage can't fight 1,000 with one? What skill is this you paralyze? Flame Shock. This is Flame Shock, is it that fierce? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. I said, I feel like I'm not playing the same profession as Beacon Fire. Why are all mages? His Flame Shock is killing people in seconds. How much ING damage does he do? 1,000 damage, 2,000 damage? How much ING damage does he do? 1,000 damage? 2,000 damage? I don't know, there's too many damage numbers to read. The players of Empyrean Pavilion instantly despaired at this moment. What the hell is this? 2 skills killed half of them, how can they continue to fight? In terms of long range, their spell casting distance was only half of Yi Yang's, and in terms of close range, a flame shock forced them back to their original position again. There was no way at all. However, right at this time, Yi Yang's skill was unleashed once again. After the 10-second duration of flame shock, it was just enough to survive the 10-second cooldown of Starfire Drop. Spread out. Spread out. Starfire Drop, it's that damn Starfire Drop again. Something's wrong. Everybody spread out. It's impossible to hide. At this moment, whether they were second-tier players or cannon fodder players, the expressions on their faces were almost distorted with fear. Who would want to die if they didn't want to die if they could stay alive? Beacon OD's terror in those 2 skills had been deeply engraved in their hearts. 2 skills that killed half of their numbers in seconds? Are you kidding me? Is this a ING game? Why don't Beacon go to heaven and stay here? Starfire Falls. 43140, 43064, 43461, 43343, 43432, 43106. The huge flame meteorite once again descended above the heads of the crowd. The ferocious and unrivaled giant wolf tumbled and rolled like a deep sea bomb, sending up a wave of heat. Even though they had discovered it in advance. Even though they had begun to flee. But with the swift speed of the flame meteor, not to mention those mages and warriors with worrying agility, even the many highly sensitive archers, even those who had advanced to Flying Plume Ranger, couldn't escape. A range of several hundred meters. Large swaths of Empyrean Pavilion guild members fell to the ground once again. More than 4,000 members of the Empyrean Pavilion, after just a few skills, there were only 1,078 left. However, even these that were lucky enough to survive were trembling in fear and had no fighting spirit. Are you guys sure we're fighting a level 10 mage? I doubt I'm fighting a level 100 mage, it's horrible. Disaster, oh, why do I feel like this is like a natural disaster? Beacon's Starfire Drop is so fierce, why is the gap between me and him so big when we're both mages? Spare me! Spare me! Spare me! The rest of the players were scared and gathered together, so that they could find a little bit of security in the crowd. Empyrean also looked dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this Beacon? One person killing thousands of people in seconds? Is the previous mage this fierce? Why did he still need a few warriors to carry a level 11 skeleton soldier now? What kind of gap is this? After a few rounds, one had died at least 2,000 people. If the fight continued, I was afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for all of his people to die. But Yi Yang wouldn't give him any chance to react. To be kind to your enemy was to be cruel to yourself. If he didn't have such a strong strength and completely crushed their entire guild, I'm afraid that he would be the one who would fall down here and be stripped naked by them right now. However, seeing this group of Tiangu members who had no fighting spirit, Yi Yang was also too lazy to get up in earnest. With every step he took, those Imperial Sky Pavilion cannon fodder were scared and took a step backward. Between the two, it was quite a tacit understanding to maintain this distance between 150 meters and 180 meters. Lightly walking towards them, he either threw out explosive fireballs or released fireball spells that seemed to be connected as if they were in a line. In just a few seconds, in front of Yi Yang, a few hundred members of the Empyrean Pavilion fell one after another. Ding, you have killed Empyrean Pavilion member, one man drunk alone. Ding, you have killed Empyrean Pavilion member, Yan Wang Guigua. Ding, you've killed Imperial Court member, 3 points of heat. Ding, you have killed. The successive system prompts were frantically refreshed, but it was as if Yi Yang had become numb. Moreover, the number of Empyrean Pavilion members that dared to stand in front of him was getting smaller and smaller. 1,000 people. 700 people. 300 people. 100 people. In just a few minutes' time, those members of the Empyrean Pavilion who had no intention of resisting had plummeted from 2,000 to a few dozen. And those that survived, all of them had fear on their faces as they converged on Empyrean's side. 58 The Empyrean Pavilion elites were infuriated. President Empyrean was their last hope. If even President Tian, who had the strongest equipment and the highest skill level, couldn't beat Yi Yang. However, when they saw Empyrean, who didn't change his face from the beginning to the end, the last glimmer of hope was lit up in their hearts. Boss, you must have a way to kill Beacon, don't you? Boss is really bullish, such a big battle, actually still able to remain so calm. From beginning to end, his face has never changed. Boss, you're better than that. Quickly, kill Beacon with a fireball spell, the little brothers can't take it anymore. Empyrean wanted to curse his mother for being talked to by that group of guild fodder. It was true that he had not changed his color all along. But he was scared white from start to finish. How else could his face change? But just as he was about to curse out, a soft-looking figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A mage robe. Light and airy, as if the wind could blow him away. Beacon, what do you want? Empyrean finally couldn't endure the pressure from Yi Yang's body and couldn't help but take a few steps backward. What for? You should understand it very well. Yi Yang smiled coldly, but then added in a whirlwind, however, if you can answer me a few questions, I might spare your life and give you a chance to surrender. I say. I'll say it all. Hearing the words spare his life, Tian had long ago thrown everything out of the sky. He can't die. If he dies, he won't be able to save anything he owns, not to mention Beacon's equipment. Very well. Yi Yang gently nodded. I want to know, Supreme Guild, is it also a member of your Alliance Guild? Is. Empyrean said without hesitation. He was invited by Knight Elegy at that time, then he was moved to Beaking You, and also joined our Alliance Guild. Very well, then the Nightsong Guild, as well as the Chaotic Wind and Supreme Guilds, where are their guild residences? Guild quarters? Empyrean's eyes widened strangely all of a sudden, filled with an expression of disbelief. Could it be that Beacon Fire wanted to go and bombard Nightsong and the few of them's guild quarters? Tell me honestly, I have very little patience. Good. Empyrean swallowed his saliva in fear and immediately explained everything. Yi Yang was also, for the first time, fully aware of the guild. After level 10, you can spend a certain amount of gold coins to buy a land deed from the city lord of the City of Monoliths. With the land deed, one could create a guild residence. So, a guild before level 10 was just some straggler guild, and after level 10, with a guild compound, it was considered a truly complete guild. After getting the news he wanted from Emperor Sky's mouth, Yi Yang was very satisfied. However, the remaining group of elites in Empyrean Pavilion were dumbfounded. Empyrean was their president, but it was their last hope. What was going on now? Actually groveling to Beacon? However, despite their anger, they didn't dare to express it. But this group of elites had already made up their minds in their hearts. When this matter was over, they would request to be transferred to wherever the Holy Monarch Guild was. Empyrean? He was no longer considered a top 10 ranked guild leader, and to be able to do something so shameless, should we follow him and continue to disgrace ourselves? Beacon God. It was at this time that Empyrean also opened his mouth. Can I surrender now? Of course you can. Yi Yang smiled and nodded his head, smiling with an expression full of sincerity as always. Then I surrender. Gulping down his saliva, a stone finally fell from Empyrean's heart. He could finally be relieved, he could finally not have to face this monster anymore. It was too terrifying. 1 against 1,000. What the kind of mage was this? What the is this blazing refinement in Yan? When Tian saw Yi Yang begin to slaughter his guild members, he began to wonder if he and Beacon Fire were playing the same game or not. However, just as Tian felt like he was relieved and could finally go. Fireball spell. 8,624. 8,624. 8,624. Yi Yang lifted his staff, and in one smooth motion, several consecutive fireballs directly blasted Tian to the ground. Until he died, Tian didn't know how he died. Just kidding. For this kind of person, Yi Yang never intended to keep any credibility. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. What's more, does Tian have any credibility? If he was credible, why didn't the Night Gothic Guild and a few other Alliance guilds come until now? It's quite understandable. There were as many as 4,000 people. Empyrean 80% thought that he was sure to win. Then, he could wait until the guild war was over. Then Deadion would soar to the top from then on, defeating other guilds tougher than him and topping the guild ranking. Only, these could only be realized in dreams. The moment he tried to make a move on Yi Yang, it was doomed to end in failure. However, it was also because of the spring and fall in his heart that made him not contact the people from the Night Gothic Guild. When Tian really died, those Tiangu elite players, instead of getting angry, snickered on the sidelines. This kind of president deserved to die. Hubris and arrogance would surely pay the price for their actions. At least it was an alliance guild. If they pulled in a few big guilds like Night Zen, they would, in the end, not necessarily have no hope of victory. After all, Night Zen was the third largest guild in the rankings, and it wasn't a star and a half stronger than their own Empyrean Pavilion strength. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't withdraw from the guild during the guild war time, I'm afraid that these several hundred elite members would have been angry enough to directly withdraw from the guild. Ding, you have won the guild war, gaining 2000 experience and 800 gold coins. Due to the fact that you are the individual player that was attacked, the guaranteed rewards will be obtained by you in full. Ding, you have won the guild war, gaining 200,000 experience and 80,000 gold coins. Ding, you have gained the gain status, Underdog, Imperial Heavenly Pavilion. Ding, you killed the innocent player Empyrean, you gain 1 point of evil deeds. Ding, you have opened the new function Good and Evil. Ding, service-wide announcement, player Beacon Fire was brutally attacked by Emperor Sky Pavilion, and under the vow to fight back, player Beacon Fire managed to defeat it. Receive a large amount of rewards. Ding, service-wide announcement, Guild Imperial Sky Pavilion's attack on player Beacon Flame failed, the guild will be categorized as an initial guild in 10 minutes and will suffer a severe punishment. A series of announcements were displayed in front of Yi Yang. The first thing he saw was naturally his gains after winning this guild war. The 200,000 experience reward brought him directly to level 12, the magic attribute brought by upgrading, Yi Yang also added it directly to his magic power, and the 80,000 gold coins gained also brought his total amount of gold coins to 2.62 million. There was also a henchman status, as always. He could increase the damage dealt to the members of the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion by 30 for the next 24 hours. However, when Yi Yang saw the service-wide announcement, his face suddenly stagnated. 59 Beacon God, lack of female lickers? Ding, service-wide announcement, player Beacon Fire was brutally attacked by Emperor Heavenly Pavilion, and under the vow of counterattack, player Beacon Fire successfully defeated them. We've got a lot of rewards. Ding, service-wide announcement, Guild Didian's attack on player Beacon Fire failed, and the guild will be relegated to the initial guild in 10 minutes and will be severely punished. Beacon? My mom, again this beacon on the whole service announcement? I said this beacon is also too much? 2 days ago, it was the 7th ranked Gathering of Virtues, and now it's the 5th ranked Emperor's Heavenly Pavilion. This beacon god is also too fierce? Yes, again, how to say, the Emperor Sky Pavilion is also ranked top 5 big guild. How this was Beacon Fire a person killed? This is too perverted, isn't it? One man against thousands of people? No thanks to Beacon God, from the very beginning is strong perverted. I want to be as strong as Beacon. Is there a plug-in? Plug-ins? Upstairs, you're kidding, cutie. We all know that world domination can't even get United to move the data, so try developing a ING plugin for me? Hey, guys, I just want to know, does Beacon still have a shortage of lickers? I want to lick him. Giggle. After one service-wide announcement, the world channel was once again bustling with activity. However, this also caused those who had originally ignored this service-wide announcement to gradually start discussing it as well. Beacon. These two words once again made all the players boil. Beacon Fire again? The Sacred Monarch Guild's president, Broken Army, his eyes looked dead at the player's name in the system message. Beacon Fire. Those so-called alliance guilds of Nightshade, Broken Army did not participate. But he just didn't care, and didn't want the need to participate. But Imperial Sky Pavilion, they were in the end a large guild that ranked 5th, numbering as many as 6,000 to 7,000 people, and they would actually lose in the hands of a single person? Just how perverted was this beacon? 1 against 1,000? Even if the game was unbalanced, there wouldn't be such an exaggerated scene, right? Could it be that he was hung up? However, after Breaker shook his head when he thought of hanging. It wasn't just himself, almost all the civilians on the Blue Star knew the source and basics of world domination. Even an organization like the United Nations couldn't modify the data after the game was open, let alone the fact that he was just a mere person in the district. So he quickly put this stupid idea of his behind him. By the way, is there a video? After finally hacking a skeleton soldier to death, Broken Army was able to catch his breath and then asked a Vice President Stranger's blade beside him. There isn't one right now for the time being. If there is, I'll contact you. Stranger Sword responded indifferently. Hearing Stranger Sword's words, Broken Army didn't care about anything, but just jokingly said, I remember that after this beacon killed the Gathering of Virtues last time, in less than a minute, someone came out to sell the video off. Ha! Stranger is also a little helpless, I know, but people are not selling H-movies, you cannot control it? This is of course cannot control. I am just curious about this beacon in the end have strong. After a pause, Broken Army continued, if we can pull him into our Sacred Monarch Guild, perhaps the above will be more important to us. No, even if there is no beacon, now world domination has become popular all over the world. The United Company side is selling additional game pods. Next month should be another 100 million. 100 million is afraid that by the time this 100 million players are not as valuable as a beacon. The Broken Army laughed bitterly, and in his heart he had already made a good calculation. However, in the end, pulling together beacon is still secondary. If they do not have the strength, people will not necessarily look up to their own guild, such as their own. Sacred Monarch will not recruit some of the garbage members as well. White Rain Pavilion Guild Headquarters. What's going on? Why is Beacon God fighting with Imperial Sky Pavilion? When White Rain Infinite first saw the sudden service-wide announcement, her heart beat wildly. Even though she hadn't seen Yi Yang's war record, the mere sight of this service-wide announcement was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Imperial Sky Pavilion. No matter how much he said, he was still a 5th-ranked Grand Guild. He actually fought with Beacon God? Wait a minute. White Rain Infinite was in a state of panic when he suddenly took a serious look at the system announcement. Under the vow of counterattack, player Beacon Flame had successfully defeated him. Successfully defeated? No, defeated? Does it mean that God Beacon won? Won. White Rain Infinite's brain suddenly twitched. This is too strong, right? A single person fighting against thousands of people, and he still won? No matter what, I have to ask the Beacon God about this is too shocking. Beacon God, what do you have to do with Empyrean Pavilion? Why are you suddenly fighting? After sending the message, Bayou Infinite had been waiting for Yi Yang's reply for seconds like years. It was the first time she was so looking forward to a man replying to her message. But fortunately, in less than half a minute, Yi Yang replied back to her, "It's fine, it's just that the group of people from Empyrean Pavilion wanted to rob my equipment, only to be beaten to death by me." Then, Beacon God, are you okay? You are so dangerous every day. Do you want our White Rain Pavilion sisters to go over to help you? No need. Yi Yang refused. These are my own matters, I just want to solve them myself. After saying that, Yi Yang didn't say anything more to White Rain Infinite and directly closed the chat window and walked towards the Night Gothic Guild residence. From Deshur Tion, he had already gotten the news. So wanting to find Night Elegy's guild quarters was as easy as pie for him. On the other side, the headquarters of the Night Song Guild residence, however, surprisingly, crazy laughter came out. Ha! ING laughed my ass off, that little cutie from Empyrean. He actually provoked Beacon Fire by himself. Is he ING crazy? The 5th-ranked guild dares to be so arrogant. If it could defeat Beacon Fire so easily, would I, the 3rd guild, ING, pull him into the Alliance Guild as a douchebag? I don't need to think about it, I'm laughing my ass off. Nightshade sat on the chief chair of the guild headquarters and almost laughed out a pig squeal. However, he was not to blame for this. The blame could only be placed on Deshur Tion, this douchebag teammate who did not grow a brain and thought that numbers worked against Beacon. Or Night Zen God is great, gathered our 3 big guilds elite assassins and mages. This time Beacon absolutely cannot run, just a mage is just, in front of the assassins simply do not have the power to fight back. Oh, ranked 3rd, ranked 6th, and ranked 9th guilds teamed up. If even we can't beat him like this, then this service can be shut down. Night Elegy's expression was so cool that it was almost twisted up, but when the time comes to strip Beacon, we're keeping him captive, using his character to play equipment and skills for us. You guys say I'm good at this, ha. Hiss. When President Chaotic Wind and President Supreme heard these words, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. So it turns out, Night Elegy is bullish. No wonder Night Elegy dared to make such a big move to surround and kill Beacon Fire, so it wasn't just to covet his equipment, but also his character. You have to know that the outside world has now spread the word that Beacon is crazy. One person could top the character of hundreds of thousands of people. If we could really keep an eye on him and enslave Beacon to fight for the several major guilds for their equipment, even if we formed a team and let him fight all the last slashes of the monsters, wouldn't that be even more enjoyable? Thinking about this, both President Chaotic Wind and Supreme President couldn't help but admire Nightsong in their hearts. This kind of once and for all thing, how could they not have thought of it? While the several major guilds were marveling at Night Zen's idea, a person suddenly ran in through the door. Boss, Beacon Fire, he ran to the door of our guild house. 60 soldiering Yi Yang. What did you say? Nightshade was just now being immensely pleased with himself, but he didn't expect such news to come out of nowhere. However, the person who came was also panting, but it would be absolutely impossible to say that he was tired. That was obviously being scared out of his wits after seeing Beacon's soldiers approaching the city. It was Beacon Fire, it was definitely him. That warrior player had a terrified look on his face, obviously frightened, as he said that he was inviting President Nightshade to talk on the city walls. Beacon Fire has actually hit our doorstep? Night Elegy said with an exaggerated stare. Damn it, I'm no longer a 3rd-ranked Grand Guild. Beacon Fire is now wildly out of control, gripping a 5th-ranked Empyrean Pavilion, and now it's really just about to give him the upper hand. Night Sorrow, what are we going to do? Should we go and take a look? The president of the Supreme Guild, Supreme Warlord, had his face twitch. Although he was noble in the outside world and ranked in the top 10 of the Huaxia Guild ranking, he was the weakest in this Alliance Guild. Beacon, he could even beat the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion, but he still couldn't beat a Supreme himself? However, the face of Chaotic Wind Guild's Chaotic Wind Remnant sitting next to him wasn't any better than his. Go! Night Elegy suddenly regained a wry smile. Since he's here, it would save us the trouble of looking for him. It just so happens that all 3 of our major guilds are here, so all of you contact your own people and tell them to gather here with the fastest speed possible. I really want to see what he, Beacon Fire, used to defeat the Empyrean Pavilion. Got it. Alright, I'll go and inform now. The 2 of them, Chaotic Wind Remnant and Supreme Battle King, nodded, then urged urgently in the guild channel while following Night Elegy out of his guild house. At the entrance of the Night Elegy Guild residence, Yi Yang stood there alone, and the surrounding barren hills and places that were farther away gradually changed from pattering crowds to a sea of people. Yi Yang came to attack the Night Gothic Guild residence. Originally, no one else knew about it except for himself. But he stood at the door of Night Gothic for 10 minutes. In addition to the fact that he had just slaughtered the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion, the popularity would have been the most flourishing time. Therefore, the players who were fighting and practicing in the vicinity of Chi Wang City gave up their practicing time and gathered here. In fact, Night Elegy Guild residents, not far from the city of monoliths, but also to facilitate the support of his own future monster wars, powerful guilds will choose to be in an advantageous geography to build their own guild residence. And, in just 10 minutes, there were more and more players at the entrance of Night Elegy's guildhouse, from dozens to hundreds, and now there was a gradual trend of over 1,000. What does Beacon God want? He just massacred Imperial Sky Pavilion, and now he's going to massacre Night Gothic Guild? Guild killer, my god, this is too crazy. This scene reminds me of the Legends game from a decade ago, where the 8L god slaughtered Shabak. I'm afraid that 8L is not as good as Beacon God. After all, world domination is not the same game as Legends. The bustling crowd mingled, but the longer they watched, the faster their hearts beat. It was as if the person standing at the entrance of the Night Gothic Guild residence was not Yi Yang, but themselves. The legendary Beacon OD had slaughtered the gang by himself. Battling the third guild in China, Night Elegy. These two, no matter who won in the end, would be a hot topic for a while. Of course, there were also people who had already prepared the game's own video recording function, ready to start recording the moment Night Elegy appeared. Casually sweeping a glance at the surrounding crowd, the corner of Yi Yang's mouth faintly lifted, but he didn't care much about it. Then, he glanced at the city walls of the Night Elegy Guild residence again. It was. If a small city was general, each guild residence possessed its own city walls and infrastructure. The most basic facilities were the main hall and the city walls. After the level of the guild residence's main hall continued to rise, the city walls would also be upgraded, gradually becoming thicker and stronger. Of course, when the level reached a certain level, the city walls would also have defense facilities such as arrow towers. However, for players nowadays, even for a guild like Knight Eleanor, it was only a level 1 guild residence. Not to mention the archery towers, even the city walls were just finished top level of the guild residence main hall, level 10. Night Elegy Guild Residence City Wall. Level 2. Blood, 10,000. Defense, 1,000. Description: the city wall of the Night Gothic Guild residence, with average blood and defense against normal attacks. Taking a look at the city wall that only had 10,000 blood and 1,000 defense, Yi Yang just smiled coldly. With his current strength, he was fully capable of breaking through the city in a single strike and then rushing into the Night Gothic Guild to kill a party. However, he had other ideas. Killing the Night Gothic Guild, or rather slaughtering the 3 major guilds of Night Gothic, Chaotic Wind, and Supreme, honestly speaking, it wouldn't be of any benefit to himself. Only by completely crushing this so-called Alliance Guild. By sending them to the 18 layers of hell and breaking their reputation in front of the other players, and letting the others realize the face of Night Zen and the others, only then would they be able to completely eliminate the idea of wanting to beat up on their own equipment in the future. In the end, it was time to make an example out of them. This was also why Yi Yang did not choose to break the city in one hit and start killing Knight Eleanor directly like he did with the Emperor's Heavenly Pavilion. If this battle was lost by himself, then it would be his own defeat and he would be grassed instead of pretending. But even if that was the case, the big deal was to escape into other leveling maps such as the deep mountains and oceans, and redevelopment was just that. With his own absolute chance, he wasn't worried about anything. But once he won, then he could completely give a little color to those who potentially, in general, wanted to beat his attention with the likes of the Night Gothic Guild and others. Let those potential enemies realize. Beacon. It's still the same beacon that can't be messed with. Your father, he's still your father. While Yi Yang was surveying the city wall, at the top of the wall, a few silhouettes also slowly walked out. As that silhouette appeared, the originally relatively quiet crowd suddenly came alive. It appeared. That would be the president of the Night Gothic Guild, right? Yes, that's him, finally appeared. What a ing anticipation, who the hell is going to win? Place your bets. Beacon or Dell versus Night Gothic Guild. 1 to 1, come on. I'll bet 100 gold coins. I'll bet on Beacon God. I'll bet 300 coins on Night Gotham. No need to think, Night Gotham will win for sure. Bull. I'll bet 800 on Beacon God. If the god of Beacon doesn't win, I'll run away live. 61 one hit to break the city. Standing on top of the city wall, Nightshade was now so angry that his eyes were dripping blood. He had originally wanted to properly humiliate Beacon after appearing before starting the fight. But what was the situation now? Why were there so many people around? Knight Eleanor was really angry right now. He couldn't get rid of it. In the end, he was still a big guild president. If he directly started cursing with beacon fire on the city wall, what would the people watching the battle think? A gentleman's words are not his hands. The third-ranked Knightsong Guild was so intimidated by Beacon that they only dared to curse on the city walls. If this got out, even if he won the battle, his reputation would still stink. When the time came, not to mention recruiting people into his guild, it would be good if these people didn't run away now. However, at this time, on top of the city wall, several hundred mages and archers came up one after another. Looking at the arrogant beacon fire at the entrance, they were even more furious than Knight Elegy. They've gone crazy to their doorsteps, how can they tolerate this? Boss, otherwise let's not talk nonsense with him, he is just one person, and we are now on the city wall, more than 10,000 blooded, he is a person at least half a day to fight, even if he breaks the city gate, but also died a long time ago, I do not know how many times. Knight Eleanor was already furious beyond measure, and now that she was provoked by a member of the guild, she couldn't help it even more in her heart. However, that member was also right, their city wall had 10,000 blood, beacon fire, even if he was strong, he couldn't break it for a while. By the time he broke through, he would have been too dead to die. Thinking about this, Knight Zen's heart was not so excited. Beacon Fire himself had to be killed sooner or later. Now that he had come to seek his own death, he could not blame himself. Beacon Flame, is it that after slaughtering an Imperial Sky Pavilion, he doesn't know what his last name is anymore? Let me tell you, since you've come today, I can't let you go back alive. After saying that, Knight Elegy's mind moved and launched a guild war against Yi Yang. Ding, Knight Gothic Guild President Knight Gothic is so brutal that he has forced a guild war on you personally on a guild scale. Ding, if you can achieve victory in the guild war, you will be rewarded with 2,000 experience points x the number of guild members and 800 gold points x the number of guild members. Minimum 100 rewards. Ding, when you lose, you will receive the reduced status, underdog. And all experience at that level is zeroed out. Oh, don't think anyone doesn't know about your devious ideas to rob my equipment, if you guys are strong enough, you can just come. But if you're not strong enough, then don't blame me for being cruel. Ignoring the Guild Wars system prompts, Yi Yang's eyes condensed, the staff in his hand was lightly lifted, and the intense firelight suddenly appeared at the top of the staff. Target, Knight Gothic Residence City Wall. Yi Yang's eyes stared at the system alert. Still wanna blow up my city wall, let's see if my city wall breaks first, or you die first. Archer. Mage. Knight Elegy stood on top of the city wall with a loud shout. Several hundred Knights on Guild mages and archers above the city walls began to prepare their skills at the same time. However, right at this moment, a huge flaming boulder fell in the sky, and the fiery red color seemed to infest the entire sky above their heads. That was the Starfire Fall? What the hell is this? A Starfire drop of this magnitude? How many levels of Starfire Fall is this? The range is too big, isn't it? The players on the surrounding hills, seeing the sky suddenly change color, all raised their heads to look at the source of the target. However, when the land under their feet was scorching hot from the landing of the flaming meteorite, the onlookers also panicked. Damn, the range is too big. Run! Let's stay away, don't let Beacon God's skill reach us. Oh my god, the gods are fighting and the mortals are suffering. Help me. I'm going to get trampled to death. The crowd was in an uproar. Not only the onlookers, but even those members of the Knightsong Guild who were preparing to unleash their skills were dumbfounded. Their faces were stagnant, and their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the flaming meteorite that was falling swiftly in the sky. Because, its target was the city wall of Knight Elegy's compound. How many levels of Starflame Fall is this, my ass? Just as Knight Elegy and many Knight Elegy Guild members marveled, the flame meteorite exploded. Layers of heat waves rolled over, sending up countless amounts of smoke and dust. Starfire Pendant. 42103, 43426, 43146, 43716, 43134, 43246. Strike 1. Yi Yang's locked target, the city wall of the Knight Gothic resident, was blasted to pieces by the flame meteorite. Not only that, the fierce heat wave and unrivaled impact killed all the Knight Gothic members within the range of the Starfire Fall in seconds. Even their guild leader, Knight Gothic, died under this skill shot. It was too terrifying. Those Knight Gothic members who hadn't yet had the chance to ascend the city walls were so shocked to see such a horrifying scene that they were directly frozen in place. It was like a zombie rooted there motionless. What in the world just happened? After a long time, an onlooker player patted the dust on his body and stood up from the ground with fear and trembling. One after another, see everything is calm after, more onlookers players also put down their hearts, finally do not have to hide. I don't know, I just saw a meteorite in the sky, is that a mage's skill? It's Blazing Yin and Yang's level 10 basic skill Starfire Fall. A mage-looking person fixed his mind and answered seriously. Blazing Yin Yang? Now, are all of your mages' advanced professions this awesome? I should have known to pick a mage as well. Grippy my ass. The mage retorted. The description of my level 1 Starfire drop says only 80 meters, God knows how many levels of Starfire drop this is. But looking at the range, it must be at least 300 meters, if it's not a level 3, it must be a level 4 skill. How many levels of skill did you just say? Level 3. And it's at least level 3, possibly level 4. 4. The questioning player's throat stuttered and he coughed halfway in fear. A level 4 skill? How many skill points would this cost? Right now, they could spend 1 skill point and have a level 2 skill, and it took 5 skill points to level up to level 3, which they couldn't afford to consume. So the question came to rise to level 4, how many skill points does it really cost? 10? 15? Thinking about it, they were a bit confused. This was too expansive. A skill upgrade, thrown in casually, was 10. Several. A few. Skill points, this was going to make people die of jealousy. 62 Battle of the Broken City Massacre. Ding, you have killed Night Gothic member, Dragon Charmin. Ding, you have killed Night Gothic member, Red Young. Ding, you killed Night Gothic member, Deadly Strike. Ding, you killed. Listening to the systems prompts, Yi Yang stepped into the Night Gothic Guild's compound step by step. Ding, you killed the Night Gothic Guild, Deadly Strike. How much damage does this ING beacon do? Damn, the NPC slaves, the city walls they built for us, they can't be built with wood, right? Stop it. Look ahead. Beacon, he's coming in. Mages and arrows all back off. Fighters all come with me. Assassins, go get him. Where the hell are the assassins? We'll die anyway. Let's run diagonally. Yi Yang broke the city with a single blow, giving the members of Night Gothic Guild a great shock. Especially that move, Starfire Drop, simply made everyone lose hope of survival. It was too scary, it simply didn't look like a level 10 mage's skill. With a range of several hundred meters, releasing it would kill a large number of people in seconds. However, of course, there are those who are not afraid to die. Just at this time, Yi Yang suddenly felt that the grass around him looked like it had been blown down by the wind. In the next instant, Yi Yang's footsteps had just paused, and dozens of assassins broke out of hiding. Swish! The figures of dozens of assassins were densely packed, almost completely encircling Yi Yang's entire path. Completely, there was not a bit of space to dodge. Ha, I'll let you go wild, so many assassins, I'll let you die 100 times. Night Shame saw that the assassins he had ambushed finally struck, and it was still under such a close distance that there was no way for him to dodge. Sneak! Sneak! Shadow attack! Backstab! Twin blades! 75, 86, 27, 81, 92, 45. Terrifying damage bubbled up. Under the siege of 30 to 40 assassins' high damage skills, Yi Yang's blood level only dropped by a mere 1,000 points. Less than 1/7 of his blood level if one didn't look carefully. They didn't even feel how he was dropping blood. What the happened to the damage? Not a single damage that broke 100? That's impossible, isn't it? It's too scary. Look at Beacon's blood level, he didn't even lose much blood. How is it possible that even with less than 100 damage, dozens of us assassins can't kill a mage? Are you kidding me? Retreat! Retreat! From a long distance away, Night Elegy saw Yi Yang's blood barely moving and those horrific damage numbers. He was instantly confused and hurriedly called those assassins he had trained back. Only. It was already too late. Since you guys showed up, it means that you are ready to die, right? Just kidding. With a full body top enhancement of 10, having up to 7,500 points of blood and 77 points of physique, the current Yi Yang was even several times stronger than an ordinary player of level 30 or 40. To be able to have someone deal nearly 100 points of damage was already an elite player amongst the elite. What more could one want? However, that calm tone of Yi Yang's made them fall into an ice cellar. Spare your life. Unable to do a second kill, the assassin was a living target. Now that their skills were all on cooldown, wanting to run? That was simply an impossibility. It was important to realize that despite being a mage, Yi Yang's agility value was already as high as 31 points under the various bonus additions. Compared to his magic attribute, this seemed very little indeed. But now these assassins, they had an agility attribute that was at best in the early 20s. Even if you ran, you couldn't run from Yi Yang, a mage. With his staff slightly placed horizontally in front of Hun, Yi Yang gently waved his staff with his right hand and a fireball the size of a human head whistled and blasted towards them. Explosive fireball. 17256, 17164, 17734, 17246, 17364. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly threw out an explosive fireball, sending them all to hell. How was this possible? Beacon fire was actually this strong? Skills being touched was death, and you couldn't fight. How could this be fun? Knight Eleanor stared with both eyes and watched Yi Yang kill all of the assassins he had worked so hard to cultivate in seconds. Desperate Nightchen roared with rage, watching Yi Yang approaching towards himself step by step. It was like an abyss, swallowing himself up little by little. Boss, let's fight with him. Anyway, the big deal is to die, the big deal is to get a little bit of equipment from him. Those players who had gathered inside the guild residence and had just not had the time to ascend to the city gates were constantly agitating next to Night Elephant. However, none of them dared to go up rashly. Without an absolute order from Knight Eleanor, they didn't know and didn't dare to easily rush to Yi Yang's side. However, the fact that they did not dare to go on did not prove that Yi Yang would not move. After strangling those defeated assassins, Yi Yang once again approached Knight Eleanor step by step. Finally Yi Yang paused and stood expressionlessly in front of Night Elegy. How is it, now do you feel that I know what my last name is? No one. Before Knight Eleanor could speak, an elite member beside him opened his mouth and wanted to curse. However, before the last fart word could be uttered, he was blasted dozens of meters away by Yi Yang with a fireball spell. I want to hear what you have to say. Yi Yang's expression was icy cold as he continued to ask. Damn, brothers follow me, beacon fire, he got careless and actually dared to get so close to us. With a roar, the members of Night Gothic were once again inspired, completely undaunted by the one who was suddenly blown away just now. I think you guys are too much equipment for yourselves. Yi Yan laughed. With a flick of his staff, an immense and incomparable pillar of flame spewed out directly from the tip of Yi Yang's staff. The flame impact. 12942, 12874, 12624, 12719, 12798. Terrifying damage connected, those players were drowned in the huge column of flames before they could even react to what was going on. By the time the skill ended and those people fell from mid-air, they had all been burned to ashes, an extremely tragic scene. 63 after the triumph ended, hugging a beautiful woman. The battlefield was tragic, and the countless players on the sidelines marveled at it. This was the strength of Beacon OD? One man slaughtering a gang. Without even blinking an eye. Get out of the way, please. We're from the White Rain Pavilion. Please get out of the way. Is the Beacon God here? Someone tell me. While those onlooker players were being stunned by Yi Yang's strike, a trembling female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. This is the person from that beautiful guild. Mama Fua, I saw Bayou Infinite, don't block me, I want to take pictures. Ah, they are all so beautiful, miss, can we talk about it? Talk to your sister. Suddenly a young Bladewind female swordsman turned her head and glared at him. The man trembled in fear and immediately recognized who this female swordsman was. Bayou. At that time, when the Beacon God had rushed to anger, it wasn't because of her, the red face. Seeing Bayou, those people were more afraid than seeing Bayou Infinite and immediately hid far away. Oh my god, who dares to touch this Beacon God's girl? Night Elephant's tragic fate is right here in the real world. If the Beacon Fire finds out that his girl has been touched, he is afraid that 10,000 deaths will not be enough. Thinking of this, those people were immediately scared away from Bayou. Sister Yu is sorry. Big sister you pass first. Sister Yu is not right, sister-in-law you pass, you pass. After the people of White Rain Pavilion finally squeezed out of the crowd, the first thing that Bayou Infinite, who was at the very front, saw was the tragic appearance of the Night Song Guild's compound. It looked like it had been bombarded by countless rounds of artillery, broken and disorganized. What a miserable battle this was. Bayou was on the verge of crying with anxiety when she saw this scene as well. At that time, when they fought against the gathering of virtues in the novice village, it hadn't been this miserable either. This time, it was also Infinite's sister who notified herself that the Beacon God had gone to Nightshade Guild, and only then did she bring the people from the White Rain Pavilion to rush over here in a flurry of activity. As a matter of fact, there were also elite members of the White Rain Pavilion who were brushing monsters and practicing in the vicinity of Chi Wang City. But this matter, it was definitely White Rain Infinite who knew first, before informing the guild members and rushing here together. Beacon God was here or not? White Rain Infinite bit her lower lip, her face anxious. It seemed that if she didn't see Beacon Fire on the next side, she was afraid that she would be able to slaughter this group of loose players as well. Great God Beacon! Beacon God! Beacon OD came out. It's hard to believe that he's really slaughtered the gang. What the? That's too much, isn't it? A one-man massacre? The third-ranked guild, the Night Gothic Guild, has unfortunately fallen. It's the third gang to die at the hands of Beacon. Yeah, that's right. If it goes on like this, I really don't know how we're going to fight in China when the national war opens up in the future. Are we going to rely on Beacon Fire to slaughter the country all by himself? You say this is true, but now fortunately there is the first guildless Sacred Monarch Guild and the second Pan Long Guild. Has always been the two guilds are very low profile. Indeed, I feel that with Beacon God's character, he shouldn't be messing with Pan Long and Holy Monarch either. However, the Beacon God this time really strong batch explosion. A person first slaughtered the Imperial Heaven Pavilion, and then a person cut over the entire Night Gothic Guild. I feel that he is not at all like a level 10 mage, but like a level 100. Silly batch, do you think if Beacon was a level 100 mage, you think he would use level 10 skills? While the players were talking, White Rain Infinite led the Sisters of White Rain Pavilion and rushed out of the crowd a long time ago. Beacon! You scared me to death. Seeing Beacon Fire, Bayou Infinite could no longer care about other people's eyes, and like an aggrieved little sister, she directly jumped into Yi Yang's arms. The other sisters. There was no way, they also wanted to jump into Beacon God's arms like this, but with the chairman occupying the position here, they didn't have a chance. No matter what, to be able to see Beacon safe and sound, Bayou and the other sisters who hurriedly rushed here, finally let go of their hearts, and the worry on their faces gradually turned into relief. But, these are not the point, okay? Bayou Pavilion was the #1 beauty guild in China. Moreover, White Rain Infinite is also recognized as the #1 beauty in China. It's really good for you guys to abuse your dogs here. P.S. Single dog, national protected animal. P.S. Single dog, national level protected animal. My eyes, damn it, why did you let me see this scene? Infinite Beauty has just inexplicably become the woman of Beacon God? Pfft, can someone tell me when this happened? I've been abused to death. It's everyone's responsibility to protect single dogs. I don't want to see it anymore. I'm so angry. Crusade against Beacon, everyone's responsibility. Right in the midst of a chorus of crusading voices from the onlooker players, Yi Yang slowly put down the white rain infinite that was almost wrapped around him. Alright, I just came here to settle some scores with Night Zen and the others. Now that the scores are settled, there is nothing more for me to do here. Putting down by you Infinite, Yi Yang said with a little doting voice. To be honest, Ghost TM only realized why White Rain Infinite was wrapped around himself. I'm the most confused right now, okay? No, you have to promise me one thing in the future. White Rain Infinite's eyes that were flickering with a few crystal water droplets blinked and then said in a resigned voice, no matter what happens in the future, you must tell me, no matter what it is, I will bring the Sisters of the White Rain Pavilion to help you. Okay? After slightly thinking for a while, Yi Yang nodded, okay, I promise you, however, I still have one last thing right now. What thing? White Rain Infinite cocked her head and questioned. There are still the last two guilds that have not been resolved, the Supreme and Chaotic Wind guilds. Supreme and Chaotic Wind, huh? When White Rain Infinite heard these two names, she didn't ask what the reason was, and her eyes had changed from aggression to a murderous intent. The Ninth Supreme was not worth mentioning. The Sixth Chaotic Wind? Even if Yi Yang didn't say anything now, the White Rain Pavilion had long had thoughts about the Chaotic Wind Guild. Because, the White Rain Pavilion Guild, right now, was in the 7th place of the guild ranking. 64 Guild Killer. Night Elegy Guild Residents. The guild leader, Night Elegy, sat on his knees as if paralyzed, his eyes dull, as if he was a walking corpse who had been scared out of his wits by Beacon Fire. In his mind, the two words that Beacon had left behind when he was on his way out kept echoing. In the future, don't think of hitting my Beacon flame again. That's right, if anyone tries to hit on me, I'll think of him as you. Last words, I'll wait for news of your surrender. After recalling these two words, and the kind of unattached back that Yi Yang had when he was leaving, Nightshade went crazy. He was really pissed off. Beacon was really too crazy, simply crazy without any boundaries. He was the third highest ranked guild leader of the Nightsong Guild in the Huaxia region, and he actually asked himself to surrender? What kind of joke was this? However, it was only long after Yi Yang had left that Night Zen understood exactly what the terror was. One person. One blow to break the city. Blasting away most of their Night Elegy elites with a single move. The only remaining few hundred people seemed to bounce around like grasshoppers in front of him for a while, and then there was no then. Raising his head, Knight Eleanor saw a city wall that had been blasted with a huge gaping hole, a guild compound that was on fire, and finally, a large swath of corpses that were waiting to be revived. The entire guild compound was in shambles, and some of the members who had died earlier were now shriveled up. Even the idea of practicing leveling was gone, and one by one, after being revived at the resurrection point of the residents, they sat on the ground with a stagnant look on their faces. This was the terror of that Beacon OD. When an ordinary person got beaten up, their first thought was to fight back. But Beacon he had beaten people to the point where they didn't even have any thoughts of revenge. The terror was too terrifying. Forget it. Night Sorrow sighed. Because he suddenly realized something. This was also realized after seeing all of his guild members, who hadn't lost any of their equipment. For one thing, these things of his own were not worth mentioning in front of Beacon Fire, because the equipment on Beacon Fire was hundreds of times stronger than them. Secondly, Beacon Fire was using this incident to tell him that even if Nightsong still wanted to take revenge on him after this great battle, Beacon Fire was simply fearless. After all, if it had been any other guild, they would have plundered their equipment and props long ago. Alas. I, for one, surrender. Ding, you have won the guild war, gaining 2,000 experience and 800 gold coins. Due to the fact that you are the individual player that was attacked, the guaranteed rewards will be obtained by you in full. Ding, you have won the guild war, gaining 200,000 experience and 80,000 gold coins. Ding, you have gained the gain status, Underdog, Nightshade. Ding, service-wide announcement, player Beacon Fire was brutally attacked by Night Elegy, and under the vow of counterattack, player Beacon Fire successfully defeated him. Receive a large amount of rewards. Ding, service-wide announcement, Guild Night Elegy's attack on player Beacon failed, the guild will be relegated to the initial guild in 10 minutes and suffer severe punishment. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's this Beacon again. Night Elegy, who was third on the leaderboards, was now being slaughtered by Beacon again. Is Beacon OD taking revenge on society? Or is there some kind of deep hatred between them? I don't know, but all I know is that Beacon is really too strong, to the point of being perverted. This is really too much. One person slaughtered a guild, and all of them are in the top 10 of the rankings. Can no one in the Chinese region stop them? I've already felt Beacon God's thighs, and I don't think there's any room for them anymore. While there are a lot of people, an advertisement, Beacon OD vs Night Gotham Guild full game video. Want private chat, $500 a copy, buy no loss, buy not fooled, did not go to watch the battle, speed over to contact me After killing Night Elegy, the news of Yi Yang's victory was once again spread into the sights of players across the entire service. It was horrifying. Within a day, he killed 2 guilds in a row. A veritable guild killer. For a moment, not to mention the top 10 guilds on the leaderboards, even the guild leaders of the top 100 guilds on the leaderboards were shivering, not to mention seeing Beacon himself, or even hearing the name Beacon was a chill. Not only that. When some people were scared, there were people who had been paying attention to Yi Yang. Ever since he had just slaughtered the Imperial Sky Pavilion, the president of the Sacred Monarch Guild had been paying attention to Beacon Flame. Only, he had also heard from the people from where the Gathering of Sages used to be that this Yi Yang didn't seem to be willing to join some guilds and other organizations at all. Even a beautiful guild like White Rain Pavilion was rejected by Beacon. White Rain Pavilion that was the ultimate place of all men's dreams. I didn't expect Yi Yang to even be interested in that. Obviously, it seemed that even if it was as strong as the Sacred Monarch Guild, if they wanted to pull this Beacon in, they were afraid that it wouldn't be an easy task. However, by a fluke, this guild war was a bit different from the last one with the Imperial Sky Pavilion. When the Beacon and Night Gothic War ended, his video had already been circulated. After all, the last war with the Empyrean Pavilion, almost no one knew about it, but this time, Yi Yang was giving them enough time to come over and watch. After seeing the World Channel, those vendors selling videos, the vice president of the Holy Monarch Guild, Stranger's Blade, immediately bought a copy. Well, although it felt like a bit of a loss, he didn't have to worry about anything since it was reimbursed by Broken Army anyway. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Holy Monarch Guild's compound, President Broken Army, along with 3 other vice presidents such as Stranger's Blade and a handful of other elites, were gathered together in the main hall, carefully studying the video. Did you see exactly how much damage he was doing? Broken Army had watched it for half a day, his eyes were sore, and he couldn't see exactly how much damage Yi Yang was doing. After all, this killing range is too big Touching someone is seconds, who cares if you are a mage or a warrior? Can't see at all, but I did find an interesting thing. Stranger's Sword rubbed his eyes, although he was also very tired, but the good thing was that he still had some gains. What's different? Hearing Stranger Blade's words, Broken Army and the others immediately surrounded Stranger Blade's side. It's these damage numbers. Stranger Blade cleared his throat, then continued, have you guys noticed that Beacon's damage numbers are a bit different from the last time he fought Gathering of Virtues? Moreover, the damage numbers with the other mages are also not quite the same. This I can see, but where exactly is it different? You guys tell me. Halfway through, the Stranger's Sword turned his head towards them with a suspicious face, then said seriously, could this be the special effect of the damage numbers after the spell blitz? 65 Organized Harvest. Spell Strike? Stranger's Blade, your brain is too big. Beacon Fire, even if he's in some kind of Europe, do you think he can top the 1 in a billion chance of strengthening all 9 pieces of equipment to the top? It's really Stranger's Brainstorm, I'm convinced. Broken Army and the others, after hearing about Spell Strike, their first thought was no. Even if they hadn't seen what a Spell Blast was really like, they knew how difficult it was to obtain a Spell Blast. Whole body equipment strengthened by 10, what kind of joke was this? Even though the official World Domination hadn't revealed the special effects of the damage numbers after a Spell Blast, they knew that it was simply impossible. Forget it, I'm just saying it off the top of my head, but I did find something else, and it's here. While saying that, Stranger Sword pointed at the video, the fiery red aura underneath Yi Yang's feet. That halo they had likewise never seen before, they just subconsciously felt that it was very cool. I feel like if you guys are saying that the special effect change in his damage numbers isn't because of the Mana Blast, then it should be this aura. It's just that I'm not too sure how exactly this aura can be triggered. After saying that, Stranger Blade shrugged his shoulders and stopped speaking. Broken Army and others also took a look and could not recognize it, simply could not recognize it. This is something that they have not seen at all, maybe it is a damage bonus aura. You guys say, could it be because of this aura that Beacon's damage number special effects have changed so strangely? A vice president said steeply. It's possible. Broken Army immediately nodded seriously. But they were only guessing after all. There were too many secrets on Yi Yang's body, and after half a day of searching the video a little bit, the Holy Monarch Guild had only found a little clue. The special effects of the damage numbers that were different from ordinary mages. The fire red strange aura. And a dazzling light all over his body. Not only the Sacred Monarch Guild, but also the Panlong Guild and other powerful guilds, all took Yi Yang's battle video, treasured it like a national treasure, and wanted to see what new discoveries were made as soon as they had time. Even, Broken Army couldn't hold back his excitement and wanted to add this Beacon God as a friend. If he could really give himself a tiny bit of advice on how to raid, or any other offshoots, it would probably be a huge boost for his entire guild. And on the other side. In the main hall of a guild residence, Yi Yang was half leaning on a guild bench, next to Bayou Infinite and Bayou Gu and a bunch of other sisters. However, Yi Yang's focus was not on Bayou Infinite's body, but rather, he had finally heard the voice he wanted to hear. The surrender of the Night Gothic Guild. This was exactly the result Yi Yang wanted the most. This person, Knight Elegy, although he had never met before, Yi Yang could see that he was different from the ungodly Empyrean. This person was a bit ambitious, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get his ideas into his own body. But anyone who wanted to get any abnormal ideas from Yi Yang would basically think of their consequences. But on the contrary, this person, Knight Shame, would even do whatever it took to achieve his goal. He had gone so far as to unite several major guilds to try to deal with himself, and this guild alliance was also the source of Knight Eleanor's inflation. However, if he hadn't known ahead of time, I'm afraid that at that time, after neglecting to strengthen his equipment, there was a real possibility that they might have robbed him of all his belongings. Yi Yang estimated that he was bound to want to inevitably imprison himself after he succeeded in robbing himself, and then do something unknown. If it really came to that, the absolute chance on Yi Yang's body would become a utilization of the Night Gothic and a few other major guilds. After all, if people don't let you wear equipment and have an empty skill set, it's useless. As long as Yi Yang was kept in captivity, all the monsters would only give him a mulligan and let him explode his equipment or explode other props, then the effect of captivity could be easily achieved. Speaking of which, I really have to thank the Sacred Monarch Guild, the player called Xingyan. Things have come to the present. Yi Yang Psychological has made a note: wait until everything is finished, give that green rock a green equipment good. Anyway, these in Chi King City monsters within the explosion of things for Yi Yang is not worth a few money. But then again, if Yi Yang wanted to let Knight Zen die, it was indeed a very simple thing, but to make his heart happy, it wasn't simple. The most he could do was to blast Knight Zen to level 1 and make him reincarnate at level 1 indefinitely. But what was the use of that? Where would he have so much free time to stare at a person and kill them in reincarnation? If he really couldn't, Knight Eleanor would just endure the feeling of dying once and delete his number to start over. Therefore, the only way to completely end this matter was to make Knight Eleanor completely fearful in her heart and completely subjugate herself. However, it was good that all of this was still in the past. Knight Elegy finally chose to submit. Then, there was the reward after winning the guild war. The 200,000 experience allowed Yi Yang to upgrade again, and his level had risen to level 13. Just like before, Yi Yang chose to take all the free attributes that came from upgrading and stuffed them all on the magic attribute. The two upgrades allowed Yi Yang's magic attribute to directly go from 719 points to 731, which was not much, but it was still a relatively sizable increase. After all, Yi Yang with this many horrible magic attribute bonus of his own, high-level skill damage bonus, even if he added a little bit of magic attribute, he could increase dozens of points of damage. After ending this, Yi Yang closed his attribute panel and opened it to look at his quest list. Mission 1, Destroy Doran Phalanx 01, Mission Status, Uncompleted. After destroying the Chi King City Phalanx, Yi Yang had officially advanced this quest to Stage 2. Unlike before, the current him, if he wanted to destroy this phalanx, it could be said to be extremely simple, of course as long as he was able to absorb his own lessons from the last time, and dodge the range of that hexagram phalanx's attack before it was fully raised. However, before that, he naturally had a few less smaller things to do. That is, the matter of the guild residence that he was currently staying in. This guild residence is Chaotic Wind Guild residence is located. Yi Yang to hear, is to want to see, Chaotic Wind and Supreme Guild, in the end also want to what moths. But is also at this time, cannot stand the beacon long-time oppression of the chaotic wind residual, also finally cannot help but trembling opening. Beacon God, I know that you are known as the guild killer, you say, as long as you can spare our guild, let me do anything. 66 Don't, I don't want to I don't want to The corner of Yi Yang's mouth flashed a wry smile. If I ask you to transfer the guild to me, will you do the same? Chaotic Wind Remnant trembled. He didn't expect Beacon to actually say something like that. But if he really gave the guild to Beacon, he thought that under his leadership, what Saint Ruler, what Panglong, after Beacon became the president afterward, I'm afraid that they would all be slaughtered down by him. However, White Rain Infinite and the others on the side, when they heard such words from Yi Yang, they didn't feel surprised either. Didn't he never like to join any guilds? Why did he suddenly take down the district's 6th Chaotic Wind Guild now? With his current popularity, even if he created a guild on his own, he thought that he would be able to push his way into the top 10, or even the top 5 in minutes. To know, not to mention Yi Yang's own guild, even the Beacon Fan Pavilion, which existed behind him, had gradually moved from the top 30 rankings to the top 20 rankings. This kind of horrible development speed, and the speed of ranking improvement, really makes people unable to look forward to it. However, as soon as Chaotic Wind Remnant thought of being able to work under Beacon God's hand afterward, the advantages in the future were bound to be few and far between. Thinking of this, Chaotic Wind Remnant decided to bite his teeth and endure the pain, saying, Beacon God, I answer. No need. Before Chaotic Wind Remnant could finish his promise, Yi Yang directly rejected it. Just kidding, he just wanted to see if Chaotic Wind Remnant really wanted to submit to himself. Although, for this kind of feeling of enslaving others, no matter who it was, he would feel comfortable, but he didn't like it either. As before, the guild was a drag on him, and he was a drag on a guild. But after Chaotic Wind Remnant heard Yi Yang's words, he couldn't help but raise his head violently and looked at Yi Yang with an expression of disbelief. It couldn't be? The position of the 6th Guild's president was rejected just like that? I have no interest in the guild, Yi Yang said, and then stood up lightly from the chair of the guild that originally belonged to Chaotic Wind Remnant. I just hope that in the future, I won't see any other people that dare to come and beat me up. Otherwise, if I hear such a thing again, I personally won't mind taking a trip to you and the Supreme Warlord again. After saying that, Yi Yang got up and left the Chaotic Wind Guild's quarters with Bayou Infinite and the group of people from Bayou Pavilion, only leaving behind a Chaotic Wind Remnant who was so scared that he was directly paralyzed on the ground. Boss, are you alright? 2 or 3 vice-chairmen hurriedly picked up Chaotic Wind Ruin's body and asked with concern. No, alright Chaotic Wind Residue Big Mouth breathing a few mouth, after a long time to count finally calmed down a few points, go. Give me notice to the Supreme King of War, watch the ranking of the top 10 guilds, no matter who the ING let me in the mouth of who I heard from the beacon fire 2 words, I lifted up the entire guild and he fights for his life. Chaotic Wind Remnant cursed in anger. But I don't blame him. What's wrong with ranking 6? Not to mention the 6th, what about the 3rd rank Knight's End? If he messed with Yi Yang, he was still slaughtered cleanly. Moreover, Nightjin, this one, is simply more two-dimensional than Dishur Tian. Dam actually took the initiative to start a guild war against Beacon Fire. Now it's over, isn't it? Lost, right? The guild was initialized, right? Is it bad enough that the Gathering of Virtues has ended up in the same place? Until now, the 8th-ranked Gathering of Virtues, now the president of Blazing Sword Injury doesn't even dare to let out a single fart. Doesn't that speak volumes? Boss, what about the Holy Monarch in Panlong? They don't need to be notified. Sacred Monarch has always been low-key, and then scattered players inside the reputation is very high. Moreover, rumor has it that only one of Sacred Monarch's guild is an ordinary casual player, which is used to confuse other people's ears. Because, at least 90 of their members are from senior special forces. There were also the rest, which were almost exclusively descendants of high-ranking Chinese. Because of this, the Sacred Monarch Guild had always been able to get extraordinary logistics and replenishment, but in the end, this was just to have a place in the national wars afterwards. Hua! That Vice President Drunken Prosperity, who was supporting the remnants of the Chaotic Wind, suddenly had his body stagnate, feeling like he had heard some terrible news. Well, there's no need to worry so much, but then again, Sacred Ruler Guild, you can hear that it means a lot just from his name, right? Chaotic Wind Remnant shook his head and laughed bitterly. I really didn't think about it in that regard. Drunken Loose always felt as if he had discovered a new continent now. He originally thought that his family's old man had assets of over $100 million and was already one of the top batch of characters in the game. I didn't expect. Then easy, do you know who I am? Seeing Drunken prosper so surprised, Chaotic Wind Remnant was ready to give him another surprise. After all, after setting aside the topic of Beacon Fire, the two of them, Chaotic Wind Remnant and Drunken Prosperity, had a chat that smoothed out their moods quite a bit. Boss, could it be that you are Hua? Don't talk nonsense. Chaotic Wind Remnant's suddenly serious sentence, and then changed to the usual smile, said lightly, I only tell you that my surname is Ma, is the son of the Ma family. Ma. Regarding the conversation between Chaotic Wind Remnant and Drunken Prowler, Yi Yang naturally couldn't hear it. But he wasn't too interested in that either. In reality, he was originally a law-abiding and contented casual citizen, at best a hobo. In the game, he himself had given other casual players, and the major guilds pressure. The Night Elegy Guild, the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion Guild after this defeat, because they are the initiative to provoke Yi Yang, a single player, so after the defeat, they, like the original Gathering of Virtues, was forced to become the initial guild with a size of only 500 people. 2 of the top 10 guilds in China were slaughtered, no matter who it was, they could not remain calm. The biggest change was naturally the guild rankings. Chaotic Wind Remnants of their own preservation, now from the 6th, directly climbed to the 4th guild, the Supreme also from the 9th, rose to the 7th, and White Rain Pavilion, should also be sharp, should be replaced by the previous Imperial Heaven Pavilion, into the 5th guild in China. However, there is a difference between failure and defeat. Although Night Elegy surrendered, it was good that most of the 2nd and 3rd tier cannon fodder members were preserved. Under the protection of those large numbers of 2nd tier members, even if the guild war was lost and all of them became red name, generally other players wouldn't dare to approach. Not to mention plundering their equipment after their red names. But Empyrean Pavilion was different. First of all, it was Dishur Tian's attitude of conceding defeat that made all of the upper-level elites of D Tian Pavilion, almost 99% or more, withdraw from the club, and the other sub-members were taken away by a large number of elite players. Either they defected to other big guilds such as Holy Monarch and Panlong, or they made their own way and joined together to create a small guild. All in all, no matter what, it was much more comfortable than staying by the side of this wimpy president. However, after Yi Yang left the battlefield with Emperor Heavenly Pavilion, those red name members who died late and didn't have time to resurrect were ransacked by those casual players who happened to pass by. Red name players, that was how they were treated. There was no 1-hour prop protection, much less any other protection mechanism. Not long after Beacon Fire left, almost all of those Emperor Heavenly Pavilion members became red players. It was like being on a large highway. If an armed money truck suddenly overturned, the civilians might only dare to watch from afar, never daring to touch the red line for money. But if a truck full of fruits or some daily necessities suddenly overturned. 67. The reappearance of the nucleus of magical chi. Destroy Maganda King City Phalanx 01, quest reward, 20,000 experience, 1,000 gold coins. After completely ending the so-called Alliance Guild crusade, Yi Yang resumed his quest journey. Upgrading was the most important thing. He was only at level 13 now, although he had a full body top tier reinforcement, but this was already at the limit of boosting. Those consortium-leveled big players would soon catch up, topping the 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000 chance of acquiring a large number of strengthening stones to bring their equipment to at least level 5. However, after having his entire body strengthened to 10, Yi Yang's attributes, doing such an ordinary quest, was already completely crushed. Therefore, Yi Yang was prepared to go to a high-level map to brush the monsters alone if this hidden quest didn't have any subsequent special rewards. With his current attributes and strength, he could completely clear the monsters over 1 or 20 levels, gain more experience, and upgrade by leaps and bounds. Then, obtaining higher skills and directly using higher level equipment to obtain more rare rewards. Only then could he truly be invincible across the board. Glancing at his promoted Maganda King City Phalanx mission, Yi Yang nodded slightly. After Chi King City Phalanx, the fierce demon sanction released by Doran City Phalanx was deftly dodged by Yi Yang. Then, easily toppled the Doran City Phalanx with 2 skills. To say that the only thing that was different from the Chi King City Phalanx was the attributes of the Doran City Phalanx, which had doubled. However, now that the 3 stages of the quest, only this last stage remained. Maganda King City Phalanx. Grade? Blood, 200,000. Attack, 2,000. Defense, 500. Skills, Spell Immunity 11, Absolute Defense 11. Description 1. It is one of the 3 major resurrection spell formations laid down by the demonized Lord TIAs, and only after destroying it can Tia's resurrection plan be completely stopped. Description 2. To destroy the phalanx, you must turn it into your opposing camp, otherwise, all your skills will never be able to deal damage to him. Description 3. You have become its opposing camp. Along the way, the level 17 Undead Commander and the level 19 Undead Mystic Attendant could not be a hindrance to him at all. Arriving at the dilapidated Maganda King City. As before, after Yi Yang declined the invitation to demonize the remnants of TIAs, the list of its attributes was thoroughly presented in front of Yi Yang from asking for a favor. Sure enough, was it doubled again? However, no matter how much damage it actually did, Yi Yang didn't need to care about it now. But what was the matter with the 2 skills of the Maganda King City Phalanx? Spell Immunity, Absolute Defense? Could it be that this was the legendary invincibility? However, when Yi Yang saw the suffixes of these 2 skills, his heart instantly relaxed. The Maganda King City Phalanx could only immunize 1 spell and 1 physical attack. Well, after being mentally prepared, Yi Yang followed the Doran City Phalanx's routine and left the Maganda King City Phalanx a long distance away early after the fierce demon sanction was activated. After a long time, Yi Yang gazed at the countless large craters on the ground and once again marveled at the strong attack power of the fierce demon sanction. However, it was all over. Fireball spell. 0. An expected damage number popped up. After a single fireball spell, the spell immunity function of the Maganda King City spell formation became 0-1. As expected, Yi Yang was overjoyed in his heart and hurriedly urged the skill again, having already prepared the red flame explosion. However, while Yi Yang was trying to release the skill, he suddenly saw the color of the Maganda King City Phalanx suddenly change. Then, a voice that could almost resonate through the entire sky suddenly vibrated in Yi Yang's mind. Who? The voice was like a boom of thunder. At that instant, it was as if Yi Yang felt as if his soul was being shaken out of his body. It was too terrifying. What kind of ING power was this? What the hell is going on here? Yi Yang wasn't ready to unleash his skills and stared tightly at the Maganda King City Phalanx. The sound, that's where it came out from. But also when Yi Yang was at a loss for words, a system prompt suddenly came. Ding, is it confirmed to destroy the Maganda Phalanx? Confirmed. Although Yi Yang's heart was in a frenzy of sweat, he still chose to confirm. However, after he made the feel, a new system message appeared. Ding, you confirm destroying the Maganda King City Phalanx, but after destroying it, unpredictable events will occur. Unpredictable. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and thought carefully about the system's prompt. No matter how unpredictable it was, when he had destroyed the Phalanx, he had already completed the mission. At that time, if any consequences that were beyond his strength really occurred, the big deal would be to just roll away and head to the advanced map. Determining the thoughts in his mind, Yi Yang no longer hesitated. The spell immunity of the spell formation only once had already been broken, and what was left was only this more than 200,000 blood. Red flame explosion. Starfire drop. Explosive fireball. Flame blast. Fireball. Fireball spell. Fireball spell. Raising his staff, Yi Yang didn't stop pouring out his skills for a moment, and after throwing out almost a set of skills, the blood level of the Maganda City phalanx was finally only left with more than 700 points of residual blood. The last blow. Fireball. 8,905. The last fireball was thrown, and the system's prompt appeared in front of Yi Yang. Ding, you have destroyed the spell formation of the Maganda King City. You have gained 20,000 experience and 1,000 gold coins. You can now go and find Sylvie, the administrator of the female temple in the city of monoliths, to report on your brilliant battle results. Listening to the system's prompt, Yi Yang relaxed and let out a long breath. This quest, finally, was still completed. However, before he could relax for much longer, he suddenly saw the broken Maganda King City phalanx turn into a cloud of mist. It didn't take long for the mist to condense into a piece that looked like a core floating in mid-air. The core of magic chi? Yi Yang had seen that thing before. From the body of the poisonous crocodile king, the core of magic chi that exploded out was exactly the same as this thing. However, when Yi Yang was surprised that this thing was actually stored in the spell formation, the nucleus of magic chi shattered with a loud bang. It was completely immersed in the air. 68 Undead Rampage, the front end of the outbreak of the monster war. We've been tricked. Inside the goddess temple. When Yi Yang told Sylvie all about the sudden explosion of his core of demonization after he completed the task of destroying the phalanx, he also told Sylvie all about it in passing. And it was only after Sylvie heard all this that she came to a realization. Being tricked. They were tricked by TIAs. I'm sorry, warrior, I didn't know this would happen. Shame was written all over Sylvie's face. But Yi Yang was still in a daze. Damn you, why don't you tell me the reason why we were cheated? What's the use of just being nervous somewhere? Finally, seeing Yi Yang's expression, Sylvie recognized her mistake. Sorry, I was too excited. Pursing her small lips, Sylvie shamefully raised a bow to Yi Yang and then said seriously. Warrior, when you truly destroy the 3 major spell formations, it won't be able to stop Tia's grand plan of resurrection. On the contrary, it will touch the nucleus of demonic chi buried within the spell formations. When the spells are completely destroyed, the nucleus of magic energy will split, which is what the warrior saw when the nucleus of magic energy exploded, and then all the hidden power of the nucleus of magic energy will disappear into the air and be absorbed by the undead monsters. You know what this means? It means that the monster's power has been strengthened? Yi Yang narrowed his eyes and guessed. A part of the reason, but the biggest consequence is that the undead monsters will enter a state of complete insanity. Monsters going berserk? It was as if Yi Yang had been opened up to a new world. As if in an instant, Sylvie's terminology that was a bit obscure, Yi Yang completely understood it. The 3 great spells were indeed the spells that TIAs used to resurrect. However, in order to retaliate against those who had destroyed the spells, he had left behind a backhand, and that was the core of magical chi. From another perspective, the spell formation could also be interpreted as a 5-fingered mountain that suppressed the nucleus of demonic energy. When the spell formation was destroyed, the core of demonic chi would be released, thus erupting all of its power in an instant. As for why the power of the core of magic chi would be hidden in the air, Yi Yang could not explain it for the time being and could only interpret it as the special power of Tia's level. However, after the power of the core of magic chi exploded and was hidden in the air and absorbed by those monsters completely lost their autonomous consciousness. As described in the previous description of the magic chi, only by contributing their souls to the core of magic chi could they completely access the power within it. Therefore, once the core of demonic chi erupted and the power was absorbed, it also meant that the monsters outside the monolithic city would all fall into a state of rage. Or rather, they have been completely controlled by TIAs. Thus, starting a monster war. To put it in another way, this might be the origin of World Master's monster attack. And it was also Tia's ultimate revenge on those who had destroyed his resurrection spell. However, the nucleus of magic chi spreading from the air, those monsters absorbing the magic chi and obtaining the power in it, these procedures still needed some time in the end. That's why Yi Yang hadn't been able to notice the mutation until after the nucleus of demonic chi had burst. A person who had been dead for tens of thousands of years could still lay out his afterlife so perfectly. It had to be said that TIAs truly deserved the title of a strong man. However, Sylvie's heart was much relieved after seeing Yi Yang's dawning realization expression. Therefore, from now on, we have to make early preparations. After the undead storm, they will inevitably be manipulated by the demonized Lord TIAs, and then frantically attack the monolithic city, and I will also personally bring this news to the monolithic city Lord. If you are able to help us defend against the incoming monster army, you will also receive the rewards you deserve. After Sylvie respectfully finished everything, Yi Yang's system prompt came. Ding, you have completed the Destroy the Three Great Phalanxes quest, opening the 4th stage of this unique level hidden quest, Undead Stampede. Ding, when you, and all the players in the city of Monoliths, have successfully fended off the undead army, everyone will gain experience, 100,000, and gold coins, 50,000. Ding, when you, or any player from Monolithic City kills the Undead Realm level boss, Undead Juggernaut, you will receive Refined Souls x10. Ding, Undead Stampede, Mission Countdown, 9:59:595857. When Yi Yang's system prompt came, his heart was already excited beyond belief. Monster War. When huge amounts of monsters killed the city of Monoliths, the aborigines of world domination undoubtedly very much did not want such a thing to happen. But players were different. Monster wars, or monster sieges, what did that mean? A large amount of experience. A large amount of rewards. Moreover, once Yi Yang saw the third message, he couldn't hold himself back. Refined Soul. The last material for building equipment. Yi Yang now had level 10 weapon drawings, hundreds of spirits of weapons, and hundreds of spirits of equipment. All that was missing was the spirit of refinement to build level 10 equipment. Cool. A wave of monster war, the experience and other rewards, I don't know how lucrative it was. Although for Yi Yang, the 100,000 rewards and 50,000 rewards of the quest were no longer enough to compare with it. However, this was not something that Yi Yang had come to accomplish alone. The 4th stage of the hidden quest was a regional type of large quest. As long as the players were within the city of Monoliths, they could accept this quest. Moreover, it was at this time that Yi Yang also heard another system prompt. Ding, the city quest Monolithic City Defense Battle opens. All players within the city of Monoliths can open this quest. Ding, mission description, Demonization Master TIAs use the core of magic gas, let all the undead monsters fall into a state of rage. After a period of time, the city of Boulders will be subjected to undead monsters' fierce attack. The city of Boulders of a member of the city of Boulders of you, only to take up the hands of the weapon, defend the city of Boulders. Ding, mission requirements, defeat all undead armies, kill the domain level boss, Undead Juggernaut, and guard the Monolithic City center crystal from being destroyed. Ding, after you and all the players of Monolithic City have successfully fended off the undead army, everyone will gain experience, 100,000 and gold coins, 50,000. Ding, after 1 hour, the city boundary of Monolithic City will be opened. Players within the city will not be able to leave the city for the duration of the quest, and players in the field will be treated as part of the undead army. Accompanied by the system's prompt, all the players within the city of Monoliths who were originally doing quests, or were enjoying themselves, all went crazy. 69 The mad mobilization of the major guilds. Oh grass! What the hell is this? An undead rampage? Monster war? This is a monster siege, isn't it? Monster siege, this is definitely monster siege. I didn't think we could open monster siege this early in China. It's so awesome. Monster siege, and so many rewards. 100,000 experience. And 50,000 gold coins, my ass. That's $50,000. It's too good to be true. With the system prompt for the Monolithic City Defense War Quest, also known as the Undead Stampede's Monster War Quest, all the players fell into a one-time frenzy. Monster War. Not to mention anything else, just this 100,000 experience and 50,000 gold coins reward was enough to make a fortune. To know, the whole 50,000, this was an ordinary office worker's income for almost a year. Monster War, it's actually Monster War. Hearing the system's prompt, Broken Army was so scared that his eyes almost came out of the window. However, when he saw the reward for the quest, he was also excited. 100,000 experience, that was a full level of experience from level 10 to level 11. Moreover, as long as they completed this quest, each of them would also have a monetary reward of 50,000 gold coins. Although, 50,000 was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for the Broken Army. However, the Holy Monarch Guild, however, had a full 13,000 players. These 10,000 plus people all added up to a whole 65 million. More than $500 million, this was a fortune that could not be ignored even for the Chinese Irma. Moreover, seeing the mission requirements, Saint Ruler immediately gathered all the guild members in the wild. An hour later, the protective boundary of this monolithic city was going to open. If they were still in the wild, they were going to be treated as a monster camp. Even if they weren't crushed by the monolithic city's guards, they would still be killed by the army of undead that had slowly gathered in the wild. After all, once the city was once opened, the resurrection point of the city of monoliths, and the teleportation spell formation, would also be completely closed for the duration of the quest. Moreover, God knows if those players in the wild would receive a prompt for this quest. There was no time to hesitate. Broken Army directly chose to send a mandatory order to all of the Holy Monarch Guild. All of Sacred Monarch Guild. All members who are out in the wild brushing monsters must return to Monolithic City within 5 minutes, otherwise, regardless of their position, strength or weakness, they will be kicked out as well. It wasn't just the Sacred Monarch Guild, the major guilds on the guild list also ordered their members just like the Broken Army after realizing this problem. Turbulent Wind Guild, Supreme Guild, White Rain Pavilion Guild, Panlong Guild, and other major guilds all moved after hearing this news. The entire White Rain Pavilion Guild. All sisters who are out in the wild brushing monsters must return to Monolithic City within 20 minutes. All of Supreme Guild. All those who are out there brushing monsters, get your asses back here immediately or don't blame Big Brother for me being rude. Speed, speed, speed. Give me the fastest speed. All of Turbulent Wind Guild. Brothers, there is a monster war quest opening in the city of monoliths. All members must come back to me. If you want to die in the wild as if you were alive, then you can play for me outside as much as you want. The major guilds were like crazy. Just hearing the mission order, they immediately ordered all members to return to the city. Monster Wars. Those monsters, or the lowest level 11 skeleton soldiers. God knows if their strength would skyrocket after being controlled by that so-and-so TIAs, and, so far, they weren't even sure exactly how many numbers of monsters were invading the monolithic city. The unknown was the most terrifying. Facing the least powerful skeleton soldiers, they all had more than 1700 blood and 120 points of attack. Putting aside the amount of blood, this panel attack power alone was enough to be terrifying. You know, right now, apart from the shield armor magnate warrior advancement profession, the average person who could have 600,800 blood would already be considered a quasi-elite member. With 120 points of attack, a few random slashes could kill one of their quasi-elites. Moreover, they still had 1700 blood. What's even more terrifying is that such strong monsters are only the most inferior undead monsters in the monster war. Further up, there were 3,500 blood, 200 wounds, level 13 skeleton warriors. 2,800 blood, 300 wounds, skeleton mage. There was also the elite rank, 6,000 plus blood, 400 wounds, 380 defense, level 15 undead general. There was even a level 17 undead commander, and a level 19 undead mystic follower. Finally, there was the level 20 domain rank boss that ruled the entire undead map, the undead juggernaut. God knew just how strong the undead lord's attributes were. All they knew was that this monster war was definitely not your normal game progression monster war. Moreover, the city of monoliths had a total of 4 gates in the east, west, south, and north. Once one of the gates couldn't carry it, the other 3 gates would inevitably have a hard time making heads or tails of it, and at that time, the army of undead would break into the city and would inevitably kill the world. These are not the most important things. The most important thing, of course, is that once the city gate guarded by that side is the first to be broken, then at the end of the mission failure, will certainly bear all the responsibility of this mission failure. Thinking about this, the first one to react was still the president of the Holy Monarch Guild. The broken army asked himself that even if he raised his entire guild, he might not be able to withstand a single city gate. After all, one of his city gates was just a little bit bigger, and over 10,000 people definitely couldn't be crammed together. Boss broken army, if we really can't we just find help? After the monster war opened, the stranger sword returned to Monolithic City, and at this time was at broken army's side, trying to figure out how he could completely hold his city gate. Anyway, idle also nothing, the stranger knife will open the beacon fire slamming Slaughter Knight Gothic Guild video, once again watched with great interest. It was as if this video, right now, could be a meal for him. You say it's easy, who do you want me to find? Hearing stranger's words, broken army laughed coldly. What kind of joke is this, right now? Unless the Heavenly King is invited down, perhaps there is absolute certainty to guard a city gate. Moreover, as the top pillar of the guild list of the Chinese region, the Holy Monarch Guild, they absolutely can't take the blame for being the first one to be broken through the city gates. However, Stranger Sword couldn't help but gently smile when he saw the expression on Broken Army's face. Because, he had already thought of this problem of defending the city for Broken Army when he came here. Moreover, he had also thought of a very good bad solution. Putting down the video of the Beacon Massacre in his hands, Stranger Sword had a smile on his face as he slowly said, "Boss Broken Army, it's only necessary to find one person." One person? You mean? That's right, Beacon OD. Author Fungus Fingers are going to break. 70 breaking the city means death. Beacon Ordell? The Broken Army felt like a new world had been opened up by the Stranger's Sword all of a sudden. But what the Stranger's Sword said was indeed true. Beacon has the strength of one person to slaughter gangs, and so far, the slaughter of all the top 10 big guilds. What kind of strength is this? If they had Beacon Fire's help, there would be absolutely no problem in defending a city gate. So here's the question. Will Beacon Ordell agree to his request? Boss, I know you can't save face, but at this point in time, if we want to make sure that a city gate can be held 100%, now we have to invite the true god of Beacon. Although, saying this is indeed a bit of a boost to other people's morale, Beacon Fire is indeed strong enough, there is no doubt about it. Moreover, if a certain city gate that our Sacred Monarch Guild is guarding happens to run into the core attack point of the undead army, not to mention the tens of thousands of us, or even 100,000 people, I'm afraid that they won't be able to withstand the usefulness of Beacon Flames coming alone. Standing in front of Broken Army, Stranger Sword said righteously. However, after these words, Broken Army was indeed moved. Then I will try. Finally, Broken Army nodded and opened his friend interface, applying to add Beacon Fire as his friend. However, just a moment after the message was sent, he suddenly saw a system prompt. Ding, player Beacon has set up a setting to refuse all people from being added as friends. You can apply to have a temporary conversation with him. Broken Army's expression was stagnant. Beacon actually refused all friends? What's going on? Seeing Broken Army's strange expression, Stranger asked. Beacon, he refused all people to add as friends. Broken Army shrugged his shoulders. It seems that this time it is cooperation is face-to-face conversation. You silly ah. For the first time, Stranger's blade was infuriated by Broken Army and exploded. Boss, you apply for a temporary dialogue with him ah? Ding, player Broken Army is applying for a temporary dialogue with you. Ding, player Supreme Warlord has applied for a temporary dialogue with you. Ding, player Turbulent Wind Remnant is applying for temporary dialogue with you. Ding, player Destiny Belt Green Dragon has applied to have a temporary dialogue with you. Ding, player. Just as Yi Yang was just about to review his attribute panel again before going offline, he suddenly received a whole bunch of messages applying for a temporary session. Seeing these, he was going to reject them outright, but after seeing the names of these people, he suddenly blanched. Broken Army, number 1 on the guild ranking, Sacred Monarch Guildmaster. Fateful Green Dragon, 2nd on the guild ranking, President of the Pan-Dragon Guild. Supreme Warlord, Chaotic Wind Remnant, and these people would be familiar. However, the point was, what were they doing suddenly applying for a temporary dialogue with themselves? Although Yi Yang was a bit curious, he didn't want to bother with them. However, when Yi Yang saw Broken Army's name, he suddenly remembered something else. Other people, Yi Yang might be able to ignore them, but there was still a little something he hadn't done when he was looking for the president of this Holy Monarch Guild. Agreeing to Broken Army's impromptu conversation. With a thought, in front of Yi Yang, a temporary dialogue between him and Broken Army instantly opened. President Broken Army, hello. After opening the temporary conversation, Yi Yang politely greeted him. After all, Yi Yang had also heard that the Sacred Monarch Guild was different from the average Grand Guild. The average strength of the members of the entire Sacred Monarch Guild was not only super strong, but they also often took care of other casual players. Therefore, their reputation amongst the casual players was quite good. Yi Yang was very respectful of these helpful people. If you were poor, you would be alone, but if you were rich, you would help the world. Although Yi Yang didn't know the background behind the Sacred Monarch Guild right now, but based on this character alone, it was worth Yi Yang's respect for him. Soon, after waiting a little less than a few seconds, Broken Army replied back. Great God Beacon, I am the president of the Holy Monarch Guild. This time I am looking for you mainly because I want to talk to you about a cooperation. Cooperation? Yi Yang slightly pondered for a moment, then suppressed what he had wanted to say for the time being, and directly returned to Broken Army. If there is something, just say it directly. Okay. The Broken Army paused for a moment, then continued, this monster attack is honestly too much pressure for our current strength, so we would like to ask the Beacon God to help us guard the city gates together. I don't know if it's possible? Of course, when it's done, I will give you at least 1 million as a token of appreciation. Hearing Broken Army's words, Yi Yang suddenly woke up, then glanced at the various guild leaders who had applied to want to talk to him temporarily, a faint smile on his face. Needless to say, a monster attack was coming. With the players at this stage, no one dared to say that they would be able to hold a city gate for 100. Moreover, the 4 gates of the monolithic city, once that gate is broken, after that, it is bound to be difficult to take care of the head and tail, and the city will be full of slaughter and mission failure, which will be unavoidable. At the end of the day, the first gate to be broken will have to take the blame for the failure of the mission. Yi Yang shook his head and laughed bitterly. I didn't expect these guild leaders' brains to turn fast enough. However, Yi Yang didn't think of such a thing, but also had his hardships. His bitterness was straightforward, because as long as he was there, that door was definitely 100 guarded. Therefore, he didn't have such worries at all, then naturally, he didn't have to think about such trivial matters. Thank you President Broken Army for your love, but I'm guarding that gate all the time, and I definitely won't be slacking off. Seriously thought about it. Although Yi Yang only needed to promise Broken Army's words to get 1 million cash for nothing, but this 1 million, it was a hot potato. First of all, if Yi Yang took it, with this first time, Broken Army will definitely be looking for himself again for the second time. If there is one, there is two. Yi Yang does not want to join the guild, nor do we want to create a guild, and even more so, he does not want to let anyone feel that he can be like a nanny who can be hired by spending money. If you have money, you can come and go as you please. In the end, this 1 million, especially in cash, Yi Yang absolutely could not take it. Right now, he was not allowed to expose his position in the outside world. So regardless of whether this 1 million is a paper check or a transfer, at the end of the day, once a tiny bit of personal information is leaked, with the current human flesh and other major strong search methods, he is bound to be exposed. When you have strength, you can be reckless. When you don't have the strength, you have to be obscene. This is Yi Yang has always been the creed. However, perhaps there are also people who will say, then directly ask for 1 million gold coins is not it? Joking people who have such questioning, please move up to the first reason for rejection. However, refusing to refuse, in addition to this matter, Yi Yang naturally has another matter to find Broken Armor. President Broken Army, I want to ask you about something. Your Holy Monarch Guild, is there a member named Xingyan? On the other side, after seeing Yi Yang's message of rejection, Broken Army sighed deeply. However, when he was about to despair, he suddenly saw that Yi Yang suddenly came with another message. Beacon, President Broken Army, I want to ask you about something. Your Holy Monarch Guild, is there a member named Xingyan? Xingyan? Does our guild have such a person? When Broken Army saw this name, he subconsciously thought that this one called Xingyan might have a grudge against Beacon. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. So this was the reason why Beacon Fire had rejected him. 71. No pressure to defend the city. Paralyzed, give me to find out this Xingyan. If our guild really has such a person, give me to kick him, and then to the death. Broken Army is angry. He was really angry. Although he had only chatted with Beacon Fire for a few sentences, he could feel that Beacon Fire didn't actually want to reject him directly. Guarding that city gate, all of them could be guarded. In addition to the latter, Beacon directly named him and wanted to find this one called Xingyan. This is not obvious as to give him a choice? As long as the green rock to solve the let him satisfied, this guard that city gate, can guard. 80% will become the reason to agree with him. Beacon Fire powerful This woman's double entendre is simply used to the fullest. Found it. While the Broken Army was incomparably angry, the stranger's sword suddenly searched his guild member list and indeed found a player named Xingyan. Holy Monarch, Xingyan. Rank, Ordinary Member. Rank, 11. Profession, Warrior. Join time, 2 days. Looking at Xingyan's profile in the guild, Broken Army wanted to tear him apart. Call this Xingyan over to me, I don't care what he's committed, just kick him, kill him back to level 1, and then hand him over to Beacon God, whatever he wants to do with him. Broken Army's icy voice even made Stranger Sword feel icy cold. It was too scary. It was the first time he had seen Broken Army so angry. That said, what exactly happened? What are you looking for this person for? Stranger Blade asked somewhat nervously. Hearing Stranger Blade's words, Broken Army whirled around and told him what was in his heart. I see. Stranger Blade also nodded and immediately said, I see, I'll call him over right now. After Stranger Sword went to contact the person, Broken Army then directly opened the session interface with Yi Yang and replied back, Beacon God, I've already found this Xingyan person, admit to killing and punishing him, you can deal with it as you please. However, just a moment after Broken Army had just sent it successfully, Yi Yang's second sentence was also at the same time sent over. Beacon, if President Broken Army can find this player named Xingyan, please help me say thank you. In addition, this is a set of level 10 green equipment and weapons, it is also considered to be my thank you. If he wants to ask, well, you can just deal with it casually. After reading Yi Yang's words, Broken Army also, at the same time, received an email with an attachment. Ding, Player Beacon, sent you an attached mail. Ding, you received the attachment within the mail and obtained the Sawtooth Sword, Polished Iron Armor, Polished Iron Helmet, Polished Iron Lower Clothing, Polished Iron Leg Protectors, Polished Iron Gloves, Polished Iron Shoes, Light Chain Ring, and Light Chain Necklace. After Breaker received this email full of attachments, his expression suddenly looked as if it had stopped. What's going on? Didn't this Xingyan have a grudge against Beacon? Then why did Beacon Fire reject himself? No matter what, this was still 1 million and just like he said, Beacon Fire guarded that gate, it was all the same guard, so why did he not want this 1 million for nothing? People bring you, but he died and did not say when in the end he messed with Beacon, I cannot help it. When Broken Army was in a state of despondency, Stranger Sword brought Xingyan over. Xingyan, on the other hand, didn't even know what had happened until now. As for the Vice President, Stranger Sword wants to say himself when he has messed with Beacon Fire. Are you kidding me? Who the hell would dare to mess with Beacon OD? At the time of the opening of the service, more than 30 elites of the Gathering of Virtues were dead in his hands and could not die again. Now, Nightshade, Emperor's Pavilion and other large guilds have just been slaughtered by Beacon, and Beacon's battle videos have been circulating in the Chinese region. The Bonefire is not a good choice for a guild, but it is a good choice for a guild. Unless he had a brain cramp, he wouldn't do such a thing. However, Broken Army was caught in an awkward situation. The grace of a drop of water is returned by a spring. Yi Yang naturally wasn't a saintly mother, but Xingyan, this player, did indeed help himself in a certain way of speaking. If it wasn't for the information he revealed, he himself wouldn't have known about the Alliance Guild. Once he was sneak attacked at that time, the consequences were truly unimaginable. So just a mere set of level 10 green equipment, Yi Yang didn't care. The most worthless thing to him right now was this kind of wild monster equipment. Because as long as he completed this Undead Stampede quest, he would be able to formally create an exclusive outfit. As for later, Yi Yang of course did not know that actually just because of his few words, before and after the Holy Monarch Guild, so many fluctuations happened. However, after resolving the matter of the Sacred Monarch Guild, before the monster attack, he still wanted to go offline and take a rest. This time, when he went online, he originally had only one goal. Slaughter that so-called alliance guild. To establish authority in front of the players. What Yi Yang liked was practicing leveling quietly by himself. So for this kind of shameless behavior, he only had the option of this kind of forced suppression. Since the goal was now accomplished, naturally, he should choose to go offline and take a rest. With a thought, Yi Yang chose to go offline. In the middle of his room, Yi Yang used his cell phone to set an alarm, preparing to go online 9 hours later. The countdown for the monster war was 10 hours, so he only needed to go online an hour earlier. 72 No, this is not my harem. Real world. Coordinates, Baizhou City, Dongshan Province. Time passes. After Yi Yang finished his meal and took a small break, he was fully restored. In the World Master's monolithic city, there were naturally their restaurants, inns, or whatever other living facilities. However, Yi Yang was still a solid Chinese in the end. It would be fine if he casually experienced the freshness, but if he were to make any place his home, it would be impossible. He would rather come back and sleep in this ordinary house of his. However, Yi Yang also discovered a strange thing this time. After going offline this time, he suddenly felt as if his physical condition had become much stronger. Spirit, perception, and visual hearing, etc., were countless times better than the self that had just crossed over. But the power didn't seem to have strengthened much. Is this the reason for world mastery? Or is it just my illusion? Savoring this feeling, Yi Yang even felt that if he were to give himself a vision test right now, not to mention 3 meters, even if it was 300 meters away, he would be able to easily reach a vision of 50. As for hearing, it was even more terrifying. On the 18th floor where Yi Yang lived, just sitting in his room, he was able to easily hear the sounds on the ground. Terrifying as hell. Slightly sighing at this horror, Yi Yang's heart was slightly excited. But this enhancement of the body's 5 senses was also rather annoying. It was even hard to sleep sometimes. So Yi Yang also planned to wait until the next time he had time. He had to buy a house, or first go to a high-end hotel to live for a while. Not what upscale hotel pretentious what after all, the soundproof effect of upscale hotels is not comparable to the average apartment building. However, at this time, Yi Yang's cell phone alarm also rang. Undead Rampage, countdown to the last hour. Is it finally going to start? Yi Yang smiled slightly, then prepared to log into the game. Ding, entering the game. 137-7998. Entering successfully. With a flash of light in front of his eyes, Yi Yang once again came to the novice village, the place where he had gotten offline. Still next to the temple of the goddess, but at this time the city of boulders has been relatively empty. After learning about the news of the undead storming out, Sylvie also told the city lord of the city of monoliths about this news. Naturally, the city lord did not have any hesitation and sent all the elite soldiers, generals, and even the great general of the city of monoliths to participate in the war. After casually glancing at it, Yi Yang walked straight towards the east city gate that was closest to him. At the same time, in the major gates of the city of monoliths, the casual players who usually didn't see those great guild presidents began to get excited. The map chat channel of the city of monoliths also became lively all of a sudden. As if to them, being able to see them was more energizing than winning the undead stampede fight. Holy, the supreme warlord is actually at our west city gate, a level 13 blast swordsman, too damn cool, right? Ah, I saw the lifebelt green dragon at the south city gate. Level 14 shadow stream assassin. He's so strong, I didn't realize he was level 14 already. I've heard that lifebelt green dragon is fighting tooth and nail to level up for this undead stampede monster war. And, even the holy monarch's level is only 13. Are you kidding me? It's not like this game is about leveling up, the only thing that matters is having awesome equipment. Right, that's right, you don't think about others. Beacon OD, he's only level 13, and he has the strength to slaughter gangs. Ask Broken Armor and Faithful Green Dragon, which one of them can slaughter gangs? Anyway, it looks like the big guilds are talking to each other now, and I can see that Broken Armies is already heading to the North City Gate. White Rain Pavilion is here too. At the East City Gate. Brothers at the East Gate, stay away from them. I don't know who said this, but when the players at the East City Gate saw White Rain Infinite and the other beautiful players, they immediately gave way to the members of White Rain Pavilion as if they had seen a ghost. Holy, it's a good thing I dodged fast. It's too scary, the number one beauty in the Huaxia area was actually taken by the fiber god as well. Hush, don't talk about it, don't talk about Beacon OD's woman, be careful of being killed back to level 1 would be embarrassing. Alas, always feel the White Rain Pavilion this beauty guild, to be Beacon got a little bit of nibbling well at least also give us to stay a few off. Those who are more trashy casual players, after seeing the White Rain Pavilion, check to them to roll out the red carpet. However, you say those casual players don't want to see beautiful women? No, actually, they don't. During the battle at the Night Gothic Guild residence, many players had seen the matter of Bayou Infinite flying into Yi Yang's arms. First Bayou Yu, then Bayou Infinite. Yi Yang's terrifying strength, but after being rumored to be his woman by those casual players, other people didn't even dare to think about it, let alone look at it. By the way, which city gate did you guys say Beacon will be at? I don't know, but I have a feeling that all his women are at the East City Gate, and I have a feeling that the great god Beacon might go to the East City Gate as well. But why is it that we haven't seen the Beacon god's shadow for half a day? Wait a minute. I think I see Beacon. East City Gate. In the middle of that group of beauties in the White Rain Pavilion, that's him. 73 Undead Army, incoming. Just as many players were struggling to find Beacon Flame's figure, when they looked back, he was actually surrounded in the middle of that group of beauties from White Rain Pavilion. However, not only that. In addition to the East City Gate, the West, South, and North City Gates also had members of the White Rain Pavilion closing in on the East City Gate one after another. Ha, Beacon Flame did it, we've finally found you. It's thanks to Infinite Sister's ploy of releasing our people at all 4 city gates, otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to find Beacon Flame. Yes, if it wasn't for Infinite Sister, we might not be able to see Beacon Flame this time. Gathering around Yi Yang, the members of the White Rain Pavilion seemed to have come here not for the Undead Storm mission, but to meet Yi Yang. However, it seemed that their hearts were a bit too big. The Undead Stampede's mission was not simple. Even if Yi Yang had the ability to guard 1 city gate, it was impossible for him to guard 4 city gates. Therefore, when he saw that Holy Monarch, Pan Lon, and a few other guilds had divided themselves up nicely, he came straight to the East City Gate. Even if he himself was stronger, right now his maximum range was only 300 meters of skill damage range alone. The 2 relatively close neighboring gates of Monolithic City were already more than 5,000 meters. Even with the extreme casting distance and damage range, it is impossible for him to kill monsters from the East Gate, directly through the South Gate, or the North Gate. So even Yi Yang could only take care of 1 city gate. Okay, we are here to guard the city this time. If you want to see me, you can see me anytime. Feeling the passion of these beauties, Yi Yang was really a bit overwhelmed. However, Yi Yang's words and Yi Yang's expression made by You Infinite understand as well. This time, the Undead Stampede mission should not be simple. Even Yi Yang, who possessed the strength of a one-man slaughtering gang, had absolutely no look of relief on his face. It was evident that this time, the monster war was indeed difficult. Sisters! White Rain Infinite chirped, and those White Rain Pavilion members who were surrounding Yi Yang immediately dispersed after hearing her words. Even though they wanted to get closer to the Beacon God, but now was not that time. Now adjust your position as soon as possible. There are less than 15 minutes left before the Undead Storm. Don't let the Beacon God look down on our White Rain Pavilion sisters. Got it? Got it? Upon hearing that they might be disliked by the Beacon God, those White Rain Pavilion beauties immediately perked up. However, just as Yi Yang wanted to remind them a bit to take care of themselves, he realized that it was already a bit too late. The sky outside the Monolithic City. From far and near, the black pressurized clouds had already started to approach the Monolithic City from all around, towards the Monolithic City. The black clouds were pressing down on the city and the city wanted to be destroyed. Yi Yang exhausted the limits of his sight, and all he felt was a horrifying pressure. It was at this time that the system's prompts finally came. Ding, the horrible undead have gone berserk, and their target is our Monolithic City. Take out the weapons in your hands and resist them. Protect our Monolithic City's city center crystal from being destroyed. Countdown to mission start, 0095955857. Last 10 minutes. A black spot appeared in the earth outside the Monolithic City, gradually and slowly approaching the direction of the Monolithic City. It seemed slow, but in reality, it was flying incredibly fast. Countdown, 5 minutes. Slowly, the black dots gradually grew larger, and everyone could see that those black dots had turned into connected skeletons. Clang! Above the city gates, the only general of the city of monoliths, a level 20 shield armor warrior, pulled out the sword on his waist. All the soldiers of Monolithic City. Swear to die and defend Monolithic City. A high-pitched and loud voice ignited the morale of those aboriginal soldiers to the highest point in an instant. Even those players from the Grand Guilds had their blood boiling for a moment. North City Gate. The entire Sacred Monarch Guild was there, ready to fight. Leading all the elite members of the Sacred Monarch Guild, Broken Army had a resolute face. Even though he didn't have Beacon Fire to help him, he had to defend the North City Gate and couldn't be the first guild to be broken. South City Gate. All the members of the Pan Long Guild were fighting to the death. Lifebelt Green Dragon had long been ready to go, and after a sound, all the members of the Pan Long Guild suddenly turned into a wolf-like tiger-like appearance. West City Gate. Supreme Guild, prepare for war. Chaotic Wind Guild, prepare to charge. Dragon Guild. 3 city gates. In anticipation of this vast monster war, hundreds of thousands of members all ignited with the highest warlike intent with a shot from the shield armored general in that monolithic city. Monster war. It was finally going to break out. If this Undead Stampede mission could be won, it would be a chance for the entire China region to take off. As for why everyone was fighting so hard? Because, once the Monolithic City was breached, from then on, Monolithic City would go up in smoke within the map of world domination. In other words, all players including Yi Yang, would have to cross the entire giant undead map to find another player landing spot. Without the direct teleportation from the novice village, there was no protection from the city. Once the city of monoliths fell, they would surely all be turned into stragglers and be slaughtered madly by the rampaging undead monsters. Either they would grow up in the massacre, or they would perish in the massacre. What's more, if they couldn't find the next new city, after the fall of the monolithic city, all the natives would be slaughtered. The result of all the natives dying in battle would be that their progress in the game, before they found the next city, would be stopped forever. They could only rely on the boring monsters to upgrade, and in this massacre, the great waves of sand were removed. No one dared to bear such a consequence. So, whoever it is, must fight to the death. The undead. The undead monsters had yet to arrive, and the hundreds of thousands of players in Monolithic City all heard that one lonely voice that looked as if it came from the void. It was ghostly and terrifying. Defend, the final will of the demonized sovereign, Lord Tia's. Massacre, Monolithic City. Soon, the players saw the source of that voice. The withered body was at least 20 to 30 meters tall, and was completely covered by a wide robe, making it impossible to see the true face. However, the undead aura emanating from that body, and the terrifying aura it carried, already indicated his identity. Level 20 unique domain grade boss, Undead Lord. 74 demonized undead? Blasted to death with a single move. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. The undead army that covered the sky, led by the Undead Lord, rapidly approached the monolithic city. Archers prepare to fire arrows. Mage skills ready. Warriors of Monolithic City, follow me to block the undead army. Don't let them get close to our city. Seeing the undead army that moved so quickly, the shield armor general's face was grave. As expected, after devouring the power of the core of demonic chi that had soaked into the air, these undead monsters had really become much stronger. However, as strong as the undead army was, as a member of the Monolithic City, they had the responsibility to live and die with the Monolithic City. Finally, it had come. Looking at the swiftly approaching undead army, Yi Yang's face was casual. However, when he saw the undead army after devouring the demonic chi, he couldn't help but still breathe a sigh of relief. Skeleton Soldier, demonized. Level 11. Blood, 1720. Attack, 120-20. Defense, 50-20. Description: they used to be the most loyal and brave warriors of Chi King City, but after dying in battle, they had been manipulated by the undead lord of Morganda City, turning them into a withered skeleton that has no consciousness and only fights. However, after absorbing the power within the nucleus of the magical energy, their strength was enhanced by a lot. The full attributes were enhanced by 20. And that was just for the skeleton soldiers that rushed at the front and were of the lowest level. After demonization, the 20 blood increase alone would allow them to break through 2,000 blood. It was enough to be several times more than the players at this stage. Yi Yang naturally had no worries, but it seemed that the other 3 gates guarded by the Sacred Monarch Guild, and other guilds such as the Pan-Dragon Guild, seemed to be under some pressure. Monster Wars, the player's resurrection cooldown time, but there is a full 10 minutes long. 10 minutes, I don't know how much destruction it's going to bring. However, those undead armies did not stop charging because of the small concerns in Yi Yang's mind. 800 meters. 700 meters. 600 meters. The closer to the monolithic city, the faster those undead armies charged. 500 meters. 400 meters. 300 meters. When the undead army was less than 200 meters away from the monolithic city, the breaths of all the players and natives in the monolithic city stopped. Warriors of Stone City, charge with me. On top of the city wall, a level 20 shield armor warrior leapt down from the tall city wall. With an explosive shout, the giant sword in his hand was raised to the sky, leading those aboriginal warriors, charging towards those damned undead army. In this battle, for the players, there might still be a way out. But for them aborigines, there was only a battle to the death. Broken Army also saw the high attributes of this kind of monster, and a slight cold sweat broke out on his head. Lifebelt Green Dragon clenched his teeth. No matter what, charge up. Kill as many as you can. All the Grand Guild presidents, elites, and members clenched their fists, preparing to meet this wave of undead monsters. However, it was at this time. Yi Yang moved. The staff in his hand was gently raised, and an intense and incomparable firelight immediately rose up to the sky. 200 meters. 180 meters. 160 meters. Right after the first skeleton soldier stepped into Yi Yang's spell-casting range, his skill locked onto the target in an instant. The next moment, the fire-red aura under Yi Yang's feet activated. In just less than a second's time, a circular spell formation with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters appeared since Yi Yang's body was the center. The opening and closing of the spell formation did not have any consumption or any time limit. Final spell formation, Spell Strike. Then, it was time for Yi Yang to unleash a truly lethal skill. The fire-like light tore through the black clouds that were originally in the sky, and a hard opening was broken open in the midst of those black clouds that covered the sky. The flaming meteorite whistled. Dragging a long trailing flame, it slammed into the midst of those raging groups of skeletal soldiers. Starfire Fall. 43920, 43564, 43843, 44151, 44064, 43546. Terrifying numbers popped up, and after the impact of the flame meteorite, a fierce heat wave swept through all the surrounding skeleton soldiers within a range of 300 meters again and again. Those who touched them would die. Under the ridiculously high damage of Starfire Fall, not a single monster could survive for a second longer. The exaggerated range of the skill, the explosive spell damage, the consecutive damage numbers. One move, directly killing thousands of skeleton soldiers in seconds. This awe-inspiring scene left the other guild members and those casual players directly shocked beyond words. A move that killed thousands of skeleton soldiers in seconds with a single move of Starfire Drop, this wasn't a joke? Finally, the signature skill of the Beacon God. The skeleton soldier's blood level was 200, and he actually killed them in seconds? How much damage does Beacon God do? Also, did you guys see that special halo on the bottom of his feet? It's so damn cool, right? I also want to become like Beacon God. The players who were crowding not far from the East City Gate, seeing Yi Yang's move, Starfire Drop, directly killed the skeleton soldiers who came forward and backed up their charging process by a distance of 200 to 300 meters, they couldn't help but be envious. They originally thought that Yi Yang was able to manage to kill those ultra-elite members of the Night Gothic Guild in seconds, and that at most, he would be able to deal more than 1,000 points of damage, and that would already be quite heaven-defying. But they were wrong. Even the demonized skeleton soldier that had broken through 2,000 points of blood was still a result of a second kill for Yi Yang. How much damage did Beacon do? What exactly were those fiery red spells on the soles of Beacon's feet? In an instant, Yi Yang was like a mystery carved into the player's heart. However, the ones who were most shocked by Yi Yang's move were naturally the White Rain Pavilion members who were closest to him. Especially White Rain Infinite, when those undead hordes were just over 100 meters away from them, her explosive fireball was already ready. However, just when she was about to lock onto her target, she suddenly realized that a huge flaming meteorite had crashed down from the sky. This was still the first time he had seen Yi Yang fight. It was so terrifying. One move killed thousands of skeleton soldiers whose blood level exceeded 2,000 points. With the horrifying visual effect of the exaggeratedly large flame meteor, not only her, everyone was stunned. The same mage, not to mention killing in seconds, she felt that being able to deal 300 or 400 damage would already be quite unbelievable. However, it was also at this time that the army of undead defending the undead rushed over again. Starfire Drop had a 10-second cooldown, and Bayuga knew that it was impossible for Beacon Fire to take out a skill with such a strong killing power again. However, Yi Yang's terror brought White Rain Pavilion the hope of being able to truly defend the East City Gate. Sisters! White Rain Infinite's spirit shook as she shouted from the center of the White Rain Pavilion's members, immediately triggering the attention of all of them. One is not a vase. She is not a vase. One is not a vase. With the undead storming in the monster war, although she and the entire guild of White Rain Pavilion might not be able to do anything to defend the city gate. However, as long as they helped Yi Yang stall those undead hordes and create output space for Yi Yang. With his output ability alone, he could completely crush their entire guild. Human Shield. Sisters, Beacon God's skill has fallen into cooldown. But don't be afraid. Charge with me. Just hold back the undead monsters and let's create room for the Beacon God's output. 75 Brutal Skill, Level 2 Flame Shock. Follow Sister Infinite. Charge forward. Charge forward. Don't be afraid to die. All of them blocked in front of the Beacon God. Upon hearing the order from White Rain Infinite, none of the thousands of beautiful elites of White Rain Pavilion took a step back and all of them blocked Yi Yang's side. Seeing this scene, Yi Yang was also slightly touched in his heart. Although White Rain Pavilion was a beauty guild, each and every one of them was not a vase either. At least they weren't afraid of death. Seeing Beacon's treatment like this, just one man actually had so many women, and beautiful women guarding his side, those casual players, and members of the other big guilds, almost had green eyes. What is this situation? Undead Stampede is playing well, suddenly this wave of dog food is what's going on? I'm so envious, Beacon has a bunch of beautiful women guarding them even when they're fighting. When will I be able to show like Beacon God, this wave of dog food I eat? Ouch. Jealousy makes me deformed, not to mention a group of beautiful women, I just have a girlfriend I'm happy to death. It's everyone's responsibility to protect the singles. In the midst of the envy and jealousy of the other players, Yi Yang glanced at the beautiful members of the White Rain Pavilion who were about to rush in front of him, but in his heart, he was a little touched. However, what moved Yi Yang even more was something else. Ding, you killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 points of experience. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier, gaining 200 experience points. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 experience points. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier. Ding, your level has increased, current level 14. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 experience points. Listening to the frantic system prompts in his mind, Yi Yang only saw his experience bar skyrocket like a running carriage after he flung a skill over. With just one skill dumped, thousands of skeleton soldiers brought Yi Yang more than 200,000 experience points. It directly soared to level 14. It was too good. This kind of experience acquisition speed can be compared to their own in the Chi King city nearby. Exhausted brush half a day, only to brush to 200 or 300 cannot know how many times faster. This is still just the lowest level skeleton soldiers. Behind the skeleton warriors, skeleton mages, undead generals, undead commanders and so on, more advanced monsters did not come to his front. Although the monsters in the undead rampage, there is no equipment drop, but Yi Yang already do not care about these. As long as he completed the undead stampede quest, he would be able to obtain 10 refined souls. Then, the path to level 10 equipment creation would begin. He even had a feeling that after this undead stampede quest was over he could even directly soar beyond level 20. Undead stampede, although this mission was extremely difficult. But whether he failed or completed this quest, it didn't matter to Yi Yang. Even if he failed in the end and the monolithic city fell, Yi Yang, with his own strength, could still be completely fearless of all the undead monsters. Of course, he still wanted the city to succeed and then obtain those 10 refined souls. Glancing at those beautiful women from the White Rain Pavilion who wanted to rush ahead of him, Yi Yang smiled slightly before changing into an extremely serious expression. Infinite Lotus, now immediately have your guild retreat behind me. I don't need your protection right now. Yi Yang gave an extremely serious low shout. It was true that his Starfire drop had fallen into a cooldown, but he still had another great killing weapon that he had not used, Flame Impact. Although in the midst of a player's battle, this great killing weapon wasn't very useful. Even though it had been used twice in the guild war between the Empyrean Pavilion and Nightshade, it was only used after absolute crushing and confirming that there was no danger. However, once caught in such a large-scale war was the time to utilize it to its fullest value. Right now, he even wanted to temporarily upgrade this great killing weapon. Suddenly hearing Yi Yang's voice, although White Rain Infinite didn't understand it very well, as long as it was Yi Yang's words, White Rain Infinite naturally wouldn't disobey. At that moment, she once again commanded the members of the White Rain Pavilion to swiftly retreat backward. By the time White Rain Infinite retreated behind Yi Yang, she realized that the undead army was already very close to them. The army of undead was already close by, but Baiyu Fulin saw that Yi Yang hadn't even made a move yet? What exactly was the beacon god trying to do? Did it mean to let the undead army get close? As a mage, she was deeply instructed that mages should never let these monsters get close. Their advantage was to pounce on a wide range of enemies from a long distance. However, looking at the undead army that was attacking fiercely towards him, Yi Yang did not panic at all. Because of that Starfire drop, the undead monsters that were originally only more than 200 meters away from them were now set back by more than 300 meters. Even though they were charging extremely fast. But at this time, they were still less than 400 meters away from Yi Yang. Time is enough. Yi Yang made up his mind, then opened the attribute panel of Flame Impact. Flame Impact. Skill description: condenses the fire elements in the air, releasing a flame column with a diameter of 1 meter to the front, and can change the direction of its release independently. It lasts for 10 seconds, has a magic attribute x 150 spell damage, and the length of the flame pillar, 100 of your casting distance. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Casting distance, 173. Skill consumption, 50 magic. Skill level, 1. Yi Yang didn't look at anything else, he only saw that the casting distance determined the length of the flame pillar. If upgrading could improve the length of the flame pillar, then Yi Yang's investment of this one skill point was completely worth it. Because, the longer the length of this flame pillar that could move, the more monsters he would be able to kill in one go. The faster he upgraded, the faster it would be. Having made up his mind, Yi Yang did not hesitate. Upgrade skill, Flame Impact. A mere one skill point was not worth mentioning to Yi Yang now. Even if the Flame Shock skill might not be useful in the future, he still had the ability to use this skill in this war to gain the maximum benefit of experience. Right now, it only depended on whether this Flame Shock could fulfill his requirements. Subsequently, after investing all of one skill point into Flame Knuckle, the skill also reached the upgrade requirement. Ding, Flame Shock has reached the upgrade requirement. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Flame Impact upgraded successfully, current level, 2. In the next instant, Flame Shock's level 2 attribute panel immediately appeared in front of his face. Flame Impact. Skill description: condenses the fire element in the air, releasing a flame pillar with a diameter of 2 meters in front of you, and can autonomously change the direction of its release. It lasts for 15 seconds, has a spell damage of magic attribute x 180, and the length of the flame pillar is 150 of your casting distance. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Casting distance, 173. Skill consumption, 50 magic. Skill level, 1. Casting distance 150. 76 Terrifying scene. When Yi Yang finished reading the Flame Shock skill description, the excitement in his heart could no longer be concealed. The length was 150 of the casting distance. What kind of concept was this? Yi Yang now already had a casting distance of up to 173 meters, and with the addition of 150, the length of flame impact would be directly pulled up to about 260 meters. The length of the pillar of flame had unexpectedly doubled exactly. If the current Yi Yang now killed into the middle of the undead army and dragged the flame pillar that was more than 260 meters long around the experience. I dare not think about it, I really dare not think about it. But of course, Yi Yang wouldn't do something that stupid. Charging into the middle of the undead monsters, even for the current Yi Yang, was tantamount to looking for death. No. A skeleton soldier, after the 20 increase in magicalization, also possessed 144 points of damage. Even if Yi Yang's physique of less than 80 points could offset most of the damage. But this was an army of tens of thousands of undead. Even if he could withstand the quality, he couldn't withstand such a large number. However, seeing the undead monsters that were already approaching him, Yi Yang's face also raised a smug smile. Staring tightly at the undead monsters that were already in front of him, Yi Yang kept calculating the distance in his mind. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Too close. This definitely won't work. White Rain Infinite, who was on the side, started to panic in her heart when she saw that the undead army was already dead close to Yi Yang at such a close distance, and still delayed in releasing her skills. The Broken Army and Lifebelt Green Dragon from the North and South City Gates also naturally saw the scene. Beacon, is he crazy? Not using a good super long skill distance in such a large damage range, but actually letting these undead monsters get close? Crazy, Beacon Fire is really crazy. Damn it, if I had such high damage and such a large skill range, I wouldn't let those undead monsters get close at all. I wouldn't have let those undead monsters get close at all. It's a outrage. What the hell, I thought this beacon was so powerful, but it turned out to be a lucky little cutie. Oh, what's the saying, stupid people have stupid luck. Seeing Yi Yang being, the Broken Army and the Faithful Green Dragon were both going crazy with anger. They even wanted to rush over and take all of Yi Yang's equipment and skills over. A good and powerful turret mage had to send him to his death like this? It wasn't just them. Even White Rain Infinite, who was by Yi Yang's side, saw that the monster had already closed in on Yi Yang's distance of a few dozen meters, and her heart was also thumping. However, just as she was about to take a step forward to urge it on. However, she suddenly saw Yi Yang's staff, instantly condensing a huge flame. Wait, this is flame impact? White Rain Infinite was just about to cry out in shock when she saw Yi Yang's staff slightly point, and an immense and incomparable pillar of flames erupted directly from the top of his staff. Flame shock. 13176, 13294, 13167, 13348, 13445, 13240. The flame pillar sprayed. Terrifying might instantly swept through the 8 directions. In an instant, the pillar of flame that was more than 260 meters long carried unparalleled might and directly tore an opening in the middle of those undead monsters' densely packed camp. The next moment, all the skeleton soldiers that touched the pillar of flame were all killed by Yi Yang in seconds. Moreover, the pillar of flame with a diameter of 2 meters, the moment it was released by Yi Yang, even the ground, was ripped apart by the huge pillar of flame into a big semicircular pit. From afar, it looked like a crack had been hacked into the ground. With a length of over 260 meters, at least hundreds of monsters were directly killed by Yi Yang the moment the pillar of flame was ejected. In the vicinity of the East City Gate, South City's Lifebelt Green Dragon, Broken Army, and the other 2 people looked directly dumbfounded. What the is this skill damage? What kind of terrifying killing power is this? Are you sure that this level 10 mage is capable of this much destruction? In the moment the pillar of flame sprayed, they even thought they were seeing a level 100 mage suddenly descend and then suddenly save the day with a single skill. However, that wasn't all. The pillar of flame could not just have such a small amount of explosive power. A duration of up to 15 seconds. And it also has a movable special effect. The next second. Under the gaze of the presidents of the 2 big guilds at the North and South City Gates, Yi Yang mobilized his spiritual power, used his staff to continue to give the pillar of flame a steady stream of fire elements, and started dragging the 260-meter-long pillar of flame in a different direction. Nima, that's cheating, right? For S sake, this is definitely not the skill of a normal level 10 or so mage, it's too damn perverted. Seconds. Seconds again. Oh, my god, what the am I seeing? It's so horrible, I'm shaking with excitement just watching it. Beacon Ordell is still Beacon Ordell. Your dad, he's still your dad. Every time Yi Yang dragged up the pillar of flame to turn the direction, it was like a person dragging a huge utility pole around. Can you imagine that horrifying image? As long as the undead monsters appeared in front of Yi Yang, all of them were killed instantly by the pole. No, all of them were killed by the slowly rotating pillar of flame. Big. Super big. Simply so big that it perverts the damage range. Damage numbers so high that they were incomprehensible. In an instant, the monsters that were close to Yi Yang's body were burned to ashes by the terrifying damage of the pillar of flame. Not a single monster was able to get close to Yi Yang, unless he put them in himself. However, as long as it was within Yi Yang's attack range, not a single monster could survive for more than a second. If it brushes the edge, it will die. If it touches it, it will die. Until now, Yi Yang hadn't suffered a single injury. However, the two assembly leaders, Broken Army and Fateful Green Dragon, who were staring straight at this scene, felt their faces burning hot and aching. Fuck. Beacon, this was completely out of order. Yi Yang didn't care if their faces hurt or not. Until the 15-second duration ended, he glanced at his system experience prompt and it was as if he had been swept away. The monsters killed by this flame shock were not worse than the Starfire drop. Even more so, it was still several times as effective as Starfire drop. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 points of experience. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 points of experience. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier. Ding, you have leveled up, current level 15. Ding, you have leveled up. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 points of experience. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 points of experience. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 points of experience. Ding, you have killed the demonized skeleton soldier and gained 200 points of experience. 77 Undead Rampage, the final battle. After roughly scanning the system's prompts, Yi Yang realized that he had directly risen to level 15 after this flame impact. It was enough to be several times the effect of Starflame drop. A skill that could easily helicopter one level. What kind of terrifying upgrade speed was that? This Undead Stampede quest was not a disaster for him, but a chance to plunder the best experience. Moreover, Yi Yang was glad that he had ironically chosen the idea of a mage at that time. Possessing the talent of absolute odds, Yi Yang acquired sufficient equipment support, skill support in the shortest time. Under the various horrifying additions, the mage's oversized range, and long-distance means of attack, was played to the fullest by Yi Yang. Seeing Yi Yang's terrifying killing power, Baiyu Infinite was truly shocked. At the same time when the skill was released, her footsteps were paused behind Yi Yang. Just when she wanted to open her mouth and tell Yi Yang to be careful of those undead monsters, she found this skill that was shocking beyond words. In just a few seconds, those monsters that had managed to stay close to Yi Yang were instantly killed in seconds right before their eyes. What kind of horrible effect was this? White Rain Infinite even felt that this East City Gate was now enough for Yi Yang alone. Until now, not a single person from the White Rain Pavilion had made an appearance. With Yi Yang's two skills alone, he had completely strangled those seemingly terrifying, but actually even more terrifying skeleton soldiers. Not only the White Rain Pavilion, but guilds such as Holy Monarch and Pan Long, even the Shield Armor General of the City of Monoliths had noticed Yi Yang's terrifying killing power. 1 against 10,000. This was definitely not something a simple person could do. But the Shield Armor General was different from the players. The power Yi Yang showed only made him more excited and elated, because it gave them a greater hope to hold this monster war. On the contrary, the Holy Monarch Guild that was now defending the North City Gate, and the Pan-Dragon Guild at the South City Gate. Under the suppression of the huge skeleton core, they had gradually become somewhat weakened. Moreover, the shock that Yi Yang had brought to them had also distracted most of the people from the Sacred Monarch Guild and Pan Long Guild for a while. It was this momentary distraction that made them lose hundreds of people in that short moment. This kind of loss was incalculable. Under the speed of life and death that could reach even thousands of people in a minute, a 10-minute resurrection time was even more extremely long. The tens of thousands of players sent over by the Sacred Monarch Guild had only 9,000 or so remaining. Pan Long Guild's 9,000 players defending the city had only 6,000 left. The other big guilds, such as Supreme Guild and Chaotic Wind Guild, who were guarding the West Gate, suffered even more heavy losses. The 10-minute resurrection mechanism had already caused their numbers to plummet, and several guilds that had added up to over 40,000 people had even lost over 10,000 by now. One must know that it was now just less than 10 minutes from the outbreak of the Monster War. Those first batch of dead players, it was even too late to resurrect them now. I can't do it, I can't take it anymore. Boss, I can't, the undead monsters are too fierce, I can't take it. Help me. Who has medicine? It's no good. The skeleton soldiers from the West City Gate are coming in. The skeleton soldiers are coming in. What's wrong with Supreme and Chaotic Wind? Tens of thousands of people can't defend a single city gate. Hold on. Hold on. Supreme Warlord is panicking. Chaotic Wind also panicked. They never thought that Undead Stampede would have such a strong killing power. There was no way out. The blood of the skeleton soldiers was too thick. With up to 2,000 points of blood, even if they went up in numbers and piled them up, there was simply no way to do a massive spike like Yi Yang. The only ones who could cause a high burst in a short period of time were assassins. But their number of assassins was simply insufficient. A guild, even a big guild like the Sacred Monarch Guild, could only cultivate at most 200 to 300 assassins with a certain level of strength. But even with assassins, they could only kill just one skeleton soldier in a short period of time. What's more, the skeleton soldier had an attack power of less than 150 points, making them even more desperate. In less than 10 minutes, the undead army ignored their losses and directly broke through the city gates, ferociously killing their way into the city. Then, with the first skeleton soldier from killing into the monolithic city, it was as if the western city gate had been torn open hard. More and more skeleton soldiers rushed into the monolithic city. West City Gate, broken. Like a zombie outbreak, within a very short period of time, a huge amount of skeleton soldiers directly and crazily rushed into monolithic city, slaughtering the elite players of several guilds at the West City Gate. As the West City Gate was completely destroyed, almost within a few minutes, tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers surged into the monolithic city. The North and South City Gates of Sacred Monarch Guild and Pan Long Guild had a hard time taking care of their heads and tails, and the two city gates were declared broken almost at the same time. Grass. The four gates of the East, West, South, North and South, in a short span of 20 minutes, were almost simultaneously declared broken. Yi Yang saw the Sacred Monarch Guild and Pan Long Guild, claiming to be the first and second guilds in China, also lost so quickly, could not help but burst out a foul mouth. I didn't expect Sacred Monarch and Pan Long to be broken so quickly as well. There was no way. With the three city gates broken, there was no point in Yi Yang defending this one eastern city gate alone anymore. The skeleton soldiers pouring in from these three city gates were already enough to cause an extinction to the city of monoliths. No, we haven't lost yet. The city center crystal, as long as we hold the city center crystal, we can still win. Right. Retreat. Retreat to the city center crystal. Don't let the monsters destroy it. I don't know who shouted, but it was as if all the other players suddenly woke up. However, even though they had retreated to the city center crystal, their chances of winning weren't great. The Sacred Monarch Guild had been massacred miserably, and there were not many left of the Pan-Dragon Guild. As for the several major guilds such as Chaotic Wind and Supreme, they were even more miserable. However, the monolithic city couldn't be destroyed. Otherwise, this wouldn't be an opportunity for the Huaxia region, but a disaster for the Huaxia region. What to do? Broken Army's brows were tightly locked, almost helpless in the face of the raging army of undead. However, when Broken Army looked at Vice President Stranger's blade, he realized that his eyes had been looking in one direction. There was actually a way out. The Stranger's blade's face was grave, but it wasn't the final moment yet. Because, once they retreated to the crystals, for them, it might already be too far back to retreat. But for that man, this kind of terrain was the beginning of him utilizing his strength. Moreover, it wasn't just the Stranger's sword, Lifebelt Green Dragon, Supreme Warlord, Turbulent Wind Remnant, White Rain Infinite, and so many other guild leaders, all of them were now casting their gazes on a single person. Great God Beacon. Save Monolithic City, save us. 78 Undead Lord, here it comes. Beacon God, only you can save Monolithic City now. This was supposed to be a huge opportunity for the Huaxia region, but I didn't expect it to turn into a disaster. Save us and save Monolithic City. Otherwise, I'm afraid that world domination's Huaxia region will really be lost. The game has just started 2 or 3 days ago. If the Chinese region really falls because of this monster war, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold our heads up in the entire world. Moreover, because of world domination in Chinese Coin 11, the whole of China had just stepped into the world's peak powers. The Rice Empire, the Japanese nation, the combatant nation. Countless countries were already jealous of Huaxia because of the fact that Huaxia coin had jumped into the world's currency. If this war was lost and the Huaxia region fell, then wouldn't the few great power mounds of others that were waiting to see the jokes would not be laughing their asses off? In an instant, the presidents of the major guilds turned all their begging gazes on Yi Yang. Having outrageous damage numbers. There was also an absolutely ferocious damage range. What was even more terrifying was that he also had a casting distance that was almost twice that of an unusual mage. The two East City Gate skills made Lifebelt Green Dragon and Broken Army look almost dumbfounded. However, the 4 city gates allowed them to really spread out their troops. Even amongst the players, members of the grand guilds such as Holy Monarch and Pan Long were the top strength players in the China region. But to that army of skeleton soldiers that defended immortality and also possessed super strength, these people were almost worthless. Taking a look at the surrounding undead army that was swiftly surging over, Yi Yang did not say anything more. With a slight point forward of his staff, intense firelight surged out once again. Hold it for me, my skills, too, have a cooldown time. With a single word out, the players in the room fell silent for a moment. However, when they saw the raging army of undead attacking, they reacted in a moment. All of you, hold on to me. Don't be distracted, this time, no matter what, you have to hold on. Charge up. Don't let those disgusting monsters get close to the Beacon God. The city center crystal is our last way out. We can't let Huaxia fall. Protect the Beacon God. With the Sacred Monarch Guild and Pan Long Guild leading the way, the remaining 30,000 to 40,000 players surrounded Yi Yang. They're scared. The city gates can be broken. They can also not be afraid of death. But nothing can happen to Beacon. Even they didn't dare to let a skeleton soldier go through the gaps in their crowd. The players from the major guilds went crazy. Tens of thousands of players shouted and killed to the heavens, and with no way to retreat, they could only fight to the death. From the moment tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers approached the city center crystal, the major guilds such as Sacred Monarch and Pan Dragon began to fight back to the death. If one could wash their attribute points. Right now, all the warrior players hated that they couldn't add points to their 5 bodies. But, in just 1 minute, under the efforts of all the elite members, the skeleton army was no longer able to advance by the rising counterattacks of the various guild elites. 3 minutes. Thousands of players died in battle and fell into a corpse state for 10 minutes. However, those skeleton armies were completely isolated from Yi Yang by them. 5 minutes. The entire Sacred Monarch Guild couldn't care less about their losses, and of the 7,000 plus people who had retreated from the North City Gate, only 5,000 were left still fighting hard. Panlong Guild, on the other hand, had very few left, with just less than 3,000 people remaining. The Supreme Guild, Chaotic Wind Guild, White Rain Pavilion Guild, and other major guilds saw their numbers plummet even more drastically. However, the combat power that erupted from these remaining players was several times higher than when they were defending the 4 city gates before. Because Beacon Fire struck out. Just one person striking out, letting them see the hope of victory. Within a few minutes' time, the flaming clouds almost always just receded and condensed again, and the flaming meteorites in those flaming clouds were whistling down from the sky one after another. Every flame meteorite that fell would definitely take away thousands of lives from the skeleton army. Countless explosive fireballs dragged a horrible flame, although only 50 meters of damage range, but better than the cooldown time is extremely low. With a cooldown of only 2 seconds, the lower-leveled explosive fireballs even exploded with a more terrifying destructive power than the Starfire drop. However, those undead armies were pushed out dead and hundreds of meters away from Yi Yang under the efforts of the elites of the major guilds. It could be said that apart from the 100 meters or so around the city center crystal and Yi Yang's side, the entire city of monoliths was filled with rampaging undead. Those terrifying skeleton soldiers, all the major guilds retreated to the beginning of the city center crystal and could no longer take a step forward. And from the moment Yi Yang struck, the number of the undead's army had begun to plummet crazily. Tens of thousands of undead army, in just 5 minutes' time, almost sharply reduced by more than half. Flame Shock. 13176, 13294, 13167, 13348, 13445, 13240. Flame Pillars sprayed. Terrifying might swept through the 8 directions once again. In an instant, the pillar of flame that was more than 260 meters long carried unparalleled might, directly tearing an opening in the middle of those undead monsters' densely packed camp. With one move of flame impact, thousands of skeleton soldiers once again died under the ferocious force of the impact. Each time when the direction of the pillar of flame was adjusted, those skeleton soldiers that defied death were all burned to ashes. Great God, Beacon is awesome. Long live the Beacon God. There's hope for us, we can win. Brothers, keep resisting. Don't let up. All ING charge forward. The players cried out to the heavens. The destructive power of a single flame impact move even made them feel like it was countless times stronger than the damage done by tens of thousands of them. Seconds. Kill in seconds. Everywhere in sight, all the skeleton soldiers were the result of seconds. However, after releasing Flame Shock, Yi Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. The skeleton soldiers were not mentioned for the time being, the level 13 skeleton warriors, and the skeleton mages could also be mixed in. But the real undead level monsters, Yi Yang hadn't seen them yet. Level 15 Undead General, Level 17 Undead Commander, Level 19 Undead Secret Attendant. Even that Level 20 unique level domain boss, Undead Lord, had yet to appear. However, while Yi Yang was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a voice once again that sounded like it was coming from the void. Undead, war. Undead Generals. Kill the humans who slaughtered our compatriots. Suddenly, from the sky above the city of monoliths, a black shadow appeared abruptly. A withered body with white vestments floated in the sky above, hunting by the gusty wind. Coming. Yi Yang followed the black shadow on the ground and glanced upwards. The undead lord he had come. 79 undead summoning the army of commanders. Undead Juggernaut? Could it be that level 20 domain level boss, Undead Lord? It can't be, can it? If it's here, can we still live? Don't panic. Don't panic. Where is it? Where is that undead juggernaut? Yi Yang's words alerted all the players. The undead juggernaut, the only domain level boss at level 20, the monster that ruled over the entire undead map. However, the current players, except for Yi Yang who had already relied on his mega skill destructive power from level 15 just now, had instantly pulled up to level 19. As for the others, the highest was only level 16 and was still a lifebelt green dragon that had just been upgraded not too long ago in this monster war. As for the others, the broken army was only a little more than level 15, and most of the people who had survived, although they could also rely on this war to level up, their level, however, was only level 12-13. However, at level 12 or 3, they had to use their milk to even single-handedly challenge a skeleton soldier. The undead juggernaut? That domain level boss that was as high as level 20? What a joke! If the undead juggernaut had really participated in this monster war, where would they have any hope of victory? What's more, even Yi Yang was only level 19. The level suppression alone was more than they could handle. However, following Yi Yang's eyes, the other players also subconsciously looked upwards. The huge body covered the sunlight, the extremely wide vestments floated in the air, and that terrifying undead aura alone was enough to pressurize people into gasping for air. Also at this time, the undead lord moved. By order of the demonized Lord TIAs. Undead commanders. Kill all the humans in front of you. A hollow voice came out from that withered body. In the next moment, the undead lord's arms opened, and countless obscure spells suddenly appeared in mid-air. Undead summoning general. Undead summon commander. Undead summon secret attendant. Dozens of spell formations appeared suddenly from the skies above the city of monoliths. In just a few seconds, from which obscure spell formation, a single figure gradually floated out. Undead general, demonized. Rank, elite. Level, 15. Blood, 6220. Attack, 420. Defense, 380-20. Skills, fearless sword, storm attack. Description: the undead general had made a lot of achievements in Chi King City, but after his death in battle, he was manipulated by the undead master of Morganda City, and turned into a withered bone with a weak consciousness and strong fighting strength. Undead secret attendant, magical. Rank, elite. Rank, 17. Blood, 7020. Attack, 1020. Defense, 120. Skills, death blast, life devouring. Description: they were once the most powerful mages within the city of Doran, and after being killed in battle, they were refined by the undead lord into a personal entourage by their side, and, after absorbing the power within the core of magical chi, their strength was augmented by many. Undead commander, demonized. Rank, boss. Level, 19. Blood, 10,020. Attack, 820. Defense, 650-20. Skills, Sword of Fearlessness, Storm Raid, Shield of Death, Deadly Strike. Description: the undead commander had made a lot of achievements in the Maganda King City, but after dying in battle, he was manipulated by the undead lord and turned into a withered bone with extremely strong combat strength. Moreover, after absorbing the power within the core of magical chi, their strength was enhanced even more. Undead summoning. The most skillful spell of the Necromancer clan. Through some sort of contractual ability, they were summoned from thousands of miles away. At a glance, there were dozens of level 15 elite undead generals, level 17 elite undead secret attendants, and 3 or 4 values of boss level undead commanders as high as level 19. The undead lord hadn't even formally struck yet, and these dozens of monsters with attributes so strong that they were perverted had already descended in front of them. Clad in heavy armor, their withered skulls still showed a hideous expression. The boss level undead commander, who was as high as level 19, took the lead and directly leapt down from a height of 100 meters. Storm attack. With the sound of whistling winds, the undead commander held up the heavy sword in his hand and killed straight towards the crowd of players. Boom boom! Falling from a height of 100 meters, the undead commander slashed at the earth with his sword, an unparalleled huge force erupted, and the impact alone was too much for the many players to bear. A whopping 800 points of attack, coupled with a magical increase of 20, allowed the level 19 undead commander to directly possess nearly 1,000 points of damage. With just one strike, the crowd of players that was solid as gold directly broke open an opening. Death blast. Fearless sword. Subsequently, the mid-air undead generals and undead mystic followers also joined the battle. Originally, the battle with only skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, or skeleton mages was already a bit overwhelming for the elite members of the major guilds. Moreover, it was also because of the unrivaled undercard of the Beacon God that they dared to fight to the death. Otherwise, just the skeleton soldiers would have been too much for them to bear. And now, after these dozens of elite rank, or true undead rank monsters participated in the battle, the scales of the monster war began to tilt in an instant. Not to mention the undead secret attendants with long-range attacks, the demonized level 15 undead general alone, with nearly 500 points of damage, was enough to slice most of them to death with a single sword. Not to mention that the kind of boss-level monsters that could not move without thousands of blood, or even tens of thousands of blood, were even more difficult for them to deal with. It's over. What should we do? Undead secret follower, at least 8,000 blood, a single undead impact can be a large number of seconds. We can't even beat the undead general. The Supreme Guild is dying. It's over, we've lost. Undead commander, tens of thousands of ING blood. How do we fight? Over 1,000 points of damage. Holy! Is this monster war really going to be a disaster for China? Let's lose and surrender. All the players were confused. How can this fight? A dozen or so of them didn't seem to have much blood, but their destructive power was even comparable to Beacon's undead secret follower. A single death blast could directly kill a piece of them. The most trashy undead general, charging into the crowd, was like slaughtering pigs and sheep in a mad massacre. With over 400 points of defense after demonization, they couldn't even hit it. What's more, a level 19 undead commander alone has tens of thousands of blood and thousands of damage, not to mention that there are 3 of these monsters. Can't fight. You can't win even if you fight. This monster lineup is so powerful, still play your mom than ah. Broken Army wanted to give up, and the people of Pan Long Guild were almost dead. Even if there are only 2,000 to 3,000 skeleton soldiers left, they simply can't beat this level of undead monsters. 10,000 more people, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to fight such a strong monster, right? Despair. However, just when all the players were about to despair, Yi Yang took out his staff and walked in front of everyone. The beacon god was crazy? Seeing this scene, all the players were shocked. How could a mage dare to walk in front of such a monster? However, the next moment, with the staff in Yi Yang's hand, the light of flames instantly condensed, and without any hesitation, he directly locked onto an undead commander as his target. Just as everyone was gazing at what exactly he wanted to do, Yi Yang's skill was released. Red Inferno Explosion. 43,657. 800,000 blood commander? Killed in a second with one move. One strike. When Yi Yang's round of red flame explosion was thrown out, everyone was stunned. What kind of horrible damage is this? Broken 10,000 life points. And there was more than 800 points of defense. A level 19 boss level monster, undead commander, was actually directly killed in seconds by Beacon God? This is too scary. The undead commander with tens of thousands of blood was killed in a second by a single move? Can't it be that Beacon God still has some trump cards in his hand? This kind of damage is too terrifying, right? No wonder the Beacon God dared to slaughter the gang, can have a second to kill the undead commander of this kind of damage. Now the player is not a rival. All the players were stunned by Yi Yang's move, Red Flame Explosion. But after the brief shock, there was ecstasy. Monster War, with an undercard like Yi Yang, there was a real hope that they could take this war. It had only been a short hour, and most of them had already had people rise 2 levels in a row in this seemingly grueling war. There were even not a few who had risen 3 levels in a row. What's more, those battle-hardened Grand Guild presidents, the Broken Army, the Lifebelt Green Dragon, and the like, had already leveled themselves up to around level 15. What's more, if they won this battle, they would be rewarded with a full 50,000 gold coins each and 100,000 experience points. It was completely possible for them to level up another level. Did you just see his damage? How much was it? After seeing Yi Yang's move Red Flame Explosion directly kill an undead commander in seconds, Broken Army only felt his scalp tingle as if it had been electrocuted. Then, swallowing a mouthful of saliva fiercely, he asked Stranger Sword to the side. No, I just got caught up in a skeleton soldier. It's not like you didn't see it." Stranger Sword shook his head. "What the hell kind of damage is this? A move that killed an undead commander with tens of thousands of blood in a second. Beacon Fire had turned on the charm and found their weakness?" Lifebelt Green Dragon was frozen in place for a long time before gradually coming to his senses. It was indeed too shocking. Killing a boss-level monster in seconds was something that was simply impossible in their impression. Moreover, the undead commander didn't just have more than 10,000 blood, he also had 700 to 800 defense. Lifebelt Blue Dragon asked himself, even if he finished throwing all his skills, it was hard to say how much damage he could deal on this 700 to 800 defense. For a moment, all gazes gathered here at Yi Yang. Envy, marvel, jealousy, shock. The Sacred Monarch Guild was shocked beyond belief, and the Pan-Dragon Guild directly froze in place. The elite members of the Supreme Guild, Turbulent Wind Guild and other big guilds were so exaggerated that they could hang their chins to the ground. The way they looked at Yi Yan was on the verge of glowing green with envy. What are you still looking at? Is it hard to believe that you want to wait for all of you to be killed by that group of skeleton soldiers? Sweeping a glance at the envious to almost worshipful eyes of the group of players, instead of being happy, Yi Yang was somewhat helpless. What the hell time is it now? Is it a time for envy? Broken Army and Lifebelt Blue Dragon were the first to react, not caring about the gap between themselves and Yi Yang. One by one, they led their guild members to kill those skeleton soldiers and undead generals. Although the undead general had long since lost his spirit, there was a little bit of thinking. Faced with the crowd that had suddenly become so wolf-like, even if he had already turned into an undead, he could not help but be stunned at this moment. Yi Yang's actions were even more swift. If the previous skeleton soldiers, Sacred Monarch Guild, Pan-Dragon Guild and other major guilds were still able to resist, but with monsters of the undead general's level, they would have seemed unbeatable. Otherwise, how could they have directly lost hundreds of people in battle with just a heavy sword strike from the level 19 undead commander falling from the sky? It was almost as good as the killing power of their own explosive fireballs. What's more, there was still one of the strongest monsters that hadn't made an appearance. the domain-level boss that ruled over the monsters of the entire undead map, the Undead Lord. Having just officially debuted, the Undead Master casually released a wave of undead summoning, and dozens of perversely strong undead monsters made a strong debut, directly crushing all players. Although for the current Yi Yang, he still didn't feel any pressure. However, God knows whether this wave of undead summoning from the Undead Lord was an opening king bomb or just through a 3. Therefore, Yi Yang did not have any hesitation. He directly aimed himself directly at the undead monster that had the strongest killing power right now. He had to, at the fastest speed possible, get rid of these undead monsters. Otherwise, if once the undead juggernaut joined the battlefield, even if it was himself, he didn't know if he still had the free energy to deal with these undead commanders that didn't look too tough. The fire of the staff in his hand was suddenly revealed, an explosive fireball carrying unrivaled killing power. Right in front of the crowd's marvelous gazes, Yi Yang directly locked onto an undead secret attendant. Like himself, the undead secret attendant's original profession was also considered a variant of mage, but if it was strictly pursued, it should be considered a necromantic version of mage. Explosive fireball. 17056, 17894, 17134, 17489, 17242. Terrifying damage numbers popped up, and before the first undead secret follower could even wait to react, it was directly blasted to death by Yi Yang. Awesome. Great God, Beacon was awesome. Now it was impossible to say anything else. Asking, was Beacon God awesome? Idle, I only ask for 1/10 of his damage and I'll be satisfied. Despite having seen the scene where Yi Yang killed the undead commander of 10,000 blood in one hit. However, when they saw Yi Yang take away the incomparably strong undead monster with every shot of skill thrown, they still couldn't help but marvel. This was simply a bug-like character. However, Yi Yang didn't become fickle because of their boasting. The skills kept on coming. Every strike would inevitably take away a few undead monsters. 30, 20, 10. In just a few minutes, after being summoned by the undead, under Yi Yang's forceful suppression, the number of undead monsters was only left with a level 19 boss-level monster undead commander, and 3 or 2 undead generals still remaining on the battlefield. However, under the bombardment of Yi Yang's terrifying wide-range skills, the number of skeleton soldiers that were only left at 5 or 6,000 had once again plummeted. There were only less than 1,000 left. As for the players, with Yi Yang's forceful suppression, the undead army began to gradually retreat. Moreover, most of them had now passed through the incredibly difficult 10 minutes of resurrection time. There was more than one wave. The players who had died earlier had long since stood on the battlefield for the second, or even third time. The members of the Supreme Guild, Chaotic Wind Guild, and other major guilds began to gradually get replenished. Players, immortal. As long as the monsters were so powerful that they couldn't completely annihilate them under one wave of impact, that would be their time to die. Looking at the victory he was about to get, the broken army's heart was a little excited. At first, the stranger's blade was right. Retreating to the city heart crystal was a retreat for them. But for that man, it was the beginning of a complete explosion of his strength. They were finally going to start their counterattack. 81, the strongest domain-level boss, the Undead Lord. All members of the Holy Monarch Guild are at your service. All members. Now launch our final counterattack. With a loud shout, with just one sentence, Broken Army ignited the battle intent of all the members of the Sacred Monarch Guild to the highest point. Brothers of the Pan-Dragon Guild, fight with our last strength to kill the skeleton army in front of us. Naturally, Lifebelt Blue Dragon was not willing to lag behind. The more than 1,000 monsters in front of them, right now, in their eyes, would completely turn into experience. From the moment the monster siege began, they hadn't suffered much from those skeleton monsters at the South City Gate. Now, under the shout of Lifebelt Green Dragon, all the members of Pan Long Guild also put their last strength into launching a final general attack on those damn skeletons. Not only them, but the elite members of all the major guilds, all of them were enthusiastic. Kill them all. Kill all those skeleton soldiers. Clear the obstacles for Beacon God. The battle had come to a head, and many of the guild members' magic values were nearly depleted. Not enough blood pills, not enough magic pills. No matter. The warriors still had their swords in their hands, and the mages could even fling themselves away and take their staffs in their hands to put together a few pathetic points of damage to those skeleton soldiers. Starfire drop. 42920, 43564, 43843, 44151, 44064, 43546. In the sky, the flame meteor that Yi Yang summoned once again blasted directly onto the head of the last undead commander. Without a hint of suspense, this last undead commander was also directly killed by Yi Yang in seconds. Not only that, the hundreds of skeleton soldiers gathered around the undead commander were also killed by Yi Yang's super wide-range starflame drop. The number of skeleton soldiers had once again plummeted. Ding, you have killed the undead commander and gained 20,000 experience points. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 200 experience points. Ding, your level tips to level 20. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 200 experience points. Ding, you have killed the skeleton soldier and gained 200 experience points. Ding, you've killed a skeleton soldier. After seeing the number of Grand Guild members gradually recovering from a few thousand to tens of thousands, all the way up to tens of thousands again, Yi Yang let out a deep and long breath before glancing at his system prompts. A demonized boss-level undead commander had given Yi Yang 10 times the experience of an unusual skeleton soldier. Not only that, there were also the undead general, undead secret attendant, 2 types of demonized elite monsters. Although there were only a few dozen of them, the experience they brought him was more than a few times that of ordinary monsters. It was enough to top the experience of several hundred skeleton soldiers. This war, although tragic, the rewards brought to him were also very generous. What made Yi Yang the happiest was his level, which had actually increased to level 20. What does level 20 represent? It represented that as long as Yi Yang survived the monster war of the undead rampage, he could officially travel to monster areas above level 20. Moreover, with the absolute chance talent, he didn't worry that he wouldn't be able to scrape together the same level of spirit of equipment and equipment manufacturing drawings in the level 20 monster maps, so he could immediately create level 20 exclusive equipment. As for the last piece of refined soul? Please, the spirit of refinement itself was different from the spirit of equipment and the equipment manufacturing drawings. This kind of prop, itself, had no level restriction. That is to say that if Yi Yang had held back until he was level 100 and didn't use it now, as long as he gathered enough level 100 spirits of equipment and equipment manufacturing drawings, he could likewise take these 10 spirits of refinement and directly create level 100 equipment. He still didn't know the source of obtaining refinement, if it was only from monster wars. However, these 10 souls of refinement were a no-brainer. As long as he killed the last domain level boss in the undead Stormbringer level monster war, Undead Juggernaut, he could actually get these 10 souls of refinement. Thinking of this, Yi Yang's mood once again ignited with wariness. Raising his head, he glanced at the huge figure Undead Juggernaut that was still floating in mid-air. But at this moment, the Undead Juggernaut had already fallen into extreme rage. The exploding nucleus of demonic energy had absorbed the true power of the demonized Juggernaut, TIAs, that was lurking in the air. The many terrifying powers of the Undead One were added. It had gone through hundreds of years before it had truly managed to rule over the undead monsters in this area. There was no thought. Now, under the gaze of Lord TIAs, this undead war that it personally waged, it actually lost? No. The undead lord cried out continuously in its heart. It hadn't spoken for hundreds of years, but now, he would never admit defeat. The undead, immortal. Deadly staring at the human who had slaughtered the most fiercely, the undead lord blamed him for all the anger. Human mage beacon. Slaughter my closest undead subordinate. Human mage. You must pay the price in blood. The undead lord did not speak. It was a voice that seemed to come from extremely far beyond the void. It was terrifying and outrageous. However, the moment the undead lord opened his mouth, Yi Yang also officially saw his attributes. Terrifying. As strong as Yi Yang, he could not help but marvel at this moment. Undead Juggernaut demonized. Rank, Domain Boss. Level, 20. Life value, 50,020. Attack power, 3,020. Defense, 1,020. Skills, Proficient Undead Summoning, Death Blast, Fearful Shadow, Corpse Poison Field Passive. Description: the true ruler of the Undead Clan, the Undead Lord has an ultra-far attack range, and super strong attack ability. Don't try to escape his attack range, the only way to fight him is to die to the end. A whole 50,000 blood. That's a monster. Not some city wall or building. What's more, with the 20 increase after demonization, a monster that had only been demonized, could even reach a high blood quantity of 60,000. Not to mention, it also had a whopping 3,000 points of attack and a whole 1,000 points of defense. After the demonization increase, the Undead Juggernaut's attack, it would become 3,600 points. Even by himself, he would only be able to resist 2 of his attacks. However, the unknown was the most terrifying. Previously, the Undead Juggernaut had never formally participated in the war, and Yi Yang was simply unable to check his attributes. However, now, Yi Yang saw its true attributes. The haze in his heart was also swept away at once. 50,000 blood was certainly terrifying. With a defense of more than 1,000, even in the eyes of the average player, if they couldn't come up with a weapon and jewelry that was blue or above, they were afraid that it would be very difficult to break through his defense. It wasn't just Yi Yang who was slightly surprised by its attributes. After seeing the attributes of the Undead Juggernaut, the Broken Army, the Lifebelt Green Dragon, and the elite players of the other big guilds, they were directly dumbfounded. Are you sure this is only a level 20 monster? I said, what the hell is this? With a blood count of over 50,000, it wouldn't even take a year to kill it, right? Cleaned up the skeleton soldiers, I thought I won. I did not expect a sudden wave of undead monsters. Beacon God is not allowed to kill the undead. This is the realm of the boss is how the matter? What's going on with this field boss? Damn, this really cannot fight. Those players, at once, felt completely desperate. Even though the Undead Lord was the strongest monster that had surpassed the boss and had reached the realm level boss. But what happened to that 50,000 plus blood, and 3,000 attack points, and 1,000 defense? Now a player of this level, not to mention breaking through his defense, even if all the damage from a set of skills was added up, I'm afraid it would be hard to say that it would be able to compare to this 1,000 plus points of defense, right? Not to mention, the Undead Juggernaut could still have 3,000 points of attack. Bug. Definitely a bug. Not only those players, even the president-level characters such as Broken Army and Lifebelt Green Dragon had also categorized the Undead Juggernaut as an existence of the game's bugs. However, while they were panicking, Army Breaker suddenly felt someone walk out from behind him. Now, as fast as you can, find a place to hide. Walking up to Broken Army's body, Yi Yang said with a straight face. What do you want? 82 spells hedged. Yi Yang's absolute suppressive might. Hearing the words to make himself and the others retreat, the Broken Army looked a little stunned for a moment. What do you want to do? What are you doing? Yi Yang suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked rhetorically, could it be, can you beat the Undead Lord? Broken Army was immediately choked by Yi Yang's words. Not to mention that he couldn't beat him now, even if he put together all the people from his Holy Monarch Guild. I'm afraid that under the Undead Juggernaut's Death Blast, not a single person would be able to survive. Death Blast. He had learned this skill, and it was definitely no less powerful than the Mage's Flame Shock. At the level 17 Undead Mystic Attendant, Breaker had almost died under this skill more than once. However, unlike Flame Shock, Death Shock, once released, would fall into a state where it could not move or change direction. However, each Undead Secret Follower was guarded by several strong Undead Generals. Although the defense of the Undead Secret Attendant was only 200 points, the strong Undead Generals became the most solid shield that they could not overcome. Just as human mages were guarded by many shield-armored warriors, creating space for their output. If you can't beat them, then don't come here to cause trouble. Yi Yang coldly said, Monster War, after death, but to clear the experience, even, will also fall off the level. Empty experience. Even level loss. These two short words directly shook the Broken Army back. In this Monster War, he had managed to raise his level to almost 16 levels of experience. Not to mention dropping levels, even if he emptied his experience, he was still losing money. However, the seemingly arrogant move of Yi Yang drew the extreme dissatisfaction of the other players of the Holy Monarch Guild. Beacon God, even if we can't beat it, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it with this 50,000 to 60,000 blood and over 3,000 points of attack, right? Right, our chairman is also well-intentioned, you don't need to be like this, right? Boss Broken Army, since he doesn't need our help, let's just watch from the side and see if Beacon can defeat Undead Lord Defeat. Shut up! Broken Army glared at the group of guild members behind himself. He knew that the Sacred Monarch Guild, but the elite members, were bound to not say such words, because those people, the vast majority of them, were well-trained Special Forces-involved players. Therefore, only those ordinary members who were added in by casuals would be so arrogant. Beacon's berserkness was truly daring berserkness. What the hell are you guys mad about? Do you guys have that kind of capital? After scaring off those players with a look, Broken Army also brought his guild members to the edge of the monolithic city. After all, no place was safe anymore. Only the further away from them would be relatively safer. However, just as Broken Army and the others had just retreated to the edge of the city of monoliths, they suddenly noticed a fiery red glow that shone in this half of the sky. Beacon fire had struck. When everyone cast their eyes in the direction of Yi Yang and the Undead Lord's side, they only felt that their eyes had been infested with a fiery light. Strike first. Yi Yang was not that stupid. As a fellow mage, he naturally knew how much convenience a super long-range attack range would bring to him. The mace pointed forward. The next moment, in the Undead Juggernaut's piece of body that was strong enough to cover the sky and the sun, a ball of intense flames immediately exploded. Red Inferno Explosion. 42,017. A terrifying number directly emerged. Flame Skill 350 Magic Attribute Increase. Spell Strike 200 Damage Increase. Mage 150 Damage Increase. Red Flame Burst 500 Skill Damage. Under the heavy high damage bonus, it allowed Yi Yang to directly blast 2/3 of the Undead Juggernaut's blood volume with just one skill. Even before the Undead Juggernaut could react, it suddenly suffered such a fierce bombardment of flames. A large area of dark gray fog was also exploded into a ball of dense fog by this round of red flame, filling up the mid-air for a long time. The Undead Lord had actually lost more than half of his blood? How could this be possible? This was too perverted. Could it be that Beacon could deal over 40,000 damage? No, I really didn't see it just now, but looking at the Undead Juggernaut's blood bar, it should be at least 40,000 damage. Damn it, no wonder Beacon Fire dares to take on the Undead Juggernaut alone. Damn, it's too much of a hang-up, isn't it? There's hope. There's really hope this time. Go Beacon! In one move, the Undead Juggernaut bombarded more than half of its blood. It was also this one shot of red flame explosion that gave the players complete hope for victory. In the Undead Berserk Monster War, the Undead Juggernaut was already the last monster. As long as they killed the Undead Juggernaut, they would truly live to win. Seeing the hope of victory close at hand, those players were now so excited that they didn't even dare to breathe, staring at the battle between Yi Yang and the Undead Juggernaut without looking away. Human. The body was destroyed, making the Undead Juggernaut furious in mid-air. However, although the red flame burst had put him into serious injury, it did not die, deadly staring at this damned human in front of him. The next moment, the Undead Juggernaut directly opened his skill, Fear Shadow. Fearful Shadow. Effect, under the shadows, all are undead. This skill enhances one's spell damage by 300. When Yi Yang noticed this fearful shadow, he couldn't help but explode. 300 enhancement, wouldn't this damn skill break 9,000 points of damage in one move? He was only 7,000 plus blood, how could he possibly resist it? However, the Undead Juggernaut's must-kill skill was just about to be released now. Only the fingers of the withered bones were violently stretched out. At the top of that hand bone, a dark gray thick fog immediately condensed. Like a flame impact, that dense fog directly turned into a straight line and bombarded straight towards Yi Yang. Death Blast. 10,523. A Death Blast, directly breaking 10,000 points of damage bombarded on Yi Yang's body. After a long time, the dark gray light fog gradually dispersed. However, when the Death Blast passed, those players who still had a glimmer of hope just now, suddenly sighed. A move of Death Shock, breaking 10,000 points of blood. Not to mention a mage, even a level 30 or 40 shield armor warrior with at least a blue product or higher, they were all afraid that it would only be just enough. Beacon was only level 20. And, still in this monster war, directly jumped from level 13 to level 20. Alas, I didn't expect to die. I thought that he could really defeat the Undead Juggernaut. We won't be far behind if Beacon God dies. With the 10-minute resurrection mechanism, we won't be able to escape at all. Is China region really going to fall because of this monster war? No. It won't. Upon hearing the voices of those elite players sighing in dismay, Broken Army gritted his teeth and stood out. As long as we work hard, we can definitely find the next city. Upon hearing Broken Army's words, those elite players were still in mourning. How could it be possible? Even if they were able to find the next city, before that, they didn't know how many times they would have to die and suffer a heavy price before they could do so. What the hell is that? While all the players were sighing, suddenly a person pointed at the place where Yi Yang had just been bombarded by Death Blast and screamed. He heard what sounded like glass breaking? That's right. That was the sound of a layer of aqua blue shield suddenly being broken. Don't forget, Yi Yang had another advanced profession, Holy Spirit Immortal Art. The moment the death shock descended, Yi Yang directly milked it on himself. Rejuvenation technique. Excessive healing would form a temporary shield that lasted for 5 seconds. With one move of the spring return technique, Yi Yang directly put on a shield of nearly 20,000 points. Not to mention a single death blast, even if it came again, Yi Yang was not afraid at all. The next moment, Yi Yang walked out of the fog with everyone looking like they had seen a ghost. This is the end of the line. Undead Juggernaut. 83 dawn breaks, the war is over. Alive? The Beacon God is actually alive? I'm not seeing a ghost, am I? Or does Beacon God have some kind of prop that can revive him? Wait, did you guys forget? Beacon God is the only dual professional player in the entire service. Dual profession? Does that mean that Beacon's other profession is Holy Spirit? A sudden sentence woke up all the players present. But it wasn't their fault. Yi Yang's incomparable blazing refinement in Yang had overshadowed all the other players. Not to mention that he had never once spared the Holy Spirit's skill in front of the others so far, and even if he did, under this kind of scene, it would be quickly forgotten. Even if it was the Holy Spirit, it was impossible to cancel out more than 10,000 damage at once, right? Suddenly, someone weakly questioned. Definitely a Holy Spirit immortal technique. Suddenly a handsome-looking sister with a trembling voice said, I am the Holy Spirit immortal technique, Overheal, which adds a temporary shield of 11 milk. Although the shield only lasted for 5 seconds, it would still be no problem if it counteracted a single fatal wound. What did you say? Some of the players who didn't know much about Holy Spirit immortal arts suddenly snapped out of it. Excessive healing. Temporary shield. That's right indeed. The amount of healing and spell damage were the same, both based on the magic value. If the Beacon God could deal tens of thousands of damage, surely he could also milk tens of thousands of stats. Milk tens of thousands of blood in one bite? Hearing this, all the players were dumbfounded. What kind of concept was this? With a mouthful of tens of thousands of blood, not to mention an undead lord, even if there was another one, it would be impossible to directly break Beacon's shield. However, it was also at this time that the shield around Yi Yang's body, which was like a goose egg, also passed its duration. There was a snap. The shield ruptured, like the sound of glass cracking. Nirvana was reborn. Standing in front of all the players, at this time, if the Fire Phoenix reborn Yi Yang reappeared. Undead juggernaut, it ends here. As soon as the words fell, the corner of Yi Yang's mouth slightly moved, and the staff fire in his hand suddenly surged to appear. On the undead juggernaut's body, a huge and incomparable flame also burned at the same time. The next moment, the flames exploded. Red flame explosion. 42,017. Lord TIAs. Me. With a string of terrifying numbers, the undead lord exploded with an extremely unwilling look in his eyes. The huge body was instantly blasted into a dark gray fog that lingered in the sky directly above the monolithic city for a long time. 10 minutes. The sky above the monolithic city was still covered in that dark gray fog. Half an hour. The dense fog was gradually dispersed by the clear sunlight, and rays of sunlight once again appeared on the ground of the monolithic city. 1 hour. Looking at the long-lost, cloudless sky, many players remained stagnant as they stared at the sky. As if dawn broke. And like regaining a new life. This monster war, did we really win? I don't know how long it took, but a player from the Sacred Monarch Guild, staring blankly at the broken and disorganized monolithic city, said in a somewhat confused manner. We won. Broken Army's throat rolled involuntarily, excited, causing his body to tremble continuously. Skeleton soldiers attack. The 4 city gates were forced. The undead commanders attack. The terror of the undead lord. This monster war of a few short hours of undead rampage, they had truly won. Ding, the rampaging undead intend to attack Monolithic City, but, with all the players in Monolithic City fighting to the death, the rampaging undead have finally been repelled. Ding, the defense of Monolithic City is complete. Ding, all players in Monolithic City are rewarded with 100,000 experience and 50,000 gold coins. Ding, in order to celebrate the fact that the warriors of Monolithic City have repelled the rampaging undead army, Monolithic City has decided to celebrate with the city. All players can celebrate with any NPC in Monolithic City, rewarded with experience, 5,000 points. 100,000 experience, 50,000 gold coins. This is too awesome. After finally seeing the system's prompt, a player couldn't help but roar out in excitement. We won. We finally won. It's so cool. I birthed 3 levels in this undead rampage. If I hadn't died twice, I would have been born 3 levels, but luckily, I just got cleared of experience. Damn, it's awesome. China region is really going to take off this time. I've had 3 consecutive births in just over an hour, and I'm almost dead. To be honest, when the undead juggernaut appeared, I thought we were going to die. I'm also sure that Beacon God is a real god, even the undead juggernaut can fight. Let's not talk about it. If it wasn't for Beacon Great God, we would have died cleanly when the skeleton soldiers attacked the Sincerity Crystal. Great God Beacon is awesome. Long live the Beacon God. This monster finally won. The players who had gained the experience of blast bombing couldn't help but cheer. However, even those players who had died a few times were still very happy. Because, even if they didn't gain experience from those monsters, at the end of the war, not to mention the 100,000 experience value, the 50,000 gold coins alone was not something an ordinary player would be able to scrape together in a short period of time. However, this monster war had also caused the average level of the players within the China region to instantly rise. Originally, they only had an average level of 1011, which was instantly pulled up to level 13. The crushing of levels and the small increase in attributes. Although these increases were perhaps not too obvious on a single person's body. But the increase in the level of all players in the Huaxia region would make them turn faster when dealing with other tasks compared to other countries' regions. It could be imagined that if in the future, when a continental war national war opened up, what kind of stance would the Huaxia region actually take to crush the other continents? Beacon God. In the middle of the crowd, Broken Army found Yi Yang after 1,000 years of hard work and bowed to him with a solemn face. He knew. This monster war, if it wasn't for the Beacon Fire Great God in front of him, perhaps this wouldn't be an opportunity for the Huaxia region. Instead, it would have turned into a real disaster for the Huaxia region. What's more, most of the members of his Sacred Monarch Guild were still China's elite special forces. Among them, there were also many descendants of Chinese atrium-level officials. He could not lose. But he, too, did not lose. And all of this was the victory bestowed upon them by the man in front of them. Thinking of this, after bowing, Broken Army thanked Yi Yan from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Great God Beacon. You didn't just save us, you also saved the entire Huaxia region. 84 saluted the Great God of Beacon Fire. There's no need for thanks, I didn't do it purely for you guys either. Yi Yan lightly laughed and shrugged his shoulders without any concern. No matter what, you are the benefactor of our Huaxia region. Broken Army's face still carries a seriousness. We also have not been able to help you with anything, so the 1 million cash that we said we would give you before, please make sure that Beacon God does not refuse it. 1 million in cash? Yi Yang suddenly hesitated for a moment. I seem to remember that I will only be given 1 million if I help you guard the city gate? No. Broken Army shook his head. The city gates are broken, but the monolithic city is still intact. This is much more significant than guarding the city gates for us, because you, beacon god, helped us guard the entire monolithic city. Well, Yi Yang considered a little bit. No merit, this 1 million, you still keep it to enrich your Holy Monarch Guild. In the end, Yi Yang still refused the Sacred Monarch Guild. The fundamental reason is that he simply does not want to expose himself. 1 million only. If he wanted to make money, casually sweep a wave of monsters, come back to clean up the equipment money, I'm afraid it's more than 1 million. Why would he even risk this kind of money for no reason? As for letting the broken army exchange it for 1 million gold coins? Just kidding, how could Yi Yang lick his face and let people exchange their cash for gold coins if he did so? However, seeing that Yi Yang still rejected himself, an unspeakable disappointment spread on Broken Army's face. It was indeed as Yi Yang thought. With this 1 million cash, no matter how it was given, Broken Army would get a little personal information from Yi Yang in the end. Following the vine to find the melon. With Broken Army's means, with this little bit of information, he would always find the answer he wanted. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Yang had refused in the end. In world domination, as long as the players kept their mouths shut, they couldn't get any information about anyone from it. Really, there wasn't a single way. Okay. The Broken Army nodded somewhat grimly. In that case, our Sacred Monarch Guild is not someone who knows how to repay a favor. Just as he finished his sentence, Yi Yang saw that not far away in the neighborhood, many players came towards him one after another. Holy Monarch, Stranger's Blade Vice President. Holy Monarch, Longstreet. Holy Monarch, Nameless Vice President. Holy Monarch, Freeze. There was no doubt that all of these players walking around were all elite members of the Holy Monarch Guild. Gradually, the number of players surrounding Yi Yang increased. Dozens of people. Hundreds of people. Even thousands of people. Seeing so many people in order to come over, Yi Yang looked at them with solemn eyes. He was naturally not afraid if he made a move. Yi Yang certainly knew that the Broken Army was not that kind of person either. However, right in the middle of Yi Yang's line of sight, the Broken Army walked into the front of all the players of the Holy Monarch Guild. Great God Beacon, there is nothing else we can thank you for. After saying that, Broken Army turned to all the players of the Sacred Monarch Guild and roared in a low voice. Acknowledgements, Great God Beacon. All of them. Wow. In an instant, when the thousands of Sacred Monarch Guild members heard this voice, it was as if they heard some kind of magic spell, and within just a few seconds, they transformed from a scattered crowd into a neat square formation. Thousands of people, neatly organized. The scene, shocking. Salute the Beacon God. Swish. Just as this sound fell, the entire elite members of the Holy Monarch Guild, their bodies instantly straightened out smoothly. All of them raised their right hands against their temples in that instant. Not a single person's movement produced the slightest deviation. The shock of that close proximity. For a moment, it made Yi Yang feel like the elite army of China had descended. After the salute. A few seconds later, as the Broken Army's words fell, the elite players of the Sacred Monarch Guild placed their right hands down. However, Yi Yang was not the only one who saw this scene. A salute on the scale of thousands of people, the tens of thousands of players within the city of monoliths, almost all of them saw this scene. A neat formation like a real army. A salute that was so neat that it didn't have the slightest deviation. Even those ordinary casual players were almost shocked by the flash of a moment. Holy, what did I just see? A salute? All the elites of the Holy Monarch Guild saluting the Beacon Goatee? What kind of ceremony is this? Is it so solemn? It's so neat. I've only seen such neat formations on TV in military parades. Upstairs 1, it's shocking. What kind of people are the members of the Sacred Monarch Guild? Is this all trained? Gollum, I feel like I've discovered something incredible. This is indeed a rare scene. Thousands of people. It's like they've rehearsed it hundreds or thousands of times, to be able to put up such a neat square in a matter of seconds. Big Brother Broken Army is really serious this time. Sitting on a rock from afar, the Supreme Warlord watched such a shocking scene with unblinking eyes. He also wanted to thank Beacon God, but he had nothing but money. As for money, Beacon God was known as an emperor-level player. This kind of thing is not lacking at all, okay? Turbulent Wind Boss, you said that the Sacred Monarch Guild was really a group of Special Forces players, right? Turbulent Wind Guild's vice president, Drunk and Loose, after seeing such a shocking scene, suddenly remembered what Turbulent Wind Remnant had said to him back then. At least 90 of the members of the Sacred Monarch Guild were from high-level Special Forces. There were also the rest, almost all of which were descendants of high-ranking Chinese. It was this one sentence that, at first, Drunken Prosperity thought that Chaotic Wind Remnant was joking. However, after he saw this simple but incomparably competent square salute, he was instantly lost in thought. When have I ever lied to you? After saying this, Chaotic Wind Remnant suddenly had a grave expression on his face, not expecting that a member of the most elite of Huaxia would actually salute the Beacon God as well. 85 The envied Yi Yang. Drunken Prosperity also breathed a sigh of relief. The most elite troops of Huaxia, a guild of tens of thousands of people, a full 90 or more of them, were all senior special forces soldiers from the elite special forces. What kind of concept is this? The Chinese military had come to involve themselves in this world domination? Was this game not just an ordinary online game? Despite having such an exaggerated degree of realism and freedom, it would be too surprising if even the national graveyard level characters came to participate, wouldn't it? Even the core members were descended from Chinese atrium level figures, so what exactly was that broken army? However, this wasn't the most surprising thing. This guild that could no longer be called a guild, just now, actually saluted Beacon? Saluting! What kind of concept was that? As a soldier, saluting was already their highest etiquette. However, this highest etiquette now actually saluted Beacon Fire? Easy, it's best if you don't say anything more. I'm only giving you this so that you can respect the people of the Holy Monarch Guild. Seeing Drunken Prosperity's dumbfounded look, Chaotic Wind snorted, "We can't afford to mess with the Beacon God and the Sacred Monarch Guild, we can't afford to mess with them either." Knowing that. Hearing the words of Chaotic Wind Remnant, Drunken Prowler swallowed hard and decided to rot all of what Chaotic Wind Remnant had told him in his heart. However, he had felt it. Although the monster war had ended, another, even bigger wave might have just begun. However, it wasn't just them. The beautiful members of the White Rain Pavilion were also standing on the far side, watching this shocking scene. The war was over. The beautiful young ladies of the White Rain Pavilion, especially White Rain Infinite, also wanted to directly pester Yi Yang's side. However, Broken Army and Beacon Fire, the two of them were talking about things between the two men, and she understood very well that she should stand there right now, despite not knowing what exactly they were talking about. But one of them was the guild leader who was number 1 on the guild list, and the other one was the sweetheart in Infinite's heart. She also knew that now was not the time for her to be able to pamper herself and beg for favor in front of the Beacon God. As long as, it was fine to be able to take a look from afar. Another corner. The Liver Emperor sat on top of a broken boulder, looking at the Beacon, who was revered by 10,000 people, with a despondent expression, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He had thought that hard work could overcome everything. Therefore, as soon as the service opened, Liver Emperor didn't stop practicing for a moment and didn't slack off a bit to go on quests. At that time, when looking at the entire novice village, there was not a single one that could surpass his level. There is no one who does not want to become a great god-level character. Even more so, no one did not want to satisfy their own vanity and become a person admired by 10,000 people. However, a guild war fell from the sky, allowing Beacon to come out of nowhere and become famous in one battle. There was even a whopping 100,000 experience reward, allowing him to directly soar from level 6 to level 9. However, these have nothing to do with it. Liver Emperor, he took this name in order to liver all the way to the end. Liver Emperor, he could liver. When Beacon was fighting monsters, Liver Emperor was also fighting. And fought even more desperately. When Beacon went offline to rest, Liver Emperor could still do quests. And do it even harder. 3 levels short. 2 levels short. 1 level short. Heaven never fails those who work hard. Liver Emperor's 2 consecutive days of desperately brushing monsters finally allowed him to catch up to Beacon's level. Even his equipment, he had saved up to a level 10 green item weapon, and a few pieces of blue and green item equipment that were a mix of level 5 and level 9. Looking at the entire Grand Guild's elite level players, he was also one of the top existences. However, another desperate monster war suddenly broke out. Beacon was generous and honorable in this war, with one man's strength against tens of thousands of undead troops. Moreover, he was able to kill the undead general and the undead commander in seconds, something that was almost impossible to accomplish. The end of the war. Seeing Beacon enjoying the worship of thousands of people, the Liver Emperor seemed to feel as if all his efforts had been in vain. Beacon was worshipped from afar. He, however, was left here unattended. Sitting on a rock, his eyes stared intently at the Beacon in the distance. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to turn all the pressure into motivation. It's impossible, I can definitely become stronger than him too. It's just a matter of luck. Later stages. Wait until the later stages. I will definitely crush him once. Taking a deep breath, Liver Emperor stood up and patted the dust on himself. However, it was at this time that Liver Emperor heard a girl's voice. Do you think that you can surpass Beacon God just by working hard? As soon as the words fell, the source of that voice appeared in front of him. On her back, she was carrying a level 10 blue pin fine wood longbow carved with a pattern, and a hint of perseverance was evident on her pretty face. Half day early summer. A level 14 female archer. What kind of person are you? Looking for death? Seeing the visitor, Liver Emperor suddenly clenched his teeth in anger. Damn, now that he couldn't beat Beacon Fire, what kind of person would dare to provoke himself? Just a level 14 female archer, he wasn't afraid of anything. Looking for death? Hearing Liver Emperor's words, Half-Day Early Summer suddenly laughed coldly. If you want to say that, I really want to try and see how strong the person who wants to defeat my idol is. Speaking of effort. Hatsumomo wasn't slacking off any more than anyone else. But hearing such provocative words, the already furious Liver Emperor couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, you're the one looking for death today. I'll kill the female as usual. As he spoke, Liver Emperor suddenly turned around and released his skills without hesitation. Splitting Shadow. As a warrior turned blast swordsman, he not only possessed extremely fast speed, but also notable damage. Forming two branches with shield armor magnate, he achieved a truly balanced offense and defense profession. With a single stab of his sword, the dual effects of speed and power burst out. However, wanting to compare speed with the 8 advanced professions of the Flying Plume Ranger, the Liver Emperor was still too stupid. Swiftness. Continuous shooting. Flying Plume Arrow. In just a second, Half-Sun Hatsumomo's figure appeared in front of him all of a sudden as if it had directly disappeared. The continuous shot skill, capable of releasing 3 arrows in a row. The swiftness skill, which was more than capable of increasing her high speed. The next instant, 3 consecutive arrows of flying feathers directly pierced through the Liver Emperor's body. A series of damage numbers rose directly above his head. 76. 152. 74. 86. The pinnacle of casual players? 3 arrows of horrifying damage, under the swift speed of Half-Day's early summer, hit him before he could even let a reaction come. Terrifying damage popped up, and the Liver Emperor directly dropped a third of his blood instantly. This was the speed of the Flying Plume Ranger. So fast that it made people despair. However, Liver Emperor was also one of the many strong casual players, so naturally, he wouldn't be defeated by an archer so easily. Moreover, after the horrific damage of this strike, Liver Emperor calmed down from his anger. Although the Blast Swordsman had a balanced offense and defense, his speed wasn't very slow. With just one strike, the two fought in this tiny corner. What was the commotion over there? Although Yi Yang was far away, he also detected the movement in the corner over there. It couldn't be that there were still skeleton soldier remnants, right? He gazed at it, but the distance was really too far, he couldn't see it at all. It shouldn't be the skeleton soldiers, the system's victory prompts have been sent out, which means that the undead army must have finished dying. Broken Army shook his head and said, "It is better to go over and take a look." Yi Yang walked directly in front of him, and Broken Army and his Sacred Monarch Guild members also followed behind Yi Yang, and together they walked towards that corner. Good. Liver Emperor is awesome. Big Sister cheered him up. Liverpool is dying. You don't have much blood left. Hang in there, Big Sister. Liver King, I've bet 1,000 coins on you. Don't lose. Before they could even get close to the two people who were fighting in the heat of battle, Yi Yang and Broken Army heard the surrounding players on the sidelines shouting in a frenzy. What's the situation? The two people in the battle, almost all of them burst out their strongest strength, making the Broken Army, for a moment, unable to see who they really were. The Broken Army, great God! That casual player was instantly startled when he saw that it was the Sacred Monarch's president. I'm just asking, who is this fighting? The Broken Army didn't overreact and continued to ask. It's Big Sister Hatsumomo and the Liver Emperor God. These two don't know what they're fighting about, but they're suddenly fighting, a fierce batch of awe. It's so cool to watch. That loose person's face was very excited because he also pressed a whole 2,000 gold coins, betting that Hatsumomo would win the fight. After all, under the same level of PK, Flying Plume Ranger's high speed, but it has the title of the King of Singles. Half-Day Hatsumomo and Liver Emperor, the two of them? Broken Army frowned slightly. To say who had the highest reputation amongst the many casual players, it was definitely Beacon at the top of the list. However, below Beacon, there were two other extremely strong casual players. Blast Swordsman Liver Emperor. Flying Plume Ranger Half-Day Early Summer. Single brushing the giant bee's lair and soloing the fierce poison crocodile. These two strong casual players, relying on superhuman perseverance, had accomplished many things that would have made it seem like ordinary level players simply couldn't accomplish. Strong strength, superb operation, even to cover up the original Yi Yang fighting Gathering of Virtues video. Liver Emperor, amongst the fame of casual players, was perhaps a little lesser. Half-Day Early Summer. Especially this female archer. Under the premise that the White Rain Pavilion, a huge core of beautiful women, had been possessed by Yi Yang in advance, Half-Sun Hatsumomo had become a goddess-level character in the hearts of all casual players. Her pretty and lovely face, honed by countless actual battles, and her impeccable fighting skills. Half-Day Hatsumomo gradually turned into the dream goddess of those casual players. And for the two of them to be such strong players, Broken Army had naturally heard a lot about their legendary experiences. Even to this day, the combat skills in the video of Hepatic Emperor's 15 minutes and 30 plus seconds, soloing a nest of fierce venomous crocodile lords was imitated by many of the warrior players in Sacred Monarch Guild. Beacon God, these two. However, just as Broken Army wanted to tell Yi Yang the names of those two people, he realized that he was looking mesmerized. Mesmerized? No. To be precise, Yi Yang was watching the two of them fight like an adult watching two kindergartners fight. It was a bit too childish. Speed can only be considered okay, but in Yi Yang's eyes, really not fast. One must know that Yi Yang was a mage. Being called slow by him, then what qualifications did the two of them have to say they were fast? As for damage? Sorry, in Yi Yang's eyes at the moment, not to mention the two of them who were the strongest players in the casual world, even if 100 such people were added together, they wouldn't be able to do enough damage for one of their own starfire drops. Moreover, that one called Liver Emperor, Yi Yang might not recognize him. But that female archer, he recognized her figure since the first close attention to this battle. Seeing her, Yi Yang's thoughts instantly drifted back to when he was in the novice village, the dainty female archer who had asked herself to help fight a few wild boars, and had twisted and turned, and had to take her last 10 gold coins to say thank you. I didn't expect her to become this strong. Looking at the details of this battle, Yi Yang continuously nodded his head and praised in his heart. Chairman Broken Army, did you just say something? While Yi Yang was rejoicing at Half-Sun Hatsumomo's rapid growth rate, he suddenly seemed to hear Broken Army say something, then turned his head and asked. I mean, these two people are called Half-Sun Hatsumomo and Liver Emperor, and they are also like you, amongst the casual players, they have a high reputation. Is that so? Yi Yang was suddenly pulled up a little bit of interest by this sentence from Broken Army. How high is their fame? Since you, the two people with the highest fame, it can be said that if it wasn't for you, the two of them would definitely become mythological figures amongst the casual players. Myth. Hearing these two words, Yi Yang smiled faintly. I didn't realize that mythic level was this level? Hearing these words, Broken Army smiled awkwardly. Beacon was crazy enough, but people also had the strength to be crazy like this. However, these words were heard by Liver Emperor, who had suddenly stopped in the middle of the battle for a split second. With a slight sideways movement of his body, Hepatic Emperor dodged the flying feather arrows of the two Half-Sun early summer. With a lurch in his body, Liver Emperor's teeth creaked as he stared at Yi Yang with a face of indignation. What did you just say? 87 1-second suppression. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the Liver Emperor really couldn't bear it anymore. Walking directly to Yi Yang's side, his eyes were filled with anger. You said what you just said, say it again for me. Yi Yang smiled faintly. For this kind of ant-level provocation, he really didn't take it to heart. Would you be angry with an ant? Seeing the more angry the Liver Emperor got, Yi Yang instead had a more ridiculous feeling. I mean, I didn't think that the mythic level was only at your level. Liver Emperor's two eyes were almost spitting out fire. You are looking for death. Liver Emperor couldn't hold back any longer. Moreover, with such a close distance, he didn't need to hold back anymore. Yi Yang, he was just a mage, and he was a blast swordsman. At such a close distance, he had 100% certainty that he would seriously injure Beacon with one sword. Split light chopping shadow. A sword stabbed out, and the dual effects of speed and power exploded out at once. Liver Emperor even saw Yi Yang being pierced through the heart by his own sword in this one moment. However, seeing that arrogant and conceited attack of his, Yi Yang just slightly sidestepped and deftly dodged his skill. This stance was too dangling, wasn't it? At such a close distance, Beacon God, a mage, could still dodge Liver Emperor's skills? That's awesome. I'm convinced. This seemingly unnoticeable movement was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. At the very least, players with less than 3-minute additions simply didn't have this kind of speed, much less this kind of divine thought to react to it. However, Yi Yang was indeed a mage no less. But after several full attributes plus 10, as well as a level as high as 21, giving him attributes that were already far beyond the comprehension of the average person. Even though he was a mage, Yi Yang still had a whopping 56 points of agility right now. If it wasn't for the kind of flying plume ranger that was so fast that it was perverted, trying to attack him would simply be a dream. What? The Liver Emperor couldn't even believe his eyes as the blow fell short. How could he have such terrifying speed? It was even close to catching up to that female archer just now. However, before Liver Emperor could react, he saw that Beacon, who was close by, had already raised the staff in her hand. It was over. Liver Emperor was already prepared to die when he saw this action. With Beacon's damage, even the most trashy fireball spell would be able to kill him. However, 64. An exaggerated number in the double digits popped up. However, along with this damage, the other onlookers were even more excited than seeing Yi Yang's starfire drop. Taking a mace and swinging it at someone? You're not kidding, right? Beacon God is teasing me? No, this is not the most critical place. The most critical is, Beacon God takes staff attack is physical attack. Physical attack does not have any spell damage bonus, that is to say, Beacon God now has more than 60 points of power? More than 60 points of power, Beacon God a mage, then a warrior's power is still high? Wait, there should be more than just 60 plus power. There's no way a Liver Emperor doesn't have a little bit of defense. I'm not sure how much defense he has, but I'm sure he has a lot of defense. So the Beacon God has more than 80 points of power now? That's not possible, is it? That's too sick. Those players looked dumbfounded. It's horrible. A mage can have 70 to 80 power, this still let their physical profession play a few games? However, it was this one mage who took a staff and swung it around, and froze the mythical loose hepatite emperor in their hearts, beating him without a trace of temper. This is a disgrace. Liver Emperor was so humiliated by Yi Yang that he wanted to die. How about it, do you still want to fight me now? Yi Yang said indifferently. In his words, there was not a bit of sympathy. After all, in the fight itself it was a matter of you dying and me dying. It was easy to kill Liver Emperor. But if he wanted to make Liver Emperor completely convinced, he still needed to play a little trick. For example, letting Liver Emperor truly realize the gap between him and himself. Even the strength that physical professions were proud of was no match for this mage of Yi Yang. However, it was obvious that Yi Yang seemed to have made a small miscalculation. His handful of physical attacks were extremely humiliating to the Liver Emperor. I want you to die. Rising violently from the ground, Liver Emperor brought his entire body with him as he stabbed out directly at Yi Yang with a skill move. Split light chopping shadow. Speed and power, once again, exploded towards Yi Yang. 3. After that horrifying damage popped up, the air was suddenly plunged into tranquility. 3 points of damage? I didn't misread that, did I? Beacon God's defense, is that so exaggerated? Liver Emperor couldn't even break Beacon God's defense. This is a pervert. The players on the sidelines were once again in shock. On the other hand, Liver Emperor. When he saw the damage number he had dealt, his entire body suddenly paused there. How could this be possible? Liver Emperor stared at his own eyes in utter disbelief at the scene in front of him. Gap. In that instant, he suddenly felt the meaning of those two words. It was a gap between a player at the Euromancer level and a player at the Liver Emperor level. A gap that could never be bridged. A gap in equipment. The gap in attributes. The gap in level. Now do you understand the gap between us? Yi Yang skimmed his lips and seemed to be a little impatient. Using his fingers to gently flick away that sword blade that had become powerless, he stared at Liver Emperor with an expressionless face. However, before Liver Emperor could even think of saying something, he fell to the ground with a plop and directly fainted. In the center of his mind, a system prompt was also heard in a whirlwind. Ding, your consciousness has been interrupted. You have broken the link with World Master. You are leaving World Master. Actively fainting was the same as disconnecting. Taking a look at the Liver Emperor's figure that was gradually becoming blurry, Yi Yang recoiled. A person like this was a rather terrifying battle force. At least in the Continental War in the future, it could bring a very strong killing force to the Huaxia region. However, he didn't want this kind of combat power to be utilized on his own body. With a slight smile, Yi Yang didn't think much about it, but turned his head and greeted the female archer, half-son Hatsumomo, who had been frozen for a long time. Hi, I didn't expect to see you again. 88 Your goddess is my servant. After resolving the Liver Emperor, Yi Yang set his eyes on another person. That female archer who couldn't help but be shy when she saw Yi Yang, half-son Hatsumomo. Hi, I didn't expect to see you again. Standing in place, Yi Yang greeted her. However, it was such a familiar voice that made her a bit flattered. In the past, she could only watch the Beacon God from afar, and she felt dazzling just by standing at a distance and taking a look. Unexpectedly, this idol actually took the initiative to greet herself? Beacon Flame Great God you, hello! It's been a long time. Twisting her small broken steps, half-son Hatsumomo rubbed herself a little bit to Yi Yang's side. That kind of well-behaved and cute, with a little bit of shyness, even made Yi Yang a little sideways. What do I see? What did I see? Big sister Chuxia, how is she like a little girl? Didn't we say goodbye to strangers? What is the situation now? What's going on? Beacon God, are you not even willing to leave us with big sister Hatsumomo? Ah, my God, I suddenly felt a sound of a broken heart. Half-day Hatsumomo usually appears in front of the crowd in a high and cold demeanor, either brushing monsters or questing. It was as if she had the 4 big words, do not enter, stranger written on her face at all times. The cold female archery god. This was the absolute impression that half-son Hatsumomo had in the hearts of all ordinary casual players. But what was with this bird-like appearance right now? Moreover, she was still so bird-like in front of the Beacon God. Holy! This is the only goddess we have left. But when did this high and mighty female arrow goddess also look like a little sister in front of the Beacon God? However, Yi Yang's heart was overjoyed when he saw half-son Hatsumomo. At that time, he had only thoughtlessly said that she should take the few gold coins and try to become stronger. I didn't expect that in just a few days, she would actually have such a strong strength. I didn't expect that you would become so powerful so quickly. Reaching out his hand, Yi Yang poured some favor and touched Chuxia's hair. How could it be, I'm still far from Beacon God. Chuxia gave a cheeky laugh, and then she beamed her little mouth and said modestly. No, you are really great now, actually can be in the middle of them, turned into a big sister. Yi Yang glanced at the casual players who were gathered not far away and said softly. Xuxia glanced at those players, put on a look of a little aggrieved, lowered her head and said in a somewhat frightened manner. I didn't pay attention to them, it's all their nonsense, the idol in my heart has only beacon god you one person. Well. Yi Yang, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, I also did not say that I was angry because of this matter Smoothing down her soft long hair, Yi Yang smiled dotingly. However, seeing her current appearance, Yi Yang suddenly had the idea of wanting to keep her by his side. Half a day of early summer. Speaking of which, she was still one of the few people he had met in World Master that he was more impressed with. How about it, do you need an idol to take you to upgrade? Yi Yang suddenly joked. Xuxia suddenly raised her head and was surprised. However, this surprise only lasted for a second, because she knew that with her current strength, if she wanted to stay by Yi Yang's side, she would only be qualified to be a burden to him. No way. Her current self was still far from being qualified to be able to stay by Beacon God's side. Thinking of this, half-son Hatsumomo bit her lower lip, and on her cute little face, unwillingness was written all over. Beacon God me, although I really want to stay by your side. But Hatsumomo doesn't have the qualifications right now. Beacon God, please wait for Hatsumomo. Will you wait until the next time we meet? Hatsumomo will definitely become a helper by your side. Gritting a mouthful of silver teeth. Half-day Hatsumomo spoke her resolution out. To be able to stay by her idol's side, this was something she almost never dreamed of. But right now, Beacon was able to endure the honor, the praise, and the kind of admiration that 10,000 people would have. She wasn't even qualified for that right now. However, seeing half-day Xuxia's suddenly resolute little face, Yi Yang suddenly smiled in relief. There were no vases around the beacon. Even that group of beauties from the White Rain Pavilion all possessed extreme strength. She naturally wanted to stand out even more than those in the White Rain Pavilion, so she chose to work hard. Good. Suddenly, Yi Yang nodded. I will wait for you. A sentence that once again gave half-son Hatsumomo great motivation. Gritting her teeth, half-son Xuxia was so excited that little teardrops were rolling in her eyes. But she still didn't cry out. Making up her mind. The next time they meet, they must become stronger. At the very least, can't be a backseat to the Beacon God. The last dream was shattered. Cried having the strength to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, not having the strength to stay alone, I finally understand now. Beacon God is too scary. Seeing this scene, those casual players couldn't help but let out a long sigh. They thought that half-day's early summer, an extremely beautiful casual player, was their last net. It never occurred to them. This Pure Land was actually booked by Yi Yang in his mother's womb. What the hell kind of operation was this? However, just as they were sighing, a general in heavy armor slowly walked over not far away. The strongest general among the aborigines of the city of Monolith's level 20 shield armor magnate, Cumberland. Behind him, there were many elite warriors who had survived the undead rampage. It was only when he walked all the way to Yi Yang's side that Cumberland slowly stopped his steps. Half-son Xuxia also understood and obediently retreated to the side. She knew that this general must be looking for Yi Yang for something. Are you the beacon? Looking straight at Yi Yang, Cumberland's eyes were filled with admiration and awe. Yes. Yi Yang nodded. Excuse me, are you looking for me for something? No, not me. Cumberland smiled apologetically. To be precise, it was the City Lord Aki of the City of Monoliths who, after hearing about your outstanding feats in the Undead Stampede, was very eager to meet you and had some things he wanted to discuss with you. Is it City Lord Aki? Thinking slightly, Yi Yang nodded. I know, General Cumberland, please lead the way for me. 89 The princess who was promised to Yi Yang. The Great Hall of the City of Monoliths. This was the only place that had not been destroyed during this undead rampage. However, the biggest reason for this was that the undead core, who had aimed all of their goals at the city center crystal, had caused this place to not be subjected to destruction. Of course, no one could guarantee that if there was no Yi Yang, after the destruction of the city center crystal, those undead monsters in the midst of a rampage would destroy everything in the monolithic city, including this palace with a history of 100 years. Lord City Lord, Beacon Fire is waiting right outside the door. The armor on his body made a clicking sound, Cumberland said after bowing to Aki. Cumberland, how dare you let the meritorious general of the City of Monoliths wait outside the door? I see that you really don't want this general's title anymore. Hearing Cumberland's words, Ai Chi's face was clearly a bit gloomy. After hurriedly stepping down from the throne of the Great Hall, he let Cumberland show him the way. City Lord. You can just sit here, I'll just go and invite Lord Beacon over. Cumberland was frightened and hurriedly helped Ai Chi onto the throne of the Great Hall again. Remember, I will never allow this kind of thing to happen again. Accompanied by Ai Chi's serious words, Cumberland drooped his head and helplessly walked towards the door. Lord Beacon, the Lord City Lord invites you to enter. Walking to the doorway, Cumberland bowed respectfully to Yi Yang before making a pleased gesture to him. Thank you, General Cumberland. Nodding slightly, Yi Yang walked straight towards the main hall. Cumberland had told himself that City Lord Ai Chi wanted to see him once. This side was probably nothing more than wanting to thank himself for guarding the City of Monoliths or something. But why did he also say that there was another matter he wanted to discuss with himself? With some questions in his heart, Yi Yang stepped through the hall and met the city lord Aichi of the City of Monoliths. Name, Aichi. Identity, Lord of Monolithic City. Rank, 20. Attributes, Strength 195-30, Magic 35, Physique 112, Agility 95. Skills Power of the People, Advanced Swordsmanship, Brothers in Arms Sealed, Combined Strike, Noble Etiquette. Description: the Lord of the City of Monoliths, who had worked together with Cumberland to take down the City of Monoliths occupied by the foreigners, possesses great strength. However, he is generous and benevolent, and has a high reputation among the civilians of the City of Monoliths. Seeing Aichi's attributes, Yi Yang was slightly surprised. The description did not exaggerate him at all. At a mere level 20, it was indeed difficult to have a match for him among the same level. Just as Yi Yang was sizing up City Lord Aichi, Aichi was also sizing him up. Guardian of the City of Monoliths. The person who contributed the most in the undead stampede. Seeing Yi Yang, Aichi's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, I get to meet a real person. Are you Beacon? Yes. Yi Yang nodded. Beacon. Aichi walked to Yi Yang's face with a straight face, and at the same time, he also gave Cumberland a wink to get out. Then, Aichi said excitedly to Yi Yang, "You are the regenerative parent of our monolithic city. I really don't know how to thank you. There's no need to thank you too much for these things. I also gained a lot of benefits from it." Yi Yang smiled faintly and didn't put much stock in it. "No." Aichi shook his head. "You have made such a great contribution to our monolithic city, I must thank you." "All right." Respectfully, although Yi Yang was not very sparing of any rewards like experience gold coins, but it would be a waste not to take what was given for nothing. Nodding his head, Yi Yang accepted it. "Then thank you, Lord City Lord, for your kindness." "Good." Hearing Yi Yang's words, Aichi nodded happily. Then, turning his body again, he spoke to the inner room behind him. "Ina, you can come out now." "Ina?" Hearing Aichi's words, Yi Yang suddenly stalled. This city lord, what kind of reward did he want to give himself? Wasn't it some kind of experience, or gold coin reward? However, while Yi Yang was hesitating, from another smaller doorway above the main hall, a young girl slowly walked out. Exquisite and beautiful features, a slightly shy smile, a water blue Chihan long dress that held the ground, slightly revealing the crystal skin on her shoulders. All of it, none of it would not let those who had seen her be mesmerized. Even Yi Yang was lost in thought for a moment. Although he had seen a handful of beautiful women, none of them could compare to her. "She is my daughter," called Ina Ania. Seeing the young girl who slowly walked out from the doorway, a smile faintly surfaced on Aichi's face. "I would like to betroth her to the bravest general in Stone City, that is, you." "Betrothed?" Hearing Aichi's words, Yi Yang was a bit shocked. However, this shock only lasted for a few seconds. Matrimony. This was the only word he could think of in these few seconds. The strong strength he had shown himself had shocked Aichi, and likewise he knew that an unusual reward would not be able to touch such a powerful existence. However, a hero could not be touched. He had even thought of the things that followed. Letting himself marry this stunningly beautiful princess, and then leaving himself in the City of Monoliths. Although being a prince consort was good, to put it bluntly, it was actually a backwards marriage. Even if it was such a beautiful princess, he wouldn't give up his future journey for this reason, and settle down in this small monolithic city. However, just as Yi Yang was thinking, Aichi seemed to have discovered his mind. "Mr. Beacon, I'm sorry. You may have misunderstood what I meant." With a slight apology, Aichi continued, "Although it is true that I, as the general public thinks, want to use Princess Ina to recruit you under my banner. But I also know that with your current strength, you are not someone who can be subjected to this. I have sought you out, and in fact, it is also for another matter. And, it is also about Princess Ina." "Oh?" Hearing Aichi's words, Yi Yang was slightly surprised. He was a bit surprised that this city lord was actually so understanding. 90 nights, and Princess Ina's beauty dreams. Actually, regarding this betrothal, it was Princess Ina's intention. It was only after seeing Yi Yang's finally somewhat interested expression that Aichi finally said this out. However, Yi Yang did not expect at all that the moment Aichi came up, he was going to make a big move. Princess Ina's meaning? Yes. Aichi nodded, and then, sent. Ina she fell into a horrible nightmare cycle. Every time she fell asleep, she would be terrified in this nightmare, causing her to now, no longer even dare to lie in bed. In order to save her, I searched for countless ways back then. Finally, 10 years ago, I heard of a method called yin-yang fusion in a distant eastern country. That oriental foreigner told me that this nightmare cycle of INAs was caused by a special power that had taken over her dream world. The only way to save her was to let someone enter her dream world and, in the dream, destroy the power that occupied her dream world. Only then can she be pulled out of the nightmare cycle. So, that's why you guys found me, right? Hearing this, Yi Yang finally sort of understood. The general idea was that Ina had been trapped in a nightmare. Only by entering her dream world and decapitating that unknown evil force himself could he pull her out of the nightmare, so that Aina would be able to have a peaceful sleep in the future. Well, technically speaking, it was seeing the strong strength you displayed in the undead rampage that made you wish for a rescue. That marvelous oriental foreigner had told us that through a method like fusion of yin and yang, it is possible to enter her dream world when your divine minds are completely fused together. However, considering that once this has gone through, Princess Ina's body has completely belonged to this man. That's why she decided to let me, by way of betrothal, please you. Ding, you have triggered the only level secret quest, the Maiden's Dream, do you accept it? Just as AI Chi finished speaking, Yi Yang suddenly heard a system prompt. Hidden secret realm? Yi Yang had never thought that this nightmare cycle that Princess Ina was caught in was actually a hidden secret realm. Since he had already agreed to it, then there was no reason for himself not to accept this secret realm quest. With a hint of perseverance, Yi Yang said resolutely, City Lord Aki, I've decided to help Princess Ina and help save her from this nightmare cycle. Ding, you have accepted the only level secret quest, the Maiden's Dream. Quest description: Princess Ina of the City of Monoliths is caught in a horrible nightmare cycle, and the only way to save her completely is to use yin-yang fusion to enter her dreamscape and strangle the damned nightmares. Quest reward: Skill Fusion Scroll X1, 500,000 experience, 200,000 gold coins. Mission Stage 1, Unleash Functional Yin-Yang Fusion and enter Ina's Dreamland 01. Mission status, uncompleted. Task countdown, 23:59:595857. When Yi Yang saw the description of the mission, he couldn't help but still have a black line on his face. Fusion of yin and yang. The first time he heard this word from AI Chi's mouth, he knew that oriental inhabitant definitely didn't have any good intentions. Only, he had never thought that this method he himself had proposed would in turn cheapen Yi Yang. Moreover, there could no longer be any more hesitation now, and this mission had to start right away. It wasn't that Yi Yang was in a hurry to fuse with Princess Yin Yang, it was just that the countdown of this mission made him unable to help but feel some sense of urgency. God knows whether this secret realm was difficult or easy. What's more, when Yi Yang saw the quest rewards, he couldn't wait any longer. Skill fusion. Right now, there were already a lot of his own skills that were not useful. If they could be fused to become even stronger skills, it might be an even more powerful boost to one's own strength. Right now, although one's strength was nearly invincible amongst players of the same level. But there was a lot more to come. A continental war alone, if one simply relied on one's current strength and didn't continue to go up, there was no way to gain a foothold in the continental war. Only by becoming stronger. Only then could one seek more benefits for oneself in the future continental wars between countries. As for Ina, Yi Yang himself wasn't very sure if he would still have any interactions with this Princess Ina in the future after completing this mission. As for taking her away, he didn't have that idea for the time being. Being both a blazing refinement yin-yang with a berserk output and a holy spirit immortal technique with an astonishing amount of milk, Yi Yang did not want anyone by his side at the moment. Moreover, in the end, this was just a mutual exchange of benefits. Ina delivered her own body, while Yi Yang was helping Ina break this nightmare cycle. Since City Lord Aki understood that he would not stay in the City of Monoliths because of a woman. Naturally, he would also understand this simple truth. However, despite this, when City Lord Aki heard Yi Yang agree to this matter, his heart was still extremely excited. His own daughter's name was important. Or is a body's chastity more important? In front of a father, I'm afraid that most would choose the former. Moreover, this was not something unseemly. Yi Yang's strength was terrifyingly great, and in the future, he was bound to be someone with great deeds. What's more, he was also the regenerating savior of the City of Monoliths. To be able to deliver her body to such a man, Ina would surely be satisfied as well. Thank you, Honorable Beacon. The Aki City Lord's face was resolute. It seemed to be gambling. Betting that Yi Yang would be able to pull Ina out of the horrible nightmare cycle, thus saving her daughter's life. I am simply pleading with you as a father to do my best to save my daughter. 91 Yin-Yang Fusion. The first stage of the secret realm is complete. Nightfall. Under the only spots of starlight, Princess Ina's boudoir shimmered with a jewel-like shimmer, appearing dreamy and incomparable. A few hours of time. Yi Yang's backside was scratched with red marks by Ina. However, in the midst of her gushing cries, Yi Yang also heard the system prompt as promised. Ding, you have triggered the yin-yang fusion, you now have two choices. Choice 1, complete the yin-yang fusion and directly invade Ina's dream world. Choice 2, continue the yin-yang fusion stage. Choice 1. Several hours had passed. Ina was just an ordinary young girl's shin body and had long been somewhat unable to carry on. While Yi Yang was still alive and well in general, it was evident that world mastery should indeed have a very powerful increase in the quality of the body. Ding, you have completed the yin-yang fusion, completing stage 1 of the mission, and have gained skill fusion scroll X1, 500,000 experience, and 200,000 gold coins. Ding, the second stage of this quest opens, destroy Ina's nightmare soul X10. Protect Ina in the dream realm from being killed by the nightmare. Task countdown 184-212-1110. After the system's prompt ended, Yi Yang also gently laid Ina flat on sea. At this moment, she was frowning tightly. Needless to say, it was feared that this was already caught in the middle of a nightmare of a nightmare. The next moment, right after Yi Yang confirmed that he had invaded Ina's dream, everything in front of him suddenly became illusory. The surrounding rooms that were glittering with the light of jewels gradually became blurred. It was unknown how long had passed. By the time Yi Yang's vision recovered again, he had appeared in a place that looked like chaos. The surrounding scenery, beyond 10 meters, could not be seen at all. It was like being filled with a thick fog. And also like, don't come over, don't come over. While Yi Yang was observing the surrounding scenery, he suddenly heard a familiar young girl's voice not far ahead. It was Princess Ina's voice. She had just experienced a great battle in the boudoir for a few hours. At this moment, Yi Yang was in the afterglow of her voice, so how could he not distinguish it? Flame shock. Yi Yang directly released a move of his own skill to explore the path. There was no way. He was tempted to use other skills such as Star Fire Drop to directly break through this layer of mist with fire. There was no way. Apart from Flame Impact, all of Yi Yang's other skills needed to be locked onto a target before they could be released. It was actually written very clearly on the skill description. However, even Flame Shock, under the already extra long range nowadays, theoretically, it was still possible to break through the 200 to 300 meter range of the mists. However, as a blazing pillar of flame shot out from within Yi Yang's staff, Yi Yang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mist in the dream world did not show the slightest sign of being washed away at all. Instead, with the hot stream of flames, the surrounding scene became even more distorted, appearing extremely unreal. What the hell? Flame Impact actually couldn't wash away this layer of mist? Without hesitation, since the Flame Impact had no effect, Yi Yang directly chose to interrupt it. Damn, is this not a mist at all? After realizing this problem, Yi Yang could no longer hesitate. The voice that came just now was definitely Ina's voice. If he was any later, I'm afraid that something would really happen to Ina. Meditation state. Now in this place, the eyes basically lost their effect. Not being able to see anything 10 meters away, Yi Yang could only rely on his extraordinary stamina in the meditation test to distinguish Ina's location. Ears and perception. It was what worked best right now. Moreover, if Yi Yang expected well, Ina would definitely call for help again. As long as he relied on the extraordinary perception brought about by meditation and Yi Yang's current hearing, he would be able to distinguish Ina's location in an instant. At that time, he himself was hiding from the Chi King City Phalanx Fierce Demon Sanction. Help, you guys, don't come over. Who can save me? 1 o'clock, distance 132 meters, within range. 92 enter, Princess Ina's. Almost just in an instant, Yi Yang was able to distinguish Ina's location from that voice. Even when he said the location in his mind, even Yi Yang himself couldn't believe that his perception had become this strong. It could be seen that the meditation test was not just a nonsense, but it really had a great effect on him. If one didn't have extraordinary perception, under the Fei Ling Ranger and Blizzard Swordsman or other high-speed professions, trying to lock onto a target with one's own skills would be something that simply couldn't be done. Not to mention triggering any absolute hit talents. Although in this environment, Yi Yang couldn't lock onto the target, but with his extraordinary perception, he was able to determine the source of the sound in just an instant. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly took out his staff, and the firelight immediately collapsed. Flame Impact. The next moment, a pillar of flame with a furious impact shot out, but Yi Yang only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before interrupting the skill. There was no sense of impact at all. In other words, it was that Yi Yang didn't feel the sensation of killing any monsters at all, nor did he hear any system prompts of monsters being killed. To be reasonable, these really should have been there. Unless there was a deviation in Yi Yang's perceived orientation just now. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Seeking the trajectory of the flame impact just now, Yi Yang walked forward without stopping for a moment. Don't come over. Is there anyone coming to save me? Within a short time, Yi Yang saw a young girl squatting by a tree not far away, her hands holding her head tightly. It seemed to be afraid of something. Princess Ina. Seeing that young girl, Yi Yang learned her identity. There is no need to be afraid, I am coming. Yi Yang gently patted her back. Wow. Just as Yi Yang approached Ina, that young girl who was crying just a moment ago, a face suddenly became hideous and twisted. Yi Yang was suddenly stunned and subconsciously threw a fireball. However, the fireball went straight through Ina's body. However, in just the next second, Ina's body, too, gradually changed and became a ghost-like monster. Voiding Nightmare. Level, 0. Attack, 0. Defense, 0. Status, Life Value 00, Magic Value 00. Attributes, Strength 0, Magic 0, Physique 0, Agility 0. Skills, Nightmare Bite 11, Fearful Roar 01, Any Form 01. Description, they are disembodied nightmares that exist in Ayane's dream realm. They do not have any attacks and are immune to any attacks at the same time, but they can transform into any form and take advantage of weaknesses to put people in a permanent cycle of fear, unable to break free from this nightmare. However, after all the attacks are used, they have to go to the souls of the nightmares to replenish their own breath of skill. What the hell is this? All attributes are 0? Yi Yang suddenly felt like he was a bit overwhelmed right now. Now he finally knew why his fireball spell just now had gone straight through fake Ayane's body. It was because the bodies of such virtualized nightmares were, strictly speaking, they had no entity at all, they were just a mass of nothingness and images. To put it bluntly, Yi Yang was now like being caught in the middle of a 3D spooky horror movie. Those virtualized nightmares wouldn't cause any real damage to Yi Yang. But in the same way, Yi Yang couldn't do any damage to them either. But the only thing that was different was that Yi Yang would suffer a fear negative status. Fear level 0. Status 110. Effect, all your attributes will be cut by 10. Stackable. Description, when the Voiding Nightmare releases the Nightmare Tear and Fear Roar skills on you, you will be subjected to a layer of fear status. While this status exists on your body, you will not be able to break out of that dream. Only for each Nightmare Soul you break, the maximum number of tiers of this status you have will be forcibly reduced by 1. When all of the Nightmare Souls are broken, you will be immune to the Fear status. After carefully reading the description of the Fear status, Yi Yang finally understood the attack method of the imaginary nightmare. They only had 3 skills. The effects of Nightmare Tear and Fear Roar were basically similar, both were able to add a layer of fear status to a person. Once the fear status was hooked up, it could not be removed and could be stacked up to a maximum of 10 layers. And if it was really stacked to the top, it was a full attribute cut of 100, that is, a cut to 0. Without any attributes, it also means that there is no ability to act. In other words, he would be trapped in this dream forever. However, as long as the maximum number of layers of this fear was forced to be cut by breaking the soul of nightmare, even if it was just 1, then one could avoid having their attributes cut to 0. Moreover, if there was no mistake, there should only be 10 nightmare souls in this dream realm as well. This was because Yi Yang saw his quest requirement, break the nightmare soul x10. After understanding everything, Yi Yang was also roughly clear about the second stage of this secret realm quest. Finding 10 souls of nightmare and breaking them, Yi Yang would be able to complete the quest or step into the next stage. Thinking faintly, Yi Yang put his heart down. Now, the most crucial place was how to find the core key point of this quest, Soul of Nightmare. 93 Maiden Secret Realm, the third stage. However, as for the way to find the Soul of Nightmare, Yi Yang had already had a good idea. After all the attacks of the illusory nightmare had been used, they were going to go to the Soul of Nightmare and replenish their breath of skill. Seeing this monster description of the imaginary nightmare, Yi Yang faintly smiled in his heart. Although he himself now had a layer of fear status and his entire attributes were cut by 10, it was only 10. If the description of the Voiding Nightmare was true, and it was going to go to the Soul of Nightmare to replenish the so-called breath of skills after all of its skills had been used, then all he needed to do was to endure a little bit of Nightmare Tear again, and he would be able to achieve his goal. Nightmare Tear. It was at this time that the vapid figure once again came barreling towards himself. Without dodging or avoiding. Right now, on his side, there was only one nightmare, and if he could meet the Nightmare Soul, at the cost of just taking 2 attacks, then he would really make a lot of money. Swish! Noiselessly. The ghost-like claws of the vanishing nightmare passed through Yi Yang's body. Ding, you took an attack from the imaginary nightmare, your fear status has become 210, and your attributes have been forcibly cut by 20. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yang was happy instead of angry. Because, he saw the unrealized nightmare in dishevelment. Imaginary Nightmare in Decadence. Level 0. Skill, Nightmare Tear 01, Fearful Roar 01, Any Form 01. Description, the vanishing nightmare had used up all of its skills, it now urgently needed to go to the Soul of Nightmare and replenish its nightmare breath. When Yi Yang finished looking at the state of the disheveled vanishing nightmare, he had noticed that it wasn't eyeing him intently. Instead, it turned its head and ran. A good opportunity. Even though Yi Yang was a mage and his attributes had been cut by 20. But now, not to mention Yi Yang's attributes being cut by 20, even if he only had an ounce of strength left, he had to fight to the death to catch up with this damned imaginary nightmare and break the first nightmare soul. Otherwise, he could be attacked by a group of nightmares at any time, and his attributes would be cut to 0. Fortunately, the movement speed of the imaginary nightmare was equally as slow as a snail. Yi Yang even felt that he was able to catch up with it just by walking. He kept walking after the floating nightmare for about 10 minutes before Yi Yang finally saw a mass of pure black stuff. That thing, pitch black and incomparable, was again like a black foggy mass and a pitch black hollow. Because of this environment, Yi Yang couldn't tell what kind of contraption it was at all. However, from that black hollow, Yi Yang saw countless vaporous nightmares with different looks, drilling in from the outside. At the same time, there were also many nightmares that drilled out from the inside. It could be seen that every nightmare that drilled in had lost its skill count, while the ones that came out had been fully replenished and then went in search of other creatures in the dreamland. This should be the nightmare soul. After a little concentration, Yi Yang finally saw the attributes of the soul of nightmare. Soul of nightmare. Grade 0. Status: life value 1, magic value 0. Attributes: strength 0, magic 0, physique 0, agility 0. Skill: breath of nightmare. Description: the core of a nightmare's existence, the landing place of a vaporous nightmare. Moreover, it can use its nightmare breath to replenish the skills of all nightmares. Destroy it, and the voiding nightmare will seek out another nightmare soul, and you might be able to get some special rewards from the body of the nightmare soul? Good. After reading the description of the nightmare soul little by little, Yi Yang finally looked forward to it a bit. By destroying this one, he would be able to follow those unskilled vanilla nightmares and find another nightmare soul. Once it could be so circular, then this quest could see the hope of completion. However, when Yi Yang was about to unleash his skills, a sudden change occurred. Fearful roar. Wow wow. Wow wow. Wow wow. The imaginary nightmare had no entity and was merely an illusory image. So when a large number of imaginary nightmares surged out from this nightmare soul in front of him, Yi Yang did not find out exactly where they had gone. Unexpectedly, there was actually a part of the nightmare that had discovered its location. There was no way to hide. There was danger. The voiding nightmares also belonged to the mage origin, and all of their skills could not be dodged. Now there were at least dozens of overlapping nightmares appearing in front of him. Once he was attacked, then his attributes could be directly cut to 0 and die without a burial site. Once he thought of this, Yi Yang could no longer hesitate and used his fastest skill to bombard the nightmare soul. Since this is the case, we can only see whose skill is faster. The next moment. Red flame explosion. 36,975. Ding, you took an attack from the imaginary nightmare, your fear status becomes 310, and your attributes are forcibly cut by 30. Ding, you destroyed the soul of nightmare, your fear status cap is forcefully cut by 1 tier. Ding, you have taken an attack from the voiding nightmare, your fear status becomes 99, and your attribute is forcibly cut by 80. Ding, you have taken an attack from the voiding nightmare. Ding, you have taken an attack from voiding nightmare, your fear status has reached its limit, you are immune to this fear status. Ding. 94 Princess Ina's trail. 1,000 pounds. Yi Yang had, in the end, broken that nightmare soul that only had a mere drop of blood at the last moment. Despite enduring dozens, if not hundreds of nightmare attacks afterward, Yi Yang wasn't afraid anymore. At best, his perception was worse, and his strength and physique were temporarily weaker. Moreover, through this nightmare soul, it also made Yi Yang understand some details about this secret realm. The imaginary nightmare was indeed terrifying, with an illusory body. Even though there was no attack, they were also immune to any attack. At that time, as long as a dozen nightmares struck together before Yi Yang found the soul of nightmare. Under the absolute hit mechanism, Yi Yang would not be able to dodge at all, thus he would be trapped in this secret realm forever. However, they were also limited to this. What came with their vaporized bodies was that they likewise did not have any offensive power. After Yi Yang had broken the first nightmare spirit, all of their skills had almost been declared ineffective against Yi Yang. It could be said that the Maiden's Dream quest, up to the second stage now, could be said to have been completed ahead of schedule. Despite being weakened by some attributes, it didn't matter. It was only a matter of time before the remaining nightmare souls were broken. Dragging his somewhat tired body to follow the group of vaporous nightmares that had finished going crazy on him, Yi Yang was still full of motivation at this time. With one stage completed, there was 500,000 experience, 200,000 gold coins, and most importantly, a skill fusion scroll. Yi Yang couldn't wait for this quest to have 100 stages so that he could directly save 100 skill fusion scrolls. This kind of thing was unattainable. However, he seemed to have found a strange glowing object on that ruptured nightmare soul. What was that? With a bit of curiosity, Yi Yang walked over. It was only when he walked in that he realized that it seemed to be a crystal-type thing as well. Exclusive essence. Grade? Description: the essence of the nightmare soul. It can be put in when forging a piece of equipment, thus upgrading the equipment you forged into exclusive equipment and enhancing the attributes of your equipment. When you have put together a full set of equipment, you can obtain an additional equipment special effect. Increased equipment special effects? Yi Yang was suddenly a little excited. It didn't occur to him that there was this kind of reward for breaking the nightmare soul. If every nightmare soul has an exclusive essence, then I can directly gather the exclusive essence needed to build a full set of equipment. Yi Yang thought with some greed. However, even if there was only one, that could still be satisfied. After all, if you just put it in when building a weapon, the attributes of the refined equipment itself is very strong, and with this exclusive essence spirit, even Yi Yang didn't know exactly what it would become. However, a journey of 1,000 miles began with a single step. Right now, it was better for him to get rid of the nightmare soul as soon as possible, and then finding Princess Ina in the dream world was the most important thing. Moreover, he was now cut down by 90 attributes, it was really hard to bear. Thinking of this, Yi Yang closely followed those disheveled and disembodied nightmares and moved forward at a turtle speed together with them. Dang, you have destroyed the nightmare soul, your fear status cap has been cut by one layer forcibly. In about 4 to 5 hours, Yi Yang finally broke 8 nightmare souls. Together with the one at the very beginning, a total of 9 nightmare souls were broken. The fear state was weakened, allowing his physical attributes to basically return up substantially. Then, he took another look at his backpack. Exclusive Essence, 9. The exclusive essence spirits of the 9 pieces of equipment had finally all come together. Seeing his backpack, Yi Yang's heart was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Right now, he still didn't know exactly how much this exclusive essence spirit increased the equipment, but he thought that what he obtained from the secret realm was bound to be no worse. Lord Beacon. You're here. Ina is so scared. Suddenly, while Yi Yang was trying to find the last nightmare spirit, he heard a familiar voice. Lord Beacon Fire. Lord Beacon Flame. This voice was really soft. During the battle with Princess Ina, she had been gritting her teeth, clutching the satin chuang sheet with a death grip, then enduring the pain in her own ears, calling out in her mouth, Lord Beacon Fire, Lord Beacon Fire. Just so has been screaming for about 4 or 5 hours. Ina has been so from the beginning of the trembling tone into a soft voice. Looking back, Ina's voice was really intoxicating. However, now, naturally, was not the time to get mesmerized. This voice, this trembling tone, meant that she was definitely Princess Ina. Find Princess Ina and destroy the 10th nightmare soul. One would be able to complete this quest or enter the next stage. Thinking of this, Yi Yang searched towards the voice just now. Princess Ina was still waiting for herself. 95-second stage, complete. Lord Beacon. After passing through the fog, Yi Yang finally came to Ina's side. Seeing Yi Yang, Ina caught a few drops of crystals in her eyes and flew into his arms. Perhaps, it was because Yi Yang was her first man. So Ina's dependence on Yi Yang was much deeper. Ina finally met Lord Beacon. After a long time, Ina's body, which was trembling because of fear, finally slowly calmed down. Just now, there was a voice in Ina's mind that told me that Lord Beacon Fire would come to save me. Ina had been hoping that Lord Beacon would quickly appear by Ina's side. Slightly tilting her head up, Ina said with some lingering fear. It's alright, now Ina doesn't need to be afraid. Yi Yang lightly smiled at Ina. Embracing her soft waist, Yi Yang gently patted her back. I have come. After meeting Ina, Yi Yang finally somewhat realized how terrifying it was to be caught in a nightmare cycle. When a person was attacked 10 times by an illusory ghost, all her bodily functions, including even the strength to blink, would be gone. Being trapped in a place for the rest of one's life, or such a horrible place. Closing one's eyes every day and having to come here and look at these disgusting imaginary ghosts was indeed a terrifying enough thing for a girl. However, when Yi Yang broke the first nightmare spirit, not only was he prevented from being absolutely weakened, Ina also gradually recovered from that state. When he had broken through 9 nightmare souls, it wasn't just himself who had recovered the vast majority of his strength, even Ina's body had basically regained its freedom of movement. It was indeed as that marvelous Eastern inhuman had said. If there was no one to help her break through these nightmare souls, in her dreams, Ina, who had lost all her mobility, would indeed be trapped in this nightmare cycle for the rest of her life. Unbelievable. This Eastern inhuman did have some skills. However, now that Ina, who had regained her bodily functions, heard Yi Yang's words filled with warmth, she immediately left all her fears behind. Ina was not afraid anymore. Ina only wanted to follow Lord Beacon. As she spoke, a trace of imperceptible strength showed on Ina's small red face. With Lord Beacon by her side, she knew that everything could be broken open. Good. Seeing that Ina was finally no longer afraid, Yi Yang also nodded in relief. However, now your Lord Beacon has found a way to break this nightmare. Now we can almost get out of this dream. Ina look forward to it? Really? Ina was somewhat in disbelief. After all, the nightmare cycle had been haunting her for more than 10 years. For as long as she could remember, there had been such a nightmare. Every day she was terrorized by this nightmare. Really? Yi Yang smiled slightly and continued, as long as Ina can go to the next place with me. Good. Without even thinking, Ina directly agreed. In this dream world, everywhere was filled with fog. Not to mention that she now had hoped that she could leave this nightmare completely, even if she couldn't. As long as she could stay by Lord Beacon's side, it was much better than being here alone. Hearing Ina's words, Yi Yang did not hesitate again. Because he had already seen the illusory ghosts that were going to the last place, Soul of Nightmare, waiting in line to replenish their skill energy. In these few hours in Ina's dream realm, he had already destroyed the vast majority of the nightmare souls. Those unrealized nightmares that hadn't used up their skills, there was already an increasing number that had not been able to replenish their nightmare souls in a timely manner. Replenishing a nightmare skill required a certain amount of time and could only replenish a dozen or so in a limited amount at a time. Therefore, when Yi Yang went to break the ninth nightmare soul, he then saw many disheveled and vanished nightmares that were queuing up to be replenished one after another. It was indeed a very comical scene. However, it also explained Yi Yang's thoughts. The number of nightmare souls should be down to the last one. Otherwise, it would be impossible for all those imaginary nightmares to all surge in one direction. It seems that this is the last nightmare soul. Seeing that the second stage was only missing this last nightmare soul to complete, Yi Yang no longer wanted to wait for anything. Princess Ina in the dream world had already been found by him. Now as long as he broke this last nightmare soul, he would be able to get another skill fusion scroll, as well as 500,000 experience and 200,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Yi Yang didn't hesitate, took Ina's hand and walked forward. Soul of Nightmare. Level, 0. Status, Life Value 1, Magic Value 0. Attributes, Strength 0, Magic 0, Physique 0, Agility 0. Skill, Nightmare Breath. Description. Finally came to the location of the last nightmare soul. Not only was Ina surprised beyond measure, even Yi Yang had some small sighs of relief. Countless vaporized nightmares crowded around that one remaining nightmare soul. The intruder that burst in broke through all the rest of their nightmare souls. Having lost their nightmare breath replenishment, they were like a group of starving beggars, scrambling to get in and replenish their nightmare breath. However, not far away, Yi Yang pulled Ina's small hand and walked over with great vigor. Attribute cut by 10? Come on, even the attribute cut of 90 was so hard to endure, Yi Yang had gotten through it. Now this little bit of cut was as if it didn't exist at all to him. The second stage could finally end. Glancing at the nightmare soul, Yi Yang threw out a fireball spell, directly. Fireball spell. 1. 96 Final stage, Maiden Wistfulness. Along with this one pitiful number 1, the last nightmare soul finally collapsed. Ding, you have destroyed the nightmare soul, and your fear status cap has been forcibly cut by 1 level. Ding, you have successfully broken 10 nightmare souls, your fear status is completely removed, the second phase of the Maiden's Dream is complete. Ding, you have received a reward, Skill Fusion Scroll X1, 500,000 experience, 200,000 gold coins. Ding, the third stage of this quest opens, defeat the Fear Demon Lord parasitizing Princess Ina's dreamscape. Quest description, the Fear Demon Lord is the demon lord that parasitizes amongst all nightmares. When you broke all the nightmare souls, the Fear Demon Lord lost his nightmare food and hatred with you, he decided to come to you for revenge. Kill him, save Princess Ina, and return her to the most perfect dream journey. Quest countdown, 123, 145, 4443. Glancing at the description of the quest, Yi Yang smiled slightly. Because he had already seen that from not far beyond the mists, the dread demon lord with a huge size was already slowly approaching him. Fear Demon Lord. Level? Life, 70,000. Attack, 3,000. Defense, 950. Skills, Devour Life, Nightmare Shock, Nightmare Shadow, Nightmare Ruler. Description, the root of all nightmares, the Fear Demon Lord is an existence that creates all nightmares and utilizes dreams to devour the skills of living creatures. Once tainted by this existence, you will most likely be caught in a permanent nightmare cycle, being gradually devoured for the rest of your life. 70,000 blood. 3,500 points of damage. This kind of attribute could not be described as not powerful. Any of Yi Yang's attributes that were supported by his top equipment that had been strengthened to 10 all over his body, at this time in front of the dread demon lord, he couldn't help but look a little weak. But fortunately, 70,000 blood, in front of the general public may have been invincible general existence. But there was no need for Yi Yang to put too much on his mind yet. If he had met him before when his attributes were cut by 90, perhaps Yi Yang would have turned around and run. But now. Sorry, for Yi Yang, it was just a matter of seconds and no seconds. Well. While Yi Yang was sizing up the Fear Demon Lord, he had also arrived at Yi Yang's side. Destroyed my nightmare soul. You must stay here forever. Accompany the burial. Having lost all of his nightmare souls and all of his nightmare food, the Fear Demon Lord at this moment was already extremely hateful towards Yi Yang. Nightmare Ruler. Nightmare Shock. In the next moment, the Dread Demon Lord's skill was released. Nightmare Ruler, in the Dream Realm, the attack power of all Dread Demon Lords and all their subordinates, increased by 100. Nightmare Shock, damage to all enemies in that Dream Realm. A skill of an all-map nature. It was no longer used for absolute hits, as long as one was in this Dream Realm, there was no possibility of evasion. Nightmare Shock. As soon as the Dread Demon Lord struck, Yi Yang saw that everything in the surroundings was as if space had ruptured. However, ever since the moment the Fear Demon Lord showed up, he was doomed. Almost at the same time as the Fear Demon Lord struck, Yi Yang also directly threw out his skills. Rejuvenation Technique. Final Domain. Red Flame Explosion. Starfire Drop. In just less than a second, Yi Yang unleashed 3 skills in a row. Rejuvenation Technique. Yi Yang didn't use it on himself, instead he put this 20,000 plus point shield on Ina. As for why he didn't give it to himself, the reason was simple. The Dread Demon Lord only had 3,000 damage, and even under the Nightmare Ruler state, it was only a mere 6,000 or so. Yi Yang now had 7,800 points of blood. As long as he ensured that Aina wasn't directly killed in seconds, in this fight to the death, he had absolute confidence that he would directly do the Dread Demon Lord in seconds. Sure enough, after the two major skills, Red Flame Explosion and Starfire Drop, were released consecutively, horrifying damage popped up. 43,140. 42,167. Over 80,000 points of damage, directly killing the Dread Demon Lord in seconds. Nightmare. It's my domain. With an unwilling roar, the illusory figure of the feared Demon Lord gradually expanded. With a bang, the feared Demon Lord then directly exploded in this dream realm. Then, the entire misty nightmare environment shattered with a bang. Not long after the nightmare mist shattered, Yi Yang saw that the surrounding environment was a land of birds and flowers. It was like a paradise. Large patches of grass lay on the plains, countless brightly colored flowers dotted the area, and there were countless fluttering butterflies on top of the flowers. At first glance, this was like a fairy tale world in a dream world. As the nightmare environment shattered and was replaced with a grassy plain, Yi Yang also heard the system's prompt. Ding, you have successfully killed the feared Demon Lord, secret quest, Maiden's Dream is complete. Ding, you have obtained a reward, Skill Fusion Scroll X1, 500,000 experience, 200,000 gold coins. Ding, the Maiden's Dreamland has entered the final stage, give her the most perfect dream journey. Quest description, every young girl looks forward to meeting her Prince Charming in her dreams. However, Princess Aina, who has been plagued by a cycle of nightmares all her life, has no choice but to engage in a yin-yang fusion with you. However, the great strength you showed convinced her deeply, and after defeating a powerful enemy, she expects to have a perfect dream journey with you. Of course, you can also choose to refuse and simply exit the dream world. Quest reward, unknown. Maiden's Dreamland. After carefully reading the quest description, Yi Yang gently smiled. Every untouched young girl would expect the most perfect prince. This tragic princess, however, could only deliver her body under such circumstances. Lord Beacon. Aina, who was a few steps away from herself, moved her steps a little bit and walked towards Yi Yang. The shy little face was slightly lowered, a little bit revealing what was in her heart as a young girl. The environment here is really beautiful. Snuggling at Yi Yang's side, Aina gently tilted her little head, looking yearningly at everything in front of her. Can Aina and Lord Beacon fire? Again. Of course, it is possible. The twisted Aina couldn't say the next words. But Yi Yang's response made her feel physically and mentally satisfied in an instant. Aha! Lord Beacon. 97 Skill Fusion, Starfire Fall Flame Impact. A beautiful dream came true. When Yi Yang gently placed this fruitful Princess Aina on the grass, he gradually exited the dream world. The final stage was complete. Aina's sleeping face showed this satisfied expression. Yi Yang gently tapped on her forehead. Then, exit this dream realm. Arriving at Aina's jewel-like boudoir, Yi Yang organized his clothes. Opening the task list, he once again heard several system prompts. Ding, you have successfully completed the final stage of the Maiden's Dream, you have harvested Princess Aina's heart, regardless of the ends of the earth, her heart will belong to you alone. Was this that unknown reward? For this particular final stage, Yi Yang hadn't held much hope that it would give him any awesome rewards. Looking at Aina, who was lying on the bed and had already stretched her eyebrows by now, Yi Yang still smiled with satisfaction. Since the mission was completed, he naturally would not continue to stay in this room. Lord Beacon. Just after opening the door of the room, Yi Yang saw City Lord Aichi and General Cumberland, who had been waiting in front of the door for a long time. Now, almost 20 hours had passed since that mission. From the time Yi Yang came out in Ina's room, the faces of Aichi and Cumberland were filled with shock. 20 hours of fighting. God! Was this Beacon's body made of iron? It could actually fight for 20 hours straight? At the thought of this, Aichi couldn't help but feel heartbroken for his daughter. She was still just a young girl who had just experienced life for the first time. However, as soon as he thought that Beacon was able to cure Ina's nightmare cycle with this method, Aichi still forced down the shock in his heart. Then, taking a step earlier, he asked Yi Yang about Ina's specific situation. Lord Beacon, I don't know about Ina's nightmare cycle. Don't worry about it. After Yi Yang came out of the room, he saw Aichi, who was full of worry, and said blandly, as long as you have a good rest tonight, Ina will have a restful sleep just like an ordinary woman. Really? That's great. City Lord Aiki was incredibly excited. The nightmare cycle that had haunted Ina for more than a decade was finally going to end? He was so grateful to this young man in front of him in his heart that he even had the urge to give him Monolithic City. After ending all this, Yi Yang naturally just chose to leave the king's palace of the Monolithic City. After all, Princess Ina was just a passerby in her life, and it was only when you and I were willing, for a common goal, that the two of them would merge. Since the goal was accomplished, Yi Yang would not stay for anything more. Next, Naturally, it was time to organize a wave of all his current harvest. Having repelled the undead stampede, and incidentally completing a secret quest, Yi Yang could be said to have reaped a lot of rewards. Name, Beacon. Level, 21. Status, life value 7560, magic value 8700. Attributes, strength 5650, magic 779 400, physique 10250, agility 56. An undead storming monster war soared his level from 13 to 21. Strength, physique, agility, three attributes that were relatively minor to Yi Yang, were raised by 8 points. While the most important magic attribute was raised from 731 directly to 779 points. Although the increase in attributes brought about by the upgrade was not high, under Yi Yang's several raw increases, despite the fact that the attributes were not many, they were still able to bring about a strong increase effect to Yi Yang. This entire 48 points of magic attributes, in the average player, could not show too obvious an effect. But in Yi Yang's case, the increase was incomparably perverse. Most intuitively, at 731 points of magic power, Yi Yang's most damaging skill, Starfire Drop, only had 43,860 points of damage. But after boosting his magic attribute by 48 points, his Starfire Drop could be increased to 46,740 points of damage. These 48 points of magic attribute directly gave Yi Yang a difference of almost 3,000 points of damage. So even a 1-point increase in attributes had an incomparably strong boost for him. Backpack. Exclusive Essence, 10. Refined Soul, 10. Then, naturally, there were the two props, Exclusive Essence, and Spirit of Refinement. If Yi Yang wanted to create equipment, after gathering the equipment drawings, which were relatively easy and simple to gather, and the Spirit of Equipment, he could directly create a superb exclusive refinement grade equipment. Exquisite grade refined equipment. Heaven's Gift grade alchemy equipment. Ghost God grade refined equipment. These three classes of refined equipment, even the lowest level, the exquisite grade refined equipment, had about twice the attribute increase of the wild monster purple grade equipment. As for the heavenly grade, and the ghost god grade, it could even reach a 3-fold or even 5-fold increase. At best, equipment enhancement Yi Yang could only be considered to have reached this highest level in advance. Ordinary players, even if they can't strengthen their entire body to 10 in a short period of time, but in the case of such a high explosion rate of the strengthening stone, those rich players at the consortium level can already rely on a large number of other players to collect the strengthening stone fragments to quickly increase their own strengthen level to 5, or even as high as level 6. Therefore, the only way to truly start pulling away from other players was to create refined grade equipment. What's more, he also had the exclusive essence, which could raise the equipment attributes even higher. There were also passive special effects for the full set of equipment. There are also. Under all the reasons, this was also the reason why Yi Yang had been trying to build a full set of refinement grade equipment. What remained was the last kind of thing. Skill Fusion Scroll, 3. Grade, 1. Category, Special Grade Prop. Effect, you can choose 3 or less than 3 of your normal skills to fuse into a more powerful skill, and after the skill is fused, it will inherit and strengthen the effects of the original skill. Note, skills that have been fused can also continue to be fused, but beginner skills cannot be fused. Looking at the 3 skill fusion scrolls in his backpack, to be honest, Yi Yang was now extremely moved. The 2 skills learned at level 10 of Blazing Refinement Yin Yang, Starfire Drop, and Flame Impact, they naturally had their powerful places. But there were also places where they were lacking. Although the damage of this skill was terrifying, the disadvantage was that it had no follow-up output. This is not a disadvantage, in the War of the Undead mob, embodied very obvious. On the contrary, Flame Shock. It made up for Starfire Drop's sustained output problem, but again, the flexibility was too poor. It was fine in a monster war. If it was, in a player war, as soon as Yi Yang unleashed this skill, he would most likely be approached by a group of stealth assassins, or a flying plume ranger with ultra-high flexibility. The consequences were unimaginable. As for the other beginner rank skills, which were Fireball, Explosive Fireball, and Red Flame Explosion, the Skill Fusion Scroll also made it clear. These beginner rank skills did not have the qualifications for fusion. What's more, even if he was allowed to fuse them, Yi Yang would not choose to waste such a precious scroll on this. Then, use prop, Skill Fusion Scroll. Making up his mind, Yi Yang decided. Ding, your Skill Fusion Scroll has been used successfully, please choose the skill you want to fuse. Fusion Skill, Starfire Drop Flame Impact. Ding, your skill is in the process of fusion. Fusion Skill, 1122846661. 98 Toughest Killing Power, Heavenly Flame Impact. Fusion Skill, 6182999100. Ding, your skill fusion is successful, you've gained a brand new skill, Heavenly Fire Impact. The skill fusion had continued for almost 3 to 5 minutes. It wasn't until the progress bar was complete that Yi Yang saw his brand new skill. But just by seeing the name of this new skill alone, Yi Yang was already excited. Heavenly Fire Impact. Fusion. Learning level, 10. Skill description: lock onto a target and descend a pillar of heavenly fire with a diameter of 5 meters from the sky, delivering a crazy blow to the ground within a range of 200 meters for a duration of 10 seconds. When the main target dies, the pillar of heavenly fire will randomize its path or be manipulated by the casters will if the duration is not over. Pillar of heavenly fire has a magic attribute x 100 spell damage and has a 10 chance to inflict the tremors status on the hit target. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill consumption 300 magic. Skill level 1. Skill experience 0-10. Tremor status: targets subjected to this status will have their hit, movement speed, and attack speed reduced by 30. Heavenly flame impact. Is this the fusion plus upgraded version of Starfire Drop and Flame Shock? Seeing his brand new skill, Yi Yang couldn't help but get excited with excitement. Starfire Drop summons a flaming meteorite from the sky. Flame Shock shoots a pillar of flame directly forward. And the fusion upgraded version of Skyflame Impact, which was a pillar of flame ejected directly from the sky. My goodness. Yi Yang really couldn't help but get excited. This was a true fusion upgraded version of a super skill. A skill fusion scroll, it really wasn't worth it. Heavenly Flame Impact. It possessed a more powerful killing power than Starfire Drop, and discarded the sluggishness of Flame Shock's spellcasting. Moreover, once Heavenly Flame Impact hit the target, it would create a trembling state, reducing 30 to hit, movement speed, and attack speed. A 10 chance? No. For Yi Yang, as long as the target was hit, there was a 100% chance that it would be triggered. If this skill is thrown out in the middle of a huge battlefield, this 10 seconds skill, I am afraid that I don't know how many people will be instantaneous seconds. However, at this time, Yi Yang heard another skill. Ding! Because of skill fusion, the 37 skill points you consumed in Starfire Fall Flame Impact were returned by 50, totaling 19 skill points. Was it skill points? After seeing this system prompt, if it was an ordinary player, he was bound to be heartbroken beyond measure. It was so hard to brush dozens of skill points, and now it was going to be directly deducted a full 50. This was a sum of almost 20 skill points disappearing into thin air. This is a sum of almost 20 skill points disappeared out of thin air. For skill points, this kind of thing, Yi Yang cannot hurt at all. With the gift of absolute chance, he has a 100% chance of exploding anything that can be exploded. A bunch of skill points were dispensable to Yi Yang. But a good skill was definitely something that could be encountered but not sought. Even if for the sake of this skill, it made him discard all the skill points that he had previously put into Starfire Drop and Flame Impact, he would not hesitate to give them all up. Now, these 19 skill points, together with the 6 skill points he himself still had left. At this point, Yi Yang still had a total of 25 skill points. Not too much to say, not too little to say. Heavenly Fire Impact, as a fusion version of the skill, just to raise the skill level from level 1 to level 2, required 10 skill points. A whole 10 times more than before. However, even that didn't matter, he had absolute chance, and this powerful equipment and this strong skill, there was no worry about getting the skill. Skill Fusion Scroll, 2. Glancing at his backpack again, Yi Yang was a little excited. Each skill fusion could fuse up to 3 skills at once. He still had 2 more skill fusion scrolls, which meant that he could fuse up to 6 skills. Moreover, he was now level 21. Not only could he directly build level 20 equipment, he could also learn 3 level 15 skills and 3 level 20 skills. With 2 waves of skills, he could directly fuse them twice. It was just that he didn't know what the level 15 and level 20 skills were, exactly. But it didn't matter. Skill books? He never worried that he would be short of such things. As for now, it was better to learn the Heavenly Fire Impact first and then see the power of level 2 Heavenly Fire Impact. Learning skill, Heavenly Fire Impact. Ding, you have successfully learned Heavenly Fire Impact. Upgrade skill, Heavenly Fire Impact. Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Yang directly expended his 10 skill points on Heavenly Fire Impact. Ding, Heavenly Fire Impact has reached the upgrade requirement. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Skyfire Impact has been successfully upgraded, current level 2. After several confirmations, Skyfire Impact was finally upgraded successfully. In the next moment, the attributes of Heavenly Fire Impact were directly presented in front of Yi Yang. 99 double the Skyfire Impact, double the pleasure. Heavenly Fire Impact. Skill description: lock onto a target and descend 2 pillars of skyfire with a diameter of 5 meters from the sky, performing a frantic strike on the ground within a range of 500 meters for a duration of 15 seconds. The pillars of Heavenly Fire have a magic attribute x 150 spell damage and have a 10 chance to inflict tremor status on the target after hitting. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill consumption 300 magic. Skill level 2. Skill experience 0-20. There is still this kind of upgrade method? When Yi Yang saw the skill description of Heavenly Fire Impact, he was directly shocked. The damage range expanded from 200 meters directly to 500 meters. The skill damage bonus also increased from 100 of magic power to 150. And the duration, from the previous 10 seconds, was also raised by a full half to 15 seconds. Other than the significant increase in the skill's damage range, the rest were all average bonuses. But, this wasn't even the most important thing. The most important thing was that the pillar of heavenly fire summoned by heavenly fire impact had changed from 1 to 2. It was hard to imagine. When 2 pillars of heavenly fire shot out from the sky at the same time, striking frantically at a huge area of 500 meters on the ground. That kind of scene was really hard to imagine how strong the killing power would be. Yi Yang couldn't help himself now. He wanted to run directly to the outside of the monolithic city and find a few monsters to try out the power of the pillar of heavenly fire. However, he suddenly saw a system prompt. However, this system prompt was not something that only he could see, but a service-wide announcement. Service-wide announcement. Ding, World Domination will undergo a 48-hour long game update in 1 hour. At that time, more adventurous places will be opened up, so please, all players, get offline within an hour or you will be forced out of the game. After the first time this announcement about the game update appeared, every 1 minute, this announcement would appear. A game update? It came quite untimely. At this moment, Yi Yang had just wanted to go collect a wave of level 15 and 20 skills, but he didn't expect that he would suddenly encounter this situation. However, the game update was something that no one could reverse. Once the update time was reached, all players would be cut off from World Master's intentional link channel. Since this was the case, it would be better to quit the game early on one's own. After all, having just finished fighting a monster war and completing a wave of secret quests, Yi Yang did feel a little tired now. Since the game was going to be updated for 2 whole days. Then he could also take advantage of this time to go and find a satisfactory residence in the real world. After all, he really didn't want to live in that rented room from before. However, before that, he still had one more thing to do: gold coins to exchange for real currency. Open the currency exchange function. With a thought, in front of Yi Yang, a currency exchange interface appeared. Please choose the currency you want to exchange. Gold coins to Chinese currency 11. US dollars 167. Japanese currency 161. Korean currency 1681. Pounds sterling. In an instant, the currency types of almost all the countries on the blue planet appeared in front of Yi Yang. However, the first to bear the brunt was the Chinese currency. Because, at that time, those scientists researched that the exchange ratio between gold coins and Chinese coins had been nearly 11, the United Nations Mound had already pushed the Chinese coins onto the stage of the world's currency. It is also because of this, the Chinese only officially among the world's top countries in the forefront. However, because of this incident, the Mi Empire has also always held a grudge against Huaxia. Even in the game, Mi Empire players were desperately practicing, hoping that one day, they would be able to sideline Huaxia in world domination, thus once again pushing their own currency onto the world's currency. However, these were not things that Yi Yang needed to consider right now. What he needed to do now was to take out a portion of the more than 3 million gold coins that he owned and convert it into real currency. Converting 2 million gold coins into Chinese coins. With a thought. Just a slight few seconds later, 2 million gold coins were deducted from Yi Yang's backpack. Ding, your currency exchange was successful. For the normal operation of World Master, this function needs to charge an exchange fee of 5, please understand. Seeing the system's prompt, Yi Yang also smiled slightly. Indeed. Wanting to operate such a strong game undoubtedly required a huge cost fee. If one just relied on selling game pods alone, it was simply not enough to support the subsequent research costs of those scientists. All of this, naturally, was within the scope of everyone's understanding. After finishing everything, Yi Yang also glanced at the system's prompts again. There were only 43 minutes left before the game update. Then, exit the game. Ding, you are leaving World Master. After a system prompt, the scene in front of Yi Yang's eyes changed with a bang. When he regained his sight again, he had arrived in the real world. Real world. Coordinates, Baizhou City, Dongshan Province. Once again, he returned to his rented room. Yi Yang took a look and realized that there was nothing of value. ID card, cell phone, bank card. Other than the things to avoid trouble for himself again, there was no need to bring anything else at all. Then, naturally, there was the most important thing. Withdrawing one small amount of money completely into one's bank card. Because, in world domination, in order to guarantee the absolute secrecy of the player's personal information. After all the currency exchanges, the entire real currency obtained would first be temporarily transferred to an account within the GamePod. Through this absolutely personal account on the GamePod, and then after binding a bank card, your currency can be withdrawn safely and without leakage. The 2 million gold coins naturally became $1.9 million after deducting it through a tax rate of 5. After completing all the operations, Yi Yang also finally heard the sound of his wish. Ding! Your account with tail number 9772 has gained 1,900,000 Huaxia coins through the transfer of the World Domination Personal GamePod account. Remaining balance, 19,000,2604 yuan. 105-star, multifunctional beautiful waitress. Withdrawing cash from his personal game pod, when Yi Yang confirmed the withdrawal at the same time, he also heard his cell phone's beep. Seeing that message of as much as 1.9 million huaxia coins credited to his account, Yi Yang's heart was undoubtedly very elated. In his previous life as a game anchor, bitter day from morning to night live down, January to the head, but also just 3 or 4 million income. Moreover, this is still their own simmering out. If you compare it to the time when you first started to be an anchor to have a few $100s a month, you were already quite happy. And now, Yi Yang had earned almost $2 million just by playing the game easily for a few days. This was still the fact that he had left more than 1 million gold coins in the game. If he counted this 1 million, on average this day's income would be 700,000 to 800,000, right? Suddenly, Yi Yang thought of something more ridiculous. At first, the vice president of the Gathering of Virtues, Beihai Wang, wanted to invite himself into their guild with a high salary of 200,000 per month. Now think about it. With the influence of Beacon's current name in the Huaxia region, even if they sold their entire guild, I'm afraid it wouldn't be worth the price of those 2 words. With a light smile, he didn't think too much about it. The past is like smoke, the past is the past. The most important thing now, of course, is to enjoy life. Walking out of the rental house, Yi Yang took a last look at the room. Ordinary to ordinary furniture. A single sofa, just the opposite side of the sofa, not even a TV. A double bed, but unfortunately, now only one person. A wooden table with a laptop, but it looked as if it was a bit old. Next to it, a trash can, a closet, a drinking fountain. Click. Yi Yang gently closed the door. Little Yang, you're going out. Just as Yi Yang was about to go out, suddenly a young woman who looked like she was in her 30s came out from next door. After searching in his mind, he realized that this young woman was a woman named Lu Ruoya. The young woman, a very ordinary young woman, because her husband had a car accident in the first place, so she brought several $100,000 and came out to rent a house. However, Lu Ruoya's daughter, Lu Xueqing, was a very cute girl. At the age of 16 or 17, she was the flower girl who exuded innocence and liveliness. Moreover, it had to be mentioned, Yi Yang's original body was a well-deserved school bully. From time to time, Lu Xueqing would ask Yi Yang's original body to teach her homework, and over again, the 2 neighbors just became familiar with each other. However, if it's this time now, Lu Xueqing should be in school, right? Yes, but I guess it won't come back later. Without thinking too much, Yi Yang smiled to Lu Ruofeng. What's going on? Is Xiao Yang moving? Lu Ruoya asked. Well, recently inside World Master, I made a little money, so I'm looking for another place to live. Yi Yang didn't say it explicitly, but he didn't hide anything either. World domination? That's the game that's been so hot lately, isn't it? Yes, does Sister Lu also know about this game? Yi Yang's original body has always called Lu Ruoya as Sister Lu, women, like others, to call her a little younger. Alas, you do not know, recently Xueqing also obsessed with this game, I heard, or play what archer? Lu Ruoya tried hard to recall a bit, before finally recalling a little bit, about Lu Xueqing and the World Master information. Is that so? Xueqing is still very smart, and she studied very hard at that time. Yi Yang encouraged. Alas. Lu Ruofeng sighed. Xiao Yang, you cannot say, girls I feel are quiet a little better, but the last few days, Xueqing she into the game cabin for several days, desperate to play. If it wasn't for today's game update, she would have been in there for 2 or 3 days and not come out. Yi Yang sighed. It's not easy for a girl to play so desperately. Sister Lu, she's a girl in the end, let her take care of her rest. I still have some things to do here, so I won't say much. I have a few things to do here, so I won't say much. Well, if you have nothing else to do in the future, come to see Sister Lu more often. Xueqing also misses you. She misses you too. You're kind of her idol. Although it was a joke, Lu Ruoya still said it seriously. I will remember that. After saying that, the 2 of them said goodbye to each other, then Yi Yang walked towards the downstairs. Master, Cassieland Hotel. Going downstairs and sitting in the cab, Yi Yang spoke to the cab master, stating his destination. Cassieland Hotel. The only 5-star hotel in Baizhou City, located in the center of Baizhou City, the top-class presidential suite is 28,888 a night. And, you can pick one multifunctional beautiful waitress on your own. Of course, in order to prevent you gentlemen from thinking wrongly, we have to focus on explaining the meaning of multifunctional. Multifunctional means, including massage, foot care, spa, life needs and other advanced services, not some strange features. The brakes sounded, Yi Yang took out his cell phone, swept $23 with WeChat, and then got out of the car. Welcome. Accompanied by the bow and greeting of the 2 welcoming ladies at the door, Yi Yang strolled into the hotel. It was worthy of being called a 5-star hotel. The entire Cassieland Hotel was a scene of opulence, even the tiniest of flowers and plants were neatly groomed and pleasing to the eye. Excuse me, is there still room in the presidential suite? Walking into the hotel's counter, Yi Yang asked a beautiful waitress. Seeing that Yi Yang wanted to book the presidential suite, the waitress immediately raised her spirit, straightened her proud hunches, and then said gently to Yi Yang, "Mr. Hello, the presidential suite is still available, may I ask when you need it?" "Yes." Saying that, Yi Yang took out his bank card. "Help me open it for a week." 101 World-class copy, the first part of the global fight. The waiter suddenly froze. What's wrong with opening it for a week?" Yi Yang looked up at the waiter, who was in amazement. "No, there is nothing wrong." The beautiful waitress was a bit confused. Because, he looked at this man's appearance as only about 20 years old, to be able to drive here for a day, is already a relatively rich second generation. What kind of operation is it to drive for a week, treating this place as a home? With a slight movement of her throat, the beautiful waitress still took out the quality she should have, and her body also leaned forward, looking like she was deliberately pandering. "Sir, the weekly service here is 18,888,888 renminbi, do you have a membership card?" "No." Yi Yang shook his head. "If you apply for a membership card, you can get a discount of 166,666 renminbi. Yes, if you need anything, just swipe your card." Yi Yang nodded. After a few minutes, the beautiful waitress operated the computer on the counter for a while, then took out a golden card and handed it to Yi Yang. This was followed by his bank card and ID card. "Your room is in presidential suite number 6, please follow me." Following the attendant up the elevator, Yi Yang smelled wisps of aroma. Came to the presidential suite. Any Yi Yang also cannot help but sigh. The beautiful environment here is indeed much better than the environment of their own rental house. "Sir, please pick a waiter who can help you with your life during this period." Yi Yang was looking around when the beautiful waitress from the counter came in again. Along with her, there were also 5 other beauties that came in. There was no need to say much. This must be for his self-selected multifunctional beautiful waitress's service. Just her. Yi Yang casually pointed to the one closest to him. In fact, their looks were all similar, sweet-looking. Naturally they were all standard as a waitress, so Yi Yang didn't have anything to pick from. Click. After the counter attendant left with all the others, the remaining beautiful attendant gently brought the door. Turning around, she bowed slightly to Yi Yang. "Mr. Yi, how are you? No need to be so formal, I don't have so many rules and regulations." After seeing that everyone else had left, Yi Yang casually sat on the sofa and looked at the outside scenery through the glass curtain wall. "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Wu Xiaoya, Mr. Yi, you can address me as Xiaoya." "Xiaoya, right, go and prepare my lunch for me." "Okay, Mr. Yi, please wait." After saying that, Wu Xiaoya walked out. After casually scanning around the room, Yi Yang saw that the only thing of interest was the computer. It couldn't be helped, perhaps it was the occupational disease of the anchor in his previous life. When he saw the computer, he couldn't help but want to sit down. However, there was nothing important now, so it was just the right time to casually look around while Xiaoyu prepared lunch. As always, Yi Yang opened the official website and official forum pages of World Master. After opening the official website, the most eye-catching thing he saw on the homepage interface was the content of this update. The contents of this update to World Domination. Update 1. Open the entry channel of the service-level replica tundra planes. Players or teams can enter at the City Lord NPCs of the major main cities. Update 2. Open the entry channel of the world-class copy of the Ancient War Ruins. When players or teams complete the service-level copy, the world-class copy of the Ancient War Ruins will be opened. Note, the Ancient War Ruins copy is the only large copy. Global players can enter one after another, and the copy of the death will not be able to re-enter, will be resurrected directly in the main city. Update 3. In view of the reaction of many players, World Domination will add the 5 senses control function. Players can adjust their own 5 senses from 1000 to any adjustment, but if the 5 senses will be adjusted to less than 100, the player will only have the function of participation in the game, cannot launch any attack, will not be subjected to any total, and at the same time, will not get any rewards. Note, the 5 senses regulation function is an irreversible function. Once the player gamepad is lowered, it will never be able to be adjusted to 100 senses. Update 4. Taking a look at the so-called game updates, the first 2 are indeed updates of value. A service-level copy of the Tundra Plains. There is also a world-class copy of the Ancient War Ruins. However, the official only revealed the name of the replica, its basic nature, and the way to enter. Regarding anything valuable about the replica, Yi Yang did not see a single thing at all. That is to say, this copy in the end exists how much value, completely rely on the players to find out by themselves, scientists to help you open the channel connecting this copy is just. However, when Yi Yang saw the world-class only copy of the Ancient War Ruins, he already had some premonitions. This was a global players' battle. A copy that accommodated more than 100 million players from the entire world. It had to be said that these scientists had really tried their best. However, regardless of how much value actually existed within this replica, it didn't affect the players killing each other. To compete for the ultimate treasure within the Ancient War Ruins, one would have to stand on top of hundreds of millions of corpses. This competition can be quite fierce. As for the 5 senses adjustment in Update 3, this is probably to take care of some of the less courageous players. After all, World Master has almost reached 100 realism, pain, injury, fear, and so on and so forth. All of these emotions will explode in the most realistic 5 senses. Those who are timid, not to mention let them play, scared to death. However, there are advantages and disadvantages once they regulate the 5 senses down, instead of losing the sense of reality. So this kind of player can't be considered a real existence in this world, naturally also lost any function of the game. Only what Yi Yang did not expect was that the 5 senses adjustment was actually an irreversible state. In other words, once the 5 senses were lowered, it also meant that this player, in the future, would only ever be able to view the scenery of World Master. And not only the character, this game pod will also be basically declared obsolete. There was a click. Yi Yang was about to close the official website of World Domination when the door of the room was opened. Wu Xiaoye pushed a 3-tiered cart full of plates and smiled sweetly at Yi Yang. Mr. Yi, the lunch you asked for is here. 102 Beacon's oversized influence. Just put it over there. Yi Yang pointed to the table next to him, then temporarily closed the official website of World Domination. However, when Wu Xiaoye inadvertently saw the screen on Yi Yang's computer, there was some surprise between her eyes. This little change in expression naturally could not escape Yi Yang's nowadays, already becoming keenly and unusually perceptive. Sitting on the sofa, looking at Wu Xiaoye serving a few delicate dishes in front of herself, Yi Yang casually asked, "Xiao Yu is also playing World Master?" "Well, no yet. I just heard about it from one of my sisters." While saying that, Wu Xiaoye lowered her head a bit ashamedly. "Is it because you don't have money to buy a game pod?" The corner of Yi Yang's mouth lifted slightly, directly pointing out her mind. "Let Mr. Yi make fun of me. How can people like us afford to buy something so expensive?" Wu Xiaoye was not lying. Although she worked in a 5-star hotel, her monthly salary was only about 6,000. In other words, if she wanted to buy a game pod, it would take her almost 2 years of not eating or drinking before she could save up the money. What's more, it had only been less than half a month since she came to Kazalan. Moreover, this was still the first time she had been on duty after going through etiquette training. Okay. Yi Yang didn't say anything further either. It was obvious that not everyone could want to be as bold as Yi Yang's original body. In order to be able to enter the World Master, even if they dumped their family's money, they still had to gather money to buy a game pod. "Sit down and eat some, I can't finish it all by myself." Patting the seat next to his sofa, Yi Yang said to Wu Xiaoye, "No way, we have rules in Kazalan, we can't eat with Kazalan members." Wu Xiaoye subconsciously took 2 steps back and refused. "I have said that I don't have so many rules and regulations, and I don't like such things," Yi Yang said indifferently. "It looks like this Wu Xiaoye is still not skilled in business, huh? If it was a normal waitress, I'm afraid that she would have jumped into someone's arms long ago, right?" An internal struggle. Seeing Wu Xiaoye like this, Yi Yang was almost amused. It seems that it was his own luck that wasn't quite so good, picking a newbie waitress. If you don't sit down and eat, I'm going to complain about you." "Ah?" Wu Xiaoye was instantly surprised and faintly shouted, and then realized that she had lost her temper. "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I'll sit down right now." Tidying up her clothes, Wu Xiaoye sat at the very edge of the sofa with some trepidation. "Come here." Yi Yang patted the seat next to himself. "Good." After Wu Xiaoye finally put her body, one by one, to sit closer to herself, Yi Yang once again asked, "Is this your first day working here? How come you look so restrained in everything?" Wu Xiaoye shook her head. The waitresses of the living service have to go through Sister Zhao's 2 months of etiquette and skills training before they can go to work. "Really? Then what skills do you know?" "If I remember correctly, the waitresses in Kazalan seem to be multifunctional. I'm good at massage," Wu Xiaoye said while her body was still trembling. "Massage? That's not bad either." Yi Yang nodded. "Then how do you train these skills? Do you train with real people?" Nodded, Wu Xiaoye said, "Generally our sisters training together, each other with the body training." "That's not bad. After training like this for a few months, your kung fu must be pretty good too. After dinner later, you can give me a massage. I'm looking forward to you." "Okay, Mr. Yi Yang." Almost at the same time of speaking, Wu Xiaoye stood up again with unparalleled dedication and bowed slightly to Yi Yang. "Alright, you don't have to be like this." Yi Yang laughed somewhat helplessly, but it was quite fun to molest these waiters. Compared to the game, it was still these living, breathing people that could make his heart feel better. "Mr. Yi, wait a moment, I'll clean these up." After eating, Wu Xiaoye pushed that cart and walked out again. And Yi Yang, on the other hand, he continued to sit next to the computer, charged up his cell phone, and prepared to brush the official forum of World Master for a while. However, when Yi Yang opened the forum, even he was shocked. The service-level replicas and world-level replicas had just opened their channels, which was naturally a hot topic among players. However, what was more common in world domination was the topic of the undead stampede, and the beacon god who had performed the brightest in this monster war. It was almost a day before the Undead Rampage, and the fermentation of this day-long period of time had caused the two terms, Undead Rampage and Beacon God, to be hyped up to the highest point of the forums. What had to be said was that within the major main cities of the Huaxia district, the players of Monolithic City had become a hot topic for many eye-catching players. Having soared several levels in a single battle, the players in the city of Boulders had almost leapt into the strongest existence in the Huaxia district. Moreover, the first Sacred Monarch Guild on the guild list, the second Panlong Guild, the fourth Chaotic Wind, the fifth White Rain Pavilion, and the seventh Supreme Guild, all gathered in the city of Boulders. It was worth mentioning that due to Beacon's increasing popularity, the number of players who had developed admiration for him was also increasing. The Beacon Fan Pavilion managed to break through tens of thousands of members, and the guild's strength ranking, from the previous 29, jumped to become the 12th ranked Grand Guild in the Chinese region. Because, in the fan club, there is no lack of many fans from Beacon Fire, as well as those who came here in admiration of the name, the strong strength of the Emperor-level players, power players, top-level Raider God. For all these reasons, Beacon Fan Pavilion almost had the strength to rival the top 10 guilds. The source of everything was almost all in Yi Yang's anger when he chopped up the top 10 guilds in China in a row. At the very beginning was the Gathering of Virtues. Then came the Imperial Heavenly Pavilion and the Night Gothic Guild. After that was the submission of Chaotic Wind and Supreme Guild. Seeing Yi Yang's all-crushing battle video, those players who owned the video almost treated it like a treasure. The wind and clouds surged. Yi Yang had not expected that he would be able to force a guild into such a high ranking simply by relying on the influence brought by the word beacon. However, it was also far more than that. This monster war that took place in the Monolithic City in the Huaxia region, when the video was circulated, it had even reached the international forums of world domination. 103 If you're doing well. After the video of Yi Yang's battle in the Undead Stampede Monster War was circulated to the international forums, it was only a short period of less than an hour or two afterward. The horrifying deed of Beacon rising 8 levels in a row. The video of level 6 fighting the Gathering of Virtues Elite. The video of level 13 crushing over 6,000 people in the Imperial Sky Pavilion. The video of breaching the Night Gothic Guild residence. Almost every video of Yi Yang's battles, big and small, were all dug up by aspiring youths abroad. The Japanese nation was stunned. Baka, what was wrong with this group of losers? Not a single person actually triggered the hidden quest. Huaxia district have already fought the monster war. How can you fix it? Is the next door Huaxia district about to take off? This group of losers just know that at home hugging dolls jerk, practicing leveling all false. Cold country shocked. ACI bar, this goods how so terrible Simida. Our Cold Kingdom's elite squad of 50 people can't even beat a level 17 elite monster right now, Smithy. It's too scary. This player called Beacon, I suspect he has the blood of our great Goryeo nation in him, Simida. How can he have such exquisite skills and awareness, one person single-handedly taking on thousands of people? This is too scary, Simida. Midi shook. Oh, thank him Mafak. Our most elite player, Scala, is only level 15, and there are level 20s in China? No way. How can the Huaxia district be so strong? Undead Rampage. Monster War. Why isn't it us, Rice, who are experiencing this kind of good fortune? Don't worry about it, there's the world copy Ancient War Ruins next. We have to be the first to decimate this damn beacon inside this copy. Combatant nations shook. Eagle country, wait country. All the people who have seen the video are tingling with excitement all over their bodies. The international forums exploded. Foreign players simply couldn't believe that one person could single-handedly take on thousands of people. Even more so, they couldn't believe that just by virtue of one person's output ability, they could manage to instantly blast through thousands of skeleton soldiers. And what's in the video? Killing a level 15 elite undead general in seconds. Killing a level 17 elite undead secret attendant in seconds. Killing a level 19 boss ranked undead commander in seconds. Even that player called Beacon Flame had actually managed to blast through a level 20 domain level boss, the Undead Lord. Even without mentioning that one called Beacon Fire, there were tens of thousands of players from Monolithic City who had risen a few levels in a row by this undead stampede, and their strength had increased tremendously. Almost all of the country's elite players were countered. Casilan Hotel. Since Wu Xiaoye went out to pack her things, Yi Yang took a half-hour bath in the tub by himself. Too bad the cell phone fell in the water. Well, although it still works, but unfortunately Yi Yang doesn't want it anymore, so why don't you just get a direct replacement tomorrow? Out of the bathtub, Yi Yang directly wrapped a white bath towel. You're back off. Just after walking out of the U-room, Yi Yang saw Wu Xiaoye walk into the doorway of the presidential suite. Yes, sorry, Mr. Yi. Seeing Yi Yang wrapped in a bath towel, Wu Xiaoye hurriedly lowered her head in fear. I didn't know you were taking a bath. It's okay, didn't I finish washing? Just waiting for your massage. Yi Yang walked to the edge of the bed and hooked his finger to Wu Xiaoye. Well, should we start now? Lowering her head, Wu Xiaoye said with some nervousness. This is still her first time to have a real battle after the skill training from the hotel. Moreover, the first time she went out was with a rich young master like Yi Yang. Of course, what else would she be waiting for? Yi Yang directly plopped down on the window and retreated half of the bath towel, then closed his eyes and quietly waited for a comfortable massage service. To be honest, after playing the game for so many days, he was indeed a bit tired. He was not short of money right now, and there was no point in asking for too much money. So, if Wu Xiaoya's kung fu was good, he wouldn't mind giving her some tips. Money, spend it, earn it. Now Yi Yang make money, not to say a few hundred million at his fingertips, at least now in the game. A random wave of monsters swept down, the harvested equipment at least worth more than $1 million. So, as long as he can enjoy with money, he doesn't mind. Half a minute later, Wu Xiaoye organized her clothes and started her first job. Walking to Yi Yang's side, Wu Xiaoye stretched out her delicate little hands and pressed gently on Yi Yang's back. Mr. Yi, how do you feel? Not bad, it can be a little more forceful. Feeling Wu Xiaoye's delicate touch, Yi Yang slightly raised some comments. Well, how about this? This is very good. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction, and his body and mind slowly relaxed. By the way, does Kasilan allow the life attendant to be taken out of the hotel? With his eyes closed, Yi Yang asked while enjoying the massage. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Wu Xiaoye's heart throbbed. Could it be that this Mr. Yi wanted to take himself? After a slight struggle in her heart, Wu Xiaoye didn't and at the same time didn't dare to think too much. She just replied seriously. Yes, but our hotel has a rule that waiters who go out during working hours must register at the front desk and then come back before the end of the day. Is that so? Yi Yang smiled slightly. That's a good sentiment. You go out shopping with me tomorrow. My cell phone just fell into the water when I was taking a bath. I need to change my cell phone tomorrow. After saying that, Yi Yang turned around again and swept a glance at Wu Xiaoye's whole body. The figure was good, and the face looked sweet. The corner of his mouth raised, Yi Yang said in a bad way. If your performance tonight makes me feel good, I wouldn't mind taking you out to change a few clothes. 1-0 for the beautiful waitress who couldn't refuse. Last night, Wu Xiaoye struggled in her heart for a long time and finally gave in. At that time, Yi Yang stared into her eyes and added from a tip of $1,000 to $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $50,000. All the way to the whole $1,000,000. Wu Xiaoye finally gave in. Her monthly salary was only $5,000 or $6,000. Yi Yang's offer was $100,000, she really had no reason to refuse. This was almost 2 years of her salary. Moreover, if she were to refuse someone like Yi Yang, he could easily make herself lose this job with just a light report. After taking a bath, Wu Xiaoye gently climbed onto Yi Yang's body. Throughout the night, when Yi Yang woke up, Wu Xiaoye was still sleeping. Mr. Yi, you are awake. Just as Yi Yang was getting dressed, Wu Xiaoye quietly sat up from the bed, clutching the quilt in her hand, slightly covering her hun mouth. Hearing Wu Xiaoye's words, Yi Yang nodded. Aha! In a while you also get up. After breakfast, we go shopping. By the way, to fulfill what I said to you yesterday, I will take you to change some clothes. Oh, right. The card under your pillow, there are 100,000 fast, the password is 66, when you withdraw the money yourself. Yi Yang said. Wu Xiaoye secretly take away their pillows, underneath really pressed a bank card. As for the inside, in the end there is no 100,000. Honestly, Wu Xiaoye did not think about it. She also did not have the right to question, only hope that they meet a good person. However, Wu Xiaoye thought too much. That inside is not just 100,000, but 200,000. Yi Yang just didn't think that she was still a fledgling. The red spot on the bedsheet, and the feeling from yesterday, already said it all. Yi Yang could feel that Wu Xiaoye was afraid that she was uncomfortable, so she had been biting her lower lip to prevent herself from screaming out in pain. So, the other 100,000 was considered compensation for her. Anyway, it was not like the money was of any use to himself. However, what Wu Xiaoye least expected was that Yi Yang actually remembered what he said yesterday about buying herself some clothes. Suddenly, it gave a little bit of warmth to her heart that was already a bit cold. After finishing organizing his clothes, Yi Yang glanced at the time. 10:43 in the morning. There was still almost a day and an hour left before the game was updated. It was just right. When he finished buying a cell phone, he would take this girl out for shopping. Wu Xiaoye finished dressing at this time, and as she straightened the collar on her showy neck, Wu Xiaoye opened her mouth. Mr. Yi, you wait a moment, I'll go and help you prepare a morning and afternoon, sort of breakfast, right? Okay, you go get it. Yi Yan was suddenly amused by Wu Xiaoye's dullness. I didn't expect that after experiencing it with himself once, she was still so nervous around him. But he didn't care either. It was just the right time to take advantage of the time to prepare breakfast and then wash up. After walking out the door, Wu Xiaoye hurriedly washed her face at the tap water pipe, but as much as her face was done, her lower body still hurt. When walking, it was all shaky. Yo, Xiaoyu, did you get the boss's favor yesterday? Suddenly a fellow sister suddenly appeared behind Wu Xiaoye, startling her. What are you talking about? Wu Xiaoye hurriedly twisted her reddened face to the side, afraid of being seen by her sister. Yo, look at you, your face is so red. I remember the owner of presidential room number 6, it seems like he's still a young handsome man, right? Xiao Yu, you've earned it. I'm so envious. What are you earning? You're just talking nonsense. Tutang her small mouth, Wu Xiaoye stomped her foot in anger, then directly ran to the hotel's restaurant to prepare breakfast for Yi Yang. Thud. Walking into the presidential suite, Wu Xiaoye gently knocked on the door. Mr. Yi. Breakfast is here. Sit here and eat together, just as I have finished washing. After wiping his face, Yi Yan casually threw the towel onto the shoulder of the sofa and then directly sat on it. While eating, Yi Yang is also obviously much more unrestrained, left hand holding Wu Xiaoye's slender waist, right hand holding a dinner knife. The whole 200,000 smashed down. Wu Xiaoye did not dare to have a little resistance, just rusty and stiff to cater. However, it is this stiffness and rustiness that makes Yi Yang even more favorite. A meal was eaten for almost 2 hours. Yi Yang did not know how he actually ate. In short, he had a very comfortable meal. When the two of them walked out of the room together and came to the counter at the entrance of the hotel, Yi Yang directly threw a few tens of thousands of dollars on the counter and then let the waiter at the counter look after himself. Where did the waitress at the counter dare to say anything else, not to mention that it's not like she doesn't know Wu Xiaoye. The hotel subterfuge. She can only look at Wu Xiaoye with a face of envy, actually have such good luck to meet such a generous boss. With money, Yi Yang didn't like to ink anything when buying things. Casually looking for a domestic cell phone store, Yi Yang directly swiped his card to buy a Huawei Mate 20 RS Porsche phone, with a price of $17,000 and $18,000, it didn't feel like spending it at all. After that, the whole afternoon, Yi Yang took Wu Xiaoye, in the women's clothing stores, shopping for a whole afternoon. Chanel, Dior, Prada, Givenchy, Versace. Buddha relies on gold, women rely on clothes. A few hours down, Wu Xiaoye body attire, from the beginning to wear a black and white work dress, into a halter strapless dress, small fishmouth fine high heels, Dior's latest models of bags. Along the way, Yi Yang has endured too much envy and jealousy that should not be there at this age. Even when walking on the road, those roadside couples are pointing to Yi Yang, to their own boyfriends, said, see other people's boyfriends have not, brand name clothes, brand name bags, but I have nothing. For these, Yi Yang just smiled gently. However, this spending an afternoon to dress up a woman gave Yi Yang the feeling as if he had been playing Miracle Warmth. It was amazing. After stopping at the Starbucks, Yi Yang chose a window seat. Ordering 2 cups of cat coffee, he admired the masterpiece sitting across from him. Wu Xiaoye was born with a natural beauty, and she had a very pure temperament in herself. Plus, this afternoon, less than $200,000 of investment was smashed down. At this moment, she was like an offbeat fairy, even compared to Princess Ina of Monolithic City. No matter what, he himself was considered Wu Xiaoye's first man. Letting her experience this kind of life would not only satisfy Yi Yang's vanity, but also make Wu Xiaoye's face smile more from her heart. How about it, do you like it? Sitting across from Wu Xiaoye, Yi Yang smiled slightly. 105 Yi Yang's woman. Like it. Sitting squarely on the stool, Wu Xiaoye nodded her head vigorously. Remember what I told you. Yi Yang stirred his coffee while teaching a bland lesson. If you want to maintain your temperament, be quiet and don't react so violently. Mr. Yi, I know. Gently nodding her head, Wu Xiaoye said seriously. This is not bad. Admiring Wu Xiaoye in front of him, Yi Yang felt that this was like a work of art carved by his own hands. Right, if work. Wait until Mr. Yi goes back to World Master, I will go just resign, I won't forget Mr. Yi's words. Xiaoye will also obediently stay at home and wait for Mr. Yi to return. Before Yi Yang could finish, Wu Xiaoye jumped the gun. Being Yi Yang's woman, she didn't think about what absolute personal freedom she still had. As long as Yi Yang was happy, it was good. Moreover, Yi Yang did not restrict her too much. The hundreds of thousands of dollars in the card was enough for her own expenses, it was just that Yi Yang didn't want her to continue to work here so that she wouldn't come into contact with anything that she shouldn't. Being a man's possessiveness. Yi Yang didn't like that the woman who had contact with his body was still tainted by other people. It's good to understand. Yi Yang nodded and laughed badly. As long as your performance during this period of time satisfies me, the next time I am looking for you, I will reward you with a villa. Aha! Wu Xiaoye nodded seriously in response. Villa seriously, she was a little afraid to think about it. But with Yi Yang saying such words, she now believed it from the bottom of her heart. Even to buy clothes, this trivial little thing, Yi Yang can be so valued, visible in front of their eyes. This man is a man who absolutely said to do. A trace of warmth flowed through Wu Xiaoye's heart. As long as he was there, even if in the end, she was only a maid in that villa, she was satisfied. Yi Yang was not joking. It was always impossible for him to live in a hotel all the time. Buying a house of his own was a must. There was also the man's yearning for a supercar. In the first part of the game in the past few days, he was indeed a bit busy, chopping up the Imperial Sky Pavilion, chopping up the Night Gothic Guild, and suddenly a monster war in Princess Ina's dream. He really didn't have much energy to put his mind to money. However, whether it was making money or villas and sports cars, Yi Yang also understood that all of these were only possible if they were based on having strength. Absolute chance, even if this talent is strong, it won't let the pie fall from the sky and send all those superb equipment and props to Yi Yang's hands for nothing. Taking a glance at the time, it was now 631 in the evening. There were less than 18 hours left before world domination started. It was just the right time to go back to the hotel, enjoy Wu Xiaoya's massage service, and then wake up with a sleep and go back to the game. Level 20 Demonic Refining Equipment. Powerful fusion version skills. There were also service level copies and world level copies of the journey. All of these were waiting for Yi Yang. As for those foreign fools who wanted to intend to intercept Yi Yang, if Yi Yang didn't know about it, that would be fine. If he knew about those foreign players' intentions, the end result was the same. Just like at that time, they wanted to assassinate the Alliance Guild. They were all killed. Let's go back. Putting down the cup in his hand, Yi Yang said blandly, "HM." After responding, Wu Xiaoya gently pushed the cup to the front and then straightened the clothes on her body. Today, Yi Yang had made Wu Xiaoya gain a lot. Not only her own dress worth $50,000 to $60,000, high heels, and famous bags. There were also at least 3 or 4 sets of clothes that would be sent directly to her home by those stores. To be his woman, Yi Yang only had this one request. As long as she was absolutely loyal to him, what a woman wanted in her dreams, she would have it all. Somehow, Wu Xiaoya was already convinced when she heard these words. Returning to the hotel, Wu Xiaoya's gorgeous clothes immediately caused all the beautiful waitresses in Kazaland to look at her with amazement and envy. It was like a fairy-like existence. And beside him, Yi Yang was like a prince in a fairy tale. Ah! Too envious. Is that still Xiaoyu? Isn't that too pretty? Isn't that the handsome guy who wanted to have a private week in the presidential room yesterday? My goodness, he's so handsome. Why didn't I notice him yesterday? Dior. On Xiaoyu's arm, is that the latest Dior bag? I remember it costs $39,999, right? Did that handsome boss give it to him? He's so rich. The clothes cost tens of thousands of dollars too. I remember the high heels, $19,999. Ah, there goes half a year's salary. The clothes were tens of thousands of dollars too. You is so pretty now. Just like a fairy. The handsome boss is also really handsome, and so temperament not at all like those foppish rich young masters. I'd like to get in touch with him. Passing through the lobby of the hotel. The pairing of Yi Yang plus Wu Xiaoya had a turnaround rate of absolutely 100. The sisters, who were also waitresses from the Kazaland Hotel, were envious and their eyes were red with envy at this moment. This was almost a few less lifetimes of struggle. In just one day's time, Wu Xiaoya had turned from an ugly duckling into a real swan. However, if Yi Yang was made to have to reply to them with one sentence, then Yi Yang would only have one sentence. The reason why the ugly duckling turned into a swan was because she herself was a swan. The girls who had lost their virginity long ago, even if they were really chosen by Yi Yang to serve him in his life, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to get the same treatment as Wu Xiaoya. And Wu Xiaoya, who had just received such favor, naturally lowered her head in nervousness and shyness, and holding Yi Yang's arm, she kept going into the elevator and walked into the number 6 presidential suite. Let's take a bath together today. After retiring the shirt on his body, Yi Yang revealed his upper body, nearly perfect male figure. Mr. Yi, do you need any other services? Perhaps out of professional inertia, Wu Xiaoya subconsciously asked. She even forgot that she was no longer serving Yi Yang, but rather, waiting. At that moment, Yi Yang gently shook his head at her, then walked a few steps closer to Wu Xiaoya and said with a bad smile. No. I was trying to see what it was like to be you in the water. 106 Returning to the game, players worship. The water snapped. Countless sounds of pleasure came out from the U chamber. After having an experience with Yi Yang, the smart Wu Xiaoya had somewhat learned what kind of movements she had to use to please Yi Yang. The next day, Wu Xiaoya didn't realize that she was actually lying on the soft bed until she woke up. And Mr. Yi had already gone somewhere. But she remembered what Yi Yang had said to herself. Resign from the hotel. Go home quietly. Then, wait for Yi Yang to come back to her. Each of these 3 things was a top priority for her. Because, it is the thing that Yi Yang explained down as long as about Yi Yang, for her, are the top priority. Without too much hesitation, when Wu Xiaoya will be in the room, those in the yesterday was Yi Yang torn clothes, all of them tidy up after, she was ready to resign from Sister Zhao. But while walking out of the room, there was a whole bunch of sisters squatting her at the door. Wow, Xiaoyu, was it comfortable yesterday? Is that handsome boss awesome? TSK, look at Xiaoyu's face is much rosier, she must have received a lot of moisturizing, right? By the way, how much did you pay for that dress you wore yesterday? I saw it the other day when I was passing by the Chanel store. Compared to Xiaoyu, the boss who named me the day before yesterday is a dirtbag who gave me $1,000 for serving 10,000 knights. Oops, I'm really envious. Surrounded by Wu Xiaoye, a group of sisters who traveled with her asked questions. Some asked about the clothes, some asked how long Yi Yang and her carried out yesterday, and even, there is actually asked Yi Yang they're big or not. It was scary. If a man passed by them, I'm afraid that they would all be shocked by the topics between their sisters. However, this was still Xiaoyu's first time out in the field and she met such a boss. They were afraid that they would never meet a man like Yi Yang, who bought tens of thousands of dollars of clothes without moving. In fact, there wasn't any. Wu Xiaoye blushed with shame at their topic, although in the past, in the dormitory of female employees, Wu Xiaoye had often heard them discussing this kind of topic. However, when it was her turn, she lowered her head in embarrassment and responded in a subtle tone, "Actually, Mr. Yi and I only had 4 or 5 hours yesterday." Just after saying that, Wu Xiaoye was embarrassed and broke away from them, leaving behind the group of shocked sisters. What? 4 or 5 hours? That young handsome boss, he's so good at this. Although they used to like to brag about their boss being comfortable with them for 2 or 3 hours, most of them were just blowing it off. Most of them only lasted 10 minutes. Geez. Xiaoyu was able to meet such a powerful man on her first time. No wonder her walking has become a bit abnormal today. However, the shocked expressions of her sisters were naturally unknown to Wu Xiaoye. After breaking free from their torture, she went straight to Sister Zhao's office. Walking through the door, Wu Xiaoye expressed her deep gratitude for Zhao Huifen's cultivation favor, and after bowing deeply, Sister Zhao was suddenly a bit confused. "Xiaoye, what are you doing?" Sister Zhao asked with some surprise. Sister Zhao is sorry. Exhaling a long breath, Wu Xiaoye handed out her letter of resignation. Tianhe District. The rental room on the 18th floor. Yi Yang once again returned to this place. Because his game pod could never be moved to a hotel, it had been stored here. When he came back and bought a villa next time, he could consider moving this game pod to his new home. Time, 14:27. Taking a glance at the time, it had been more than 2 hours since the update of World Master had ended. With a slight smile, Yi Yang did not hesitate and directly entered the game pod. Entering the game. With a thought, he saw the system's beep. Ding, entering the game. 137-799-8100. Entering successfully. With a light in his eyes, Yi Yang once again arrived not far from the King's Hall of Monolithic City, where he had gotten offline. 2 days had passed. Although the Monolithic City had not restored the incomparable prosperity of the past for the time being, it was good that the basic functions had also been restored. Skill masters, equipment creation masters, grocery merchants, and other NPCs with the game's basic functions had basically recovered from their injuries sustained during the war. The basic functions of the game, too, had basically been fully restored. However, even though the city of monoliths hadn't regained its prosperity, the enthusiasm of the players hadn't diminished in the slightest. Power King Shield, service level copy of Tundra Plains seeks a team. I am a warrior specialization, advanced shield armor magnificent. Level 14 can resist in fight. Heart of Assassination, level 15 Shadow Stream Killer is looking for a cooperative, organized group. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The most powerful mage in this service begs to be pulled. The output is explosive, level 3 Starfire Fall. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. The most powerful mage in the world? I'm not sure if you're the one who's going to be able to do it. I've seen Beacon's Starburst? Heart of Assassination, upstairs 1, damn Beacon's Starfire drop is a big one, at least it's a level 4 Starfire drop. How can he say he's the strongest mage? Delusion, it's easy to pretend that level 3 Starburst is enough to give you a second. Deadly Strike, you don't like it? I'll be waiting for you at the west gate of Monolithic City. I'm a stealth assassin. I can't give you a set of seconds, I'll eat live. Delusion, I'm a ING mage and you're an assassin? Am I stupid? Fatal Strike, you're already ING stupid. How else would you dare to say you're the strongest mage? Beacon, well, actually, level 3 Starfire drop is pretty powerful. Heart of Assassination? The Beacon God has appeared. Deadly Strike, front row worships the Beacon God. Delusion, worship is in progress. In memory, worship the Beacon God. Standing in the monolithic city, Yi Yang saw the players longing for the service-level copy of the Tundra Plains, countless casual players begging for a group, begging for a team's information, filling up the channel of the map of the entire monolithic city. However, seeing those two players who were inexplicably bickering because of themselves, Yi Yang's face was also a black line. But he didn't expect that he had only casually advised those players, and the topic of those players immediately changed. Fine. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Yang didn't pay any more attention to them. 107 coming, Desert Blight City. After passing through the dilapidated Maganda King City, Yi Yang arrived at another location to brush up on monsters, Desert Blight City. Desert Blight City. Domain level, level 30. Monster distribution, level 2130. Domain description, a city adjacent to the city of monoliths, hiding countless desert monsters and desert giants. Thousands of years ago, Desert Blight City was captured by the serpent tribe led by Medusa, the queen of serpents, from the hands of Galvi, and was occupied by her as her lair. Rumor has it that Medusa is an amazingly stunning snake-bodied demoness. For thousands of years, many desert poachers have tried to get a glimpse of Medusa's stunning beauty, but all of them have died. Casually scanning the description of the Desert Blight City, Yi Yang did not care too much. This place was filled with level 20 and above monsters, and the strength of the monsters here could do exactly what it took to crush the skeleton soldiers. Moreover, he came to Desert Blight City also to collect the level 20 Spirit of Equipment, Equipment Manufacturing Drawings, and level 15 and 20 skills. By the way, he would find some more elite level or higher monsters so that he could get some more skill points. As for the service level copy of Tundra Plains, Yi Yang was not in a hurry to enter it. Because the rewards of the suit level copy may not be much, and it does not distinguish between the first or not the first kill, only the basic rewards after clearing the level. Its biggest role is still to be able to serve as a passageway to enter the world-class copy of the ancient war ruins after clearing the level. Moreover, before leaving Monolithic City, Yi Yang had already looked for AI Chi in order to ensure stability and understood the entry time of the ancient war ruins copy. There was still one more day to be exact. It was tomorrow at 12 noon, when the entry channel for the ancient war ruins would be officially opened. As for today, it was actually the time for the players to fight the Tundra Plains. When the day passed and the ancient battle ruins officially opened, it was thought that the number of players who managed to pass through the service level replica was bound to be not less. However, these weren't the things Yi Yang was concerned about yet. One day was enough time for him to prepare everything. Level 15 skills, level 20 skills, and the level 20 Spirit of Equipment, Manufacturing Drawings. As long as these four things were put together and neatly prepared, he could take his strength, which had once again increased several times, and directly kill his way into the Tundra Plains, getting the ancient war ruins entry qualification in the shortest possible time. And then compete with players from all over the globe. However, these were all afterthoughts. But after Yi Yang had just stepped into the Desert Blight City's domain, he saw, as expected, quite a few desert monsters. Those desert monsters had perhaps discovered Yi Yang's figure. The snake scorpions with dexterous movements rushed towards Yi Yang as if they were crazy. Desert Scorpion. Level, 21. Attack power, 210. Defense, 180. Life value, 9500. Skills, Frenzied Scorpion Poison Needle, Intermediate Poison Attack, Terrestrial Monster Intermediate Fearless. Droppable items, skill books up to level 15, level 20 defense, Strengthened Stone Fragment, Scorpion Needle. Description: the most ferocious wild monsters of the Desert Blight City domain, with strong attacks and notable defenses, but the most important thing to watch out for is their microscopic size and the poisonous needles of the mad scorpion. Desert Viper. Rank, 21. Attack power, 300. Defense, 100. Life value, 7800. Skills: Fierce Fangs of Poison, Advanced Poison Attack, Terrestrial Monster Low-Level Fearless. Droppable items, below level 15 skill book, level 20 weapon, Strengthening Stone Fragment, Scorpion Needle. Description: the most ferocious wild monsters in the Desert Blight's domain, with strong attacks, but the most important thing to be careful of is the swift and unparalleled speed of the vipers, as well as its poisonous fangs. Scanning through their attributes, it had to be said that this was only the lowest desert monster, and it was also quite a bit stronger than the undead generals underneath the Maganda King City. Undead monsters belong to pseudo-creatures outside of the six paths, so they simply didn't enjoy the innate passive of land monsters, the Fearless skill. This was a minor god-tier passive that could increase attack and charge speed. Any Yi Yang was also envious at this moment. But a monster with less than 10,000 blood in the district was nothing to him. Feeling those ferocious fierce attacks towards him from hundreds of meters away, Yi Yang gently took out his staff. The next moment. In just a second or two, in the sky above, the cloudless sky suddenly became as if it was on fire. Those fiery burning clouds condensed into two huge whirlpools in a very fast time. The next instant. And then the center of the two vortexes on the sky, in an instant, two pillars of heavenly fire as high as 10 meters shot straight out. Like a heavenly disaster descending, the sky-like pillars of heavenly fire crazily struck the ground. Boom! Controlled by Yi Yang's intention, the pillar of fire that descended from the sky was like a weapon used by the Monkey King to stir up the sea, churning the entire desert to within an inch of its life. This kind of exaggerated and incomparable visual impact, any Yi Yang, who was a spellcaster, was in awe. Heavenly Fire Impact. 14022, 14135, 14435, 13901, 14178. 14643, 14244, 14278. 14135, 14435, 14211, 14152. Pieces and pieces of terrifying damage numbers popped up. Within the duration of 15 seconds of Heavenly Fire Impact, those snake scorpion monsters that wanted to violate Yi Yang were instantly cleared out. It seemed that the damage and range of Heavenly Fire Impact was still slightly too small. even though the visual effect of heavenly fire impact made Yi Yan very satisfied. However, the 500-meter range, and its slightly lower damage bonus, still left him slightly disappointed. The 500-meter range was less than double that of even the previous Starfire drop. However, the Starfire pendant was in the city, while Yi Yang was in a large desert that could not be seen at all. In this kind of big desert, the range of 500 meters did seem a bit stretched. Moreover, compared to the exaggerated damage of the previous Starfire drop, the damage of the Heavenly Flame impact, which was only level 2, was indeed slightly lower. However, fortunately, Heavenly Fire impact had a lasting damage that Starfire drop did not have, and in general, compared to Starfire drop, the total damage of Heavenly Fire impact was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, whether it was the damage or the range of effect, it wasn't a problem for Yi Yang. As long as he stepped into the realm of elite monsters, he could brush his skill points with impunity and quickly level up the skill of Heavenly Fire impact. Thinking of this, the motivation in Yi Yang's heart was raised once again. 108 Infinite Shock. Ding, you have obtained the Black Iron Heavy Armor. Ding, you have obtained Armor Breaker X3. Ding, you have gained Lin Snakeskin Armor X2. Ding, you have gained Mad Flame Surge. Ding. A Heavenly Fire impact, the death of dozens of monsters brought Yi Yang a considerable harvest. After carefully checking the harvest this time, there were quite a few skill books, more than 40 of them. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly loaded them into his backpack. After slightly calculating the harvest this time, Yi Yan was in a good mood. Because of an undead stampede, most of the players who had teleported from the novice village to within the city of monoliths had already reached level 14 or 15, and even some of those who practiced leveling faster had already reached level 16. This group of players was at a time when the demand for level 15 skills was right at its peak. At that time, a level 5 skill could sell for a high price of 10,000 gold coins. Even though now, it had severely dropped to a price of 1,300 or 1,300,400 gold coins, it just goes to show that Kryptonite stream players who wanted to follow the mainstream would have to pay a big price to buy what they needed. Having just experienced the undead stampede, the skeleton soldiers alone made those players suffer a severe blow. Not to mention that these level 20 plus desert monsters were simply out of reach of other ordinary players. Level 15 skills. It had even been speculated to more than 30,000 gold coins and still had a price. In other words, these 40 plus level 15 skill books in Yi Yang's hands were 1.2 million 1.3 million gold coins, or more than 1.2 million huaxia coins. Moreover, Yi Yang was now sitting on dozens of level 20 white plate equipment. It's just that the current mass players were still a bit far from level 20. So level 20 equipment, relatively speaking, isn't as valuable as level 15 skills, but white plate equipment is also commonly in the 3 to 4,000. Weapons also cost at least 5,000 gold coins. So, summarized, the value of this shot of Heavenly Fire impact was almost at more than 1.5 million gold coins. A small handshake, a million to hand. Set a small goal, like earning him a villa first. Thinking about it is exciting. Without further thought, after taking out a level 15 mage skill, Yi Yang directly chose to learn Mad Inferno Surge. Learning level 15. Skill description, designate an area. After a short delay, the area within 100 meters of the surge of a fire, the enemy caused magic value of 120 spell damage. Casually glancing at the skill description, Yi Yang had no interest in using such a skill. Although the level 15 skill was strong, it was not as strong as the Heavenly Fire impact, the fusion version of the skill. After all, a fusion skill that required several times more skill points than a normal skill, if its power was still not as powerful as a level 15 skill, it would be too much to say. Just as Yi Yang finished organizing his harvest and wanted to head deeper into the Desert Blight City, he suddenly saw a few private messages on his friend bar. Broken Army, is Beacon God interested in coming along to the Tundra Plains copy now? White Rain Infinite, Beacon God, you're finally online, where are you? I'll bring this sister to you, just so we can go to Tundra Plains together. Naughty. 2 private messages, one was Broken Army inviting himself to go to the service level copy. Yi Yang had little interest, directly returned a not much time right now, and closed it. Beacon, I'm in Desert Blight City, do you want to come too? Snicker. A few seconds later, White Rain Infinite returned the message. White Rain Infinite, Desert Dead City? Isn't that a level 30 map? Has God Beacon gone to such a high level map now? Terrified. Beacon, well, the main reason is that the monsters in the Maganda King City map are too weak for me now, and there are no more domain bosses, so I came here. It just so happens that I'm collecting a bunch of level 15 skills right now, so get your chump change ready. Don't be unable to eat it when the time comes. Snicker. White Rain Infinite. Smiling on his face, MMP in his heart. This is the gap. While others were fighting for their lives against the undead general and the undead secret attendant, Beacon Fire had actually gone to the level 30 map, Desert Blight City? Alas! White Rain Infinite sighed helplessly before continuing to organize the sisters and prepare to challenge the Tundra Plains. Broken Army's message was from half an hour ago, and at that time, Yi Yang had just come online. So by now, seeing Yi Yang's delay in replying to the message, Broken Army had long since led his sacred monarch guild to kill the copy. Nearly half an hour's time, their hundreds of people of Holy Monarch elite troops has challenged to the progress of the copy 34 can be said to be very smooth. Smiling, Yi Yang didn't pay any more attention to Bayou Infinite and was heading deeper into the desert blight city. It didn't take long before he heard what seemed like a few people talking not far away. Today in the withered city, it seems like a few more people died off. Needless to say, it must be our brothers. It's not easy in order to take a look at Medusa. However, if we can really take a look, even if we die, it's worth it. I heard that Queen Medusa is very beautiful. I don't know if those brothers have seen her yet. TSK, don't talk about this, I won't go anyway, Medusa is really too strong. Releasing his powerful perception, with his excellent hearing, Yi Yang clearly heard their conversation. After getting closer, Yi Yang finally realized who they really were. Desert Poacher. Level, 23. Attack, 380. Defense, 80. Blood, 9,000. Skills, Wild Arrow, Wonderful Hands, Sneaking. Description: they are the abominable poachers in the desert, specializing in hunting rare animals in the desert to obtain materials from their bodies to sell them for a good price. But since ancient times there has been a story circulating in the mouths of the desert poachers. Medusa, the queen of the snakes, is an amazingly stunning super beautiful woman, and a man just needs to take one look at her to ascend to the world of ultimate bliss. Put. Seeing the description of their skills, Yi Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. What the hell kind of legend is this? One look at a beautiful woman and you can ascend to Elysium? What kind of person? Perhaps because of Yi Yang's laughter just now, the desert poacher noticed Yi Yang's presence. Although, Yi Yang didn't even try to hide either. It was just an ordinary person. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Yang continued to strut towards them. Grass. Seeing that Yi Yang actually dared to ignore himself so much, those desert poachers cursed, took out the longbows in their hands and directly released their skills. Arrow of Frenzy. Arrow of Frenzy. Arrow of Frenzy. 4 or 5 arrows with air-breaking sounds flew swiftly towards Yi Yang. However, these arrows, compared to the light bullets of the Chi King City formation, are still too slow. 109 Attack. Desert Giant Attack. With a slight side of his body, a few arrows were easily dodged by Yi Yang. Miss. 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 All the arrows all became missed. Having had the experience of dodging tens of thousands of light bullets from the Chi King City phalanx, dodging these arrows was a piece of cake. Without giving them time to hesitate, Yi Yang threw out a burst fireball directly. Explosive Fireball. 18954, 18751, 19052, 18831. With a single shot of explosive fireball, those few desert poachers who had gotten together were directly killed by Yi Yang in seconds. It could be seen that these few desert poachers had just come out from their residence and were killed by Yi Yang before they could go out to hunt. It was just a pity that they who didn't have the chance to hunt naturally didn't have anything that could be popped out, just a little bit of pathetic experience. Ding, you killed the desert poacher, gained 650 experience points. Ding, you have killed the desert poacher and gained 650 experience points. Ding, you have killed the desert poacher and gained 650 experience points. Ding. The 4 desert poachers only brought Yi Yang more than 2,600 experience points. Even with the dozens of level 21 desert serpent scorpions from before, it was only a mere 250,000 or so experience. Compared to his entire 1.7 million plus upgrade experience right now, this was really pitifully small. Moreover, Yi Yang seriously doubted one thing. After he had successfully turned into a dual profession player, his experience increase per level after each upgrade was much more terrifying. At level 20, it was only just over 1.2 million, just one level, there was over 500,000 more experience. Did it mean that a dual professional player had to endure double the upgrade experience? For this, Yi Yang had some questions in his mind. But this was something that the other players didn't understand at all, so they would have to wait until when they returned to the City of Monoliths and ask those older experts, or the City Lord of the City of Monoliths, Ai. After resolving the desert poachers, Yi Yang continued to move forward. According to Yi Yang's past experience, the level 20 Spirit of Equipment could only be popped out by at least level 25 monsters. As for the several types of equipment manufacturing drawings, they could only be popped out by elite level or higher level monsters. After determining his goal, Yi Yang continued to go deeper into Desert Blight City. Tread on me. Just after advancing not long, Yi Yang suddenly heard an angry voice. Poachers, you actually dare to come here. Along with this stream of dull sound, Yi Yang took a few steps backward before raising his guard. It wasn't long. In that piece of yellow sand at the bottom of Yi Yang's feet just now, as if it was a fountain, the quicksand slowly concentrated, then became taller, and eventually, it actually formed a human shape. My god, what kind of monster is this? Yi Yang took a look at the monster in front of him that was at least as high as 4 or 5 meters, and was secretly shocked in his heart. Moreover, it wasn't just one. Right around Yi Yang's body, there were at least 7 or 8 monsters that had coalesced with quicksand. Desert Giant. Rank, Elite. Level, 25. Attack power, 700. Defense, 580. Life value, 18500. Skills, Desert Heavy Fist, Body Sand 1, Advanced Strength, Death Charge. Droppable items, level 20 or below skill book, level 20 green weapon, level 20 spirit of equipment, strengthening stone fragment, level 20 equipment manufacturing drawings. Description, born in the sand, died in the sand. Loyal desert giants have been guarding the last desert wither city and guarding the desert animals. They are the sworn enemies of poachers and their strong bodies allow them to withstand most attacks. Desert giants didn't expect to actually look like this. Desert giant. True to its name, its entire body was made of converging quicksand. If it wasn't for the 2 eyes and slightly moving mouth on its head, it would be no different from real quicksand. This kind of monster is an extremely dangerous existence in the desert. Body and sand in one. When the desert giant saw Yi Yang, it recognized him as a poacher in the desert. Without a hint of explanation, the desert giant directly turned on its status skill, Body Sand 1. Within 30 seconds. Attack, defense, and movement speed increased by 50. Terrifying skill. Desert Fist. Desert Fist. Desert Fist. Right around Yi Yang, 7 or 8 desert giants raised their incredibly heavy fists and smashed them straight towards Yi Yang. With the Body Sand 1 status increase, this fist smashed into the body, fearing that it would break 1,000 damage. These 7 or 8 desert giants' fists, if all of them smashed on their own bodies, they could almost manage to kill Yi Yang in seconds. Terrifying as hell. Without a moment's consideration, Yi Yang directly threw out an explosive fireball. Explosive fireball. 18454, 18551, 18252, 18831. The fireball exploded in an instant, and the few desert giants that were closer to Yi Yang exploded. 1,000 pounds. With extreme reflexes, with this burst fireball, Yi Yang directly killed 4 desert giants in seconds. However, there were only 3 desert giants left that weren't directly blasted by the burst fireballs, and their desert heavy fists also arrived on Yi Yang's body. Rejuvenation technique. 19,021. 892. 883. 902. Before their desert heavy fists arrived, Yi Yang directly used the spring return technique and put a shield on himself. In world domination, once you lost blood, it was equivalent to being injured. In the injured state, the player's blood level would not be able to return to the original life value limit for the next period of time. For short, serious injury. However, everything ended here. With a cold flash in his eyes, Yi Yang held the development in front of him. Water and Fire Sphere. The evolved version of the Fireball technique, fused with the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique's Water Ball technique, became the current Ball of Water and Fire. Its damage didn't increase, though. However, after each release of the skill, it went from a fireball to a melding of a fireball and a water ball. Moreover, the explosion created after the fusion of the 2 elements of water and fire made the Fireball technique, which was originally just a single skill, turn into a small range group damage skill. Like twin dragons playing with pearls, the twin balls flashing with the light of water and fire entwined with each other. The next moment, the explosion generated by the balls of water and fire directly bombarded on top of the bloodied desert giant's body. Ding! You have killed an elite level monster, the desert giant. You have gained X 15,000 experience points, X 500 gold coins, and X 1 skill points. Ding! You have killed the elite level monster, desert giant. 110 flame version of 5 thunders. Ding! You have killed an elite level monster, the desert giant. Gained experience value X 15,000, gold coins X 500, skill points X 1. Ding! You have killed the elite level monster, desert giant. Listening to the system's prompt, the 7 desert giants around Yi Yang's body once again turned into quicksand before turning into his experience and skill points. The 7 elite level desert giants provided Yi Yang with 7 skill points. Together with the 15 points that were still left from before, it was now just enough skill points to upgrade Heavenly Flame Impact. Heavenly Fire Impact. Skill level 2. Skill experience 020. After glancing at the upgrade requirements of Heavenly Fire Impact, Yi Yang directly invested all 20 of his skill points into it. After putting all 5 skill points into Heavenly Fire Impact, the skill also reached the upgrade requirement. Ding! Heavenly Fire Impact has reached the upgrade requirement. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding! Heavenly Flame Impact has been successfully upgraded, current level 3. The system prompt came, and Heavenly Flame Impact was then upgraded. Sky Fire Shock. Skill description: lock onto a target and descend 3 pillars of heavenly fire with a diameter of 20 meters from the sky for a 1,000 meter range of ground madness strikes for a duration of 20 seconds. The pillars of heavenly fire have a magic attribute of X 200 spell damage, and have a 10 chance to inflict the tremor status on the target after hitting. Skill level 3. Skill experience 050. The range expands rapidly. From the previous 500 meters, it directly expanded to the entire 1000 meter range today, and even when placed in such a large desert, this range wasn't small. The damage had increased from 150 to 200, and the diameter of the fire pillar had doubled. Compared to the previous flame impact, the thickness of Heavenly Flame Impact's fire pillar today was a full 20 times that of the former. The damage range was even more exaggerated. And what surprised Yi Yang the most was that he had corroborated his thoughts. A level 1 Heavenly Fire Impact could summon 1 pillar of Heavenly Fire, and at level 2, it became 2. Now the third level had really been raised to the point where he could directly summon 3 pillars of Heavenly Fire. It could be said that after he had risen to the capped level 5, the Pillar of Heavenly Flame was like a flaming version of 5 Thunder Blast. The damage range of level 5, as well as the diameter of the Pillar of Flame, must be even more terrifying to the point of no return. This was still only the level 10 fusion version of the skill. Yi Yang now didn't dare to think about how terrifying it would be when the level 15 and 20 fusion version of the skill was formed. However, wanting to become as powerful as what he had imagined in his mind, this fusion version of the skill would inevitably cost a huge amount of skill points. If Yi Yang didn't have absolute chance, ordinary players, even if they were fortunate enough to obtain this special skill, with such a low chance of acquiring skill points, would not be able to afford the huge amount of skill points that the fused version of the skill would require. What's more, it's still unknown whether they can beat such a strong desert giant or not. Ding, you have obtained the weapon manufacturing drawing. Ding, you've gained the head manufacturing drawing X2. Ding, you have obtained the skill book, Stealth Killing. After putting away the explosive items on the ground, Yi Yang carefully reviewed them. These 7 elite-level desert giants had provided Yi Yang with quite a few things in the end. 3 types of manufacturing drawings for weapons, heads, and tops, and 7 spirits of equipment. There was also a level 20 mage skill book, Inflamed Serpent Wild Dance. Dance of the Inflamed Serpent. Skill description: inflicts 180 damage to the target's magic attribute, and has a 20 chance to attach a 5-second binding status to the target. While bound, the target cannot move, but can release skills or use props. Magic consumption, 200. Cooldown, 30. After glancing at this skill, Yi Yang directly chose to learn it. Although it was definitely going to be fused afterward, nowadays, the level 20 Inflamed Serpent Frenzy Dance was Yi Yang's only strong control class skill. With a 5-second long binding, if there was no Holy Spirit immortal art to deliberately purify him, then those 5 seconds would have to endure the crazy strikes from Yi Yang. As for the rest, Yi Yang didn't pay too much attention to it and directly threw it into his backpack. However, before Yi Yang could move forward much, he saw that in front of him, there were several more desert giants made of quicksand, blocking his way. However, unlike the previous desert giants, this time the desert giants seemed to have appeared as a monster with extremely strong attributes. Desert Giant Leader Basha. Rank, Elite. Level, 26. Attack power, 1100. Defense, 800. Life value, 25,000. Skills: Sand Shock Fist, Desert Heavy Fist, Body Sand 1, Advanced Strong. Droppable items: skill books up to level 20 blue weapons, level 20 spirit of equipment, pieces of strengthening stone, level 20 equipment manufacturing drawings. Description: Basha is the leader of the desert giants. He has always regarded the desert animals as his friends, with horrific damage and extremely strong body, by which to be careful of his sand shocking fist, capable of inflicting horrific ranged damage. Desert Giant. Rank, Elite. Rank, 25. Attack power, 700. Defense. Seeing the leading desert giant, it coincided with Yi Yang's thoughts. It was indeed a leader-level elite monster, only it did not occur to me that it was only 1 level higher, but it had attributes that were more than twice as strong as the other desert giants. Moreover, the passive skill Advanced Strength was also able to directly reduce damage by 40, which meant that the fireball spell that he was originally able to deal 9,000 damage was now left with just over 5,000 damage on his body. Terrifying passive skill. Yi Yang slightly sighed. This really wasn't a good leader-level elite to deal with. Even Yi Yang would have to put in some effort to do so. However, while he was sizing up Basha, the eyes of Basha looking at Yi Yang were also filled with hatred. Poacher. While speaking, Basha dragged his thick body and took a few steps forward, staring at Yi Yang and said in a bad tone, "I advise you one thing, don't take another step forward." Hee, is that so? Yi Yang smiled coldly, not putting Basha's words in his ears at all. You. Noticing that Yi Yang was not budging, Basha no longer hesitated. Body Sand 1. Desert Fist. After a thick layer of quicksand transformed into a more solid shield on his body, Basha took a step and raised his fist, blasting towards Yi Yang. Just in time to try out my new skill with you. Facing Basha's strong attack, Yi Yang was not surprised but pleased. The staff was slightly raised, and a fire snake-like flame was launched towards Basha in an instant. Inflaming Snake Dance. 111 Desert Giant Leader? Blasted to death with a single move. Before Basha could even get close to his body, the inflammatory snake had already wrapped around him, trapping his body in a deadly grip. 6123. Bound status, immobile for 5 seconds. Even though Basha's strength was strong, he couldn't use his power at this moment. It was very comfortable. Looking at the trapped Basha, Yi Yang smiled faintly. Under the absolute chance talent, the original chance of triggering was only 20, but in front of him, it became 100. There was absolutely no need to worry about any chance of triggering. As the leader of the desert giants, Basha was now trapped in place by the inflaming snake to death. Before Basha could react to what exactly was on his body, he suddenly noticed the sky above his head suddenly changing color. In the sky, 3 terrifyingly huge fire-red whirlpools appeared. The next moment, in the center of the 3 rolling and spinning vortexes, 3 gigantic and incomparable pillars of heavenly fire burst out. Heavenly fire impact. 7953, 13135, 13335, 13901, 13178. 7532, 13233, 13278. Basha, who was unable to move, was trapped in place and was frantically struck by the huge pillars of fire descending from the sky. At the same time, the few desert giants that hadn't been able to make a move yet were also blasted between them in an instant. For a whole 20 seconds. Within the damage range of breaking 1,000 meters, those slow-moving desert giants simply couldn't escape the bombardment range of the heavenly fire impact. Advanced strength? 30 damage immunity? Under the wild bombardment of the 3 pillars of heavenly fire. Even with their strong attributes, the desert giants did not have the slightest bit of power to fight back after being bound in place by the Inferno Snake's frenzied dance. Even before the inflamed serpent dance's binding time ended, Basha, who was the leader of the desert giants, had already been directly blown to death by the terrifying heavenly flame impact. Ding! You have killed the elite level monster leader, Basha. Gained experience value x 3000, gold coins x 2000, and skill points x 3. Ding! You have killed the elite level monster, desert giant. Gained experience value x 15,000, gold coins x 500, skill points x 1. Ding! You have killed. Several consecutive prompts came, and the several elite level desert giants, along with their leader, turned into a patch of quicksand. The duration of heavenly fire impact gradually ended. The 20-meter diameter pillar of heavenly fire also gradually thinned out in a very short period of time and finally disappeared into the air. After killing Basha, Yi Yang directly gained 3 skill points. Together with the other normal-level desert giants, Yi Yang had harvested a total of 10 skill points this time. It doesn't seem like a lot. Yi Yang looked at the growth of 10 skill points and said with some dissatisfaction in his heart. Nowadays, if Yi Yang wanted to upgrade Heavenly Flame Impact again, he would need at least 50 skill points. Even though he had an absolute chance, it would really be a hard hit if there weren't so many elite-level monsters. In addition, Yi Yang had also harvested some spirits of equipment, and a few drawings of equipment manufacturing for other body positions. Level 20 Equipment Spirit, 18. Level 20 Equipment Manufacturing Drawings, Weapons, Head, Tops, Leg Guards, Gloves. To create a piece of equipment, 3 spirits of equipment were needed. However, the equipment spirit needed for weapons was exactly double that of the other positions, requiring 6. In other words, Yi Yang now wanted to gather the 30 equipment spirits needed for a full set of equipment, and was currently 12 short. The equipment manufacturing drawings, on the other hand, were more fortunate. On top of the original 3 medium manufacturing drawings, Yi Yang had scavenged 2 other types of manufacturing drawings for other positions from their bodies. Now, there were only 4 positions of manufacturing drawings missing for the lower garment, shoes, ring, and necklace, which would make up all that was needed to create a full set of level 20 refinement grade equipment. Time, 1647. Glancing at the time, more than 2 hours had passed since he had come online, and at this speed, it could be said that the progress was extremely fast. If it was replaced with an average player. Not to mention 2 hours, even if they were given 2 days of time, they would not have been able to gather so many materials to create refining equipment so quickly. Seeing all the materials for building a refining level, it was about to be collected. Yi Yang's heart then gave birth to countless motivation again, prompting him to continue advancing deeper into the desert. After nearly an hour-long foot journey, Yi Yang finally saw a stately city wall in this great desert. It spanned tens of thousands of meters. It was impossible to see the edge at a glance. When Yi Yang saw the city wall from an extreme distance, it looked like an extremely long black line. But it wasn't until he walked in that he realized it was actually a city wall. Desert Blight City Periphery. Description: the entire Desert Blight City was overrun by the Queen of Serpents, Medusa, thousands of years ago, and the outskirts of the Desert Blight City are also home to many of the elite snake women of the Serpent tribe. But be careful, the snake women are not only enchanting and beautiful, but they will also use their magic to charm you and kill you. Medusa the Snake Woman. Taking a look at the name of the wall, Yi Yang knew that he had come to the realm of the Desert Dead City, which was the lair of the Snake Man tribe. Recalling the description of Desert Blight City's domain, Countless poachers wanted to go through the desert dead city to spy on the Medusa queen who had a stunning face, but all of them, without exception, died. Thinking of this, Yi Yang's heart tightened slightly. If he wasn't wrong, this snake demoness Queen Medusa should be the domain-level boss of Desert Blight City. It possessed extreme strength and bizarre skills. Snake. Since ancient times, they have been shadowy, cunning existences. Moreover, there was a saying that the most poisonous women were the most poisonous. It's hard to imagine. When the two creatures, snakes and women, were fused into one, just how terrifying would it be? After slightly sighing in his heart, Yi Yang did not hesitate too much, but directly walked towards the city wall on the outskirts of the desert. Look, I found a human. Hiss. What an elegant human, must be fun. Capture him and let him serve us well. When we're tired of playing with him, we'll offer him to the dominating mother. Such a young human, his meat must be delicious. And the dominating mother will surely reward us. After Yi Yang stepped into the outskirts of the Desert Blight City, a few snake demonesses spotted him. These snake women, who had been roaming the ungoverned desert Wither City for a long time, their prodigal character had long been branded on their bodies. Unfortunately, Queen Medusa did not allow them to approach men. But at this moment, Yi Yang's male charisma and the mage's innate aura of serenity and tranquility made those snake women unable to pull themselves away from him after the first sight of him. 112 Enchanting and Charming, Snake Banshee. Ding, the Serpentine Banshee of Sand has used the enchanting art on you, your enchanted status, 15. Ding, you use the art of clearing spirit, you are in contact with the status, and are immune to all negative control statuses for 30 seconds. Ding, Serpentine Banshee of Sand, use charmed art on you, you are immune to this control due to clear spirit art. Ding, Sand. The terror of the Serpentine Banshee was that they could release the charming technique at any time. Completely in silence, they could control people invisibly. However, fortunately, Yi Yang was a dual profession. Not only did he have the furious output of blazing yin and yang, he also had the recovery of the Holy Spirit immortal art, as well as the purification skill. The art of purification had a one chance to add a gain state that would immunize you from all negative controls for 30 seconds. At that time in the poisonous swamp, Yi Yang was unable to clear the poisonous gas from his body, but now this charming art could be completely blocked by this gain state, causing Yi Yang to enter a state of absolute immunity to control. Serpentine Banshee of Sand. Level 27. Attack power 1200. Defense 230. Blood 11,000. Skills: Seduction, Venom Spray, Intermediate Poison Attack, Armor Corrosion. Droppable items: Skill book below level 20. Level 20 Green Weapon, Level 20 Spirit of Equipment, Strengthening Stone Fragment. Description: The common banshees of the serpent tribe guarding the outskirts of Desert Blight City have strong attack power, and, moreover, be careful of their charm spells, so as not to fall into their false tenderness. In Yi Yang's neighborhood came a dozen or so of these snake man banshees. While releasing their charm spells, the snake demonesses twisted their enchanting bodies and approached Yi Yang. Seeing that Yi Yang did not react, they subconsciously thought that the man in front of them had already fallen for their tricks. In this desert Wither City, it was hard to see a human being in a few months. They had long been hungry for it. As for those desert poachers, many of them were blown away by the giants hidden in the desert before they even saw the desert Wither City. However, the giants are not the only ones who have been killed by the giants. Before they could react from their euphoria, they suddenly noticed that the color of the sky above their heads suddenly changed abruptly. However, by the time they realized that the fiery clouds in the sky had turned into screwed-up swirls, it was already too late to escape. Boom! 3 pillars of heavenly fire descended from the middle of the sky, and the dozen or so serpentine banshees were directly killed in seconds without a single ounce of resistance. Heavenly fire impact. 18696, 18452, 18735, 18611, 18842. Along with nearly 20,000 plus damage popping up, the serpentine banshees were all blasted into ashes, turning into Yi Yang's experience value. Ding! You have killed the serpentine banshee of sand. Gained experience value x 3500. Ding! You have killed the serpentine banshee of sand. Gain x 3500 experience. Ding! You have killed. Tons of system prompts came. This skill move directly brought Yi Yang more than 60,000 experience. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that these dozen or so serpentine banshees directly allowed Yi Yang to gather the equipment spirits needed to create a set of refinement grade equipment. Spirit of Equipment 34. Level 20 Equipment Manufacturing Drawing, Weapon, Head, Upper Clothing, Leg Protectors, Gloves, Lower Clothing, Shoes. 30. Spirit of Equipment had been gathered. On Yi Yang's way to the Desert Blight City for that hour or so, he had also cleared a dozen or so desert giants that occasionally passed by in passing. Not only was there an income of a dozen skill points, but he also obtained 2 equipment manufacturing drawings for other locations. The lower garment and shoe positions. In other words, Yi Yang was now only missing the manufacturing drawings for rings and necklaces to get all the skills together. Ding! You have obtained the green ancient copper armor. Ding, you obtained the green gun silver sword. Ding, you have obtained the bow skill, armor piercing arrow. Ding, you have gained the mage skill, body of flame. Picking up the exploded piece of skills and equipment on the ground, Yi Yang was surprised to find that there were actually 2 level 20 mage skills. Wall of Fire. Learning level, 20. Skill description, lock yourself or one other target, summon a circle of flames around that target's body. The Wall of Fire has a duration of 20 seconds and has a magic attribute of 50 damage. Magic consumption, 200. Skill cooldown, 60 seconds. Skill level. Body of Flame. Learning level, 20. Skill description, passive skill. With this skill, your body has been permeated with the essence of flame. You are immune to 10 damage from fire skills and can boost your damage from fire skills by 10. Skill level, 1. Skill experience. 2 skills, counting the inflaming snake frenzied dance that he had gotten earlier. The level 20 skills had all been put together. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly chose to learn them. As for whether or not to merge them now, Yi Yang thought about it a little. It was better to wait until after preparing everything and returning to Monolithic City before merging them. After all, Body of Flames was also considered a very good skill. After learning it, one could immediately increase their skill damage. If after merging 3 skills, the one that comes out of the merge is a skill that not only wastes a skill fusion scroll, but also loses the output of Body of Flame. Slightly pondering, Yi Yang decided to return to an absolutely safe place before talking about skill fusion. Right now, it was still necessary to continue traveling to the depths of the desert city. The Queen Medusa that was rumored to be so amazing by those desert poachers. To be honest, Yi Yang was really interested in getting a glimpse of her stunning face. However, at this time, Yi Yang suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from behind the broken wall not far from him. Boom! Ball of water and fire. The successive shots directly blasted that broken wall into pieces, and the source of that rustling sound was also clearly seen by Yi Yang. It was a snake man demoness who was not yet a teenager. Her body looked petite and small. 113 The snake woman kneeling on the ground. Perhaps it was because she had just seen Yi Yang's terrifying heavenly flame impact that petite snake man demoness hiding behind the broken wall hurriedly escaped. Boom! The explosion created by a shot of the sphere of water and fire caused that snake man demoness body to stagnate and she was too scared to move. It's over. You're going to be killed, aren't you? The first moment she heard the explosion, that young snake demoness thought was that she was going to be killed by this terrifying human. After all, just now, that several fellow sisters died at his hands. Where are you going? Walking behind the juvenile Snake Man Banshee, Yi Yang gently asked. Snake Man Banshee Juvenile. Attack power, 210. Defense, 60. Life value, 2700. After taking a general look at the attributes of this juvenile snake woman, Yi Yang didn't put much thought into it. I don't want you to care. The juvenile snake girl seemed to be afraid of Yi Yang's raw tactics, and despite her strong tone, her voice trembled with fear. However, after seeing her, Yi Yang conversely had a way to find the outlying cities of the Desert Blight City. Of course, this still required the cooperation of this juvenile snake girl. Don't want me to care, right? While saying that, Yi Yang raised his staff. The pupils of the young snake girl were filled with burning flames as flames appeared. Don't! I said not to kill me. Finally, the young snake girl succumbed to Yi Yang's power. I will tell you everything you want to know, just please don't kill me. God knows why such a strong human suddenly came into the outskirts of the desert city. Before, it was clear that even a desert poacher would have a hard time getting close to this place. The young snake girl, who had never seen a human before, quietly poked her head out from behind the broken wall out of curiosity. Who knew that she would see the scene where Yi Yang directly killed her fellow sister with a shot of heavenly fire impact? It was too terrifying. The young one had never seen such a horrifying scene before. Seeing that this juvenile snake girl finally succumbed, Yi Yang also put away his staff and asked indifferently, I just want to know, where is the main center city of Desert Blight City? Hearing Yi Yang's words, the young snake girl bit her thin lower lip and lowered her head, saying, I don't know. Yi Yang raised his staff again. The 2 elements, water and fire, had already coalesced on top of the staff. I don't know. I really don't know. Please don't kill me. Please. The young snake girl desperately shook her head, nervously and incomparably using her own arms, tightly hugging her body, her face written with aggression. After that, even if Yi Yang pushed the young snake girl anymore, she still hugged her body and shivered continuously. It seems that she really doesn't know. Carefully observing the appearance of the juvenile snake girl, Yi Yang knew that she should not be lying. Snake women were cunning creatures, and accordingly, they were also very good at speculation. If, instead, they were adult snake women, even if they really didn't know, they would introduce themselves into a trap and then wait for an opportunity to cut themselves down. In short, they would definitely not be scared like this young snake girl, only trembling all over. It seems that this young snake girl has not been completely inculcated by the sins of other adult snake girls, and her heart is still pure. Then you, give me the distribution of the Snakeman tribe's forces. Sitting on a boulder, Yi Yang was ready to listen to where there were more snake woman monsters so that he could also get more experience, and it was also easy for him to brush out more things that he needed. For example, the remaining 2 types of equipment manufacturing drawings. As for why Yi Yang asked for this information, that was because Desert Blight City was really too big. If he couldn't get more specific information, he probably wouldn't be able to find the Snakeman Queen Medusa even if he walked for a week, not to mention a day. However, slightly tilting her head, the young snake woman looked at Yi Yang's face with some fear and said in a thin tone, I don't know. What did you say? Yi Yang stood up all of a sudden, revealing a ferocious side holding his staff dead against her little head. Snake woman, are you trying to play me? He was a human and even more of a player. If it was a beautiful woman like Princess Ina, he would take pity on her. But for a young snake girl like this, there was no value other than digging out a little information from her mouth. However, seeing this horrible look of Yi Yang, the juvenile snake girl screamed in fear. Ah! I really don't know a human lord. Don't kill me, please don't ever kill me. Human adults, I'm telling the truth, I'm only 11 years old, I'm still not even old enough to join the army. Ah! The young snake girl fell to her knees in fear. In the nick of time, she remembered the words of the snake woman's main mother. If, outside, you encounter an enemy that you really can't defeat, then kneel down and beg for forgiveness. With her looks, she would definitely beg for a sliver of forgiveness. When you get away, you can tell the Lord Mother to take revenge. Fine, I'm giving you one last chance. Yi Yang lightly clenched his teeth. If he couldn't get the information he was satisfied with this time, he didn't mind throwing a shot of the orb of water and fire and killing her directly. Tell me all the information you know about yourself, all of it. If you dare to hide a little bit, I don't mind killing you directly. I believe that you have seen what happened to them. After saying that, Yi Yang took the staff in his hand and gently pointed to the adult snake women who were burnt into dried snakes not far away. My name is Disna. Hearing Yi Yang's words, the young snake girl, Disna, said all she knew. The outlying cities around the desert Wither City. The main mother of the serpent tribe. All snake women, after reaching the age of 15 and passing the strength test, could only choose to join the army. And some of the snake women who were underage, and over the age of 10, mainly trained their strength. Disna also sneaked out to have fun because she couldn't take the pain of training. God knows why she bumped into Yi Yang, this human demon. He was simply even more terrifying than the Grandmaster Mother. However, it was only after hearing all this detailed information that Yi Yang's serious demeanor finally sort of eased. Although, Disna had said a lot of useless information, such as when training, the bodies of many young snake girls would accidentally get entangled with each other. Or, some snake girls who were about to reach adulthood wished to go to the outside world and meet the so-called humans. In short, if it wasn't for the inculcation of the previous generation of adult snake girls, these young snake girls who were destined to be left behind in Desert Blight City from birth were still curious about the outside world. Very well. Your performance this time is quite satisfactory to me. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth finally revealed a little smile, and Disna was finally sort of relieved. Finally, she could not be killed. However, Yi Yang, as if he was a little interested in abusing the young, did not care about Disna's relieved look, continued to pretend to be cold. Disna. Now, lead the way for me. Go to the outlying city where your main mother is. 114 Descent, the prelude to destroying everything. Ah. Disna just wanted to say something, but when she saw Yi Yang's staff she instantly dared not say anything. Then, with her life threatened at any moment, Disna still chose to lead the way for Yi Yang. Under Disna's lead, Yi Yang easily set off towards the first Desert Blight City's outlying city, Bakar City. Inside the city of Bakar, the main mother of the Snake People tribe, Sophia's face was grim as she looked at the Snake Woman scout in front of her. Are you saying that the Snake Woman guards that are placed outside the city were killed by a male human? Yes, Sophia mother. Those Snake Woman scouts lowered their heads, somewhat afraid to speak. Then why don't you kill him to avenge our compatriots? Sophia said angrily. Lord, my lord mother, the human is too terrifying, we are no match at all. Not a match for the human? Sophia turned from slight anger to rage. Desert Wither City, it was never just them snake women bullying humans, even those desert giants didn't dare to step into Desert Wither City. Now someone was actually telling her that their strong snake woman guards had actually been killed? What a joke. They were killed somewhere. You guys, take me there now. Sophia's serpentine body moved down from the fluff-filled stool, gritting her teeth and filled with hatred. The western gates of Bakar, our compatriots, burned to the ground by that human. By the time one of the Snake Woman scouts had finished speaking, Sophia had already walked behind them. Burned to ashes. A fire mage human? Sophia's eyes flashed with a viper-like light. He was dead. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Kill this human and avenge her compatriots. Walking out of the inner hall of the city of Bakar, Sophia directly came to the training ground of the Snake Woman. The training ground was generally divided into two parts, the training ground for the adult Snakemen army, and the training ground for the underage Snakemen. What Sophia had come to at this time was the training ground for her adult Snakemen army. And here, it happened to be very close to the Bakar West City gates. Hiss! Fellow countrymen! Our fellow serpent men, killed by an abominable human mage. Sophia spat out her snake's letter, a sharp tone that spread to every corner of the training ground. After hearing her voice, those snake women who were training, their eyes widened steeply. Oh! How is it possible that humans actually dared to kill our noble snake people race? Revenge! Sophia mother, let's go kill that human right now. We request to go to war, not only to give that human some color, but also to go to Aki of Monolithic City and make them apologize to our dead compatriots. This must be Aki's plot. He wants to plot against our Bakar city and kill all of us snake people. The thousands of snake women who were training were furious, and Sophia was very satisfied to see this scene. Now, let's go for our compatriots and seek this justice. Kill that human. Me so. Sophia, the snake woman who was a warrior stream, drew her longsword and roared angrily at the snake woman training ground. Kill that human! Kill that human! The training factory was ablaze with rage. Thousands of snake women roared to cut down Yi Yang. Is this where your main mother is located? Not far away, Yi Yang brought his infant daughter, Disna, to the city lord's mansion where the main mother was. Yes, but the mother of the lord has orders, if we do not have important things, is not close to here. Disna's tone was clearly timid and her body subconsciously shrunk back. She saw the city lord's mansion as if it was the training ground for underage snake girls. Her orders don't work with me. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders. It wasn't like he was a snake woman, he was here to behead the snake woman. However, it was also at this time that he heard some uncomfortable sounds. Kill that human! Kill that human! The voices shook the sky. Thousands of people making noise at the same time, it's hard not to be heard. Kill that human? Was it talking about himself? Yi Yang subconsciously glanced in that direction, and with his extraordinary perception, it was just due east from himself, almost 2,000 to 3,000 meters away. Is it there? Opening his eyes, Yi Yang smiled slightly. He seemed to feel that this wave was going to be a big profit. Human lord you, what are you doing? Raising her own little head, Disna's body tightened when she saw Yi Yang's kind of smile that had been planned for a long time. Thud! What responded to her was a heavy fist. With the heavy attribute bonus, Yi Yang's strength attribute was already not bad, not to mention that he was punching a young girl. There was a plopping sound. Disna's limp body directly fell to the ground. Looking at Disna's limp body, Yi Yang smiled faintly. This kind of extermination, I hope that when you wake up, you will be able to accept it. Yi Yang was not an evil person without humanity. Although they were both snake women, Disna hadn't been too polluted by the previous generation of dirty snake women. This kind of extermination of the clan for her to see, she was afraid that she would hold a grudge against herself or against the entire human race for the rest of her life. He was the player. The snake people were monsters. This opposition of camps was something he had no way to change. However, if there was really a chance, he would not mind waiting until he stood at the top of this world to go and talk to that so-called world sovereign's great emperor about life. Then, overthrow the so-called order of this world. No more thinking. Strolling towards the Snake Lady's training ground, Yi Yang appeared directly in front of Sophia. 115 The Flaming Plague of Heaven in Bakar City. Hi, snake women. How are you guys? Abruptly, Yi Yang directly appeared at the snake women's training ground, and he even greeted them. However, he did not appear out of nowhere. Yi Yang came here after killing a few less obedient snake women in front of the city lord's mansion's gate. Those few pitiful guardian snake women didn't even have time to scream before they were directly killed by Yi Yang with the ball of water and fire in seconds. However, when he appeared here, the high-pitched voices of the thousands of people in the snake woman training ground stopped all of a sudden. Sophia's posture of raising her longsword high stopped all of a sudden. Everyone's movements were neatly synchronized, and in an instant, all of their gazes were all astonished beyond measure and shifted to Yi Yang's body. What are you doing? What are you, a human, doing here? Despite the surprise, this brief amazement, Sophia, who was the main mother, still reacted quickly. It can't be. No human could come here easily. She carefully stared at the attire on Yi Yang. Staff, robes, and cloth tracks. A mage outfit. Could he be the human mage that the Snake Girl Scout had just reported to herself, the one who had killed her compatriots? He is him. He is the human who killed our compatriots. Flame Mage. He's a terrifying flame mage. Beware of his skills. Everyone spread out. The few Snake Woman scouts who had followed Sophia to the Snake Woman training ground immediately screamed out in horror when they realized Yi Yang's appearance. The screams spread all over the training ground, and immediately, the entire Snake Woman training ground panicked. Just as they were panicking, Yi Yang was not the least bit panicked as he stared at the boss-level Snake Woman Master Mother in front of him. Snake Demoness Master Mother Sophia. Rank, Boss. Level, 28. Attack Power, 1950. Defense, 1,600. Life Value, 37,000. Skills: Fierce Poison Longsword, Fierce Bite, Deadly Entanglement, Berserk Serpent Man, Advanced Charge, Intermediate Strong. Droppable items: level 20 or below skill book, level 20 green weapon, level 20 spirit of equipment, strengthening stone fragment, level 20 equipment manufacturing drawings. Description: the main mother of the Serpentine Banshee clan, with a certain reputation in the Serpentine clan. Her bloodthirsty and warlike nature has allowed her to hone her horrifying combat skills in countless battles, and her strong body is able to withstand countless attacks. Nearly 2,000 damage, and countless skills. Simply by seeing such attributes, Yi Yang had gotten serious. The strong skill was only intermediate, but it could also resist 30 damage, as well as 1600 defense and up to 32,000 blood. This all made Yi Yang even doubt that she was even able to single-handedly take on a level 20 that domain level boss, the undead juggernaut. There was also the high attack power. If it was Yi Yang in front of Sophia, with her 3 swords, Yi Yang would be in mortal danger. Of course, these 3 swords still had to be under the premise that Sophia didn't have any active status skills. However, being in the training ground, Sophia was not affected by the panic of the many snake women in the training ground. She was originally meant to behead this human mage. With him coming, it was just as well that she didn't have to go looking for it herself. In the next moment, Sophia's eyes glazed over and she directly opened her status skill. Berserk Battle Serpent Man. Within 10 seconds. Attack power 200. Defense reduced by 50. Advanced charge. Speed increased by 100. Tai. Sophia's lower body instantly powered up, and after turning on all her status skills, she held her longsword in both hands and slashed at Yi Yang in a hideous manner. Human Mage. I'm going to see your skills, just how strong they are. Yi Yang did not expect that Berserk Serpent Man was actually such a perverted skill. Attack power increased by 200? In other words, Sophia's current attack power was fully 3 times what it was before. What a joke. Once this sword went down and hit, it was fine if it didn't strike, but even if it didn't strike, Yi Yang was going to become bloodied. Moreover, there's the advanced charge. Speed increased by 100. In just a flash, Sophia, who was at least 50 meters away, instantly zoomed in Yi Yang's pupils. There was no time for hesitation. Yi Yang directly threw out 2 skills. Heavenly Fire Blast. Inflaming Snake Dance. As a mage marked by calmness, he could not panic. Inflaming Snake Frenzy Dance and Heavenly Fire Impact were released together. With Inflammable Snake Frenzy Dance's 5 seconds of strong control effect binding, Heavenly Fire Impact's 5 seconds could directly bombard her 5 times. In an instant, Yi Yang had thought of his moves. The Chi King City Phalanx had taught him that no matter how desperate the battle was, he had to keep his sanity. 5 times of bombardment. Sophia's body plate was no longer strong, it was impossible for her to carry so much damage from the violent explosions. The next moment, as Yi Yang expected, Sophia was charging her body, and with a swish, she was bound by an inflammatory snake. The entire body, as if it was standing still in mid-air, was instantly dismantled by all the fierce attacks. What is this? Angrily sweeping a glance at the inflammatory snake wrapped around her body, Sophia gritted her teeth and growled. Not good, the main mother is being controlled. This is a binding skill. We didn't purify the serpent. Not good. Those snake women panicked when they saw their main mother, trapped in mid-air by the inferno snake. However, it was useless to panic any longer. Just as the snake demonesses were worried about Sophia's main mother, the vortex in the sky had already condensed. Wait a minute. What is that thing in the sky? A swirling vortex of fiery clouds? How come I've never seen that thing before? It's horrible. Not good. This is the skill of that human mage. Our compatriots, they died at the hands of this skill. Run. It was only after those snake Girl Scouts were reminded that they realized that the sky had changed. But it was too late to realize it now. When the cloudless sky above the city of Bakar was colored red by fire clouds, it was already doomed. The girls, they were already on the road to death. Whoosh! 3 pillars of heavenly fire, in an instant, descended violently from a height of 10,000 meters. It was as if a heavenly plague of flames had descended. Those who had only just reacted to the snake women, before they even had time to escape, endured the bombardment of the pillars of heavenly fire. Sophia, who was bound in midair, had her eyes staring strangely wide. The pupils were filled with the pillar of flame that descended from the sky. Because, the 3rd pillar of heavenly flame. Yi Yang was the one who had locked her as his target. No! 116 explosive harvest. Sophia roared in despair. But there was nothing of any use. The moment the pillar of heavenly fire descended from the sky, with her as its main target, it doomed her to death. Boom! Pillar of heavenly fire. 12,782. 12,843. 12,751. 12,751. Terrifying damage drifted out one after another. Absolute suppression. Sophia Mastermind, who had been bound by the inflamed serpent's frenzied dance for 5 seconds, instantly died after resisting it for only the third second. Ding! You have killed the boss-level monster, the Serpent Banshee's mother Sophia. You have gained X8000 experience points, X7000 build coins, and X5 skill points. The system prompt came, representing the complete death of Sophia. Absolute strength suppression. With one hand of control and one hand of explosive output, Sophia went to hell without a fight. However, after the single pillar of heavenly flame resolved Sophia, Yi Yang targeted the other snake demonesses on the training ground. As high as level 27, they were Yi Yang's massive amount of equipment, huge amount of skill books, and massive amount of experience value. However, when those serpentine banshees saw that all of their grandmaster mothers were instantly killed in seconds by this human mage in front of them, all of their formations and anger dissipated in an instant. In their eyes, all that remained was despair, and how to escape. But how could they possibly run away? The walls of the city lord's mansion, which were originally used to defend against the enemy, had turned into a prison-like existence at this moment. The pillars of heavenly fire expanded their damage range by 1,000 meters, and the 3 pillars of heavenly fire that descended from the sky turned into the graves of the serpentine banshees. Human mage! Have mercy! We won't dare to violate you anymore. Someone please save me. We can't get away from the city hall. The fence is too high. This human mage of flame is too terrible. It's Gorework's punishment. It must think we've committed a sin. Help, help, help. A huge training ground with thousands of snake women. Panic. Begging for mercy. Scurrying. Became the only sound in this training ground. Ding, you have killed the serpent banshee and gained 3,500 experience points. Ding, you have killed the serpent banshee and gained 3,500 experience points. Ding, you have killed the serpent banshee and gained 3,500 experience points. Ding, you killed the snake. Pieces of system messages refreshed. Yi Yang didn't even bother to take a look. Experience value 687,58499. Ding, you have killed the snake man banshee and gained 3,500 experience points. Ding, your level has increased. Current level 22. After the entire 20-second duration of heavenly fire impact ended, the 3 huge pillars of heavenly fire also began to gradually thin out and finally disappeared into the air. After seeing this city lord's mansion again, Yi Yang was able to see endless ruins. The crumbling city walls, the burning remnants of the city lord's mansion, and a large amount of ruins. Of course, there were also equipment, skills, and other materials everywhere. These thousands of serpentine banshees had filled Yi Yang's with almost all the materials needed. It took more than an hour for Yi Yang to find what he wanted among the thousands of props. The 2 skills that he didn't get at level 15, Molten Plasma Eruption, and Agony Scorch. Molten Plasma Eruption. Learning level 15. Skill description, designate an area and continuously erupt molten plasma within 50 meters of the area, inflicting 80 damage to the enemy with the magic attribute. The molten plasma eruption lasts for 30 seconds and has a 30 chance of inflicting a 50 slowdown effect on the enemy. Magic consumption, 150. Cooldown time, 65 seconds. Skill level. Agony Scorch. Learning level 15. Skill description, passive skill, learning this skill all fire damage will be attached with a burning effect that lasts for 10 seconds, dealing 50 damage per second from the magic attribute. Skill level 1. Skill experience. After getting these 2 skills, the level 15 skills and the level 20 skills were considered all obtained. The spirit of equipment was put together early, and the equipment manufacturing drawings, still missing the ring and necklace. Walking to the side of Sophia's corpse, Yi Yang saw a prop that resembled a drawing. Ding, you have obtained the equipment manufacturing drawing ring. Picking up that prop, Yi Yang smiled in relief. It seemed that his luck was not bad. With a chance of 29, he still got one of the manufacturing drawings. As for the other ordinary serpentine banshees, there were no equipment manufacturing drawings on their bodies at all, so let alone being able to pop them out. After all, drawings can only be popped out by elite level, or above rank monsters. This was information that Yi Yang had already learned long ago, so he wasn't disappointed. Instead, being able to pop out ring drawings on Sophia's body was something to rejoice over. It's too scary. That person, is that a human? The main mother and sisters really weren't wrong. Humans really are the most detestable existence. He killed all of our snake sisters, as well as Sophia. What to do? Can we still run? Over that wall we must escape and tell Queen Medusa to send a more powerful sovereign mother to kill this human. Right. No matter what, we must escape. Even if there's only one snake woman. There's another part of the training ground for adult snake girls. That was the training ground for the juvenile snake girls. When those relatively older juvenile snake girls saw such a horrifying scene, their hearts immediately trembled. Sand. Those juvenile snake girls, trying to suppress the sound of their actions as much as possible, one after another scaled the wall and fled out of the city lord's mansion. They wanted to escape. To tell Queen Medusa. Let her come and send out a more powerful snake lady lord mother to kill this human. On the other side, for those juvenile snake women, Yi Yang of course sensed that they were going to escape. The juvenile snake girl training ground was merely only 2 to 3,000 meters away from the adult training ground. But Yi Yang did not intend to kill them. It wasn't because he felt sorry for them, but to save himself the trouble. There were only 2 ways for them to escape: to die, or to seek revenge from a more powerful being. If they chose the latter, it would just save Yi Yang's mind. Instead of searching for the snake woman himself, it would be better to let them come to him, and it was just that he could take this time to organize his various harvests of equipment and props that had piled up like a mountain. Sweeping a glance at the training ground of the juvenile snake girl, Yi Yang smiled faintly. Then, symbolically, he threw a burst fireball to urge them to move forward quickly. It would be good not to make themselves wait too long. 117 skills worth over $100 million. Terrorized by a burst fireball, those young snake women fled even more like they were mad. Even the adult snake girl warriors and Sophia's main mother were no match for that human mage. How could they possibly beat it? Run! You guys run away! Even if one of us escapes, we have to go higher than Queen Medusa and let her avenge us. Don't ever stop. Having been blasted through a gaping hole by the explosive fireball, Yi Yang sat on one of the platforms in the training ground and watched with interest as they ran away in panic. A group of juvenile snake women went over the high wall one after another. It had been more than 10 minutes before all those juvenile snake girls, one after another, escaped. Well, next, it's time to organize these things. After watching the coming group of snakes dancing wildly, Yi Yang stood up and walked to the equipment that was piled up like a small mountain. Ding, you have obtained green carved gold fine bow X146. Ding, you have obtained green magic steel straight spike X85. Ding, you obtain the shield armor magnate skill, provoke the 4 directions X101. Ding! Large swathes of equipment, a casual glance was dozens or hundreds of the same thing. As for those extra spirits of equipment and pieces of strengthening stone, those Yi Yang didn't bother at all, but threw them to the side and directly destroyed them with a burst of fireballs. The spirit of equipment wasn't worth much, it was the equipment manufacturing drawings and the spirit of refinement that were worth it. Strengthening stone fragments were even less valuable. A single fragment of a stronghold could only be sold for a few gold coins, or at most a dozen gold coins. There was no way around it. The burst rate of the strong fossil fragment reached more than 60, and almost all monsters contained drops of such props. Being idle was also idle. After spending almost half an hour, Yi Yang roughly calculated the value of the equipment and skills in front of him. More than 2,300 pieces of green weapons of different categories. More than 2,300 skill books ranging from 15-20 level skills. After all, because players disliked white plates, a level 20 white plate weapon was only almost 5,000,6000 gold coins. But green items were different. Green items had high attributes and were the mainstream equipment for the average casual player, or guild player. Blue items were not even seen at all, except by the vice-chairman of a large guild or a player in the ultra-core stream. As for the purple equipment of wild monsters, it was only the only domain-level boss that could pop out. Currently, apart from one lucky member of the White Rain Pavilion and this purple-grade black bamboo staff on Yi Yang, players had never seen any other equipment at all. To comprehensively assess the value, a green-grade weapon could be anywhere from $120,000 to $150,000. After all, the number of players in each profession was different, so the prices were also high and low. For example, the weapons of warriors and mages were more expensive, followed by archers, and then the assassins' short stab-type weapons were relatively cheaper. As for skills, level 15 skills had gradually been speculated to a price of $420,000 to $470,000. Level 20 skills, even if players hadn't leveled up yet, it was still a matter of time, so even though they weren't much more expensive, they wouldn't be cheaper than level 15s. The unit price of 60,000 gold coins was the lowest. As for how high it could go, Yi Yang wasn't very clear. When totaled up, Yi Yang had made enough money from this heavenly flame impact bombardment. Wait a minute. These things actually had a price of hundreds of millions? These weapons were at least worth more than 30 million, and these 2000 plus skill books had actually reached a value of 1.2 billion? My god. Even the calm Yi Yang could not help but be shocked now. This shot of heavenly flame impact unexpectedly already had a value of breaking 100 million. Then in the future, if there are still people recruiting themselves as fighters, then you can directly give them a clear price to put a skill of $100 million, child and old man. With a snickering thought in his heart, Yi Yang naturally did not have the idea of being a fighter for other people. Moreover, based on the fame of the name Beacon alone nowadays, I'm afraid that only other people will serve him, and the opportunity for him to serve other people has long been gone. Existing skill points, 36. Glancing at his skill points, Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. There were still 14 points left, which meant that as long as he killed 3 more serpentess host mothers, he would be able to upgrade his heavenly flame impact again. Or, wait until he returned to the city of monoliths and fused all of his skills before talking about what skills he actually wanted to upgrade. After all, the fusion version of the skill points required were huge and consumed too much. Even if Yi Yang had absolute chance, it was a bit too much for him to handle. After adding the 5 free attribute points brought by the upgrade to magic, Yi Yang suddenly thought of when he was in the poisonous swamp. Every single mighty poison crocodile was an elite level poisonous gas swamp had at least thousands of mighty poison crocodiles. At that time, if he had not been in such a hurry and swept away those mighty poison crocodiles, he would not have to worry about skill points now. Sighing slightly, Yi Yang didn't complain too much. Although skills were important, without the basic attributes to support them, saying anything was just nonsense. Therefore, as long as he upgraded his equipment and became stronger, he could naturally come with a large amount of skill points if he wanted them. But, at that time, if Yi Yang had chosen to stop at the poisonous swamp, he would have needed at least 2 or 3 days to clear out the fierce poison crocodiles. But, if Yi Yang chose to stop at that time, he probably would not have become the first person to kill the mighty poison crocodile king, and would not be able to get that core of magical chi, and would not have triggered the next undead stampede of the monster war. In all things, there is a cause and a consequence. Thinking of this, Yi Yang also calmed down his mind with a little bit of regret. However, when Yi Yang was leisurely here, cleaning up the harvest of props for equipment and skills, those juvenile snake women who had fled from Bakar City had already arrived at the main city of Desert Blight City. The city of Galvi. Thousands of years ago, Galvi alone killed the tens of thousands of demonic beasts that were doing wrong in this desert. The people of the city loved and adored him, so they named the main city of this Desert Blight City after General Galvi, and built a huge sculpture of Galvi for him at the crystal in the center of the city. But unfortunately, such a good time did not last long. A few short decades later, Queen Medusa, who led her own serpent people and chose to invade the desert, was a goblin even more powerful than General Galvi. 118 Top Boss, Amina the Snake Woman. Please, we need to see Queen Medusa. We really have something very important to do. The city of Bakar has been destroyed by a human mage. If we don't stop him, our entire desert lone city will be devoured by him. Outside the door of the Galvi city lord's mansion, dozens of juvenile snake women spoke in a chorus of voices. As for why there were only a few dozen juvenile snake women left out of hundreds of them, actually, the reason was simple. On their way to Galvi City after a long trek across the Great Desert from Bakar City, there were many juvenile snake girls who were killed by desert giants. The serpents. The culprits who had killed the great general of Galvi. For this reason, in the realm of Desert Blight City, the relationship between the giant race and the snake woman race had never been very good. Despite the strength of the adult snake women, it was important to realize that these snake women were all underage, with the youngest being even younger than Disna. However, when these juvenile snake women arrived at the city of Galvi, which they finally had their hearts set on, they were stopped by a group of guards. No way. Those snake girl guards said with cold faces, Queen Medusa is now taking a rest, so the whole place is under martial law, no one can enter. She's not going to be able to get in. How could such an important matter be delayed because of arrest? Bakal City was destroyed. Destroyed by a human. Didn't you hear? The serpentine guards were speechless, for they didn't want to say another word, but just stood there icily, like a doormat. But it was at this time. From Galvi's city lord's mansion, a delicate voice came out ethereally. Let them come in. When the voice came out, all the snake girl guards trembled. Tingling to the bone. This kind of voice, not to mention men, even these same-sex snake woman guards felt their bodies tingle. Medusa, king of the snake demonesses. Russell. After those few snake woman guards heard the voice, they gave way to these young snake women. Through the thin veil, the young snake girls saw the rough figure of Queen Medusa, slightly leaning on the edge of the bed. Her enchanting figure, her graceful lines, and the sound that tingled into her bones just now. Any of these juvenile fellow snake women, a hint of admiration and awe immediately rose in their hearts. What is it? Speak slowly. Medusa's voice once again came out from behind the muslin. It's a human mage. An older snake woman made a slight swallowing motion once, holding back the tension in her heart, and continued. He destroyed our city of Bakar, and also killed our grandmother, Mother Sophia. After a long time, the snake woman finally finished her words with a swallowing motion. Yes. Medusa laughed slightly. A human mage. I can't believe that he could kill the mighty Sophia. At the next moment, several ghostly green rays of light suddenly burst out from behind the thin veil. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of ethereal green beams of light directly pierced through the brows of these young snake women kneeling on the ground. In an instant, all of them were killed. Even, by the end, they didn't even shed a single drop of blood, not even a single drop. Lost their lives in an instant. Many of the snake women had an unbelievable expression on their faces until they died. Turning our backs on the Lord Mother, we don't need such compatriots. Behind the tool. Medusa's figure, once again, lethargically leaned back. Snort. A few snake women walked in outside the door. Afterwards, they dragged the bodies of these dozens of young snake women slowly out. Go inform Emina that they intercepted this human. After saying that, Medusa slowly closed her own eyes and once again went into rest. 10 minutes later. In a few petite-sized palaces near the city lord's mansion, Emina and the other 5 snake human elite master mothers received messages one after another. Please respond to Queen Medusa. Putting on her battle armor, Emina twisted her own waist and walked towards the door. Emina will immediately go to battle. The 5 snake master mothers, among them were 2 mage snake maidens and 3 warrior stream snake maidens who were the same as Sophia. After learning the information, they advanced towards Bakar city without stopping a moment. Mage. Since it was a strong mage, the number of people was absolutely useless to him. That's why Emina and the others directly discarded the idea of bringing along a large group to advance, and instead, the 5 of them set off directly. Moreover, this human mage, since he was able to decapitate Sophia, it was assumed that his strength was bound to be not bad. But Sophia wasn't on the same level of strength as them. Serpentine Banshee's dominant mother Emina. Rank, Boss. Rank, 29. Attack power, 2670. Defense, 2485. Life value, 72,000. Skills, Proficient Soul Severing / Fierce Tear, Deadly Entanglement, Berserk Serpent Man, Advanced Charge, Top Tier Strong. Serpentine Banshee Lord Mother Loris. Rank, Boss. Level, 29. Attack power, 2350. Defense, 2000. Life value, 69,000. Skills, Deadly Strike, Fierce Bite, Deadly Entanglement, Berserk Serpentine, Intermediate Charge, Advanced Strength. Mother Bora, Lord of the Serpent Banshees. Rank, Boss. Level, 29. Attack power, 4500. Defense, 900. Life value, 40,000. Skills, Charming Serpent, Art of Charming, Eye of the Phantom Serpent, False Illusion. The 5 serpent master mothers led by Emina were all level 29 top boss stream monsters. Either they were strong warrior stream snake women or mage stream main mothers with high damage. Looking at each of them, they were a battle force that could not be underestimated. And Sophia? I'm sorry, she's only a mere level 28 boss. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference was not to be underestimated. At the very least. Even if only an existence like Emina was sent out, it was an existence that was enough to decimate 7 or 8 sub-master mothers like Sophia. Far away on the other side, Yi Yang in Bakar City still didn't realize that the ones killing towards him at this moment were the 5 strongest existences of the Serpentine clan under Medusa a bit. Since Yi Yang had such strength that could decimate Sophia, he must be much stronger than Sophia. Medusa wouldn't be foolish enough to elevate herself and belittle her enemy, and then casually send out a few more sub-masters like Sophia to die. Moreover, it was a serpent's nature to fight by intercepting the enemy in the most ruthless, fastest way possible. However, Yi Yang wasn't thinking about that right now. At this moment, after successively collecting thousands of props on the ground into his backpack, he found something else. These seemed to be Holy Spirit Immortal Technique skills. Level 15 skills, Yi Yang had already seen all of them back then when he was using the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique experience card. It was only that it was an experience version skill at that time, so the skill level could not be raised. Especially, that level 15, Power of the Imperial Demon, skill. In the beginning, when this skill appeared, it directly raised his damage by several levels. It could be said that without the existence of the royal magic power, it was almost impossible for Yi Yang to defeat the fierce poison crocodile king. Now that he had met such a strong skill again, Yi Yang was naturally overjoyed. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Royal Demon Power. Playing with the copy of Imperial Demon Power in his hand, a smile that was hard to hide appeared on his face. Moreover, this was only a level 15 skill. Don't forget, Yi Yang could be level 22 now. 119 Terrifying Assist, Holy Spirit Immortal Art. At level 22, it also meant that Yi Yang could now merely be able to learn the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique's level 15 skill. There were even more powerful level 20 skills. Thousands of skill books in front of him. To pluck out a few level 20 Holy Spirit Immortal Technique skills here, it was simply not too simple, just a matter of time. As for Yi Yang, he had long ago picked out these few books of skills. Surprising Wave Through Clouds. Learning level, 20. Skill description, you who acquire this skill, your movement speed will receive a 200 surge in a short period of time. Acceleration status can last 10 seconds. Magic consumption, 200. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill level. Concentration meditation. Learning level, 20. Skill description, by acquiring this skill, your hit rate will be increased by 20 for a short period of time. Concentration meditation can last 30 seconds. Magic consumption, 200. Cooldown time, 90 seconds. Skill level. Life renewal decree. Learning level, 20. Skill description, locking yourself or one other target can counteract a lethal strike within 1 second. However, that target will not be able to enjoy the life renewal status again for 1 hour. Magic consumption, 200. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Skill level. After reading the descriptions of the 3 skills of level 20 Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, if you look at the skill descriptions alone, Surprise Wave Through Cloud is almost the most suitable skill for archers and assassins. Once caught in a battle between players, archers and assassins could utilize surprising waves through clouds to burst into the side of mages with ultra-long range spell casting in a very short period of time. At just one level of surprising waves through clouds, there was a whopping 200 increase in movement speed. Not to mention the speed of the flying ranger that was extremely fast itself. Even if Yi Yang was a very low agility mage now, there was an extremely obvious increase. It had to be said that if this skill was upgraded to a high level, even a mage could enjoy the feeling of flying. It really deserved the name of the skill, Surprise Through Clouds. As for concentration meditation, this is clearly to increase the body to the front line of the physical occupation. Because the mage, as long as you can lock the target, is absolutely hit, so simply cannot use this skill to increase the hit rate. As for the life renewal decision, being able to resist a lethal strike, this was indeed a minor god level skill. However, the fact that it only lasted for 1 second made it seem very ribald. If the release time was not controlled well, this skill was not only useless, but also delayed things, rather than a blood increase, more realistic. However, if you think about it in another way, an assassin in an instant set of this skill, once bursting into the side of Yi Yang the mage, being able to resist a fatal blow, that is to say, this assassin, he would not be killed by Yi Yang in seconds. Seriously thought about it. After Yi Yang took out one book for himself to learn, he took out all the life renewal resolutions and destroyed them. More than 60 books of life renewal decree, 1,000,000 to 100,000 only. Yi Yang would not care at all now. Because it was impossible for him to cultivate a person or organization that was a threat to him. The life renewal decree was indeed perverse enough. But fortunately, it was only a single target that could only work on just one person. Even a guild of 10,000 people would have, at best, 1 or 200 Holy Spirit Immortal Arts. Even if they all possessed the life renewal decree, with 1 or 200 assassins bursting into his side, Yi Yang still had no pressure. Moreover, the prerequisite for all of this was that they still had to make a series of moves such as bursting into Yi Yang's side and flinging out a whole bunch of skills in 1 second's time. Not until the late stage or the big late stage, this was never something that an average person could do. Of course, these were all based on the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique of those big guilds that were able to survive Yi Yang's wide range of skill damage in the first place. Moreover, without Yi Yang providing skills in such large quantities, after those great guilds provided the Holy Spirit Immortal Arts with this large batch of life renewal resolutions, with the speed of Yi Yang's improved strength, he might have been able to do it long time ago, so that they couldn't break through their own defenses. A slight smile. After Yi Yang destroyed the other life renewal resolutions, his heart calmed down. Overall, this time, the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique's level 20 skills, except for a concentration and meditation that added hits, all the others had a very powerful increase for himself. Among them, the power of the Imperial Demon and surprising waves through clouds were the gains that surprised him the most. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly placed these 2 skills, 1 skill point each. After ascending to level 2, the magic attribute increase of royal magic power had changed from 50 to an 80 increase, and the duration had also changed from 1 minute to 15 minutes. And stunning wave through cloud was a bit more terrifying. Its increase, directly from a speed of 200, skyrocketed to a speed of 350. A true flying feeling. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Yi Yang did not continue to waste any more skill points. The 350 speed and 80 magic power increase was enough for the time being. Besides, what was most important to him was not the supporting skills, but the fusion version of the output skills in the near future. Having the strongest output in order to terrorize people, the auxiliary skillet, no matter how strong it was still just an auxiliary. However, when Yi Yang had just finished handling all his gains, a piercing sword blade sharpness came straight at him. 15 degrees to the upper left, 152 meters away, within attack range. Superb perception allowed Yi Yang to lock onto that incoming target in an instant. Snake Lady Master Mother Great Warrior Emina. Damn human. Die. A look of hatred permeated Emina's delicate face. Having killed their fellow serpents, this human mage could never survive under her watch. A whopping 2,700 points of damage erupted, and in a flash, Emina crossed the city wall and fell from the sky. The next moment, with endless hatred, Emina exploded her skills. Soul-severing slash. 120 absolute suppression. Inflaming snake dance wildly. Shocking wave through the clouds. Heavenly fire impact. Emina's speed was extremely fast, and since the moment he saw her, Yi Yang didn't skimp on releasing all of his skills. What is it? The binding that suddenly rose up made Emina's might that was originally like a titanic pressure directly be restrained in midair by the inferno snake that Yi Yang released. Not good. Master Emina was being controlled. Human mage. Don't think you can defeat the 5 of us. Eye of the Serpent. A death blow. Although Amina was under control, several other serpent great mothers such as Bora and Lolis would just watch. In just a flash, they burst into Yi Yang's body. Death. Boom. With violent explosions, more than 2,000 physical attacks, and more than 4,000 spell attacks smashed into the area where Yi Yang was in an instant. Smoke and dust surrounded the area. The huge impact stirred up a piece of dust. After a long time, the smoke and dust dispersed. What? Where did that human mage run off to? Impossible. A mere mage, he could never be that fast. Did he just get split up by us? Bora, your skills are a bit too strong. With blood all over the place, they couldn't tell whether it was the blood of that human mage or the blood of their original snake people. But no matter what, under the perception of the snake woman warrior Lolis, that human mage, in no way, could have the speed to dodge their skills so fast. Turning her head to look at the snake woman mage Bora, Lolis said with a little grumble. Indeed. With all 5 of their master mothers striking at the same time, there was hardly anyone that could resist their wave of attacks. Appearing was just an instant. Ending the battle, also an instant. They didn't complain that the battle wasn't enjoyable enough, because this itself was the standard way of fighting for their snake people race. Using the most direct, quickest way to kill the enemy in seconds. However, the snake mage, Bora, didn't seem to be that optimistic. Because the moment before the smoke and dust were stirred up, she seemed to have noticed that the beam of her phantom serpent's eye was diverted to a different direction. Phew! Not far away, sitting at the top of the city lord's mansion, Yi Yang gently exhaled. Fortunately, just now, I learned an accelerated surprising wave through clouds, otherwise, I would have really died off. Snap! Just after sighing, a thin layer of aqua blue light shield on Yi Yang's body also ruptured. The excessive healing shield of the rejuvenation technique. Mages had absolute hits, and this kind of damage was impossible for Yi Yang to avoid. However, not to mention that Bora had over 4,000 points of damage. Even if she had 10,000 or 20,000 points of damage, it was impossible for her to break this layer of over 20,000 points of blood healing shield on Yi Yang at once. Impossible. That human mage actually didn't die? The 4 snake great masterminds, with a surprised face, tilted their heads and looked upwards. Alas? What was that weird change in the sky? A vortex of burning clouds? Wait, in the center of the vortex, it seems like a few pillars of flames are spewing down. The snake great masters and mothers who tilted their heads up could not just notice Yi Yang's figure. Following his back, it was impossible for them not to notice the sky that had turned into a swirl of flaming clouds. Heavenly fire impact. However, by the time they noticed this swirl of fiery clouds, it was already too late. Quickly dodge. This was that human mage's skill. Wait, Lord Mother Amina is still controlled by the binding skill. Not good, we don't have a skill that can purify. While they were still worrying about Amina, 3 pillars of heavenly fire came down with a bang. Whoosh! 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 The 3 pillars of heavenly fire were like 3 divine sanctions that descended directly above their heads. Quickly dodge. This is the skill of a human mage. Dodge? When Yi Yang heard this, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You snake woman mages have absolute hit. Do you think we human mages don't have the talent of absolute hit? Boom! Wild pillars of fire descended from the sky, and terrifying damage instantly erupted. With 3 pillars of heavenly fire, Yi Yang directly locked onto the 3 dominant mothers, Amina, Bora, and Lolis. Want to escape? Wait for the next life. Pillar of fire. 11,782. 11,843. 11,751. 11,459. When the terrifying damage erupted, even if Amina's strong body was able to withstand the terrifying damage of the pillar of heavenly fire for a few seconds. But, under the absolute hit of the pillar of heavenly fire, before she could desperately rush to Yi Yang's side, her snake body was burned to ashes by the pillar of fire. The deaths of the other 2 masterminds were even more tragic. Even when that brittle mage master mother, Bora, had given up on the idea of escaping after seeing the pillar of heavenly fire. As a mage, she naturally understood the absolute hits of a mage better than Lolis as a warrior. Queen Medusa, please avenge us. With a roar to the sky, Amina and the other 3 snake woman grandmaster mothers, with expressions of unwillingness, fell in battle one after another. However, the sacrifices of Amina and the others were not without much effect. At least, when Amina and the other snake women died, it delayed the pillar of heavenly flame long enough. When the pillar of heavenly flame approached the other 2 dominant mothers again, after only a second or 2, it quickly thinned out and disappeared into the air. Ding! You have slain the boss class monster, the snake woman grand dominatrix Amina. You have gained x 150,000 experience points, x 13,000 gold coins, and x 8 skill points. Ding! You have slain the boss level monster, the snake woman grand master mother Bora. Gained experience value x 15,000, gold coins x 13,000, skill points x 8. Ding! You have slain the boss level monster, snake woman grand master mother Loris. Gain experience value x 150,000, gold coins x 13,000, skill points x 8. 3 prompts came, Yi Yang glanced at them, and although he had some doubts, he did not put them on his mind for the time being. Now, naturally, it was better to settle first these 2 snake great hostesses that had been affected by the pillar of heavenly flame, but had not yet fallen in battle. 121 The feeling of using a snake woman to be a mount. After packing up the equipment skills that had exploded from Amina and the other snake women, Yi Yang walked over to Carrie and Bona's side. These 2 snake woman grandmaster mothers who were lucky enough to survive, Yi Yang did not choose to kill them directly, but had another value. Spare your life. Human mage Lord, we admit defeat. Leave us a way to live, okay? When Yi Yang walked up to the 2 of them, Carrie and Bona were so scared that they begged for mercy. Compared to the other 3 snake woman great mothers, the 2 of them were relatively weak. Even Grandmaster Amina was directly killed by this terrifying human mage in front of her, so what confidence did they have to fight against it? Surrender and admit defeat. This was their last option. I can give you a way out. The prerequisite is that you have to promise me a condition. Yi Yang's mouth smiled slightly. Despite the snake women's cunningness, under the threat of their lives, they would never be able to raise any resistance. You say, Human Mage Lord, no matter what the condition is, we can promise you. The 2 of them, Carrie and Puna, opened their mouths one after another. Very well. Yi Yang nodded. My demands are not very high, you only need to send me to the main city of your desert blight city and I will let you go. Really? It's that simple? Bona even had a hint of disbelief. With just such a simple condition, he could let the 2 of them live? You guys don't have time to question. When Yi Yang's emotionless voice spoke once again, in an instant, all of Bona's questioning thoughts dissipated. Even their lives were in someone else's hands, what reason could they have to question Yi Yang? Human Mage Lord. Please, sit here. Bona moved her huge snake tail slowly to Yi Yang's front, only the upper half of her body that was simply covered was slightly lowered, revealing a piece of white back to Yi Yang. If you look carefully at this moment, there is a piece of great spring light, showing again in front of Yi Yang. After all, the snake women in the tribe are all of the same sex, so there is nothing to say in terms of dress. Even Queen Medusa would occasionally wear only a human bra, not to mention these master mothers of theirs. The elegant and streamlined body lines of the mage snake woman and the warrior snake woman body were even more capital for them to show off in the clan. Yi Yang naturally didn't have much free time to peep at them right now. But he still chose to sit on Bona, who was a mage. Soft and silky. With both hands behind his neck, Yi Yang directly lay on Bona's soft back, completely treating her as his mount. Lord Human Mage. Are you satisfied? Walking out of the Bakar City Lord's mansion, Bona carefully moved her lower body. She was afraid that if she made a single movement that made him uncomfortable, then suddenly a pillar of heavenly fire would descend from the top of her head and kill her. Very good. It seems that your body is well maintained. Yi Yang was speaking the truth. Even for human girls who were naturally beautiful, it was hard for them to say that they could maintain their backs, so silky and soft. The snake people were natural cold-blooded animals. Yi Yang, who was leaning on Bona's bare back, also happened to be able to drive away part of the heat from the scorching desert sun for him. Unexpectedly. Taking a snake woman as his mount was such a comfortable thing. If I had known this, I would have left 1 or 2 snake women behind to use as mounts in the future. Thank you, Lord Human Mage, for your compliments. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Bona didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Being mounted by a human mage, and receiving a compliment from her. Was this humiliation, or honor? As a warrior, Carrie was naturally treated as a bodyguard, wandering around them, chasing away a portion of the desert giants that were wreaking havoc for Yi Yang and Bona. After all, once Bona cast a spell, the commotion was too great. In case they disturbed Yi Yang's rest, the 2 of them were afraid that even 10 lives would not be enough to die. The feeling of leisure and warmth made Yi Yang a little bit want to drift off to sleep. Forget it. It's better to organize the harvest this time. Opening his backpack, Yi Yang didn't want to let himself slack off too much. If he wasn't wrong, what he was going to face next was the strongest snake woman, who was the Desert Blight City. Level 30 Domain Boss, King of the Serpent Banshees, Medusa. After he had consecutively decapitated the 5 strongest masterminds of the Serpent People clan, it was impossible for Medusa to be indifferent to him. Once the 2 met, there was bound to be a bloody battle. If you fall asleep now, you'll be in trouble if you can't get up the spirit later. Medusa, the king of the snake demons. Legend has it that Medusa has the most beautiful face, but any man who sees her will be able to ascend to the world of bliss. Suddenly, Yi Yang thought of those unexplained legends of the desert poachers. Although Yi Yang would not believe in such words that he could ascend to Elysium after seeing her, it also showed that Medusa might be very beautiful indeed. After all, she herself was called Medusa. If she was not beautiful, how could she stand up to her own name? Thinking of this, Yi Yang joked to himself. However, when he thought of the next step, as long as there were no surprises, he would meet with this demoness who possessed a world-class face, Yi Yang's heart still inevitably had a sense of anticipation. Skill points, 68. No longer thinking about Medusa, Yi Yang glanced at the skill points he already had. If he remembered correctly, at that time, after beheading Amina and the other snake women, he had gained 8 skill points. A full 3 more than when he beheaded Sophia. Moreover, the experience and rewards were also nearly double that of Sophia. Could it be that the higher the level of a boss-level monster, the more skill points it would gain? After pondering slightly, Yi Yang didn't think much about it. After all, the more rewards given to oneself, the better it would naturally be. Now with 68 skill points, although it would allow him to upgrade Heavenly Flame Impact, in the end, Yi Yang decided to wait until he had fused the level 15 and 20 Blazing Refinement Yin and Yang skills before deciding about upgrading his skills. If, for example, Carrie and Bona were able to drive in at full speed, they would only need about half an hour's foot travel to reach the city of Galvi, the place where Queen Medusa was. However, right now, on Pona's back, there was an additional leisurely Yi Yang. In other words, it might take them several times longer, almost 4 or 5 hours, to reach their destination. Yi Yang, naturally, was in no hurry. Lying on Bona's back, he also enjoyed it very much. But that didn't mean that Queen Medusa, who was in the city of Galvi, wouldn't be in a hurry for her subordinates. 122 Queen Medusa, Seductive Voice. City of Galway. When the time passed little by little, but Medusa did not hear the news of the triumphant return of Amina and other snake women, even she who was as calm as water, her mood was slightly restless. At this time, a snake woman guard entered her room. "My lady, my queen. We've gotten word that Grand Mistress Amina and the others have returned." They. The snake girl guard stammered for half a day, but didn't say the following words. Were they killed? Medusa's willow eyebrows slightly frowned, as if she had already guessed the words of the snake woman guard. The guard nodded. Ha! Medusa laughed coldly. A soft exhale around the bones of her body, as if it was like a woman exhaling in her own ears. The body tingled. Human Mage. How dare you kill my compatriots? Death. The last word of death. Medusa lightly bit her silver teeth and said with hatred. The serpent race already hated humans very, very much. Not to mention Yi Yang had killed so many of her compatriots. This human mage must die. Die. It just so happens that I also have the same thought. While Medusa's hatred was boundless in her heart, from outside the door, she suddenly heard a man's voice. Human mage. Human. Humans have invaded our serpentine race. Alert! Alert! Find the human and kill him. The human mage who killed our High Mother Emna. He's coming. Is it possible that the Grand Duchess Emmanuel and the others? The moment Yi Yang appeared, thousands of snake woman guards surrounded him at once. Human mage. Hearing this human's voice, Medusa's heart, which was a bit restless, calmed down instead. Are you here to find me? The moment Yi Yang heard Medusa's voice, his body felt like it was electrified. This, damn it, was simply the seductive sorcery of a siren. This kind of voice, if one were to listen to it alone, one would feel a sense of disempowerment. Ding, the snake demoness, Queen Medusa, used the seductive voice on you, your seductive status, 15, your attributes, were forcibly cut by 10. Ding, you used the art of clearing spirit, contacted the status, and for 30 seconds, are immune to all negative statuses. Ding, Queen Medusa, the serpentine demoness, used seductive voice on you, and you are immune to this control due to the art of clearing spirit. Ding, serpentine banshee. Just as this voice appeared, a prompt appeared in Yi Yang's system. Voice of charm. One of Medusa's spell skills, for every additional layer of charming voice status, the attributes would be forcibly cut by 10, up to a maximum of 5 layers. Moreover, it was obvious. Not only him, even the snake demonesses around Yi Yang were also affected by the negative status of charming sound, some of them even felt heavy when they breathed. Terrifying skill. Moreover, it was still an indiscriminate group injury skill. It was too terrifying. Medusa deserved to be the most beautiful demon in this world, even her own voice had such a strong killing power. If Yi Yang didn't have the art of clearing spirit, he would have been cut down by 50 attributes in the opening scene. Even if he was as strong as Yi Yang, it would probably be hard to defeat her. Human mage. Are you not affected by my voice? A warm and weak voice came into Yi Yang's ears. It could be heard. For Yi Yang not being affected by the charming voice, Medusa had some surprised emotions. But now, Yi Yang indeed did not have as strong a reaction as he did at the beginning, except for the fact that he found it nice to listen to. A blessing in misfortune. He still had a purification skill of the art of clearing the spirit. Yi Yang frowned slightly. This battle had to be fought and decided quickly. Once the delay was longer and the duration of the spirit purifying skill passed, then even he would have almost no chance of defeating Medusa. Without much hesitation, Yi Yang directly raised his staff and aimed at the city lord's palace where Medusa was located. A shot of heavenly fire impact was directly released. A fiery red vortex? How did the sky become like that? It was calm just now. Could this be that human mage's skill? When those snake girl guards reacted, 3 pillars of heavenly fire landed directly above their heads. Whoosh! 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 The 3 huge pillars of fire rapidly expanded within the pupils of those snake girl guards. Without even giving birth to the thought of escaping, those snake girl stragglers were blasted to death by Yi Yang in pieces. Help! Terrifying human mage! Humans shouldn't be this powerful. Queen Medusa! Save us! Panic! Fear! Hissing! The moment the 3 pillars of heavenly fire summoned by Yi Yang descended, those snake demonesses began to flee in panic. They wanted to call for help from their respected Queen Medusa. But nay, the vast majority of the snake demonesses, without even having the chance to open their mouths, were directly blasted into ashes by Yi Yang. Ding, you have killed the snake demoness and gained 3,500 experience points. Ding, you've killed the snake demoness and gained 3,500 experience points. Ding, you have killed the snake banshee. Pieces and pieces of system messages, frantically refreshing. Yi Yang didn't look at it, nor did he focus himself on this. Human mage. Hearing that in the outside world, her compatriots were in a state of panic, Medusa's heart was dripping blood. Could it be that this was retribution because she had attacked and killed the human General Gulvi 1,000 years ago? No. Twisting her enchanting snake tail, Medusa slowly wriggled down from the bed covered in animal skin and fluffy fur. Outside the palace, under the relentless destruction of the pillar of heavenly fire, all the serpent guards were killed. Holding his staff, at this moment, Yi Yang's face was serious and calm. He knew that after this place lost all the snake woman guards who had sold their lives for her, Medusa is about to come out. 123 Yi Yang's absolute suppressive stance. Flames surrounded the city lord's palace. The Medusa that stepped out of the flames was like a spotless demoness. The huge body was 4 or 5 meters tall. The snake's tail swaying from side to side, with perfect lines, enchanting to the extreme body, lightly clad in a layer of hidden veil. Even, if one looked closely, one could clearly see more. The delicate face was permeated with a hint of demonic aura. The delicate little mouth was slightly pursed because of anger. The demonic eyes, the white face, were no longer even describable. Any Yi Yang, who was now accustomed to seeing beautiful serpentine demonesses and practiced some fixation, could not help but sidetrack his heart when he saw Medusa's first glance. It could be called the perfect demoness. Such a superb demoness is like the most exquisite treasure given by heaven to the earth. Yi Yang now finally understood why among the desert poachers, it was rumored that any man who saw Medusa would ascend to the world of bliss. If it wasn't the opposing camps of players and monsters, but the ability to turn her into your own female demoness, perhaps all men would be drained, right? Luckily, Medusa was a snake woman. At least, Yi Yang couldn't study how to learn the way of Su Xian flow at the moment. However, Medusa could not just have a stunning face. Yi Yang would not ignore her other identity for a moment. She was the king of snake women. Or a level 30 domain boss that ruled over the entire desert blight city. When meeting Medusa for the first time, Yi Yang saw her terrifying attributes. Medusa, king of the serpent banshees. Rank, domain boss. Level, 30. Attack power, 9,500. Defense, 8,100. Life value, 250,000. Skills, passive seductive voice, passive absolute demon face, proficient phantom serpent's eye, proficient seductive tongue. Proficiency deadly entanglement, form serpentine form phantom colored demon snake. Description, she is the strongest existence of the snake woman clan. Not only does she rule over the entire serpentine clan, she also rules over the entire desert blight city realm. Rumor has it that Medusa has an overwhelmingly beautiful face, and that a man's mere sight of her is enough to ascend to Elysium. However, so far, no one has ever seen Medusa's true face. With just a purely brittle life value, Medusa had already reached a terrifying 250,000. The attack power, even more so, had a strength of nearly 10,000 points. Invincible. If it was an ordinary player challenge, if there was no finished set of level 20 equipment, no over-optimized skills, perished the thought of having enough attributes. Not to mention thousands of players, even if it was 2,000 or 3,000 people, it was hard to say that they could beat a Medusa. Starting from the undead lord at the time, every domain level boss had attributes that were exaggerated to the extreme. Every single domain boss had never let Yi Yang down. Undead Juggernaut's terrifying teleportation skill, Undead Summoning. Medusa's 2 strong passive skills and 3 terrifying proficiency level active attack skills could make her invincible even with thousands of players. Skills proficiency level status, it could increase the damage of the skill by 50. In the face of such horrifying attributes, even if it was Yi Yang, if he wanted to defeat Medusa, he would definitely have to put in some effort. Human Mage. While Yi Yang was sizing up Medusa, she was also carefully looking at this human mage. Able to easily destroy a city under the control of the snake people. Able to shock and kill the 5 most powerful master mothers of her snake people clan. This human, Medusa, would definitely not take him lightly. You, the human who killed Medusa's compatriots, must die with them. Fatal entanglement. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Medusa's huge snake tail approached towards Yi Yang. The illusory demon snake's snake tail was also covered with these 7-colored snake scales, and under the blazing sun's glittering light, the light reflected from the snake scales alone could make it difficult to open one's own eyes. Surprising waves through clouds. The power of the Imperial Demon. Whoosh! With the increase of 350 movement speed, Yi Yang's current speed had even reached a kind of limit. However, he only had 15 seconds. The Imperial Demon power had 15 minutes, and with such a long duration, he didn't need to worry about anything. In an instant, as the huge 7-colored serpent tail was about to wrap itself around him in death, Yi Yang narrowly avoided it with his super-fast speed. Boom! Under the tremendous force of Medusa's attack, the snake tail that was supposed to entangle Yi Yang directly shattered a snake woman's sentry tower. It was unimaginable. If such a terrifying power was applied to a human body, I'm afraid that even the bones would be twisted into powder, right? She couldn't be allowed to go on this rampage any longer. After dodging Medusa's attack, Yi Yang's eyes glazed over, and without any reservation at all, he poured himself with explosive damage spell skills. Inflaming Snake Wild Dance. Heavenly Fire Impact. Red Flame Explosion. Explosive Fireball. 4 rounds of skills were poured out in a row. An extraordinary inflamed serpent headed straight for Medusa. Afterwards, the sky changed color, and a swirl of fiery clouds coalesced in an extremely fast time. Whoosh! 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 Like a divine sanction descending from the god of flame. 3 pillars of heavenly fire descended simultaneously from different directions. There was no other target. Yi Yang locked them all on Medusa. In the next moment, a violent flame explosion and a terrifying huge fireball followed. 8,929. 26,647. 78,690. 25,684. 25,684. Ah! In just 2 to 3 seconds, the damage from several of Yi Yang's skills all bombarded Medusa's body. Terrifying damage popped up. Even though she had more than 8,000 points of defense, under Yi Yang's several perverted damage additions, she still looked a bit inadequate. In just these 2 to 3 seconds, Medusa was bombarded into a blood level of 12 promotions. Searing. Sizzling. Agony. Countless painful sensations spread throughout the body from every limb. Medusa only felt like she had been knocked into purgatory once. Her eyes were disoriented. Having endured immense pain, she felt like she had fallen into an infernal despair. How could it be? How could there be such a strong human mage? The speed was even faster than herself. The damage was so terrifying that she was even able to blast herself to a life value of 13 in these 2 or 3 short seconds. That's right. She still had 13 blood. Because Pillar of Heavenly Fire was a continuous skill. She, who was now bound by the inflammable snake frenzied dance, was receiving the scorching heat of the Pillar of Heavenly Flame released by Yi Yang every second that passed. Her blood level, every second, was dropping wildly downwards. Blood volume, 86,423. Blood volume, 54,762. Blood volume, 24,357. Stop. Human Mage. Medusa, admitting defeat. The dying Medusa, seeing that she had gone from a full-blooded state to just less than 0.1% of her remaining blood in an instant, finally couldn't help but surrender. Terrifying human mage. She had never seen that human that was more terrifying than this being in front of her. Even the Galvi from 1,000 years ago, no. Even 5 Galvis, or even 10 Galvis combined, were inferior to this human in front of her. Even. The moment Yi Yang poured out his skills, it made Medusa feel that he was like a heavenly god. So terrifying that people didn't even dare to give birth to the slightest sense of resistance. 124 Slave Contract Scroll? Medusa chose to admit defeat. By admitting defeat, she could at least save her life. Because, after she dies, she will not be resurrected. Much less will she be refreshed like a ghost like other ordinary snake women. In fact, all monsters were real, flesh and blood existences before they were killed for the first time. The level 1 boars or the level 20 plus normal serpent banshees. Before they were killed for the first time, they were all flesh and blood, with minds that existed. They were still the truest of creatures. However, after being killed for the first time, because this world was infused with the laws of the game, their souls would all be tortured and reborn in this world. In short, this is, the game world's monsters are refreshed at regular intervals. Being killed and resurrected several times by players, their souls, layer by layer, would be stripped away. In the end, they would turn into obedient monsters that had no consciousness and would only roam within the fixed law area. However, if they are not killed again for a long time. For example, a month, a year, 10 years. Within a period of time, if no one kills them again, they will go through continuous cultivation, evolution, and return to their original state. Little by little, they will get back their own souls. turning back into real flesh and blood monsters, or becoming a part of the monster camp again. But even if they did lose their minds, their ability to think, their spirit, but they would still be alive, although living in a more wretched state. But they still had the hope of being reborn. But Medusa wouldn't. As a unique level domain boss, after her death, her soul would either ascend to heaven or enter a scorching inferno. After death, this one of the world's most beautiful goblins will completely leave this human world. Honorable human mage lord. Medusa admits defeat. Willing to submit to your feet. As she said that, Medusa gently held the ground with both hands and worshipped at Yi Yang's feet. Admit defeat. To be honest, Medusa was really a bit reluctant. Anytime she could have a slight chance to overcome, she would definitely fight until the last moment. Even after being injected with the irreversible laws of the game, Medusa was still the strongest existence that ruled this field. But this was truly impossible. When Yi Yang's rain-like skills poured out, Medusa was even able to clearly perceive the rapid loss of her life. This was a complete crushing position. It was hard to imagine. Just a human mage would actually have such a perverted and exaggerated attack power. Admit defeat. Concede. This is the only way for her to survive against Yi Yang. Submission? How? Or rather, how can you convince me of your submission? After interrupting the heavenly flame impact, Yi Yang looked with interest at this stunningly beautiful demonic spirit kneeling at his feet. Just like those so-called maids in the second dimension generally move. Only, this action made Medusa do it, but it seemed a bit out of place. However, after hearing Medusa's so-called submissive words, Yi Yang didn't let down a single bit of his guard. She was the king of serpent banshees, Medusa. A level 30 domain boss. The strongest person in Desert Blight City. God knows when Medusa's status would recover, would she sneak attack herself. Snake women, they themselves were an extremely cunning existence. Not to mention, Medusa was still the king of snake women. Possessing nearly 10,000 points of damage, with her own mage's current small body alone, this kind of terrifying attack power could kill her in a single strike. However, if Medusa was sincerely submitting to herself, a level 30 domain level boss, as one of his demoness pets, Yi Yang still felt some interest. After all, at the current stage of world mastery, there was no such thing as a pet. At least not right now. However, when Medusa saw that Yi Yang didn't let down his guard even after hearing his words of submission, she completely cut off the idea of a sneak attack. This human, why was he even more cunning than them snake women? Her heart was like ashes. In order to be able to save her life, Medusa took out an ancient scroll under no choice but to do so. Mage Sama. This is the slave contract scroll. Slave contract. Among all the contracts, it was the most absolute type of command contract. As long as a slave contract was concluded between a master and a slave, from then on, the master would have absolute control over the slave, and once the contract was concluded, it could not be changed for eternity. Regardless of how powerful the slave becomes in the future, it will not be able to, much less cause a single bit of harm to the master. And the master. No matter how weak he becomes in the future, to the slave, he will die in a single blow. Of course. After the slave was killed by the master's own hand, the slave's soul would also completely dissipate and would never come back to life. The so-called abolition of the slave contract would only end in this way. Moreover, as the master, he would also possess an additional spell formation skill, the art of summoning a spell slave. This was a treasure that Queen Medusa had gotten by chance. She had originally thought that after imprisoning a human emperor or a strong human being with enough influence, she would use him as her slave, and make him as her own sharp weapon to rule a country. However, she hadn't expected it. This treasure that she had always treasured, in the end, actually acted on her own body. But now, in order to make Yi Yang completely believe in her submissive heart, she could only take out this ancient and precious contract scroll. Slave contract scroll. Yi Yang gently took the slave contract scroll in his hand and let out a long breath of satisfaction. With this contract, even though Medusa was powerful and wanted to sneak attack herself, she wouldn't be able to cause a bit of damage. What's more, when the slave contract was engraved into her soul, once she had the slightest thought of betraying her master, she would be subjected to severe soul torture. Since she had taken this out, it was impossible for Medusa not to know such a side effect. In order to be able to survive, she had really fought hard enough. Very well. I agree to your submission and then serve as my slave. Very quickly. With Yi Yang's nod, this person and the demon each used their own spiritual power to leave their own imprints on the slave contract scroll. Afterwards, the slave contract turned into a wisp of shimmering light and merged into the souls of the two people. Honorable Lord. After completing the slave contract, Medusa fearfully stepped backward her body, then respectfully said to Yi Yang in front of herself. Medusa, the serpent demoness, is willing to lead the serpent clan for all eternity to submit to your feet. 125, Perfect Mount, Queen Medusa. Ding, domain level boss, king of the serpent banshees Medusa, has concluded a slave contract with you, and voluntarily leads the serpent people clan to be your dependents along with herself. Do you agree? When the slave contract was completed and Medusa worshipped at Yi Yang's feet, the system's prompt came along with it. Agree. Without verbalizing it, Yi Yang just agreed in his heart, and a logo had gradually emerged in the middle of Medusa's forehead. This represented that Medusa had now completely become Yi Yang's slave. Of course, what Yi Yang did not know, there was another thing. In the system prompt's inquiry just now, if Yi Yang said whether or not, then Medusa would be as the discarded slave, and her soul would immediately be dispersed. The next moment, Medusa's new attribute list was also presented in front of Yi Yang. Medusa, King of the Serpentine Banshees. Contract, Slave of Beacon. Rank, Domain Boss. Level, 30. Attack Power. Before the rank, there was an additional contract engraving. Yi Yang looked at it with interest for a short while before he heard Medusa's voice. Lord Human Mage. From now on, your consciousness is Medusa's eternal faith. Medusa gently lowered her body. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. However, he didn't really like this kind of master-servant relationship that he could have. Yi Yang himself was a forthright person who didn't like rules and regulations, and even more so, he didn't like the feeling of restraining and being restrained. As long as Medusa was no longer a threat to herself and was submitting to herself wholeheartedly, then she had already achieved his goal. Okay. Yi Yang held Medusa's shoulders and straightened her body. In the future, when you are around me, there is no need to have to restrain yourself so much. My name is Beacon. You can also call me Master. Okay, Master. Having just concluded a slave contract, Medusa really still didn't dare to be too presumptuous. May I ask what Medusa should do at your side? Well, actually, your role, I've already thought of it. Viewing Medusa's huge and supple body, Yi Yang had an idea long before he met her. Only, at that time, Yi Yang only thought that if he could tame her, it would naturally be the best. The appearance of the slave contract also greatly saved him a lot of things. In the future, you will serve as my exclusive mount. Exclusive mount. After Medusa silently recited it once, she understood Yi Yang's meaning. Master, then please follow me to the palace. After saying that, Medusa turned around and headed inside the city lord's palace. The city lord's palace of the city of Gorby was incredibly luxurious. Countless crystals, treasures, sculptures, and numerous gorgeous and crystalline decorations plundered in the human world had created the city lord palace of Galvi to be like a dreamy wonderland. However, what do you want me to go to the palace for? Yi Yang was suddenly confused by Medusa's sentence. But when she heard this sentence from Yi Yang, Medusa's body, even more so, was shocked and jolted. Could it be that Yi Yang didn't want to ride herself? Medusa was very proficient in human language. Moreover, this was the master's request, she wouldn't dare to have a little resistance. Yi Yang seemed to understand what Medusa meant. You should have misunderstood. When I said mount, I was just sitting on your body. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Medusa's face swished red. Goodness. How could she, actually, think of her master as that kind of dirty human? Come over here. Yi Yang beckoned towards Medusa. Then, Medusa hung her blushing face, somewhat embarrassedly turned her body, and slowly moved her huge snake tail in front of Yi Yang. Lord, Master, please come to Medusa's body. He. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth lifted slightly, his face was overwhelmed with smugness. Getting a snake woman as his mount, this was something he had always wanted to do since he came to the Desert Blight City domain. He never thought that in the end, his own mount would turn out to be a Medusa. This was truly one of the best gifts from the heavens. With a slight force under his feet, Yi Yang came to Medusa's body with a gentle leap. Silky smooth and soft. Unrivaled skin touch. Coupled with the cold-blooded physique of the snake people and the touch of Medusa's skin, it gave Yi Yang a cool feeling. In this kind of big desert, it was like a mobile air conditioner. It was impossible to describe. Even Yi Yang didn't know how to describe what kind of comfortable feeling it was to lie on Medusa's body. Master Beacon, are you still satisfied? Rao Bone's voice came into Yi Yang's ears. Because of the slave contract, he was already immune to the self-induced seductive state, and instead, all that was there was the comfort caused by hearing this kind of voice. If she was able to take form, perhaps as a harem, it would be a good choice. Closing his eyes, Yi Yang thought with some greed. However, having a snake girl like this as a mount was already heaven's favor. Let's go. Return to the city of monoliths. Alright, Master Beacon. Nodding slightly, Medusa's snaketail began to sway from side to side as she slowly set off towards the front. However, Desert Blight City's outskirts, Lubbock City. At this moment, the serpent master mother of the city of Lubbock, Elia, suddenly trembled as if she had received some sort of order. No. Actually, it wasn't an order. At the time when Medusa, as their king, concluded a slave contract with Yi Yang, they, as subjects, also became part of Yi Yang's slaves. A few seconds later, the same mark as the one on Medusa's forehead surfaced on Elia's forehead. Then, in her mind, Yi Yang's figure appeared. The mind flowed. After seeing Yi Yang's figure, Elia was calm and incomparable, accepting Medusa's decision. She was their queen, and since Medusa as the king was going to submit to that person, they naturally had no more reason to do so. My dear compatriots. Walking to the snake women's training ground outside the city lord's mansion, Elia intimately said like those snake women. From now on, we will submit to that human. Let's go. Follow the footsteps of our queen and go find our new king, Lord Beacon. 126 Snake Woman Clan, all submit. As Elia's cries gradually fell, more than 2,000 snake demonesses from the entire Lobak followed her footsteps and drove towards the outskirts of the city. City of Trites. The warrior serpentine dominatrix Neo stood above the training ground with this heavy sword in hand. Fellow citizens, we have a new king. Follow Queen Medusa and go find our new king. Neo's voice was booming, and as a warrior serpentine, she had a strong enough body. New king. Go after our new king. Along with Queen Medusa. On the training ground, thousands of serpentine banshees raised their swords and shouted along with Neo's voice. Thousands of unified voices that vibrated across tens of kilometers away. But it wasn't just the city of Lobak and the city of Triton. The city of Aroba. At the call of Aurora, the Serpent Master Mother, 2,300 serpent banshees, united in wool, marched to the city of monoliths. City of Arge. After feeling Lord Beacon's will, Lord Mother Amanda did not hesitate for a moment and led her 3,000 or so serpentine banshees in the direction of the city of monoliths, and set off. Aubrey's city. Lord Mother Bix smiled faintly, having made Queen Medusa's decision clear and accepted Lord Beacon's will. After burning down the city of Aubrey, the Lord Mother of Beavers then took all of her snake woman minions and followed in the footsteps of Lord Beacon and Queen Medusa. On the outskirts of the Desert Blight City. More than 20 outlying cities, more than 20 Snake Lord mothers, and 40 to 50,000 normal-level Snake Woman monsters, all at the same time, started off in one direction. The city of monoliths. Following, Beacon for the will. Tens of thousands of Snake Women, pouring out. A vast spectacle. The entire field of Desert Blight City was shunned by all monsters. Any desert poachers that were outside the periphery of Desert Blight City were shaken at this moment. The desert giant also condensed its solid form from the quicksand and looked at this scene with a shocked face. The desert snakes and scorpions that were all over the desert city's territory were scared to death and hurriedly hid in their nests, shivering as they waited for the snake demonists to pass through this place. What in the world, what's going on? Could it be that the serpent people are leaving Desert Blight City? No way, they've ruled the desert city for thousands of years, they've taken root here long ago, even the city of Galvatron has become Medusa's bedchamber. Wait, you guys, look there, why is there such a big fire? Suddenly, a person from the crowd of desert poachers who had gathered in the shadows pointed in one direction and said, in that direction, the flames were sky high. As much as a city was burning there, I'm afraid it would be hard to say there was a fire that big. That's the direction of the city of Galway? City of Galway, on fire? Isn't that Medusa's lair? How could it be on fire? Are they really leaving the desert city? Wait a minute. Is this the direction they're going? Is it Stonehenge? Boulder City? The snake women are going to take down the stone city? It can't be. AI Chi's power strength is very strong, and right now, there are a lot of inhumans in the monolithic city. I've also heard that the last undead juggernaut sank in Stone City. The undead, or with the will of TIAs, have the snake women gone mad? Are they going to make the same mistake as the undead juggernaut? Either way, they might actually be leaving the Desert Blight City realm. Too good. We are, at last, liberated. Free. Hooray! The desert poachers cheered and roared with excitement. The serpent people had ruled the Desert Blight City for thousands of years. For thousands of years, under the rule of the serpent people clan, everyone didn't have a bit of breathing room. To meet was to die. Desert poachers who crossed paths with a snake woman could only be crushed. What's more, above the ordinary snake woman, there was the Lord Mother, the Great Lord Mother, and Queen Medusa. Now, when the poachers saw that the serpentines were leaving the area, how could they not be happy? The other side. Just before Medusa left the city of Galdi, Yi Yan once again released a heavenly flame impact in this place, destroying this Galdi city's main palace, destroying it to the ground. Medusa now has become his own female pet. As a man's possessiveness, even though it is only a female pet, he also does not like Medusa still in the city of Galway, leaving any traces. The city lord's palace was the place where Medusa resided. So after his own departure, it was necessary to destroy it. As for the other places, it didn't matter. A heavenly fire impact destroyed the entire city lord's palace of Galway, as well as all of Medusa's lingering memories of being here for thousands of years. In the end, among the serpent people, the 5 strongest Grand Master Mothers, now only 2 of them, Carrie and Bona, were left alive. Because, at that time, Yi Yang didn't know the way forward to the city of Galvi, and the system map was dark in the unexplored monster territory. Therefore, Yi Yang was merciful and wanted them to lead the way to Medusa's location, so he left them with a snake life, so much so that they are now still fortunate enough to follow Yi Yang's side. Medusa was collected. They were, barely, a right and left protector. Yi Yang was still quite satisfied with the name of this left and right guardian. Up to this point, Yi Yang's battle in Desert Blight City was completely over. The desert domain boss, king of snake women Medusa, became his mount. Thousands of pieces of equipment. Thousands of skills. A bountiful 109 skill points. The 30 equipment spirits needed to refine equipment had long since been gathered, and the equipment manufacturing drawings were also full. Lying on Medusa's smooth back, when Yi Yang checked his backpack, he suddenly found something a little off. Level 20 equipment manufacturing drawings, weapon, hood, top, bottom, legs, gloves, shoes, necklace. That's not right. Yi Yang's face suddenly stared. What about the rings manufacturing drawings? 127 fusion skill, Furnace Inferno. After Yi Yang carefully checked his own backpack and temporary backpack, he confirmed that there was indeed no equipment manufacturing drawings for the ring. It was also right. Thinking about it, at that time, after beheading the 3 main mothers of the Serpentine race, such as Amina, Yi Yang had only gathered 8 manufacturing drawings. Originally, after seeing Amina and the others, Yi Yang was thinking that the Snake People clan still had a lot of boss level and elite level monsters. He didn't expect that. On top of the normal level Snakeman Banshee, it was directly the boss level Snakeman Master Mother. Come to think of it, the ordinary level Serpentine Banshees were not able to cause a domination effect on the other domains of the desert, which meant that they really belonged to the ordinary level classification. As for the Serpentine hostesses, they were already considered to rule over a city, to be far beyond the elite level class determination. But would there be a shortage of elite class monsters in the Desert Blight City? No. Desert Giants, each and every one of them was an elite level monster. Because in the system's judgment, the desert giants were the protectors of the rare species in the desert, this was something that Yi Yang knew in the description of the desert giants at that time. However, without Yi Yang having to open his mouth, the desert giants within 3 to 4 kilometers around his body had already been cleared out long ago. Of course, not only the desert giants, the desert snakes and scorpions had also been cleared out by the duo of Bona and Carrie. Fear. Ever since the serpent people had occupied the Desert Blight City, they were enemies with the desert giants. What's more, they were now carrying Yi Yang. If those desert giants were ungrateful and came to cause trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, through the slave contract, when their entire Snake People clan became Yi Yang's dependents, they were not purely in the monster camp anymore. Instead, they were pseudo-player camps. Kill monsters and explode equipment. It was a matter of course amongst players. When the Snake People clan became Yi Yang's dependents, it became something that should be done in their case. Master Beacon. Is this what you want? Not long after, Medusa received a drawing of an engraved ring handed over by Bona and forwarded it to Yi Yang's hand. Taking it in her hand, Yi Yang took a look at it. Level 20 equipment manufacturing drawing ring. Not bad, I didn't expect that your Snake People clan's work is quite efficient. With a hint of a smile on his face, Yi Yang complimented with satisfaction. It could be seen that in fact, Medusa's slightly red face was as happy as a 16-year-old girl in love. Looking at the ring drawing in his hand, Yi Yang was finally satisfied. Time, 2:57. The night of the desert was beautiful. Countless stars, like countless fireflies, lit up the entire starry sky. However, it was only when it came to this leisurely situation now that Yi Yang had the time to appreciate this beautiful sky. After glancing at the time, there were only 9 hours left before the opening of the World Copy Ancient War Ruins. It was already early in the morning. The time when he went online this time, if he remembered correctly, was 2:30 in the afternoon. 10 hours to penetrate the level 30 Desert Blight City field. If this were to be said, I'm afraid no one would believe it. After all, the other players were still struggling in the level 20 Maganda King City's map area. Moreover, Yi Yang had not only pierced through the Desert Dead City, he had also taken the domain boss Medusa as his female pet, allowing himself to use it as his exclusive mount. In that case, in the future, when he rushed, he could comfortably lie on the back of the beautiful snake and let her walk for him. And himself. Just need to think about it like now, and enjoy the scenery in peace and quiet. As for now, if one were to move forward at this speed, it would probably take around 4 hours before one could return to the city of monoliths. Nonetheless, at this kind of 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, Yi Yang did not feel the slightest bit sleepy. After fighting with Wu Xiaoyi all night yesterday, he didn't wake up until almost 1 p.m. Sufficient sleep, and the mage's exclusive serene mental power, allowed Yi Yang to ensure that even if he fought for another 2 days inside the game, he wouldn't get tired of anything. Back in the city of monoliths, it was time to build equipment yet. Sweeping a glance, he had now collected all the refining equipment props. Yi Yang faintly smiled, then opened the skill list. Just in time, I can take advantage of this leisurely time to enjoy the scenery while fusing my skills. Blazing Refining Yin Yang Skill. Level 10, Fusion Heavenly Fire Impact. Level 15, Mad Inferno Surge, Volcanic Eruption, Agonizing Scorch. Level 20, Wild Dance of the Inflaming Serpent, Fiery Body, Wall of Flames. Skill Fusion Scroll, 2. The level 10 skill had already been fused by Yi Yang into heavenly fire impact. The 3 level 15, level 20 skills normal level skills, Yi Yang had long since finished collecting them. On the skill fusion scroll, it was also described very clearly that it could fuse 3 or less than 3 skills. Wild inflammation surge, designate an area to spray flames once, causing slowdown. Flame eruption, summons a small volcano that continuously erupts. Painful scorch, passive skill, after acquiring this skill, all fire skills will have a scorching status attached to them. Use props, skill fusion scroll. Making up his mind, Yi Yang decided to start fusing skills from level 15. After all, skill fusion scroll props are not unique props, they are only props of a special nature. In other words, it could only be acquired through some special means. As for the way, Yi Yang guessed that it could be a unique level copy, or it could be some special hidden mission, or some other means. In short, as long as the skill fusion scroll was not unique, he could obtain this skill fusion scroll through other means. If, in the future, he could still obtain it, Yi Yang might take the 3 major fusion versions of the skills and further fuse them. So, let the fusion begin. Ding, your skill fusion scroll has been used successfully, please select the skill you want to fuse. Fusion skill, Berserk Inferno Surge Volcanic Eruption Painful Scorch. The system's voice came, and Yi Yang directly said the name of the one he wanted to fuse. Ding, since the skill you chose contains both passive and active skills, please choose the category of skill that will be created after your fusion. Choice 1, Passive Skills. Option 2, Active Skills. Seeing the options, Yi Yang fell into a moment of hesitation. Passive skills were undoubtedly powerful, just like his basic skill Flame skill, which up to now had a very strong damage bonus for him. But the strength of passive skills undoubtedly needed active skills to show it. The only skill he had that was relatively strong right now was a Heavenly Flame Impact. Thinking seriously, if a mage didn't have more skills to hit his damage, then it wouldn't help if he had more passive bonuses. Thinking slightly, Yi Yang finalized his thoughts. Choice, Active Skill. Ding, selection complete. Ding, your active system skill, in the process of fusion. Fusion skill, 133568799. Fusion skill, 100. Ding, your skill fusion is successful, you've gained a brand new skill, Melting Furnace Purgatory. 3 to 5 minutes later, when the progress bar was completely finished, Yi Yang finally saw his brand new skill. However, when Yi Yang saw this new skill, he was instantly exuberant. Ding, you have gained a new skill, Melting Furnace Purgatory. In the next second, the attribute list of the fused version of the new skill, Melting Furnace Purgatory, also appeared in front of Yi Yang. 128 Flame Prison, Absolute Imprisonment. Melting Furnace Purgatory. Fusion. Learning level 15. Skill description, locks a target or locks an area, traps all enemies in a range of 300 meters around the target, into a huge furnace. The furnace has 100 of the caster's blood, and enemies will not be able to escape while the furnace exists. When the furnace is broken, the inferno will be interrupted, maximum duration, 60 seconds. Inside the furnace, it can deal 50 damage per second from the magic attribute, and has a 5 chance to inflict fear and burn on the enemy. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Skill consumption, 450 magic. Skill level, 1. Skill experience, 0-10. Fear state, the target with this state will fall into infinite panic. Unable to use any props, skills, and launch indiscriminate normal attacks on all surrounding targets. My god. Yi Yang couldn't help but marvel. It's too strong, right? What the hell kind of skill is this? Furnace Purgatory? Imprisoning the enemy with a furnace, and also attaching fear and burning? When the attributes of the Melting Furnace Purgatory skill were truly placed in front of Yi Yang, even he himself was a bit unable to calm down. It was hard to imagine that once this skill was unleashed, with the absolute hits of a mage, this skill was almost a certain deathstream skill. Although, the skill damage of Melting Furnace Purgatory was indeed quite a bit lower than Heavenly Fire Impact. But, the Furnace Purgatory that was only level 1 had a range of 300 meters. This was much greater than Heavenly Flame Impact. Moreover, in a time that was 3 times longer than Skyfire Shock, a full 60 seconds, it really shouldn't be too easy to kill an enemy. What's more, within the Furnace Purgatory, there was also a 5 chance of inflicting a state of fear on the enemy. Fear. This state will indiscriminately attack the surrounding targets in a normal manner. Isn't this a state of chaos? Moreover, this 5 chance was equal to an absolute trigger in front of Yi Yang. When Yi Yang unleashed this skill, all the enemies trapped inside the furnace were like being mercilessly thrown into a gladiatorial arena. Everyone inside the furnace, they not only had to endure the painful torture of the flame purgatory, but they also had to fight to the death with the others. Being thrown into fear they were. Naturally, they avoided the furnace being broken. Unless, in the midst of their indiscriminate attacks, they happened to attack the furnace, which would cause damage to it. It was imaginable. When Yi Yang released this skill, it was like the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace of Lord Taishang had a group of monkeys and monkeys from Mount Huagua dropped into it. And it was also a group of monkeys and monkeys that were fighting inside. Sun Wukong could survive in the alchemy furnace because he hid in the alchemy furnace outlet, but a group of monkeys in panic, even Sun Wukong could not survive. Medusa. Have Pona and the girls get me a few desert snake scorpions. Enduring the excitement in his heart, Yi Yang decided to try this horrible skill first. After all, the description was awesome. If it hadn't been put into actual combat, it was just a vase. Okay, Master Beacon. The late night, itself, was an extremely quiet existence. Even though Yi Yang's voice was small, Medusa, who was in the middle of rushing, heard him. It wasn't long. Bona and Carrie were like shepherds, driving a group of desert snakes and scorpions, and arrived in front of Yi Yang. Their snake people race, in the end, was a race that had ruled the desert blight city domain for thousands of years, and they still had an extremely strong ability to rule over desert monsters. Master Beacon. The desert serpent scorpions that you want, Bona can only gather these temporarily. When reporting the news, Carly knowingly retreated to the side, letting Pona go forward. Being a serpent, or a serpentess, they were born with a keen sense of perception. Carrie seemed to have discovered that their new king, Beacon, didn't seem to like her type of snake people. Instead, she preferred the elegant and slim, mage snake person like Pona. Otherwise, why would Beacon just name Bona every time, instead of calling her a warrior stream snake person? After all, in terms of mobility, a warrior with a strong body was the best choice, right? Looking at her majestic and unrivaled body, she decided to withdraw from the Beacon Master's sight for a while. And decided to transform into an elegant mage stream snake woman. God knows that she just made a casual remark and Carrie had so many thoughts. Yi Yang didn't care about that much, but moved himself around Medusa's body. Taking out his own staff, Yi Yang directly released his skill in the sight of the three snake women. Melting Furnace Inferno. Boom! The moment the skill was released, the center of an area that Yi Yang had locked down, a shocking fire immediately erupted. From the center point of the area, countless pillars of flame extended out in just a flash, and from afar, it looked like a chrysanthemum of flame blooming on the ground, and then, swiftly the ground began to rise. The purgatory of fire formed by the pillars of flame. As the countless pillars of flame rose, within a range of 300 meters, hundreds of desert snake scorpions were imprisoned. 2 to 3 seconds later, when the pillars of flame rose completely and the furnace was formed at this moment, Yi Yang also saw the properties of the furnace. Melting Furnace Purgatory. Level 15. Blood volume, 75-70. Duration, 60 seconds. Description: a giant furnace formed by the Furnace Purgatory skill released by player Beacon. You must break it in order to escape from here. After scanning the attributes of the furnace, Yi Yang also saw something that shocked him. Hiss. Creak. Stabbing. The moment the furnace was formed, the snakes and scorpions that were trapped in it were suddenly like caught in a frenzy. The swarm of snakes and scorpions frantically fought in the furnace. However, under the terrifying damage of the furnace, a large number of snakes and scorpions quickly died in it. Fear state. High amount of damage. Even Yi Yang himself couldn't help but feel a little frightened after seeing this skill. Blazing Refining Yin Yang. At this moment, it really reflected the domineering nature of his blazing refinement. However, this was still only the level 15 fusion version of the skill. Yi Yang had another grand finale, level 20. Fusion version skill. 129 Absolute Defense, Inferno Dragon Pure World. Level 20, Dance of the Inflaming Serpent, Body of Fire, Wall of Flames. Yi Yang glanced at the three skills at level 20. Dance of the Inflaming Serpent no longer needed to be said, it was Yi Yang's first strong control skill, and its great effect had already saved his life countless times in dangerous situations. But it is ultimately a single skill, this is a hard injury that cannot be changed. Fiery Body, as a passive function, it provided himself with 10 fire skill damage, as well as the role of immunity to 10 fire damage. It was a smaller boost, but it was better than nothing, and something was better than nothing. Wall of Flames, in general, he was considered a defensive nature of the dissuasion skill, releasing a circle of flame wall 5 meters away around his or other target's body. If anything, as long as Yi Yang's damage was high enough, he could completely block all incoming enemies for the duration of the Wall of Flames. But the downside was that its cooldown time was a bit long. With a duration of 10 seconds, it surprisingly had a cooldown of 50 seconds, and although it seemed to be cost-effective, it wasn't as useful as it was thought to be. After all, the vacuum period was a bit too long. Moreover, wouldn't people jump over the flame wall and attack directly from mid-air to kill Yi Yang's side? Like the flying ranger kind of high-mobility profession, not to mention jumping over the flame wall, is to jump to the top of your head, is a matter of minutes. However, it doesn't matter. The two fusion skills up to this point hadn't let Yi Yang down. Heavenly Flame Impact, at level 3, it had 3 heavenly flames. Furnace Purgatory, a controlling skill of absolute imprisonment, it had a powerful killing power against those shield armor magnates who dared to rush to the front row. Next, was this level 20 fusion skill. Use prop, skill fusion scroll. With a little bit of anticipation, Yi Yang's mind moved and used the scroll. Ding, your skill fusion scroll has been used successfully, please select the skill you want to fuse. Fusion skill, Inflamed Serpent Wild Dance Fiery Body Flame Wall. The system's voice came out and Yi Yang directly said the name of the one he wanted to fuse. Ding, since the skill you chose contains both passive and active skills, please choose the category of skill that will be created after your fusion. Choice 1, Passive skills. Option 2, Active skills. The two options appeared once again. But this time, Yi Yang did not hesitate and still chose active skills in order to support his number of skills. As for passive skills, if he waited until after he was level 30, then perhaps he could choose passive skills. Because by then, one's active skills would already be powerful enough. Choice 2. Ding, selection complete. Ding, your active skill is being fused. Fusion skill, 127487998. Fusion skill, 100. Ding, your skill fusion is successful. You have obtained a brand new active wash skill, Inferno Dragon Purification. Waiting for the progress bar to complete completely, Yi Yang saw the brand new skill he had fused from his level 20 skill. Inferno Dragon Pure World. Just by seeing the name, it was already incomparably overbearing. Ding, you have obtained a new skill, Inferno Dragon Pure World. In the next second, the attribute list of the fused version of the new skill, Inferno Dragon Pure World, also appeared in front of Yi Yang. Inferno Dragon Pure World. Fusion. Level 20. Skill description, targeting yourself. When you with this skill choose to turn on Inflammatory Dragon Purification, you will summon one inflammatory dragon up to 20 meters long to continuously surround yourself. The Inferno Dragon requires a certain amount of magic to be consumed per second and has an active attack status. When there are enemies within 200 meters of you, the dragon will attack on its own initiative or by the caster's will. When there are no enemies within its range, the dragon will return to the caster's side, and any enemy that touches the dragon's body will suffer great damage. Inferno Dragon has a magic attribute of 200 damage, and inherits 100 life value from the caster, but when the magic value is consumed, or the Inferno Dragon is killed, it will gradually disappear, or you can actively choose to turn off this skill after opening it. Passive effect, during the duration of Inferno Dragon's Pure World skill, the caster's damage from all fire skills will be boosted by 50 and will be immune to 20 fire damage. Skill consumption, 30 magic. Skill level, 1. Skill experience, 0-10. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint. In fact, just before fusing the skills, Yi Yang did feel a little reluctant to part with the Wall of Flames skill. After all, although he now had enough active system attack skills, the fragile body of a mage could not be changed. Shield Armor Magnate, Blizzard Swordsman, and the rest of them, regardless of whether they were meat shield or balanced professions, all had skills that added to the toughness of the body plate, that is, the physique. But mages didn't. Of course, archers and assassins basically didn't have it either. Mages could add magic attributes, archers could add agility, and assassins also had this agility and strength boosting skill together. Regardless of how the others were. So far, if Yi Yang wanted to be invincible among the tens of thousands of players, he had to have a rented tough body or a strong defense system skill. Otherwise, a fragile body plate brought with it the fact that Yi Yang had to maintain a vigilance of 120 during the battle. This vigilance, even with the Wall of Flames, could not be compensated for, because the Wall of Flames still had a headspace gap present in the end. However, when Yi Yang fused the skills and saw the Inferno Dragon Pure World skill, only then did this sense of crisis of his fade away a bit. A pseudo-active system skill that could be called absolute defense. Once the Yin Dragon came out, within a range of 200 meters, it was absolutely impossible for any enemy to exist under Yi Yang's terrifying spell killing power. It was truly a defense skill with no dead angle. However, if there was only one Inferno Dragon, it might still not be enough. Yi Yang secretly thought in his heart. Saving for a rainy day, in order to think of victory first think of defeat. He was not invincible. It was just that strength-wise, it was far above average. Moreover, Yi Yang could imagine a scenario. When this Inferno Dragon that surrounded himself was released, he would also fall into a vacuum. Even if the dragon is released, it will make those enemies who want to attack him explode their long-suppressed grievances, and the moment the dragon leaves their side, they will desperately try to kill themselves. Players were not monsters in the end, they had minds. It was also this terrifying ability to think that could make them, who were originally weak, dare to challenge monsters that were stronger than them. Boss? Domain boss? Not to mention them, even if it was in existence more powerful than a domain boss, as long as the player was given a little time, they would be able to kill you. Not to mention Yi Yang was only a mere level 22 player. However, wait. It was at this time that Yi Yang suddenly realized something. An Inferno Dragon? Could it be? 130 skill upgrade, level 2 Inferno Dragon's Metamorphosis. Heavenly Fire Blast Fusion. Skill description, lock onto a target and rain down 3 pillars of celestial fire with a diameter of 20 meters from the middle of the sky. Skill level 3. Inferno Dragon Fusion. Skill description, after turning on Inferno Dragon Pure World, it will summon one Inferno Dragon up to 20 meters long to continuously surround itself. Skill level 1. Could it be that the number of inflammatory dragons of Inflammatory Dragon Pure World could also be increased by leveling up? Holding his guess, Yi Yang meticulously compared the skill descriptions of Inflammatory Dragon Pure World and Heavenly Flame Impact. To know. The Heavenly Fire Impact at level 1 was only capable of releasing one pillar of Heavenly Fire. It was only at level 3 that the number of pillars of fire gradually increased, and the range and lethality of the skill was also greatly increased. They were both fusion skills, so perhaps they were similar at this point? If upgrade skill, Inferno Dragon Pure World. Holding back a hint of excitement, Yi Yang directly placed 10 skill points in Inferno Dragon Pure World. He now possessed 109 skill points. A mere 10, he wasn't concerned about it yet. After putting all 10 skill points into Yen Dragon Pure World, the skill also reached the upgrade requirement. Ding, Inferno Dragon Pure World has reached the upgrade requirement. Is it upgraded? Upgrade. Ding, Inferno Dragon Pure World has been successfully upgraded, current level 2. A system prompt came, and the attributes of the level 2 Inferno Dragon Pure World appeared in front of him. Inferno Dragon Purist. Fusion. Learning level 20. Skill description: lock the target to yourself. When you with this skill choose to turn on Inferno Dragon Pure World, you will summon 2 Inferno Dragons up to 50 meters long to continuously surround yourself. Inflaming Dragons consume. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill level 2. Skill experience 020. Sure enough, it really boosted to 2 Inferno Dragons. With the skill leveling complete, Yi Yang directly skipped the other attributes. There was incomparable excitement. The double boost of the Inferno Dragon Pure World confirmed what Yi Yang had in mind. After truly seeing the core Inferno Dragon turn into 2. Only after being elated did Yi Yang have the heart to look at the other boosts of this skill. The range of the Inferno Dragon's active attack had changed from 200 meters to 300 meters, the damage that touched it had also changed from the 200 of the magic attribute to 260, and the skill Yi Yang's life value had also changed from 100 to a life value of 150. In other words, the level 2 Inferno Dragon already had more than 14,000 life. Despite having no defense, such a thick life value was already enough for it to resist huge damage. What's more, Yi Yang hadn't bothered to build a level 20 refined equipment yet. If it came to that, the life value of the Inferno Dragon would, inevitably, increase further. As for the passive damage bonus attached to Yen Long Pure World, it had also increased from 50 to 80, and the immune damage had changed from 20 to 30. The passive effect to Yi Yang was only an add-on. It was naturally good to have a boost. Even if there was no boost, it didn't matter. Skill points, 99. After upgrading Yen Long Pure World, Yi Yang still had less than 100 skill points left. Without hesitation, after spending 20 skill points, Yi Yang chose to continue upgrading this skill. Yi Yang knew. As long as he had a sufficient number of Inferno Dragons, this skill would become an insurmountable passive defense skill. Enemies who wanted to violate him would first have to withstand the crazy impact of several Inferno Dragons, or even the renewal decrease status, to try to kill themselves. Of course, it could only be an attempt. A few seconds later, after spending 20 skill points, Yi Yang's Inferno Dragon Pure World turned into 3 strips. The skill damage and range, once again, increased drastically. There were still 79 skill points left. Thinking slightly, Yi Yang didn't go on with a hot-headed impulse. No matter how strong Inferno Dragon Pure World was, it was still a passive defensive skill. It was only Yi Yang's demeanor to take the initiative to attack. After all, the next step was to attack the world-class copy of the ancient war ruins. It was a global players' battle. It could also be said that it was more the front end of the outbreak of a continental war. When it came to this kind of time, what Yi Yang was facing was not just the players of the Huaxia district's monolithic city, but the entire world, the enemies of countless continents within world mastery. For the sake of himself. It could also be said that it was for the Huaxia region. After all, in the official website of World Domination, although Yi Yang didn't see the final reward of the world copy, he still saw a little bit of other more basic rewards. When a player or team from a certain continent won the final victory of the world-class copy, then every player from the continent that this player or group belonged to would receive a large amount of experience and gold coins. Of course, this large amount, Yi Yang was not too complimentary. But for every player on the continent to receive this reward, it was a truly huge reward at once. If it came to this kind of time, Yi Yang still wasn't tough enough. Not to mention fighting for continental rewards for Huaxia, even he, himself, was all but unable to get anything. So, Yi Yang had to get stronger. He could only make his damage more terrifying. Make his range even wider. Only then could he make everyone fear his existence. Having made up his mind, Yi Yang decided not to raise his Inferno Dragon Pure World. Instead, he consumed a whole 50 skill points and chose to raise Heavenly Flame Impact once. A few seconds later. At the system prompt, the skill completed its upgrade. As expected, he also saw the attribute list of Heavenly Fire Impact. Heavenly Fire Impact. Learning level 10. Skill description: lock onto a target and descend 4 pillars of heavenly fire with a diameter of 50 meters from the middle of the sky for a 2000 meter range of ground madness strikes for a duration of 30 seconds. The pillars of heavenly fire have a magic attribute x 300 spell damage and have a 10 chance to inflict tremor on the target after hitting. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Skill level 4. Skill experience: 131 Medusa, future human incarnation. Skill experience 0-100. It actually boosted to a damage range of 2000 meters. The 50 skill points were not wasted. Seeing the boost in heavenly fire impact made Yi Yang greatly surprised. 4 pillars of heavenly fire with a diameter of 50 meters, and the skill range also changed from 1000 meters to 2000 meters. The damage bonus was raised by half, from a 200 bonus to 300. However, not to mention anything else, just these 4 pillars of heavenly fire's range bombardment of 2000 meters alone had already elevated this skill to a minor god level skill. With a 30-second duration for a single heavenly fire blast, it was really hard for him to imagine any player surviving this. Nodding with satisfaction, Yi Yang temporarily closed the skill list. There were still 29 skill points left. The next time heavenly fire impact was raised to full level, it was going to be as high as 100 skill points in existence. And these 29 skill points were not enough to upgrade the skills of Inferno Dragon Pure World. As for Melting Furnace Purgatory, Yi Yang did not have the idea of upgrading it for the time being. As an AoE strong control skill, the skill damage of Melting Furnace Purgatory, as well as the skill effect, was already perverse enough. Inside the furnace, you can attach a fear status, which means that no matter how powerful the enemy is, they will almost always be trapped in the furnace to death. If he really encountered an unparalleledly strong monster in the ancient battle ruins, Yi Yang didn't mind flinging out a melting furnace and directly sealing it up. By the time the duration of the Melting Furnace Purgatory was over, I was afraid that the powerful monster would be weak beyond measure. At this point, Yi Yang's fusion and enhancement of skills this time could also come to an end for the time being. Next, all that was left was to return to the City of Monoliths and create his own exclusive refinement grade equipment. Ghost God grade exclusive refining equipment. I wonder what kind of way it would take to obtain it. Lying on Medusa's soft and delicate back, Yi Yang looked up at the sky, hoping that the way to obtain this Ghost God grade refining equipment would not be too harsh. After all, the opening time of the ancient battle ruins was now getting closer and closer. Moreover, the ancient battle ruins were in the end world-class replicas, and there were definitely extremely lucrative rewards within them. However, the Ghost God grade alchemy equipment was also something that was quite attractive to Yi Yang. After all, Ghost God grade was already the topmost quality of refined equipment. Yi Yang certainly did not want his first set of alchemical equipment to have any crippling regrets. Time, 3:41. Taking a glance at the time, it was already nearly dawn. Without a trace of sleepiness, Yi Yang's heart was instead overwhelmed with anticipation. This skill fusion and enhancement had given him too many surprises, and the dozens of skill points slammed down had further boosted his immense strength. Next, as long as the refining of equipment could be triggered to the conditions of the Ghost God level, it would be a great harvest. But no matter what, Yi Yang's most satisfying harvest this time was the Serpent Queen Medusa underneath him. The most beautiful goblin in the world. He had taken her as his mount, and she was the most beautiful demon in the world. It might be a bit of an outrage to say it, but Yi Yang didn't know how to day snake. Medusa, King of the Snake Banshees, growable. Contract, Slave of Beacon. Rank, Domain Boss. Level, 30. Attack power. Skills, Passive Seductive Voice, Passive Absolute Demon Face, Proficient Phantom Serpent's Eye, Proficient Seductive Tongue. Proficiency Deadly Entanglement, Form Serpentine, Form Phantom Colored Demon Snake. Description. A little bored, Yi Yang opened it and took a look at Medusa's attributes. Beacon's slave, this is quite good. While he was admiring Medusa's magnificent attributes, he suddenly found a strange skill in the skill list. Form skill? Snake Man form and phantom colored demon snake? Seeing this skill, Yi Yang was suddenly a bit excited and puzzled. Medusa? Yi Yang sat up and said softly, Master, do you have any doubts? Hearing Yi Yang's voice, Medusa slowly stopped. It was also worthy of being the race with the highest perception. When she saw Yi Yang's face, she realized that Yi Yang seemed to be hiding something in his heart. Can you still take shape? Yi Yang asked directly. Aha! It is possible. The phantom voice came. Medusa gently nodded, but then added, but every time after transforming into a form, it needs a cooling period of 10 days, otherwise, Medusa's soul and body will suffer a certain degree of destruction. Cooling period. Yi Yang softly murmured, then continued to ask. Then, can you completely take human form? When asking this sentence, Yi Yang did have some expectations. The most beautiful goblin to be one's harem, this seemed as if it was a very enjoyable thing. But it couldn't be. Medusa sensed the disappointment in Yi Yang's heart. But there was no way around it, she really couldn't take human form. But, after saying this, she added that it wasn't that Medusa couldn't take human form. It was just that. Because of the limitations of the game's laws, Medusa had not been able to leave the desert blight city, nor could she continue to improve her strength anymore. If it was possible for Medusa to get to level 50 after breaking through the Overlord domain, perhaps she could obtain a third form. Third form? Yi Yang, who was a little disappointed in the party, suddenly raised his spirit. That is, human form? Yes. Medusa nodded because, after the injection of the game laws, all monsters would be stereotyped. Ordinary, elite, boss, and domain-level monsters would be stuck there for their entire lives. Only monsters that had already broken through the Overlord domain could continue to grow and break through the game's laws. In terms of monster form, it gained humanoid form, or even humanoid form. And the Overlord domain-level monsters were the ones that truly ruled a party. But Medusa had no chance. Overlord domain level. Yi Yang gently repeated one side. If it wasn't for these words from Medusa, Yi Yang had never heard of this so-called Overlord domain grade. It inevitably represented a monster that was even more powerful than a domain-level boss. And according to what Medusa said, the Overlord domain-level monster is even a monster that can grow on its own. Is it possible to take shape only when it grows? Yi Yang frowned with some disappointment. But in an instant, his despondent mind suddenly unfolded again. Medusa, king of the Serpentine Banshees, growable. Contract, slave of beacon. Rank, domain boss. Attack, 132 global battles, Serpentine clan belonging. Medusa, king of the Serpentine Banshees, growable. Pact. The list of Medusa's attributes that Yi Yang had opened had never been closed. However, he was only immersed in Medusa's magnificent attributes, as well as her numerous skills. However, after Medusa said that she could only take shape if she had only just grown into a hegemony domain-level monster, Yi Yang felt for a split second that the three words growable seemed like he had seen them somewhere. Isn't that the suffix of Medusa's name? At that time, when he saw Medusa for the first time in the palace of the Lord of Galway City, Yi Yang didn't see the word growable. In other words, after concluding a slave contract with herself and becoming her demoness pet, Medusa had also joined the pseudo-player camp on Yi Yang's side from the true monster camp. Players could be promoted. There was no doubt about that. But Medusa wasn't a real player in the end, she was a monster in nature, only becoming Yi Yang's female pet. Therefore, her current camp became a pseudo-player camp under Yi Yang's affiliation. Knowing what came, she could also enjoy the same attributes that players could grow. It was cool. Yi Yang's mood, too, became soothed. He was not a lower body thinking animal, but he was not ascetic either. Yi Yang was a man in the end, and in the end, he was just an ordinary man. Any man would dream of conquering the world, but also hopes to have a woman who looks pleasing to the eye in his spare time. In reality, Wu Xiaoye is such a product. Princess Ina, she was the first woman in Yi Yang's life. Wu Xiaoye, on the other hand, was her own first woman in reality. Medusa, however, was the most beautiful female demoness in this world. No matter what. Being able to see that Medusa was expected to take human form, Yi Yang was very happy. Who the hell wouldn't think of taking the most beautiful female demoness in the world as their other kind of mount? At the same time, from Medusa's mouth, Yi Yang also got another piece of news. Hegemony domain-level monsters. Among the information revealed by the officials, Yi Yang had originally thought that a domain-level boss was already the toughest of monsters. But as much as the officials knew, they couldn't compare to the aborigines that were on this continent. What's more, Medusa is still a domain-level boss, to the Overlord level, theoretically already within reach. If not for the interference of the game laws, she will definitely become an Overlord domain-level monster. But no matter what, Medusa had shown herself that there was still the Overlord domain above a domain-level boss. And the Overlord domain was still a monster that could grow. In other words, above the Overlord domain, there would be even stronger existences. Sitting on the well and watching the sky, Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh in silence. Secretly, he sighed that the official eyesight was too narrow. This world sovereign's region had more than just a measly domain-level existence. However, no matter how strong the Overlord domain really was, as long as he was able to become stronger, Yi Yang had the ability to challenge overlords, or even monsters above the Overlord domain. In the end, conquer this world. Then sit in front of that world sovereign's great emperor and talk to him about life. However, it was at this time. Yi Yang suddenly heard a rumbling sound from extremely far away in the surroundings. This sound was like countless human footsteps mixed together, approaching them swiftly. What was going on? Could it be that there are still monster races here that are feuding with your snake people race? After hearing such a sound, Yi Yang frowned slightly and asked Medusa to find out. No. Listening to the surrounding sounds that gradually became louder, Medusa not only did not get nervous, but instead smiled slightly. Master, it's them, coming to look for us. Them? Yi Yang suddenly wondered. The snake people. When I, and you, conclude a slave contract, The Snake People clan will also become your dependent race. For you to saddle up, Medusa said with a smile. After her words fell, Yi Yang also saw a long black line from the very distant ground plane behind him. Gradually, the black line became clearer. Where was that a black line? It was clearly tens of thousands of Snake People demonesses coming to look for their new king, Lord Beacon. The Snake People. A favored race. I didn't expect that there would be such a benefit to accepting you. Yi Yang slightly smiled, gratifyingly glanced at Medusa, and secretly said in his heart, collecting one without plugging it up is already a great benefit to oneself. I didn't think that there was actually a buy one get one free activity, collected Medusa, and incidentally collected the entire Snake People clan as well. The Snake People clan. Yi Yang had already experienced their strength. Not to mention the Sub-Lord Mothers and the Great Lord Mothers. Ordinary level Snake People alone were a formidable fighting force. And they were now all turned into their own dependents. Under the servant contract, Yi Yang didn't have to worry that they would cause harm to him with any other threats. On the contrary, with the addition of the Snake People clan, Yi Yang had thought of another benefit. A world-class copy, the Ancient War Ruins of Contention. The Ancient War Ruins was a copy that players from all over the world entered together, and if Yi Yang wanted to fight for rewards in it, he would inevitably start a conflict with both the player and monster camps together. Although the player camp was weak now, the hundreds of millions of players were still a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, Yi Yang still didn't know how strong the monsters were in the Ancient War Ruins. If the monsters were really very strong, and one was being harassed by the players at the same time, this would, undoubtedly, be very troublesome for Yi Yang. However, with the addition of the Serpent People clan, it could just help Yi Yang solve this problem. Weak players, in front of the Snake People clan, especially Medusa and the two main mothers, Bona and Carrie, were almost weak. What's more, those sub-master mothers of the Snake People, like Sophia's kind of existence, there were still more than 20 of them. This power alone could already stop tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of number of players. And after that, one could then deal with those monsters wholeheartedly. Or rather, while one encountered certain big bosses, let these Serpent People go and fend off some small monsters for themselves. It was too timely. The moment they appeared, Yi Yang had figured out their role. This was, simply, a godsend. 133 returning to Monolithic City, the players were shocked. Soon, those 40,000 to 50,000 huge serpentine demonesses arrived in front of Yi Yang, Medusa, and the others. Elia, pay respects to the new king, Lord Beacon. The one who came first was Lord Mother Elia of Labachang. Neo, pay respects to the new king, Lord Beacon. Aurora, greet the new king, Lord Beacon. Amandine, greet the new king, Lord Beacon. Lilier, led by Elia, more than 20 Snake People Lord Mothers, one after another, came to Yi Yang's presence. The huge number of 40 to 50,000 Snake People was almost the strongest presence in the Desert Blight City domain. When they came out in full force, any undead master from the previous undead races would surely be cut down by them. A single serpent demoness Medusa alone was enough to single-handedly take on 10 undead lords. Very well. Yi Yang nodded. With them joining him, it seemed like his trip to the Ancient War Ruins would be a lot easier. Snake People race, listen to the order. With a gaze in his eyes, Yi Yang issued his first order to the Snake People clan. However, it wasn't the Ancient War ones that required a wild roar from a certain forward general to be heard by them. As the king of the Snake People, under the pull of the slave contract, Yi Yang only needed one thought to convey his order to all the members of the Snake People. Travel to the City of Monoliths. After a single command. The 40,000 to 50,000 snake demonesses up and down the Snake People clan, almost simultaneously, all heard Yi Yang's order in their minds. Medusa also did not stop where she was. Leading the more than 20 sub-lord mothers and 2 great lord mothers of the Snake People race, she accelerated towards the city of Boulders. The speed was flying fast. It was now around 4:20 in the morning. At this marching speed, by the time they reached the city of Monoliths, they might be able to see the sunrise. The sound of rustling filled the sky. That was the sound of the Serpent People utilizing their snake body in one movement. Slowly closing his own eyes, he was ready to start building his equipment once he returned to the Monolithic City. Time, 5:41. Dawn broke. The entire Monolithic City was still covered by the cold and dim moonlight of the night. Some players who liked to enjoy the alien life in the game were still sleeping inside the inns of the Monolithic City. And the soldiers of Monolithic City, and some players who were doing their daily guarding tasks, were on the city walls preparing to see the sunrise. When the time reached 600 in the morning, which was less than 20 minutes later, they would be able to reap a large amount of experience, as well as the reward of gold coins. The welfare quests of the City of Monoliths. Or rather, every city that needed to be guarded would release such a quest to a fixed number of players. At this moment, these players who were fortunate enough to receive such welfare quests were waiting for the sunrise time of 6 o'clock while also preparing to receive their rewards. Time, 555. Swish. When the first rays of sunlight through the overlapping mountains shone on the city of monoliths, everyone's sight was lit up once again. It was so beautiful. Yeah, I didn't realize that world domination had such a beautiful scenery. It's so beautiful that I now want to live in Monolith City for the rest of my life. Me too. Seeing a glimpse of the edge of the sunrise, the players couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of the sunrise in Monolithic City. They, for the first time, were standing on the wall of an ancient city, enjoying this first ray of sunlight in the morning. What was even happier was that in 2 or 3 more minutes, they would be able to complete the city guarding mission and receive their rewards. Ha! What's that one? Suddenly, a player pointed to a place extremely far away from the eastern gate of the monolithic city, as if he had discovered something a little different. Can't see it clearly. No, why do I look like a snake? It doesn't look like that. It looks like a snake and a man at the same time. Snake man? Pfft, you really don't have a small ing brain. That's not true. While the players were brainstorming with each other, an aboriginal warrior defending the city reacted. Because that thing that was extremely far away from them was rapidly approaching towards them. That one was the Serpent People. The defending city warrior's eyebrows tightened and his eyes widened in alarm. Why would the Serpent People clan of the Desert Blight City run to the city of boulders? It's really the Serpent People clan? It's another monster attack, it can't be? The players defending the city panicked. Most of them were defending the city for the first or second time. They thought that it was just a welfare mission. After all, the city of monoliths had just experienced an undead stampede monster war. Who would have thought that it was just less than a few days, and there was another monster war? You're kidding, right? What's going on? Did something happen? Inside the city, the players who were doing gathering quests, or other quests, overnight, seemed to have noticed their abnormalities and hurriedly asked. Holy, it's really the Serpent People. I can see it clearly, damn, it's really Snake People. It's impossible, just after fighting the undead, there's another Snake People attack? Oh my god, is Stone City a city of scoundrels, so hated? It's horrible. The players on the city walls were restless. The Serpent People, what kind of existence is that? Level 30 territory, the strongest monster race within the Desert Blight City's domain. Right now, these players, who could barely manage to single-handedly fight a level 15 undead general, this level 30 monster came out? And last time, they were able to withstand the undead stampede because the beacon god held up the damage and had enough output. Now, who's seen Beacon's silhouette anywhere? Without the beacon great god, they were going to collapse in an instant when faced with such a strong race of monsters. No way. Why is it a monster attack again? Are you serious? Don't be ridiculous. I heard the old king guarding the city say that it seems to be some kind of snake people. It's just morning, when people's spirits are low, and the snake people are planning this? What should we do? Not to mention the beacon god, I just heard half an hour ago that the Sacred Monarch Guild's boss had just finished the Tundra Plains and was ready to take a break from his job at the ancient war ruins. It's over, the thighs are all gone. Don't panic. We, Panglong Guild, will lead everyone to resist. When the players' morale was low, the figure of Lifebelt Green Dragon appeared in front of everyone. 134 Serpent Invasion War? Geez, we just finished fighting the undead stampede, and now it's the Snake People invasion? What to do? There's no Great God Beacon this time, and the group of bigwigs from the Holy Monarch Guild aren't there either. The Beacon God is begging to come online. Who's got a friend of Beacon God? I remember calling from inside the game, and the real game pod will respond. I don't think so. I feel like only people from the White Rain Pavilion would have a friend of the Beacon God. Who would dare to touch someone from the White Rain Pavilion? It's the harem reserve of the Beacon God. Looks like we're doomed this time. Monolithic City is really going to be destroyed this time. No need to panic. While the players were in a state of utter disillusionment, a voice suddenly appeared. We, Discordant Dragon Guild, will lead the way to withstand this monster war. Destined to carry the Green Dragon. While everyone was losing their fighting spirit, fate-banded Green Dragon appeared in front of the crowd with the main force of Panlong Guild. Because, on top of the city walls, there were also a few ordinary players from the Discordant Dragon Guild who had come to mix up a little bit of the benefits of the Blessed Quest. Without thinking about it, they happened to stumble upon this serpent invasion. Is he the president of Panlong, the one with the green dragon in his destiny? Bullbatcha, Qinglong Great God actually came. It seems that this wave has a chance. The Green Dragon God has the Breaking Army's best friend, and the Breaking Army should also have the Beacon God's best friend, so we can call the Beacon God to come and support us. Bonsai. As long as the Beacon Great God came, there was definitely hope this time. The moment Fatebelt Green Dragon appeared, what the other players thought of was not how powerful Fatebelt Green Dragon himself was, nor how powerful Panlong Guild was. Rather, it was the fact that the Green Dragon was able to contact the Broken Armor, and the Broken Armor was able to contact the Beacon. At the end of the day, in your hearts, you're still thinking about Beacon Fire, right? Thinking of this, a burst of black lines ran across the Fatebelt Qinglong's face. But now there was no way out. If the monolithic city was broken, not to mention his face, even if he crossed the level 20 map of Morgana King City, they would have a hard time. Moreover, once the monolithic city was broken down, it also meant that City Lord Aki would become an exile, and in the end, all the players in the monolithic city would not be able to participate in the world-class copy of the Ancient War Relic, as well as not being able to challenge the district-level copy of the Tundra Plains. It didn't matter if it was the Tundra Plains. The key is that within the city of Boulders, there is the main force of the Huaxia region. 7 or 8 of the top 10 guilds were in the monolithic city, and if the city was broken, the Chinese region would really be finished. Let's defend. No matter what, they have to defend it. Although those players really didn't give him face, they were right. If Beacon Fire wasn't there, it would be impossible for them to withstand the level 30 Snake Woman attack. No longer caring about face, Lifebelt Blue Dragon contacted Broken Army while commanding his guild members. What did you say? Real world. Coordinates, Imperial Capital. Broken Army had just laid down not more than a few minutes ago when he heard a report from his butler. He said that in the game pod, a person called Fate with a green dragon said that monsters were attacking the city and asked him to hurry up and bring the people from the Sacred Monarch Guild online. What the? What time is it now? Hurriedly getting up from the bed and casually putting on a shirt and casual pants, Broken Army asked the butler in a panic. 6 o'clock and 5. 6. Broken Army cursed, but did not dare to hesitate, casually drank a glass of milk, and then directly laid into the game cabin. In a whirlwind. He opened the guild channel and sent a message to all the members of the Holy Monarch Guild. All members, get online for me immediately. Immediately. Green Dragon, what the hell is going on? When he got on the line, Broken Army was on fire to find Lifebelt Green Dragon to find out what was going on. Let's go up to the city wall. Fateful Green Dragon didn't want to say anything more. Saying nothing was no clearer than seeing it for himself. However, when Broken Army went up to the city wall, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. At this moment, those serpentine banshees were already only 5 or 6,000 meters away from the city of monoliths. With the game attributes, the increase to their bodies, they were already able to see clearly the physical outlines of those front row serpentine banshees. Human body with a snake's tail. Snake people. Wasn't this a monster only found in the desert Blight City? How could they possibly run here? It wasn't a joke. The originally incomparably sleepy Broken Army, upon seeing the vast, tens of thousands of serpent people, his body suddenly had a jolt, and his body felt like it had been electrocuted, numbing from his toes to the roots of his hair. Level 30 monsters, snake people invasion. If the level 20 undead monsters still allowed the players to hold on to a little hope, then this sudden invasion of level 30 monsters had already caused them to despair. Now, aside from Lifebelt Green Dragon who had already rushed to level 19, there was no one who could be higher than him. What's more, the most elementary monsters in the desert domain were level 21. The lowest level of the Serpent People clan seemed to be level 27, right? While they were falling into despair as they realized the huge level gap, the Serpent People, too, were getting closer to them. 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. The Snake People's army swiftly approached towards Monolithic City. At the same time, the hearts of those players were getting nervous. At the Aboriginal City Guards, AI Chi had gotten the news long ago and had quickly asked Cumberland to gather Aboriginal warriors to guard the monolithic city. Discordant Dragon Guild, Sacred Monarch Guild and the other casual players were also ready for the battle. No matter what, since the Serpent People had come, in order to be able to secure this world copy, they would have to defend Monolithic City to the death. If the last undead stampede was to guard the players' own opportunities in the game, then this time, it was to fight for the glory of the Huaxia region. After all, if the ancient war ruins are open, the world's low, medium and high-end players have flocked to the copy, only the Chinese region went to a group of vegetables, then, this nymphet still not let people laugh us to death it? Right, Broken Army, have you contacted Beacon? Seeing the snake people getting closer and closer, all of a sudden, Lifebelt Green Dragon remembered this matter, and then asked Broken Army. Beacon? Right. Beacon Fire. Only after being reminded by Fate Banded Green Dragon did Broken Army remember that he had a close friend in the Beacon Flame Great God. You're not in touch, are you? Even though the Green Dragon has always been good-tempered, he couldn't help but explode at this moment. I called you over for what? Do you think you can stand up to the attack of the level 30 snake people? Ah. The Lifebelt Green Dragon let out a long whistle in his heart. It's over. The Chinese region was really going to be finished this time. Wait a minute. The snake people seem to have stopped? 135 Medusa? She's my ride. Stopped? A voice from an unknown person attracted the attention of the Lifebelt Green Dragon, and also brought his sight to the approaching Snake People's army as well. Sure enough, as that unknown player had said, at a distance of more than 1,000 meters away from the city of monoliths, those Snake People race armies had really stopped. A distance of over 1,000 meters. They were even able to clearly see the terrifying figure of that giant serpentine, Queen Medusa. Under the dawn sunlight, the phantasmal snake scales illuminated the eyes of these countless people, almost stabbing them to the point where they couldn't open their own eyes. Behind her were the 2 serpentine host mothers of 2 relatively small sizes. Behind them were the 20 or so secondary serpent master mothers. And then there were the tens of thousands of serpent people. No. How was there another figure there? A mage player suddenly saw that next to Medusa's gigantic figure, there was actually a human-looking existence. How could that be? There was actually a human? A distance of more than 1,000 meters was indeed not too far when placed in the middle of their eyesight normally. But now they had originally stayed up all night and had wanted to plan to do a quest overnight, then sleep beautifully, and directly participate in the ancient battle ruins at noon. But now, their spirits were trembling, their eyes were blurry, and their state was nearly collapsed. Couldn't see clearly. Really can't see much. Medusa, you guys just stay here, I have a summoning spell here, maybe I can bring you directly into the middle of the copy. Anyway, it's better not to enter the monolithic city so as not to cause any misunderstandings. Standing on Medusa's curved huge snake tail, Yi Yang smiled in relief. Coming from the city of Gulvi to the monolithic city, they had rushed all night, so perhaps they would be a little tired as well. Follow the master's will. Medusa nodded and stayed quietly in place. And Yi Yang. That is, more than 1,000 meters away, the petite silhouette that those monolithic city players were talking about, strolled towards monolithic city. The distance was getting closer and closer. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. 500 meters. When Yi Yang arrived at the 300 to 400 meters of the city of monoliths, all the players on the city walls were shocked. Beacon? Beacon has come out from inside the serpent people? What does that show us? What are you doing? What the hell kind of routine is the beacon god playing this time? Where are the snake people? Wasn't it agreed that the snake people would invade? When everyone saw Yi Yan leisurely walking from the huge snake people race army to the monolithic city, everyone was stunned. The life-belt green dragon looked at Beacon like he was looking at a ghost. Broken Army felt like his brain was short-circuiting. The other players defending the city instantly felt their scalps go numb. Wait. What the hell is going on here? Why do I feel as if my brain is a little short? Impossible. No matter how strong the beacon god is, it's impossible for him to walk out of the serpent clan unharmed, right? No, you're thinking wrong. The beacon god didn't come out of the snake people. Why do I feel that the snake people sent the beacon god back? Are you kidding me? A monster sending a player back to the main city? I've never heard of such a thing in my life. This is really horrible, but it's good that the snake people stopped for now. The beacon god has entered the city. Go ask the beacon god what's going on. When those few players saw Yi Yang finally walking into the city of monoliths unharmed, Broken Army was the first to walk down the city wall and came to Yi Yang's side. Beacon god, what the hell is going on with that you just did? Overly excited, Broken Army even felt that his words were a bit unclear. And it wasn't just him, there were also members of other big guilds such as Lifebelt Green Dragon. This scene, seen by other casual players, was a bit too much to envy. People casually in action is the ranking of the first and second guild leader gods surrounded by, when their own if you can have half of the others not, even if only 1/10 of the powerful, then it is not mixed in vain. Without caring about them, Yi Yang stopped in his tracks when he saw Broken Army come to his side. What did you just say? The Grand Guild members, and the casual players, were also waiting for Yi Yang's reply in peace and quiet. They didn't even dare to take a breath. Oh, so you mean Yi Yang seemed to have missed the question that the Broken Army had just asked with some stuttering. It is those Enduring the excitement in his heart, Broken Army pointed to the huge Snake People clan outside the door. Seeing Yi Yan walking out calmly from the Snake People's army, Broken Army knew that his relationship with the Snake People was bound to be extraordinary. One must know that these tens of thousands of Snake People demonesses were an extremely terrifying fighting force at this stage. They were far from being comparable to a so-called 10,000-man guild. Even if it was Broken Army himself, in all fairness, even if there were 10 Saint Ruler guilds, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for these 40,000 to 50,000 Serpentine Banshees. This was, simply, a force that was enough to level a large region. He also thought this way after hearing the suspicions of those players. Moreover, it wasn't just the Broken Army. Destiny Green Dragon, and the other Dusha. However, upon hearing Broken Army's words, Yi Yang said flatly, and then returned with a smile on his face. She is my Mount came to send me back. By the way, you guys might also encounter their figures inside the ancient battle ruins. After saying that, Yi Yang left with a smile on his face. Only the shocked Broken Army, the fateful Green Dragon, and the scattered players who were in a daze for a moment were left behind. And so on. Inside the ancient war ruins, they could still encounter the figure of the serpent race? What did he mean, Great God Beacon? 136 Ghost God Great Weapon, Inquisition. In an instant, those ordinary players, including the Broken Army and the fateful Green Dragon, were astonished. But when they reacted, Yi Yang's figure had already disappeared. The time was already 630 in the morning. There were only 5.5 hours left before the start of the ancient war ruins. Yi Yang was still thinking that if building equipment went well, he could go offline and take a rest. After going online for 10 hours to fight through the desert blight city, it took 4 or 5 hours to return to the city of monoliths. To say that he wasn't tired would be a lie. But right now, the only thing that could get him excited was refining equipment. Equipment Master Caitlin. Grade, 20. Description: a skilled equipment manufacturing master within Monolithic City. He usually concentrates on refining his equipment in some sort of special space. Rumor has it that the sword used by Gallows, the heir to the Blast King, one of the 8 kings, was made by Master Caitlin, who is now retired from Monolithic City and just wants to enjoy a clean slate. Functions: equipment refining, equipment upgrading, enhancement transfer. Mr. Caitlin, I want to refine the equipment. Coming to Caitlin's side, Yi Yang respectfully inquired. One of the 8 kings, the Blast King Gallows sword, was all made by Caitlin. Such a person could not help but make people not respect him. But who exactly was Gallows? Yi Yang really didn't know. Anyway, it still sounded quite powerful. Well, young man, it's been a long time since anyone has approached me to refine their equipment. Seeing Yi Yang come to himself, Caitlin's face showed a hint of relief, but the smile revealed a hint of bitterness. The years, however, had left some marks on his face. However, I will help you fulfill your request. Saying that, Caitlin stretched out a hand to Yi Yang. Give me the manufacturing drawings of the equipment you need to refine, and I can give you back a perfect grade refined equipment. Of course, if you can collect a few equipment spirits, I will give you a heavenly grade refinement. A hint of confidence appeared on Caitlin's face. What about the spirits of refinement? After handing Caitlin the weapons manufacturing drawings and 6 spirits of equipment, Yi Yang was suddenly surprised. Refined soul? You still have that kind of thing? A trace of fervor seemed to flash through Caitlin's eyes. It could be seen that he was already getting excited after hearing about the spirit of refinement. Here. Yi Yang took out a refined soul from his backpack. It really was a refined soul. Caitlin held the refined soul carefully in his hands as if it was a treasure. Young man, I'm going to tell you something important now. Suddenly, Caitlin turned the tables and said to Yi Yang, having the refining soul also means that this refining, for the ghost god level refining equipment. But what you must know is that ghost god level refining is not that easy to succeed. This is because, for ghost god level refining, there is only a success rate of a measly 1. On the contrary, if you don't perform ghost god refining and choose heavenly gift level refining that only uses drawings and spirit of equipment, you will have a success rate of 10. If you can give up the spirit of equipment and use only the drawings for perfect grade refining, I can give you a guaranteed success rate of 100. Caitlin's words were meaningful. Yi Yang knew that he was reminding himself not to waste such precious materials, especially the spirit of refinement. However, Master Caitlin, I just want to know about the success rate of refining. Is it calculated by your character, or mine? After hearing Caitlin's kind parsing, this was one of the things Yi Yang was most concerned about. Of course it's yours, as long as it's refining heavenly grade, or even demonic grade equipment, it almost has nothing to do with me. Because, you need to use a drop of your blood and integrate it into the spirit of equipment and the soul of refinement, so that you can make you this piece of equipment, which completely belongs to you. But after incorporating your blood, in the process of refining the equipment, it all depends on your blood, whether or not you can really make the spirit of equipment and refining the soul, completely integrated into the equipment manufacturing drawings. Therefore, I just play a supporting role, its fundamental lies in your own. Caitlin explained seriously. I see. Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Then Caitlin Master, you can rest assured boldly to refine it, I have great confidence in my character. Just kidding. With absolute chance, it would be hard for Yi Yang to fail, let alone succeed. It was the easiest thing for him. I hope so. Caitlin laughed heartily. It was obvious that he had seen too many arrogant people like Yi Yang in his life. Thanks. Yi Yang smiled skinlessly and took out the last item. This is the exclusive essence? Young man, where did you get this thing from? Caitlin's eyes lit up. Yi Yang had given him too many surprises today. Exclusive essence spirit, he hadn't seen this thing in almost 20 years. I forgot about it too, anyway, it's been a long time. Yi Yang smiled smugly. I hope Master Caitlin won't let me down. Young man, you really gave me too many surprises today. Caitlin smiled in delight. Exclusive essence spirit. What a precious prop this is. With this exclusive essence spirit, even if he puts his life on the line, he will help this young man and build this equipment successfully. After Yi Yang finished getting everything programmed, Caitlin also held the belief that it would be a success and turned around to walk towards that hut of his. See you in 10 minutes, young man. 10 minutes? Yi Yang was a bit puzzled. After making such a big commotion, does it only take such a short time to refine a piece of equipment? However, when he looked at Caitlin's character description again, he also spiraled away. Refining in a special space, did it mean that this special space was a space that would affect time? Smiling blandly, Yi Yang did not think anymore. 10 minutes of time also passed quickly. With a hint of expectation, Yi Yang looked straight at Caitlin, hoping that he would hand over a satisfactory answer to himself. Finally, Caitlin walked out from his hut. Young man. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen. I've hardly ever seen, at one time, a ghost god grade equipment, successfully refined. While speaking excitedly, Caitlin's face was filled with excitement, and his hands were holding the exclusive ghost god grade refining weapon that had just been introduced. Nanmingli Fire Staff, Ghost God Grade Beacon Exclusive. Grade, 20. Magic Power, 350-50. Physique, 35-50. Agility, 35-50. Additional, Level 20 any skill Level 1. Exclusive set, increase spell damage by an additional 119. Description: take the essence of Nanmingli Fire, turn it into Xianli and attach it to the staff, which can greatly enhance the power of spells. Exclusive effect, enhances the basic attributes of the equipment by 50. 137 absolute chance, full set of refinement success. Upon the first sight of this new equipment, even Yi Yang could not help but feel a surge of excitement at this moment. The 3 attributes are all increased. Magic attribute, up to 350 points. And there is also this exclusive special effect increase of 50, just a weapon increase alone, has reached a horrifying 525 points. Don't forget, Yi Yang hadn't strengthened the transfer yet. The top tier enhancement had an increase of 500 points, and with the exclusive special effect, it was an increase of 550 points. This weapon alone had increased Yi Yang's attributes by a crazy 2,275 magic points. Black Bamboo Staff Purple. Grade, 9. Magic Power, 45-500. Description: taking out his current weapon, and comparing it to the current Nanmingli Fire Staff, Yi Yang simply felt that it was like a broken bamboo stick. Moreover, this was only a comparison of the magic power attributes of the Nanmingli Fire Staff. Don't forget, it also had a huge increase to the dual attributes of physique and agility. This additional basic attribute alone was almost as much as the magic attribute of the Black Bamboo Staff, and if you counted the 50% increase in attributes, it would completely surpass it. This was just the additional attributes. Additional attributes. Not to mention the other equipment, this staff alone had already caused Yi Yang's attributes to skyrocket. 2,275 points of magic increase, 227 points of double attribute increase in physique and agility. This was simply not too scary. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly chose to wear it. This was still just one piece of equipment. He still had 8 pieces of equipment waiting for Caitlin to refine. With the absolute chance, talent, he could completely ignore the possibility of failure. As an absolute chance, this talent was described. There was no need to be afraid of the so-called chances anymore, so feel free to boldly go ahead and do it. In a good mood, Yi Yang directly took out all the refined equipment materials. 24 spirits of equipment, 8 spirits of refinement, 8 exclusive essences, and the rest of the 8 pieces of drawings for equipment manufacturing were all placed in front of Caitlin. Oh god. Ahem. Caitlin coughed twice in shock by this one move of Yi Yang. What are you doing? Master Caitlin, all of these, it's all on you. With a smile on his face, Yi Yang blandly said to Caitlin, you mean these materials, to be refined in one go? These are a full 8 pieces of Ghost God grade refined equipment. 8 pieces. Young man, you must be crazy. No one can refine them all successfully. Yi Yang wasn't crazy. Caitlin, on the other hand, was almost scared out of her wits. Goodness. How could such a person exist? He actually refined 8 pieces of equipment at once? No, counting the previous Nanmingli Fire Staff, this is a whole set of equipment refining materials. Don't worry. I always believe in my character. Yi Yang could no longer help but want to see his full set of Ghost God level refining equipment come out. He even had a feeling that with this set of equipment alone, he could sweep through the entire ancient battle ruins. You. Caitlin frowned. He felt like he couldn't block this young man. Since he couldn't block it, he could only follow Yi Yang's instructions. After all, he had already charged 10,000 gold coins for each piece of equipment. 8 pieces of equipment, I need 2 hours of time. When he was leaving, Caitlin uttered such a sentence. Yi Yang didn't say anything more and watched Caitlin turn around and enter his hut. Although, what one piece of equipment needed was 10 minutes. With 8 pieces of equipment, in theory it should be less than an hour and a half. But Caitlin was also a human being, he needed to rest, it was impossible for him to take a breath and jerk 8 pieces of equipment straight down for you. However, after this refining equipment, Yi Yang also roughly understood the grade requirements for refining equipment, as well as some other matters. Perfect grade, success rate 100, only need equipment manufacturing drawings. Heavenly Providence grade, success rate 10, in addition to the equipment manufacturing drawings, a drop of equipment spirit that has been incorporated into one's blood is also required. Ghost God grade, success rate 1, requires drawings, spirit of equipment, and spirit of refinement. As for the exclusive nature of the equipment created by the exclusive essence spirit, that wasn't within the classification of the equipment's grade. It could only be said that it was better with it, and would increase the basic attributes of the equipment by 50. Without it, it wouldn't affect the success rate or base attributes of the refined equipment. The 2 hours of waiting time was extremely long for Yi Yang at this time. But Caitlin, in the special dark space, gradually turned from excitement to fear. Looking at the equipment refining in front of him, he didn't even feel the need for any manipulation on his part. The first piece of equipment, Ghost God level refining equipment, Flowing Fire Solstice Turban, successful. Second piece of Ghost God equipment, Flowing Flame Solstice Tunic, success. Third piece of equipment, Flowing Fire Solstice Lower Garment, success. Fourth piece. It was horrible. This kind of scene, Caitlin had never seen in his life. What kind of person, or what kind of blood, would create such a terrifying success rate? 100 successes. If he hadn't seen such a thing with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to believe it. A full set of Ghost God level refining equipment had all succeeded without a single failure. If this were to be said in the refining world, he was afraid that not a single person would dare to believe him like this. But, now Caitlin had truly done it. At the very least, there hadn't been a single failure by the time he finished building the 7th piece of the Ring of Red-Blooded Dragon's Teeth. The last piece of equipment. Caitlin stared tightly at the necklace manufacturing drawings. With his own eyes, he saw the spirit of equipment and the spirit of refinement, which were fused with blood, turn into a bloody stream of light in an instant. The next second, the two blood-colored streams of light slowly merged into the necklace manufacturing drawings. At this time, the necklace drawings were generous with their blood-colored light. For a long time, after the light gradually faded, in this pitch-black space, in front of Caitlin, this crimson necklace slowly floated. The 8th, no, I should say the 9th piece of equipment, the chain of red blood dragon's tooth. Success! Embracing excitement, or perhaps fear and awe, Caitlin stepped out of the special space that he only entered when refining equipment. Appearing in front of Yi Yang, Caitlin let out a long sigh of relief. Young man, oh no, now I should call you, the son of Qi. Caitlin's tone suddenly became extremely respectful. Truly, I have never seen in my life someone who can do such a thing. Yi Yang, how was it? Surprised? Surprised or not? 138 Ghost God Grade Set Molding. Flowing Flame Solstice Turban, Demon God Grade Exclusive. Level 20. Blood 1550. Magic 2050. Physique 4050. Agility 4050. Exclusive set, increase spell damage by an additional 119. Description: red inflammation of the 9 skies and the sun, like streams of fire rising. Streaming fire sure retop, demon grade exclusive. Level 20. Blood 1850. Magic 2550. Physique 5050. Agility 5050. Exclusive set, increase spell damage by an additional 119. Description: red inflammation of the 9 skies and the sun, like streams of fire rising. Chain of red-blooded dragon's tooth, ghost grade beacon exclusive. Level 20. Magic 280 50 250. Physique 20 50 15. Agility 20 50 15. Additional, level 15 any skill level 1. Exclusive set, increase spell damage by an additional 119. Description: take the essence of Nanmingli fire, turn it into Xianli and attach it to the staff, which can greatly enhance the power of spells. Without bothering about how excited Caitlin really was, the first thing Yi Yang saw was the first now it was the first Ghost God level exclusive alchemy equipment that belonged to him. As always. Of the 6 major defensive gears, the 4 positions of the hood, gloves, boots and leg guards had the same attributes. The 2 positions of the top and bottom garments with the highest bonuses also had the same attributes. The 3 major damage positions, weapons, rings, and necklaces each have 1 additional special effect. For any skill at level 10, 15, or 20, there was a special additional effect of skill level 1. To others, this special additional effect of skill level 1 might not be very useful. But Yi Yang was different. His current core skills could only be these 3 skills: Heavenly Fire Impact, Melting Furnace Inferno, and Inferno Dragon Purification. Once these 3 pieces of equipment were worn, these 3 core main skills of Yi Yang would receive a huge boost. Especially Heavenly Fire Impact. With a whopping 100 skill points to get him to level 5 of Heavenly Flame Impact, this one piece of equipment directly allowed him to fulfill an initial idea he had at the time. The flame version of 5 Thunder Blast. This was also the most gratifying thing for Yi Yang. The Melting Furnace Purgatory was just some increases to the damage, range, and the blood of the furnace itself. As for the Inferno Dragon Purgatory, the biggest boost was naturally still the increase in the number of Inferno Dragons. From the previous 3 Inferno Dragons, it had become 4 Inferno Dragons. Other than that, there were also some increases to the damage and the range of the Inferno Dragon's active attack. When the Ghost God level refining equipment was completely finished, Yi Yang's second wave of harvest was also completely finished. Next, was the last thing waiting for Yi Yang to deal with. The reinforcement transfer of the equipment. But this matter, Yi Yang didn't need to worry too much about it. Because here in Caitlin, there was a function that could be strengthened and transferred in itself. As long as one spends 900,000 gold coins and buys 9 reinforcement transfer scrolls from him, the player himself can solve such a thing. And Caitlin. In fact, his biggest profit point was the sale of strengthening transfer scrolls. Refining equipment was just an obsession of his, in pursuit of a piece of equipment that was the most perfect in the world. And the strengthening transfer scrolls. Honestly speaking, if you took out the crafting fees and the need for skill proficiency, the pure cost of a strengthening transfer scroll would only be 7,000 to 8,000 gold coins. The selling price was more than 10 times the cost. However, it was important to realize that the strengthening transfer scroll could only be made by an old man with such a high level of skill as Caitlin. It could be seen that it did have a high requirement for skill proficiency. Young son of Qi. Just then, Caitlin suddenly spoke. I know, you must need this thing, right? With a smile on his face, Caitlin took out several scrolls from within the hut behind him. No more, no less, exactly 9. Today, I've seen it, another thing in the quest for the most perfect equipment in the world. I have to admire you, you truly deserve the title of the son of Qi. If there was wine right now, I would really wish to have a big drink with you, but I know that you definitely don't like such things. It doesn't matter though. These 9 pieces of strengthening transfer scrolls will be considered as a gift for you for opening my eyes. After saying that, Caitlin handed over the entire 9 reinforcement transfer scrolls into Yi Yang's hands. Master Caitlin, then I will respectfully accept it. A gift in the snow. After getting the reinforcement transfer scrolls that Caitlin had given himself, Yi Yang's heart was overjoyed. It didn't occur to him that he had left himself with hundreds of thousands of gold coins for nothing. Use prop, reinforcement transfer scroll. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly chose to use it. Ding, please select the equipment that will be eliminated from strengthening and strengthening transfer. From the black bamboo staff to the southern brightness staff. Ding, strengthening transfer. Reinforcement transfer, 134628499. Reinforcement transfer, 100. Ding, your reinforcement level has been successfully transferred from the black bamboo staff to the southern brightness staff. In the next moment, the attributes of the southern brightness fire staff were also refreshed in front of Yi Yang. Nan Mingli Fire Staff Ghost God Grade Beacon Exclusive. Grade, 20. Magic Power, 350-550. Physique, 3550. Agility. It was basically the same as what Yi Yang had fought before. Apart from the core magic attribute of the weapon, the reinforcement did not add to other attributes. However, even if there was no addition, this weapon still had a physical and agility increase of up to 227 points to the physical attributes. It was already worthy of a Ghost God level exclusive refinement. Time, 835. Glancing at the time, there were still 3.5 hours left before the passageway to the ancient war ruins was opened. Without getting too entangled with this reinforcement increase category, Yi Yang took out the remaining 8 reinforcement transfer scrolls and prepared to go offline for a little rest after doing this last thing. It was just time to go and see how that little sister Wu Xiaoye, who could massage, was doing now. Moreover, Yi Yang could also enjoy her exquisite massage technique in the meantime. Then, you can return to the game, and then take Medusa and the entire Snake People clan, kill into the world-class copy, the Ancient War Relics. 139 Super Boss General Attributes. While Yi Yang was using the scrolls to have his previous equipment strengthened and transferred to the new equipment, Bai Gu and the others were also looking for Yi Yang. After all, ever since Yi Yang walked into the city of monoliths, both the ferocious Serpent People clan, and Yi Yang himself, were in the city, causing a huge reaction. Being one of Yi Yang's many fangirls, especially Bai Yufulin, when she learned of Yi Yang's return from the desert Wither City, she brought her sisters and rushed to look for Yi Yang's traces in the monolithic city. However, they seemed to have overlooked the incoming Snake People's army outside the Boulder City. Great God Beacon, it seemed like he went to look for Caitlin after entering the city. Caitlin? Isn't that the NPC that builds equipment? Although there were some doubts. But when they learned of this news, Bai Yu Infinite still brought her sisters and came here to look for Yi Yang. Reinforcement transfer, 100. Ding, your reinforcement level, successfully transferred from the purple jade ring to the ring of red-blooded dragon's teeth. The reinforcement level of the last piece of equipment was successful. Opening up his attributes, Yi Yang suddenly realized that he hadn't seriously looked at his attribute panel for a long time. After all, ever since he came out of the novice village, he hadn't experienced such a big strength increase for a long time, like this time. Name, Beacon. Level, 22. Status, Life 65770, Magic 58920. Attributes, Strength 5750, Magic 5887 50, Physique 55310, Agility 553. Weapon South Brightness Fire Staff 10. Equipment: Flowing Flame Sakura Hood 10, Flowing Flame Sakura Top 10, Flowing Flame Sakura Bottom 10, Flowing Flame Sakura Leg Guard 10, Flowing Flame Sakura Gloves 10, Flowing Flame Sakura Boots 10. Jewelry: Chain of Red Blood Dragon's Tooth 10, Ring of Red Blood Dragon's Tooth 10. Talents: Absolute Chance, Absolute Hit. Free Attribute, 0. Skill Points, 29 points. Gold 13, 26, 000. Skill: Sphere of Water and Fire, Explosive Fireball, Flame Skill, Red Flame Explosion. Holy Spirit Immortal Technique, Rejuvenation Technique, Art of Clearing the Spirit, Heavenly Rainfall, Power of the Imperial Demon, Xian Ice Shield, Surprising Waves Through Clouds, Life Renewal Decree, Concentration and Meditation. Blazing Refinement of Yin and Yang, Heavenly Fire Impact, Melting Furnace Purgatory, Inferno Dragon Purification. Nearly 6,000 points of magic power? After seeing his magic power attributes at first glance, Yi Yang could not help but be taken aback by the data in front of him. To know, at that time, before he did not replace the equipment, only just 785 points of magic attributes, this time the replacement of a full set of equipment, directly to Yi Yang brought more than 5,000 points of magic attribute increase. This was already more than 7 times the previous magic attribute. There was also the physique and agility attributes. The biggest increase was definitely the agility. From the previous 57 points, it directly increased to 553 points, directly increasing the attribute value by nearly 500 points. With such a horrifying attribute, even at this stage, Super Tier 1 players like Broken Army, Fate Belt Green Dragon, or even Super First Class Archers, could not match Yi Yang's speed. There was also the physique attribute that had been boosted by more than 400 points, which also reached 553 points, just like agility. Not only did it give Yi Yang 5,530 points of blood, it also gave him a high amount of defense. More than 500 points of defense didn't seem high, but one had to know that he was a mage. A level 20 mage, at this stage, not to mention 500 points of defense, or 100 points of defense, was afraid that it would be hard enough. Moreover, the 6 pieces of defense clothing also brought Yi Yang a terrifying life value bonus at the same time. After the strengthening transfer, the life value bonus of up to 60,000 or so made his blood, a rare time, exceed the magic value. Incredible! The current Yi Yang was already comparable to the panel attributes of a big boss. It was important to know that the strongest thing he had was the various damage bonuses. Flame Skill, Ghost God Set Damage Bonus, Spell Damage Base Damage Bonus, and Spell Strike. A series of damage. Even Yi Yang didn't know how much horrific damage he could hit with this shot of Orb of Water and Fire going down right now. As with his original intention of choosing a mage. Relying on the powerful, absolute chance, he himself just had to make a series of things such as equipment, skills and other things to form a crushing momentum against other players in the shortest possible time, and he, a mage, would turn into a terrifying heavenly disaster maker. The level 5 Heavenly Fire Impact not only had 5 pillars of heavenly fire, it also had a mega range bombardment of up to 3,500 meters. This single skill alone had already sent chills down the spines of all players. Not to mention, he also had strong skills such as Inferno Dragon Pure World and Furnace Inferno. Moreover, there was the Holy Spirit Immortal Technique's strong recovery ability. Not to talk about invincibility, at least in a short period of time, there were very few players who could pose a threat to him. However, he was not the only one trying to get stronger. Yi Yang knew that even if other players couldn't build Ghost God level equipment, but perfect level equipment, those second tier players and above, could still hold up. However, the difference between them and himself was not just the gap between perfect grade and Ghost God grade. Strengthening gap, skill level gap, and a series of other small gaps combined to create Yi Yang, the Super Demon King. Beacon God. We finally found you. I didn't expect that you would actually be here. Just as he was admiring his ultra-gorgeous attributes, suddenly, from not far away, he heard a burst of voices calling out to him. White Rain Infinite. After closing the attribute panel, Yi Yang saw Bayou Infinite, with hundreds of beautiful members of the White Rain Pavilion, appearing in front of him. I didn't expect that you came back from the desert domain so soon. The monsters there, are they hard to fight? White Rain Infinite delicately walked 2 steps into Yi Yang, while the other sisters were looking sweetly at the beacon god they were longing for from behind. In terms of difficulty, it was not very difficult. Yi Yang shrugged his shoulders and said carelessly. Where I went was to collect some materials for building, only I didn't expect to also collect the desert's domain boss Medusa. Ha! Bayou Fulin had an exaggerated look on her face. It wasn't until now that the girls remembered what exactly was the reason for the monolithic city's sudden upheaval. This short past hour, the players of the City of Boulders had spread the word. Yi Yang had led Desert Blight City's level 30 domain boss, Medusa, to Monolithic City to take the entire Serpent People clan and attack the world-class copy. In an instant, White Rain Infinite's mind went blank. 140 cleaned up the equipment and made a wild profit of 500 million gold coins. Right, just in time for you to come. Without bothering about Bayou Infinite's astonished little face, Yi Yang turned to another topic. After all, the thousands of pieces of equipment and props in his backpack had yet to be dealt with. Yi Yang's current backpack, only 500 compartments. Before the skill damage range was small, a wave could only harvest 1 or 200 pieces of equipment. But now the world had changed. Yi Yang went to the desert Wither City this time. If not for Medusa's pretty face, I am afraid that the Serpent People clan would have to be taken out of the pot. Not to mention these thousands of pieces of equipment, tens of thousands were possible. With that said, Yi Yang sent the attribute data charts of some equipment and skills to Baiyu Fulin's private message interface. These totaled over 2,000 level 20 weapons and 2 to 3,000 level 15 to level 20 skill books. As for the price, I've almost done the math for you, it's about 400 million gold coins. Of course, I won't mind if you guys can eat them all, but if you can't, then I'll just have to hang up World Master's Trade Pavilion. Put. More than 2,000 pieces and all of them are weapons? And more than 2,000 skill books? White Rain Infinite almost spat out all the stomach acid. She didn't bother questioning where Beacon Fire had gotten all this equipment from. Joking aside, what was Beacon Fire recognized for before? The Emperor of Euromasters, and Euromaster level existence. Even the Emperor of Europe couldn't suppress Yi Yang's luck and could only be referred to as the Emperor of Europe. Previously, when they went out to sweep a wave, they all came back with a harvest of at least 100 or 10 pieces of equipment, which allowed their White Rain Pavilion to rely on the number of just over 3,000 people, and in the top 10 guilds, they had the strength to be able to stand undefeated. Thousands of level 20 weapons, thousands of level 15 to 20 skill books. These things, enough to the strength of the White Rain Pavilion, with the ability to compete in the top 3 of China's foundation. And all of these were taken out by Yi Yang alone. However, how does it sound, as if the father is raising this White Rain Pavilion this bunch of daughters? Yet over 400 million gold coins. Converted down, that's more than 400 million Chinese coins. Anytime their family was big, wanting to come up with several $100 million at once, in a short period of time, it would be impossible. If such a huge amount of equipment flowed into other people's hands, this could be said to be a disguised weakening of the White Rain Pavilion. What to do? There was no money to be had, but people were needed. White Rain Infinite even wanted to put her body against the money. The temptation of these things was just too great for her. But. However, there was no way that White Rain Infinite could possibly come up with that much money. Not to mention her, even if she were to unite with the Saint Ruler in Panlong, it wouldn't be a simple matter to come up with these large hundreds of millions in a short period of time. Well, this can't be blamed on me then. Seeing Baiyu Fulin's difficult expression, Yi Yang smiled faintly. This would not be a case of him not keeping his word, but rather, Baiyu Court and the girls couldn't get the money. Don't, Beacon God. White Rain Infinite persuaded Yi Yang not to list the equipment in the trading pavilion first. Immediately, White Rain Infinite said to the beautiful members behind him, "Sisters, Beacon God now has more than 2,000 weapons and more than 2,000 skill books, with a total value of at least 500 million. Infinite is, right now, really unable to come up with that much money, and besides, our guild fund isn't enough either. Sisters, if you have any money now, take it out. When we take down this batch of equipment from Beacon God, we'll talk about money then." In desperation, White Rain Infinite could only call on the members of the White Rain Pavilion to pool their money together. "Okay, Sister Infinite, don't worry. I have more than 3 million gold coins here. Sister Infinite, I've already given you the gold coin attachment email. Sister President, I also have more than 2.7 million here, mailed over. 5.6 million gold coins, mailed over. 1.1 million. Mailed over. 530,000. 860,000. In the end, there's strength in numbers. Moreover, anyone who joined the White Rain Pavilion was not a golden girl worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. A million or so gold coins wasn't pocket money to them, but it wasn't a lot either. What's more, 500 million was actually not a huge amount for White Rain Infinite. It was just that for a moment, they did not think that Yi Yang would give them a huge amount of equipment that was enough to support a guild. After all, Baiyu Fulin was still from a luxurious family. However, all the family line's daughter, that one is not worth tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of dollars? There were too many hidden tycoons in China. The 2-horse level is only the ones that are on the surface. As long as you give her a little time, the turnover of a few hundred million, or a small well, is considered to be a medium meaning to put. Moreover, seeing these beauties so united, Yi Yang, who was watching from the sidelines, was glad for Baiyu Infinite in his heart. In the end, Infinite's efforts were not in vain, and at critical times, those sisters were still very willing to contribute. Soon. Under the efforts of many people in the White Rain Pavilion, White Rain Infinite saw the amount of gold coins in her backpack rise like crazy. Gold coin, 8452147. Gold coin, 14234167885. Gold coin, 386754239. Gold coins. Beacon God. Soon, when Baiyu Infinite saw the gold coins inside her backpack finally breaking through the 500 million mark, her little face turned red with excitement and said excitedly to Yi Yang, I've got the money together now, we can trade. Yes, you are really quite powerful. Yi Yang complimented, and hearing this, Yu Infinite's small face immediately fluttered with a touch of scarlet. The duo didn't dally. Since they had gathered enough money, they could naturally trade. Opening the trading interface, Yi Yang directly put all the equipment and skills in his backpack, as well as in his temporary backpack, onto the trading item bar. Ding, you traded successfully with player Yu Infinite. Ding, you lost, green ancient copper armor x347. Ding, lost, stealth kill x124. Ding, you lost, green gun silver sword x221. Ding, you lost, armor piercing arrow x195. Ding, you lost, flame body x263. You gained gold 50000000000. Thank you, Beacon God. After getting the equipment, Yu Infinite happily floated a flying kiss to Yi Yang. She actually wanted to go straight up and kiss it, but she was just afraid that Yi Yang wouldn't let her. Yi Yang didn't think much about it. Yu Fulin was such a character. When she got her favorite toy, she was as happy as a child. In front of outsiders, she was like an incredibly cold and arrogant aristocratic young lady. However, when Yi Yang saw what he had gained after this transaction, his heart also marveled a little. A trip to the Desert Blight City had allowed himself to earn a whole $500 million. 141 Awakening Young Snake Woman Disna. It seemed that the small goal of earning 100 million had been accomplished. Looking at his backpack, breaking 500 million gold coins, Yi Yang sighed in his heart. Only, he didn't expect it to be so fast. Relying on the absolute chance, not only could he quickly improve his strength and world mastery, but he could also sell the money he got after selling his equipment, so that he could live a good life in reality. Reality game both bloomed, chapter mouth. Time, 8:54. Smiling to himself, Yi Yang seriously swept a glance at his backpack before confirming that there was nothing, or things that needed to be dealt with before choosing to go offline. There were still 3 hours left before the ancient war ruins opened. Taking advantage of this time, he could also let his body relax properly. Time traveled back an hour or two. Game world. Coordinates, Bakar City, near the City Lord's mansion. Young snake woman Disna, who had fainted after being punched by Yi Yang, slowly opened her eyes. However, what she saw was not the old Bakar City Lord's mansion. Instead, it was filled with the pungent odor of fire and smoke, as well as a ruin that had been destroyed. What was going on here? Suffering from this scene that came up out of nowhere, Disna's spirit was somewhat momentarily dazed. She couldn't even believe that this place was Bakar City, the City Lord's mansion of Grandmother Sophia. Delia? Bajarkar? Sophia's Lord Mother. Hello? You guys, where are you? Come on out, don't scare me. Disna fought to twist her snake tail and ran wildly around the City Lord's mansion. However, she didn't see a single corpse of the serpent people. Of course, there wasn't a single snakeman in sight either. Because of the infusion of the game's laws, all dead monsters would be automatically removed. Then, they would only be left with a mutilated soul, waiting for the law to bring them back to life. Moreover, because of the fainting spell at one point, her intention counted as a fluke in breaking the slave contract between the serpent people and the new King Beacon. Humans. Mage. Disna clenched a mouthful of silver teeth. The human mage who looked somewhat handsome, but with a bit of a badass vibe came to mind. For hundreds, if not thousands of years, very few humans had invaded the Desert Blight City. It must be him. He's the one who destroyed this place. Queen Medusa. I'm going to ask Queen Medusa for help. Queen Sophia said. When you meet an enemy you really can't defeat, go to Queen Medusa. Holding on to her last ounce of faith, Disna left the Bakar City Lord's mansion and headed towards the city of Galvi, the most respected city of the serpent people. Find Queen Medusa. Real world. Coordinates, the city of Bai, Dongshan Province. After exiting World Master, Yi Yang directly withdrew 500 million in cash to his bank card. Ding! Your account with tail number 9772 has obtained 500 million Huaxia coins through the transfer of your World Domination personal gamepod account. Remaining balance, $50,125,402,604. 500 million instantly arrived in the account, and Yi Yang, who saw the tips in his cell phone, was once again in a soothing mood. Let's go see this little girl Wu Xiaoye. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Yi Yang's mind conjured up the timid little girl with somewhat poor massage skills. In fact, Wu Xiaoye's age was only a year younger than Yi Yang. However, her natural baby face and fair face made her appear as if she was a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. Master, go to Fairview Garden. Down the stairs, Yi Yang directly got into the cab, and suddenly, it felt like there was something twisted. Without much thought, Yi Yang directly changed the destination. Forget it, it's better to go to the nearby Mercedes-Benz store. Yo, young man, got rich? The cab driver heard Yi Yang and said with an envious face. Aha! Yi Yang casually answered. The driver saw that Yi Yang does not seem to be so easy to talk to the Lord, also did not say much, directly pulled Yi Yang down the Mercedes-Benz store. After giving the money, Yi Yang directly got out of the car. If an ordinary person has $500 million in hand, the one who goes in is either a Porsche or a Rolls-Royce. However, in his previous life, Yi Yang did the game anchor, in the end, still earned a lot of money. That time he has raised a more than 600,000 yuan of Mercedes-Benz. Moreover, his favorite is the stability of Mercedes-Benz. Men, in the end, or a little stable look. Good day, sir. This is, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over to him and greeted him. Young, temperament, handsome looks, a casual dress, at first glance gives a feeling of frankness, but which reveals a hint of arrogance. At the first sight of Yi Yang, Wang Wenhua, with his rich experience in reading people, could tell that Yi Yang must be a rich master. At the very least, he was a second-generation rich young man. I am the manager here, may I ask, is there anything I can help you with? Yi Yang did not nod his head with great concern. Instead, using his keen powers of perception, he scanned around the cars in the store. Soon, his eyes settled on an extremely domineering sports car. Maybach Accelero. He recognized that car. Possessing a noble temperament that hid that innate wildness, in his previous life, this car sold for as much as $53 million, and was the only one in the world. In a place like Baizhou City, there would be this kind of car? But soon, Wang Wenhua noticed Yi Yang's eyes. Moreover, this car was the treasure of their store. If it wasn't for the fact that the Mercedes-Benz agent in Baizhou City had an iron relationship with the top, how could this car appear here? Boss, this car is priced at 85 million Huaxia dollars. It is equipped with a V12 twin-turbo engine that is also mounted on the Maybach 57S, but after the engine has been further strengthened and tuned by AMG, it can output a maximum power of 515 kilowatts at 5,000 RMN. What's more, there are only 5 of these cars in the world. Why don't you come up for a test drive, boss? Facing Yi Yang, Wang Wenhua gently bowed and said, only 5. Hearing this, Yi Yang suddenly thought of something. It was now 2066, not 2019 anymore. You should know that in 2019, this car was still just a concept car. Very good. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The moment he sat on the Maybach Accelero, Yi Yang's body seemed to be filled with only one feeling. Cool. In the end, it was a car from the future department. This feeling was just different. I'll take this car. When can I pick it up? Boss, if. I don't need to say so much, I just want this car and when I can pick it up. Other than that, you can take care of it. Yi Yang directly interrupted the words of Wang Wenhua trying to promote any business and directly stepped into the main topic. Yi Yang directly interrupted Wang Wenhua's attempt to promote any business and went straight to the point. Although Wang Wenhua looked a little disappointed on the surface, but in his heart, he was already happy and crazy. Maybach Accelero ah. If this car was sold, it could top selling hundreds of ordinary Mercedes. At the earliest, it might take an hour. I'll make sure to buy you some time and at the same time, take care of some of the follow-up business for you. Very well. Yi Yang nodded and took out his bank card. If there is anything you need, just swipe your card. 142 Too many envious gazes. Boom! With a foot on the gas, the Maybach roared away. An hour went by quickly, so quickly that Yi Yang hadn't finished watching a movie on his phone. But compared to the movie and the supercar, of course the sports car was more important. Baizhou City, a first-tier city that wasn't considered a first-tier city, couldn't talk about congestion on the roads. Yi Yang's foot on the gas, in a matter of moments, he had thrown out a distance of several hundred meters. Cool. Sitting in the new car, Yi Yang's mood was simply too comfortable. Especially this car, not only is it very suitable for his temperament, but it is also a car that he really wanted to get in his previous life. Swish. With a light tap on the brakes, Yi Yang stopped at the traffic light. Red light, 24 seconds, 23 seconds, 22 seconds. Yo! Young man, this is your new car. The Maybach Accelero. It's an awesome car. I can't even dream of it. Yi Yang was waiting for the traffic light when he suddenly heard a very familiar voice. Turning his head to look, it turned out to be the cab driver who drove himself to the Mercedes-Benz store just now. Yes. Yi Yang smiled at him. Being so close, Yi Yang could see that the driver uncle had an envious expression on his face. Look, Maybach. It's a Maybach. It's so handsome. Maybach Accelero. This car is limited to 5 units worldwide. Holy, that's ing awesome. Oh, my god, that's awesome. Oh. Front, the traffic lights ing over. What are you thinking, Maybach Accelero? If Yi Yang drove straight down the highway, it might not attract much attention. But parked in front of the traffic light, it's hard not to attract attention. With a smile, seeing the red light turned green, leaving behind a piece of envious eyes, Yi Yang once again sped away. Coordinates, Fairview Garden neighborhood. Giggle. With a kick of the brakes, Yi Yang stopped directly at the entrance of the neighborhood. Holy, Maybach Accelero. Awesome, so damn handsome. What a handsome little brother. Just from the Mercedes-Benz store, driving to the Fairview Garden this but 10 minutes on the road, Yi Yang endured too many envious gazes and exclamations. I didn't care too much. Yi Yang just returned their polite smiles and then walked upstairs. 501, 5th floor of the second unit of Fairview Garden. This was Wu Xiaoya's home address, which Yi Yang had asked her to tell him when he was shopping at that time. Just like her original body, Wu Xiaoya's house was also rented. And she also gave herself a key. 501? Looks like this is the place. Taking a look at the door number, Yi Yang took out the key. There was a click. Opening the door, Yi Yang saw a dim light. No one was there? However, just as he stepped into the door, he suddenly saw a cute-looking girl, eyes closed, guarding a huge birthday cake. The entire room's arrangement suddenly gave Yi Yang a very familiar feeling. That's right. This was the living room decoration of the Cassieland Hotel's presidential suite number 6. It couldn't be said to be exactly the same, but at least it had reached a similarity of more than 80. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. After the 4 simple happy birthday songs, that girl crossed her arms and clasped them tightly. I hope Mr. Yi, happy birthday. Mr. Yi? My birthday? Looking at the girl in front of him, Yi Yang didn't make a single sound, but his heart had already turned over a wave. March 15, 1996. That's right, isn't it today? Every CC day was Yi Yang's own birthday, but he had already forgotten about it for more than 10 years. She, however, was celebrating her own birthday? Cut the egg, cake now. Smiling sweetly, Wu Xiaoya just opened her own eyes, only to find Yi Yang standing in front of her. The last 2 words, but her voice got smaller and smaller. For a long time. The two were speechless. Yi, Mr. Yi? Borrowing the dim light, Wu Xiaoya slightly squinted her own eyes and tentatively asked. This is you. Yi Yang swept a glance at the huge cake with at least 3 layers and calmly asked. Isn't today your birthday? Wu Xiaoya lowered her head. She never expected that Yi Yang would appear in front of her today. How did you know that? Yi Yang asked. Have you forgotten? You need an ID card to get a room in a hotel. Identity card. Any iceberg does not melt. At this time Yi Yang's heart also flowed once warm. He hadn't had a birthday for more than 10 years. God knows what kind of person gave him a gift on his last birthday. Thank you. Gently walking to Wu Xiaoya, Yi Yang embraced her into his arms with both hands. In the next second, she only felt the possessive Yi Yang directly probe SHE head into her mouth. There was a plopping sound. Wu Xiaoya was pounced on by Yi Yang, her body was out of control. More than an hour had passed. Yi Yang wiped himself and walked out of the bathroom. Serving him to get dressed was still Wu Xiaoya, who was only wrapped in a pink bath towel. The $200,000 that Yi Yang had given her was about to be spent. As a matter of fact, at least 99% of the money she used to buy Yi Yang a change of clothes. Just like a sweet little wife, thinking of everything in life for him. Go buy a house. After putting on another set of clothes, Yi Yang said softly to Wu Xiaoya. Go and buy a house. Buy a house. A house. Why is it that what is obviously a super expensive thing, in Mr. Yi's mouth, is as simple as buying a box of chocolates? However, Wu Xiaoya still nodded. Following Yi Yang, she went out together. This is your car? After walking to the entrance of the neighborhood, Wu Xiaoya's small face carried surprise after seeing the domineering and incomparable Maybach. 143 Slow down a bit. Yes. Yi Yang walked to the side of the Maybach and said casually to Wu Xiaoya, let's go, Mr. Yi will take you for a ride. Aha! Wu Xiaoya nodded her head vigorously, then was pulled by Yi Yang into the passenger side. Boom! The engine roared, Yi Yang kicked the gas pedal and drove a few hundred meters away again. Wu Xiaoya screamed in fear. Mr. Yi, you slow down a bit. I'm so scared. Slow down a bit. Looking at Wu Xiaoya's frightened face, Yi Yang's feet did not relax a bit. Coordinates, Left Bank Spring Villa area, Baizhou City. Baizhou City is a city near the sea, but Left Bank Spring is the only sea view villa in Baizhou City. Sitting on the balcony, you can even feel the cool sea breeze. If you have nothing to do, you can sit on the balcony and read a book, play with your cell phone, or play with your little wife. Yi Yang had liked this place for a long time. Now he has a sports car, the woman is on his side, the sea view room is of course more than indispensable. As for the future, he could even hide more pampering in the Golden House. What service do you need? Come to the sales hall, a salesman directly welcomed up. Just this one. After Yi Yang and Wu Xiaoya shopped here for a short while, they spotted a house with a nice view. Small garden, sea view balcony, over 2,700 square feet. Sir, you really have a good eye, this villa is our 2065 just sold here, the price is usually at 3.15 million per square foot, and the scenery here is beautiful, and at night you can also win your wife. The salesman blah 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 a whole lot. Yi Yang did not listen to a word. Well, don't need to say, there are any problems directly you just say to it put. Yi Yang directly took out the bank card and handed it to the sales clerk, no time to listen to her nonsense. Put. The sales clerk vomited blood in her heart. From beginning to end, this rich kid didn't even look at himself, it seems that he really doesn't lack money. Yes sir, I will take care of everything for you as soon as possible. 315 a flat, Yi Yang fancy this sea view villa, also more than 1,700 square feet, total down, not as valuable as their own this Maybach. Less than 10 minutes, the salesman came over with a bunch of formalities and Yi Yang's bank card. Hello Mr. Yi, here are some formalities, as long as you sign, you can move in at any time. All of our sea view rooms will have regular and periodic personnel to ventilate and organize, completely. Swish. With the stroke of a pen, Yi Yang directly signed his name on the formalities. That's good, right? Okay, well. All the way down, Wu Xiaoye, who was being held by Yi Yang's hand on the side, looked confused. This is a house with tens of millions of dollars, and it took such a rough procedure? Just like that? However, although Yi Yang received a deduction prompt of 85.2 million on his cell phone when he left. But he just glanced at it and didn't care. There was no way, it wasn't that he didn't care, the current Yi Yang spent tens of millions of dollars, it felt as painless as spending a few dollars, he really didn't care. Sometimes when money was too easy to earn, it was easy to give birth to such emotions. I don't blame Yi Yang. Anyone would be like this. Would you feel pain for a few dollars? Naturally, no. Moreover, Yi Yang is now only concerned about his house. From the sales office to his own left bank Spring 66, it was only a few minutes' drive. It didn't take long for him to arrive at his new residence. Sure enough, just like what the salesman said, there was really nothing inside the villa too. Refreshing air, airy floor-to-ceiling windows, walking out onto the balcony, and a cool sea breeze. It seems that in the future, you can move the game pod over. Sitting on the balcony on a rattan wooden chair, Yi Yang quietly looked at the opposite side of the sea and said. The sound of the crashing waves cleansed his manic murderous emotions from this day. After all, it was time to go to the ancient battle ruins in a moment. If he didn't kill up, then not only was he ashamed of this set of ghost god level equipment that he had built with his own hands, he was even more ashamed of this ocean view house. Pinch, pinch. Shortly after closing his eyes, Yi Yang's shoulder was met with Wu Xiaoye's gentle force. It was very comfortable. Yi Yang smiled gently. It seems that your technique is getting more and more skillful. Because Xiaoye only served Mr. Yi one person at your request, Xiaoye will write down. Wu Xiaoye smiled sweetly and then used her delicate hands to drive away Yi Yang's fatigue. Time, 12:35. After enjoying the upper body massage for half an hour, Yi Yang slowly opened his eyes. It was time to set off. Yi Yang didn't want to let himself get lazy. This was not a man's style. Only by being absolutely strong could he obtain more of what he wanted. All the evil money, imperial sister, or lowly, the eyes of 10,000 people, and so on. Yi Yang would not be satisfied with a woman, a house, much less a few $100 million. The more you want, the more ambitious you will become, and naturally, you will have to become stronger. Mr. Yi, are you leaving? Wu Xiaoye said obediently. Aha! Nodding his head, Yi Yang said, you will live here, now you yourself may be a little boring, but in the future there may be a few more sisters living in. With a slight smile, Yi Yang drove the car and transferred the game pod from that rental house to a separate bedroom in his new home. This is the game pod of World Master? Wu Xiaoye asked curiously. Without paying too much attention to Wu Xiaoye, Yi Yang cleaned up a bit and directly laid into the game pod. Mr. Yi, pay attention to safety. Watching the game pod's intelligence shut down, Wu Xiaoye stayed in that position. She was not a very lively personality, on the contrary she was a bit introverted. To be able to meet Yi Yang, to be able to have such an exquisite villa, and to be able to sit in the supercar Maybach Accelero that everyone would never dare to dream of, she was already very satisfied. Moreover, she was very clear about her position. From the very beginning, she thought very clearly. With her own ability and strength, a rich man like Yi Yang would at best play around and throw it away. It was already a great fortune that he could keep himself by his side. Even if she really wanted her to be a well-behaved maid, she wouldn't refuse. To be able to have such a happy life, and such a gentleman. Game world. It was just less than 20 minutes from going online to entering the Tundra Plains. Yi Yang led an army of 50,000 snake people, together with the snake people Queen Medusa, snake people's great master mothers Carrie and Bona, and more than 20 snake people's master mothers, to kill through the service-level copy of the Tundra Plains. This was supposed to be just a copy to make a pass token for the ancient war ruins. Even without the snake people, Yi Yang felt that it wouldn't take long for him to clear the level on his own. Master. Medusa, at your service. After coming out of the copy, there weren't many people left in the city of monoliths. Without much thought, the vast majority of people should have gone to the ancient war ruins. Hearing Yi Yang's order, Medusa bowed to Yi Yang and was ready for the next battle. 144 Ruins Entrance, Global Battle begins. Ancient War Relic Entrance. Domain Level 1. Domain Description: the entrance to the place where goddess Helena led the six kings during the ancient times and fought with TIAs, the demonized lord who had fallen into the demon race. 1,000 years of war, most of the area here was completely destroyed and only a ruin remained, but no one can guarantee that there are treasures in the ancient war ruins. Is this a world-class copy of the ancient battle ruins? It's too strong, there are ruins everywhere after the bombardment. I can't imagine that this is actually the place where the ancient kings fought, just walking in feels like an intimidating pressure. Easy, be careful, there's not just people from our Chinese region here, this is the gathering place for players from all over the world. Turbulent Wind Remnant reminded Drunken Loose not to be too vocal. Turbulent Wind Guild was the first guild to enter the ancient war ruins in the Huaxia region. After leading his Turbulent Wind Guild to step into the entrance of the ruins, most of the members were shocked by the scene before them. The soldiers were in a state of chaos, and all that could be reached by the naked eye here was a piece of rubble, as well as tens of thousands of years ago, those god-level great figures, the scent left behind after the battle. Ho ho ho, finally waiting for the players from the Huaxia district. Behind a few huge broken walls, 200 to 300 assassins in leather armor had murderous intent in their eyes. Have you guys seen the one called Beacon? No. They shook their heads after hearing the question of what looked like a leading player among them. No, it seems like that beacon flame probably hasn't entered the ancient war ruins yet. The leader laughed coldly, but also do not care what, but it does not matter, as long as it is the Chinese area players, we have to kill him clean, this is our will of the United States of America. Eradicate the Huaxia district. Clear out all the players from the China region from the ancient war ruins. The Mi Empire is invincible. Those dozens of players had their eyes glazed over, already dead set on the several hundred Huaxia region players at the entrance of the ruins. The 50 Shadow Stream killers from the Mi Empire region with a level as high as 21 and a balanced level of 20 had been waiting here for a long time. It couldn't help but be so. The Mi D subguilds guilds ranked 510 had almost sealed off all the entrances to the ruins. Huaxia was too arrogant. If we don't punish them, I'm afraid that they will really ride on our Mi Empire's head. Holding this belief, the leader finally released his first order. Kill. Sneak. Sneak. The dozens of assassins moved neatly, like a team of specially trained special forces. On the other side, Turbulent Wind Remnant carefully swept around, and after realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he decided to take Vice President Drunken Prosperity and the rest of them, and drove forward. President Turbulent Wind, why do I feel a sudden gust of cloudy wind? Drunken Prosperity suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing as a gale. Backstab. Double shadow stab. Broken attack blade. Stealth kill. Protect President Chaotic Wind. Before Chaotic Wind Remnant could react, 7 or 8 high-level assassins with eyes filled with killing intent suddenly appeared in front of him. There was absolutely no time given for them to react. Drunken Prosperity directly blocked in front of Chaotic Wind Wreck. 986. 1015. 2020. 1724. Swish. A few flashes of cold light flashed by, not only Drunken Prosperity who was blocking in front of Chaotic Wind Remnant, but also the 3 vice presidents of Chaotic Wind Remnant Guild, who also instantly fell to the ground. For S sake, it's a Mi D player. The guildmaster quickly run. We're in the way. No matter what the situation was, as long as they could keep the chairman alive, they, the Chaotic Wind Guild, would have a chance of obtaining rewards within the world-class replica. After all, a single player being killed out is really being killed out, but a team player, or a player who enters in the name of the guild, as long as they can leave a person behind in the world-class replica, after the replica is over, they will be able to follow that person who survived, and receive the rewards together. Undoubtedly, the chances of this person who could survive, other than their president, would be even slimmer. Go find the beacon god. Throwing down such a sentence, Chaotic Wind Remnant clenched his teeth in death and closed his eyes like he was burrowing inside the crumbling ruins. Swish. Dozens of cold lights traveled through the crowd. Under the gap between level 20 and level 16 or 7, the several hundred remnants of the Turbulent Wind Guild plummeted at an extremely fast speed. This ING definitely had refinement level equipment. The Chaotic Wind Guild's elites cursed in anger. But there was no way around it. Compared to the districts of other continents, the players of the Huaxia district had always been children growing up in a greenhouse. It wasn't just the Midi district, the districts outside of the Huaxia district were all under being pushed to the brink of extinction, decimating level 10 domain bosses and decimating level 20 domain bosses. Even the first-tier players of the Midi, Eagle Kingdom, and other developed country mounds had stepped into level 30 domains and were able to work together as a team to decimate elite monsters below level 27. Even though the major servers had different domain bosses, what was the same was that their strength was not that much different. The strength that had been honed through pain gave them a naturally more powerful combat ability. On the contrary, in the Huaxia region, the Crocodile King of Fierce Poison and the Undead Juggernaut were all killed by the beacon's one person. An Undead Stampede had weakened the souls of level 20 monsters drastically, and even more so, the current beacon had plowed through the Desert Blight City domain, and had also pocketed the level 30 domain boss, Medusa, and the entire Serpent clan. Without the most painful grind, their combat strength was naturally no match for players such as the Midi district. It wasn't just this single relic entrance. The Sacred Monarch Guild was attacked and killed by Battle Nation players as soon as they entered the copy. The Discordant Dragon Guild fought back under the leadership of Lifebelt Green Dragon. At the cost of nearly 2,000 elite players, the 400 Eagle Kingdom elites that were hiding in the shadows were completely annihilated. Faithful Green Dragon himself couldn't tell if it was a victory or a defeat. In short, Panlong Guild had suffered heavy losses, a fact that could not be hidden. The one in the best situation was White Rain Pavilion. Before entering the replica, having the support of thousands of pieces of equipment and skills from Yi Yang had greatly increased their White Rain Pavilion strength. The strongest increase was still in skills. At the cost of just less than 800 people, they were able to play with 500 players from their weighted kingdom. Hoo-hoo! Bai Yuyua's tired eyes relax as she bent over, hands propped up on her knees, panting heavily. Sister Infinite, what the hell is going on? How is it that we just entered the ancient battle ruins and someone is sneaking up on us? I don't know. White Rain Infinite shook her head in confusion. With a woman's intuition, she always felt that this matter was not that simple. In short, it definitely wasn't their guild that was being targeted, it was most likely the entire Huaxia region. 145 kill. Ancient War Relic. However, no matter what, the strength shown by the Wake Country players was simply too strong. It was completely beyond their imagination. Bai Yuga asked herself that if she were to fight with the Chinese region's Panlong Guild or even the Holy Monarch Guild right now, she would be able to stand undefeated in a short period of time. Even if Sacred Monarch Panlong had the same number of people as themselves, they might still have a chance of victory. This was because all of their White Rain Pavilions, more than 3,000 sisters, had been raised by Yi Yang as elite players in the same way that he had raised his daughters. There was no exaggeration at all, the entire White Rain Pavilion was really raised by Yi Yang alone. More than 85 plus equipment sources, almost all from Yi Yang's hand, more than your 98 plus skill sources, it is Yi Yang sold to them. More than 2,000 sisters, 1,015 level skills altogether. More than 1,000 sisters, almost a full set of equipment on their bodies. This kind of combat power cannot be said to be not strong. But in front of those weighted country players fighting alone, they can't even be evenly matched? What kind of joke is this? Are they not playing the same game? On the other hand, the relatively weak combatant and the first to lose, the vice president of the Chaotic Winds Guild, Drunken Prowler, was forced to kill out of the ancient war ruins with a grudge. Before he died, he heard the words of Chaotic Wind Wreck. Go find the Beacon God. The Beacon God. Right. As long as we find the Beacon God, we can save them. Drunken Prowler reacted at once. He wasn't a little cutie. Ami the elite assassin came up and slaughtered them in a completely unreasonable manner against their turbulent wind guild. This was definitely not a conflict between guilds or individuals anymore. Furthermore, the Chaotic Wind Guild had never messed with anyone internationally. Definitely. It was the Huaxia region that was being targeted. Ever since the Huaxia coin ascended to the stage of the world's currencies and squeezed the American knife down, the Huaxia economy has been surging all the way, and it has completely gained the momentum of catching up with the US and surpassing the UK. Or Hu Eagle country has long been Huaxia far behind, and now can in the name of the Great Huaxia, in addition to Switzerland, the Emperor of Rice, and fighting countries such as Superpower, other small countries mount, in front of Huaxia is not worth mentioning at all. This is a completely accidental opportunity, because the conversion ratio of Chinese coins and gold coins for the reason of 11. Then, Huaxia suffered the hatred and jealousy of the Mi Empire, the Combat Kingdom, and the other great powers. This was something that Drunken Prosperity, who was the son of a billion-dollar breaking conglomerate, felt very deeply. Huaxia was being targeted. Not the Huaxia region, but the entire country of Huaxia had been targeted. With a flash of white light, with the last trace of disbelief, Drunken Luce returned to a certain corner of the City of Monoliths. Coincidentally, he arrived at the main entrance of the monolithic city's City Lord's Palace. At this moment, Yi Yang had just killed his way through the tundra plains and then was about to enter the ancient war ruins. Great God of Beacon! Save the people! President Turbulent Wind Remnant, he can't carry on anymore. The Mi Empire has gone mad, and the entire world has gone mad. We, Huaxia, are being targeted by the whole world. Running wildly to Yi Yang's side, Drunken Prosperity stumbled and flopped to the ground. But he couldn't care much at this point. What's going on? Speak slowly. Yi Yang helped Drunken Prowler up and said with a calm face. He had now killed his way through the tundra plains, and entering the ancient war ruins was just a matter of words. However, seeing Drunken Luce's extremely panicked expression, he felt that in the ancient war ruins, something was bound to happen. Mi Empire players, cutting down hundreds of our guild members as soon as they came up. It's too strong, they're really too strong. We recalled that instant scene. Drunken Prowler couldn't help but tremble in fear. With a perception of 100, he was literally stabbed countless times by Mi Empire players. The pain, the realism, was beyond words. It really was like dying once. However, he still gave Yi Yang the preamble and his own thoughts. He suspected that the entire world's big and small countries had started targeting Huaxia because of the world currency. Even those big country players already possessed perfect grade refining equipment. The damage was just too high. Even if it hit the Guild Elite's shield armor magnate's body with a single bludgeon, it could still manage to achieve instantaneous seconds. Acting swiftly and uniformly, this was definitely something that had been discussed long ago. Was the Huaxia district being targeted? Listening to Drunken Loose words, Yi Yang's eyes gradually turned cold. Feeling the aura, Drunken Prosperity was even too scared to even utter a breath for a split second. It was too scary. Even in the moment when those Mede elite assassins appeared, Drunken Loose didn't feel such a bone-chilling cold current. Don't worry about it. Yi Yang smiled gently, then said to him, I will help China take revenge. Whether it is for myself or for the whole of Huaxia. As a Huaxia person, in the end, it was impossible for him to ignore this matter. If what Drunken Loose was saying was true. At this time, it might not just be them, but all the major guilds such as Holy Monarch, Panlong, White Rain Pavilion, and so on, might have already been attacked by various countries. The deserted island survival system. The one who could survive was ultimately only one person. This was a bit of information that Yi Yang had learned long ago about the ancient war relic. If they were eliminated down normally, then there was nothing to say. But if the whole of China was targeted. Don't forget, Yi Yang, also known as Beacon, he was also one of the players in the Huaxia region. City Lord Ai Chi, I want to enter the ancient war ruins. Walking to Ai Chi's side, Yi Yang inquired. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Ai Chi nodded. Princess Ina, she is still waiting for you to come back. Don't worry about it. After saying his words, Yi Yang suddenly felt a magical power, and then his body suddenly seemed to be out of his control. Suddenly, there was a flash of white light, and by the time Yi Yang's sight was restored again, he realized that he had already arrived in the middle of a ruin. I see it. It's the beacon fire of the Huaxia district. 146 Beacon, what kind of monster is it? When Yi Yang appeared at the entrance of the ruins, hundreds of elite assassins from Rice, Japan, Eagle, Waits, and Combat Kingdom all discovered Yi Yang's presence. He was dead this time. Beacon? That's a good name, but unfortunately, you can't burn your beacon at all in our hands. Prepare to strike. One strike, we must kill this beacon the moment it appears. As for the final distribution of the ancient war relics, we can discuss it again. We, the Midi, will take at least 30. That's all behind us. There are no eternal enemies, nor are there eternal friends. There are only eternal interests. When Huaxia was dominant, especially with the help of this fortuitous way of being dominant, other countries such as the Mi Empire had already secretly begun to kill. 100 years ago, China was just a piece of fat meat in their hands that they could divide at will. Who would like to watch a piece of fat meat turn into a ferocious beast? Dive and so on. Just as a Mi Empire player was about to launch his sneak, he suddenly realized that countless obscure spell formations were born around Yi Yang. What was that? A level 20 plus mage with a skill like spell formation? Impossible. This is definitely some kind of scroll skill. You guys, it's a summoning spell formation? Summoning of slaves. While entering the replica, Yi Yang turned on the final domain's FA burst spell formation, and then turned on the slave summoning technique. Regardless of where Yi Yang was, as long as the spell formation was turned on, he would be able to summon his slaves, and slave-dependent races, to his side. Buzz. An ear-shattering buzzing sound. The figure of the gigantic serpentine demoness Medusa slowly rose up from the ground. Not only her, along with her, there were also Puna and Kali, more than 20 Snake Man Master Mothers, and the 50,000 troops of the Serpent People. The spell formation grew larger and larger, and in order to summon the entire 50,000 or so Snake People army over, the spell formation could only expand. The speed of the expansion of the spell formation was swift and furious. Soon, the slave summoning spell formation even expanded to the feet of those hundreds of foreign elites. Tens of thousands of Snake People, one after another, slowly rose from the ground. Behind those few ruins, several hundred snakemen crowded around more than 100 Mideast assassins. The eyes of the 2,000 to 3,000 snakemen looked at the elite warriors of the Eagle Kingdom in front of them with a deadpan expression. As if they had discovered a new species, the 800 or so Snake People looked greedily at the battle country's first-tier mage players in front of them. What? Those foreign players, tilting their heads as they looked at the gigantic Snake People warriors, felt their breath begin to tremble in an instant. What the hell kind of skill was this? Spell formation. A spell formation summoning technique? Impossible. How could a level 20 plus mage have learned such a skill? Don't mind that much, our goal is Beacon. Do it. Don't hesitate, kill Beacon. The Mede player instantly reacted, utilizing his body's swift speed at all costs, holding a level 20 perfect grade short stab and killing towards Yi Yang. Hidden blade straight stab. Weakness strike. Double blade strike. Breaking attack blade. Right at the same time they struck, Yi Yang noticed the killing aura in all directions. However, the very moment those foreign elite players struck, they suddenly felt a strong pull coming from behind them. Hundreds of swift-moving elite-level players, just like an eagle catching a chicken, were lifted in mid-air by those Snake People female warriors, lifting them in mid-air. Kill it. Coldly sweeping a glance, Yi Yang just walked in front of them. The whole time, not even a proper glance. Beacon. We are going to kill you. Don't go. The Mi Empire and Huaxia are immortal. Pust. Just because the foreign elite players were able to raise dozens of teams to kill level 25 elite level monsters, it didn't mean that they could beat the level up to level 27 Serpent Banshee warrior in single combat. Again, it was still a physical warrior with balanced offense and defense. Under the complete ravaging, those foreign elite players were completely trashed to death. Hell on earth. They could feel the full malice of the serpent people. Thousands of level 20 plus first-class assassins, mages, and warriors were slaughtered without resistance in front of the Serpentine Banshee. The Serpentine Banshee hadn't yet made a move. Bona and Kali were even following behind Yi Yang and Medusa. She was Yi Yang's exclusive mount. Where was it her turn to make a move? Beacon fire appeared at Ruins entrance 066. ND players, please be careful. Beacon fire appeared at the Ruins entrance number 066. Battle country players, please be careful. Beacon fire. When those killed foreign elites returned to their main cities, they hurriedly released news to their countries. Major news, major news. Beacon was not alone. The previous news was wrong. Beacon fire is not alone. Beacon is suspected to be leading a strong race of monsters with serpent tails on their bodies. Suspected to be the serpent people. Must be careful. One must bypass the serpent people before launching an attack on him. All high-level players must keep this in mind. They did not die in vain. All this information about Beacon was piled up with thousands of their lives. Or rather, if they wanted to explore the secrets in Yi Yang's body, they had to use countless lives to search through his body again and again, little by little. Only after everything had been explored would they have the chance to launch a general attack on Beacon. Of course, all of this would also have to be based on the fact that by the time they had explored the secrets on Yi Yang's body, they still retained the strength to be able to launch a general attack on Yi Yang. Or rather, they still had the guts to do so. How could it be? A player that led a huge race into an ancient war relic? This is cheating. 147 Yi Yang suspected of cheating? Cheating? This kind of thing was self-justifying even to their own knowledge. There was simply no such thing as being able to cheat in world domination. Not even the power of United International Corporation had the means to cheat for their own national mound, let alone just one person. But the deaths of thousands of foreign elite members were not without a little effect. At the very least, they were nearing the second stage of the ancient battle ruins, the Ruins Three Forks. It took more than an entire hour, and with the efforts of the ultra-elite players from dozens of countries, they were finally moving almost a map faster than Yi Yang. But of course, this was under the circumstance that at the entrance of the ruins, there were no serious monsters present at all, and their speed of action was only so fast. Alright, having solved them, we're about to move soon as well. Yi Yang realized that there were almost no monsters left within the entrance of Relic 066. If he wasn't wrong, he had entered this hour late, and had already progressed much later than the other players. But it didn't matter. Under Yi Yang's current upwards of 500 points of agility attribute, the increase of 100 in the game had made his speed so fast that it was incomparable to his existence. With a surprising wave through Cloud's status, the agility attribute increase in movement speed once again increased by 350. It was equivalent to Yi Yang now having around 2,500 points of agility. Speed, almost fast to a limit. Get moving, I don't like the feeling of being overtaken. Giving the snake people a thought, Yi Yang's feet powered up, and in an instant, the flowing flame solstice robe on his body was being hunted by the wind. The sound of whistling wind blew past his ears. Yi Yang felt that right now, even if it was his own Maybach, which was unleashed at full speed, it would be hard to catch up with him. Experiencing this blistering speed, just in a flash, Yi Yang's had swept out a distance of thousands of meters. The speed was so fast that even Medusa couldn't keep up with him at all. At the same time, the Chinese players who entered at the entrance of the other relics, members of the Sacred Monarch Guild, Panlong Guild, White Rain Pavilion, etc., began to push forward after resolving the foreign elite players. But unlike Yi Yang, Sacred Monarch and Panlong suffered heavy losses. Being suddenly attacked by the foreign elite players, they lost thousands of people in an instant, and by the time they reacted, they had lost thousands of people. Although White Rain Pavilion had powerful equipment and skills to back them up, they also lost close to 1,000 people before settling for the foreign elites. Originally, their elite players were only a few thousand, and now that they were suddenly screwed up like this, their combat power was even more obvious. Remember, we can't be looked down upon by others. Broken Army yelled at the crowd of guild members, and immediately led his Saint Ruler members to drive forward. The Divine Sword of the East, vow to die and yield. Eastern Excalibur, vow to die. Eastern Excalibur. If anyone heard their slogan, they would be shocked. The Eastern Excalibur, one of the top special forces in China, even though the Sacred Monarchs Guild had suffered such a brutal blow, their confidence hadn't waned in the slightest. Soldiers may lose their comrades, but they will never lose their will to fight. As long as the national graveyard was in need, they would always be the Iron Men who rushed to the front line. Brothers, go get revenge on those foreign elites. The ones we left behind are the best of the best. They have nothing to fear. Lifebelt Green Dragon didn't discourage the remaining members of his guild. Instead, with one sentence, he even raised the morale of all their remaining members to the highest level. Most of the weaker members had already lost their lives in order to fend off that surprise attack just now. Those who stayed behind were naturally the best of the best. Moreover, they were no longer fighting for themselves, but for the Great China. Eradicate them. We Chinese are not to be messed with. The little foreigners, let them taste the power of our Chinese. Charge. Panlong Guild's morale not only did not suffer a blow, but morale soared, ready to fight to the last moment of preparation. I've gotten word that Beacon God has arrived at the ancient war ruins. Catch up with the Beacon Great God's footsteps and take revenge on those foreign elites. White Rain Infinite clenched her silver teeth and kept holding her breath. She couldn't believe that there would be such a huge gap between women and men that even with equipment it couldn't be made up for. However, as long as she moved the word beacon, the sisters of the White Rain Pavilion, no matter how decadent their wills were, would be ignited to the highest in an instant. China is not a place to be bullied. Chinese women, even more so, were not to be messed with. White Rain Infinite was even more unwilling to show her cowardly side in front of Beacon. She had to kill back for this revenge. Catch up with Great God Beacon's footsteps. Take revenge on those foreigners. The luscious voice of the White Rain Pavilion rang out like a giant peony flower blooming in the midst of these desolate ruins. Following the footsteps of White Rain Infinite, the remaining 2,000 or so people of White Rain Pavilion drove forward once again. Coordinates: end of the ruins entrance, near the three forks of the ruins. Remember, as soon as you see the serpent's shadow, you must send a message to your entire guild at the first opportunity. Baffle, the guild master of the Baffle family guild, which was ranked 5th in the Battle Kingdom, unlocked the permissions to his entire guild, and everyone had the right to send a message throughout the guild. After getting the news from the mouths of those elite assassin players he had lost, Baffle became cautious. This beacon really wasn't an existence to be messed with. But they weren't afraid. The 200 assassins they lost were only a very small portion of their guild's elite force. The only thing they feared was those so-called Snake People's army. According to what those elites had reported, the Snake People summoned by Beacon Fire numbered at least 30 to 50,000. Among them, the core members of the Snake People clan did not put up a fight, and their ordinary Snake People already had the strength to crush their elite members with their hands. Baffle couldn't help but tighten his chrysanthemums. It was true that China had always relied on numbers to win. But he had never heard that the Chinese actually had such strong strength in huge numbers. This was a joke, right? However, after he saw the members of the Combat Kingdom that had already entered the ruins trident one after another, as well as the members of the Mi Empire, his heart dropped. With such a strong organization, what else did he need to be afraid of? This was the world's most elite fighting force. Humph. I don't believe it. With such a strong presence, would we not be able to defeat a mere beacon? Baffle let out a long breath. However, at this very moment, suddenly a sentence in Chinese that he could still understand rang in his ears. Yi Yang, I'm here again. Surprised or not, unexpected or not. 148 scared out of his wits Mi Empire player. Die. A clean sentence in Chinese. Yi Yang did not use any modifiers at all. However, before Baffle could see the person who uttered the Chinese sentence, he had already felt a fierce hot current coming over his face. Immediately, along with this hot current was followed by an immense and incomparable inflammation dragon, which rapidly enlarged in Baffel's pupils. Inflaming Dragon Pure World. Yi Yang's strongest defensive skill. After seeing the place crowded from an extreme distance, he opened this terrifying skill. An Inferno Dragon surrounded his speedily moving body, and 3 Inferno Dragons had come out in unison. The fastest Inferno Dragon had arrived in front of the president of the Baffle family guild, Baffle. Help, help! A hiss escaped from the extreme terror. The moment Baffle saw the huge Inferno Dragon, his face twisted in terror. Kill. Yi Yang would not leave a single survivor. The information that was wanted, Yi Yang would explore from the vastness of the killing. But this group of people who were already intent on killing themselves, Yi Yang would not give them a chance to live. God! What kind of skill is this? Inferno Dragon. Dodge the damn Inferno Dragon. Damn it! What the hell kind of skill is this? It must be that beacon from the Huaxia district. This person is simply a bug-level existence. Help! I don't want to die. 3 Inferno Dragons. Back and forth, they traveled within the members of the Baffle family guild. Those guild members were so scared that they were running around, calling out for their god in every direction. God? Oh, even if you call down the god of heaven, he won't be able to save you. Stopping slowly at a speed that was almost able to fly close to the ground, Yi Yang appeared in front of the crowd. Even by karma. Sure enough, it's that beacon. I saw him poof. Kill Damn Yen Long. Standing so faintly in front of the crowd, the people of the Baffle Guild, under the swiftly moving Inferno Dragon, were completely defenseless, and their personnel rapidly plummeted. 3,000 people. 2,000 people. 1,000 people. 500 people. Yi Yang just stood in front of them, and in just a few seconds, the elite guild of 3,000 people died with just a few remnants left. President Peter. The end of the entrance to the ruins. The beacon appeared. Before the last few dozens of people were dying, the last few surviving members of Baffle called out to the number 1 ranked guild leader in the Mi Empire. However, after the remaining players had completely died out, Yi Yang looked at the thousands of Baffle guild members who had fallen to the ground, turned into a white light, and were teleported home without a single expression on his face. Not even the thrill of killing was enjoyed. It was too weak. Is this group of so-called foreign elites only this kind of strength? Yi Yang sighed. The general battle of slaughtering pigs and sheep could not raise his interest at all. It was not as interesting as the battle he had with the Snake Woman clan at that time. Absolute equipment crushing, skill crushing, and enhancement level crushing. Not to mention anything else, Yi Yang's enhancement plus 10 Ghost God grade refined equipment alone was already able to completely crush them. Sweeping a glance at the number of only a few thousand, Yi Yang coldly grunted. It seemed that the foreign elite players, indeed, had already traveled to the next domain stage. The Serpent people had arrived late. Yi Yang saw the entrance to the 3 forks of the ruins not far away, and without hesitation, he directly stepped in with the Serpent people. The other side. The end of the entrance to the ruins? The beacon appeared? Stopping at the entrance to the 3-way intersection of the ruins, Peter saw the message that the members of the Baffle Guild had sent to themselves. Oh God, finally we meet this damn beacon. This time I'll be sure to take credit from President Omar for decapitating this damn Chinese player. Ha! President Peter, who didn't feel the fear of being ruled by Yi Yang, laughed madly after seeing this message. It was as if he saw his Peter's guild being able to advance into the council of the Mi Empire and then make a big splash. Furthermore, after the undead war had broken out in the Huaxia region, the word beacon had been filling his ears to the point where his head was pounding from hearing it. This time when he saw it, he would definitely have to dismantle this damned beacon in order to make his heart feel comfortable. President Peter, have you received any good news? Vice President Yoder couldn't help but ask curiously after seeing Peter's happy smile. It's Beacon. A member of Baffle just sent me a message. Saying that, he appeared at the end of the ruins entrance. This time, I'll make sure to make this beacon, and all the players in the Chinese region, all feel the fear of being ruled by us, the Mi Empire players. Touching the giant K-sword, a weapon that he had just successfully built and whose grade had already reached the Heaven's Gift grade, the corner of Peter's mouth realizes a trace of a cruel smile. I admit it. If in those other games that are more technical, you foreigners do seem to be slightly better. However, you have overlooked one thing. In this kind of game where strength is honored, the Chinese have never been only the first, not the second. Walking out from within the teleportation spell formation at the 3 forks of the ruins, Yi Yang said lightly. In his previous life, he was a League of Legends super anchor. However, Yi Yang, in addition to having the honor of hearing the IG is awesome once, the others were bullied by foreigners to the doorstep. However, in front of all the games about the game that was honored by strength, Chinese players had never left foreign players in awe. Legendary first-person 8L, don't take your annual salary and challenge my pocket money. Fantasy Westward Journey Willow, don't be afraid that I don't have any money, just be afraid that you don't have any goods. King of Journey Central Plains Thug, there is no first, because in my eyes only I am the first. There are also all sorts of mob streaming super gods and goddesses. Perhaps. Within their game accounts, a random piece of equipment they pulled out was a sea view house. Although, under world domination, all of these games, they could only be considered second-rate games. But that didn't affect the fact that once it came to games where strength was honored, China had never been in the driver's seat. However, despite being within this online game that rippled across the globe, world domination, the ones who ruled this game were still Chinese. Beacon. Beacon. At the first sight of Yi Yang, Peter's eyes let out a brilliant light. Wealth, power. As long as he cut down this damned Chinese man in front of him, he could get all this instantly. With a clench of his teeth, Peter could no longer hold back his restless heart and angrily rebuked. Give me, kill him. 149 total extermination, the number 1 guild in the Midi. Kill me? Seeing those assassin players whose movements were as slow as a snail, Yi Yang just couldn't help himself and sneered. The staff was slightly pressed against his body, and in just a moment, a fiery light shot up into the sky. Starfire Fall. This was a level 15 skill for mages. Be careful. Everyone quickly spread out. Seeing this kind of spellcasting action, Peter and the other elite players of the guild instantly reacted. However, an elementary skill like Starfire Drop, Yi Yang had long since stopped using it. The next moment, accompanied by countless flames that rose up to the sky, the swirls of fiery clouds in the sky condensed within an extreme amount of time only. Let's see the power after the new equipment. With slight anticipation, Yi Yang whirled around and unleashed his skill. Heavenly Fire Impact. Whoosh! 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 5 pillars of heavenly fire descended from the centers of 5 fiery cloud vortices. A true flaming version of the 5 thunderbolts. When the 5 pillars of celestial fire descended above the heads of the members of Peter's guild, those members were all instantly dumbfounded. Oh my god. What the hell kind of skill is this? Pillars of flame? Is this the sky version of flame shock? It's horrible. Dodge it. I can't, the range is just too big. Boom. 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 The moment the 5 heavenly flames descended, they began to bombard the ground furiously. Now with the equipment's 1-level skill level increase, the level 5 pillar of heavenly fire had already expanded to a range of 3,500 meters at a rapid pace. With such a large range, not to mention them trying to run, it was extremely difficult to even see the edge of the skill range. Beacon fire. Mercy. God. Take away this sinner. Horrible. Help me. President Peter, kill what? Where's Mr. Peter? Mr. Peter is dead. Looking at their miserable deaths, Yi Yang snorted coldly. Perfect grade alchemy equipment? Heavenly grade refined weapons? This also had the capital to show off? Yi Yang the strengthened plus 10 ghost god grade full set of exclusive refining grade equipment and the 3 major fusion version skills said anything? Touch and you will die. However, whenever they touched the pillar of heavenly fire whose diameter had reached a huge 80 meters, those people simply didn't have the slightest power to resist. As for those archers who tried to utilize their high sensitivity to escape, they were all intercepted by the Serpent Clan's warriors. Peter's guild had less than 4,000 members, and after just one skill, there were only 20 to 30 people left. Moreover, this was only if Yi Yang had interrupted the skill, leaving them with a dog's life. I heard that you guys are after me, right? Yi Yang walked up to one of the players who looked like a vice president and said coldly. No, don't dare. Beacon, you are our god, how dare we kill you? Feeling the boundless killing intent emanating from Yi Yang, Yoder trembled in fear. Just say it straight, I don't like to ink. If you lie, I don't mind killing you directly. Yi Yang coldly snorted. Yes. Yoder didn't dare to speak and directly told the truth. Very well. Yi Yang nodded, then you can now send a message to everyone you can contact, tell them that I, Beacon Fire, am at the 3 forks of the ruins, and have been captured by you. Yoder was a little confused by Yi Yang's sentence. What did it mean that he had been caught by himself? However, it was this moment of hesitation that he suddenly felt an icy breath containing a hot current coming towards him. The ball of water and fire. Boom! An explosion of the sphere of water and fire directly killed Yoder in seconds. You! Come over! Yi Yang hooked his finger to another Peter guild member, signaling for him to come over. Beacon God. You, what are your orders? That Peter member took one trembling step and walked towards Yi Yang. Where was there still any aura of being a super tier 1 elite player of the Mi Empire? You know, they were all clamoring to dismantle Beacon and tear this Chinese country into pieces more than an hour ago. But now, they had become more than grandchildren. That's right, this group of Mi Empire players were even younger than the White Rain Pavilion's daughter Stream's generation, and had been ranked in the grandchildren's generation. I have nothing to command. Yi Yang still said with an expressionless face, doing what I just said is not difficult for you, right? No, it's not difficult. That guild member, trembling, opened his guild session list, his voice trembling as he was about to start sending a message. Sphere of water and fire. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly blasted him with an orb of water and fire. Using voice? What a joke. With this kind of trembling voice, it might attract a lot of attention. By then, not to mention coming, I'm afraid that with their speed, they would have already slipped away. After dealing with that ordinary elite, Yi Yang moved his eyes to the next person. God. I've already sent a message to all the high-level guilds in the Combat Kingdom, Eagle Kingdom, Weight Kingdom, and so on. Spare my life. Beacon God. The moment he noticed Yi Yang's eyes, that elite's player fell to his knees in fear and cowed out to Yi Yang for mercy. Note, World Domination is a game with a perception of 100. The pain of dying in the game is no less than actually dying once in reality, and no one is willing to endure that pain if they can stay alive. It looks like you're still a pretty understanding kid. Yi Yang patted his head and threw out an orb of water and fire in a doting manner. But why, don't you send a message to your Mi-D guild? Smiling, Yi Yang continued to shift his target. Beacon God. We have already sent messages to all the guilds in Mi-D that we can contact. Definitely don't dare to have a little omission. The remaining dozen or so elites were frightened by Yi Yang's brutal tactics and huddled together, trying to find a little bit of security. Very well. Yi Yang said with a smile on his face. You guys are much more sensible than all of them. After saying that, Yi Yang raised his staff. A fireball, at a speed that the naked eye couldn't even keep up with, instantly condensed. Explosive fireball. 150 International Guild Alliance. A ball of fire burning with intense flames blasted straight towards those few Peter guild members who had no fighting spirit. A move that directly killed them in seconds. Yi Yang had never said that he would leave them alive, it was just that they kept begging for mercy. Moreover, for those who wanted to kill themselves, Yi Yang would never give them a chance to survive. Whether it was the Peters Guild or the guilds of other countrymounds, Yi Yang would blast them all clean. As the saying goes, who the hell am I being kind to? If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Yang now possessed the strength to absolutely crush them, the person lying on the ground right now, or begging for mercy, would be himself. Ancient war relics. This was originally a realm where you become the king and lose the bandit. You can survive amongst the billions of people, and have the strength to be able to kill tough and unrivaled monsters, in order to stand at the top of this domain. To obtain the rewards of this domain. Although, Yi Yang didn't know right now what exactly were the rewards here, but he definitely wouldn't give up what was here to anyone else. This was not called selfishness, this was just a case of those who could do more. However, it seemed like the ruins Three Forks, there didn't seem to be any normal monsters. The other side. Within the ruins Three Forks, several presidents of the International Guild Alliance stopped themselves together. Did you guys also receive the message from the members of Peter's Guild? The second highest ranked guild in the MIDI, President Allen scanned the circle of people around him with a boundless message hidden in his heart. Yes. Just now your people from Peter's Guild told me that they captured Beacon at the end of the ruins Three Forks and asked us what to do about it. A greedy smile had been revealed on the face of Germany's first president, Adolf. I didn't expect that this Peter's Guild would be quite uptight. At least they didn't take the credit for beheading Beacon Fire all by themselves. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we rush back now? Alan tried not to show his ecstasy and said calmly. You guys don't have any opinions, do you? No. Yassi. Let's set off now. Eagle, Cold, Sun, Battle Nation, and the other high-ranking guild leaders nodded their heads. They had long been looking forward to beheading this beacon. Sweeping a glance at the three teleportation spells at the end of the Three Forks of the ruins, the presidents of the International Guild Alliance seemed to have sensed Yi Yang being ravaged by them. It must have been a beautiful sight. Reversing the direction in which the guild members were driving in, the troop of 30,000 to 40,000 players followed the positioning coordinates sent by Peter's guild members and drove in that direction. After almost half an hour or so, under the rapid advancement of the International Guild Alliance, they would soon arrive at the coordinates sent to them by the Peter guild member. However, right at this moment, German Congress President Adolf suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait a minute. I think I heard something. Adolf squinted his own eyes as if he felt something was wrong. Did you guys hear what sounded like a booming sound? Like there's something pounding nearby? Chairman Adolf, it might be that you're too sensitive. Alan laughed coldly, not taking Adolf's words into consideration at all. Now that Beacon was under the control of their great Milky Way #1 guild, what was there to be afraid of? It was hard not to encounter any monsters at this half-dead relic's three-way stop. However, the facts proved that Alan had guessed correctly. President Alan. Be careful. Not knowing from that tricky and incomparable direction, Alan only knew that when he reacted, countless huge and incomparable monsters with human bodies and snake tails had already appeared in the sky. The Serpent People. Oh my god. It's the ING Serpent People. Right, the ING Fark. Peter lied to us. The beacon is alive. Everyone be careful. The first to react was still Adolf, the German president. However, by the time he alerted Alan, it was already too late. The overwhelming number of Serpent People had already descended from the sky. Storm Sword. Deadly Raid. Serpentine Onslaught. Berserk Serpent Men. Countless status skills slammed towards him. Alan only felt that it was like a huge net suddenly spread in the sky, tightly surrounding him. Instant second kill. Blood Gradient Quartet. Adolf Guild members. Assemble. Adolf roared. Alan's death reminded them. It was because of his carelessness and hasty advance that he died suddenly with this. The Serpent People were strong and unrivaled. At the very least, every monster among them had the strength to single-handedly defeat their elite members. Facing such a strong snake people, they could only concentrate their strength and instantly break out through a gap. In an instant, the calm Adolf had already thought of a way to deal with it. However, not bad, in the face of such a scene, you actually managed to remain calm. A ghostly Chinese sentence came from an unknown direction, and Adolf only felt his entire body's sweaty hairs explode after hearing this voice. Beacon. It must be him in the neighborhood here. However, Yi Yang didn't bother to jump out and show off in front of them on purpose just to show how good he was. Want to act tough? He had another 10,000 ways. Lifting up his staff, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky from the tip of the Southern Brightness fire staff. The next moment, the sky changed color. The originally cloudless sky was covered in flaming clouds in an instant. The vortex screwed up. A vicious smile appeared in the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. It's a pity that your calmness has brought even greater destruction to your guild. Heavenly Fire Impact. In the next second, from amongst the several vortexes of fiery clouds, 5 pillars of heavenly fire were once again spewed out. Descending from the sky, Adolf only felt that this was like a flaming sanction made by God. He never expected that this way of gathering all the members together would only cause them to die faster. When the pillar of heavenly fire that was exaggerated to over 3,000 meters and reached a diameter of almost 100 meters, Adolf felt boundless despair for an instant. Damn Chinese! You guys could never be this strong. 151 fear to the extreme, God, help! Adolf roared as he looked on as the pillars of heavenly fire descended from the sky, wreaking mad destruction on the ground. For just a moment, all Adolf could see as far as his line of sight could reach were several pillars of fire through the sky, wantonly strangling the members of their guild. It's over. Damn it! Why was this beacon so strong? This is completely unlike the strength displayed by a level 20 plus mage. Run! Don't touch that pillar of flame descending from the sky, you'll be killed in seconds. Run away from the range of this skill. At this moment, Adolf's German guild members were completely focused on escaping. Where was the thought of fighting left? Germany panicked, and after Alan was instantly killed, the Mi Empire players also panicked. The Eagle, Wait, and Japanese players were even more frightened and fled. However, they simply couldn't escape the range of heavenly flame impact. At the edge of the 3,500 meter damage range, thousands of serpentine warriors had surrounded this fringe area. Not even a fly could fly out, let alone their group of living people. Even Baikar. This group of damn snake men. I'll fight you all. Must stand out from this encirclement. Flame. The pillar of flame is coming towards us. Ah! Hisses, roars of fear filled the area. The German guild of Adolf fell in battle. Adolf was roasted by the flames into a roasted chicken on the table, falling limply to the ground and being cleared out of the ancient war ruins. Guns blazing, the moment Alan appeared, his guild was surrounded by all of the snake people. However, it wasn't just his guild. The 7 or 8 master mothers of the serpent people, with tens of thousands of serpent people charging, directly overwhelmed the tens of thousands of ultra-elite members of Midiai's top 5 rankings. The Midi guild collapsed. As for complete deaths, these were just a matter of time. The strong combat power shown by the serpent people caused those Midii elites to almost fall into despair. In a single charge, in just a few minutes' time, they were going to lose thousands of people, and that was still if they stood spread out. If they were like that little cutie Adolf. All the guild members were concentrated together. They were afraid that if the serpentine race charged this time, they would have to die or be injured by 2,000 to 3,000 people. Originally, before meeting Yi Yang, they were still complacent about the weakness of the Chinese people after warming up with the chaotic Wind Guild. Who would have thought that there was actually a bug-like beacon in existence? One person was leading a race, and it was still a ING monster race in a level 30 domain. So far, all of them hadn't seen 3 of them strike normally. Medusa, who seemed to be used as a mount by Beacon. Carrie and Bona, who were escorting either side of Beacon's body. But, these seemingly raw and unrivaled master mothers of the serpent people race, as well as the normal snake women of the serpent people race, had left them too much to deal with. Hell! Who still has blood restoring potions? Hell no! Can't these snake people die? There's more and more of them. What's going on here? There's too many. Surrender! We're surrendering! Beacon! God! Save us! Make these serpents stop in a hurry! If the Adolf Guild, who died under the impact of the heavenly flame, died a clean and painful death, then these players from the Mi Empire, Eagle Kingdom, and Wait Kingdom guilds, who were tortured by the Serpent People warriors, were almost as good as dead. When I closed my eyes, the sound of long swords piercing into flesh and blood was all inside my head. When they opened their eyes, they were filled with the frantic slaughter of the snake people. They wanted to retreat, but there was no way back. If this was a nightmare, no, even if this was a nightmare, they would rather die a painful death. Being surrounded by those terrifying snake men, facing death only became a matter of time. Just ask who would be willing to accept this kind of waiting. Their hearts and souls were split apart. Even these foreign players, who had already withstood the lashes of those level 1 and 20 domain bosses, looked too weak in front of Yi Yang. They were already afraid to the extreme. Even, these foreign elite players felt that when they slept at night, they would dream about these horrible snake people, and Yi Yang's brutal face. Please. Beacon God. Spare us. It seemed that the big picture was settled. Sitting on Medusa's soft shoulders, Yi Yang looked down at the foreign elites hissing in fear and running away on the ground. The elites? Under the absolute suppression of Yi Yang's strength, they were just like those flowery little chickens in the shopping mall for the children's entertainment. When a big hand came to cover the sky and took the chicklet away, it was already destined to be played to death. Hurry up, I think I hear something up ahead. It's the sound of shouting and killing. There are also sounds of distress. Can it be that there are some more of our Chinese people being attacked by foreign elites? Chairman Broken Armor. Let's go. On the other side, the Sacred Monarch Guild and the others, who were not hindered in any way, also entered the second domain stage one after another, the ruins Three Forks. The place where the war had broken out was not far from the beginning of the Three Forks, and those who had just entered heard a slashing sound. Quickly go! Without any hesitation, Broken Army led the Sacred Monarch Guild's people and ran furiously towards the source of the sound. Soon after. What's going on here? Snake people? The foreign elites? Does it mean the Beacon God is here? There's no mistaking it. It's definitely the Beacon God Snake People clan. What he said, he'll let us meet the Serpent People in the ancient war ruins. Seeing the Serpent People clan, the Broken Army and the Sacred Monarch Guild, it was like they had found their home. Moreover, seeing those foreign elites who were madly slaughtered by the Serpent People race, they knew that they were saved. It wasn't just the Holy Monarch Guild. After them, Panlong, White Rain Pavilion, and several other guilds from the other major Chinese regions and other ordinary foreign casual players also came to the three forks of the ruins one after another. Seeing the raging and majestic serpent race warriors with explosive battle power, everyone's hearts were burning to the core. They couldn't wait until they could become one of the Serpent People race themselves. It seems that we are truly saved. The Beacon God has finally appeared. It's too damn good. With the Beacon God, those foreign elites no longer dare to clamor. Kill them all. The Beacon God is awesome. Thousands and tens of thousands of players shouted madly behind Yi Yang. Even the Special Forces members of the Holy Monarch Guild couldn't help but shout twice. The loud roar also attracted Yi Yang, who was sitting on Medusa's shoulder. Turning around, he gently slid down the soft back. This scene, do not know how many people envy the chicken purple show. It shouldn't be this kind of show, right? However, Yi Yang walked over to them with an expressionless face, his face cold to the core. Walking to the crowd, Yi Yang coldly said, "I can't be your father all the time. 152 I won't be your father." Those players suddenly froze in place after hearing Yi Yang's words. What did Beacon God mean? What did it mean that it was impossible to be their dad all the time? Beacon God. The always strong life belt Qinglong walked directly to Yi Yang's face with some not so good emotions on his face. However, fearing Yi Yang's strong strength and the several strong snake women behind him, the faithful belt Qinglong still put his tone of voice and put on some respect. Please explain what exactly that sentence just now meant. Do you still need to explain? Yi Yang swept a glance at the faithful green dragon who was blocking in front of him, as well as the tens of thousands of Chinese Grand Guild members behind him. Why do these foreign players dare to ride on the head of Huaxia? Don't you know your reasons? It just so happens that you guys are here as well. The rest of these 10,000 or so people, I'll leave it to you guys. Sighing, Yi Yang's mind moved and sent a message to the Snake People clan warriors who were fighting. All the clansmen of the Snake People clan, stop fighting. In just a matter of seconds, after receiving the order sent by Yi Yang, the tens of thousands of Snake People clan stopped the movements of their hands one after another. Why did these Snake People clans stop? Could it be the power of God? Was our cry for help heard by God? That's great. God, I will be faithful to you forever. I swear it on my life. Those damned serpents. You've finally been punished by God. Ha! Seeing that the Serpent People stopped killing, those elites of the foreign Grand Guilds thought that their own cries for help from God had worked. Even those players whose brains had been paralyzed by the Serpent People's fear once again raised their own weapons in their hands and slashed at the Serpent People. Ding! Thud! The Serpentine warrior raised the huge sword in her hand and casually blocked the foreign player's attack. Then, slashed down with a super high attack, taking away his life with just a single slash. It took the blood splattered on the other members' faces to make them react that it wasn't God. It must have been Beacon, who had given some special death order to the Serpent People, that made them all stop. For a while, all those foreign elite players, all of them cast their own gazes to Yi Yang, who had slowly left this battlefield. Beacon God. You, what the hell do you mean? Don't go away. Beacon God. After making the Snake People stop fighting, Yi Yang directly left the ruins triple fork. He. Damn Chinese, we can't afford to mess with Beacon, can't we still beat you? Miso. Suffer death. The humiliation we received on Beacon's side, we'll take it all back. After breaking free from the Serpent People's whips and Yi Yang's kind of despairing spell skills, these foreign players were like wild wolves that had been starving for a few days. One by one, they laughed viciously and walked towards the members of Holy Monarch and Panlong Guild. What to do? This group of people were really ruthless. Each and every one of them had at least a ING refinement grade weapon. What to do? Why is the Beacon God leaving? Is he going to abandon our great China? It's over. It's really over this time. After Yi Yang left, facing these foreign elites that were like wolves and tigers, especially the foreign elites whose equipment completely crushed them, even the members of Panlong Guild were a little bit flustered except for Broken Army Sacred Monarch Guild. They were the ones who had suffered a big loss from the foreign elites in the beginning. No. White Rain Infinite's face suddenly sank. Why do these foreign players dare to ride on China's head? Don't you know your reasons? It just so happens that you. Thinking back to the few words Yi Yang left behind when he left, Bayou Infinite suddenly understood something. All along, the Huaxia region had been protected by Yi Yang too much. The undead rampage, the ancient war relics. If it wasn't for Yi Yang, I'm afraid that back in the time of the Undead Stampede's monster war, the players of the City of Monoliths would have perished. Not to mention that they were still fortunate enough to be able to participate in this ancient war ruins today. Moreover, when the ancient war ruins had just begun, the Huaxia region had almost been destroyed in a row by these foreign elites. How frightening was this? A few hundred people from the foreign elites were able to kill thousands, even thousands of them? Great God, Beacon has good intentions. White Rain Infinite mused. As for those words Yi Yang said at the beginning about his father and such, Bai Yufulin honestly didn't care much about it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that White Rain Pavilion's more than 3,000 sisters' relationship with Beacon in the game was just short of such an explicit title. But then again, these so-called foreign elites, to Beacon, are nothing more than a knife goods, not worth mentioning at all. Just now Beacon killed them, just because they blocked Beacon's way. However, if the major guilds in China were to survive under the protection of Beacon fire, they would really degenerate into flowers in a greenhouse, and would not be able to withstand the wind and rain outside. The bloody reality. Thousands of their sisters' lives had already paid the price for this reality. Right now, these foreign elites, who were just over 10,000, were the beginning of their challenge to this reality. It was also the opportunity left to them by the Beacon God. Sisters. White Rain Infinite clenched her silver teeth, and with a pair of willow eyebrows and almond eyes with killing intent, she stared at the foreign elites approaching her. Don't forget. We are the ones who have to keep up with Great God Beacon's footsteps. After the air was quiet for a few seconds, the members of the White Rain Pavilion reacted. The Great God of Beacon Fire wasn't deliberately teasing them, let alone abandoning China. Rather, he was telling them to recognize the reality of the moment. Protect Sister Infinite. Kill those foreigners. Catch up with the Beacon God's footsteps. The voices were luscious, but the shouts of killing were terrifying. All the players of White Rain Pavilion, not a single one of them took a step back, all of them killed towards those foreign elites. Seeing this scene, Broken Army reacted in a split second. Lifebelt Green Dragon clenched his teeth in death, not daring to let his gratitude show. Brothers! Cut them down for me. 153 League of Nations Terminator. The blade devours the heart. Provoke the four directions. Starfire Fall. Hidden Blade Straight Stab. Flame Impact. As the fighting spirit of Huaxia was ignited, countless skills covered the sky towards the foreign elite players. Damn it, why did this group of Huaxia seem like a different person? Interesting up. However, under the will of the Milky Way, you will only die. Ha ha. Come on, let me have a taste of you wapus. Seeing Yi Yang leave this battlefield, the group of foreign elites swelled up to the sky. However, when they were about to vent their anger on Sacred Monarch Guild's president, Broken Army, they were chopped down by Broken Army's sword. Go to your mother's Hades. Straw Mud Horse. Spitting, Broken Army made a rare foul-mouthed outburst, and even the vice president Stranger's blade beside him couldn't help but be impressed. Give me the old man to kill them all. Not one of them will be left behind. Raising the sword in his hand, Broken Army roared at the crowd. The Sacred Monarch Guild was a guild formed by the Special Forces of China, and what they couldn't tolerate the most was this group of foreign elites, disparaging China. This had almost equaled the alert level of foreigners sailing ships and rampaging across the borders of China. Broken Cane. Broken Attack Blade. Weakness Break. Twin Blade Strike. Backstab. Hidden Break Max, 200 physical damage in 2 seconds. Weakness Breaker, level 1, ignores 30 defense of the target. Breaking Attack Blade, Double-Edge Strike, were all stealth assassin skills that currently dealt the highest damage. A set of moves down, the Lifebelt Qinglong holding a short stab figure flashed one after another. Immediately, with cold eyes, he stood behind a foreign elite player. 1 second later. Death. Puffing sound. A foreign elite fell behind him. Beacon was sorry. Lifebelt Green Dragon's eyes were resolute and tinged with a bit of guilt. I, Fatebelt Green Dragon, misunderstood you. Turning around, Lifebelt Qinglong glanced at the battlefield, still caught up in the killings of the members of the Pan-Dragon Guild, and without hesitating in his heart, with a sneak, he once again killed behind a foreign elite player. Starfire Drop. Flame Impact. Inferno Snake Dance. After spending $500 million to swallow thousands of Yi Yang's equipment and skills, the level 15-20 skills on her body were almost all put together. Even Flame Shock and Starfire Drop were raised to level 3 together after she consumed a full 12 skill points. The damage was amazing. Under the Mage's wide-ranging pounce, even though Bai Yufu Infinite didn't have Yi Yang's kind of terrifying damage, her damage, likewise, shouldn't be underestimated. Because it wasn't just her, the White Rain Pavilion had more than 500 people who had gathered all the equipment and skills. The remaining 1,500 people had also put together high-level skills and strong weapons. White Rain Pavilion's AoE damage was almost explosive. The scene of several hundred mages under, nearly 1,000 shield armor beauties resisting, pouring out their skills, was even more terrifying than Yi Yang unleashing his level 5 Heavenly Flame Impact, and was even much more gorgeous. Even though the personnel was dwindling. But their fighting spirit was not reduced at all. Because when the White Rain Pavilion rose up in unison, under the countless bombardment of flame spells, those players from the foreign elites died even faster than them. 10,000 people. 9,000 people. 7,000 people. After the war lasted a mere half an hour, the foreign elites plummeted by more than 3,000 people. Although, the total number of Chinese guilds had also decreased by around 5,000. But one must realize that, compared to the beginning when they were sneak attacked by those foreign players at the entrance of the ruins, on average, they would have to lose 4 or 5 people to be able to decimate a foreign elite. How terrifying a ratio was that? Moreover, this was still the death ratio of the strongest sacred monarch guild in China. However, after lasting for almost an hour, the balance of the war began to tilt. The foreign elites had begun to appear disheveled due to the sharp decrease in their numbers. 5 to 6,000 people, huddled together. Very quickly. After they lost their fighting spirit, players such as Saint Ruler and Pan-Dragon Guild even swarmed over them. No one was left alive. Broken Army's angry eyes were on the verge of spewing blood. He could never tolerate these foreigners riding on his head. Kill. Kill these scum, altogether. On the other side. When Yi Yang left the battlefield, he led the snake people alone towards the end of the 3 forks of the ruins. Along the way, they didn't encounter any monsters. At most, there were dozens of elite-level monsters that didn't quite have eyes. However, there was no need to wait for Yi Yang to make a move. Those snake people warriors directly exterminated them. Relic Xian Ice Pool. Relic Fire God Cave. Relic Wind Thunder Wall. Not long after, Yi Yang arrived at the end of the 3 forks of the ruins. It was also only when he reached this place that he finally realized why there were different names for places that were obviously similar to the entrance of the relics. In front of him, what was presented for Yi Yang was the names of the 3 entrances. It was also the teleportation spell formations of these 3 entrances that distinguished the ruins' 3 forks from the ruins' entrance. Xian Ice Pool, Fire God Cave, and Wind Thunder Wall. Seeing their names, Yi Yang fell into thought. Ever since he came to the ruins' 3 forks, he discovered a little secret that wasn't considered a secret. In the ancient war ruins, there was no backing up. In other words, when Yi Yang came to the ruins' 3 forks, the teleportation spell formation that retreated back to the entrance of the ruins would be forcibly closed. At the same time, when Yi Yang stepped into one of the 3 entrances, perhaps the teleportation spell formation to return to the ruins' 3 forks would also be closed with it. So he couldn't be careless. The ancient war ruins definitely could not be as difficult as the entrances and the 3 forks that were so trashy that people could not raise their interest. Most likely, when the 3 teleportation spell formations were entered, that was the beginning of the ancient war ruins. The entrance and the 3 forks were just the beginning of the players' fight. Yi Yang stepped on the foreign elite players while leaving behind some of the remnants. For one thing, it was to sharpen the strength of the players in the Chinese region. Saint Ruler or Pan Long. They were really famous now. They could still mix it up when placed in their own home region of Huaxia, but if they were in a world-class place like the ancient war ruins, they wouldn't be able to mix it up at all. The heavy losses from the sneak attack on the entrance of the ruins was a good example. As for the second reason, it was also a bit of Yi Yang's selfishness. Although he had almost slaughtered all the foreign guilds, he was not a person who killed indiscriminately in the end. As a player from the same Chinese region, and still in this kind of international battlefield, he was really a bit unable to lay his hands on them. However, if he encountered it in the final stage of the ancient battle ruins, he would likewise not be soft. But right now, those foreign elites that Yi Yang had left behind were meant to delay the progress of Chinese players, Holy Monarch Pan Long and other big guilds, in their exploration of the ancient war ruins. If they could kill those foreign elites, naturally everyone would be happy, but if they couldn't kill them, they could also make the broken army realize their own unbearable strength. Knowing the shame will make them brave. Being counted by one's own people was much better than being played to death by foreigners. What's more, the ancient war ruins were just a small test run for the international war. The continents colliding countries' war in the future was the beginning of the main event. After taking another look at the 3 main entrances in front of this, Yi Yang did not hesitate too much, and with the snake people, he directly stepped into the teleportation spell of the Fire God Cave. 154 Overlord level monster, the beginning of another realm. Yi Yang chose the Fire God Cave for no other reason. For one thing, his own origin profession was a fire mage, and he had a natural affinity for the fire attribute, as well. Secondly, a place like the Xian Ice Pool was not something that the snake people race could stay in. Snake people, they are naturally cold-blooded creatures. If they stay in the ice pond, I am afraid that before they encounter powerful monsters, they will freeze to death first. This is never okay. Yi Yang naturally do not want to see such a funny scene. In comparison, the Vulcan Cave was only warm to them. Otherwise, why would the snake people clan pick such a hot place like the Great Desert to be their lair? Therefore, under the Fire God Cave and the Wind Thunder Wall, Yi Yang chose the Relic Fire God Cave without hesitation. Phew! Phew! The moment Yi Yang stepped into the Fire God's cave, he felt a strong heat current coming over him. If we calculate according to the real temperature, I'm afraid that it must be at least 200 to 300 degrees Celsius here, right? If an ordinary person stayed here, I'm afraid that they would be roasted to death by this heat flow in a few minutes. A real roasted egg. Moreover, in the extreme distance of the Vulcan cave, Yi Yang seemed to see that the surrounding walls were also like small waterfalls, gurgling out hot molten lava. Not only that, within the fire god cave, pools of molten lava were seen everywhere. Perhaps, this was also the reason why the high temperature of the fire god cave was formed. You guys better be careful, don't blame me for not reminding you. The deeper he went, Yi Yang sensed that the temperature of the fire god cave would get higher. However, under the current temperature, it was nothing to the fire mages and the snake people. But Yi Yang had the intuition that the fire god cave was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Thank you, master. Medusa smiled faintly, like Yi Yang indicated that this kind of temperature was nothing at all. If the Xian ice pool had tens of degrees below zero, they would probably have frozen long ago. However, at this time, suddenly from within the surrounding lava pool, dozens of monster heads slowly poked out. Almost as big as a face bowl. Like a bird, or some kind of beast? Protecting Beacon Master. Medusa's eyes glazed over as she sent a message to the serpent people. In an instant, hundreds of snake men blocked in front of Yi Yang and Medusa. It was also at this time that Yi Yang saw the attributes of those dozens of monsters. Fire God's Cave Refining Blood Night Bird. Rank, Overlord Elite. Level, 31. Attack power, 15,000. Defense, 12,500. Life value, 48,000. Skills, Bloodthirsty Charge, Blazing Bloodstrike, Flame Body. Description: after growing in the Fire God Cave all year round and receiving the scorching heat of extreme flames, the Nightbird's advanced creatures, if the enemy can't make it, they can choose to run away and then fight to the death to get through here. 15,000 attack, 12,000 defense, and nearly 50,000 blood. There were dozens of such monsters. Overlord Elite level. Was this the strength of Overlord level monsters? There was no ordinary level, and the first thing that came up was an elite level monster. Any Medusa would hardly be able to survive for a long time in this Vulcan cave, not to mention the tens of thousands of ordinary level snake people. Luckily, they were only physical level monsters, at least they wouldn't be like the law system, killing a large number of them at once. In other words, these snake women still had a chance to survive. However, Yi Yang could hardly imagine. When those foreign elites who didn't die in battle, or the holy monarch Pan Long and the others, came to the Fire God Cave and saw these blood-refining nightbirds, what kind of expression would they have? As for the monster's description on escaping, a monster of this rank wasn't strong enough to make him run away. Perhaps other players, it might be possible. At that moment, under the cluster of those blood-refining nightbirds, Yi Yang had heard another sound. A hand grasped the bank of the molten pool, and moving slowly, his body slowly emerged from the molten lava. It seems that there is another human who covets the spirit of the artifact of Lord Tia's, the demonized lord. Along with the words, Yi Yang saw the speaker's entire body. Blood helmet and blood armor. The blood alchemy berserker's entire body was surrounded by an armor that was constantly flowing with molten lava. Even his entire head was encased in a blood-red helmet, and molten plasma was constantly flowing within his helmet. It seemed that the molten plasma. Vulcan Cave Blood Refining Berserker. Rank, Overlord Warrior Class. Rank, 33. Attack power, 28,000. Defense power, 23,300. Life value, 120,000. Skills: Bloodthirsty Charge, Bloodthirsty Chase, Sobbing Floor / Flame Body. Description: a blood-refining fierce warrior of the Fire God Cave, with extremely strong combat power. If you were lucky enough to see him, congratulations, you cannot have to run away, because you are bound to die. Body of Flame, immunity to fire spells for 20 damage, but when subjected to water spells, you will take an additional 20 damage. Overlord level, terrifying as hell. Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. 120,000 blood, nearly 30,000 attack power and over 20,000 defense. As described, if it really is the average player encountered, it may really die. Not only that, I'm afraid that this time, the Serpent People clan is going to be in great trouble. Although Yi Yang wasn't very heartbroken, because from the beginning, the only one he wanted was Medusa. However, the loss of so many combatants at once might require him to unleash one or two more skills in order to clear out the stragglers. As Yi Yang swept the attributes of the blood-refining berserker, the berserker also noticed Yi Yang. There were also the tens of thousands of Snake People clan army in front of him, behind him. Oh, trash that hadn't even entered the Overlord level, did they dare to step into the Fire God Cave realm? The berserker swept a glance at those Snake People. Not to mention the ordinary Snake People, even Medusa was not in his consideration. It seemed that this time, it was some humans who were looking for death again. The blood-refining berserker, who had been sleeping with this for tens of thousands of years, had been guarding a certain treasure in the ancient battle ruins. Exactly what it was, he himself didn't know, but because of the injection of the game laws, he had long been unable to leave this place. Just like Medusa, who couldn't leave the Desert Blight City domain. Only, after becoming an overlord level and turning into a higher-ranked monster, could he break away from the bounds of the domain of the game laws? However, the current berserker was in no mood to talk nonsense with Medusa and the others. Since they dared to come here, it meant that they were ready to die. Tai. The huge body leapt up violently. In this instant, no one could see that the alchemy blood berserker's huge 4 to 5 meter body was a liability to his movements. Sobbing blood landing slash. 155 1 move to blast. Blood alchemy berserker. Protect the master. The landing chop was just an ordinary skill. But when it was used by the alchemy blood berserker, the attack power of nearly 30,000 made even Medusa feel a huge sense of oppression. Just protect yourselves. Yi Yang could not be afraid at all. 30,000 attacks. The current Yi Yang, even if he had 300,000 attacks, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill him in seconds. The power of the Imperial Demon. Final domain. Heavenly Sweet Rain. 834482, 838731, 832467, 834467. Standing in front of the berserker, Yi Yang's staff swung repeatedly. The bonus of the Imperial Demon power activated. The final domain spell strike activated. Subsequently, a heavenly rainfall fell on the countless serpentine warriors around Yi Yang, and a temporary healing shield of a full 800,000 plus points was placed on them. Not only did it ensure that Yi Yang could easily resist this strike, it also gave the Snake People warriors time to retreat. Find a safe place to hide, you are not needed here. Just after saying that, Yi Yang stopped paying attention to them. Because Yi Yang also knew that within this fire god cave, I was afraid that the Snake People race was going to be sharply reduced in numbers. The Snake People clan, abusing the general weaker players was fine, the Overlord level was not a monster they could deal with at all. However, when he saw the Overlord level blood refining Nightbird, he had already made preparations, as long as Medusa could survive, that would be enough. Moreover, under the protection of the tens of thousands of warriors of the Snake People clan, coupled with Medusa's own strong strength, surviving should not be a huge problem. That's good. Sphere of Water and Fire. Even though Yi Yang was extremely serious on the surface, a single powerful monster couldn't draw much attention from him yet. A huge sphere of water and fire blended together and blasted towards the blood-refining berserker in a split second. 313,793. Boom! The sphere of water and fire exploded, and before the alchemy blood berserker could even slash his first skill, he was directly blown to death by Yi Yang with a shot of normal spells. In one move, he directly killed the blood-refining berserker who had 120,000 blood. In this scene, Medusa and the tens of thousands of Snake Lady warriors almost looked dumbfounded. Ah! Poof! Just when they were surprised at the horrors of Yi Yang's damage, the blood-refining Nightbirds didn't give them time to react. There were only winners and losers in a war, and these birds had no mercy. By a single charge of dozens of blood-refiningly birds, the square formation of the Snake People race was directly pierced through. In just a split-second's effort, the Snake People race had lost thousands of their numbers. However, even though the blood alchemy birds were very powerful, the Snake People clan was not helpless against them. After a single charge, the blood-refining Nightbirds, too, lost 2 of their number. The situation seemed to be somewhat tragic. Newt! A cry that was strong enough to penetrate the eardrums almost resounded through the entire fire god cave. This single sound alone made the Snake People's minds swell. In the next moment, without waiting for them to turn back to their senses, dozens of blood-refining lich birds, once again, charged. Queen Medusa. In an instant, thousands of snake women warriors once again blocked in front of Medusa. Their damage was too low, and the only ones who could break through their defenses were the Great Sovereign Mother and the others. And without breaking through their defense, they could only possibly deal 1 point or 0 points of damage, even not hitting at all. Swish! The blood-refining birds set up a triangle formation in the shape of a goose, and once again swiftly charged towards the Snake People. However, just as Yi Yang was about to strike, he realized something. A happy and sad thing. Medusa, King of the Serpent Men Banshees, growable. Contract, Slave of Beacon. Rank, Domain Boss. Overlord Might, 210. Level, 30. Attack. Medusa's attributes, or rather underneath the rank, the Overlord Might logo appeared. Did it mean that only slaughtering Overlord-level monsters could allow Medusa to advance? Connecting to Medusa's previous words, and her growable attributes, Yi Yang's thoughts were pulled directly to this. His divine mind, which was extremely sharp, also discovered that the blood-refining Nightbirds in mid-air did seem to be missing 3 or 2 of them. 3. Yi Yang's perception, after changing into this ghost god equipment and being raised to nearly 7,000 points of magic attribute, had reached a terrifying point. He could sense it, just now, the blood-refining Nightbirds, there were a total of 25 in number. And now, it had turned into 23. If my thoughts are true, then after Medusa kills 10 Overlord elite-level blood-refining lich birds, will she successfully advance to Overlord level? But it seems like maybe the number of serpent people is going to plummet before then. If Yi Yang's idea was true, then under the several charges of the blood-refining Nightbird, after uniting the tens of thousands of the Serpent People clan and combining their efforts to cut down 10 Overlord elite-level monsters, and putting together 10 Overlord mighty, Medusa might then actually advance to Overlord level. However, after she advanced to Overlord, whether she would advance to Overlord's top level, or elite level like these lich birds, that was yet to be proven. Thinking of this, Yi Yang endured the pain and retreated to the side. Although it was true that he didn't want to part with the tens of thousands of snake people, if these tens of thousands of snake people could really get through Medusa's hegemony advancement, she, in the future, might become a powerful aid for himself. Using several tens of thousands of ordinary level snake men for an Overlord level supreme demoness Medusa. This was a very profitable thing no matter how one thought about it. After Yi Yang stopped after defeating the blood-refining berserker, Medusa naturally noticed that her master who was sitting on the side. However, she was happy to see her master in this way. Because it was not just Yi Yang's guess, Medusa herself also felt that after putting in her best efforts in killing those blood alchemy lich fighters every time, a hot current would flow into her body. Being a monster, although she couldn't see her attribute list. But she could feel it. This was something necessary to advance to Overlord. Overlord might. Thinking of this, Medusa's emotions were unusually excited. Insufficient strength would inevitably lead to abandonment by the Overlord. The survival of the fittest. This law that wasn't really a law, within the monster races, it couldn't be more universal. If one's strength was not enough, sooner or later they would be abandoned by their masters. This was an unchanging truth. Having figured this out, Medusa no longer hesitated. Queen of Snake's Eye of the Phantom Serpent. P.S. Medusa is also getting stronger all the time. But it's also as that one law that isn't really a law says. As a weak normal level snake person, it's natural that they'll be eliminated. It's not like there's any way around it. 156 advancement begins. Overlord Queen Medusa. With a single move released, Medusa's eyes immediately exploded with 2 pillars of ghostly green light. With nearly 10,000 points of attack power bursting out, even those blood-refining nightbirds couldn't withstand it at all. You said that the blood alchemy birds had 12,500 points of defense? Medusa's less than 10,000 points of attack couldn't hit it at all? Are you kidding me? Even the most common level Snakeman had the Berserk Snakeman skill, which increased his attack power by 2 or 3 times in a short period of time. Medusa is the head of all snakes, the queen of the snake people. Compared to the blood-refining nightbird, which only had the charge acceleration skill, Medusa's Snake Queen status skill was able to increase her attack power and defense power by 2 times in an instant. How terrifying a surge was this? Even though it was only in a very short period of 10 seconds or so, this kind of terrifying attack power was not something the alchemy blood nightbird could withstand. Standing at the top of the ordinary monsters, the Medusa of the domain boss naturally had its own strong means of attack. If it wasn't for Yi Yang's kind of berserk, letting people meet the flawless explosion damage, how could Medusa be a human slave? However, although Eye of the Phantom Serpent was a spell skill, it was of the same nature as Flame Shock, and did not come with the spell talent of Absolute Hit. However, under the power of her fierce attack, those swift blood alchemy nightbirds were instantly crippled by the light pillar of the Eye of the Phantom Serpent's scraping, and a few were directly blasted into a prototype of molten lava that dripped down to the ground. Long live Queen Medusa! Seeing that a few more of those terrifying blood-refining nightbirds had died, the snake women warriors cheered. Despite the fact that after this charge, the serpent people lost thousands of their numbers once again, being able to blast a few blood-refining lil birds to death in one go had already made her very satisfied. Overlord Might 510. Soon. Only half of the Overlord Might was missing, and she would be able to advance to an Overlord-level monster. Medusa's heart was very excited. If it wasn't for Yi Yang accepting her as a slave, Medusa would never have been able to leave the desert realm in her life. Not to mention advancing to the Overlord level. Compared to the other domain bosses, Medusa had lost her freedom, but she had gained more strength and was able to see more of the domain. But despite this, she didn't slack off one bit. There was no doubt about the power of the blood-refining lich bird. Even though there were only 20 of them left now, the killing power of them charging down could still cause great damage to the serpent people. The price for killing a mere 5 blood-refining nightbirds was that they lost less than 20,000 ordinary warriors of the snake people race, 3 snake people lord mothers, and the seriously injured snake people lord mother, Carrie. But it didn't matter. As long as Medusa was able to advance to hegemony, then this group of blood-refining nightbirds would be killed by their queen Medusa, without leaving a single piece of armor. And the dead snake warrior women. After they die, their mutilated souls will then float to their homeland, Desert Dead City. They will become monsters with their memories wiped out, like the Walking Dead. Overlord's Might 510. Overlord's Might 610. Overlord's Might 810. As he watched Medusa's Overlord Might continue to increase, Yi Yang, who was on the side, also began to look forward to it. Naturally, he was looking forward to Medusa being able to become stronger on her own and become a powerful aid to herself in the future. But the price for this was too great. Without himself, I believe that Medusa, even if she knew about this method of advancement, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have taken the entire Snakeman race and risked her life here. More than 340,000 Serpent People clan had already fallen in battle at the hands of a mere dozen or so blood-refining nightbirds. The hegemonic might was still short of the last one. Fatal entanglement. Medusa's phantom-colored snake-tail directly grabbed a fallen blood-refining calendar bird in midair. Under the immense force, the blood-curdling calendar bird, which was unable to move, was directly twisted off by Medusa. It was directly killed in seconds. Overlord Might, 1010. Ding, your slave, Medusa has reached the requirements to advance to Overlord level. Please ask if she will advance immediately? Attention, it will take 10 minutes for the Overlord to advance, and during that time, it will be in a state of mind severance. Note, Overlord advancement requires 10 minutes. Severed? Is that the state of passing out? Yi Yang swept a glance at the remaining 15 or 16 blood-refining nightbirds in the sky and lightly grunted. Since Medusa had reached the Overlord level advancement conditions, there was no point in keeping these trash. Inferno Dragon Pure World. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly opened this skill. Suddenly, around Yi Yang's body, 4 huge inferno dragons that were 100 meters long appeared around him, constantly circling around. The goal was nothing else. Kill those blood-refining night birds for me. Nowadays, Yi Yang already had more than 60,000 blood, and after the 180 blood bonus of the Inferno Dragon Pure World, each of these 4 Inferno Dragons had this broken 120,000 blood. Even compared to that blood-refining berserker just now, the blood quantity of these inflammation dragons was slightly better. Roar! Dragging their long tail flames, the 400 meters huge inflammation dragons, under Yi Yang's will, killed the dozen or so delicate blood alchemy fierce birds. Newt! Yen dragons were also dragons. Under the huge pressure of the dragons, those blood-refiningly birds seemed to have sensed their terror and flew towards the sky crazily in fear. 166-8960. Then speed? Could they match Yi Yang's absolute willpower? The first blood-refining night bird that touched the Inferno Dragons was directly killed in seconds the moment it touched it. Millions of damage burst out. The small birds with only a few tens of thousands of blood were no match for the Inferno Dragons. Master! Seeing Yi Yang suddenly strike, Medusa, who had been tensing a string in her head, suddenly relaxed. The battle with the blood-refining night bird was definitely not an easy one. At least, she even felt that it was even more terrifying than the battle with Yi Yang back then. After all, how could the fear brought about by a momentary bombardment not compare to this feeling of death oppression that was always present? In her heart, she might have long understood. If she was in this place and couldn't make it through the hegemony level advancement path on her own, she would be left to fend for herself in this Vulcan cave and wouldn't be able to wait for Yi Yang's support at all. Now, advance! The 4 Inferno Dragons came out in unison, and after Yi Yang targeted the dozen or so stern birds, he didn't care about anything else. Quietly walking to Medusa's side, he looked at the huge Medusa as if he was looking at one of his little sister. Follow the master's will. Yi Yang gave the word. Medusa had no reason to disobey. Slave, Medusa, now proceeding to Overlord level advancement. Ding, you have chosen to advance your slave, Medusa, to Overlord level. After 1 minute, she will be automatically severed from her mind and enter the progression. Ding, advancement begins. Ding, Overlord level advancement, 13913. 157 successful advancement, a Demoness pet with exploding attributes. Ding, Overlord advancement, 78859399. Ding, Overlord advancement, 100. Ding, Overlord advancement, success. You can view the new attributes of the slave, or simply discard the slave. After the Overlord advancement was completed, Medusa slowly opened her eyes. View, Medusa. A player-exclusive view spell passed, and before Yi Yang's eyes, Medusa's brand new attributes appeared. Medusa, King of the Serpentine Banshees. Contract, Slave of Beacon. Rank, Hegemonic Domain Level. Imperial Might, 0-100. Level, 30. Attack Power, 158500. Defense Power, 127250. Life Value, 3820000. Skills, Domain Queen's Domain Pressure, Passive Seductive Voice, Passive Absolute Demon Face, Proficient Eyes of the Phantom Serpent, Proficient Seductive Tongue, Proficient Deadly Entanglement, Form Serpentine, Form Illusionary Colored Demon Snake. Description: she is the strongest being of the Snake Woman clan. Not only does she rule over the entire Serpentine clan, she also rules over the entire Desert Blight City realm. But, after Medusa was defeated by the Inhuman Beacon, she chose to become Beacon's slave. Queen's Domain Pressure: as an Overlord-class monster, you yourself cause a powerful, almost substantial pressure on ordinary monsters. And, as one of the world's most beautiful demonic creatures, you double your oppressive power over normal-level monsters of the opposite sex. A brand new attribute panel. After Yi Yang saw Medusa's exaggerated attributes, even he couldn't help but marvel. More than 3 million blood. This was almost 50 times that of Yi Yang. He only had more than 60,000 blood. This kind of terrifying attribute, if it wasn't Yi Yang, and she had a slave contract with absolutely seconds. Against such a terrifying Medusa, one would also have to fight to the best of their ability to seal her in the furnace purgatory before figuring out how to launch other attacks against her. There was also nearly 160,000 attacks and over 120,000 defenses. What kind of monster was this Nima? Let it be that Medusa was her own demoness pet, Yi Yang couldn't help but be surprised by the exaggerated attributes. Emperor Might. Yi Yang suddenly saw such a thing in Medusa's attribute bar. Previously in that position, it should have been hegemonic might. In other words, was the hegemonic domain level already the highest level of the hegemonic stage? After a slight thought, Yi Yang figured it out. However, even if it was the overlord domain grade, this attribute was still a bit too exaggerated, right? It was not an attribute that could make players look straight at it at all. What's more, with a warrior's body, what she possessed herself could be the spell skill Phantom Serpent's Eye. Even though Fatal Entanglement was a physical skill and Seductive Tongue was a semi-physical skill, it didn't affect the power of Eye of the Phantom Serpent. At the ordinary domain level alone, Medusa had the strength to cross over to the Overlord Elite level. Now that she had been promoted to Overlord domain level, her natural advantage had even multiplied her strength. In addition, there was this extra Overlord rank skill, Queen's Domain Pressure. The skill description of Domain Pressure was very clear. Once you step into Overlord, the biggest difference between you and an ordinary monster was your own Overlord might. The dominant power that was collected before, which was only used as a material for leveling up, was fused with itself, and then it caused substantial pressure on monsters that were a little bit more dominant. What Yi Yang was more interested in was the Queen's might. He didn't expect that after Medusa advanced to Overlord, she would actually still have doubled the amount of might against monsters of the opposite sex. Moreover, Yi Yang could feel that after Medusa had gained this skill, those ordinary Snake Lady warriors had felt it difficult to breathe. Even those snake women who stood by Medusa's side had fainted or were directly crushed to death. Terrifying killing power. Even Yi Yang started to envy this skill. The final Overlord level benefit was that Medusa had opened up her path to leveling up. But she was a monster. Not only could she gain her own experience by killing other monsters, but even by killing players. Leveling up could also bring her a not-so-small increase in attributes. After all, Medusa had said long ago that Overlord-level monsters were a kind of growable monsters, which was not only reflected in the rank, but also in the leveling up. And this was the source of all domain monsters' envy of Overlord monsters. Finally, as for Medusa's new ascension material, the Emperor's Might. In Yi Yang's current comprehension then, this must be a rank above the Overlord level. Only in the future, after encountering an Empyrean-level monster, could it perhaps open up the path to Medusa's Empyrean rank. However, by the time Medusa was elevated to the Empyrean rank, there was no doubt that she must also be at the Empyrean domain rank. With this clarified, Yi Yang was satisfied. The Overlord domain level demoness pet, coupled with Yi Yang's own strong strength, was enough to stand at the pinnacle of all players for some time to come. And this advancement also completely allowed Yi Yang to see a whole new monster class above the domain level boss. Overlord level. Emperor level. As for further up, Yi Yang didn't know yet, at least for these two orders of monsters now. He had only encountered the Overlord level Blood Refining Nightbird and Blood Refining Frenzy Warrior. Hegemony level has not even been cleared yet, why think so much? However, this also confirmed a thought of Yi Yang's. The official of world domination, that is, United International Corporation, couldn't even touch the entirety of this real world. The information they put out to the players was just the tip of the iceberg. Domain bosses were the strongest? Just kidding. Under the lowest ranked elite Blood Refining Nightbird of the hegemony, the strong domain boss Medusa was beaten like a dog. Not to mention, if she fought with the Blood Refining Berserker. Not to say killing in seconds, at least hanging Medusa would not be any problem. However, the situation now had changed drastically. Medusa had advanced to the Overlord domain level, and for those Blood Refining Berserkers with a mere 120,000 blood before, she would be able to clear the field with a single sweep of her tail. Not to mention those petite Blood Alchemy Nightbirds. The current her was probably too lazy to even look at them. Very well. It seems that you now have the capital to live in this place. Seeing such a raw attribute of Medusa, Yi Yang was relieved. Medusa had successfully advanced, not to mention the future, at least now, in the Fire God Cave of this ancient battle ruins, there should be no opponent. Next, naturally, it was the time to fight through the Fire God Cave and head to the next stage of the ancient war ruins. 158 frankincense. Thank you, Master. Medusa bent her soft body and bowed to Yi Yang. In fact, after being promoted to Overlord, the thing that had changed the most for Medusa was her body. In her serpentine form, she used to be only 4 or 5 meters tall, but now she had expanded to at least 11 or 12 meters tall. However, even though Medusa had now become incomparably powerful, becoming really strong to fight with Yi Yang. However, she still didn't dare and wouldn't go back to having any thoughts of resisting Yi Yang. Relying on Yi Yang, she had the chance to advance to the hegemony level and even managed to reach that rank. She could even touch the Emperor level, as well as the higher domain rank. If it wasn't for Yi Yang, she would still be the same domain boss that was condemned to the Desert Blight City. Nowadays, her strength was enough to crush thousands of those domain boss existences. She was truly convinced. Convinced. The moment she succeeded in promoting to Overlord, this absolute female demon also completely bowed to Yi Yang's feet. I'd rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. Because of the phoenix tail, there is still a chance to open up the eyes, and there is still a possibility to grow into the head of the phoenix. But a chicken head can only be a chicken head for life. This kind of thirsty eyes of yours is very good. Yi Yang saw in Medusa's eyes that desire to become stronger. It was that kind of look that made her able to follow her side with conviction. Next, we should break through this hot volcan cave. Sitting on Medusa's shoulder again, Yi Yang felt as if she was sitting much more comfortably after her body became bigger. It seemed that choosing Medusa to sit on her own mount, this was indeed a good choice. However, after this huge beautiful goblin's body became bigger, the biggest touch for Yi Yang was the visual impact. He felt that the peaks in front of Medusa Han alone could even allow him to use it as a trampoline. Ahem. In the end, these are still jokes. Of course Yi Yang will not be childish to really go to the top of the trampoline twice. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. With the remnants of the less than 10,000 number of serpent people, Yi Yang and Medusa continued to walk forward. However, in the fire god cave, there were many roads in all directions, and the gurgling hot currents were constantly spewing upwards, coupled with the countless pools of molten lava that were spread on the ground. It was even more so that the paths of the remnants of this fire god cave were twisted. Moreover, within the lava pools, dozens of blood-refining harsh birds and blood-refining berserkers would also spring out from time to time. However, after Medusa's current metamorphosis into the Overlord domain level, those harsh birds and berserkers were simply no match for Medusa. Well, although they were attacked by sneak attacks from time to time and lost hundreds of Snake Lady warriors, Yi Yang no longer cared. Having obtained Medusa, an Overlord domain level monster, he was already satisfied. As for those ordinary level snake people, if they could withstand the torture of the fire god's cave, it meant that they still had a chance to stay by Yi Yang's side. I'm sorry. Things will be chosen. Even Medusa, the queen of the snake people, didn't dare to slacken her strength when she was by Yi Yang's side, let alone them. On the other side, the war at the Three Forks of the Relics lasted for almost 2 hours, and apart from the dozen foreign players that were deliberately left behind by the Broken Army, the other 10,000 or so foreign elites were all decimated at the cost of less than 9,000 people from the Broken Army and the other Chinese grand guilds. It had to be said that this was a huge victory now. When the entrance to the ruins had been sneak attacked by the foreign elites, the Chinese guilds would have had to force a life for a life exchange with those foreign elites with at least 41, if not 51, people. To kill a few hundred foreign elites, guilds such as Sacred Monarch and Panlong even had to pay the price of 2,000 to 3,000 people. Now, the Chinese guilds and the foreign elites were face to face in a hard fight, and the number of people they lost was much less than them. Well, this also had to be said with the credit given to Beacon Great God before. After all, under Beacon Great God's powerful strikes, these foreign elites, in reality, were already at the end of their rope. Speak up, why are you sneaking up on our Huaxia guild? Broken Army said with an icy face as he grabbed Adolf's leather armor collar. Speaking of Adolf, this pussy's luck was really good. He survived under the wild rush of 5 heavenly flame impacts. Do you think he was lucky? But he still fell into the hands of the Broken Army in the end. Damn Chinese. Adolf spat, with contempt in his eyes. If it wasn't for that beacon, do you think that you Chinese can step on our German Will's head? Grass. Broken Army's tremendous strength instantly erupted, lifting Adolf directly head on the ground, ruthlessly smashed into a huge stone on the ground. 1024. Blast. Broken 1,000 damage popped up, and Adolf's head shell was smashed, followed by being teleported directly out of the ancient war ruins. Broken Army. You calm down. Saint Ruler Vice President Stranger's skin twitched as he walked over to Broken Army's side and comforted him. Huaxia wasn't as bad as they thought, it was just that they were too arrogant. Arrogant my ass. It was rare for Broken Army not to explode for once. Even the Lifebelt Green Dragon, who was not far away, was taken aback. Malarkey, people's foreigners are ing riding on our heads. You're ing telling me to calm down? Can I ing calm down? Have you forgotten what I ing do? In this situation, I have to beg with my face. Do you know how ing humiliating it is? You. Broken Army's hunched mouth was undulating with violent breathing. But the stranger didn't dare to speak, didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Lifebelt Green Dragon seemed to know some of Broken Army's background, but also just stood aside and watched from afar. Aside from White Rain Pavilion, who had already left early to follow in the footsteps of Beacon God, all the Grand Guild players who stayed here to participate in the war were silent. Even though they didn't know exactly what background Broken Army had, he was right. This time, he was really being ridden over his head. If it wasn't for Beacon Fire, I'm afraid that the entire China region wouldn't have been able to enter the ancient war ruins. For Broken Army, it was a small matter that the Huaxia region couldn't win the reward, but it was a big matter that he lost the face of Huaxia. And it's so big that it has no boundaries. From today onwards, if the Sacred Monarch Guild can't do more than level 20 in 2 days, and can't put together a perfect level of refining equipment, all of them will be kicked out. Broken Army glared and squeezed this sentence out from between his teeth. Broken Army. Damn you. Stranger's sword swallowed back the words that had just reached his mouth. The Sacred Monarch Guild could be said to have never kicked anyone, except for the Qingyan one by accident. But if one was kicked out of the Holy Monarch Guild by name by Broken Army, it could be said that it was the same as being kicked out of the Eastern Excalibur Special Forces. 159 Blast. Berserk Attack Beast Cavalry Legion. At the end of the Relic Vulcan Cave. Under Yi Yang's complete lack of action and only enjoying this joyous journey, the Serpent People finally arrived at the exit of the Fire God Cave at the cost of losing more than 7,000 numbers. This loss of 7,000 Serpent People was not made by the surprise attack of the blood-refining Nightbird and the blood-refining Berserkers. The vast majority of them were unable to keep up with the group, or were simply unable to keep up with Medusa's marching speed. After advancing into the Overlord domain, even though Medusa was deliberately lowering her speed, it was still completely beyond the ability of an ordinary level snakeman to keep up. Even the current Medusa was already almost able to equal Yi Yang's speed. Of course, this was under the state of not turning on the surprising wave through clouds. After realizing these problems, Yi Yang let Medusa not have to restrain anything. So much so that, after just a few tens of minutes of traveling, in addition to a dozen or so sub-level Snake Lord mothers, Bona and Kali, there were only less than 2,000 ordinary level snake people left behind Yi Yang. The entire Vulcan Cave was like a huge and incomparable cave. From the beginning, it took more than 2 hours to walk. When he reached the end exit, Yi Yang finally saw a bit of sunlight outside. Come when you want. Can you leave when you want to? Just as Yi Yang was about to step into the Fire God Cave's teleportation spell formation, he suddenly heard a vain murmur. Master, you please don't have to make a move. Medusa sensed some crisis, but this crisis was not a threat to her at the moment. It was also at this time that Yi Yang saw the pool of molten lava at the end exit, countless amounts of molten lava as if it was a fountain, condensing towards one place. No, it didn't seem like it was not just one place. Yi Yang saw that within the other lava pools, there were also countless lava starting to converge. It seemed that this time, it was a Legion-level battle. Fire God Cave Raging Beast Cavalry Commander. Rank, Overlord Commander Grade. Attack Power, 118,500. Defense, 107,250. Life Value, 252,0000. Skills, Absolute Death Formation, Lava Burst Blade, Top Flame Rampage, Top Strong, Beast Cavalry Aura Surge. Description: Commander of the Beast Riders of the Vulcan Cave, Barav was once one of the most elite warriors under TIAs. After falling in the War of the Eight Kings, he has been sealed in the Fire God's Cave, waiting for the resurrection of the demonized Lord TIAs. Beware of his deadly formation. Once you fall into it, one of you will have to die if you want to come out. Vulcan's Cave Raiding Beast Cavalry. Rank, Overlord Warrior. Attack Power, 88,500. Defense, 67,250. Life Value, 102,0000. Skills, Lava Burst Blade, Top Flame Rampage, High Strength. Description: The Beast Cavalry under Balrog's rule have strong attack power, and, fighting at Legion level, they have an extremely high killing power bonus. It is important to decapitate their leader, Baloth, as soon as possible. The War of the Eight Kings Rebellion? Without looking squarely at the hundreds of Beast Cavalry Legionnaires, Yi Yang just saw such a message in the monster description of the Beast Cavalry Commander Baloth. Fallen with the War of the Eight Kings Rebellion, once one of Tia's elite henchmen. The Rebellion of the Eight Kings. Yi Yang had only heard of such a war once in history, when the emperor was powerless and the vassals moved to fight for the throne, leading to chaos in the world. However, what was the matter with the rebellion of the Eight Kings within world domination? Or rather, Yi Yang was most interested in these Eight Kings. Who were they? After the War of the Eight Kings, were there any treasures left behind? Yi Yang was immortal after all, but anything that a great man from the ancient times left behind in the cracks of his fingers was a huge plus for mortals. Perhaps. It was also possible that this could be equipment that surpassed the ghost god level refining equipment also, or props. While he was pondering, Balrog had struck. Sitting on the body of a huge snake woman, all the snake women were treating him with respect. In his mind, Yi Yang was the leader of this group, right? Extreme Death Formation. Flame Frenzy Attack. There was no hesitation. The unspeaking Balav would only act like a war madman, slashing at anyone he saw. This was one of the reasons why he won Tia's trust. No more bibbing, just meet and do it. In the next moment, the instant Balav used his skill, a burst of fiery red spells suddenly exploded from underneath his feet. With a wild roar, Balav was covered in flames, killing towards Yi Yang and Medusa. Overlord Commander level. Although among the four major ranks of Overlord, Elite, Warrior, Commander, Domain, it was just a step away from Domain level. However, the attributes of Balrog and Medusa were worlds apart. The difference of nearly 40,000 offense and defense, and the difference of a million amount of blood, left him defenseless in front of Medusa. Despite the fact that he had an absolute death formation, he could lock a person's soul as the target of a deadly fight. However, Medusa, who was Yi Yang's slave, was actually bound to Yi Yang in terms of her soul. In other words, Balrog didn't expect to be 1 against 2. Eye of the Phantom Serpent. 2 channels of ghostly green essence light burst out, and with the addition of the Serpent Queen's form, the attack power of nearly 160,000 was directly doubled. 2 streams of essence light that directly dealt over 600,000 damage on Balrog's body. But that wasn't all. Fatal entanglement. When Balav was about to get close, Medusa's huge snake tail directly stabbed out. Lava burst blade. Swinging out his giant sword that was over 10 meters long, Balrog slashed directly towards Medusa's snake tail. Charming tongue. Rejuvenation technique. Before Medusa could use her own skills, Yi Yang directly put a temporary healing shield of up to 600,000 points on her. In the future, she was not allowed to use physical skills. Yi Yang, who was sitting on Medusa's shoulder, coldly swept a glance and did not say anything more. But Balav was confused. A knife slashed on top of the hard and unrivaled shield, and he only felt the surge of recoil, all of which made him feel his brain shake. This is cheating, right? This man was actually a Holy Spirit immortal technique? In Barav's long fighting career, he had naturally seen human Holy Spirit immortal arts. Even the King of Holy Spirit, one of the 8 kings of the past, was his mortal enemy, Lord Tia's. Goddess Helena, the King of Holy Spirit. Yi Yang naturally didn't know what Barav was thinking, he was just too lazy to do too much entanglement with this disgusting monster. Since Medusa was stressful to fight and there was no benefit to be had, it was time to take a break. It was stressful to fight a commander-level beast cavalry commander, and behind them, there were hundreds of warrior-level beast cavalry. However, Yi Yang naturally sensed that Balrog's hostility towards himself was far greater than Medusa. The absolute death formation, naturally, also locked his soul. If you want to kill me, you guys are still much too young. The staff gently waved. He coldly hummed. In the next moment, Yi Yang's eyes glazed over and he directly threw out his skill. Heavenly Fire Impact. 160 Explosion. 7,000 skill points gained. Whoosh. 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 As the 5 pillars of heavenly fire bombarded from different directions, Balrog's expression twisted in horror. Wasn't he a Holy Spirit immortal technique? Why would he know fire skills? Blazing refining yin and yang? Elemental mage? Countless possibilities flashed through Balav's mind. But everything was too late. When he was used as the main target to unleash Heavenly Flame Impact, no matter how strong his blood was, it would not be enough to withstand the strong killing power of Heavenly Flame Impact. 584347, 694347, 694387. 582438, 693246. Damage as high as several 100,000 popped up frequently. Even though Balrog had this strong top-tier strength and was immune to nearly half of Yi Yang's damage, it wasn't enough for him to salvage his life. Ding, you have killed the Guardian of the Ruins Vulcan Cave, Overlord Commander Great Raging Beast Cavalry Commander Balav, gaining 500,000 experience, 100,000 gold coins, skill points x50, and skill fusion scroll x1. Ding, you have killed the Overlord Warrior Class Raging Beast Cavalry, gaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 gold coins, and skill points x20. Ding. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Yi Yang smiled in relief. Worthy of being an Overlord-level monster, one of them had such a generous amount of experience. The hundreds of beast cavalry that he blasted at once had brought Yi Yang more than 23 million experience, and more than 2 million gold coins, making his vault, once again, rich. Together with the previous successive blood-refining nightbirds, and blood-refining frenzied warriors, Yi Yang had now gained more than 25 million experience. Name, Beacon. Level, 26. Status. Taking a look at his level, the vast majority of the experience was provided by the Beast Cavalry Legion this time, over 20 million experience, directly pulling his level from level 23 to level 26. A player who arrived at the level 30 realm would be able to undergo a second ultimate advancement. Only after completing the ultimate advancement would the player be able to leave the level 3 city and go to a higher realm. It had to be said that this kind of upgrade was really fast. Moreover, what made Yi Yang even more delighted was not the experience, but the skill points. Previously, because he was too much looking forward to Medusa's hegemony level advancement, it made Yi Yang even ignore the generous skill points rewarded for monsters above the hegemony level. A single commander grade Balrog provided Yi Yang with a full 50 points, but it wasn't the big head. Although a single beast cavalry was not as rewarding as a Balrog, it was important to know that there were legions of beast cavalry, a full 230 of them. With this, it provided Yi Yang with 4,650 skill points. Together with the previous elite grade blood refining Nightbird, Yi Yang's skill points had now surpassed a huge 6,000 points. With such a huge amount of skill points, even if Yi Yang couldn't touch any other monsters in the ancient war ruins, such a huge amount of skill points would be enough to fully level his 3 main combat skills. However, he wouldn't be so wasteful for the time being. After all, he had only just leveled up to 30, and there would be a lot more times in the future when he would need skill points. Moreover, as the strongest guardian god of the Vulcan cave, Barav had also given Yi Yang a skill fusion scroll after defeating him. Although it was only one, it was enough to surprise Yi Yang. This also meant that when he reached the level 30 domain, he could use this one fusion scroll to fuse the 3 major fused versions of his skills again, pulling the combined strength of these skills up again. Thinking of this, Yi Yang finally had the motivation to drive forward in his heart. Even though he didn't know what the ultimate great treasure in the ancient battle ruins was, at least the current harvest was enough to satisfy him. Massive amounts of experience. Abundant skill points. There was also a skill fusion scroll. Although Yi Yang didn't know whether these things were bound to drop or had a chance of dropping, with the absolute chance talent, he didn't need to worry about this at all. As for the other players, after they encountered an overlord-level monster like Balrog, it was already a blessing that they were able to escape from his hands, let alone scavenge anything from his body. As for Medusa's harvest this time, although she couldn't gain the Emperor's might by killing a hegemony-ranked monster, it didn't mean that she gained nothing from this battle. As Yi Yang's slave, at another level, she was even Yi Yang's pet. When a pet kills a monster, the master will receive a base reward of experience gold coins. When the master killed monsters, she, as a pet, would naturally receive this base reward as well. Unfortunately, she wasn't in the pure player camp, so her skills couldn't be upgraded, much less fused. So even if she obtained skill points and skill fusion scrolls, they were of little use. However, after advancing from the domain level to the overlord level, every time Medusa upgraded, she could potentially raise her skill level. A low-level skill might advance to an intermediate level skill. Intermediate level skills might advance into high-level skills. However, every time she upgraded, she only had the chance to advance one skill level, and there was a high chance of failing to advance. Even, she had the skill to gain a new skill after each upgrade. In pure gaming terms, this was pet gnosis. Of course, monsters could also choose to become enlightened on their own, except that if they were pets, the success rate of enlightenment was related to the owner. If it was the monster's own enlightenment, it was related to the monster itself. These, too, were things that Yi Yang had only discovered after seeing Medusa's level up this time. Medusa, King of the Serpentine Banshees. Contract, Slave of Beacon. Rank, Hegemonic Domain Level. Imperial Might, 0-100. Level, 3217. Comprehension, 2. Attack Power. Comprehend, when your slave, pet, mount, and other dependents are upgraded, it will gain a chance to comprehend a skill. Comprehending a skill can be chosen as a skill level upgrade, or you can comprehend a new skill. The success rate of comprehension is controlled by the owner's willpower. Just like Yi Yang, after gaining tens of millions of experience, Medusa also raised 2 levels and gained 2 times to comprehend. However, it was only after Yi Yang saw this precious comprehension function that he suddenly remembered a relatively important thing. Medusa. Yi Yang turned his head and looked at her bewitching eyes and asked, "If you comprehend skills, isn't it also possible to comprehend morphing skills?" 161 Medusa, Incarnate Human Form. Morph Skill. There was no doubt that before meeting Medusa, Yi Yang had never come across any demon that could take human form. But Medusa could. Now that she possessed her current snake human form, as well as the phantom-colored demon snake form which had even stronger combat capabilities. But for combat, Yi Yang would not be able to use her very much. At least in a battle of this level like Barav's, it was not enough to use her to fight. Moreover, from the very beginning, Yi Yang did not intend to let Medusa take part in the battle, but just accept it as a female demon pet. Who would have thought that Medusa's desire to become stronger was so strong, and her current strength was really not bad anymore? But then again, ever since taking Medusa into his pocket, Yi Yang had been expecting her to transform into a pure human form. The absolute female goblin taking human form. He couldn't even imagine what Medusa's human form would become. It was like a fruit tree sapling that he had cultivated with his own hands, and now it was finally going to bear fruit. Hearing her master's words, Medusa gave a soft smile. How could she have forgotten about this matter? She had also told Yi Yang back then that she could take on a human form after advancing to the overlord level, and it was precisely because of the function of comprehension. Now it was natural to redeem her promise as well. Moreover, as a monster, no matter which monster it would aspire to be able to take human form. Humans. Since ancient times, he was the creature with the greatest potential to be developed among all living things. He could be the weakest ordinary human, a powerful human of the legendary rank, or he could ascend to become a god-level existence. In the legends of ancient myths, the vast majority of gods appeared in human form. This was the best proof. Therefore, when monsters advanced into the overlord rank, whenever possible, they would choose to advance into human form in an attempt to make their physical potential a bit greater. However, although she now had 2 chances to comprehend, comprehension wasn't 100% successful either. Because of this, even though those overlord-class monsters had their level born to a very high level, there were only a few skills on their bodies. Morphing skills, to be honest, were not really of much use. But if it was Yi Yang who demanded that despite having to comprehend 100 times, she would choose to give up everything and go for a human form skill. Master. Although Medusa will not defy your will, but comprehending skills. You're trying to say that it's impossible to comprehend a skill and succeed 100 times, aren't you? Yi Yang sensed Medusa's small mind. However, he wouldn't worry about such a thing. Odds? In front of him, the so-called chance was just absolute success. With a slight smile, Yi Yang said without any worries, "Don't worry, as long as I am here, you don't need to worry about anything." There is no need to worry about anything. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Medusa's heart puffed a few times. Even though she had turned into a monster with strong strength, she couldn't escape the fact that she was a female. Hearing such words from her master, even Medusa couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Since her master had already decided, then Medusa had no other doubts. As Yi Yang's pet, she had long been ready to dedicate all of herself to Yi Yang. Very well. Seeing Medusa's obedient expression, Yi Yang nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he moved his mind. Slave Medusa, start comprehending the skill. Ding, you have chosen to comprehend the skills of Slave Medusa. Please choose the category of the comprehended skill. Choice 1, active skill. Choice 2, passive skills. Choice 3, morphing skills. 3 major categories of skill options appeared in front of Yi Yang. Choice 3, morphological skills. Without hesitation, Yi Yang directly chose the morphology skill. Ding, you have chosen the morphology skill for your slave Medusa. Ding, morphology skill is being comprehended. Morphology skill comprehension, 133568599. Morph skill, 100. Ding, morph skill realization is successful. Ding, morph skill realization is successful. Ding, your slave, Medusa, has realized a new morph skill, human morph. Ding, your slave, Medusa, has realized a new morph skill, human morph. Human form, after learning this skill, you can transform into a human completely on your own. In human state, your attack power increases by 50, and your defense power increases by 50. Human form has a 10-day cooldown, and you can also force it during the cooldown period, but if you force it, your body will be permanently weakened by 10 of your full attributes. After a series of system prompts, Yi Yang saw that Medusa had finally managed to comprehend the skill. Medusa in human form. Finally waiting for you. Despite seeing the mandatory requirements for the transformation skill, Yi Yang didn't care. The usual Medusa, naturally, still had to act as her mount. However, in her spare time, ahem, she was still her own mount. Also, while Yi Yang was thinking, Yi Yang saw that after Medusa gained the human form skill, she also started to passively take on a human form for the first time. All over her body, phantom colorful and bewitching light bloomed. Like dots of starlight in the night sky, it completely surrounded and covered Medusa's body. Not long after, the volume surrounded by the enchanting light began to get smaller. Yi Yang was able to clearly feel that the body of Medusa in front of him was also shrinking extremely along with the body surrounded by the demonic enchanting radiance. Soon, the light dispersed. What remained in that original position was a girl who was crouching on the ground, closing her eyes and curling her body together. A few seconds later, her body was as white as jade, and her exposed skin was slowly wrapped in a thin layer of phantom-colored gauze. The clothes and armor made from the snake scales of the illusory-colored demon snake. Like a fairy, like a demon. The moment Medusa slowly opened her eyes, heaven and earth darkened. 162 The final stage of the demon sealing land. Yi Yang couldn't describe Medusa's appearance at this moment in words. The huddled-up appearance made people unable to resist rising up in pity and conquest just by taking a single look at it. Under the phantom-colored gauze, the addictive jade-like skin was just presented in front of him. Around her, countless demonic dots of starlight surrounded her body. Not much time passed. Medusa, who had completely completed her human transformation, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Eyelashes that flickered with shimmering light. Eyes as clear and translucent as jewels. Like a fairy or a demon. Just curling up there so quietly could make one's blood run cold. Master. Gently tiptoeing on her dewy toes, Medusa seemed to have the ability to levitate. She could only detach herself from the ground by a mere few centimeters. Gently floating to Yi Yang's side, Medusa opened her mouth and softly said, "Medusa has completed her human transformation. Are you still satisfied?" Satisfied. Yi Yang nodded. If the Medusa in the state of a serpentine was an absolute demoness, the moment she transformed into an adult, it could be said that she had turned into a fairy who had detached herself from her mortal body. And it was such a woman who was now indeed her own slave. The human form of a phantom-colored snake demon. Medusa, truly deserving of her name. There was still one more chance to comprehend the skill. Yi Yang didn't want to waste it. Since he had it, it would be best to let her use it as soon as possible. In the human state, her attributes can only increase by 50. Within the 3 major forms, the current human form is also the weakest increase. The remaining opportunity to comprehend skills, Yi Yang chose to advance his human form skills. After all, she now had a spell skill, with 2 physical skills, and she was already fully equipped as far as active attack skills were concerned. By simply strengthening her passive increase skills, Medusa would become even more powerful. Slave Medusa, begin advanced skill, human form. Ding, you have selected the advancement skill for your slave Medusa. Ding, human form is being advanced. Morphing skill comprehension, 133568599. Morphing skill comprehension, 100. Ding, human form skill advanced successfully. Human form, after learning this skill, you can completely and autonomously morph into a human, and in the human state, your attack power increases by 120 and your defense power increases by 120. Morphing has 10 days of cold attack and defense, which went from 50 to 120. Although it was still not as good as the snake human form, as long as she was under Yi Yang's leadership, her human form, naturally, would exceed all the increases of her 3 major forms. However, in a place like this, it was still more suitable for her to transform into her snake human form. After all, not only was the snake human form a high increase, but she had also long gotten used to this form to fight. Not to mention that Yi Yang still needed to use her as his mount. After obtaining the human morph, the first time she morphs, there is no cooldown because she was forced to morph. But after this active morphing, there was going to be a 10-day cooldown period. It was only 10 days. Yi Yang still didn't care. Transform into your snake man form, it will also be easier for you to fight. Okay, master. Medusa nodded. The illusory shimmering light once again encompassed her body, and in a very short period of time, she returned to her old serpentine form. Phew! Yi Yang let out a long breath. The Medusa in human form, it was better to wait for an opportunity before enjoying it. As for now, it was better to hurry up and fight through the ancient war ruins. After defeating Bara, the beast cavalry was without a commander, and even though there would still be beast cavalry in the future, in front of Yi Yang who had defeated the commander, those beast cavalry naturally did not dare to be arrogant in front of him. Glancing at the end teleportation spell formation of the fire god cave, Yi Yang no longer hesitated and stepped out with 1 foot. The scene in front of him changed with a bang. After breaking away from the fire god cave, around Yi Yang's body, the originally scorching temperature dropped rapidly. The huge temperature difference made him even feel like he, again, had fallen into an ice cave. He didn't know how long had passed. When Yi Yang opened his eyes again, he finally saw his surroundings. In the darkness, there was a hint of clear sky. Large swathes of dead trees had only dry branches left. Everywhere, there were ghastly white bones and broken swords stuck in the ground, moreover, giving this place, for once, an aura of death. The vulture with a sharp and vicious gaze was erected here, seemingly waiting for its prey. However, seemingly sensing the horrible killing aura on Yi Yang, the vulture flapped its own wings and flew away directly. Terror! It was filled with the aura of death and remnants from the ancient war. This aura was even 1,000 times stronger than the entrance of the relic. However, it was also at this time that Yi Yang finally saw the information about this place. Ruins sealed Demon Land. Domain level 1. Domain description: the location of the war of the ancient rebellion of the 8 kings. After the former Blast King Tia's degenerated into a demon, his ambitions gradually expanded and led the billions of legions under his command, launching an attack on the peaceful continent of Anriel. Cloud Island. Helena, the king of the Holy Spirit, who had learned the news, led the other 6 kings to choose to cut off their loyalty to Tia's, and waged an unprecedented war of suppression against him on this island. The rebellion of the 8 kings was also caused by this. Thousands of years of war, Tia's was finally defeated, the soul of God was blown to powder by the goddess Helena, scattered all over the continent. Tens of thousands of years later, Crowder Island, also honored by the world as the 8 kings of the rebellion of the seal of the Devil's Land. But rumor has it that even after 10,000 years of sealing the Devil's Land, there are people who can vaguely hear Tia's unwilling roar here. Ancient war relics. The land of sealed demons. Yi Yang frowned slightly. There was not a single living person in this place at all. As far as the eye could see. All of them were dead trees, and bones stuck in the ground, ghastly white. However, after carefully reading the description of the demon sealing land, Yi Yang seemed to understand. It seemed that this place might be the final stage of the ancient war relic. 163 The strong live and the weak die. The final stage. Even if Yi Yang used his toes to think about it, he knew that the final stage was the place where he would obtain the personal final reward of the ancient battle ruins. Divine equipment? Skills? Props? Skyrocketing attribute bonuses? For the final rewards of the ancient war ruins, Yi Yang had had many kinds of thoughts. Because, in the end, these were direct increases to his own strength. But as the first world-class unique copy, Yi Yang always felt that it should not use this vulgar method as its reward. In the case of strong equipment skills, there would be a time when they would be eliminated. The skyrocketing attributes could be superior for a moment, but it could not be superior for a lifetime. However, all of this, in the end, had to wait until one had cleared this copy. At the very least, after clearing the copy, one would have a personal guaranteed reward, as well as a continent-level equalization reward. These were all visible and tangible. Right now, those who followed Yi Yang were only left with less than 1,000 snake people. 5 or 6 snake people submasters. There was also the seriously injured Carrie, and Bona who was comforting her by Carrie's side. It doesn't matter, as long as our master is there, it will all pass. Holding Carly's arm, Bona could feel that at that time, bursting in and fighting those warrior-class beast cavalry, even though there was only one violent collision, the strong and unrivaled impact still caused Carly's internal organs to be severely impacted, resulting in her needing Puna's assistance to walk now. Even though Carly was very strong, the rank and strength gap was hardwired and could not be reversed. However, if Carly didn't resist that blow at that time, at least a few dozen normal rank serpents behind her were going to be slaughtered by that one beast cavalryman. It was also Carrie's this time of standing up to the remaining snake people that waited until it was time for the Beacon Master's strike. As for Medusa, she was still being used as a mount by Yi Yang. Lying on her back, Yi Yang could feel his restless heart become calm. This was the wonderful use of a beautiful woman. However, Yi Yang also naturally noticed Carrie's coming forward, but was not very complimentary of her doing so. The strong live and the weak die. Before one could not change this status quo, one could only be changed by this status quo. Not to mention those snake people who were only of ordinary level, any Yi Yang was also like that. The land of sealed demons, in the end, was the final stage, filled with a strong ancient aura that was not at all something an ordinary person could withstand. Normally lying on Medusa's back, Yi Yang was obviously able to settle down a lot. But now, instead, he could feel at any time that a strong aura was coming from all directions. However, as Yi Yang was about to make his way up, he suddenly felt an unexplained killing aura. The wind of the flowing blade. A voice came out. In the air, a boundless killing aura instantly sprang out. Anyone as strong as Yi Yang's perception, surprisingly, could not feel where exactly this killing aura came from. Either, it was an extremely fast presence. Either that, or the enemy had a spell casting distance that was beyond Yi Yang's range of perception. However, whichever it was, this enemy was not a good one to deal with. Heavenly Rainfall. There was no hesitation. Yi Yang directly released a healing skill. Because, no matter where this killing aura came from, as long as he put on this shield first, with the oppressive force coming from the edge of the shield, he would have a way to determine the direction of the attack. Moreover, he himself only had 60,000 to 70,000 blood. Compared to these monsters, he was in the end a brittle batch. Snap. Ka-ching. Almost at the same time that the healing shield was formed, the aquamarine-colored light screen, as if it had taken tens of thousands of blows, ruptured with a bang. Yi Yang frowned. If the situation was like this, then there was really no way to tell the direction of the attackers. It seemed that this was a very interesting battle. The corner of his mouth lifted. Yi Yang seemed to feel a long-lost battle spirit. Master. Medusa also realized the crisis. Subconsciously, she surrounded Yi Yang in the middle of her snake tail, intending to be his human shield. However, Yi Yang stepped out blandly. There was no other reason. If he couldn't even protect himself, then Medusa would naturally die in this place as well. Moreover, even though he couldn't distinguish the direction of the attacker just now, he could feel the target of those countless attacks. It was officially himself. The countless wind blades were almost all blocked by the shields on Medusa's body and his own. If he hadn't temporarily applied a rejuvenation technique, he was afraid that he would have died on it with this wave of attacks. But since he was prepared, the sneak attack naturally had no effect. Surprising wave through clouds. Tearing wind. Phew. Whew. It was also at this time, from behind Yi Yang's slant, a fierce wind once again blew up. The wind contained thousands of hidden wind blades, and the speed was so fast that the average person would not be able to react at all. However, under the huge increase of surprising wave through cloud, Yi Yang, a mage, had long since not been able to be judged as an ordinary mage. Slanting back. Southwest wind. Distance 270 meters. Swish. 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 Several flashes of the figure. With his own fast to extreme speed and the extraordinary perception of a mage, Yi Yang almost dodged this wind blade within the distance within the limit. Because, when he was able to feel the killing aura hidden in the wind, it meant that he already had the ability to dodge it. Boom! It was also at that instant when he dodged, the ground in front of Yi Yang was hit on the spot by that wind blade hidden in the wind, and the ground in the woods were instantly torn open with countless terrifying cracks. However, even after seeing such a terrible scene, Yi Yang did not panic. Calmness was the innate character of a mage. In the face of danger, he did not panic and sought opportunities to start counterattacking. Just as he would never just sit there and passively take a beating. Almost at the moment of dodging, Yi Yang directly turned around and opened the Yen Dragon Pure World. After fusing Flame Shock, Yen Dragon Pure World was the only skill that didn't need to lock onto a target. Subsequently, Yi Yang used his willpower to order the 400-meter huge inflammation dragons to attack directly and violently in that direction. Boom! 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 The raging attack power of the Inferno Dragons caused thousands of meters of that area to be blasted into a huge sinkhole. Anyone who was suddenly hit like that would not be able to react. And because of that, Yi Yang finally discovered the full picture of that attacker. Fallen Prince Kedar. Rank, Overlord Realm level. Rank, Attack Power, 234000. Defense, 80,640. Life Value, 124,0000. Skills, Domain Wind of Flowing Blade, Domain Wind of Tearing, Wind Scroll, Wind Domain. Description: Kedar was originally a prince who ruled over this island, a country called the Country of Byros. When the War of the Eight Kings began, the country of Byros was also destroyed by the aftermath of the war. But the prince, who had a strong desire to survive, survived and absorbed the breath of an ancient power hidden in the demon seal, forging his own domain of wind. But Kedar hates all who board this island and wants to raise his own country again, on this island of Claude. Windswept increases one's speed by 500 for 60 seconds. Field of Wind increases one's speed by 200 within a range of 10,000 meters when the skill is turned on. 164 Speed and Perception, 1 move. Blast Kedar. When Kedar's attributes were laid out in front of Yi Yang, whoever it was would be envious. Especially those two skills that could make speed skyrocket. This kind of skill, no matter who it was set on, would make his speed skyrocket to an extreme. Fallen Prince, Kedar. Yi Yang gradually got serious. If Kedar had just turned on those two skills, then his speed, Yi Yang could still accept it. If where there is wind, there is me. Everyone who boards this island deserves to die. Windswept. While Yi Yang was observing him, Kedar also woke up. Perhaps it was because Kedar had just dodged the Inferno Dragon with his speed, and at this moment, there didn't seem to be any traces of injury on his body. The Inferno Dragon didn't have to lock onto its target, so naturally, it didn't have an absolute hit. By virtue of his speed, Kedar was fully capable of dodging that terrifying blow. However, it was also at this time that Kedar, who had snapped out of his senses, also turned his wind domain skill on. Yi Yang frowned. As expected, Kedar had not used all of his cards, or rather, for an ordinary enemy, he would not be able to use his real cards at all. Instantly pulling up his 500 speed. Even Yi Yang had to be careful now. Phew! Phew! A slight sound of wind flashed by. Also in this instant, Kedar's figure suddenly disappeared into the air. Fast. This was the ultimate in speed. In just a flash of time, Kedar was able to hide in the air with his speed. Also after his body disappeared, Kedar once again opened his skill Windswept Cloud. His speed had already reached a level that made it impossible for mages to lock onto their targets. The eyes were now useless. Yi Yang closed his eyes. At this moment, the only way to judge the direction of his attack coming was to rely on his powerful perception and then launch an attack on him in the moment of pause when he caught him releasing his skill. Whoosh! Just as Yi Yang opened his perception, suddenly from blew an oncoming wind. A tearing wind. That person had come again. Medusa's eyes widened, but there was no way for her to detect Kedar's position. After all, she wasn't a mage and didn't have extraordinary perception. However, Yi Yang did not focus on Medusa. Right now, if he couldn't do it calmly, he would be killed by Kedar in seconds in an instant. Kill in seconds, or be killed in seconds. This was a complete duel between speed and perception. Hold your breath. What Medusa couldn't do, Yi Yang could and must do. Since his eyes were useless, he perceived his position with his heart. Directly ahead. 20 north. Distance 320 meters. Target locked. Red flame explosion. In just an instant, while Kedar paused in releasing his skills, Yi Yang had already determined his position. Death. In the next moment, Yi Yang raised his own staff and directly targeted the skill, locking it on Kedar. Boom! The firelight exploded. 166-8960. An explosion of 1.6 million damage bubbled straight up. Kedar, who only had a little over 1 million life points, was instantly killed in seconds. No! My country! My princess! At the last moment, Kedar didn't even dare to think about believing in his own death. Directly ignited by a ball of flame, his soul power gradually drained away. On the verge of death. He even saw the rebirth of the country of Byros, and the princess he hadn't had the chance to marry yet. Puffing sound. After falling to the ground, Kedar's life ended here. Ding, you have killed the guardian of the ruins of the sealed demon lands, the overlord domain level fallen prince Kedar, gaining 2 million experience, 500,000 gold coins, skill points x200, and skill fusion scrolls x1. Listening to the system's prompts, the simple, yet uncomplicated battle finally came to an end. Despite not having the damage immunity of those meat shields or an overly tough body. However, Kedar's speed was so fast that it surprised Yi Yang. This kind of enemy, on the contrary, was much more difficult for Yi Yang than those meat shields. If it wasn't for himself, Kedar, with his own ability, was even able to directly hide with the air, releasing his skills once and blasting a piece of enemies. Although he didn't have a huge range like Yi Yang, his quick speed allowed him to output safely. The good thing was, he was only one person in the end. If he wanted to blast him, it was only necessary for Yi Yang to amplify his senses to the limit and sense his presence with all his might. However, this fight had also officially alerted Yi Yang. Large late-stage mages were not invincible. Flying Plume Ranger, the two major assassins of the advanced stage. Like this high-mobility profession, as long as he increased his speed to the limit, he would not be able to do a direct and simple rough lock on the target and then carry out a super wide range of spell bombardment. And the lesson times. However, by the time he reached the later stages, Yi Yang, as a mage, his perception, too, would surely be raised to a new level. As for Kedar's reward, an experience value of more than 2 million could not be considered too much for Yi Yang right now, as he needed more than 18 million experience if he wanted to rise from level 26 to 27. However, as a hegemony domain level monster at the same level as Medusa, the 200 skill points that Kedar had given Yi Yang were still quite generous. Moreover, there was also a skill fusion scroll, which was a surprise of sorts. But these were ultimately things he had to think about. Now, as the final stage of the ancient battle ruins, what Yi Yang had to do was still to continue forward and thoroughly fight through the ancient battle ruins. King. A subordinate serpent master mother suddenly walked towards Yi Yang. She didn't have the status of a Medusa, and she wasn't Yi Yang's direct slave, so she wasn't qualified to be called master. However, it didn't affect anything. She came over, just to provide Yi Yang with a useful piece of information. The snake people, over there, had discovered a place similar to a passageway. While saying that snake people's master mother pointed in the direction towards Yi Yang. Sure enough, over there in the direction she pointed, Yi Yang saw a dark purple misty mass. It looked like a kind of teleportation spell formation, and also looked like a cave or something like that. A passageway? Without thinking about the previous incompatibility between masters and high mobility professions, Yi Yang stared at the dark purple misty mass and muttered. Intuition told him that this could be the core of the demon sealing land. Let's go, and take a look. 165 Rebellion of the Eight Kings, Epic Hidden Quest Scroll. The Cold and Dark Tunnel. Yi Yang picked up his staff and ignited a ball of fire. This was the benefit of a mage. In a dark section, you can still use your own staff as a torch to scout the way. If there was no torch, yuck. If there was no mage, then one would really have to use one's strong perception to scout the way. It was also when he got close to that dark purple misty mass that Yi Yang realized that it was just a tunnel entrance. But his strong intuition told him that in the depths of the tunnel, or at the end of this tunnel, there was bound to be an unusual existence. Or maybe this was where the final reward was stored. All the way forward, Yi Yang and Medusa did not suffer any obstacles. Whoops. Whoa. After advancing for about half an hour, Yi Yang seemed to hear some sounds. It was like the sound of the tunnel being filled with wind, or the low roar of a monster. Could it be? Is there something in here? After pondering, Yi Yang accelerated his steps. Not long after, he seemed to see a hint of dark purple ethereal light in the extreme distance of the tunnel. Finally spotting a bit of light in this tunnel, Yi Yang shook his staff, extinguished the flame, and followed to get the ethereal light. It was just a corner. Yi Yang walked into a huge stone room from the narrow tunnel. It was at least hundreds of meters in diameter, and on the stone walls, there were even many pits. At first glance, it looked like the lair of many monsters. In the center of this huge stone room, there stood a huge stone pillar, and on top of the stone pillar, there was suddenly floating a thing that emitted a dark purple ghostly light and looked like a scroll. Needless to say, the dark purple light that Yi Yang had seen in the narrow tunnel earlier was the one emanating from this scroll. However, Yi Yang could not see the scroll's information. Since he was a player, he could see its specific information whenever it was a prop. But not this time. Scroll. Grade? Description, none. All Yi Yang could see was such a useless piece of information. There were only two possible reasons for this. Either this thing was a false image or it was sealed. However, when Yi Yang noticed the pits that looked like nests, there was no rush to reach out and touch that scroll. With the previous experience of the Chi King City spell formation, once these things were unsealed, its specific information would only be presented to Yi Yang. However, if those pits were really monster lairs, after Yi Yang stepped into this stone room, shouldn't they actively attack over? Holding such a doubt, Yi Yang waited a little while. 10 minutes passed. Not quite the same as what Yi Yang thought, those stone wall pits, as if they were dead, there was no reaction at all. Well. Yi Yang smiled to himself. It should be that I am too sensitive. In those so-called metaphysical novels, once there is some kind of treasure, it is inevitable to have some kind of guardian beast or something like that. But this time, I might have miscalculated. Stepping forward, Yi Yang reached out and prepared to take that scroll away. However, just at this time, a strange change occurred. ZZ. Just when Yi Yang was about to touch the scroll, countless dark purple electric awnings suddenly erupted out, repelling Yi Yang's hand. Also at this time, those pits on the stone wall reacted at the same time. Boom! Large chunks of stone fell down from above the stone wall. Yi Yang directly threw out a heavenly rainfall to protect himself and the snakes. Clang! Clang! Violent sounds rang out. Although the healing shield only lasted for 5 seconds, it had blocked most of the rocks for Yi Yang. Human breath. How dare you invade the domain of Lord Tia's remnant soul? Please, accept your death. Mixed voices rang out all around at the same time, and dozens of monster heads poked out from within the countless stone wall pits even after those stones stopped falling. Hideous and ghastly. It was as if the heads, those evil ghosts in hell whose heads had been decapitated, were still being forcibly hung on the walls. However, it was also because of this mutation that Yi Yang also saw the attributes of these hideous monsters. Sealed Demon Land TIA's remnant evil ghosts. Rank, Overlord Commander grade. Level? Life value, 258-2000. Attack power, 126000. Defense, 104,500. Skills, Evil Ghost Shock, Evil Ghost Bite, Nightmare Field, Fear Roar. Although the heads of the monsters poking out of the pits and the walls varied, they did have roughly similar attributes. Over 2.5 million life, 120,000 attack, and over 100,000 defense. Tia's remnant guardian evil ghost. There were a full 20 to 30 such monsters. But it seemed like there was no way for them to leave the pit. It was as if their bodies were sealed within this stone wall. If Yi Yang didn't touch that scroll, they would never wake up, but once someone violated this scroll, they would wake up in an instant. And Yi Yang didn't just see the attributes of these evil spirits. The moment they appeared, Yi Yang also saw the specific information of that scroll. In the end, it was something from the land of sealed demons, and it was stored in such a hidden place. No matter what it really was, it had a huge attraction to Yi Yang. 8 Kings Rebellion Story Scroll. Quality, Epic. Characteristics, Quest Scroll. Level, 1. Description: 55,000 years ago, the former Blast King Tias fell into the demon race, and after only less than 3,000 years, he turned into a huge demon. Slaughtering the previous demonized Lord of the Abyss, Yulia, and all of her armies, Tias created his own demonized realm. But being insufficiently ambitious, he had long been unsatisfied with staying in the abyssal demonized realm. 700 years after he fell into the demon clan and slaughtered Yulia, Tias leveled the entire abyssal demonized realm. 1,300 years later, Tias destroyed the supreme throne of the demon race. 2,000 years later, Tias, who was known as the most ferocious demonized lord in history, stepped into the continent of Anriel with 1 foot, intending to pull this entire world into the abyss. Helena, the queen of the Holy Spirit, who had learned of the news, brought the other 6 god kings, including the king of blazing refinement, to stop Tias. A war of the 8 Kings Rebellion, which had lasted for 1,000 years, had thus begun. Quest Scroll: after opening this scroll, you will trigger a unique level hidden quest. 166 Spirit of the Artifact, Synchronize Reality? Quest Scroll. In other words, as long as an individual has this scroll afterward, they will be able to obtain the hidden quest within it. A unique level hidden quest. So far, Yi Yang had only received it once. That is, the hidden quest that was activated in the novice village with the raging canine teeth. According to the stage, the rewards of that hidden quest could not be said to be less generous, only that time had changed, and for Yi Yang now, it was definitely nothing. Now, from the final stage of this ancient war ruins, Yi Yang once again triggered, now I should say that he had the opportunity to activate this unique hidden mission. Before that, he definitely had to solve this group of remnant evil spirits before he could completely obtain this scroll. However, just as Yi Yang was thinking, the group of evil spirits did not give Yi Yang any time to stay. Evil Ghost Impact. Roar. Fearful Roar. Wow. Evil Ghost Rip. Embedded within the pit of the stone wall, the heads of those evil ghosts, the moment they reached out, launched a frantic attack on Yi Yang. Boom boom. With his own extremely fast speed, Yi Yang easily dodged the attacks of those evil ghosts under the explosive increase of the shocking waves through the clouds. A bunch of living targets, trying to kill me is too whimsical. With a cold smile, after dodging those attacks, Yi Yang had nothing to worry about. With his staff in front of him, the 4 inferno dragons directly surfaced around Yi Yang's body. The 100-meter huge yin dragons appeared extremely narrow within this circular stone room that was only a few hundred meters in diameter. But it was such a narrow space that was the space where the inferno dragons could develop. Inferno Dragon Pure World. Roar. The roars of the dragons shook the stone room, and almost the entire stone room trembled because of these dragon roars. The 4 inferno dragons came out in unison. In the absence of a sudden stream of enemies, Yi Yang didn't need to keep any backhanders at all. He only needed to blast the evil ghost skeletons embedded within the stone cave quickly to achieve his goal. 166-8437, 166-5476, 166-1241, 166-4598. Millions of damage popped up. Under the terrifying killing power of the Inferno Dragon unleashed by Yi Yang, those evil ghosts did not have an ounce of resistance and were all instantly killed in seconds. Fight with me, huh? Laughing coldly, Yi Yang recalled the 4 Inferno Dragons, put away the Inferno Dragon Pure World skill, and headed towards the stone pillar where the scrolls were placed. 8 Kings Chaos Story Scroll. Quality, Epic. Characteristics. Can you open this scroll and get the hidden quest in it? With a hint of excitement, Yi Yang walked to the front of that scroll. Stretching out his right hand, he picked up that scroll that emitted this dark purple ghostly light. Ding, you have obtained the unique leveled epic hidden quest scroll of the Eight Kings Rebellion. Is it possible to take the quest within it? Just after touching the scroll, Yi Yang heard a system prompt. Accept the quest. Ding, you have accepted the epic quest. Search for the spirit of the artifacts left behind by the rebellion of the Eight Kings. Quest description: the war of the rebellion of the Eight Kings that lasted for 1,000 years, TIAs, who was a demonized lord, toughened up the 7 kings by himself, and eventually ended the battle with the same death. But after the war ended, the spirit of the ancient Eight Kings' own artifacts remained in the world. Rumor has it that as long as one of the Eight Kings' magical spirits is found, one can have the power to cross the world. However, each person can only have one of the magical spirits, and those who are greedy will eventually be destroyed by their own greed. Quest requirement: this quest will be officially opened when the player completes the second ultimate advancement and becomes an epic player. Quest Route 1, the spirit of the artifact of TIAs, King of the Blasted Wind. Quest Route 2, the spirit of the artifact of Gallows, King of Shield Armor. Mission Route 3, the spirit of the artifact of Bidar, King of Blazing Refinement. Quest Route 4, the artifact spirit of Helena, King of the Holy Spirit. Mission Route 5. Crossing worlds, taking the player's own abilities and synchronizing them with reality. The ability will be acquired after the player has the spirit of the artifact. There were 8 quest routes that Yi Yang was not able to open right now. The requirements of the quests were clearly written. Only after completing the player's ultimate epic's career advancement could he officially receive this quest. After all, if an average player was able to fight through this ancient war relic, they would at least need an epic or higher class level, right? God knows why there was Yi Yang, a bug level character, who had penetrated the entire ancient war ruins at level 27. All the monsters here were of the Overlord rank, which corresponded to the player's epic rank. However, Yi Yang now knew that there were monsters above the Overlord rank, and there was also the existence of the Emperor rank. If it corresponded to the monster rank, then the player shouldn't be at the epic rank either. Moreover, by obtaining the magical spirit, one could bring their strength, across realms, into reality. This was undoubtedly the most tempting existence for a player. At least for now. What Yi Yang was able to feel in the real world was only his spiritual power, and some enhancement of his physical constitution. Moreover, because of the lower power, he also clearly felt that his explosive power in reality had barely improved. But let it be so. Once one possessed the spirit of wonder. Dragging his full strength into reality, even if he was merely 6,150 power right now, it was still nearly 10 times the power of a normal person. It must be said that this kind of temptation, no matter who it is irresistible. Even Yi Yang wanted to get this kind of reward. Moreover, don't forget that he was the only dual profession player in the entire service. But in fact, what made Yi Yang feel the most was actually the little bit of information that the mission's 8 routes provided him with. OCD made a mistake. He had been speculating about the identity of these 8 kings after he had heard about the Holy Spirit King Helena before. Now, the 8 routes of this quest also made him completely understand. The 8 kings were figures who had already reached the ultimate realm of the 8 advanced professions. After all, each and every one of them had reached the pinnacle of their own domains, and they were enough to be called kings by the world. To say that they were not envious was impossible. Even though Yi Yang was now being called a king by the sublord mothers of the Snake People clan as well, it was not a concept at all. A title that could only be considered an extremely grudging one. They, on the other hand, stood at the top layer of the world, an existence that everyone looked up to. The king in their hearts. The ultimate field of the 8 advanced professions. It seems to be getting more and more interesting. 167 copy end, world shaking. Smiling blandly, Yi Yang wasn't thinking too much. Regardless of whether it was standing in the peak domain, or now a district name, if there was no absolute strength to suppress, then everything was just empty talk. The epic rank was just another beginning of his journey to world mastery. Further up, one naturally still needed to have a lot of road to travel. But then again, getting this scroll also meant that Yi Yang had gotten the final reward of the ancient battle ruins, and it also meant the end of this world-class replica. Because, after accepting this quest, Yi Yang also heard another system prompt. Ding! You have acquired the prop 8 Kings Rebellion story scroll, and obtained the final reward of the ancient battle ruins. Ding! You have cleared all the rewards of the ancient battle ruins, and have obtained the personal rewards of a 50% increase in all attributes, 10 million experience, and 2 million gold coins. Next, was the announcement within the zone. Because after Yi Yang had cleared the ancient battle ruins, as a player of the Unreal Continent Huaxia Zone, all players could obtain a continent-level reward. Service-wide system announcement. Ding! Beacon Fire has successfully obtained the final reward of the ancient war ruins. Having cleared all the stages of the ancient war ruins, each player in the Huaxia region will be rewarded with 100,000 experience, 10,000 gold coins, and 10 free attribute points. Ding! Beacon Fire has successfully obtained The region-wide system announcement, which had been played 3 times, before it was the turn of the final system announcement's main event. World System Announcement. Ding, Huaxia's own player, Beacon Flame, successfully cleared the world-class copy, Ancient War Ruins, obtained the final reward of Ancient War Ruins. The copy will be closed after 1 month. Within the rephase, all players will be able to enter freely. After death, you can re-enter the copy after a 1-hour cooldown period. Ding, Huaxia's own player, Beacon, successfully passed. What Yi Yang didn't expect was that in this world-class copy, he had already cleared it himself, and he could still keep it open for a month. But if he thought about it seriously, he was relieved. In the end, he had only gotten a final reward, and those cockamamie rewards were still too many to count. God knows what other rewards are hidden in this vast and boundless world-class copy. Can continue to maintain a month, is also to facilitate other players, continue to sweep the residual rewards. Can casually enter, can also casually go out. Not with the restriction of not being able to enter after being killed out of the replica. Because, a world-class copy that had lost its final reward was like an egg that had lost its yolk. The essence was gone, and this ancient war ruins had, in fact, become an empty shell. It was because of this that the announcement that had been swiped several times in a row had turned Yi Yang's final reward, which didn't say exactly what it was, into the main attraction for others. The 6 consecutive announcements of the entire region plus the world made the heat of the name Beacon. Not only was it plucked up again within the Huaxia region, it also appeared in the eyes of players all over the world at this moment. Beacon? He had now gotten through the ancient war ruins? The Beacon Fire Ox batch. The great god of Beacon suppresses everything. Bravo to my great China, thanks to Beacon God for letting me take so many rewards for nothing. Beacon God, you will always be my idol. 10,000 gold coins, it's so cool. Oh my god, Beacon? Is that horrible Chinese mage? He's now penetrated the entire world-class copy? So how many stages are there in the ancient war ruins? It's so horrible, I froze to death in the ice pool as soon as I entered. Is this a human copy? I've heard that there are 3 stages of the Xian ice pool, and there's some kind of overlord level Xian ice beast? Gosh, didn't they say that the highest level of monsters are domain bosses? What's going on here? The wind and thunder wall is even more fierce. One seems to be some kind of overlord elite level booming thunder mage, directly more than 300,000 blood, a skill down a large number of seconds. This is a damn. You guys didn't come to the Vulcan cave? I went. The fire god cave simply cannot pass. I just went in and was killed by 2 birds. You're that good? Our top Italian guild was chased by a blood-refining warrior called Millions of Blood, killing thousands of people with a single slash. We couldn't even run away, let alone fight. I suspect that this ancient war ruins is not a copy that can be cleared at this stage. Wait, listen to you guys, so this beacon, is the monster, all killed? Hiss. I just reacted. It's horrible, isn't it? Think about it, it's scary. The casual players all over the world began to talk after hearing the world announcement. At first, they were only discussing how strong the monster was. It was simply not a monster that could be defeated at this stage. However, when they suddenly reacted to the fact that this player called Beacon Flame had now pierced through the entire world-class copy, they all broke out into a cold sweat. So, this player called Beacon Flame had really killed all the monsters and gotten the final reward? This was too terrifying, wasn't it? Fighting 1,000,000 level blood monsters alone? How much damage did he do? I heard from my friends in Huaxia that this Beacon Fire, nicknamed OD, is a player with a great character, fighting over 30 people at level 6, and when he was in the teens, he killed through several of Huaxia's top guilds all by himself. One person? Killed through dozens of guilds? My god, dozens of guilds, hundreds of thousands of people? When he was in his teens, he took on hundreds of thousands of people by himself? That's horrible. That's just a player's bug, right? Who could be so powerful? Countless people were shocked after learning about Yi Yang's previous dark history. The Gathering of Sages battle. The Huaxia Guild Alliance battle. Even the 10-hour fight through the level 30 desert field was spread. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was only when those foreign players heard the news that they truly realized how terrifying Chinese players were. What Japanese players with a small group of 5 people dry-bombed an undead general. A small group of 20 players from the Middlesbian Empire who killed 3 desert giants. Weak, okay? The Chinese Beacon Fire, a single person into the level 30 desert field, 10 hours to penetrate the entire map. He even took a level 30 field boss as his pet. It simply overturned the foreign casual players' 3 views. God! This Nima is also too terrifying. 168 worship from all over the world. Inside the city of monoliths. A large number of Chinese players, almost all of them were killed by those monsters when they entered the 3 places, the Xian Ice Pool, the Fire God's Cave, and the Wind and Thunder Wall, and were killed out of their copies. Couldn't beat them, really couldn't. Up came the Overlord level monsters, and many of them couldn't even run away. Until now, they finally understood why this copy was open for a month. It was because they simply couldn't beat it now, so they had to give all the players a certain amount of space to develop. However, when they heard the service-wide system message, the expressions on their faces, all of a sudden, looked like they had stopped at that moment. Ding! Beacon has successfully obtained the final reward of the ancient war ruins and cleared the level. The system message brushed 3 times in succession. It constantly prompted the players in the Huaxia region that they had received a service-wide reward because of Beacon Fire. Beacon Fire, he cleared the level? Broken Army's face was filled with an unbelievable expression. Are you kidding me? The Vulcan cave moved millions of blood and hundreds of thousands of attack monsters. How did he pass? Could it be that he entered the Xian Ice Pool, or the Wind Thunder Wall? Could it be that the monsters in the other 2 maps were much more comfortable than the Fire God Cave? That wasn't right. Although the entire Holy Monarch Guild had entered the Fire God Cave, the Lifebelt Green Dragon had entered the Xian Ice Pool, while the White Rain Pavilion had entered the Wind Thunder Wall. This bit of a secret that wasn't considered a secret, he had known about it for a long time. There were Overlord-level monsters everywhere. Those were all existences that could easily slaughter their entire guild if a random one was released. You're saying that Beacon Fire was able to pass inside the ancient war ruins under such pressure? It's impossible, right? Worthy of being Beacon Fire, it was too strong. Hearing the system message, the Lifebelt Green Dragon laughed and didn't care much about anything. From the entrance of the Xian Ice Pool and meeting the Xian Ice Beast, he knew that the Pan-Dragon Guild would not be able to defeat such an exaggerated monster. However, even the Lifebelt Green Dragon, who had done his best to command the detachment from the Arcane Ice Pool, had been overwhelmed by the Overlord Warrior class Split Ice Shark. From within the ice pool, the Rift Ice Shark relied on its enormous size to clear the small half of their Pan-Dragon Guild out of the ancient battle ruins in just one charge. There was a disparity in battle power. This was not at all the concept of being able to fight, but rather the concept of being able to run. Unfortunately, they couldn't even run. The Split Ice Shark was really strong to the point of being perverted, and as soon as its huge size swooped down, the Lifebelt Green Dragon even felt that half of the sky could be covered. However, when he heard Yi Yang's clearance tip, in admiration, he also claimed those insignificant to rewards in passing. Then continued practicing. Panlong Guild was able to achieve almost equal strength with Holy Monarch Guild, and it was completely made by the leadership of Lifebelt Qinglong alone, who constantly brushed monsters and practiced leveling. The moment Bai Yuga entered the Wind and Thunder Wall, he saw countless wind and thunder spells descend from the sky. 5 Thunder Blasts, Running Thunder Spell. Swirling Wind Blade, Wind Shadow Kill. As the countless spell skills came down from the sky, this Purgatory-level difficulty copy also sent them back to the city for free once. Ever since they entered the ancient war ruins and heard the news of the sneak attack on the Huaxia region. With a national grudge and a personal grudge, Liver Emperor had slaughtered more than 20 foreign elites along the way with his own superb combat skills. Even a vice president of the Eagle Kingdom Guild died tragically under his sword. However, the gap between hard rank and strength still made him stop with the Vulcan Cave. As one of the legendary figures of casual players, Half-Sun Hatsumomo had also soloed into the Arcane Ice Pond. However, despite her strong speed and the lack of drag from her guild's numbers, she had seized a ray of life amongst the slow-moving monsters in the Arcane Ice Pool. However, under the Guardian God of Wrath's Ice Commander, a terrifying ice sky and snow was released, and even with her speed, she was blocked. Subsequently, one after another. Whether it was the players from the big guilds or the strong casual players, all of them were stopped at the Three-Forked Mouth. The Arcane Ice Pool, the Wind and Thunder Wall, and the Fire God Cave. There wasn't a single place that was weak by comparison. All of them were a ING strong batch, completely refreshing the 3 views in general. However, this trip to the world replica had at the very least opened up the players' eyes. An Overlord-level monster. A monster that was completely beyond their comprehension and was even stronger than a domain-level boss. After seeing the Overlord-level monsters, the vast majority of players didn't complain, but instead were even more motivated. In the hands of players, there was no impossibility. Even if it was a deity that existed in ancient mythology, given enough time, they could still kill you. It wasn't just the Overlord-level monster class. This time, it was still a player called Beacon that gave players the most insight. When the service-wide announcement was refreshed and Beacon appeared for the first time in the sights of players all over the world, all the players couldn't help but admire it. A level 20+ mage had suppressed Overlord-level monsters and killed through an entire world-class copy. Overlord-level monsters were really too strong. They hadn't even seen the stage after the 3 Forks yet. There was actually someone who had already killed through this copy? Shock. Anyway, the shock was over. However, what waves the casual players were disliking was actually nothing to the Guild of the National Mound. When the Ancient Battle Ruins tour was over, a piece of news was finally reported to the Chinese atrium level after the Broken Army couldn't hold back any longer. 169 world-suppressing existence. There was no sleep for a night. Li Jianmen and Bai Yuanping had a long talk all night. From the very opening of World Mastery, they talked about the targeting of Huaxia by all the countries in this world-class copy. Even Bai Yuanping vaguely remembered the peace declaration made by the heads of state standing in front of the United Nations flag an hour before the opening of the service. develop together and live in friendship. Chinese people are all nostalgic for the past. At least at Bai Yuanping's age, after sitting in Bai Yuanping's position, he couldn't just aim for his own momentary pleasure. In the end, under the inexorable circumstances, Bai Yuanping chose to endure for the time being, at least, not to go looking for trouble from the United Company and the United Nations Mound. Killing in the game, in the end, did not constitute a real injury to the person. So there was no such thing as a crime. Moreover, for a variety of reasons, Bai Yuanping's approach was unavoidable. However, he had endured this time, not really snowballing this matter completely. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. In this all-night conversation with Li Jianmen, Bai Yuanping at least saw hope. Because, in the information material that Li Jianmen came to report to Bai Yuanping, there was another player called Beacon. One person killed through the entire ancient war ruins. One person suppressed the International Alliance Guild. One person. Jianmen, when you were young, did you read metaphysical novels? Bai Yuanping asked while looking through Beacon's biographical information in the game. Of course I've read them. I preferred immortals like exorcism and other fairy tales, as well as old Mr. Jin Yong's martial arts. Li replied flatly. Laws through and through, dimensional invasion. This sentence, can you understand what it means? Bai Yuanping put down the information and said with a serious face. Law? Li Jianmen's throat suddenly felt like it was choked with something, looking at Bai Yuanping with an incredulous face. Not a single word could be uttered. This was basically the end of the conversation about the two great figures of the Chinese atrium. Although Bai Yuanping had proposed to draw Beacon in, Li Jianmen had refused. Li Chuan had once told him that this Beacon was an extreme casual player, even a faith-level character among those casuals. It was almost impossible for him to join a guild. It was equally likely that he wouldn't create a guild either. Therefore, the idea of having Beacon join the Sacred Monarch Guild ended here. Laws through and through, dimensional invasion. I don't know if it was the long talk all night, or if he was surprised by the words. Li Jianmen lay in his own bed, his eyes in a trance. How comical a sentence was this? It was like one of those unreal to fictional things. If it wasn't for Bai Yuanping telling himself, Li Jianmen wouldn't even know about this. But it was also the sentence that allowed Li Jianmen to understand the reason why Bai Yuanping was able to put up with such great humiliation. If this matter of dimensional invasion was true, when it came to this moment, he was afraid that with that one person called Beacon, he would be able to turn the entire world upside down, right? However, this was an international secret in the end, and even this news was only known to the heads of state of several large countries such as Huaxia. Therefore, Li Jianmen also had no intention of telling his son about this matter. So was this Uncle Bai's idea. Li Chuan, the president of the Holy Monarch Guild, Li Jianmen's son, sat on the sofa with an icy face and replied. Li Jianmen nodded. Yes. Uncle Bai told you that it's best not to be too aggressive, and if you can, try to pull in Beacon more. I've told you many times. Pulling Beacon in is simply an impossible task. Do you think I don't want to bring him into the Holy Monarch? I've invited him several times and he refused. What else do you want me to do? Li Chuan shook his head, indicating that it was simply an impossible thing to accomplish. Fine. However, we can't completely place the entire responsibility on Beacon alone. In short, I can only give you one word here. World domination is not a simple game. If you want Huaxia to not fall behind the others in the next 100 years, you have to give me 200% of your spirit and go and develop your Sacred Monarch Guild for me. Huaxia will give you all the support you need, and even if I have to fight for my life, I'll ask your Uncle Bai to authorize all the things you need. Got it? Yes, I know. Li Chuan suddenly frowned. He even felt that his old man, today, was suddenly a little too excited. Even more excited than himself. However, he did not ask anything more. Li Jianmen had a special status, and Li Chuan also knew that if he wanted to get some words out of his mouth, it would be almost impossible. Game world. Coordinates, the city of monoliths. After exiting the ancient war ruins, Yi Yang looked at his quest list. Apart from a hidden quest for the spirit of the artifact that couldn't be opened, no other quests existed at all, and there wasn't any advanced quests to advance to the epic. Could it be that this epic advancement quest would only appear after level 30? He vaguely remembered that the requirements of the quest seemed to be that after level 30, one could complete the epic advancement quest before receiving that soul hidden quest. Echoing before, after he had risen to level 10 and entered the city of monoliths, the first advancement transfer quest had appeared. Thinking about this, Yi Yang had finalized his thoughts. Upgrade. The current him, after clearing the remnants of Tia's evil ghosts that he had killed once inside the sealed demon tunnel, had already raised his level to 27. However, after glancing at the 22 million experience required to upgrade, he couldn't help but feel another pain in his liver. Ordinary monsters only had a few thousand experience value each, which meant that without the rich rewards of the quest, he would have to kill tens of thousands of monsters before he could be born at level 1. Yet this was only one level. It seemed that it was indeed time to upgrade. With a faint smile, Yi Yang wasn't thinking much about it. Being in the game, he naturally didn't know that the current Huaxia was out of deep water. He only knew that the strong were honored. After learning this information, that after getting the spirit of artifact, he could synchronize with reality, he knew that this game was not a simple game. It could be said that after several great heads of state, Yi Yang was the first to know this information. Those who were strong were honored. As long as one's strength became strong enough, he could then manage to suppress everything and get everything. As in the road of conquest that started from the gathering of virtues, whether it was the Guild Alliance or the International Guild Alliance, Yi Yang had relied on his powerful strength to suppress everyone. It was like this now. It will be even more so in the future. 170 Kill A, Epic Advancement Path. Ding, you have killed the Overlord Elite Level Blood Refining Nightbird, gaining 65,000 experience, 5,000 gold coins, and skill points x12. Ding, you have slain the Overlord Elite Level Bloodthirsty Bird, gaining 65,000 experience, 5,000 gold coins, and x12 skill points. Ding, you have slain the Overlord Warrior Class Blood Refining Berserker, gaining 90,000 experience, 8,000 gold coins, and skill points x20. Ding, you have killed. Ding, you have leveled up, current level 30. Finally, it's at level 30 yet. After seeing his level, Yi Yang was slightly pleased. Subconsciously, he opened his quest panel, wanting to see if any epic level advancement quests appeared in it. Quest, Epic Advancement Path. Quest status, not accepted. In just less than a day's time, Yi Yang had re-killed his way into the world-class replica, within the three forks of the ancient battle ruins, the Fire God Cave. After all, if Yi Yang went to the level 30 desert domain to kill monsters as he had originally thought, even if there were serpent master mothers all over the place, it would be too slow to try and kill them. Moreover, not having risen to level 30 also meant that one could not leave the city of monoliths, a level 3 city, and without the teleportation spells of a high-level city, not to mention going to the maps of high-level monsters to kill them. Realizing this problem, Yi Yang didn't have any hesitation and went back to the world copy that was devoid of essence to frantically plunder experience. A single Overlord Elite level bird had tens of thousands of experience, and if he occasionally came across a legion of beast cavalry, then Yi Yang would be able to kill them all. The high reward of experience value also allowed Yi Yang to rise from level 27 to level 30, completing his goal in just less than a day. Although the process was a bit tiring, Yi Yang was satisfied when he finally saw the epic advancement quest as he wished. Now it was just a matter of not knowing what kind of test this epic advancement actually had. Accepting the quest. Without any hesitation, Yi Yang directly chose to accept the quest. The next moment, the system's prompt also appeared in Yi Yang's mind. Ding, you have successfully accepted the advancement quest, Epic Path. Quest description, having reached level 30, you already have the ability to act as a party hegemon, but if you want to successfully advance to Epic, you must stand at the top of the 10,000 people so that they will worship you. Destroy the city, the clan, the country, make everyone tremble at the sound of your name, and plunder the legend degree that belongs to you. Mission requirement, acquire 100 points of legend degree. Mission progress, legend degree 0100. Mission status, unfinished. Note, legend degree can be obtained by occupying a city, occupying a country, or exterminating a race of monsters, and the legend degree obtained varies for each form. Legend degree? Exterminate the city, exterminate the race? Yi Yang's eyes suddenly stared. As the quest requirements said. No matter who it was, they all wanted to advance to Epic and become a more powerful existence. But Epics weren't able to advance for anyone. Monsters were unlimited, but the number of races was limited. The number of human races was huge, but their cities were limited. Those who wanted to advance to Epic had to have the strength that was admired by millions. And the easiest, crudest way to prove one's strength was to kill. Kill to make a clear blue sky. Killing to the point where everyone trembles at the sound of their name will completely prove their strength. The strong survive. Yi Yang once again felt that if he wanted to move towards a higher realm, he would definitely be stepping on a bloody and incomparable path. However, this was also the easiest way for others to be able to submit themselves. The gathering of virtues at the very beginning had been killed by themselves and now didn't even dare to risk their heads. The guilds such as Night Elegy, Imperial Heavenly Pavilion, and so on, were even hastily disbanded and never appeared in the sights of Chinese players again. World Alliance Guild. Those foreign elites saw themselves as if they had seen a ghost expression. This was the simplest kill that brought the most direct and greatest benefit. Submission. So the epic's goal is at the city. Yi Yang hummed faintly, the emotions in his heart had slowly calmed down from the excitement at the beginning. Although he was not a person who killed indiscriminately, but if it was those who blocked his epic path, he didn't mind turning all of them into ghosts under his staff. While Yi Yang was thinking, he suddenly heard a middle-aged man's voice call out to him. Lord Beacon. The Cumberland general of the city of monoliths walked up to Yi Yang.